This is a gene optimization drug with a mortality rate of up to 99%, yet it can fetch a high price of $300,000 on the black market. Because in today's human civilization, genes represent everything, and the differences in identity they bring are even comparable to the caste system in ancient India. Although I possess inferior genes, I control a high-tech gene synthesizer from an advanced civilization. With a sufficient quantity of low-grade gene drugs, I can synthesize a perfect gene drug with a success rate of 100%. The gene drug with a high impurity content X17 is a failed product of black market gene drugs, with a gene optimization success rate of less than 0.0035%, causing deadly side effects even unfit for dogs. My eyes gleamed as I began the synthesis. Premium black market gene drug X8, using the CRISPR-Cas9 technology upgrade plan, significantly reduces destructiveness, optimizing and repairing human genes with a success rate of 11.23%. The upgrade direction turned out as expected, increasing the gene optimization success rate by over 3,000 times. Continuing the synthesis, breaking it down into raw materials, the synthesis was successful. Top-grade black market gene drug X4. In the Scavenger Association bunker, a hunched and elderly figure sat in the main seat. A gray storm raged, shaking the entire bunker violently, yet the old man calmly opened an exquisite metal box. The onlookers widened their eyes, their breath quickened, but no one dared to make a sound. Top-grade black market gene drug. The elderly man in the main seat said, "Our alliance has accumulated wealth for a full decade and exhausted all channels to acquire this drug. I am old. Someone must succeed me as the president of the Scavenger Alliance. My eldest daughter, Hong Tan. This drug is for you." A graceful figure in a gray cloak slowly emerged from the crowd, her face somewhat resembling Hina's but far more beautiful. The core members of the Scavenger Alliance knew that the president had two daughters, the eldest named Hong Tan and the youngest named Hina, both proudly E-grade genetic individuals. "President, Miss Hong Tan is already an E-grade genetic individual. Why not distribute such a precious drug to other high-ranking members? This way, our overall strength will also be balanced." The president's voice was low. "I received notice that within the next 48 hours, a Galactic Alliance task force will arrive on Earth to carry out a secret mission. This is a precious opportunity. Perhaps we can seek assistance from the Galactic Alliance through this task force. To achieve this, we need at least one representative who can garner enough attention from them." At this moment, Hina lightly bit her lip. "Father, I am also an E-grade genetic individual." The president just glanced at Hina indifferently. "I am well aware that even with your genetic upgrade, you do not have enough negotiating power. Hong Tan, this top-grade drug has an astonishing success rate of 23%, which is already remarkable, and even if it fails, its side effects will not be fatal." Pausing, the old man raised his head solemnly. "The future of the Scavenger Alliance, and the fate of hundreds of thousands of scavengers on this earth, depend on you." Hong Tan took a deep breath, a hint of seriousness in her beautiful and noble eyes. She took a step forward, walking slowly. Her sister Hina, however, held her hand from behind, her eyes filled with deep concern. Although their father had not explicitly mentioned the consequences of the black market drug's failure, everyone knew that it could likely result in genetic defects, leading to flawed individuals, even disabilities. "Don't worry, Hina." Hong Tan gave a reassuring smile, then lifted her determined face. "I will succeed for sure." On the other side, looking at the top-grade black market gene potion in my hand, I shook my head. With a success rate of only 23% and the risk of disability in case of failure, it was quite disappointing. Keep synthesizing. Valente Gene Potion X2, produced by the black market apothecary Valente. He is a legendary genius apothecary who created a set of gene sequencing techniques based on CRISPR-Cas9. He fully applied this technology to gene-modifying potions, increasing the success rate of catalysis to 98% with minimal side effects. This data has already surpassed the Galactic Science Association. However, this potion has become a rare item, as Valente disappeared from the world after producing 13 exclusive potions. Rumors have it that he might have been recruited by the Galactic Science Association or kidnapped by some dark forces. A success rate of 98% is a terrifying probability. The evolution of gene levels has always been a rare event, but in Valente's hands, it seems to be completely under control. I can synthesize one last time now. Any hesitation would be a disrespect to the STC. Keep synthesizing. Valent Fantasy Elixir. Gene evolution success rate 99.9%. Due to its technology of replicating and amplifying original high-quality segments, the final results of gene optimization vary depending on different constitutions, with the possibility of leapfrog improvement or no significant change. The core of this technology can replicate specific gene segments, massively amplify specific genes through PCR, polymerase chain reaction, technology, continuously replicate and overlay advantageous gene segments in human genes, covering inferior genes. This elixir is a concept found in the notes of the genius apothecary Valent, representing his ultimate fantasy of his own technology. But until Valente disappeared, he was unable to turn this reverie into reality. I nodded somewhat solemnly, realizing that SCT truly covered all areas, even turning the ideas in people's notes into reality. And to put it plainly, the function of this genetic potion is that different talents have different effects. If one was all the gene fragments that were waste within waste, then drinking this potion would be just as scrappy. This feeling is like a waste, suddenly put on a beautiful dress, then from now on, he will be metamorphosed into a dressed waste. But if there are so few quality genes present in one's gene fragments, this gene potion, then, copies those quality genes and replaces the inferior ones, a process that extends the advantage over and over again. If one had enough high-quality genes, then it was possible to have a large span of improvement, and even the possibility of transgressive evolution would occur. In a nutshell, the final potion synthesized from these 16 junk potions is a blind box, kind of. Chang Bei subconsciously rubbed his hands together. Now there was no other choice but to take this Valente fantasy potion. Just how much potential do I have? Wait and see. Chang Bei lifted up the test tube, and it was a pure green-colored potion without any impurities and not sticky. It didn't seem to be very hard to drink. Boo! Chang Bei pulled off the cork of the test tube, tilted his neck, and directly swirled this bottle of Valente fantasy potion. Next moment, Chang Bei was sitting on a worn-out bench, his back straight, his hands on his knees, and his eyes looking forward. After the potion was drunk, he only felt his throat rolling as if he had drunk a strong drink. But other than that, it didn't feel like much. Chang Bei tilted his head and closed his eyes to feel it carefully, but he still didn't feel anything. What? You don't think so? No way. I'm a dressed-up loser. Chang Bei felt faint for a moment. There are few things in this world that are scarier than suddenly realizing you're a super-duper loser. Chang Bei's pattern is small. There really are worse things than realizing you're a loser. Pust. Chang Bei sprayed a mouthful of blood into the sky, his eyes flipped, and he directly planted himself on the ground. He's turned into a dead weight. Time trickles on, white clouds. It's as if everything in this world has changed and as if it hasn't. Darkness in the world. Suddenly a white slit appeared, which appeared and closed, and eventually, under the auspices of some powerful force of will, it braced itself completely open. Chang Bei looked at the beautiful and colorful spherical ceiling in his gaze, and his mind went blank. Oh, I just fainted. Bean must have saved me, and now I lie safe. Bean can be a worthy companion. Chang Bei felt a little weak and struggled to get up. Instead, I found myself covered with a white cloth, with stacks of firewood and broken diesel fuel drums underneath. And two people, Bean and Xiao Qiong, wearing morning clothes made of white plastic cloth, were squatting not far away and whimpering. Chang Bei, alas, you are really dead this time. Got some potion and drank myself to death. There's really no one else. Chang Bei's face is iron blue. They can be nimble enough. This is ready for cremation? Click. Instead, he saw Bean, without looking back, press the ignition switch directly beside him. Electricity erupted all the way along the line, igniting the diesel fuel beneath Chang Bei with a boom. Holy? Chang Bei froze, but it was also at this instant that a sense of crisis erupted from the depths of his mind, striking his nerves like a bolt of lightning. Swish dash. In milliseconds, Chang Bei got up, his body like a swift wind, instantly moving 7 or 8 meters sideways. Everything was like an instinctive reaction, and Chang Bei's subjective consciousness hadn't even returned to his senses yet. What just happened to that? Did I transform into a bolt of lightning? He looked at his hands incredulously. No, this is an emergency avoidance response from the extreme warrior armor. Next moment, Chang Bei saw a rather shocking scene. Bean the 250 stripped off his ultimate warrior armor and set it down a short distance away. Is it a human being that it's actually afraid of the armor becoming a funeral pyre? Wait. Chang Bei's eyes widened again. I wasn't wearing armor. Chapter 32, Leveling Up. Chang Bei, I knew you must be in great trouble. I'm just kidding. But you can't blame us. You've been in a coma for 48 hours. Bean scratched his metal brain with his metal fingers and hemmed and hawed. Is that your reason for cremating me? Chang Bei sighed helplessly. But say, I actually slept for 48 hours, which means the gray storm is nearing its end? Yikes. Xiao Qiong seemed to have seen something unbelievable, looking at Chang Bei's face, suddenly covering her mouth. Your eyes have changed. Bean also had a quick wit and quickly found a smooth piece of metal to use as a mirror and handed it to Chang Bei. Chang Bei looked at himself in the mirror and his eyes suddenly widened. Inwardly, the theft of joy erupted like a flash flood. The pupils of his eyes were each lit with a circle of light blue light, crystal clear, noble and deep. In today's society, it means status, it means respect, it means everything. I went from being a natural, to being a Class E geneticist? Chang Bei's eyes widened a few more points and he pinched his thighs vigorously. He was afraid that this was a dream that would dissipate the next second. As far as Ching Kil knows, an E grader is defined as an overall genetically superior person without any defects. Being at an excellent level in terms of intellect, body and character, he or she is able to adapt to various environments and challenges, and can achieve good results through his or her own efforts. That is to say, an E-class geneticist was not some earth-shattering superhuman, it was, by definition, more like the best of the human race. So, what's going on with my physicality? Chang Bei was a bit confused and subconsciously blinked his eyes. It didn't matter if he blinked, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a DNA double helix spinning silently in the void, radiating a magnificent and mysterious light. Meanwhile, certain parts of that DNA were breaking and reorganizing. The images of this scene were as if the memories of the period of his coma were, at this moment, slowly reviving. When Chang Bei shook his head, his eyes opened again. His entire body froze completely. His eyes stared into the extreme, as if he had seen some completely unbelievable sight. In the mirror, in his pupils, there was actually an additional azure aperture once again. 2 circles of light. Chang Bei looked at himself in the mirror, his brain was in a daze. I've crossed over into a D-grade gene. Those with the so-called D genome, on the other hand, will show outstanding talent in specific areas, such as an in-depth understanding of a subject area, or a clear advantage in sports, music, art, etc. Typically, D-rank geners, also known as elite genes. They are all the higher-ups in human civilization. Consortium owners, musicians, scientists, or high-powered bureaucrats. They are more likely to achieve and gain power and status than the average person. This is why higher genomists are highly respected. A D-rank genestealer can have the same speed as I just had? Chang Bei was a bit puzzled. It was also the moment when his head was mildly dizzy. Once again, a lightning bolt of images appeared in his mind. The gorgeous DNA double helix shimmered as it spun faster and faster, reorganizing more and more parts. Chang Bei's brain, there was an unpleasant lack of oxygen, and his vision even appeared to be ghostly. It was a feeling that lasted for almost a minute. Only then did Chang Bei's vision slowly become clear, and the scene in front of him gradually reverted. In this instant, Chang Bei was struck by lightning, and his entire body was once again transformed into a wooden sculpture. He realized that in the mirror, within his own pupils, a third faint aperture emerged. The circle of light went from illusory, slowly becoming solid, slowly releasing an ethereal blue light. I crossed 3 levels in a row? Chang Bei himself was a bit jaw-dropped. I'd become a C-class geneticist. C-class. C-class. C-level genes, also known as excellence genes. These people, often with exceptional talents in multiple fields, have the potential to become human beings at the height of their power with hard work and opportunity. At the same time, the C-grade genes have become a watershed. This is because from this level, the physical quality of the genetic subject also begins to realize some kind of metamorphosis because of the breakthrough of the DNA limitation, such as gaining more strength, speed, stamina, and agility. No wonder I can make moves like that. So it's because of the characteristics of the C-class genes. Chang Bei felt unbelievable, so my future at $dollar and asterisk. He suddenly began to slur his words. This was because he violently realized that a large amount of black viscous liquid was gushing out from within every pore of his body. His mouth is the same and it's already foaming. Scrubbing the marrow is right. Draining out impurities is right. What a crappy plot. Author you hashtag $% and asterisk. The optimization of any system almost always has the same step of draining out impurities. It seems to be an age-old truism, scrap the old and build the new, clean up before optimizing. What's more, Chang Bei hadn't eaten any decent food at all in the past few years. Expired products and poor-quality energy bars almost always contain impurities and harmful substances. A large amount of toxins had been deposited in his body, and now they had finally been cleared in one fell swoop. Expand the shower system of your house with the help of the Earth Dragon King. Chang Bei took a comfortable and thorough bath. Step out of the shower for a moment. He had a feeling that he had lifted the clouds to see the sunrise, that his body was as light as a swallow, that he was refreshed, and that his mind was clear. Look at yourself in the mirror. Chang Bei realized that his skin had actually become much fairer and more delicate. The contours of his features were also more three-dimensional, and his eyes became deep and dark because of the 3 blue apertures, manifesting an indefinable noble temperament. Although so far, Chang Bei hadn't gone through a systematic workout and hadn't fully utilized the gains brought about by the C-class genes. Still, one could vaguely see the muscular lines of one's body, like a kind of preliminary sculptural work. The pectoral and abdominal muscles and other muscle groups are slightly bulging, handsome and agile, yet filled with a sense of power. I finally realized how much of a loser I was once. And finally, I understand why so many ordinary people, who put their best foot forward and do their best, can't get rid of the word mediocrity. In the old days, there were innate genetic differences between people. And today, there's even something like genetic science. Because genes bring about a gap that is simply an insurmountable chasm. Chang Bei felt his thoughts clear and energized, and his eyes erupted with refined light. This feeling, it's too good. Chapter 33, Speed Advantage. Chang Bei. Prepare to receive. Converted according to high entropy alloys. This time, I got you 82 failed black market gene potions. The communicator, which was specifically designed to contact the merchant Desert, sizzled with Desert's voice. Chang Bei, who was inside the expansion dock, his eyes suddenly lit up. Desert sent a second batch of potions at this time? Isn't this a good time to eat dynamite and blow up? 82 branches. Still, Desert simply leaned into the recipe. After synthesizing these, how far do I have to go against the odds, Chang Bei? Chang Bei, are you dead? Desert's voice was still as cold and rational as ever. If you don't reply within 10 seconds, I'll consider you dead, and I'll make a big profit on this business. Chang Bei was somewhat speechless. Desert mostly thought he would be like livestock, hard spinning those black market gene potions. Even if I die, I'll go to you as a ghost and retrieve my potion. It's good that it's not dead. Desert's voice remained calm. My 20 biotech crates have entered the Earth's atmosphere. I had the hindsight to realize that there seems to be some kind of large storm on the planet. You'd better get out there and pick up the shipment quickly. It seems that 4 of my previous shipping crates and special scales were lost in the storm, and the losses were heavy. Oh, Chang Bei's eyes twitched. That being said, the gray storm this time is indeed very big. Take my advice, you prepare for the worst. After Chang Bei hung up the communication. After taking the potion himself, he fell asleep for 48 hours. So what's happening on the ground should be the tail end of the gray storm. It's not as scary as it was at its peak, but the probability of a biobox getting lost is still high enough that it has to be caught. Losing that many potions and boxes. This was something Chang Bei could not accept at all. Xiao Qiong drifted by slyly. Chang Bei, can you put on some clothes? Chang Bei then realized that he had just come out of the bathroom and was still naked. Don't worry, I've seen many of my mom's clients naked and I'm used to it. Joan left herself. You adults are such a pain in the ass that you have to be reminded of even little things like getting dressed. Bean also passed by and followed Xiao Qiong's example of carrying her hands. Dawn doesn't know how to be shy? Chang Bei took a few steps and stood directly in front of the extreme warrior armor. The diamond-shaped grid on the surface of the armor flipped and moved, wrapping around Chang Bei's body in an instant. The data panel of the extreme warrior armor suddenly resurfaced automatically. User gene sequence enhancement detected. The core performance of the battle armor, with an overall rise of 284%, is approaching the performance limit. Good. Indeed, in the perception of the strong, the whole world is gentle. After the extreme warrior armor was loaded, Chang Bei put on his jet turbine shoes again. The airflow under his feet spread, and Chang Bei's body lifted into the air, heading straight for the exit of the underground shelter. Squeak dash. The electrical control system of the shelter's gate was normal and opened slowly but with a piercing noise. The ash storm that lasted over 40 hours warped the gate, but it remained unbreakable, and Bean's skills were still reliable. The wind was many times less on the outside, but it still filled the air with biting currents. The extreme warrior armor flipped out of its visor and shielded Chang Bei's face. He slowly walked out of the shelter and closed the door again. At this moment, the ground was filled with gray soot, and countless metal dust floated in the air, with extremely low visibility. Vaguely, I could tell that there was a change in the mountain of garbage around me. All sorts of fragmentation and displacement. The landscape of trash earth changed after each gray storm left. For scavengers, it's a whole new kind of opportunity that comes after a horrible disaster. Much of the valuable trash buried beneath the surface will be rolled up and see the light of day again. Chang Bei tilted his head and looked towards the gray sky in the north. Nothing can be seen within the view of the naked eye, but the detection system of the extreme warrior armor quickly locked onto the 20 points of light in the far sky. It flew towards the ground at an extremely fast speed, but at this time, high in the sky, there was still a lingering biting air current, and the flight paths of these points of light were crooked. That's Desert's shipping crate. Chang Bei squinted his eyes and suddenly realized that the tracks of a few of the boxes were found to be severely deviated. They are about to hit each other high in the air, with a high probability of crashing. Chang Bei's expression moved as his legs bent slightly, unleashing his full strength and running towards the expected landing point of the box. Boom! The garbage on the ground. Chang Bei stomped and flew backwards, and in the gray environment, his entire body seemed to have turned into a stump. Chang Bei himself was stunned, completely unaware that his speed would suddenly increase so much. Being unprepared, his brain was all but dizzy from the inertia. A beep came from the extreme warrior armor. The user's own speed, infinitely approaching the armor limit, and most likely creating an uncalculated overflow. Chang Bei froze. The implication of this statement is that one's speed is greater than the limit of the armor? Chang Bei recalled himself in the shelter, from the cremation table, instantly moving to the ground scene. Speed. I gained a substantial speed boost after genetic evolution? And that the speed of human flesh can outpace machinery? At this moment, Chang Bei had already rushed right underneath the transportation crates, and it was visible to the naked eye that 3 of the crates were already shaking. Boom! Chang Bei once again bent his legs and violently jumped high into the air. The air currents around him were bitterly cold. Chang Bei was once again slightly startled in his heart. Just now in the heat of the moment, he had not activated his turbo-powered shoes. But, how high did you jump yourself? I'm afraid it has to be 20 meters, close to the height of a 6-story building. Armor's core performance is up 284%, which is really exaggerated. This time, however, the ultimate warrior armor didn't seem to have that data overflow prompt. The bouncing power relied on leg strength. In other words, the bouncing height at the moment was the combined effect of one's legs plus the ultimate warrior armor. The power didn't spill over speed but overflowed? Isn't it all about leg power? These two things are calculated separately? Sensing his own condition, Chang Bei's brain was inexplicably clear. In a flash, he realized the answer for himself. High-speed movement not only rely on the strength of the legs, but also requires the collaboration of muscles throughout the body, such as arm swing, body posture and many other factors, will have a great impact on the speed. In layman's terms, there is no runner that can win a championship based on leg strength alone. So, the power is a single figure. Speed, on the other hand, is an indicator of multiple data fusion. Relatively speaking, building strength is easy, but improving speed is hard. Chang Bei, at this time, gradually realized. What you get for yourself is a very rare speed boost. Chapter 34, Dual Gene Sequence. Chang Bei was in mid-air and moved with precision to catch the 3 transportation boxes, and then landed on the ground, placing the box carefully. After that, he leapt up again, as he had done, to pick up the other shipping crates. On the last jump, Chang Bei saw a bizarre scene on the ground in the distance. Something crawled across the ground amidst the tumultuous air currents and thick gray dust. That seems to be half a person. Not even half to be exact, it only had a head, and a small half of a shoulder, and an arm. Its arms kept swinging forward, gouging at the garbage raised on the ground as it crawled hard and slow. It doesn't look like a robot by the size of it. Is that a person? The body is already at that level, and it's still alive? Chang Bei squeezed his eyes, but it was a puff of gray metallic dust that floated by, and that quarter of an individual suddenly disappeared, as if it had never existed. Slight hesitation. Chang Bei still collected all the transportation crates and returned towards the underground shelter. With so many valuables in your hands, you can't just be ruled by curiosity at the moment. Inside the underground shelter, the massive Iron Mother extended its sophisticated mechanical arms, neatly arranging the 20 boxes of biological materials and opening them again one by one. A total of 82 of these black market gene potion failures were lined up in a straight line, with a spacing error of less than 0.1 millimeters, with a ridiculous degree of precision. Bone thrower. Because of the curved floor of the shelter, one potion undergoes a slight roll. Mechanical Mom immediately set it right. Chang Bei looked at the potions, and through the material and appearance, there wasn't a single thing wrong with these potions. Merchant Desert proves his integrity once again. Chang Bei looked at those black biotech transportation boxes again. It's still the same thing. I've bought so many things, it's not too much to ask for some bags, is it? That is necessarily not excessive. Chang Bei nodded to himself. With these boxes, the mechanical old mother can be upgraded again as well. I just hope that its obsessive-compulsive disorder doesn't continue to worsen. The eyes fell back to the gene potion once more. Chang Bei, who was already a C-class geneticist, had his arms trembling slightly. Even he himself was aware that he possessed an unrivaled prospect of terrifying growth. Excited heart, trembling hands, Wang Zillow came to be turned into a dog. Chang Bei swallowed his saliva. Start synthesizing. Break up original unit. Successful synthesis. Premium black market genetic potion, *41. Chang Bei extended flickering. That's right, the same raw materials, the corresponding synthesis routes are the same. Break up original unit. Successful synthesis. Special black market gene potion, *20. Break up original unit. Successful synthesis. Valentine gene potion, *10. Break up original unit. Successful synthesis. Valente fantasy potion, *5. Chang Bei's movements paused. Previously it was synthesized to this point, and because there were no more synthesized materials, he took the Valente fantasy potion himself. It was this potion that allowed himself to evolve 3 times in a row and become a C-class geneticist. Chang Bei's lips twitched a little. What do you get if you continue to synthesize? Will it allow me to advance to the legendary S-class genes? The years before that, Chang Bei had only heard some wild history from the on-again, off-again, interstellar radio that his grandfather had left behind. S-class genetic combinations of children all over the place. No matter what planet you go to, all kinds of top beauties will be like hungry tigers pouncing on you, transforming into human vacuum cleaners. Oh no, all kinds of beautiful women will actively throw themselves into the arms of the higher geneticists in the hope of combining with them and giving birth to high-quality babies. Sure, it's just wild history. Chang Bei believed that a true S-class genetic combination didn't have so many wicked needs, and even if it was true that heirs were all over the place, it was because he was acting out of some kind of dedication. As for the abilities of S-class genestealers, wild history was wild history after all, and it was basically all skimmed over. After all, the point of that stuff is to be fragrant and erotic. Therefore, Chang Bei didn't know what kind of realm the legendary S-class geneticist was. At this very moment, Chang Bei's sense of anticipation exploded. Start synthesizing. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Buds of Life, Gene Sequence Liberation Potion, *2. Humans are carbon-based organisms, and no matter how genetically enhanced they are, their framework is still based on carbon-based organisms, so-called carbon-based organisms, which are carbon-based. The construction of important biomolecules in the human body, such as proteins, sugars and carbohydrates, is based on the chemistry of carbon, and the human respiratory and circulatory systems are also dependent on carbon, including DNA, an important, large molecule that carries genetic information, which is also made up of carbon-based nucleotides. Natural life that has been bred due to the environmental factors of the earth can only be carbon-based. Humans are born of and subject to elemental carbon. Chang Bei gazed at the STC virtual screen. I don't know why this note appeared. Still, he struggled to digest it. Simply put, human beings were born on Earth and have predestined themselves to a carbon-based structure. Exhaling depends on carbon, breaking down food depends on carbon, and even heredity requires carbon. Without carbon, we wouldn't be human today. And without carbon, humans would simply crumble at the molecular level, with no crumbs left. This is called carbon-based life. The moment. Chang Bei's gaze slightly condensed, and on the STC's light screen, a sentence at the bottom caught Chang Bei's attention. Sprout of life, genetic sequence emancipation potion. The technology comes from a level 5 plant civilization. It has a certain probability to completely change the base system of carbon-based organisms, causing them to evolve to a completely new genetic sequence. E.g. silicon-based bio. Chang Bei sucked in a breath of cool air. Silicon-based biology? This potion has gone beyond the human perception of its genetic enhancement and has set the table straight. Its ambition is for humans to evolve into silicon-based organisms. Array STH. It spans a sequence directly. Chang Bei was a bit disbelieving. Can it still be played like this? But what is that plant civilization? Is it surprising that there are more kinds of technological civilizations than just those that exist in the universe? A plant civilization. Is it a social system made up of a bunch of tree people? Also at this time, STC's notes turned over and another line appeared. Special note. The success rate of this gene sequence liberation potion is only 7%. If the liberation fails, the user's original genes will be irreversibly damaged, directly causing the phenomenon of genolysis, instant death. If liberation is successful, then the user will be transformed into a new elemental base, but because of the surrounding environment, the user may not be able to breathe smoothly or transform the energy in the body. For example, if the user is transformed into a silicon-based life form, but he happens to be located on Earth, where silicon is scarce, then its life cycle will be devastated, and it will die on the spot. 2 consecutive violent deaths on the spot smashed Chang Bei directly into a blindfold. Good. Isn't this a double blockage? What do I need your potion for? Why don't you just smash that glass test tube and stab yourself to death? No need for you to do that. Spitting is spitting. Chang Bei has not yet reached the final step. At this time, in his hands, he possessed 2 gene sequence liberation potions, and he could still perform one last synthesis, breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Tree of Life, Balanced Sequence Liberation Potion, *1. Based on the bud of life, the effects of this potion have been greatly enhanced and its potency and side effects have been equalized. Success rate of genetic liberation, increased to 67%, eliminating the side effects of genetic dissolution and locking the direction of liberation, targeting silicon-based organisms. And after successful liberation, the user's original genetic sequence is still retained, and in the subsequent evolutionary process, the user will be transformed into a dual genetic sequence organism, with both genetic advantages and disadvantages complementing each other in both directions. Chang Bei had a thunderous illusion. Dual gene sequences. And it's still the kind that won't kill you violently on the spot. Chapter 35 Success or Failure. Scavengers Union Underground Fortress. Pharmacy Lab. The rust-covered metal door slowly opened, and a burst of white steam spread out. A tall and sexy figure loomed in the mist. Slim legs, slender waist, high breasts, and that shoulder-length hair, the silhouette was extremely eye-catching. She took slow steps, her form steady, and stepped outward. Outside, the president of the scavenger union, 7 or 8 scavenger executives, as well as Horna, who was wearing a red dress, were all gazing at the figure with tense expressions. The silhouette's face gradually became clearer. She had a cold face that was proud of the world. Tight shorts wrapped around small, perky hips, and a small leather jacket was lined with a low-necked black half-sleeve, revealing the curves of the rounded upper side and the snow-white collarbone. She is the goddess of countless dreams and the object of countless fantasies. But at this point, the crowd noticed that her beautiful cheeks were clouded with a tragic whiteness. Her leather shoes tapped on the ground with a clattering sound, but after only a few steps her frame began to stagger. Immediately afterward, blood began to flow from her inner thighs. Bright red blood formed blinding lines on her snow-white, slender thighs. Pust. She suddenly couldn't restrain herself and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and then her entire body stumbled and fell to her knees. Rainbow food. Sister. The crowd rushed forward, assisting the bloodless woman with 7 hands and 8 feet. Instead, Hongfu's food had tears in its eyes, and its red lips trembled as it said, "I'm sorry everyone, I failed." At this very moment, her pupils were still the only light blue circle of light, and because of the heavy damage suffered, it looked bleak at this point. The aged president only felt his eyes go black and his body staggered. Close to 10 years of accumulated wealth poured out, but did not get back a D-ranked geneticist. His eyes were full of regret, and an indescribable heartache surfaced in his eyes as he looked at his frail daughter. "Sister." Tears came to Horna's eyes as she clutched her sister's shoulders and choked out, "If I had known it was going to be like this, I might as well have let me take it." President. A member of the Scavenger Alliance walked into the crowd and said somewhat nervously, "The Star Alliance's combat squad has arrived." The president stiffened slightly. At the moment, this wasn't too good news for him anymore. After a pause, the aged president murmured, "How many of them have come?" 2 Harrier-class carrier starships. The member was somewhat alarmed and swallowed. In the past dozen visits, there has never been a case where 2 starships arrived at the same time, and a Harrier class is fully loaded with 2,000 people, which means that this time, their group is at least 2,000 people or more. The president felt his hands tingle. "So many people? Father, we must seize this opportunity." Hongfu tilted his miserable face up. "In the starship, there must be a high-ranking member of the army." The president revealed a pale look. "How can we catch them? We only have E-class genestealers, and counting your sisters, there are only 3 of us, and an E-class genestealer can at most give some verbal respect in their eyes, without a single bit of power of speech." "Father, I got this by chance earlier." From within the pocket of his leather jacket, Rainbow Food took out a small box, and after opening it, the interior revealed 2 pieces of black film the size of a fingernail. "It's a contact lens made of biomaterial." Rainbow Food let out a slow breath and put one of the contact lenses on his left eye. And then the tiny film quickly softened and fitted, and in the next second, a small blue aperture lit up on the surface of the contact lens. In conjunction with the Rainbow Food's original E-rank genetic manifestation, within her pupils, a total of 2 circles of light were flashing at this time. "You." The president's tone was a little distorted. "Son, you're faking. These glasses, I acquired by chance from a scavenger." The Rainbow Food frowned. "This kind of device used to circulate in the interstellar black market, and it is indeed a deceptive tactic used by some of the triads, but the technology within these glasses is not low, and conventional equipment is unable to detect it. And Star League combat squads are, after all, combat units. They shouldn't be carrying around too sophisticated genetic testing equipment." Rainbow Food gritted his teeth. "So, I have a chance." "Nonsense." The president's facial muscles trembled. "Do you know what consequences you will face if you are recognized?" Rainbow Food's eyes glittered with determination. "All I know is that if I don't get the funding, all the scavengers on the planet will be on their way to extinction." The air was quiet for a long time. The president's body trembled, but he could not speak. Instead, Rainbow's Food slowly stood up with Horna's help. "Sister, accompany me to wash up, and then, please, help me put on my most beautiful makeup." The president watched his 2 daughters, holding each other, disappear at the end of the hallway. On one side, a Scavenger Alliance physician said, "Chairman, Miss Rainbow Food's body has suffered a backlash from the gene potion. Firstly, she is now very weak, her entire state of health is less than 1/3 of what it would be under normal circumstances. Second," the physician wanted to say, "she lost her fertility." There was a clearly visible tremor in the president's frame. He tilted his head back to the ceiling as a line of cloudy tears slid down his cheeks. There was nothing he could do in the face of it. Double gene sequence. Cheng Bei looked at the potion in his hand. The container was still a glass test tube. However, the potion in it was like water, and at first glance, it looked ordinary. But when Cheng Bei lifted the potion up and backed it against the light inside the underground shelter, Cheng Bei's pupils shrunk as he saw countless tiny rays of light floating in the transparent potion, which were crystal clear and scattered in the clear potion like stars in the universe. Rotate the test tube slightly. Cheng Bei is like a high-dimensional perspective that can place the universe in the palm of its hand and watch it spin silently, regardless of the channel. Cheng Bei had never heard of any human being who could become a silicon-based creature. Of course, he'd never even heard of humans with dual gene sequences existing in this world. Or is it even human once it has a silicon-based gene sequence? What does a legendary silicon-based life form look like? Cheng Bei's eyes flickered. With a 67% success rate, it's totally worth a try. Spin. Cheng Bei opened the lid of the test tube and took a deep breath. With a tilt of his neck, he poured a stream of this mysterious potion into his mouth. Cheng Bei doesn't want to waste a single moment, craning his neck and opening his mouth, watching the last drop of the potion in the test tube slide down the arm of the tube and end up towards the tip of his tongue. The crystal clear water droplet was located when it was in midair. Cheng Bei had the illusion that time was slowing down. He could clearly see his own face reflected on the surface of the water droplet, as if time flowed differently. While the water drops were slowly descending, Cheng Bei's eyes widened in an instant. He saw that his pupils were no longer the dark polka dots they had been before, but had become some sort of geometric structure stitched together. Deep within his pupils, triangles appeared in close proximity, and then these triangles, like blooming flowers, began to flip outward layer by layer. Chang Bei felt incredulous. At the same time, a clear hint appeared in his brain, like a sixth sense under some kind of crisis. He felt his body getting looser and looser, about to shatter. This moment, the kind of tightly connected triangles that littered Chang Bei's face. His face, too, bloomed like a flower. It was followed by Chang Bei's body. Boo! Like a little firework without a fire. Chang Bei's body shattered into countless tiny triangles and disappeared. Chapter 36 Silicon-based lifeforms. The world is dark. As if before the birth of the universe, Chang Bei couldn't feel his body or his presence. And in front of the viewpoint, 2 points of light suddenly lit up. The 2 points of light underwent expansion, growing larger and larger. Eventually, in front of Chang Bei, 2 magnificent and mysterious precision structures were formed. One of them, a magnificent double helix structure blooming with azure color. It is fundamental to human reproduction for 10,000 years, and if mankind is the most ingenious and sophisticated work under the Earth's ecology, it is, then, the central architect of this work of humanity. The 2 helices are like a ladder, in which is section after section of base pairs. Inside, it carries huge amounts of genetic information. Chang Bei's heart inexplicably felt a sense of awe and submission as he looked towards it. On the other side of the human DNA was a mass of shimmering purple-tinged structures. It looks, too, like some kind of DNA. But it's actually a rhombic dodecahedral structure. The top and bottom, front and back, are made up of 12 diamond-shaped faces. And each diamond-shaped surface is filled with dense, cosmic code-like sequences. That should also be something like base pairs, which carry just as much information inside. Based on volume alone, this rhombic dodecahedral structure appears to be far more informative than the human DNA double helix. This would be the DNA of a silicon-based organism, right? Chang Bei didn't know how he made a sound, he just felt his voice, echoing in this empty space. So-called silicon-based life. It's the element silicon as the basis of life. Within this dark space, another voice suddenly rang out. It was low and ancient, as if it came from the depths of history. Chang Bei felt a sense of peace and comfort. For some reason, he didn't have any rejection or questions, and listened quietly to the other man's words. We hold a huge difference between us and carbon-based life. From the exterior to the internal structure to the core operating system, it's very different. At this point, a body slowly emerged from the DNA structure of the silicon-based life in front of it, a translucent silhouette that stood about 3 meters tall. Chang Bei silently looked at the magical being, which could not move and had its limbs stretched out, more like a holographic model. Its body was made up of a hard crystalline structure, like a silicon gem that shone with a strange light. Those stones follow a certain pattern, with a high degree of order and symmetry, hard lines, and sharp angles. This appearance can be completely described by the words beautiful. We don't need to rely on water and organic molecules to sustain life activities like carbon-based organisms. Our skin is a translucent siliceous film that filters and refracts light, giving them a colorful appearance. In Chang Bei's eyes, the silicon-based life in midair rotated slightly and bloomed with an even more piercing and dazzling light. Instead of moving by contraction and diastole of muscles, as carbon-based organisms do, we use electromagnetic forces or the growth and contraction of crystals to affect changes in position. The silicon-based being wiggled his arms slightly, making a crisp scraping sound. We have eyes that are extremely sensitive to electromagnetic waves and are able to directly sense energy in various frequency bands such as radio waves, infrared and even X-rays. Our ears may be able to pick up tiny electromagnetic vibrations and thus sense distant information. We communicate with each other by means of electromagnetic waves of a fixed frequency for information transfer, which is rapid and efficient, capable of transmitting large amounts of complex information in an instant. We can also produce sound by vibrating silicon crystals on the surface of our bodies at frequencies that can encompass the hearing range of a wide range of organisms, and such an ability allows us to communicate with other creatures without barriers. At this moment, several purple beams of light bloomed within the 5 senses of that silicon-based life model. These beams were clear and long, as if they could connect the heavens. Because of the silicon-based nature, our body structure possesses enough stability in high-temperature environments that it will not decompose due to high temperatures like carbon-based organisms. We use high temperatures to drive chemical reactions in our bodies and to sustain life activities by absorbing and storing large amounts of heat energy. Our siliceous structures also have the ability to resist radiation damage and even convert radiant energy into useful forms of energy. We have been living in hot, high-pressure, and intensely radioactive environments, such as the surface of a blazing planet close to a star, or the interior of a planet filled with radioactive material. The holographic model suddenly burst into flames. There were also sunbursts in them similar to those on the surface of the sun, but these super high temperatures couldn't do any harm to the silicon-based being. Instead they could make his jeweled skin even more brilliant. The whole process. Chang Bei seemed to be immersed in a marvelous journey. He learned about an amazing life never seen before through some way he could not understand. Silicon-based life. Chang Bei didn't know how to summarize it. To say it's like Superman doesn't seem accurate, as it's not human in the conventional sense at all. It was born with that magical and powerful ability, as was its entire colony. But one has to admit, if a silicon-based life form suddenly descends on human civilization, then it has certain characteristics that are divine. Cheng Bei's brain gradually cleared up a bit, and towards the void of space around him, he asked that query, "Who are you?" "I'm nobody. I am not an individual, not a being. I am the genetic information in the DNA of silicon-based organisms." As you can see, the amount of information in silicon-based DNA, which is far greater than carbon-based, records not only the blueprints for the growth of living organisms, but also a piece of information such as mine. Every time a brand new silicon-based life form is born, I go over the necessary basic information for it all. You can understand me as legacy itself. Cheng Bei's spiritual wisdom, once again, appeared as a kind of blur. Inheritance? To whom? Here. The mysterious voice uttered its final words, and these two words were like a grand bell that struck Cheng Bei's heart. He felt the whole world swirl, vortex after vortex appearing in his vision. Suddenly, Cheng Bei winced. The perspective quickly became clear. He saw the brilliant spherical ceiling of the underground shelter. Saw the glass test tube held up in his hand. Also saw the falling drop of gene potion in the test tube. Tick-tack. The drop of potion finally fell into Cheng Bei's mouth, and he felt a sweet and cool touch on his tongue. Cheng Bei shook his head, confusion in his eyes. I've been sitting here? So what you just saw and heard? Was it a hallucination? Yet the next second, Cheng Bei's body froze slightly. He saw that his right hand, which held up the test tube, was no longer a human arm. It was an arm that reflected a dazzling light, like a magnificent diamond. Chapter 37 Electronic Resonance. What I'm? Following the arm, Cheng Bei's gaze moved slightly downward. He saw his shoulders, chest, and legs, all of which were now glittering with that blinding light like a seven-colored glaze, gorgeous and stunning. He moved his hand slightly and everything acted as normal. But the arm fed him an illusion of heaviness and hardness. At the same time, he heard a slight rubbing of crystals in his joints. Cheng Bei's eyes widened slightly. Our skin is a translucent silicon membrane that filters and refracts light. We don't move in the same way that carbon-based beings move through contraction and diastole of muscles. Cheng Bei's mind recalled the words of the inheritance, and his heart grew more and more terrified. This instant, Cheng Bei violently clenched his fist. On his fist, a layer of armor made of crystal quickly surfaced, and in the cracks of the joints, sharp crystal spikes grew. Perhaps because of unskillfulness, there was a chain reaction to this phenomenon. In an instant, crystal spikes sprouted from Cheng Bei's elbows, shoulders, knees, and other parts of his body. He was, as a whole, like a splendid flower of thorns. Cheng Bei was a bit appalled. My armor. He jerked back as if sensing something. The XXX-01 Extreme Warrior armor was found to have exited the wearing state long before he woke up. At this moment, it looked like a silver headless cyborg, standing silently behind Cheng Bei. The armor should have detected some mismatch factor, so it automatically detached itself from Cheng Bei's body. Confirmed that the ultimate warrior armor is unharmed. Cheng Bei breathed a sigh of relief. But it was but a second before his insides grew hot again. All of this speaks to one outcome. 67.7% success rate. He made it. The current self would be the legendary dual gene sequence one. I'm afraid that this is not an ordinary higher genestealer, but an unprecedented existence. Cheng Bei's chest rose and fell slightly. It's just that the process by which the potion takes effect is astonishing beyond belief. It was as if he himself had experienced a fantastical dream across time and space during the last drop of the potion. Cheng Bei suddenly saw something strange in his eyes that were as bright as diamonds. It was a translucent blue ribbon that floated silently in the air, agile and mysterious. These ribbons all started at the same place, which was Cheng Bei's body, and their endpoints vary. One of them, connecting to the steel mom, parked quietly in the distance. There is also one that connects to the Earth Dragon King expansion dock, and another that connects to Bean, who was fighting the landlord with Xiao Qiong in the expansion dock, and who was secretly using deceit. What is this? Cheng Bei's heart was stunned. The inheritance didn't seem to explain this phenomenon. Looking at the steel mom in the distance, in the depths of Cheng Bei's consciousness, a strange give that feeling suddenly appeared, as if it was a sense of communication. Cheng Bei's mind moved. In the distance, Old Mother Steel awoke slightly, a blue indicator light illuminated on its massive fuselage, and with a slight hum, it activated its hover system and slowly moved forward by 10 centimeters. Cheng Bei's eyes snapped open. He had merely conceived the scene in his head, not realizing that his mechanical mom had executed it. Those blue ribbons, are they some kind of link? Cheng Bei had an initial guess in his mind, and then he gave another command. The indicator light flickered slightly as the distant mechanical mom raised her robotic arm into the air, then lowered it back down the same way. Cheng Bei's heart roared within him. It really can be. Cheng Bei looked at the Earth Dragon King expanding dock again and gave it a command. Cheng Bei hoped that the levitating illuminator it released would once again rise 1 meter and increase its brightness by 20%. The next instant, the underground shelter was much brighter, as the hovering lights were closer to the dome, and the dome, which was covered in metallic patterns, looked even more brilliant and beautiful. Chang Bei tilted his head in some surprise. Despite his dull expression, his diamond-like body mirrored the dome. Why is that? Chang Bei was filled with incredulity. My thoughts, creating a connection with the control center of the mechanical body? But consciousness and electronic signals, two completely unrelated things. Look at your diamond-like hands. Chang Bei's eyes flashed. Wait. I seem to be a little preoccupied and stuck in my ways. I am now no longer carbon-based, but a silicon-based life form. I need a different perspective of understanding. The brains of computers and artificial intelligence are chips. And within the chip, the primary material is silicon. After silicon is purified, it becomes silicon wafers. And then it undergoes photolithography, etching and other techniques to form the transistors, circuits and other major components of the chip. It's the equivalent of, well, neurons, brain nerves, and brain blood vessels. The robot's self-awareness, thoughts, judgment, execution and so on, all arise from that tiny silicon chip. And devices such as the Iron Maiden and the Earth Dragon King docking station are pure primary AI. It's also a silicon-based life. Or a rudimentary silicon-based life. Their lives are built on a foundation of silicon, and they can think and have autonomous consciousness. Chang Bei was somewhat enlightened. In the olden days, people always felt that silicon-based life was far away, when in fact the opposite was true. If you think about it another way, people's notebook computers are silicon-based life, as are cell phones. If one feels that these devices lack some human characteristics, then the concept can also be materialized, such as Siri, Xiao AI Tongshuan, Xiaodu. They are actually silicon-based organisms that exist in humans. It's just relatively low-level and man-made. When I became a silicon-based being, will resonate with other silicon-based life. That's what the legacy is talking about, that peculiar form of communication that belongs to silicon-based life. No wonder I can manipulate them remotely. Chang Bei's eyes widened. In this way, won't all the technological creations I synthesize in the future be able to be manipulated across the air as long as they possess a silicon-based chip? This is simply convenient beyond words, and even somewhat godlike. At this point, Chang Bei looked toward Bean in the distance. Joan, I'll tell you. A and 6 together, that is the old rampant official car, you lubom to me no use, gah. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes. This guy is quite good at applying what he's learned. Mindfulness. But he saw Bean stand up with a loud bang, holding his waist with one hand and pointing to the sky with the other, and began to dance. Dinosaur resist wolf dinosaur resist. Dinosaur resist wolf dinosaur resist. Gee, why would I want to dance? Chapter 38, Humanization. A spoof of Bean. Chang Bei set his eyes on himself. Now the fighting ability and adaptability of this silicon-based life body had yet to be tested. The only certainty is that it dazzles. I can't just go out like this, it's too conspicuous. Since it's a dual gene sequence, the two genes should be switchable. How do I operate? Chang Bei frowned. He seriously suspected that he might be the only human with dual gene sequences, corresponding to common knowledge that was most likely unknown to anyone. Switching. Chang Bei muttered under his breath, and it was also at this instant that he only felt the space around him go black. Once again, he himself had entered a world that was claustrophobic, and without any sense of space. And he himself, once again, became that form of consciousness without a body. Ahead, two brilliantly vibrant sets of DNA, represents the double helix structure of carbon-based organisms, and the rhombic dodecahedral structure representing silicon-based organisms. In that instant, the two sets of DNA moved, alternating left and right for a split second as they completed some sort of replacement, dragging out faint shades of light. The double helix DNA bloomed brightly, filling Chang Bei's perspective. With a cold shiver, Chang Bei went back into the underground shelter. He lifted his hands and flipped them over to view them. Finding his body, restored into human flesh and blood, that sense of control over his body became much more familiar. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. This felt like a dream. Chang Bei, do you like running around naked that much? You adults, why do you always disobey? Joan drifted by ghostly, shaking her head and not looking away. Chang Bei froze. He had just worn the Ultimate Warrior Power Armor naked himself, and the Ultimate Warrior Power Armor had automatically detached itself during his transformation into a silicon-based being, so he was, at this point, naked again. And Joan and the girls didn't notice the process of turning themselves into silicon-based creatures, they only saw the results. Chang Bei quickly put on his clothes and equipped the Extreme Warrior Power Armor again. In a carbon-based life state, the aid of Extreme Warrior Armor is essential. Subsequently, Chang Bei fetched a palm-sized mirror and gazed into his own eyes. At this moment, these eyes of his could be described as fantastical and fascinating. Within the pupils, 3 blue apertures emanated a mysterious and noble light. And within the innermost layer of the aperture were no longer the dark brown pupils of humans. It was a geometric shape that seemed to be made of triangular crystals, ornate and precise, emitting a faint golden glow. Chang Bei's eyes widened. The ornate geometric shapes in the pupils dilated slightly, a faint purple aura filling the slits. Hiss. Chang Bei was a bit austere. This is a bit of a handsome bomb. My gorgeous eyes can fall into everything. The changes in this pupil clearly epitomized a silicon-based life form, but it was, at this point, only covering the most central layer of the aperture. Chang Bei pondered. That means, then, that the genes of silicon-based life, too, possess rank. Just like the aperture in the eyes of carbon-based higher geneticists, the higher the genetic level, the more apertures there are. Similarly, the higher the genetic level of a silicon-based life form, the more apertures it covers. No wonder it's called a genetic sequence. It is likewise a promotable system. Chang Bei exhaled slightly. At this moment, he only felt that he had a long road ahead of him and unlimited space at the same time. And after. Chang Bei's gaze fell on the 20 biotransportation boxes on the ground. The individual value of this item was surprisingly more than 50,000 credits, enough for a scavenger to live high on the hog for several years. I can't believe I said I'd give it away. Boss Desert is a great atmosphere. Inside a starship hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Desert suddenly sneezed. He was a bit puzzled. According to his genetic level, he shouldn't be experiencing such strange physiological phenomena. But say, why didn't those bioboxes of mine return again? Is it lost in an earthstorm again? Chang Bei took another look at the old steel mom that was quietly parked on the side of the shelter. 20 crates, synthesized into old mother steel. What kind of device will it turn into? You can't live up to Boss Desert's intentions. Think it and do it. Similar technological artifacts detected. Synthesis begins. Breaking up into raw matter. Biomass material transportation container, *10. K443 integrated transportation platform, *5. The official equipment designation for the Iron Maiden is the K443 integrated transportation platform, at which point Chang Bei owns 6 Iron Maidens. If their OCD kicks in, it should be a scary scene. Continues synthesizing. S255 atomic transportation platform, *3. Compared to the previous generation of K443, a revolutionary upgrade has been carried out, with a significant improvement in all aspects of performance, and the addition of atomic indentation technology, which, through especially our force field, can reduce the atomic spacing of items at the microscopic level, and realize the effect of volume contraction at the macroscopic level, greatly enhancing the storage capacity. An atomic transportation platform? Chang Bei was a bit startled. Shrinking in size? The S255 atomic transportation platform in front of us hasn't changed much in appearance compared to its predecessor, still looking like a dark container, but 50% smaller. It can shrink the size of other items and fit them inside? Upon seeing the last paragraph of STC's notes, Chang Bei nodded indistinctly. This technology is from level 2. For civilization. Chang Bei was curious about this technology to reduce the spacing between atoms. Subconsciously, he stood up and tried to locate the control panel of the S225 atomic transportation platform. But there was a sudden blackness in the perspective. He entered that shadowy world again. And right in front of it, 2 sets of DNA, carbon-based life and silicon-based life, were floating silently. The sound of crisp separation came. The dodecahedron representing silicon-based life suddenly split into a diamond-shaped, purple crystal-like fragment, its surface densely packed, carrying a large amount of genetic information about silicon-based organisms. Click! This beautiful genetic fragment, tracing a graceful arc, fit on top of the double helix representing carbon-based lifeforms. A burst of light surged and the two fused into one. A sharp shake of the head. Chang Bei's consciousness, once again returning to his body, felt some inexplicable strangeness in his eyes. He blinked. There was a sudden, crisp, but slight crashing sound in the eyeballs. He rushed to find a mirror and realized that his eyeballs, which had been covered with brilliant diamonds, had blossomed into a magnificent light. As he looked ahead, that ethereal blue ribbon reappeared in his perspective. At one end of the ribbon, the S225 atomic transportation platform is attached. And on the other end, it connected to Chang Bei's brow. Chang Bei was stunned. He suddenly thought of STC's tip, combining the advantages of both genes, with the disadvantages complementing each other in both directions. Can I be partially silicone-based? This is a little too humane for 5 stars. This characteristic eliminates the vast majority of the hassle. Not only do you avoid the risk of drawing too much attention to yourself, but you can also go dark and sneak in your abilities. Absolutely. Chang Bei immediately issued a command. He ordered one of the S225 atomic transport platforms to take another S225 atomic transport platform of equal size and load it into the body. In normal thinking, this is definitely an old 6 kind of behavior. But right now it's the opposite, because shrinking plus loading is exactly what the S225 does at its core. The S225 slowly opens its hatch to reveal an interior space of about 15 square meters. The top of the hatch appears to be fitted with some sort of small force field generator that releases a yellowish rippling force field. The other S225, on the other hand, was completely encased in a force field, its body emitting some sort of resonance. A surprising scene appeared. The S225 that was wrapped in a force field suddenly produced a silhouette like a shadow. The layer of silhouette became illusory and then dissipated. The S225 proper was revealed afterward, and it was definitely smaller. And that was just the first reduction. As the three force fields continued to be released, the S225 underwent 2 more reductions in size, and as a final result, it was a full 70% smaller than before. The robotic arm moved, still with the same precision as before, and easily fitted the shrunken S225, completely into the other S225. Chang Bei looked dumbfounded. Terrifying as hell. What if the synthesis continues? What will the S225 be upgraded to? Chapter 39, Unexpected Toxins. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. X14 teleportation transportation platform. Retaining all the features of the S225 and optimized, the ER force field efficiency is enhanced by 240%, the degree of intelligence is enhanced by 93%, and 4 new directional transmission modules are added, which can greatly enhance the loading efficiency. This time, the transport platform turned into a triangular body about 4 meters in height, with an overall matte black glow, and the anti-gravity engine at the bottom releasing a blue glow, causing it to float in mid-air. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. The body of the X14 is prominently studded with 4 palm-sized external devices that are easily removable. Chang Bei exerted a slight force and removed one of the pieces. It looked like a slightly thicker playing card, black metal, and somewhat heavy. There is an X-shaped slit in the surface that runs through all 4 corners. Is this that so-called directional transmission module? Chang Bei slightly gripped it, and the X-shaped slit suddenly emitted a blue glow, looking very technological. Click, buzz dash. Within the tiny playing cards, there was a mechanical rattling and some sort of energy vibration sound. The metal playing card in his hand suddenly split apart. It expanded into a blue beam door that was almost 4 meters in height and about 3 meters in width. Chang Bei was stunned. At the same time, he noticed that the X14 teleportation transport platform also rattled, and the 2 barn doors slowly opened, revealing its inner space, which, surprisingly, also slowly floated an azure beam door. Could it be? Chang Bei tentatively, casually picked up the small bench he had just settled on, and with a lift of his hand, threw it into the door of the beam of light. A gorgeous beam of light flashed. The chair was passed through space and appeared in the X14 storage space, and it shrunk to 1/10 of its original size. This. Chang Bei was truly shocked. Isn't this a scaled-down version of the directional Stargate? 100 years ago, the invention of the directional Stargate changed the entire future of mankind. Mankind opened the age of the great universe and indirectly led to the downfall of the Earth today. But Chang Bei had once seen that so-called directional Stargate from a trashy pictorial. The thing was huge, hundreds of meters in height, and when it first appeared to mankind, it called in a full 122 heavy transport helicopters. Even to this day, that thing has been optimized and upgraded several times, but it's still a behemoth. And Chang Bei's hands. But an add-on module for the X14 teleportation transportation platform. It's like a data cable that was given with the purchase of a cell phone in the olden days. It actually has the same function as the directional Stargate? And in an unbooted state, just the size of a playing card? This device, if those guys at the Human Science Alliance see it, you're going to go crazy on the spot? This equipment is from a level 3 civilization. Chang Bei's pupils trembled, and the feeling of awe mixed with fear in his heart grew stronger and stronger. It's just a transportation device. It utilizes such counterintuitive technology. Higher technological civilization is really beyond human imagination. Next, Chang Bei conducted a series of tests on such modules. Surprisingly, I was shocked again. He realized that between the 2 modules, they could actually transmit to each other as well. And he himself, fully armed, performed a transmission test that remained successful. In that case, there are so many uses for this equipment. It's even more practical than the platform itself. Chang Bei only needed to place one piece of the transportation module inside the underground shelter, while carrying the other piece on his body. He could go through one of these small directional stargates and return to his sanctuary whenever he wanted. And even if you turn the module off, that kind of miniature stargate can last almost 30 seconds, so you don't have to worry about recycling at all. Isn't this a proper free door? Chang Bei's heart was filled with shock. It seems that some time should be spent on creating your own underground shelter. Because this is, quite literally, the safest, most comfortable, and able to return to one's home base whenever and wherever one wants. A bit of testing and maneuvering down the road. Chang Bei felt a little thirsty. Exploring the sea of technology is truly full of novelty and shock, and it's easy to get hooked. It's easy to get thirsty when you delve into the principles of each machine and delve into its usage. This could be the legend. Into the machine like a thirst. His eyes fell on a bottle of azure blue drink. This is the item inside one of the creature chests, a bonus gift from the desert. I have to say, this desert guy is not only reliable, but he's also very good at doing business, and every time he makes a delivery, he attaches something extra to it. The previous Professor Halling middle school business card and this time a bottle of drink. High energy protein extract. A daily drink, which contains a variety of polymer purified nutrients, can effectively replenish the body's energy in a short period of time, and has a certain effect on the purification of inferior genes, and can slightly enhance the quality of the human body. Chang Bei smiled. Desert had said on the radio earlier that this nutrient solution was a luxury item even in an extraterrestrial human civilization, and that it tasted extremely good and was extremely effective. And the one in hand, a customized product for the entire Desert family, is 20% more effective than what's on the market. Typically, a bottle sells for 12,000 credits. That's pretty extravagant, $12,000 for a drink. Cheng Bei said, is Desert the son of a large family? This family of theirs is really posh, but it makes sense. Desert himself is a successful businessman, and the family that nurtured him is naturally not of an ordinary caliber. Then thank you, Boss Desert, for your successive gifts. Cheng Bei picked up the drink, opened the lid, and was just about to savor it when the STC on his wrist blossomed into a fan-shaped scanning beam once again. Specialized toxins detected. The toxin is extremely rare, belonging to a kind of cytosol toxin, with exclusive gene locking. Taking it for a short period of time, there will be no obvious consequences, but if it is taken for a long period of time, the toxin will subconsciously destroy the overall structure of human beings, and ultimately there will be irreversible death. The source of the toxin does not belong to human civilization, and even the highest level of medicine available to mankind is incapable of effectively resolving it. Duration of action of the toxin, approximately 2 to 3 years. During the process, the pupil of the poisoned person will have a faint golden spot, and the poisoned person will be afraid of the light phenomenon. It is clear that the toxin is not part of the energy drink itself and is a late addition. Cheng Bei's arm froze. Poison inside the drink? Genetically locked? And a hidden chronic poison? And this drink, Des said, was customized by his family. Hiss. Cheng Bei slightly sucked in a breath of cool air. That is to say, the person who threw the poison had a clear goal. He wanted to be in the dark and put the Desert clan to death? It looks like Desert's family has been taking this drink for more than a day or two. So they're all poisoned? Desert was able to gift the drink to me this time, apparently without my knowledge. To say that the only person in this world who cared about Cheng Bei's life and death, I'm afraid it was Desert. There's nothing in between. Deserted by the fear of breaking his own fortune. That's a bit of a problem. Cheng Bei's eyes flickered and his brows furrowed slightly. He was impressed with Desert. If Desert's entire family, including Desert himself, would completely die of poison at some point in the future, this was something Cheng Bei did not want to see. Technology, sometimes it's also a reincarnation. Coincidentally, 120 years ago, the Earth's medical doctor, Dr. Song, had researched a gene complementing agent and started a test on mice, but the results were unsatisfactory, and 5 years later, Dr. Song announced to the public that the experiment had failed, and that the agent did not complement any genes. But the fact is, the failed potion researched by Dr. Song just happens to have a certain chance of dissolving a variety of cytosol toxins. Looking at the line of words that appeared on that blue light screen of the STC, Cheng Bei was a bit stunned. This time you were thoughtful enough to give this much information. Dr. Song. Cheng Bei frowned. The name was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, Cheng Bei's eyes widened. He'd heard the name in Professor Holling's last words. Perhaps because of the genetic enhancement, Cheng Bei's brain potential had been boosted in some way, and it was as if a lightning bolt had crossed his mind. The recording left by Prof. Halanaka came clearly to mind. When I awaken, I tell others about the wonders of the muse. Asterisk 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 asterisk, no one even believes it. Including my good friend, Dr. Song from the Genetic Research Institute in Area 53, he doesn't believe it either. Cheng Bei's expression flickered. Common sense dictates that such institutes should be relatively centralized so that resources such as security can be fully utilized in an efficient manner. The Muse Research Center in Holland is located in District 52, and Dr. Song's Genetic Institute is located in District 53. They are numbered so close together. Unsurprisingly, the distance between them should not be far. So, in Area 53, will there be any genetic replenishment potions left behind by Dr. Song? Cheng Bei exhaled slowly and looked across the sky to the north. Boss Missouri I, Cheng Bei, am also a man who knows how to be courteous. I'll leave immediately and go to Kyoto again. I won't be ambiguous about what needs to be done, but the rest is up to the fate of your family. Chapter 40, A Simple Test. The gray storm is in full swing. All that was left above the ground were slightly disorganized air currents. Only the sky, still covered with a layer of gray dust. Cheng Bei left the underground shelter and stood on the ground. Raise your eyes and look around, though there's still an infinite amount of garbage all around you. However, the overall landscape has changed drastically, with some parts of the landscape being much more elevated than before, and there are also many formerly flat areas that have now become depressions. The earth was shaped as if it had been reshuffled once. Bean and Joan decide to stay here. They have a lot of work to do to make their new home. Before leaving the house, Cheng Bei made a point of urging. They couldn't leave the shelter too far, and once they did, they had to take a miniature directional stargate with them. And Bean has to be with Joan at all times. Now Bean is, after all, a brand new A24 environmentally adapted nanny droid, and it's still not a bad fighter compared to Trash Earth. In mid-air, suddenly there came a grand, low vibration. Cheng Bei looked up, frowning and staring. Instead, it was two large transportation starships, which slowly appeared above the atmosphere with great vigor. Didn't Des say that the Galactic Federation of Humanity had banned littering? Why are there still starships? Chang Bei's pupils shrunk, suddenly realizing that his eyesight had also been drastically improved. He made out the markings on the starship. It was a galaxy spinning silently like a colorful vortex, while a sharp sword hovered above it. It's a Galactic Star Alliance combat team? Chang Bei's expression stared. Is it a routine check? The age of the great cosmos has seen mankind's footprints spread across multiple galaxies. The Galactic Interstellar Alliance Combat Squad, on the other hand, would be the equivalent of a regional military department in the olden days. In other words, they're regulars, they're soldiers. Trash Earth, though deserted and remote, was after all the territory of the Human Alliance, and was still subject to routine inspections every other year. I, Raven, have never been more stable than when I fly an airplane. Chang Bei boarded the battered ground effect craft. At this moment, the driver, Crow, was driving boldly in front of him. Little brother, you are really great, treating Kyoto as a tourist place, going there whenever you want, looking at the whole trashy Earth, there is no one else. Chang Bei smiled slightly. This Raven guy has never been passionate. Before you leave the house, Chang Bei has once again developed a natural ability for silicon-based life. It is what the inheritance says, that they can adjust their skin color according to the external light. And Chang Bei utilized this function to adjust his pupils. Now in his eyes, they looked plain black. But in actuality, it was a patchwork of dense, countless tiny black triangles. At a glance, an ordinary person can't find any clues. Chang Bei also perfectly hid the three apertures that represented the C-grade higher genes. The moment Chang Bei was still gazing at the two huge starships silently hovering in the sky. Little brother, I have some inside information about this visit from the Star Alliance squad. Raven suddenly looked sideways and raised an eyebrow. Oh, Chang Bei's gaze looked. What inside information? Raven said mysteriously, they were looking for something. Looking for something? Chang Bei was puzzled. How could you possibly know such inside information? Raven laughed. Of course I don't have access to the Star Alliance, but I've been in the transportation business for so many years that I've known all kinds of passengers, and there's no shortage of members of the Scavenger Alliance. Chang Bei nodded. What are they looking for? That's unknown. Raven shook her head. I'm sure you've noticed that they've come with two starships this time, and their manpower has more than doubled a few times, so it must be important and precious for them to find something. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes slightly. But yeah. The Crow side, whether it's the old times or now, we, the farts, have to follow the rules. Even if some scavenger got lucky with and picked up that item, he has to obediently turn it in. At best, he'll just mix up an award. Oops, no more. There seems to be something wrong with the flying machine. Engine 3 left us. Holy. Engine 6 left us too. Holy. My nanny-bot fell too. Small problem, small problem. A journey of stumbles and ups and downs. Chingkill finally arrived in Kyoto. It's still filled with a lot of chemical toxic fog and overdoses of radiation. Everything is bleak and deserted. Crow stood on the craft and watched as Chang Bei took one step into the murky mist. The corners of his mouth twitched as he'd sked. Just went in unprotected like that? That's awesome. Unable to see with his perspective, the extreme warrior armor had flipped out of its visor, shielding Chang Bei's face, and the life dimension system activated, helping him filter out any harmful gases. It's still a ways away from where it was in the muon study. Chang Bei began to walk on foot, his paws stepping on the garbage with a slight crunching sound. After making sure no one was around, Chang Bei's eyes flashed. The extreme warrior power armor suddenly disintegrated and stood still. It was also the same instant that a diamond-like light bloomed on Chang Bei's body. He wanted to test how well the silicon-based lifeforms could adapt in such a harsh environment. A gust of eerie wind swirled around, constantly blowing in clusters of green toxic gases, which twisted and steamed like undead spirits that had come to claim their lives. The extreme warrior armor was also sounding an alarm. The intensity of radiation in the surrounding area exceeds normal values by a factor of 16 and has reached 2.3 microsieverts per hour. And this value is the data from the old days when Chernobyl exploded and then lit a fire. Chang Bei frowned. No feeling whatsoever. Silicon-based organisms simply don't need to breathe in the human definition. And surrounded by such a hostile environment, it was not at all in the definition of danger for silicon-based organisms. Chang Bei skimmed his lips, stretched out his fingers, and scratched his arm. The itchiness is all the more obvious than the threat posed by the environment. Here, it's already one of the harshest environments on the planet. It seems that the upper limit of tolerance for silicon-based lifeforms can't be tested by looking at the entire junk planet. A low growl came from all around. Chang Bei saw a pair of scarlet eyes flickering within the garbage pile not far away. It's the killer rat. Although Chang Bei had completely deterred them last time, their territorial consciousness and ferocious nature would still make them abandon their concerns and wait for an opportunity to move, ready to attack Chang Bei. Chang Bei's mind moved, the DNA transformed, and the diamond glow on his body slowly faded. At the same time, he took a step backwards as the ultimate warrior power armor quickly wrapped around his body. Silicon-based lifeforms fail the test. Chang Bei also has a carbon-based lifeform. He adjusted the armor's speed assist to 0. He had sensed it before. After evolving into a C-class gene, his speed had a significant increase. Chang Bei wanted to test the change in speed in the carbon-based state with the help of a killer mouse, and it would be best to get an accurate value. It is often said, know your enemy and know yourself. And knowing yourself has been ranked before knowing your enemy since ancient times. Chapter 41 Amazing Speed. A sharp hissing sound suddenly rang out. A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly brightened. In the darkness, a red-haired murderous rat of enormous size violently scurried out, an unpleasant fishy odor spreading from its bloody mouth, biting at Chang Bei's head at an exaggeratedly wide-open angle. The wrist area of the extreme warrior's armor flipped up to reveal a dagger glowing with a cold light. Chang Bei's eyes were hostile, and a thought was generated in his subconscious. Extreme. The muscles in Chang Bei's calves bulged, and then instantly erupted. His entire body was like an arrow off the string, roaring out. Garbage splattered on the ground, and the slightly thinner metal twisted and deformed. In a flash, Chang Bei's figure came into contact with the red-haired murderous rat. It was also at this instant that Chang Bei bowed slightly and passed through the abdomen of the red-haired rat that leapt up. Roar! The red-haired rat landed on the ground with a wild animal-like howl as it landed on the ground and quickly turned back around. And then, this red-haired murderous rat once again leapt 3 or 4 meters and pounced on Chang Bei. But at this moment, Chang Bei did not make any movements, just stood in place with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Pust! The red-haired mouse first felt a numbness in its abdomen, and then it saw an unbelievable scene. A bright red line of blood appeared on its belly at some point, and then it burst open with a poof. Blood spattered like a heavenly flower, and its internal organs had been sliced open, bursting and scattering all over the place due to some sort of inherent pressure. Poof! The huge red-haired rat crashed to the ground, black blood oozing out from within its mouth, the red aura in its eyes gradually extinguishing. Chang Bei's pupils shrunk. In a split second just now, he finished forward, engaged, cut, and withdrew. All of this, I'm afraid, happened in half a second. He glanced at the data provided by the Extreme Warrior armor. Movement speed 28 meters per second. Chang Bei calculated in his mind. That's pretty much the speed of a cheetah in the olden days. For the fastest running animals on the planet, this speed can only occur for a split second in a sprint and cannot be maintained for long periods of time. 28 meters per second. This speed flashes in front of human eyes as if it were a violently swung stick, and the brain is too late to analyze and process it in detail, leaving only a momentary, not so clear impression. This is also said to be the so-called residual shadow. Class C genes that have such a great enhancement to the human body? I knew I was fast, but I didn't realize it was this fast. That doesn't seem to be the case with the notes I heard within the radio station earlier. Chang Bei was puzzled, but had nowhere to turn for advice. In his previous understanding, the C-class genes were limited in strengthening the physical body. But without thinking about the speed increase that Chang Bei had gained, there was even a huge change that crossed the species. I have some sort of hidden attribute? Chang Bei couldn't help but masturbate, the son of heaven's destiny? The beastly roar of the ground around them grew denser and denser. Chang Bei prepares for the next item, the endurance test for speed. How long does that 28 meters per second actually last? It's not 3 seconds of real men, is it? Terrifying beast roars rose and fell as a terrifying figure scurried out from within the trash. Chang Bei was obviously treated with high-level courtesy, and the ones that surrounded him this time were all red-haired killer rats that were over 4 meters in size. The earth was already dark. Chang Bei used his speed to the extreme and moved swiftly across the ground. The brains of red-haired killer rats process more slowly than humans. In their eyes, the visual transience phenomenon even appeared. In most cases, Chang Bei's figure had turned into a black line. Just the moment he strikes a blow, it lingers briefly on the rats' retinas, causing them to see only a blurry, heavy shadow with no color signature. The beast's roar grew louder and louder. It contained the anger of the killer rats and the fear within it. What the hell is this thing? Are you done? 3 minutes, 28 seconds. Chang Bei was panting, arching his back and bracing his hands on his knees. That was the limit of how fast he could maintain his top speed. 3:28 real man. It's actually been pretty strong. The Chang Bei of a few days ago wouldn't have dared to imagine that he would have acquired such a perverted physique. Slowly, he raised his head. Chang Bei saw a field of red-haired rat corpses, and roughly calculated that there were at least 50 heads or more. The other surviving red-haired rats, at this time, bowed their backs and growled lowly, actually not daring to rush forward. Suddenly, Chang Bei found something glistening in the abdomen of the corpse of a red-haired killer rat. That flash of light just folded into Chang Bei's pupils. No? The inner elixir? Chang Bei froze. Isn't this a sci-fi world? Chang Bei took a few steps forward and bent down to pick up the shiny item. It was found to be an oval, uneven surface, somewhat translucent, and metallic to the touch. Also at this time, the STC on his wrist suddenly activated, releasing a fan-shaped blue scanning beam. Similar technological artifacts detected. Synthesized or not. The article is an amorphous alloy containing impurities with similar functional characteristics and application scenarios as amorphous alloys, but with a purity of 70%. Chang Bei was stunned, this is an amorphous alloy? And the SCC kicked in because there were 7 other red-haired rats with something similar scattered under their bodies, like a measly metal potato. Carrion-eating rats have extremely strong chewing and digestive abilities, and because of the mutation, their stomach acid shows a special molecular corrosiveness, and they are omnivores, eating a large amount of garbage on a daily basis, which also contains various types of alloys. But their digestive capacity has an upper limit, so a small portion of undigestible metal elements will be accumulated for years and years, and in its stomach, gradually fused into a kind of atomic arrangement of disorderly alloys, that is, amorphous alloys containing a large number of impurities. Chang Bei froze. Stomach stones from scavengers that are actually amorphous alloys? This who would have thought? Once upon a time, Hyena and the others could fight over a piece of amorphous alloy and go so far as to kill people. And this prestigious alloy they had dreamed of was all around them, in the bellies of these killer rats, and in such abundance. Sure, even if the hyena knew this information when he was alive, he didn't have the ability to walk into the hinterland of Kyoto, let alone decapitate a red-haired rat. Chang Bei stared at the situation around him. According to the STC's notes, to form an amorphous alloy, it needed to be accumulated over years and years, so there was only a certain probability of being born from this large red-furred rat. Almost 50 red-haired rat corpses in front of him, bursting out 8 pieces of amorphous alloys. That's a burst rate that's close to 20%. Chang Bei couldn't help but think of the giant rat wave that had besieged him a few days ago. Rats are extremely fertile, plus 100 years of breeding. How many red rats would that be? How many amorphous alloys would have to be popped? And things like amorphous alloys and high-entropy alloys, paired with Boss Desert's channels, were hard currency in Chang Bei's eyes. They are silver, they are gold. Even if the planet of garbage is now blocked, it has to have a day when it is unblocked. And maybe in the future, Chang Bei would have the opportunity to leave the trashy Earth and start his own great universe era. Without money, that's a no-no. Hiss. Chang Bei gazed at the red-haired rats around him, his face grimacing as greed erupted in his eyes. Brothers, I'm rich. The bodies of the hundreds of red-haired rats around them shuddered. This bastard's aura, how come it's 100 times more terrifying than before? Their spiritual intelligence was not high, but at this moment a certain sense of crisis from the depths of their souls uncontrollably erupted. It was as if a voice inside was telling them, every group of creatures has its ultimate destiny, and yours is to be destroyed. Chapter 42, Navigating the Killer Rats. Chang Bei's mind had already formulated a plan. Hook up that huge rat tied first. Afterwards, use the Muse catalyst to harvest like crazy, bursting a field of amorphous alloys, and then continue to synthesize them with increasing value, and then sell them. Ha ha. Chang Bei couldn't close his mouth, and it was also at this moment that he suddenly condensed his smile. There's a very important link in the middle. Hiss. Boss Desert. You mustn't die. How else am I going to cash in? Chang Bei's face changed, revealing a look of liver and guts. I care a lot about your life and death, because of which my wealth must never be cut off. Give up tangling with the killer rat for now. There was a loud bang. Chang Bei's turbine-powered shoes kicked in, and his body lifted into the air, flying toward the old Muse Research Center site. Dr. Son's Genetic Research Institute is in Sector 53, while the Muse Research Central Region is located in Sector 52. So if you want to find the Genetic Research Institute, you must inevitably use the Muse Research Center as the central point, and then feel around. 10 minutes later, Chang Bei's body hovered directly above the Muse Research Center. During the flight, Chang Bei was pleasantly surprised to find that his control over the turbine-powered shoes had also been strengthened several times more than before. After all, the turbine shoes can only be worn on the feet, although it has a built-in gyroscope, but want to perfectly manage or some difficulty in the process of flight will always give Chang Bei a kind of foot-heavy headlight feeling. And at this time, after Chang Bei's body had been strengthened by the C gene, the overall muscle coordination and balance had all increased drastically. Chang Bei also realized a problem. But the core foundation of any wearable gear is still your own body. The stronger the body, the better the ability to harness the performance of the wearable gear. The same is true of jet-powered shoes, and the same is true of Ultimate Warrior armor. And about the Ultimate Warrior armor. The armor alerted energy overflow just as it evolved itself into a C rank. This could be interpreted as the upper limit of the Extreme Warrior armor, which could no longer cover one's strongest physical abilities. The focus of this is on the speed component. But the rest of the armor is excellent. Features such as life support systems, and memory metals that are readily anthropomorphized into weapons. A synthetic upgrade to the Ultimate Warrior armor, a best of both worlds option. However, Chang Bei had absolutely no access to the Extreme Warrior armor. Trying to pick up the Ultimate Warrior armor again, in the middle of Trash Earth, is nearly impossible. The bodies of the Extreme Warrior squad that he had encountered earlier, that was not a normal thing, there must be a cruel truth hidden in it. And about your own silicon-based body. Chang Bei wouldn't use it without restraint because he was acutely aware of a problem. If one fully switches the silicon-based biological DNA sequences, one's own body, by necessity, needs to execute a complete silicon-based biological system. Chang Bei did not know how to replenish the energy for the silicon-based lifeform. Because a silicon-based organism, which doesn't need to eat as carbon-based life perceives it, doesn't even have a digestive or circulatory system. The words say. Chang Bei was afraid that he would simply starve the silicon-based biological body to death after overusing it. Let the horse run but don't feed it, hard starve it to death. If that's true, then Chang Bei will be the most 2B double gene sequence ever, bar none. Retrieve stray thoughts. Chang Bei stared at the ground beneath his feet. The former site of the Muon Research Center, directly below. But where is Dr. Song's Genetic Institute? If we dig blindly, I'm afraid we won't get anywhere for a year and a half. In the process, Desert's entire family, potentially, died out. Similarly, a large number of killer rats crawled out from within the garbage heap, densely packed, and they stood up humanly, their faces grim as they growled lowly towards Chang Bei in the sky. This is considered the core territory of the killer rats. Once Chang Bei landed, the killer rats would fight for their lives. Chang Bei's brain began to run. The Muse Research Center is codenamed Sector 52, and that door to it faces east. According to the old-time Chinese custom of the right hand is greater, District 53 should be on the right side of 52. It's like a door number. After facing the front door, the door number on the right-hand side will be bigger. Right. It's south at this point. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes, his body rotating slightly. According to the orientation, it's highly likely that Area 53 is on the south side of Area 52. Walked around the Muse Research Center last time. The footprint of the Muon Research Center is about 6,000 square meters or so square. That is to say, if I move 300 to 500 meters to the south side, there's a possibility that the Genetic Research Institute's office is there. Chang Bei's eyes flashed, his jet shoes emitted a slight tremor, and his body began to move to the south side. As far as the eye could see, there was garbage as far as the eye could see. Kyoto had been deserted for 100 years, and the Genetic Research Institute must have been buried so deep underground that it must not be visible on the surface. Who dash? Just as Chang Bei was slowly moving, he suddenly realized that there was something unusual about the killer rats on the ground. These murderous rats suddenly became furious and their mouths let out roars that were even louder and angrier than before. What's the situation? Chang Bei frowned. It was then realized that the more he moved to the south side, the more frenzied the killer rats became. They converged into a huge swarm of rats, moving slowly along with Chang Bei, their scarlet eyes always staring at Chang Bei in midair, but they didn't have the ability to fly, they were just cranky and furious. They don't want me to go to the south side. Chang Bei's eyes twinkled. Why? A moment. Chang Bei had moved 400 meters to the south, his body hovering in the air. According to his projections, it was highly likely that directly below was the former site of the Genetic Research Institute. But Chang Bei didn't land for a while, because he noticed a rather strange phenomenon. The huge swarm of rats at his feet, having determined that he was no longer moving, became much quieter, as if free from some kind of crisis. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes and launched his turbo shoes, moving another 10 meters to the south. Roar! Roar! Thousands of killer rats at their feet went berserk again. Oh! Chang Bei seemed to realize something and moved 20 meters to the south side again. Roar! Roar! The killer rats went even madder. Some of them were in a hurry, and some of the stronger red-furred killer rats directly used their front paws to tear apart the metal junk around them. They're protecting something, and I'm getting closer to the target they're protecting. Chang Bei's mind had an answer and continued to move 30 meters to the south. The rats were even more agitated, even the warlord rats that were hidden behind the curtain drilled out towards the sky, their mouths hissing as if they were cursing. Chang Bei moved another 100 meters to the south. Surprisingly, the rats below began to taper off again, seemingly free of the threat again. Oh, I'm afraid I've gone too far. Chang Bei smiled evilly. You guys are simply living navigation. Spin. Chang Bei backed up 50 meters. The rats are getting cranky again. Back 25 meters and the rat crankiness more than doubled. Backed up 10 meters, the rats were already in disarray, hissing and lowing, coalescing and dispersing, frantically tearing up garbage, and even stomping. It looks like this is it. Chang Bei revealed a look of extreme curiosity. Let me see what exactly you're protecting, and whether it's related to the Genetic Research Institute. 43. Genetic Research Center. The killer rats are cranky. But I need to burrow within these layers of garbage. Chang Bei, who was located in midair, pondered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and a crazy scheme was born in his mind. He slowly stretched out his hands, and a light blue glow was released from his gravity field regulating gloves. With that, he adjusted the power of the glove to its limit, and eased the glove towards his chest again. Chang Bei's eyes also flashed with an almost frantic light. Buzz dash! The gravity field in the glove erupted, and a faint circle of yellow ripples covered Chang Bei's body. Same time, Chang Bei's eyes blossomed with a diamond-like light. The extreme warrior armor, in turn, quickly exited its wearing state at that instant. And carrying the gravity field adjustment gloves, as well as the turbo flight shoes, he retreated behind Chang Bei, and once again combined into a humanoid form. A brighter light was reflected in the overcast sky. Chang Bei's body was completely silicon-based, and his entire body was as if he had turned into a brilliant human-shaped diamond. The crystal structure on his body also grew rapidly, with sharp crystals growing and coalescing at his shoulders, elbows, waist, and on his legs. Eventually, Chang Bei was as if he had turned into a pointed cone made of colored crystals. The violent and out-of-control gravity field also worked in this instant. Who dash? Boom! Chang Bei fell violently from the sky, and his entire body was like a drill that was stuck inside the trash pile. The killer rats were dumbfounded. Not by the book. Boom! 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 Chang Bei was unstoppable all the way, drilling through layer after layer of garbage. His subjective feeling, on the other hand, was that he was wrapped in a crystal cocoon, and no matter how turbulent the gravity of the outside world was and how violent the collisions were, he only had a bursting sense of security inside. This crystal, transformed from the body of a silicon-based creature, is like a substance from another dimension. The upper limit of its hardness was simply an enigma, as if no force could shatter it, or even touch off a stubble. Boom! Chang Bei drilled through another layer of the substance, but at this point, it felt like some sort of concrete structure to the touch. Immediately, Chang Bei felt an empty space under his feet and seemed to have entered some empty underground space. He whirled around and took control of his silicon-based torso, retracting his crystal armor, and his entire body kept flipping in the air to dislodge the force. After completing the last flip, his entire body dropped to one knee, and he blasted his right hand downward, completely stabilizing his body. Chang Bei slowly stood up straight. At this moment, the light belonging to the silicon-based creature itself was released within his diamond-like body. Everything around them seemed to be reflected in a kaleidoscope. Chang Bei scanned around and realized that this was indeed an office space that had been buried deep underground. Inside the hole above his head, the ultimate warrior armor also flew down, and in midair, the chest flipped backward in layers, unfolding the wearing state, and in the moment it touched Chang Bei's torso, the ultimate warrior armor was perfectly combined with Chang Bei's torso. A second before the mask flipped out, Chang Bei replaced the gene sequence and reverted to the likeness of a carbon-based organism. Inside the hole overhead, a collapse began to occur, and dirt and debris began to pour in from the sides, eventually sealing the hole. Chang Bei could vaguely hear the howling of the killer rats on the outside. They had already begun digging. But that depth of nearly 150 meters is no joke, and they will need a long period of digging. Swish dash! The shoulders of the extreme warrior armor flipped up to reveal 2 rows of lights. 2 wide beams of light shot forward. In front of it was a receptionist's front desk, the countertop thick with dust and the walls covered with layers of cobwebs. But the owner of the spider web, the one fist-sized spider, had long since died and turned into a dry corpse. This place is obviously different from the Muse Research Center, where Professor Holling Middle lived alone for 20 years, and where the environment is pretty well kept up. The office in front of us, on the other hand, was completely deserted from the beginning, and the dust control system and filtration system had long since failed, making the place look even more dilapidated with each passing day. Chang Bei stepped forward and lifted his hand to rip the cobwebs off the wall. Immediately, Chang Bei's gaze condensed, but he saw 4 big words on the wall, Kiwi Center. Chang Bei gave a start. What the hell? At this moment, Chang Bei noticed his feet and realized that some plastic fonts had also fallen on the ground. Qua, xia, cause, welcome, all, bits, countries, international, people, light, presence, this. Chang Bei drifted off. These words spell out Wa xia genetics, welcome all international friends to our center. Martyr scared me. I thought that I, the great Kyoto of China, had set up a special center for the benefit of comrades. Chang Bei then gave a beat. This is the Genetic Research Institute? In an instant, a light of hope lit up in Chang Bei's eyes. I didn't realize that I had made the mistake of actually finding this place. Of course, it's not entirely blindsided, thanks to those navigating killer rats. Took a slow breath. Chang Bei walked towards the interior of the venue. The power supply system here had been completely scrapped. There would be no more bright light sources. The surroundings were extremely quiet. Only the sound of ticking and ticking dripping water came from the deepest part. Chang Bei walked cautiously inwards. It first passes through a large office area and then gradually enters the test area. Inside a room with sample room written on a huge doorplate, Chang Bei found a somewhat appalling scene. On the walls around this room were glass jar after glass jar, at least 10,000 by rough calculation. And in each glass jar is a tiny skeleton. They have 4 feet, a long spine, and a tailbone. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes. This is the skeleton of a mouse. He remembered that the STC's introduction about the Genetic Research Institute clearly stated that after Dr. Song had researched the prototype of the potion, a 5-year trial was launched, and the target of the trial was mice. These mice in front of us should be the experimental subjects that were abandoned after humans evacuated the planet. Chang Bei observed the glass jars. Many of the jars showed streaks of scratches on their interiors, while the corresponding mice showed substantial wear on their paws. Chang Bei frowned. They are alive when they are abandoned. As time slowly passed, no one fed them food anymore. Gradually they explode with survival instincts due to hunger, but it doesn't help at all. They can't break open the glass jar and eventually starve to death. Chang Bei shook his head, feeling some depression in his heart. The reason why humans chose mice as their subjects. It is because the physiological structure and metabolic processes of mice are somewhat similar to those of humans. And the genes of the mice, which are highly similar to humans, are up to 85% identical. On top of that, mice breed quickly and are docile and easy to handle. They are weak, docile, and similar to humans. So it becomes an experiment. If that's a hard truth, Chang Bei frowned, then suppose that humans are also weak, docile, and highly similar in the eyes of some higher civilization in the universe? What if humans are also used as experimental subjects? If some higher civilization also started to abuse and slaughter humans like crazy because of some experiment, then mankind would surely take the moral high ground to rail against the cruelty and viciousness of the aliens, and portray that higher civilization as demonic. I'm sure it's the same for mice. They just can't express it. Chapter 44, King of the Killer Rats. Chang Bei continued to walk forward. Finally, we came to the drug warehouse. The metal lock on the door in front of him was rotting, and when he squeezed it gently, it shattered and fell to the ground. Rumble! He pushed open the door in front of him. As far as the eye could see, there were dozens of huge metal canisters, individually at least 5 meters tall, in rows upon rows. Chang Bei came to the front of one of the jars. Gently wiping the dust off the nameplate reveals a line of lettering. It's Dr. Song's Gene Replenishment Potion. Chang Bei's eyes were glowing. There's actually this many jars. Is this potion developed in tons? Chang Bei had not expected at all that genetic potions could be stored in such giant units. Chang Bei stretched out his fingers and tapped the jar in front of him, his face directly becoming low. A hollow echo came from inside the jar. It's empty. Chang Bei took a few steps out and came before another jar and continued to knock. It's empty too. After, Chang Bei checked all the jars as fast as he could. His look grew more and more lost, and eventually a haze clouded his face. All empty. That shouldn't be. Chang Bei frowned and thought, hasn't Grand Dr. Song already admitted his failure? In other words, this potion is considered a kind of scrap, so why go through all the trouble and take it all away? This is not a small volume. Chang Bei leaped onto the top of one of the canisters, and his arm fired, lifting the top barn door off. The lights of the Extreme Warrior armor illuminated the interior with a clanking light. The inside was indeed empty, not a drop of liquid. In the meantime, Chang Bei saw that on the inner wall of the jar, there were still circles and circles of traces, and there was a slight crystallization on the top. It is well understood that it is the liquid in it that is diminishing layer after layer, and then the traces left by the drying will appear on the corresponding horizontal surfaces. These potions vaporized? Chang Bei was a bit dazed, but in the next second, he realized something was wrong. The circle after circle was not uniform. If it's evaporation, the water level is falling at a gentle rate and should leave an even trail. And the condition of the inside of the jar at this point is clearly counterintuitive. Those traces are spaced, some wide, some narrow. This means that the liquid suddenly disappears a lot at one time and very little at other times. There is no set frequency at all. This phenomenon. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. It's like there's something that's drinking all this liquid. The thought had just appeared. Chang Bei then felt some chills down his spine. This underground space harbors other creatures. It must have been something pretty amazing, because it drank hundreds of tons of gene-replenishing potions. Chang Bei jumped down to the ground, his silver dagger flipping out within his arm as he narrowed his eyes and looked around inch by inch. Tick-tack, tick-tack. The sound of dripping water still came from the dark depths and reverberated through the space. Anum, pattering, anum, pattering. There was another slight rattle of some sort in the distance, like the sound of hair rubbing against metal. Within the armor's visor, a layer of cold sweat coalesced on Chang Bei's forehead. His eyes rolled quickly, taking in every detail in front of him. What the hell is that? Tick-tack, tick-tack, patter, patter. At this instant, Chang Bei felt the cold hairs behind his ears suddenly stand up as he violently turned around. The lights on the shoulders of the Extreme Warrior armor illuminated the front in a flash. Instead, he saw a small white mouse standing silently human on the crisscrossing black pipes ahead of him. Chang Bei's pupils shrunk violently. But I saw that this little white mouse was only the size of a palm, with white and soft fur all over its body, and its paws were tender pink, and a pair of eyes were ebony, like two small jewels. Chang Bei was a bit unprepared for the sudden appearance of a creature that was completely different from what he had brainstormed. Surprisingly, it wasn't some kind of large, scary monster, but a small, furry, harmless-looking thing. But Chang Bei didn't let his guard down, and various thoughts flashed through his mind for a split second. Is it the surviving lab rat? That's unlikely. Leaving aside the limits of its own lifespan, what does it eat and drink? Could it be that it drank those gene tonic potions? But it's a little too small for that. Tick-tack, tick-tack, anum, pattering, anum, pattering. The little white mouse stretched out its two little paws, followed by the condensate on the pipe aside, doing something similar to washing its hands. Chang Bei found that the illumination light emitted by the battle armor was slightly too short to reach the top of this little white mouse's head. And then, Chang Bei slightly straightened his chest, and the light slowly moved up. Unexpectedly, however, Chang Bei saw an unbelievable sight. This mouse has no skull. With a circular cut, someone had sliced the bones of the top portion of its head intact and, on top of its head, installed a small metal bracket which was centered on the mouse's exposed brain. Obviously, this was an experimental means to study the brain of this mouse. Chang Bei slightly sucked in a breath of cool air. Is it really an experimental mouse from 100 years ago? And when the humans were evacuated, absolutely no one paid any attention to this little white mouse, much less removed the counterpart, so its somewhat ghastly appearance has been preserved to this day. But that wasn't what shocked Chang Bei the most. The reason that really surprised Chang Bei was that at this moment, clusters and clusters of pink crystals grew on the brain of this little white mouse, like a miniature-like grass, and the crystals glittered with a psychedelic and mysterious luster that was very beautiful. Look at the structure of those crystals. Chang Bei was getting more and more surprised, how this was somewhat like the characteristics of silicon-based life. Had his own earlier exaggerated guess been right? It literally survived for hundreds of years by feeding on genetic replenishment potions. And in the process, it must have undergone some kind of genetic mutation in itself, for example, its brain, which at this point takes on the characteristics of silicon-based life. Squeak! However, he saw the little white mouse stop the movements on its paws and turned to look at Chang Bei, its mouth moving and letting out a weak squeak. Chang Bei, however, had a blank look on his face, because he suddenly saw a blue ribbon fluttering out from within the pink crystal on top of the little white mouse's head, which flowed gracefully in the air and eventually converged on Chang Bei's brow. And then, Chang Bei incredibly understood the language of the mice. Human. Cruel and vicious, like the devil. Chang Bei's heart trembled. The line, exactly as he had imagined it before, the difference was that the mice could express it. In the next instant, Chang Bei reacted. It's not that the mouse is spitting, but that it not only has the characteristics of a silicon-based creature, but also possesses some of the abilities of a silicon-based creature. The kind of communication that had just taken place belonged to the special way of communication between silicon-based creatures. This is something that Heritage has described. The way silicon-based organisms communicate with each other is through a specific kind of electromagnetic wave. In other words, if Chang Bei didn't have a dual gene sequence, he would only be able to hear the squeak sound that carbon-based organisms perceived. I don't allow humans to set foot in my territory. You, about to be killed. This is a punishment you should have endured long ago. The little white mouse squeaked as the pink crystal on top of its head suddenly became bright and took on a specific frequency of flickering. Chang Bei felt that the entire genetic research center was trembling. To be precise, there was a shocking change on the ground, and then the vibrations were passed on layer by layer, ultimately affecting this 100-meter deep underground space. At the same time, Chang Bei heard the roars of countless killer rats. It was inconceivable that those roars could still reach Chang Bei's ears from the ground when separated by such a thick ground. It was evident how insane and furious those killer rats were in their state at that moment. The ceiling began to crisp up. Chang Bei could hear the sound of digging getting closer and closer, which was also interspersed with the sound of killer rats chipping their nails, but they had already disregarded everything and were desperately approaching Chang Bei. Chang Bei finally understood everything. The little guy in front of him was the only surviving rat within the genetic research center, and it drank all the genetic potions, producing incredible changes in its body. It can manipulate the entire killer rat colony by releasing certain special signals through those pink crystals on top of its head. It was no wonder that when Chang Bei was approaching the genetic research center earlier, the murderous rats on the ground were cranky and crazy. Because they need to protect the Mouse King. Chapter 45. Face the mouse in front of you. Chang Bei also knew that it possessed the characteristics of a small number of silicon-based lifeforms. The squeaks in the mice's mouths would be translated into a recognizable language by Chang Bei's silicon-based genes. In this process, Chang Bei did not initiate communication. So with the current mice, no feedback has been received. Chang Bei tilted his head, and the mask of the extreme warrior armor slowly flipped over. His pupils began to change, and a geometric pattern-like pattern appeared and blossomed into a brilliant light. I am not the human you perceive me to be. At the same time Chang Bei opened his mouth, a blue ribbon slowly spread out from his mouth, similarly winding and converging within the pink crystal on top of the little white mouse's head. The little white mouse's body suddenly lurched, its tiny head tilted. It hadn't expected it at all, either, to actually be able to communicate with itself. Squeak! This time, there was no meaning in its bark, it just came from biological instinct and seemed to express some kind of surprise. In a way, we're in the same category. Chang Bei raised his hand, the extreme warrior armor layer faded away, a crisp crystal clash sounded, and a layer of crystals emerged in his palm, glowing with colorful light, echoing the crystals on top of the mouse's head, echoing the crystals on top of the mouse's head. Squeak! The little white mouse's ebony eyes reflected Chang Bei's body as it grew more and more surprised. Hundreds of years of solitary evolution, survival on his own, and increasing cognition, the mice feel fundamentally different from the world at large, even if they are external offspring. Looking at the humanoid creature in front of him, the mouse was able to clearly feel that it had the same thing as himself on some level, and appeared on the resonance of the origin, which was something that the mouse never dared to hope for. Weakness is not a sin. Cheng Bei's voice slowly echoed, once I, just like you once, was abandoned, despised, and could only passively accept everything, but now it's different, I'm just like you now, I've opened up a whole new door, and I think that in the future will be just the same, a radiant future awaits us. Squeak! The little white mouse completely dropped its guard and deftly climbed down the pipe, across the ground, and down Cheng Bei's pants to his shoulder. It stretched out its pointed mouth and sniffed Cheng Bei's cheek. Cheng Bei could feel its soft whiskers, moving back and forth across his face with some tickling sensation. Cheng Bei smiled, we are all extremely special existences, we shouldn't kill each other, but rather become the best of partners. Partner. The mice's eyes twinkled and their tiny bodies stiffened, I need company. There's no more food here. Can you take me? The blue ribbon slowly fluttered, and Cheng Bei's ears heard a crisp and clean little girl's voice. Sure. It seems fated. Cheng Bei glanced behind him, all the jars were empty, the food in the mice's mouths referred to those gene replenishment potions. But I came here this time to find an antidote for a friend. Cheng Bei frowned, a touch of loss appearing in his eyes. For now, it seems that I can't help him. Antidote? The little white mouse stretched out its pink paw and gently scratched a wound with its other paw, and then a drop of crystal clear red blood coalesced out of the wound. With the tip of his paw, the little white mouse held up the drop of blood that looked like a ruby. This should do. Immediately, the little white mouse twisted its head toward one side again, and Cheng Bei saw that in the corner of one side of this drugstore house, there was also a huge spider lying belly up. The main body of this spider is at least 2 meters long and spans at least 6 meters when all 8 legs are extended. It had strange colored lines growing on its stomach and looked like a gaudy skull. Just judging by its appearance, this spider is definitely highly poisonous. But at this point, the spider had been dead for a long time, and only a lifelike shell remained. Mutant spiders are poisonous, but they don't pose a single threat to me. A squeak came out of the little white mouse's mouth, but in Cheng Bei's ears, it was still that little girl's voice that was as pure as clear water. Cheng Bei looked at the beads of blood on the tips of the mice's paws. Within the bright red blood, however, there were countless tiny hexagonal crystals, floating silently, magical and beautiful. STC also released a scanning beam at the same time. Semi-siliconized serum, because of the fusion and purification of a large number of genetic complementary agents, can repair broken genes. The efficiency of detoxification increased geometrically. The cytotoxicity of the cytosol is so great that, even when diluted tens of thousands of times, it still outperforms all the antidotes available to mankind. The item is a naturally derived product and cannot be synthesized. Cheng Bei was a bit shocked before releasing a smile. Boss Desert is saved. Boom! Just then, the ceiling of the underground institute collapsed. Countless giant killer rats burrowed out of the broken holes in the ceiling, and the moment they landed on the floor, they arched their backs and let out a shockwave-like hiss. However, when these murderous rats saw the little white rat that stood on Cheng Bei's shoulder, their aura was obviously withdrawn and they stopped howling in unison. And those pink crystals on the mouse's brain gave off a flickering light at this time. It is communicating with its people. After 10 seconds or so, Cheng Bei saw a rather shocking scene. The hundreds of red-haired murderous rats in front of them with horrifying appearances suddenly pressed their 2 front paws to the ground and slowly lowered their heads, facing Cheng Bei and making a submissive gesture. This. Leveling? Cheng Bei was totally unexpected. It was an emperor-like feeling. He never expected that the first time in his life he would be taken so seriously would come from a group of ugly and ferocious mutant rats. If you need it, just be able to communicate with me. The little white mouse squeaked, and the little girl's voice resounded in Cheng Bei's mind. My people, all of them, are at your disposal. Cheng Bei was a bit baffled. I'm really a destined king of trash, and now even the rats are my soldiers? How many children do you have? Cheng Bei inquired in a shocked manner. 145,633,325. 145,638,816. 145,644,407. Cheng Bei froze. How is this number still growing? Squeak. They're breeding. Cheng Bei was shocked again. This is the birth of at least 500 mice per second. Squeak. Aging and dying. Cheng Bei's expression was already horrified. No matter what, this is definitely a huge and terrifying legion. The rewards of this adventure were unexpected. Cheng Bei returned towards the ground along the broken hole. You should always have a name. Cheng Bei glanced at the little white mouse standing on his shoulder. How about, you'll be called Squeak from now on. Squeak. Squeak squeaked as it recognized the name. A seemingly harmless and even a little bit cute little white mouse is actually the king of 140 million mutant mice on this trashy planet. What are you going to eat later? A gene-catalyzing potion should be to your liking. But that takes a lot of money. Cheng Bei suddenly remembered something. Those subs of yours, those huge-sized red-furred rats, they have some hard alloys in their stomachs. Nowadays, I naturally can't lay my hands on them anymore. Do you have any ideas? Those things would have been foreign to them in the stomach. Squeak's voice came. That's a good solution. On the ground, gusts of green-haired wind drifted by. It lifted Cheng Bei's scavenger's cloak, and also lifted Cheng Bei's bangs that were exposed beyond his mask. At this very moment, this teenager's heart could be described as a mixed bag. What does it feel like to have tens of thousands of ugly-looking, red-haired rats vomiting madly in front of you? Chang Bei was feeling this way now. The mutated rats that were already ugly to that extent seemed to collectively dislike Chang Bei's honorable appearance. And they can't take it anymore, they've even thrown up last month's feedings. It was as if these rats had seen something even more disgusting than themselves. Chang Bei held his forehead with one hand. Even though I know the reason, why do I still have the feeling that my self-esteem has been hit? The first batch of rats vomited. A second group surrounded it again. Like the stars, a new round of vomiting began. Chang Bei wrinkled his nose, his eyes twitching. You're extremely insulting. Chapter 46, The Pot Loves the Pot. It was the same as what Chang Bei had speculated. Only red rats of enormous size can breed alloys. And not every red rat has an alloy inside its stomach. The final probability, probably 1 in 8. But because the base is so large, 1/8, is already a counterintuitive value. Chang Bei stood on a towering hill of garbage. The ground in a 5-kilometer radius was strewn with amorphous alloys, dense and reflecting brightly. Who in the family understands? Chang Bei's facial muscles began to tremble. This has to be $50,000, right? How many credits must it be worth? It's too sick. The trashy earth contains amazing treasures. It's just that ordinary people don't have the kind of luck or strength to uncover the vast wealth located all around them. And those humans from the outer planets, the moment they discarded this garbage, had already made a subjective judgment. They had already determined that this heap of stuff in their hands that disgusted them would never produce anything of value again. Much less would they have thought of all this. It will be the root of some dumpster fire teenager's turnaround. The field of poor quality amorphous alloys in front of him then begged the question. They were scattered all over the place and were covered in red rat vomit. Chang Bei felt a bit clueless. After thinking for a split second, his eyes moving, Chang Bei suddenly smiled. He took out a precisely structured metal playing card from his bosom, and with a gentle grip, a light blue technological light blossomed from the X-shaped slit of the playing card. Buzz dash! A 4-meter-tall blue bean gate appeared out of nowhere. With that, a third-generation steel mama slowly traveled out of the gate. After it came into the clearing, the barn door in front of it slowly opened, revealing another steel mom inside that had shrunk in size by 90%. As the smaller steel mom moved slowly, vapors appeared around its body, growing larger in circles, and by the time it sailed completely away from the barn door, it had returned to its standard size. The red-haired rats in the surroundings, each one of them showed their teeth as if they were on the verge of an attack. With their cognition, they were not able to comprehend the scene in front of them. The upper squeak on his shoulder, though possessing a high degree of spiritual intelligence, was severely lacking in insight, and his tiny eyes twinkled with shock. Cluttered, dirty and falling apart. This is literally the home of Steel Mom. The body of the third-generation Iron Maiden was in the shape of a triangle, the surface of which was black matte metal, and the suspension system at the bottom released a blue glow, causing it to float about 50 centimeters off the ground in midair, and a mechanical sound was heard as a total of 9 robotic arms stretched out from 3 of its cross-sections. A tremor then emanated from within the mechanical body of Old Mother Steel. Suffering from a severe case of OCD, it was a little impatient. Chang Bei smiled, tough on you guys. Buzz dash. 2 steel moms rushed into the garbage. They pick up chunks of amorphous alloy with precision, and then flip some sort of rayon rag and bottle of cleaning fluid inside them again. Cluck. They spray cleaning solution on the amorphous alloy, and then they wipe it again with a rag in a 360-degree, frenzied manner. Ding! Old Mother Steel held up a well-polished piece of amorphous alloy, which still reflected a porphyritic sheen in such dim sunlight. Cluck! They Inside the junkyard, 2 third-generation steel moms move back and forth, with 18 robotic arms flying up and down, and the storage space on their bellies. An extremely clean piece of amorphous alloy, and like an upright egg, was neatly placed and spaced precisely to 0.1 centimeters. The inside of the storage space also flips out to hold the ribbons, wrapping around the center of the alloy to ensure stability, and all of the ribbons are maintained at the same height, horizontal and vertical, for an extremely comfortable look. Chang Bei scratched his head. OCD has its benefits. Comfortable. Steel Mom's work steps are tedious, but the calculations are extremely fast, precise and incredibly efficient. Without realizing it, the amorphous alloys on the ground were pretty much collected. That's too good. Chang Bei is extremely cool. Coupled with the huge amount of inferior amorphous alloys, his harvest this time around was simply a huge profit. More than 50,000 alloys, a new partner version of Squeak, and behind Squeak, an army of 140 million killer rats. Most importantly, Boss Desert's antidote potion had arrived. Opening the miniature Stargate again, the blue beam gate appeared out of nowhere. Chang Bei took a step into it. This feeling was like space being folded. For Chang Bei, he just took a step without any discomfort in his body, and in the next second, he appeared in his underground shelter. Long before he left, he had set up a miniature Stargate for his return. As long as he has this device, all trips, for him, can become one-way. But what he doesn't realize is this. The crows have passed the edge of the Kyoto area for the third time. He stood on the ground effect flyer and peered out into the misty Kyoto. Ugh. The raven shook his head. Did Kilgore miss? Pity about that brave little teenager. Chang Bei looked at his underground shelter and was a little surprised. Dean and Joan are amazingly efficient, too. Not only had they reinforced and camouflaged the entrance to the underground shelter, they had also installed wooden stairs inside the tunnel that sloped downward. Of course, the stairs only took up half the space, leaving the other half for Joan to use as a slide. And inside the shelter, they have built a wooden platform and created a wooden fence in front of the Earth Dragon King expansion dock. With this platform, the curvature of the floor is perfectly solved. This platform also extends a wooden corridor, like a winding wooden bridge, that continues to connect to the wooden staircase at the entrance of the cave. Chang Bei also noticed a small pile of soil on the ground on one side of the platform. The grass that he had transplanted down earlier, planted in the center of the mound, was rippling slightly. They probably want to make a vegetable garden, or a botanical garden. Great idea, and if it does come to fruition, this place will be beautiful. But on Earth today, land is scarce and probably polluted. Trying to collect enough soil is a difficult thing to do. Chang Bei gazed at the small dirt bag, somewhat speechless. How does it feel like a pile of graves with weeds growing? Bean likes cremating me so much. This time even the graveyard is there. We can have a dragon in the future. Chapter 47, Top of the Universe. Two steel moms returned on time. When the barn door opened, inside was a dense, neatly arranged, spotless amorphous alloy. The data shows a total of 49,803 alloys. Chang Bei was instantly energized. Sick, so sick. Chang Bei's joy was unspeakable, and he could only give actions to make this harvest even more perverse. Crazy synthesis. Amorphous alloys filled with impurities. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. Amorphous alloy, *24901. The stomachs of red-furred rats couldn't be compared to advanced forging processes after all, and the amorphous alloys they formed were of inferior quality, and now, after a single synthesis that had consumed half of their quantity, they had just formed standard amorphous alloys. But Chang Bei did not feel sorry. Because these alloys, they're about as good as white, and any more halved, there's a staggering amount of them. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. High entropy alloy, *12450. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Chang Bei looked at a field of high entropy alloys that showed high transparency and emitted a milky white luster, and his entire body was a bit dumbfounded. Who would have thought? Who dares to think so? Previously, just 4 pieces of high entropy alloy had brought Chang Bei an income of 34 million credits, and the desert boss at the time was somewhat incoherent. High entropy alloys are very, very rare and expensive. This is a field of high entropy alloys in front of me, and the adjective is not even a few pieces, or piles, but a field. It's a lot of ground to tread on. With that kind of quantity, the Star League wouldn't even have that much in their reserves, would they? This is bound to continue to be synthesized. Chang Bei could even hear his own heartbeat that was rumbling and exploding. What will be the material that will shock the world on top of the high entropy alloy? Unable to continue synthesizing, Chang Bei heard the cold and merciless voice of the STC, as if a whole Arctic Ocean poured down from the top of his head, and his blazing little heart suddenly wowed cold. Chang Bei froze. What's going on? Missing technology blueprints for civilization level 4 or above, unable to synthesize corresponding level. Users can unlock high-level synthesis by collecting corresponding information fragments. Information fragments? Chang Bei looked at his crystal wrist guard, in which the blue starlight was still jumping. Your information is crippled? Chang Bei recalled carefully. The items synthesized before, no matter how advanced they were, never appeared to be technological artifacts above a level 4 civilization. One thing Chang Bei knew very well. Everything synthesized by STC has a counterpart in reality. What it enforces is always a blueprint for design. And once the blueprints are missing, the corresponding items cannot be generated, even with a powerful STC. So that's where the restrictions are. So that means that's what I'm fighting for and what drives me. Chang Bei inwardly drifted off, but how should I obtain the information fragments? I've had incalculable breakage. My civilization, too, has suffered a major blow. We're scattered together in the vastness of the universe. I hope one day you can put us back on top of the universe. Until then, I'll do everything I can to help you. Chang Bei was somewhat slightly stunned. STC really did come from a higher civilization. It really was a technological product of a higher civilization. Top of the universe. Chang Bei's eyes flashed. Were they once the most powerful technological civilization? But the country has no longevity, and the clock is not ticking. They were, at some point, defeated again by some other civilization. Why me? Chang Bei's heart glowed with a strong sense of battle. STC had chosen him. It must be for some reason. It was a heavy mission. It's because I'm not good. What? Shards are like meteors. They cannot be contained, and my main body just happened to hit you, the least promising trash bug. I'll tell you what. The hell with helping you revive civilization. I'll just lie flat. I'll make money, I'll arm myself, and I'll see debris in the future. I'll go around it. The destruction of a civilization as uncivilized as yours would be a step in the right direction. The moment I was activated, everything was doomed. You're gonna make it. On behalf of all of civilization, I thank you. Chang Bei was stunned again. You're turning the tables quite quickly. The fact is, fights are fights. Chang Bei, who has obtained the STC, will never choose the so-called lying flat. The STC complement is especially critical. How in the world can anyone be too powerful or too equipped? I will finally succeed? Chang Bei was a bit puzzled. Theoretically, technology must be able to harness time, but I don't know exactly what level of technological civilization will be able to grasp the mysteries and keys of time. Could it be that STC's mother civilization has reached this height? Shook his head to dispel the thoughts in his head. All of this was not something that the current Chang Bei could figure out yet. In any case, the STC, at this point, contains all the design blueprints for civilizations below level 4. The human civilization that Chang Bei lived in hadn't even broken through level 2. In other words, the existence of STC is definitely a descending blow. The path of ascent, when properly applied, is unbroken. As for the high-entropy alloys in this area, they could only be sold off to Boss Desert at the moment. Chang Bei had some expectations. What kind of expression will Boss Desert have if he learns the amount of this transaction? BZZZ. Calling Boss Desert. Chang Bei turned on his dedicated radio. Your Heavenly Destiny client plus absolute benefactor is on the line. Chang Bei. Desert's voice was still as smooth as before. I have conducted a flurry of investigations, and the gray storm on Earth has come to an end 4 hours ago. But why, my 20 tech crates did not return? Heh, this guy is really most feelings. Chang Bei slowly exhaled. Don't you know, things are unpredictable, and 9 times out of 10, things are not as good as they should be. What? The indifferent voice came. You need new materials to take them for your own? Ha? Did you mishear me, or is the signal bad? Chang Bei was a bit speechless. This is not the right idea for you. I cherish the opportunity to trade with you. What did you say? Desert continued. Those boxes are expensive, never free? What the? Chang Bei narrowed his eyes. This guy guessed it and didn't just expose me. What about me at this point? Can we say that this higher geneticist, who is indeed of high quality, speaks in such a level-headed manner? None of that matters. The gray storm came through and I got a ton of goodies. What? This is a matter of principle. Don't you want to get over it? What the? Chang Bei was again stunned. Boss Missouri, you are really a genius. This is all bet on. You are going to study for the exam? Cleared his throat. Chang Bei said, I got another high-entropy alloy. What? Desert did not bet this time. He completely did not expect that in such a short period of time, Chang Bei would still be able to come up with a high-entropy alloy, which surprised him. Are you a guy who's harboring amazing secrets? Desert's voice was filled with questions. Something like a high-entropy alloy is a scarce commodity in the entire solar system. Why did you just say you were here? Didn't I tell you? The gray storm came through and swept up a lot of trash. And as always, I got lucky and just happened to pick up some high-entropy alloys. Chang Bei's tone was natural. He himself was a bit curious. He was obviously already a C-grade geneticist, higher than Desert's rank. Why could he talk smooth nonsense without blushing? How many pieces did you get this time? Desert's voice was a bit cautious, but whenever high-entropy alloys were involved, it was big business. And he had already shown full trust in Chang Bei, purposely using adjectives like a few pieces. $12,450. What? $12,450? What? Is it true you have a bad signal? $12,450. Say that several times. Poof. Chang Bei suddenly heard a strange voice coming from the communicator. Deserted off the bench? Chang Bei scratched his head. As a big boss plus higher geneticist, so unsteady? Nothing. You wait. Transportation crates are on their way. And don't drink those inferior gene potions. Chapter 48 Unwelcome Visitors. Chang Bei came to the ground. Found out that Bean is really fine. The location of the exit from the underground shelter was once again camouflaged with a great deal of junk by it, and it was all welded or glued together, and the camouflage was solid without the gray storm sweeping through it. After the entrance is completely closed, surrounded by mountains of much the same junk, no one will be able to spot the end of the place. And the entrance is not far away. It was the very shack where Chang Bei used to live. Bean has propped it back up, but there's no doubt it's just a front. But it's a detail like this that can fully assuage someone's concerns. After all, Chang Bei would always be in and out of the neighborhood, and he definitely needed a nominal residence. Perfect. Chang Bei nodded. Bean is worthy of being a nanny robot. Immediately. Chang Bei quietly waited for the transportation box of the desert and tilted his head to the sky. The two-star Alliance squad battleships that had been spotted earlier were, surprisingly, still hovering near the atmosphere. Why haven't they landed yet? Chang Bei was a bit puzzled. Usually these guys who called themselves higher people were full of disgust towards Earth, coming and going in a hurry, not willing to stay for a second longer. Within Chang Bei's consciousness, a certain slight sense of alertness appeared. And it was a feeling within a feeling that was accompanied by a sound, like the sound of two pieces of light crystal, rubbing against each other. Is this the sixth sense that belongs to silicon-based creatures? Chang Bei underwent a partial siliconization, and his eyes turned into brilliant diamonds. It was then that he realized that the underside of the massive hull above his head was releasing a steady stream of large scanning beams. And this beam is not visible light, so the naked eye. To be precise, it's undetectable to the naked eye of carbon-based creatures. Chang Bei's eyes narrowed. The pilot, Raven, had said that he had arrived this time in search of something. Originally, Chang Bei thought that Crow's tidbits of information were unreliable, but now it seemed that Crow's information channels were really reliable. A moment of careful identification. Chang Bei realized that the scanning beam on the starship could only probe about 50 meters underground at most, and could not discover his underground shelter at all. Though they could detect the tunnels, there were a handful of scavengers who relied on digging for profit within this trashy planet, and those kinds of tunnels were all over the place, nothing unusual. It was for digging such tunnels that Joan's father was buried underground. Sound of a crash. Chang Bei suddenly heard a slight rattle from the backside of a garbage pile roughly 500 meters away. This was thanks to his genetic enhancement, otherwise it was highly unlikely that he would have noticed it. What is it? It was already the second time. Chang Bei always felt that there was something alive around here. The last time, it was Chang Bei who saw a quarter person struggling to crawl on the ground in the midst of a gray storm. Some kind of creature? Or some kind of reverse short circuit and a scrapped robot that suddenly starts up? Chang Bei moved his feet slightly. But suddenly, he heard Desert's voice from within the communicator, prepare to receive the crate. Looking at the cluttered and desolate garbage pile in front of him, Chang Bei stopped in his tracks. He turned back to the sky, only to see a much larger than usual box of black creatures slowly appearing in the distant sky. Whereas the previous box was roughly the size of a shoebox, this one was the size of a small freezer from the olden days. TSK. Des is learning from his mistakes. This time it got a bigger box, and after that as many items as possible. The big deal is to turn back a couple times. Chang Bei bristled, this way, I won't have the chance to withhold the box. Chang Bei took another look at the two battleships hovering in the air. The crate's course was ingenious, making precise use of the scanning blind spot. The Earth is blockaded and now there are big-headed soldiers being sent in. Desert is very brave. Smuggling under people's noses. Chang Bei shook his head, businessmen, in front of enough benefits, risks are nothing at all. The gray storm had left completely. The airflow was very smooth, and the refrigerator-sized biotech box landed smoothly in front of Chang Bei. Chang Bei surveyed the biotech box in front of him. It was an enlarged version of one of those smaller boxes without any technological upgrades. Of course, because of the exponential increase in the materials used to make it, the price of this thing must have multiplied many times over. Pity. How much alloy can you fit in such a small case? $500 tops, right? How many times does this have to be transported? Chang Bei was a bit helpless, slowly stepped forward and pressed the switch of the box. The pneumatic sound sounded and the barn door slowly opened. Chang Bei froze. Instead, he saw that inside the box, a chair of just the right size was placed. And on the chair, a suit, holding a walking stick in his hand, Desert, crossing his legs, stable as Mount Taishan sitting, quietly looking at Chang Bei. Why are you still here? Chang Bei was a little bit furious by Desert's gaze. Apathy's expression remained high and formal. Tug me a little, can't get out. Chang Bei made some effort to drag Des out of the box, not realizing that this guy had really made a considerable effort to transport himself here. The box was too big to be easily intercepted, and too small for him to get into. Forced to choose a limit size, Desert caused himself to be perfectly stuck. Chang Bei was a bit helpless. With such a big risk, why did you still come in person? You think I want to come? Apathy's gaze was haunted as she turned back to slowly touch her bio box. I'm prone to meatbagging if I'm not there in person. You didn't study history properly, did you? Chang Bei corrected. That phrase is called a meatbag hitting a dog. Right. Mo suddenly turned around and looked at Chang Bei. It is indeed a dog. Chang Bei neck all the way. He dug me a hole? The high geneticist talks in so many sets, isn't he tired? At this point, Chang Bei found that Desert was weak and needed crutches to walk. His physical condition was much worse than last time. I want to state that I don't mean to despise your status. Indifferent spoke, I don't quite believe that you can take out 12,450 pieces of high-entropy alloy. That's almost impossible. At that second, Desert froze completely and swallowed back the rest of his words. Because Chang Bei came to the front of the shack and slowly lifted the thatch with a swish. The harsh reflections nearly blinded Desert. Those were 4 pyramids that were 7 meters tall on their own. Previously, Chang Bei had ordered Steel Mom to yard 12,450 pieces of high-entropy alloy inside the shack. Layers and layers of high-entropy alloys of great value. All dimensional specifications are ridiculously accurate, like a kind of exquisite handicraft, blooming with a light golden color. Ding! Chang Bei knocked the pyramid, making a crisp sound. Tilting his head, he smiled indirectly then pretended, Boss Desert, have you ever seen such a rich dog? Chapter 49 Price. Surprisingly, there really are so many. Desert stood on the ground, hands braced on his crutches. But because he was too excited, his hands trembled, causing his cane to vibrate with him, drilling hard into the ground like a drill for 5 centimeters, and Des's body tilted forward, becoming more and more crooked. The amount. It's really tens of thousands fast. This will be my biggest transaction in the last 3 years, even if it's placed within the entire family, it's not to be underestimated. I'm going to be a hit again in the whole interstellar trading market. Indifferent to the higher genes that had been controlling his verbal outbursts. His pupils, however, had been trembling. Next, he endeavored to regain his professionalism as a businessman and kept counting the high-entropy alloys. Desert was becoming more and more unbelievable. How can there be so many high-entropy alloys on a junk planet? And it's concentrated in Chang Bei's hands? This is a little too outrageous. Despite the many doubts in his mind, Desert always maintained his business code and did not ask questions. I'll soon find a safe way to transport the alloys. I'll calculate the price after the alloy is shipped, and don't worry, it's child's play, standard market price. Until then, I need to deposit the alloy with you. We're kind of friends, too. Indifferently suppressing his inner excitement, his eyes twinkled. I'll start by offering you an amount of 500 million credits. Do you need cash, or replacement items? The total selling price of these alloys is far greater than $500 million, but the desert is certainly interesting enough. Currently, he did not intend to ship the alloy away, and the transaction did not go through, but he was still willing to provide 500 million credits, which, in his opinion, should Chang Bei have a pressing need, this 500 million should be enough. Next, Des heard a familiar demand. Although he was a bit incredulous, Chang Bei still said those words. Black market gene potion failures, don't ask for quality, but quantity, as much as you can get. Mo sniffed and couldn't really hide his surprise. What exactly are you trying to do by asking for so many potions? Where are those potions from before? But the next instant, Desert took the initiative to provide an answer, frowning. Have you mastered some kind of potion refining technology? Chang Bei went down the slope and said in a mysterious manner, don't tell anyone. Mo took a step backwards, his whole body a bit dumbfounded. Immediately, Desert took 2 more steps forward and stared at Chang Bei's pupils, which were pitch black. The refining of gene potions is one of the most difficult techniques in this world. I hope you succeed. Desert shook his head. Human genetic modification technology, though not the most difficult, must be the most complicated. Civilian refining genetic agents, basically equal to the old days, welders hand-rubbing atomic bombs, which is difficult to operate. The success rate is as slim as dust. Chang Bei chooses this road. Desert can only send him a word. He is really very courageous. Chang Bei was also observing Desert's pupils, and it took all his eyes to realize that there were imperceptible golden spots of light floating in the depths of Desert's pupils. The STC annotation is very clear. The poisoner's pupil will gradually emerge a kind of golden light spots, and will gradually appear to be afraid of light phenomenon. Chang Bei sized up Desert. Boss, Desert has been in poor health lately, and his crutches aren't leaving his hands anymore? I've been visiting some special environments lately, so I may have contracted some kind of virus. Mo just casually shook his head. The family has long employed the solar system's premier physician within the family, and he will quickly solve these minor problems. Chang Bei skimmed his lips and nodded. Boss Missouri, do you like to stay in dark places lately? Desmond froze, thinking back carefully. He really hadn't been enjoying the strong light much lately. Even in the cockpit of his starship, he subconsciously chose the dimmest lighting and felt inexplicably comfortable every night. Mo then raised his head. How do you know? Chang Bei smiled. With Boss Mo's family's wealth, there should be a mansion, right? But whether it's the butler's will or other people's instructions, the light inside the mansion, it's also very dim recently, right? Mo frowned again at the memory for a split second. How do you know? Chang Bei then added, are all the other members within Boss Desert's family a little unwell lately, with their bodies showing a little bit of weakness? But again, it's not very noticeable. Desert frowned. I have a huge family. My father is the second in line, and I'm my father's 4th son, and to tell you the truth, my father's line has always been a bit marginalized, including me, and I've always been sidelined a bit, so I'm not too sure about everyone else's situation. But, Mo inhaled slightly, father has indeed been in poor health lately, and the family's common healer has been very busy lately. Don't count on your physician. Chang Bei sighed and said, he can't come up with any substantial suggestions. Most likely he will say something ambiguous and try to comfort you guys with words and techniques. This bastard should already know the truth but can't do anything about it. Or maybe, he's already preparing to run away. Desert's eyes widened. Why? Because. Chang Bei looked straight at Mo. Your entire family has been hit by a cytosolic toxin that is not something that can be attacked or even shaken by all the existing medical science of human civilization. Chang Bei paused and added, and the body showing a gradual weakening trend, fear of light, and the appearance of golden light spots in the pupils are all symptoms of poisoning. What the? Desert's body stiffened and swayed, relying on his cane to just barely stand. How did you know all this? Chang Bei slowly said, this toxin is precisely from the high-energy protein extract that was specially supplied by your Desert family. Desert froze completely, and a flash of panic surfaced in his eyes. After that, he slowly turned his head to look at Chang Bei, his expression becoming increasingly shocked again. Is all this true? He found out from that drink? But since it's above the upper limit of human medicine, how did he discover it? Desert's heartbeat had become faster and faster, and the impact of one scene made his heart feel unbearable. Did you just say that your father was marginalized and you were ostracized? Cheng Beg raised his eyebrows. You're really lucky to know me. This time, my buddy helped you put on a play where the wasteful young master reverses the course, pretends to hit his face, and his mouth is crooked into a Nike, saving the whole family. Apathetic, baffled. I'm not a loser. I'm just a little bit disregarded. Not enough to crook my mouth into a Nike. Row, row, row. Cheng Bei waved his hand, then took out a glass test tube. And in the test tube was a cohesive, ruby-like drop of blood. Desert looked at the drop of blood and realized that it shimmered with countless tiny crystal structures, mysterious and beautiful. This is by no means mortal. The occupational disease of indifference was a little hard to control, and he quickly removed a scaled-down version of the golden scale from within his pocket and unfolded it for scanning. Semi-silicon-based biological blood filled with a large number of gene-complementing crystals that can theoretically repair all defective genes. There has never been a precedent for trading, and the value is incalculable. Desert's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did you get such a thing? Care more about your own family. Go back to your family doctor who interrogated him properly and get him to tell the truth. Cheng Bei cocked his head and said, of course, your so-called premier physician could also be one of the masterminds behind this. To say that cytosol toxin, the only thing that can dissolve it, looking at the entire solar system, I'm afraid is this drop of blood. I've confirmed before that this drop of blood is so concentrated that it will maintain its effect even if diluted 10,000 times. Cheng Bei said, tilting his head to look at Mo, handing out the test tube directly and slowly uttering one word, here. You, give it to me? Desert's eyes glared to an extremely exaggerated arc. What price? Cheng Bei just smiled and didn't say anything, but handed the test tube in his hand, forward again. Mo took the test tube and gazed at the bright red drop of blood in it, his lips trembling, his expression constantly changing, somewhat speechless. However, he saw Cheng Bei shrug his shoulders. I have survived 9 deaths in trials to find this drop of blood for the purpose of saving someone's entire family, but as a result, someone suspected that I had misappropriated his shipping crate. TSK, boss. Desert, you say? Is this person a wolf with a pig's heart? Desmond froze a bit. You mean wolf heart, right? But he saw Cheng Bei looking straight ahead. Yes, it's a dog. Hiss. The corners of his eyes twitched with indifference, and he took a slight step backwards. Chapter 50, Unusual Squad. Desert held the test tube in a death grip. The look of shock and uncertainty, unconsciously forehead covered with a layer of fine sweat. He raised his head and looked cautiously at Cheng Bei. I will go back and start investigating. If this is all true, then I, the Desert Clan, owe you Cheng Bei a heavenly favor, and if you have the need, my entire clan will go to hell and back. Boss. Desert is overstated. I'm just afraid of breaking the bank. Cheng Bei waved his hand. That said, what exactly does your family do? Are they all item merchants? I had to admit my mistake to you. My last name is not Desert. Desert straightened his chest. The surname of our entire family comes from a name that has been brilliantly alive for thousands of years in the history of Huaxia, and our entire family, likewise, are all his descendants, and our surname is Mo, the Mo of Mozi. At this moment, a touch of sacred respect surfaced in Desert's eyes, and now the head of the family, named Mou, but his old man, has already traveled far away to the stars, and has not returned for 100 years. Oh, Mou. Cheng Bei shrugged, totally unheard of. Anyway, about my family, you didn't sit around and do nothing. Mu said with some seriousness, in order to express my preliminary gratitude, I must tell you some information. Desert looked up at the 2 starships in the sky. About this Star Alliance combat squad. Desert's expression was somewhat grave as he said, before they arrived on Earth, they purchased a large amount of weapons and ammunition from the interstellar black market. This matter is completely unreasonable. As a regular army, they originally possessed a quota of ammunition but they chose to purchase extra, which shows that they have some battle plans outside of the regulations. Outside the rules? Combat? Cheng Bei frowned. What exactly do they want? All is unknown. No one knows what unseemly things they are hiding. Mo looked at Cheng Bei. Next, you have to be careful, or rather, the entire Trash Earth has to be careful. The return journey to the desert is impatient. As if bursting with some kind of potential, he stuffed himself back into the refrigerator-sized biotransport crate. Cheng Bei, on the other hand, messed around in his backpack for a while, took out a bottle of blue drink, and threw it into Desert's arms. He smiled, drink on the way. Desert's face was green and purple as he had to hold the drink because of the small space, but it was full of disgust. Didn't you say the drink was poisoned? Do you want me to drink it on the road, or do you want me to get on the road quickly? Cheng Bei gave a bad smile. Since this drink is poisonous, it will definitely turn into garbage in the future. It's too much of a pity if it's destroyed. Instead of wasting it, why don't you think of a way to transport it all in and give it all to me? Cheng Bei's eyes glowed. After all, this drink, on human strength, has a slight strengthening effect. Desert's brain was a bit spinning, and eventually he sighed, wait until I've investigated. Watching the transportation crates of the desert, fading into the atmosphere, Cheng Bei gazed at the 2 starships in the distant sky and slowly frowned. With that, he called Bean through the communicator, telling him and little Joan to hurry back to the shelter. Wow, who is this? In the underground shelter, Xiao Qiong looked at the little white mouse on Chang Bei's shoulder, light emitting from her ebony eyes. After all, she was only a 6-year-old girl, and by nature, this kind of adorable little animal had a fatal attraction to her. His name is Squeak. It's our newest member from now on. Chang Bei smiled as Bean and Xiao Qiong, covered in mud and dirt, once again gathered quite a bit of wood and soil, and it looked like they were going to continuously create an underground shelter. Z? Xiao Qiong reached out one finger and gently touched Z's fur. Then you'll be my second pet from now on. The second? Chang Bei froze. Who was the first one? It's Bean. The first pet. Bean held up his clanking arm. What's Bean? I'm handsome, okay? Joan got busy. After a long search through the lumber pile, he found a handful of dead grass and compiled a small straw hat, which he placed on Z's head. Dressing up like this instantly makes Squeak 100 times cuter. It stood like a man, with a straw hat, arms folded across its chest, white whiskers twitching like an elfin rat boy, and the exposed brain and pink crystal on Z's head were perfectly covered. Regarding Z's original somewhat scary head, Xiao Qiong was not surprised, because in this wasteland post-apocalyptic world, this kind of condition was already not strange. Besides, Xiao Qiong didn't know what a pet, in the true sense of the word, should look like. 2 starships overhead is not a good sign. You two, do not leave the shelter for the next while. Chang Bei seriously arranged, Bean, contact Monkey and the others, temporarily stop the acquisition and try to find a place to hide. I will inform them when they can start working. Holler. Put your heart in your stomach. Bean isn't really Bean. It won't do the kind of brainless maneuver where it secretly plays capricious when it knows it's in danger. Little Joan T. Bean Boy bowed his head, heard Chang Bei the words, we will stay in the next point, and then again, we have to work too much cannot stand, we do not go to any point. Oh. Xiao Qiong nodded heavily, I'll listen to Chang Bei. Attention all scavengers in Sector B24. Attention all scavengers in Sector B24. Just then, an announcement from the Scavengers Union was sent out from within that old communicator. All scavengers are requested to proceed to the Scavenger Union headquarters immediately. A collective welcome to the Star League combat team. Our destiny is at stake, and it is imperative that we show the highest respect. Chang Bei frowned, a certain feeling of uneasiness surfacing in his heart. You two stay here, I'll go by myself. Spin. Chang Bei put on the hole-filled scavenger's cloak. Confirmed that the ultimate warrior armor has been perfectly hidden within the tunic. Checked his jet turbine shoes again, as well as his anti-gravity gloves. Finally, he confirmed his double vision. The light refraction function unique to the silicon-based gene had perfectly hidden the 3 apertures in the pupils. Took a deep breath. Chang Bei took a step towards the exit. I'd like to see what kind of airplane this interstellar combat squad is up to. Chapter 51 The Advance Party. In front of the headquarters of the Scavengers Union, a large amount of garbage was compacted and smashed flat to create a whole square. And on either side of the plaza, 8 pillars made of burned and melted and poured from various types of metal waste stood tall and straight against the gray sky. Here, even in trash earth, is the biggest poker face. Thousands of scavengers have gathered here. With the scarcity of water on Earth, bathing is a relative luxury. Under the long years, the scavengers' bodies emitted a moldy stench, and at this time, they all gathered together, forming an aura of rejecting people. Chang Bei stood in the crowd, quietly observing everything. Little Beg. A female scavenger with a red headscarf tied around her head, around 50 years old, slipped a small cloth bag into Chang Bei's hand. Auntie Lan? Chang Bei froze and opened the small cloth bag, seeing that inside were several round edible energy blocks. This is? Aunt Lan's face was wintry as she smiled. I recooked the regular energy blocks, picked out the impurities, and added some sugar, so take it back with you. Auntie Lan's husband is Lao Lin. As for Lao Lin, he was a close friend of his grandfather's during his lifetime, and when the hyenas planned to rob Chang Bei's amorphous ally before, they kidnapped Lao Lin as blackmail, but in the end, Chang Bei defeated the hyena gang and rescued Lao Lin. Regardless of the changing circumstances, Lao Lin's family has always been concerned about Chang Bei and has always taken care of him. Auntie Lan was a good cook, and on a daily basis, she would take the energy blocks issued by the Scavengers Union, make secondary modifications to add some flavor and enhance the taste, and then sell them for credits to sustain her daily life. The wife is petty. At this time, old Lin also squeezed over from the crowd. Chang Bei is growing. How can so little be enough to eat? Said. Old Lin took off his own carry-on satchel, from which he removed another packet of energy blocks. You can have my rations as well, take them back to eat. But it was Aunt Lan who pressed old Lin's hand. Yours is not necessary. Old Lin froze. I know, my energy blocks don't pick impurities, but they're still energy. Auntie Lan shook her head. No, your energy block, I made it from impurities. Lao Lin. It's the president. The president has appeared. As the scavengers exclaimed, Chang Bei also tilted his head to look at the main entrance of the scavenger headquarters. An old man in his late 60s stepped out at first. He had a country face, the weather had carved deep wrinkles into his face, his hair and beard were snow white, and he was trying hard to straighten his spine, trying to look radiant. Behind the old man, on the left and right, followed 2 figures. On the right is Horna, who has a red dress like a rose of the end times. The moment Hona appeared in the crowd's view, countless men waved their hands at her in an effort to greet her with compliments. Chang Beg's slight gaze lingered on Horna for half a second, subconsciously frowning. Then he looked at the other figure behind the old man. Her body was draped in a gray cloak, but it could be vaguely seen that she was tall and delicate, with an unassuming temperament. Including Ching Kiljae, the vast majority of people did not know the true face of this figure. The two Harrier starships in the distance still hadn't landed. The hatch of one of the starships slowly opened and a shuttle landing craft slowly flew out. 3 seconds after landing and pulling away from the starship, Chang Bei saw that the Harrier starship was suddenly surrounded by a layer of defensive force field composed of countless blue diamond-shaped blocks. Those force fields looked broad and solid, and should be extremely defensive. One of the diamond-shaped force fields shimmered finely, and the shuttle landing craft slowly passed through, then landed on the plaza in front of it, stirring up a cloud of dust. The scavengers held their breath. Even the president on the steps swallowed darkly. Chang Bei also narrowed his eyes slightly. Thumbs down. The hatch of the landing craft, which opened slowly, formed a step downward as it fell to the ground. A young man with an upright figure slowly appeared within the hatch. He wore the army's regular uniform, a garment that borrowed somewhat from the suit, and which appeared neat and dignified, as well as aesthetically pleasing. On his shoulder was a dark gold epaulet with 2 thin gold bars and 2 gold star emblems above it. His face, however, was covered with a black polymer gas mask, and his true appearance could not be seen. The young lieutenant colonel stepped off the landing craft, and a dozen or so soldiers with real guns came out behind him. The young man walked slowly forward, scanning the scavengers standing on either side of him. His mask was glowing with an icy luster, giving off a strong sense of oppression, and the scavengers stared wide-eyed but silenced, no one daring to make a sound. The young man suddenly stretched out his white fingers and removed the mask from his face, revealing a face of about 25 or 26 years old, with black hair and a handsome face, while his pupils clearly flashed with 2 light blue apertures. Many female scavengers secretly covered their mouths. He's so handsome. Oh, hello, everyone. My name is Ning, you can call me Lieutenant Colonel Ning from now on. The young officer smiled warmly and waved hello to everyone. A soldier on the side said, Commander, the air here. You'd better wear a mask. Lieutenant Colonel Ning frowned and whispered sideways, everyone doesn't have masks, don't we seem a bit too superior if we do that? The warrior gave a start, then raised his hand to remove his own gas mask as well, revealing a stalwart face with a scarred brow. The remaining warriors followed suit, all removing their masks. Chang Bei was a bit surprised. So polite? The president of the Scavenger Alliance on the steps saw this scene and his pupils trembled slightly. And in the next second, the tense look on his face gradually faded, and in 3 steps, he hurriedly went down to the stage to greet them. President Lee. Lieutenant Colonel Ning extended his right hand from afar. Welcome. President Lee looked agitated and wiped his hands on his body before extending his hands and gripping the young officer's hands tightly. On behalf of the Scavenger Union, I take a stand and will definitely cooperate fully. Hina, who then followed, looked at the young officer's face with a special gleam in her eyes and bit her lips lightly. Oh yes, let me introduce myself to Commander Ning. Chairman Lee was all smiles. This is my youngest daughter, Horna. Horna stepped forward and also stretched out her white palm and took the young officer's hand, and she did not let go for a long time, her beautiful eyes gazing at the young officer's face, her fingers rubbing lightly on the back of the other's hand. Hello. Lieutenant Colonel Ning revealed a polite smile and nodded his head in a gentlemanly manner, then used some force and withdrew his palm. Oh, this is my oldest daughter. President Lee turned sideways and pointed at the figure in the gray cloak. Also at this time, the figure ripped off the cloak with one hand, revealing a figure with a leather jacket on top and tight shorts underneath, with snow-white straight legs and a tall and slender figure. When Lieutenant Colonel Ning saw her face, his expression couldn't help but freeze. There were also cries of alarm among the scavengers. And this is, could she be the president's eldest daughter? She's a very seldom seen woman, many people have never seen her. How she is so beautiful. Chapter 52, Back from the Dead. Horna has been called the Red Rose of the End Times, but she paled in comparison to that figure, a cloud of difference. A light layer of makeup covered the face of the rainbow's food and a light red lip was applied. Her face, her figure, her presence, seemed to be completely out of place on this trash-filled planet. Hello Commander Ning. Rainbow Food stepped forward. As you can see, the current Earth's resources are scarce, and the scavengers are having a particularly hard time surviving. Rainbow Food. It was President Lee who interrupted the conversation. Commander Ning has only just landed, isn't it a bit too hasty to talk about this? That's okay. With a smile on his face, Lieutenant Colonel Ning gazed into Hongfood's eyes. Miss Hongfood, you're actually a D-grade gene? Rainbow Food paused and nodded softly. LT. Colonel. Ning bent down gentlemanly, expressing his respect. It's respectable that flowers can bloom in the desert. Also at this time, 2 soldiers carried a large black box to Lieutenant Colonel Ning. Commander, as per usual, if during our inspections, we find a higher geneticist above level E, genetic identification is required. When Hongfen sniffed, his beautiful eyes trembled violently. As for the chairman on one side, as well as Horna, both of their bodies shook slightly. Chang Beg was also secretly watching everything. He always felt that the aperture in the eyes of that big beautiful girl was a bit strange, but he couldn't say where it was wrong. However, he saw Lieutenant Colonel Ning waving his hand. Miss Rainbow Food's appearance already says it all. An inspection? I don't see the need for that. The two fighters hesitated for a split second and nodded. Roger. Rainbow's Food looked relieved. President Lee also laughed out loud. All of you warriors have traveled a long way. Hurry up and enter the house. Let's sit down and chat. There's no rush. Lieutenant Colonel Ning said seriously. I've understood what MS Rainbow Food means. I'll send an application to the Alliance later, and I'll apply for sufficient quantities of the necessary supplies, such as fresh water, food, and energy batteries, and ship them at the fastest possible speed. Really? President Lee's eyes widened, his lips trembling with excitement. I really didn't expect that you were so enlightened and kind. President Lee was almost in tears with excitement as he looked to the crowd of scavengers. Do you hear me? Cheers then erupted from the crowd of scavengers. Long live the Solar System Interstellar Alliance. Long live Commander Ning. Lieutenant Colonel Ning also wore a smile and nodded towards the crowd. He looked at President Lee once again, and the higher-ups, to show how much they value the people of Earth, have also placed a group of heroes in this inspection squad. President Lee's body lurched. Heroic figure? Yeah, heck of a hero. LT. Colonel. Ning slowly turned back to the landing craft hatch, pointing his 5 fingers together. Immediately, a thin startup sound rang out, and 8 massive bodies slowly appeared in the hatch. Thousands of scavengers closed their voices in unison. It was 8 warriors in exoskeleton armor. They stood a full 2.5 meters tall on their own. Their exoskeletons made of titanium aluminum compounds were thick and powerful. Their backs were loaded with a pitch-black fuel cell. Their right hands held dark silver mountain opening axes, and on their left arms were 20mm caliber beam machine guns. President Lee's pupils were like an earthquake. This is Extreme Warrior 8? The crowd. Cheng Bei's pupils contracted in an instant. He knows a secret that no one knows. The Extreme Warrior 8 had been reduced to dry bones. They were sealed in a fuel tank and buried deep underground for 20 years. At this very moment, how can there still be an Ultimate Warrior 8? Cheng Bei's eyes flickered as he observed the equipment of these 8 people. That's the X-55 Extreme Warrior Power Exoskeleton. This is an iteration of the original Ultimate Warrior exoskeleton, and a product of the synthesis process once known as Chang Beg. They were 2 versions behind compared to the Memory Metal Extreme Warrior armor on Chang Bei. Chang Bei remembered that the output power of this equipment was 9000-9800 N. Could it be that the Extreme Warrior squad has been re-established? Recruited another new driver? Chang Bei frowned, trying to find a reasonable explanation. Gentlemen, the Ultimate Warrior squad has also arrived in the hope of boosting everyone's morale and making them more courageous in the face of everything. Lieutenant Colonel Ning turned around and gave a military salute towards the Extreme Warrior squad. Thumbs down. Thumbs down. A more slight pneumatic sound came from the metal visors of the 8 Extreme Warrior exoskeletons, which slowly flipped upwards, revealing a face that is aged, but still resolute. They also saluted in unison toward the scavengers. Extreme Warrior Squad, Ding Feng. Extreme Warrior Squad, Lin Blue Moon. Extreme Warrior Squad, Long Jiaxiao. The Ultimate Warrior Squad. One by one, they shouted out their names, imposing themselves against the backdrop of their strong exoskeletons. Cheng Bei's pupils suddenly contracted. Ding Feng, Lin Lanyu, and Long Zhenxiao. Cheng Bei remembered very clearly that at that time, after he found those exoskeletons, he buried the remains of them and collected their nameplates. At that time, Cheng Bei's heart was filled with awe, and he also promised that one day, he would find out the truth for them. Therefore, Cheng Bei had long since memorized these names in his mind. And at this point, suddenly a group of exoskeleton pilots about 40 to 50 years old appeared, claiming to be members of the Extreme Warrior Squad and giving out the exact same name. As you can see, Lieutenant Colonel Ning wore a righteous smile. 20 years ago, they went on an extremely dangerous mission, and at one point, there were rumors from the outside world that they had died heroically, but in reality, with their strong combat skills, they were able to turn the danger into a victory, and ultimately managed to return to headquarters. Maybe people just like these stories of the tiger's mouth and the hero's nirvana. The scene erupted into fierce applause. Cheng Bei clenched his teeth slightly. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The real Ultimate Warrior 8 have been sacrificed. They were backstabbed and had their throats slit from behind. Looking at Lieutenant Colonel Ning's heroic and righteous stance, Cheng Bei narrowed his eyes. Who the hell are you people? And to what end? Chapter 53, Heavyweight News. The scavengers gradually dispersed. They waited with joy for new supplies. Lieutenant Colonel Ning and his party, too, entered the Scavenger Union headquarters. Cheng Bei stood in place, watching the gun-toting Star Alliance combat squad blockade the Scavenger Alliance headquarters. Several stern gazes gazed at them, signaling Cheng Bei to grab and leave. Cheng Bei slightly moved his feet and stood beyond their cordon, continuing to ignore the stares. It would have been nice to hear the rest of their conversation. Just a few more clues. Chang Bei pondered and tilted his head, his gaze falling on the huge antennae that stood on the roof of the scavengers' headquarters. This belonged to the broadcasting system of the scavengers' headquarters, and the various announcements made within the radio station before were sent out from this antenna. Chang Bei's eyebrows twitched. Suddenly, he turned around and turned his back on those combat squads. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the depths of his pupils blossomed with a magnificent color like diamonds. He watched mid-air, suffused with all sorts of blue ribbons, which were actually an electromagnetic signal, all converging on the top of the huge antenna. Chang Bei felt as if he was experiencing an illusion, as his perspective extended one of the ribbons, drilled into the interior of that antenna, and followed the line again, falling into that communicator located within the scavengers' headquarters. Within the digital display on the communicator, the frequency of the band jumped slightly, increasing in value by 0.01. But no one could detect this detail. And just 5 meters away from the right side of this communicator, sat Chairman Li, Lieutenant Colonel Ning, Rainbow Food, and others. Next, Chang Bei heard their conversation. Commander Ning, the reason you guys brought heavy firepower this time is because there's an SSS class wanted criminal that's hiding in Trash Earth? Clearly audible, President Li's tone changed a bit, and his voice was thick with panic. Chang Bei, located in the square, also subconsciously opened his eyes slightly when he heard the words. That's pretty heavy information. Chang Bei had heard some news before. 7 years ago the genetic mutant that slaughtered half of the colonized planet was only wanted at the S+ level, now this SSS level. What kind of thing should he be? But that's a complicated message to say. First of all, Desert said that this squad purchased a lot of black market weapons and ammunition. And then came the back from the dead Ultimate Warrior squad. And now, another SSS wanted man. What the hell is going on here? What's the connection? Chang Bei quietly listened to the following. The reason it's SSS rated. That's because, at one time, it was one of the highest echelons of the entire Galactic Alliance Operations Department. The voice of Lieutenant Colonel Ning's voice came. President Li, have you ever heard of Kunlun? Kunlun? President Li's voice was even more surprised, for the army should be like Kunlun, standing at the top of the Milky Way. The Kunlun? Commander Ning's voice came slowly, yes. President Li's voice became much sharper. Isn't it one of the 4 great generals of the human legions? Its name comes from Earth's famous mountain, and it has always been the pride of human hearts. That was once. LT. Colonel. Ning said slowly, now it betrays all of humanity. Wow. A panicked sound ensued, and President Li looked like he had knocked over the glass of water in his hand as he was shocked beyond belief. What? Kunlun attempted to assassinate the other 2 great generals. The purpose is to take military power. LT. Colonel. Ning slowed his speech and said, word for word, it wants to plot against us. The scene was silent for a full 30 seconds. We're here this time, and the routine inspection is secondary. 7 days ago, the 5th, 6th, 12th, and 19th fleets laid siege to Kunlun's 24th fleet. They're almost all gone. And Kunlun itself, hit by thousands of hyper-powered sniper beams, is fatally broken. And afterward, it fled to Earth, the area governed by your President Li. LT. Colonel. Ning slowly told the story at the same time. One could clearly hear the sound of President Li swallowing saliva, constantly wiping away sweat, and even the trembling of his throat. Then some time ago, the blockade of Earth. President Li asked shakily, related to Kunlun? That's to prevent the remnants of Kunlun and to replenish Kunlun. Supplement? Lieutenant Colonel Ning added, Kunlun isn't a human in the conventional sense, it was severely injured before, so if it wants to regain its fighting strength, it will need external equipment. President Li shuddered again, but the Earth, it's full of technological garbage. Lieutenant Colonel Ning seemed to shake his head. I mean, no offense, in Kunlun's eyes, these things on Earth don't even deserve the word garbage. This doesn't help it one bit. So, President Li added, I should do something. LT. Colonel. Ning's voice came, you and the scavengers, you don't have to do anything, we'll take care of everything. The rest of the conversation was no longer filled with critical information, it was all routine checking. Chang Bei blinked, his pupils returning to black once again. Looking back at the scavenger union headquarters that stood against the gray sky. The brigands had always eviscerated him. Chang Bei took a step back towards his underground shelter. Road. Chang Bei had been thinking about it. Is it all because of this SSS class wanted criminal? But it's not quite right. Why would they buy ammo outside of the regulations? And what secrets are hidden behind the Ultimate Warrior 8? Is this squad good or evil? The probability of evil is high. But, the question arises with certain people and also with the whole team? That was after all, the regular Star League army. Unawareness. He returned to his underground shelter. Chang Bei sat in front of the Earth Dragon King expanding dock and kept frowning in thought, picking up the worn-out teapot in his hand and preparing to moisten his voice. Bean. Why is Joan peeing in the pot again? Chang Bei was helpless. Bean poked out half of his brass head from the back of the room. You didn't say we wouldn't be allowed to go out, we've always obeyed. And then Xiao Xiong was so bloated with urine that she couldn't bear to dirty the floor, and couldn't get used to the toilet, so she could only pee in your jug. Chang Bei held his forehead, then asked, "Where is Xiao Qiong? What is she doing?" "She's not at the back of the house tea. And not fiddling with their new pet tea. There is no silver in this place." Chang Bei scratched his head and slowly got up, walking towards the backside of the expansion dock. "I guess Xiao Qiong was getting Z some weird clothes again. He is at least a mutant mouse king, he should more or less leave some dignity for people." When Chang Bei came to the backside of the expansion dock, little Joan panicked and put her hands behind her back. "Z's new clothes aren't finished yet, so she can't show them off for now." Chang Bei turned his head sideways and saw a half-human high shelf standing behind Xiao Qiong, and at the top of the shelf was covered with a worn-out piece of sack. Chang Bei frowned. "What's over there?" "That's..." Joan's eyes flickered. "It's Z." Chang Bei's frown tightened. Squeak dash. On the ground to one side, Z nimbly climbed out and crawled along Chang Bei's pants leg, climbing up his body and standing on Chang Bei's shoulder. The sack behind Xiao Qiong, on the other hand, didn't move at all. Chang Bei's voice was a bit low. "I asked you what was on the other side there." Chapter 54 Unexpected Surprises. Joan is only 6 years old. The psychology is still very young. At that moment, her hands rubbed uneasily, panic in her eyes. Chang Bei shook his head helplessly. In his head, he recalled that Joan had called Z the second pet earlier, and the first one wasn't Bean at all, so I'm afraid it was the thing in the sack. With a stony face, he took 2 steps forward and lifted the worn sack with one hand. Then, Chang Bei's pupils trembled and his entire body froze in place. "What is this?" Just ahead, there was a simple patchwork of metal platforms, and on top of the platform stood a round, birthday cake pieced together with blocks of edible energy. "Ha ha, Chang Bei, happy birthday oh." Xiao Qiong giggled and at the same time showed a reproachful look. "You grown-ups, you're so worrisome, you even forget your own birthday." "Cheng Kilthea, 18 years today, Grandpa picked you up, and I don't know exactly when you landed. So make today, your birthday." Bean took out a welding rod, burned it red with the gun on his own arm, and stuck it on the birthday cake. "Guawazi, happy birthday yell." Chang Bei was completely stunned in place. Gradually, there was some moisture in the eyes. "It's all in the family. When it's going to be your birthday, you still have to cry tea? You adults have such a low tier point." Squeak dash. Even Squeak, on his shoulder, seemed to be one of the planners of the surprise. No wonder Bean was here before. It turned out that he was the one who wanted to lure Chang Bei to the back of the house. And about Joan Jr. Chang Bei had just spit on Xiao Qiong's mental tenderness and her acting skills were exposed in seconds, but in fact, Xiao Qiong's wave of maneuvering was in the atmosphere. Xiao Qiong grinned. "This cake is indeed poorly made, but you can imagine it in all kinds of flavors, tart and sweet cherry flavor, or soft and sticky banana flavor. Whenever I think of that, I drool." Chang Bei nodded. In the future, when he had the strength, he must realize the freedom of fruits. Chang Bei, hey, blow out the candles. I heard that people who can't blow out their birthday candles are short-lived. Looking at the red burning welding rod, Chang Bei wiped the tear stains from the corner of his eyes. "How do you blow this thing?" But no matter what, at this moment, Chang Bei's heart was filled with emotion. He gave a heartfelt smile. "Thank you all, I was being petty before, thinking you were taking in things you shouldn't." Boo! From the ceiling, a dark shadow suddenly fell, smashing the energy block cake to pieces. The crowd was stunned. Uncharacteristically, he looked up at the brilliant and beautiful dome overhead. And then, in unison, the crowd's eyes moved back down to the object that had smashed into the cake. That's a quarter of an individual. 10 minutes later, the unidentified object was mounted on a metal frame. Chang Bei, Bean, Xiao Qiong, and Z surrounded it and observed it with wide eyes. It had a human head, a female, with extremely beautifully proportioned features, and was full of Englishness. At this time, its eyes were closed tightly, its anthropomorphic eyelashes were narrow and rooted, and quite a lot of the simulated skin on its face had been burned, and the whole face was a bit mottled, revealing the metal skeleton inside. It had been wearing a waist-length red ponytail, but that beautiful long hair had been scorched and only half of it remained. It also had half a shoulder, shattered in the notched area, revealing a silver alloy structure inside, some sort of red liquid that was dripping down to the ground. On the left side of the shoulder, an arm was attached, but this arm was so badly cauterized that not a bit of simulated skin remained, revealing the twisted and deformed metal bones inside. Directly below its neck, a long, narrow mechanical spine was only halfway down, the nerve connections on its surface burnt and charred, like a horrible mechanical centipede, swaying slightly in the air. "It's not a robot." Chang Bei was a bit appalled. "It's a highly prosthetic cyber life form." Through the cracks in the unidentified creature's metallic skull, it was clearly visible that within its skull was a human brain, pink in color, the folds and grooves of which could be clearly seen. It was originally a human. But for some reason, such as a lesion in a limb, or a desire to constantly get stronger and improve your combat power, it began to constantly remodel its limbs, replacing body organs with mechanical prosthetics over and over again. In the end, it replaced almost all human organs, including limbs, internal organs, and spine, leaving only its brain. Chang Bei carefully observed the cracks on its skull. The only remaining brain has also been remodeled and implanted with various chips. It should be to enhance reaction speed, calculation ability, memory, and such. After realizing everything, Chang Bei sucked in a breath of cool air and took a step back. The blurry figure seen crawling with difficulty on the ground earlier, was it? When did it come in? Chang Bei looked at the ceiling, and the only item there was the Earth Dragon King's suspended lighting. It had been lying on the flare before. Obviously. This unidentified object in front of us definitely does not belong to Trash Earth. All those technologies, material accessories and everything else on it were things that Chang Bei had never seen before. Chang Bei was a bit stunned. He had envisioned all the possibilities before. One of the possibilities was that the Star League combat team out there had fabricated an SSS class wanted criminal so as to cover up some other purpose. Now it seems that Chang Bei should have hit the jackpot. The SSS most wanted is not a fabrication. The scene before me was so real. If Chang Bei doesn't connect these two things together, then he can only take out his brain and wash it and chop it up and flush it down the toilet. But, is there that other tiny possibility? This thing in front of me, which happened to be the garbage that had been thrown away before, it suddenly regained a tiny bit of energy and crawled around on the ground, and just happened to crawl into Chang Bei's underground shelter. After all, if it really was that SSS class wanted criminal, then it was definitely a hot potato. To a Star League combat team? But the good and evil of that squad has yet to be characterized. No? What if it really is a traitor to humanity who is guilty as sin? Chang Bei, she seems to have died. Xiao Qiong gazed at the mangled body in front of her, seemingly a little too happy to do so. She was a very pretty sister. Bean's bulbous eyes sparkled, not dead tea. She's still got some faint activity in the head of her brain. Chang Bei decided that he would first make simple repairs to it so that he could get more information. Sideswiped his head. The KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster, which was like a metallic pyramid, flashed with an azure light. It was like an ancient miracle. The hatch in front of it slowly opened, a misty halo filled the interior, and tens of thousands of nanoscale repair robots, floating like smoke, gathered towards the tattered cyber lifeform. Chang Bei's orders were clear. Fix its communication function first. Chapter 55, Kunlun. Nano repair robots polymerize and disperse. Extremely tiny arcs of electricity flashed within the cyber lifeform's brain. Only remedial repairs could be performed due to severe damage to various circuits. Unable to predict the outcome of the repair, the tiny UFO floated in front of Chang Bei, feeding back maintenance information. Chang Bei nodded silently. This is garbage Earth. Damaged to this extent, if it hadn't encountered him, Chang Bei, and if Chang Bei hadn't happened to synthesize the quantum repair cluster some time ago, there would have been no possibility for it to be repaired at all. Suddenly, Cyberlife's eyelids fluttered and his eyelashes fluttered. Swish dash. It snapped its eyes open, but only one left eye. However, he saw that it did not have human pupils, not to mention any information such as genetic level, that should be an electronic eyeball. Only in the very center of the eyeball flashed a dim red dot. Xiao Qiong subconsciously shrunk back when she saw this scene. Chang Bei tried to communicate with it using the electronic resonance characteristics of silicon-based organisms, but there was no feedback, as it did not possess a core CPU, its consciousness, which came entirely from that human brain. However, the red dot in that eyeball flashed, and then turned into a red circle of light, which then began to slowly expand, and then slowly shrink, and finally coalesced into a red pupil. I have to say, it has beautiful eyes and a sense of thrill. Her left eye also began to flutter, but after a long effort, it still did not open. The restoration of the quantum cluster is nearly complete. Chang Bei stabilized his mind and spoke slowly. Who are you? I. The red lips, which were stained with a trace of dust, slowly opened, and the voice was clear and cold, weak, but melodious. I don't remember. Chang Bei frowned. Biological brain damage? The scene before him was still eerie. A man with only a head and half an arm, even its spine exposed and swaying slightly, spoke, and it couldn't provide its own identity. Chang Bei was patient. What do you remember? The red aperture in the cyber lifeform's right eye flickered slightly. I've been betrayed. Chang Bei's heart fluttered. It's looking more and more like that SSS wanted man. What else can you remember about yourself? The red lips on the head quivered. I think my last name is Flower. Flower of flowers. Hannah? Chang Bei cocked his head. Mulan? I remember. My last name is indeed Hannah. My name is. The flickering right eye opened. It seemed to not be able to see Chang Bei. It could only see the nothingness in front of it. My name is Hua Kunlun. Hiss. Well. Sure enough, it's a winner. Chang Bei's body leaned back. The army should be like Kunlun, standing at the top of the Milky Way. The Kunlun of the Milky Way. No. On the beautiful head, one eye quivered. Father said that a daughter should be born like Kunlun, daring to be first in everything. Chang Bei scared. Your father is ruthless enough to transform a good daughter into this appearance. In the past time, Chang Bei had heard a few legends about General Kunlun on the interstellar radio. It was known that he was brave and invincible, and had great achievements in battle, but the vast majority of information about he himself was kept secret. For obvious reasons, it is not human in the traditional sense. But there was one thing that Chang Bei had not expected at all. Kunlun was actually a female person. What about them? Who? Where are they? The beautiful head's tone suddenly became a few points higher. What about the group of bandits who defamed my name and labeled me as a traitor? Their true identity was a group of interstellar bandits 20 years ago. They slaughtered an entire interstellar squad, put on military garb, tampered with system records, and rampaged for 20 years in name only. Chang Bei's pupils suddenly shrunk. An explosion of information. Kunlun was wrongly accused. And the real identity of that interstellar combat squad, a gang of bandits? That is, the robber puts on a police uniform and shakes it off and changes his face? According to the quantum repair cluster's hints, the head of the cyber lifeform in front of it had not been completely repaired, but rather it was the subconscious mind in the brain of its organism that was underpinning all of its behavior. In other words, all of this information comes from her subconscious. It's the truest expression of her heart. She's not lying. Can't lie either. I need to expose them. I need to exterminate them. There's no way I'm letting this go. Saying that, the left eye that had been stuck open, snapped open, and the eyes of the beautiful head blossomed together with a red light, like an intense battle intent, and her head began to twist violently. I will never fall. I will fight forever. In Chang Bei's eyes, she was just a broken body, set up on a metal stand, her only arm completely damaged and unable to move, half of her exposed spine, and her bright red ponytail, shaking violently with her head. Chang Bei saw it. There are only tigers falling, only heroes dying, only the word miserable. I was betrayed by traitors and I was destroyed. I lost my body and fled to earth. The wariness of the beautiful head faded, and her head gradually lowered, but she seemed to remember something else. But I saw a teenager in the garbage, who was carrying technology far above the level of Earth. He can help me. He's the only one who can help me. Please help me. The voice of the beautiful head became lower and lower, and gradually, her eyes lost their luster, and her eyes stared blankly ahead, never moving again. Its energy level is extremely low, and the self-preservation program forced it to go into hibernation. Quantum repair cluster, incoming diagnostic information. Chang Bei took a deep breath. Truth is, that Star League squad was the traitor. They weren't even traitors, they were a bunch of bruisers. I'm sure the real Ultimate Warrior squad was killed 20 years ago by their handiwork. 20 years. After 20 years of masquerading as a regular army and not being recognized, there must be someone even more powerful covering them. And that man is the traitor to humanity who really wants to plot against us. As for Hua Kunlun, he was their roadblock. The purpose of this squad's trip was indeed to search for General Kunlun, but Kunlun was not an SSS-ranked fugitive, but rather someone they had to cut down to the bone and exterminate 100%. Chang Begs reviewed. After Kunlun escapes to Earth, he inadvertently sees himself weaving through the gray storm, bouncing dozens of meters at a time with the help of the extreme warrior armor, to receive Boss Desert's shipping crates. So the remnants of her consciousness told her that Chang Bei might be a very powerful repairman or mechanic. Although the underground shelter was hidden, there were currently no any alarm devices, and Kunlun should have taken advantage of the fact that Bean and Joan had gone out at some point and opened the door to get in. The once mighty human general has been reduced to such a state. It's all because she's obsessed. Rather pathetic. Chang Bei sighed. The beautiful head hung low, her eyes facing the ground, and her face retained one last expression of supplication. And on the ground that the metal had melted into, Chang Bei's body was reflected, like a kind of looking up angle, and the teenager appeared a bit taller. This instant, Chang Bei slightly straightened his chest and said with a sideways glance, Bean, contact Monkey and the others. Acquisition operations can be conducted in the shadows. Tell them I need some cybernetic bodies. Torso, arms, legs, weapons, all parts, the more the merrier. Chapter 56, Undercurrents. Galactic Alliance KRF-02 Harrier Starship. Commander Ning walked slowly forward along the bridge corridor. The illuminating beams overhead reflected his face in light and darkness. Behind him, he was followed by two warriors, and in the hands of these two, they carried a rectangular, somewhat slightly thin box. Lieutenant Commander Ning's spine straightened as he came to the center of the bridge, the entire type control center. He raised his hand and gave a slow military salute, General. The light in the center of the bridge was dim. A tall, wide mechanical seat could be vaguely seen here, and in the center of the seat was a shadowy figure. Aha! The figure responded in a low voice, what's the catch? LT. Colonel. Ning staggered to one side. Behind them, the two warriors placed the black box flat on the ground, and with a mechanical sound, the lid of the box slowly slid on one side. The bottom panel of the case was also lit up with a white backlight. Clearly visible, toward the interior, lay hundreds of fragments, large and small. The surface of the pieces, most of which had a red paint job and some sort of translucent metal on the inside, were placed to restore as much as possible the original structure of the pieces, which now resembled one half of a humanoid. The figure in the mechanical seat slowly extended his hand. Intent on this, Lieutenant Colonel Ning plucked a shard from within the case and respectfully handed it to the figure. The figure held the shard up towards the distant light, his somewhat shadowy eyes slowly narrowing. Meh. The figure let out a low chuckle. He twirled the fragment in his hand, which had been warped by the heat and the surface paint peeled off inch by inch, but it was still vaguely apparent that it should be some sort of badge, and one that had been fused to some sort of mechanical prosthetic body. The design of the badge, on the other hand, was a majestic mountain made up of simple lines, ruddy in color and inlaid with gold trim. General. 30% of this debris, from the space battlefield. The remaining 70%, from trash Earth. It took the fighters over 4 hours to collect these. Lieutenant Colonel Ning slowly said, our mechanics have already made an assessment, her main body has shattered to an extremely severe degree, even if it's still alive, it's still incapable of fighting. A shadow in the darkness, still admiring the shard in his hand. Lieutenant Colonel Ning added, she chose Earth, which has almost no surveillance facilities, seemingly a path to life, but in fact it is a dead end, it will not find a single useful accessory here. Maybe it will be able to use junk to put itself together, but it will definitely be a piece of crap that breaks at the touch of a button. There won't be anyone here who can help her. And no scavenger would be foolish enough to help her. Ha! Lieutenant Colonel Ning smiled, perhaps, right now, she has been picked up by some scavenger and dismantled into pieces and hung on the market. After all, in the hearts of these garbage men, there is only this little lingering pursuit. Commander Ning, you once lurked at Kunlun's side as her adjutant, providing me with information on her movements, and ultimately assisting us in destroying her 24th fleet, which is indeed a great feat. The figure in the darkness spoke slowly, but I'm telling you now in no uncertain terms, I want her brain, I want to witness her brain death, and I'm going to set her under my seat and make her feel my crotch forever. The silhouette looked towards Lieutenant Colonel Ning, a cold gaze shooting out, if you can't find her brain within 72 hours, then you wouldn't deserve to have your own brain. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's body trembled and he hurriedly bowed his head, yes, General. Chang Bei once again arrived at the Scavenger Union headquarters. The place was still guarded by the big guns of the Star League squad. Called on silicon-based biological abilities and hacked into their communications system. The ability to use silicon-based DNA was always like a veil. Chang Bei was not yet able to navigate it perfectly, and his was like entering an electronic labyrinth, like a headless fly, lost for a long time. Finally, he saw President Li's bedroom, the pale 60-year-old man, sitting alone on his bed, contemplating something. President Li. A teenager's voice suddenly came out from within the communicator that had been turned off. Who are you? The old man looked shocked and somewhat horrified as he looked at the communicator in the room. You're a hacker, you've hacked into my communications, what do you want to do? There's something wrong with that Star League squad you're hosting. Again, as a scavenger, I feel that I need to make some reminders. President Li's expression flickered, they are the regular army of the Interstellar Alliance. Before arriving, I received an ultimatum from the Solar System Alliance. Everything is fine with the identity verification, secret key, and so on, you have to be responsible for what you say. They are now, as they are, indeed the regular army. But the identity of had. Chairman Li directly interrupted Chang Bei's words, you're a marvelous scavenger for mastering such black science technology, but I hope you'll use this ability in the right way instead of playing this kind of uninteresting prank. Chairman Li, are you really going to be stubborn? Stubborn? The old man frowned, if you were me, would you rather trust a well-documented regular army or a scavenger hacker? Everyone says I'm middle of the road, everyone says I'm timid and afraid, but my duty is to weigh the relationship between tens of thousands of scavengers and the officials, and now that everyone is waiting for the Interstellar Alliance's rescue, do you want me to question them with 2 or 3 words? So what if the person you're communicating with right now is an advanced geneticist? President Li's body trembled, high-level geneticist? How high? Class C. President Li was silent for a long time, it was a daunting statistic. He came to the window and gently lifted the curtains, looking at the back of the teenager in the square wearing a blue scavenger's cloak. His mind flashed to his own daughter, Rainbow Food, and to the black market potion that he had poured 10 years of wealth into in exchange for. How is it possible for a C-class geneticist to be born on a garbage Earth? He let out a long sigh, kid, take my advice, don't ever use those biological contact lenses to fool people again, you can hide it for a while, but not for a lifetime. Chang begged for a meal. What is this guy's brain? Boy, did I actually notice something? This squad is so humble and acts so down to earth. In past years, the inspections were not like this. They, have been trying to wipe their protective colors. President Li mused, but it is undeniable that today's garbage Earth has not a single bit of value to them. We are just a bunch of bedbugs and a bunch of rats living in a garbage heap, and as the saying goes, outlaws don't go into a poor house, we have nothing to lose. Instead, I can use this protective color of theirs to fight as hard as I can for what I want. For example, take advantage of their closeness and humility to claim the rations for the following year. I'm surviving between the cracks. It's hard to be confused. Son, do you understand? Just then, Chang Bei suddenly saw in the distant sky, a dozen small transport craft appeared. They broke through the atmosphere and landed on the south side of the scavenger headquarters square. When the hatch opened, one of the crates was stacked full of edible energy blocks. The scavengers, all around, ran frantically toward those transport boats, like a grand orgy. And Chang Bei stood alone on the north side of the square unmoved. The situation on the ground is clear-cut, to say the least. This instant, Chang Bei's eyes narrowed slightly. Everyone has their own starting point, perhaps different needs or different positions. Next, whatever you guys are up to, The young man tilted his head to look at the starship in the distance. I, Chang Bei, will meet the battle alone. Chapter 57, The Eyes. Commander. In the past 2 hours, we've recovered 12 more pieces of Quinlan's wreckage. One of the sergeants said, but there has been no sign of her main brain, so it's not possible that there really is that ungrateful scavenger who has hidden her, is it? Sitting on the backside of the desk, Lieutenant Colonel Ning slowly got up and looked through the starship's observation glass, condescendingly at the trashy Earth in the night. I don't think the scavengers have the guts to do such a thing. Lieutenant Colonel Ning frowned, his face as grim as water. However, these scavengers who are like rats, like bedbugs, are not worthless. The sergeant was puzzled. What could they be worth? Lieutenant Colonel Ning smiled lowly. Tell the brothers that plan they've been waiting for can begin. Really? The sergeant's eyes lit up. The brothers have been pretending all day long for years. They've been suffocating. This time we can finally let loose and have a good time on Trash Earth. But this program is going to be gradual. There's only going to be one little action tonight. There was a sinister gleam in LT. Colonel Ning's eyes. I'm going to need some more seesaw performances. Similar technological artifacts detected. Synthesized or not. In the underground shelter, Chang Bei looked at the field of technological trash in front of him. This is the fruit of Monkey's labor that they acquired before the Grey Storm and just delivered. Monkey and the others, on the other hand, were working non-stop to carry out Chang Bei Xian's orders, doing their best to acquire the cyber-didactic body. Before, Chang Bei ordered Bean to build a 300-square-meter wooden warehouse on the east side of the underground shelter, and this was Chang Bei's future workroom. I don't have eyes. Inside the workroom, Chang Bei pondered, I need an effective and covert surveillance system to lock down the movements of that imposter army. His gaze shifted slightly downward. Chang Bei looked towards today's ingredient. Vintage from the olden days, 22 camera probes. They were all identical models, with rusted white bodies and tons of dirt stuck to the lenses. It should have been dug out of the ground by some scavenger, and in this day and age, such equipment is worthless, and the original owners would have cursed the monkeys for their lack of brains. Chang Bei's gaze flickered. Start synthesizing. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. DF-011 UAV, *11. Lightweight sky reconnaissance drone, equipped with night vision system, 200x zoom system, for wide-angle cameras, fixed surveillance range of 3 square kilometers, endurance of 4 hours. Chang Bei shook his head. Not even close. The drone in front of him had a wingspan of 1.5 meters, without any anti-surveillance system, and once it was in flight, the noise was sure to be incredibly loud, so as long as it wasn't blind, a person would be able to spot it. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. DF-058 Flying Eye, *5. Military integrated flight monitoring platform, equipped with sonar system, high-precision thermal imaging system, 28 intelligent tracking cameras, power system upgraded to magnetic levitation system, cruise noise below 35 dB. Too big. Chang Bei looked at the device in front of him. Its diameter was at least 4 meters away. The overall shape was very much like a small black flying saucer. One could imagine that it flew in a quiet and noiseless state, but it was still the same problem. It attracted too much attention. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. AF-21 Ecological Camouflage Monitoring System, *2. Chang Bei looked at the equipment in front of him. His expression became a little playful, and his heart was filled with curiosity. In front of him was a one-person metal cage with a slim grill and a semicircular top, while at the base, a row of red indicator lights flashed. Chang Bei probed his head and looked inside through a gap in the cage grill. Instead, they were crisscrossed with metallic branches, and on those branches were squatting dozens of small gray birds. Bird. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. The device will be the appearance of the flight monitoring equipment, disguised as a tree sparrow, at the same time can release imitation ecological chirping as well as bioelectromagnetic waves. Under the level 3 technological civilization, it cannot be identified from across the sky, and the tree sparrow is built in 2 high-precision cameras, which can achieve 7 capabilities such as thermal imaging, wide-angle shooting, and long endurance, etc. Tree sparrows are omnivores with strong reproductive ability, and are one of the few birds that are found around the globe. This device has been given the codename Birdcage because of its excellent performance and good concealment. The Birdcage. Chang Bei was a bit helpless. Tree sparrow should be as the scientific name of sparrow. This bird did once spread all over the earth, flooding the earth, and for a while it was even one of the 4 evils of China, but now, it's already extinct, completely disappeared from Trash Earth. Even the 4 evils are no match for nuclear radiation and chemical toxins. If you put them out, then they won't be chirping when they chirp. Rather, it's I have a problem. I have a problem. I have a ing problem. Chang Bei stabilized his mind. Continue synthesizing. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. SF-100 Ecological Camouflage Monitoring System. Or is it an ecological camouflage system? But the serial number became an S hit. Chang Bei's body paused, looking at the unknown object in front of him. His face turned from red to purple, from purple to white. What is this? In front of me was a pile of metal shown To be precise, it was a tower made of layer upon layer of silver-colored metal discs, except that those discs got smaller and smaller the higher up they went, and the top was still a small pointy tip. Chang Bei stared. This look, it's hard not to let me make a connection. Forget it. This would be a creation of some high-tech civilization with a strange aesthetic. Chang Bei found the metal show. No, it's the surface of that mysterious device that has inconspicuous slits. It should be able to be opened. Palms touching gently, shows mom comes home, show opens the door. The corner of Chang Bei's eye twitched. Because the inside of this device is layer after layer of very tiny grids. And in each compartment, there was an upright white worm, clearly visible, with a ring of threads on the worm's body, and the whole body writhing. Chang Bei was shocked plus speechless. STC, the codename of this device, is it called Maggot's Nest? Its codename is Thousand Eyes. Because it's a perfect replica of nature's most powerful compound eye. Just then, those white worms twisted even more violently. Suddenly, a slender black tentacle pierced the maggot's epidermis from the inside, and then a tiny black fly, crawling out from inside the maggot, shaking its transparent wings as it adapted to its newborn body. And then, these flies quickly turned their heads and turned around in unison again, looking at Chang Bei. Chang Bei's pupils also contracted in this instant. He saw that these flies had a dense collection of compound eyes in both of their eyes, and in each of them it seemed as if they were clearly reflecting their own bodies. Buzz. Some sort of invisible tremor came over the little flies, and they shook their wings in unison. A tiny glint reflected from each of their compound eyes. The luster is small, but it is in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. They're not really flies, they're cyborgs. Chang Bei was somewhat enlightened, and each of their compound eyes is a surveillance camera. Each fly contains approximately 8,000 compound eyes. This provides a 360-degree field of view while observing the surroundings in all directions with no visual blind spots. The compound eye is extremely capable of perceiving and tracking moving objects, and can process and react in a very short period of time. The human eye needs about 0.5 seconds to see the outline of an object clearly, while flies need only about 0.01 seconds, and a human's attempt to swat a fly with his hand looks like slow motion in the eyes of the fly, and they can easily avoid it. The fly in the SF-100 is actually a semi-biological and semi-mechanical artificial species, which possesses the function of a fly's compound eyes, as well as the attributes of long-distance signal transmission and intelligent manipulation, etc. It can even feed on bioenergy, just like a real fly, for an ultra-long range. Today's Earth environment is literally tailor-made for SF-100. Here, it's a near-invincible monitor system. This equipment is from a level 2.6 biological civilization. Chapter 58 Perspectives. It is indeed strong. Chang Bei's expression was filled with shock. On top of today's garbage Earth, minus the rats, flies have survived and are breeding near human settlements, buzzing and annoying, just like in the olden days. Next, I'm going to try it out. Chang Bei closed his eyes slightly, and when his eyes opened again, they had turned into two brilliant diamonds, and a spirited and flowing blue ribbon slowly appeared in his perspective. A blue technological glow also bloomed on the Thousand Eyes body. Buzz dash. In the next second, densely packed enough tens of thousands of flies floated up, forming a clearly visible black whirlwind, and under Chang Bei's command, they floated towards the exit of the underground shelter. Yeah? Where did all the flies come from? I'll knock you to death. The outer beam, unknown to him, was a superior nanobot, no less, and flipped a huge metal fly swatter right out of its arm and chased it toward the swarm of flies. Sure. The flies had the upper hand and Chang Bei had opened the underground shelter exit ahead of time, so Beam didn't hit his target and held his breath alone. Watch the flies disappear into view. Chang Bei suddenly looked back. Wait. First Squeak, aka the little mouse, then the little fly? I really ed with the garbage, didn't I? Some people do it on purpose, don't they? Once again, this king of trash name is sitting on the fence? So be it, so be it. Whatever it is, results are most critical. At that instant, a straight beam of light was released from that small tip of the SF-100 eco-camouflage monitoring system. Chang Bei was a bit speechless. Does it have to be this? The beams of light scanned in a fan shape, and in the blink of an eye, a huge void screen was constructed in the air. Chang Bei was a bit startled. Only to see this screen, densely packed, like a jigsaw puzzle, presenting tens of millions of surveillance views, each at most the size of a fingernail cap, in which were all dynamic images. Under normal circumstances, such images can be eye-opening and even cause adverse reactions. But on this device, there's a built-in line-of-sight capture feature. As Chang Bei's gaze moved, the tens of millions of surveillance monitoring views were like sparkling water that began to ripple, very gorgeous and technological. When Chang Bei's gaze lingered, the image within the corresponding area instantly zoomed in. Chang Bei locked the content, a rusty tin can, with a picture quality of 88K, which was slim. You can see the mottled lettering on the can: Hualian Foods Factory canned peas, produced August 17, 2024. And the name of the can and the date of manufacture, located on two different sides. Chang Bei, however, saw the whole thing at the same time. Because the can, at this point, was polymerized into something like a four-dimensional model, Chang Bei was able to see its front, back, left, right, top and bottom sides at the same time. It's an amazing perspective, but much clearer. It was like Chang Bei was standing around the can at the same time, observing it in a 360-degree, no-death angle way. Is this how flies are viewed? Chang Bei flinched, then tilted his head, and with the can in view above him, he saw another fly, which was also a member of the Thousand Eyes. But at this point the fly was flying so slowly that its wings seemed to be located in the sticky air, and every tremor was clearly visible. Not fly slow. Chang Bei was stunned, rather, the Thousand Eyes capture speed and reaction speed is too fast. In the meantime, on the right side of the void screen, a map was being drawn at an extremely fast speed, and the B24 area where Chang Bei lived was drawn in the blink of an eye. When Chang Bei's gaze fell on the map, the corresponding area would be instantly zoomed in and a real-time image from multiple angles would appear. All of this is due to those flies, which are now spreading over tens of kilometers in all directions and continue to do so. Chang Bei also found, inside the SF-100, a new batch of flies, hatching. TSK, too strong. Chang Bei was able to sense that all kinds of warning alerts could be set for the Thousand Eyes, such as fires, fierce beasts, or also those imposter soldiers. And, Sky Eye comes with additional biological contact lenses that can be worn on the eyeballs to view surveillance footage anytime, anywhere. In this instant, Chang Bei noticed a strange spot in his unintentional scanning. That's Village A. It's not a perfunctory name, but it really is called Village A. A dozen or so scavenger families make up this tiny village. But at this time, the east has just appeared fish-belly white, immersed in the grey sunrise in the A village, but a dead silence. Chang Bei's eyes widened as a dozen perspectives appeared simultaneously. All the villagers of Village A are dead. They weren't attacked with weapons, and almost always had their necks snapped or their spines broken. Some of them were thrown to the top of the shack, their half-corpse sagging, black and red blood oozing from their mouths in death. Chang Bei's pupils shook. Village A. I don't recognize the others, but old Lin and Aunt Lan live there. Next moment, a hint of a turnaround appeared. Instead, they saw Auntie Lan and Lao Lin, who were carrying bamboo baskets, appear at the entrance to Village A. Their bodies froze in unison as they looked at the village. The cloth bag in Aunt Lan's hand fell to the ground and scattered. Among them were unsold chunks of flavored energy. A guess appeared in Chang Bei's mind. In his eyes, a steaming rage gradually emerged. It was Quinlan who did it. LT. Colonel. Ning sat in the lobby of the Scavengers Union, a look of sadness appearing on his face. I hope those scavengers can enter heaven and no longer experience suffering. President Li's body trembled a little. No wonder I contacted Village A last night but no one responded. I had wanted them to come and collect their rations. Hong Fu clenched his fists. Kunlun, is she crazy? Why did she slaughter the scavengers? This Kunlun person. Her very nature is evil. Lieutenant Colonel Ning frowned. Perhaps, it's those villagers who are unwilling to cooperate with her, unwilling to be blackmailed by her. Alas. There was a pause. LT. Colonel. Ning looked up. I think it's time to tell the scavengers the truth. I'll be posting the status of Kunlun's possibilities, next, and you'll be informing everyone of two things. First, it is absolutely forbidden for anyone to provide any kind of assistance to objects suspected of being Quinlan. Second, notify me at the first opportunity of any suspected Kunlun objects found. Chapter 59, Hunting Game. Inside the KRF-02 Harrier starship, Lieutenant Colonel Ning was followed by a group of soldiers, a strange smile on their faces as they hurriedly weaved in and out. Leather shoes struck the ground with a crisp sound as he walked through a corridor, passing a hatch. As he walked, Lieutenant Colonel Ning ripped open the collar of his own shirt, casually revealing his chest. Unbuttoning his cufflinks again, he pulled his sleeves up, revealing arms cleaned of tattoos and left lightly creased. An old man in a white coat stepped forward with a curt smile, handing out a tray in his hand. Commander, this is this month's aging delaying potion, why don't you? LT. Colonel. Ning paused. What's that you're so sorry about? The old man in the white lab coat even anon bent down and said, sorry, that's a catchphrase from my hometown, get used to it. When LT. Colonel. Ning glared at him, he grabbed the syringe on the tray, bit off the cap with his teeth, and stabbed himself in the arm in one smooth motion. The light green-colored potion was injected into his body at once, and then the syringe was casually thrown away. The old man in the white coat nodded his head and kept his smile as he knelt on the ground to pick up the syringe and watched LT. Colonel. Ning go far away. Click. The attendant pushed open the huge double doors in front of him. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's figure slowly appeared in the doorway, and inside the starship's transportation silo in front of them, there were more than 500 Star Alliance GIs gathered. When these GIs saw LT. Colonel. Ning arrive, they didn't get up and didn't give a military salute. They were still heckling, some wiping their guns, some drinking spirits, and most of them would glance at LT. Colonel. Ning, raise their heads, and say hello to him. Brothers. Lieutenant Colonel Ning was not amused. The hunting program, it can begin. Oh, many of the GIs came to their senses and got up. Dang it, how are we going to play this time? Ha! Lieutenant Colonel Ning paced in and casually sat down on a piece of cargo, lifting one leg and stepping on the edge of the crate. During the day, all of you search for Kunlun's whereabouts for me, no slacking off. And once we enter the night, it's time for us to have fun. Last night, I've managed to frame Kunlun for the small village that Harry Group once slaughtered. Lieutenant Colonel Ning revealed a smug smile. The initial panic has already formed, and no matter what happens next, those silly bird scavengers will, as a matter of inertia, continue to put the blame on Kunlun. Many of the Gee's eyes lit up. That's a brilliant move. Brothers Hold is no longer decent. Every day, they pretend to be some kind of regular army, some kind of order, some kind of iron warrior. If you don't have some blood on your hands, it's like you have an ing eaten, and your whole body is drained. Watching those scavengers who look like weaklings makes my hands itch. One of the GIs followed Chairman Lee's humble example, bowed his back and pinched his throat. Hey, hello LT. Colonel Ning, you guys are finally here. I look up to you guys so much. You guys are so majestic. Ha ha. Brother, my dream is also to join the army when I grow up, to serve the Star Alliance. There was also a GI who took on the voice of a scavenger child and said it in a way, causing laughter. At this point, the big soldier who had studied the child straightened up, a beastly gleam in his eyes, and said in a low voice, when you're a ing soldier, I want to pucker his head off and rip his stomach open. Lieutenant Colonel Ning slowly exhaled. The kind of aging delaying potion we've been using has a certain side effect of stimulating the ferocity in the body, and it's been hard on you guys all these years. Nothing. A GI with a huge scar running across his face tilted his head and said, this doesn't usher in the relaxation moment. Same old rules, point system. Lieutenant Colonel Ning casually picked up a dagger and put it down in his hand to fiddle with it. According to the fighting strength, the hairy group goes in first to the hunting ground. After 10 minutes, the stronger bearded group comes out. After another 10 minutes, it's the axe group, and so on. 1 point for the children and the elderly, 2 points for the women, and 3 points for the adult males. The dagger spun rapidly between his fingers. Lieutenant Colonel Ning tilted his head and said, but wherever you see a live one can't be left behind. If any group exposes its identity, the points will be cleared immediately, and the other groups will immediately support the extermination of all people in a 100-mile radius, for a total of 4 hours, and as soon as the sky is flooded with white light, all of them will return to the team at once. Numerous GIs were already rubbing their fists, a fierce glint in their eyes. Sounds like a blast. And no hot weapons tonight. All give me meat. LT. Colonel Ning looked to the crowd. Do you hear me? Understood. A group of GIs were impatient. Dang it, when do we start? Countdown is 5 minutes. With a doe-like sound, Lieutenant Colonel Ning plunged his dagger into the box, revealing a sinister smile. After tonight, a large number of scavengers will be killed by Kunlun, and Kunlun will be incarnated into the most terrifying demon god, so who dares to help her, and who dares to hide her whereabouts? One of the big guns laughed maniacally. Yeah, they're dying to give us some information and expect us to catch Quinlan as soon as possible. Ha! That saying goes, the eyes of the masses are bright and the power of the masses is strong. Ha ha ha. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's eyes narrowed. This way, we can speed up the capture of Kunlun, and still give the brothers a good time. The Harry group, 12 in all, was ready to go at this point. They changed into their black night clothes and stood on the 10-meter starting point from the landing craft, already in a starting position. The so-called Harry group was actually the advance team of interstellar robbers that scouted for information and stepped on the spot in advance. And a large screen had lit up in the Harrier starship's cargo bay. At the top were squad names such as Harry Group, Axe Group, and Bearded Group, and at the bottom was the form used to fill in the points. They'll start with a real-time report on the battle, via comms. Final verification was accomplished by the number of human right ears brought back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, depart. The Harry Group flew into the landing craft and it roared to life, leaving the starship and landing toward the surface of the junk planet. Under the night, the air currents bulged as the landing craft chose a spot away from the settlement and landed quietly. The members of the Harry Group stepped out of the hatch, each with a fierce gleam in their eyes. This time, we must surpass the Bearded Group in points. Those two BS have been laughing at us for months. It's been so many years, it's long overdue to rearrange our power levels. Yeah, I've been tired of wearing this Harry Group hat for a long time. I said, can you put all that striving aside and can you focus on enjoying the moment? Life is required to be wise. Wisdom your mother. Suffice it to say, when I first landed, I stepped on the spot, 12 kilometers to the east, where there's a scavenger's den with 24 people living there, to say the least. Look at you, you have no ing ambition, you won't be able to get rid of your Harry Group hat until you die, all you know is stomping around all day. I know another place where there are at least 30 people. Dogs can't change their ways, and you're just as ing virtuous. Ugh, what's with all the flies? Trash Earth is trash, it's ing disgusting. Chapter 60. Nighttime. A teenager wearing a blue scavenger's cloak slowly stepped out from the backside of a mountain of trash, standing in front of the Harry Group. A delivery? We're getting lucky. The 12 members of the Harry Group looked up ahead, only to see a dozen flies hovering around the teenager and frowned in unison. That's ing disgusting. Don't pick and choose. It's nice to have something to play with. A member as big and strong as an ox stepped forward and clenched his fist, his bones popping. I'll take this one, and rack up a point first. So, you guys slaughter scavengers for fun. The teenager in the darkness spoke slowly. A member of the hairy group frowned and cocked his head. This kid has been hiding here before, he heard us talking? What's the use of hearing? The strongest member at the front said, looking at his weak appearance, I guess he can't even get enough to eat, it's a ing struggle to stay alive. The pupils of these big men had a faint circle of earth-colored aperture, which was not a symbol of a higher genestealer. Rather, it's some sort of transformative trait, as they take some sort of enhancement potion year-round, which results in improved physical fitness. Each of them had strong bodies and solid muscles, and their fighting strength was more than a few times stronger than ordinary people. In the entire Star Alliance squad, Lieutenant Colonel Ning was a high geneticist, while everyone else was this form of enhancer. In other words, their entry into the world of scavengers was tantamount to wolves entering a flock of sheep and harvesting them indiscriminately. This is trashy Earth, this is the home of scavengers, and this is my home. Instead, I saw the teenager in the darkness take a slow breath. I can do whatever I want here, and if I take a step back, so can the other scavengers. At this moment, the teenager suddenly looked up, his gaze dark and sharp, and you guys. No! Is this kid sick? The big strong man flung his arms out and took a step forward. Make it a 3 for him. Boom! The ground where the teenager stood, suddenly a large amount of garbage was stomped away, his entire person directly disappeared in place. In the dark night, a residual shadow turned instantly, appeared in front of the powerful man. Looking at the face that was still a little tender, the big man fiercely froze. In the next second, the big man felt a powerful force clutching his neck like an irresistible iron hoop. And then the big man felt head heavy. His whole person was actually lifted up by the other party's neck, and then the body was rotated by the other party. An overwhelming force was transmitted, and the big man was smashed to the ground with a loud bang with his big head facing downwards. Click it! Click it! Shattering rattles erupted from within the big man's skull and spine. His skull instantly shattered, and his 5 senses extruded a large amount of black blood as he was directly killed in seconds. The rest of the hairy squad hadn't even reacted yet, and one froze in place. Within the Extreme Warrior armor, an action track with 11 stopping points instantly appeared, and each stopping point was a set of spike moves. The talent brought by the C-class genes caused Cheng Bei's speed to exceed the upper limit of the armor, but the mere speed that was restricted was also in existence that this group of hairy bandits could not comprehend. Clank! A silver-colored cold light appeared in front of a bandit's neck. His pupils contracted violently, determining that it was a circular dagger, but the trajectory of the dagger seemed to be a bit skewed, suddenly changing its look trajectory 2 centimeters away from his skin, turning towards the back of his neck. The bandit's demeanor loosened, and he chopped crookedly. But the next second, the circular dagger suddenly turned sharply, like a sharp winch, spinning hundreds of times around his neck in an instant. The robber only felt a coldness in his neck, and then his perspective spun and flew into the sky. With one last look at the barren, trashy planet, his perspective landed heavily again, while skewed, watching the inverted figure, like a dark demon god, decapitating his associates one after the other. Poof! Poof! It was a hairy group of members that fell to the ground, one after the other, all in a single blow, all in a time that didn't add up to more than 100 seconds. The teenager's scavenger cape fluttered gently. He shook it off, retrieved his memory metal dagger, looked back at the bodies on the ground, and slowly said, 36 points. Inside the Harrier starship, Lieutenant Colonel Ning tapped the quiet and silent communicator and shook his head. The hairy group still can't do it. 9 minutes have passed and there's still no news and no points. Spin. LT. Colonel. Ning glanced at the queue not far away. Bearded group, get ready to put. I hope you guys have a good time and get a good score. Cheng Bei examined 12 bodies. It was somewhat disappointing to find out that they were not even carrying heat weapons. With that, 12 particle-cutting daggers were found on them, as well as 12 pieces of equipment that resembled small signal blockers. Put those trophies away. Cheng Bei dug a random hole and buried them. Just finished everything. Cheng Bei's ears twitched as he looked back and realized that a landing craft had once again flown out from that Harrier starship. Are these guys really following the program with their talk of a points race? Cheng Bei's eyes flickered, then he ducked into the backside of a mountain of trash. The landing module landed slowly. The 12 members of the bearded group stepped out in a line, their eyes glowing with a beast-like hunger. The guys in the hairy group are ridiculously stupid and are probably searching aimlessly. I've long since identified a nearby water source. After sundown, the chemical toxins here decrease slightly, and hordes of scavengers go to fetch water. A big man withdrew his wig as soon as he could, revealing a bald head covered in tattoos. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. East side, 5 kilometers, I'll stand guard at the water source. Good use of the word keeper. A low voice came from the top of the garbage heap as a teenager sat at the top of it, hole-filled scavenger's cloak slung over his body, backed by a hazy silver moon. The big bald man should be the leader of the group. He narrowed his eyes. I've long said that even when facing scavengers, you shouldn't take them lightly. This place is full of toxins, and it's inevitable that certain genetic variants or something like that will appear. The bald big man made a defensive posture. Look guys, such a high garbage mountaintop, such a small metal box, he is sitting steadily, and didn't make any noise for several minutes before. This guy's agility should be very high, Lao-san. You just injected an agility-type potion, you go and probe him. The rest of you, surround him and look for an opportunity to kill him in one hit. 4 minutes later. Chang Bei stepped on the bald head covered in tattoos. And the owner of the bald head had been blasted with a punch that made his air holes bleed and his tongue spit out. Chang Bei slowly wiped his palms, 72 points. After. Chang Bei casually dug a hole and buried the bearded squad. Once again, 12 particle-cutting daggers were collected, and 12 pieces of equipment resembling small signal shielders. And after. He looked somewhat expectantly at the Harrier starship in mid-air. Garbage Earth is sparsely populated. It might be a little less enjoyable, too much time wasted looking for targets. 10 minutes has arrived. LT. Colonel. Ning shook his head, Axe Squad, prepare to go down. Chang Bei gazed at the Harrier starship in mid-air for days. He tried two things. The first is to try to access the control systems of the two starships through the genes of the silicon-based lifeforms. But there was little feedback, perhaps because of the distance or because of the powerful defensive force field on the surface of the starship. Second, he tries to use the STC to scan the two starships and synthesize them. STC, however, gave a surprising feedback. The two Harrier starships share a common control brain that is autonomous and has personality traits. STC Foundation beliefs, no looting, no forcible synthesis of items with clear attribution rights. It's an unwritten rule passed down in the mother civilization. Chapter 61 Preliminary Ecology. 108 points. The extreme warrior armor retracted back into his sleeve, and Chang Bei looked slightly sideways. The 12 evil bandits of the Axe Group, not missing a single one of them, all hung up on Garbage Mountain. The leader of the Axe Group was very strong. According to the Ultimate Warrior Armor assessment, the power of one of his punches was close to 2,200 oxen, which was a very perverse existence for an ordinary person. At this time, he was penetrated by more than a dozen metal thorns through his chest, blood dripping, actually not yet gagged. He stared at Chang Bei's back with a pair of bull's eyes, deadpan. There's a possibility that we've been targeted by the Interstellar Alliance. It's impossible for there to be such a strong scavenger. But he was too late to send any message. His head lolled and he breathed his last. Chang Bei dug a random hole and buried the axe set. Once again, a bunch of gear was harvested. LT. Colonel Ning stretched his back. In order to ensure that the deaths are justified, these 3 squads will be dispatched today. Everyone rest early and look forward to their battle report in 4 hours. The bandits were a little lost, but also a little expectant, because this hunting game is just starting to kick off. Until the east gradually revealed the late morning hours. Chang Bei didn't wait for the 4th wave either. Looks like the auditions are over. They are supposed to massacre at night and later pretend to be regular troops during the day. Chang Bei had mobilized a large number of thousand ice flies, spreading out underneath the 2 starships, closely monitoring every move of the members inside the starships. Once they went out, Chang Bei would be the first to receive an early warning. After, Chang Bei returned to his underground shelter. Inside the workroom, the day's harvest had been neatly laid out on the floor. 36 particle-cutting daggers, 18 small electronic shields. Chang Bei buried a total of 36 bandits and originally obtained 36 small electronic shields, but these shields also had an internal communication function and were also communication facilities within the bandit team. Chang Bei felt that this kind of communicator most likely had a tracking system. Just in case, he performed a synthesis directly in the field. These communicators, nowadays, have been transformed into another brand new device and are in an inactive state, so that they will no longer be traceable. Pick up a particle-cutting dagger. The side of the dagger also bore the steel seal of the Star Alliance squad, which was officially equipped with military equipment, but now held in the hands of a nest of bandits, stained with the blood of countless innocents. Chang Bei looked at the 18 electronic shields again. What the underground shelter lacked most today was a set of shielding equipment, preferably with an integrated monitoring facility. In doing so, it not only prevents deep scanning by overhead starships, it also recognizes anomalous entrants, such as Quinlan or something. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Magnetic shield, *9. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. High-energy magnetic beam signal defense transmitter, *4. EOP gravitational field shield, *2. Innocence defense array, *1. Chang Bei in a single breath, directly together to the highest level, in front of the eyes of a blooming yellow light glossy metal soccer ball quietly floating in the air, slowly rotating. Undifferentiated shielding of all probe signals below level 4 civilization, or tampering with its signal feedback. Even for naked eye observation, it can release visual distortion force field, modifying the observer's visual image with high fidelity to achieve the effect of looking at the mountain is not the mountain. Built-in fixed-point high-energy sniper beam that can instantly kill abnormal intruders according to the user's command. Built-in ionized plasma defense shield system, can be passively activated once due to energy ceiling, maximum ceiling against 20 million MPa pressure. This equipment, from a level 3 technological civilization. Just perfect. Chang Bei's eyes flickered, the shielding ability is far beyond expectations, the targeted sniper beam is also unexpected, and that plasma defense shield, 20 million MPa? The pressure of the Earth's core is only 400,000 MPa. This last feature is a superb life-saving technique. Chang Bei raised his hand. The metal soccer ball slowly rose into the air and hovered over the top of the underground shelter. Chang Bei opened his eyes, and a brilliant gemstone light blossomed in his pupils. The soccer ball received the command and began to activate, a faint layer of yellow light blossoming from its body, forming a pale yellow ripple that was barely visible to the naked eye, perfectly enveloping the entire underground shelter. Finally, an aura emanated from the soccer ball, also pale yellow and slightly tilted. The whole set finished starting, presetting, and laying out, and fell into stasis. The aura didn't dissipate either, and it looked very beautiful from a distance. Chang Bei cocked his head. The dome of the shelter was originally as bright as a river of stars, but the Innocence Defense Array at this time was especially like Saturn. Even the Saturn rings were exactly the same. Chang Bei had a momentary illusion. The top of one's head seems to be an incomplete universe. Shook his head. Chang Bei turned around and returned to the workroom. Looking at the row of particle-cutting daggers on the ground, he hesitated slightly. At the moment, one is not short of cold weapons, as the ultimate warrior armor can be formed into all types of weapons and varied on demand. Chang Bei decided to give himself something to look forward to. Afterwards, after collecting more of the same dagger, he was doing a big synthesis, right up to level 7 tech. The long night was long, and Chang Bei's eyes searched again. On one side of the workroom, there was a small portion of trash that the monkeys had recovered from them. One of them was a half-man-high aluminum drum. And among them were thousands of tiny green capsules, round and light, very similar to the pills of olden times. Soilless culture capsules. After dissolving in water, it can form a soilless culture container of about 10 centimeters in diameter, in which various kinds of potted flowers can be planted. This is a very convenient way to grow. Unfortunately, the junk earth has a poor environment and lacks light to grow healthy plants. I can't believe there are so many of them. It should be possible to synthesize something amazing. Chang Bei erected the STC on his wrist, and an azure fan-shaped beam of light blossomed. Successful synthesis. Max Soilless Culture Capsule, *3365. Soilless containers were enlarged to 300 centimeters after dissolving in water. Chang Bei shook his head. It's just a simple volume expansion that doesn't make much sense at the moment. Breaking up into raw matter. KN EcoGel, *1682. Abandon the form of nutrient solution and upgrade to an ecogel that integrates trace elements required by plants, moisturizing and breathable functions, shielding plants from diseases and shortening the plant growth cycle by 240%. The planting carriers have changed. It's a lot more efficient, but it's not enough for the ecology of trashy Earth. Chang Bei cocked his head. Continue synthesizing. Limited surrounding space detected. Intercepting a portion of the quantity to perform a synthesis operation. Chang Bei paused. He hadn't encountered a similar situation before, and STC settings were very user-friendly. KN03 Ecological Planting Platform, *8. Expandable 50 by 50 square meters ecological gel, built-in miniature artificial sun, providing effective light for crops at the same time, purifying and filtering the surrounding air, providing quality growing space for crops, growth efficiency increased by 860%. Artificial sun? Chang Bei's eyes flashed. Continue. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. SN11 Ecological Recycling Platform. Maximum expansion of 1000 by 1000 square meters of ecological gel, built-in upgraded version of artificial sun, also equipped with inorganic decomposition system. It can effectively decompose a wide range of inorganic substances and convert them into clean energy or nutrients required by crops, and at the same time, it integrates the microbial civilization's biosymbiosis enhancement technology to create a special symbiotic relationship between microbes and plants, which can increase the efficiency of plant growth by 6,400%. The technology is from a level 4 technology civilization. In front of Chang Bei, a black rectangle with a height of 5 meters appeared, with complex electronic patterns engraved on its surface, and among these patterns, green light representing vitality flickered. To the top? Chang Bei's eyes flickered. It is assumed that a level 4 civilization would not need to grow crops as a way to get food at all. They would be using artificial food, synthetic proteins, or something like that, or some completely unimaginable way. This SN11 EcoCycle platform is not a mainstream device, and there is no need for in-depth research and development. It's like a flashlight in human civilization. You say it's a 1.5 civilization level tech artifact, right, and it is, but hardly anyone uses it. But Chang Bei stared at the STC's notes and was secretly surprised. Decomposing inorganic matter and converting it into energy or nutrients? Does this all rise to the level of molecular manipulation? What are all the inorganic? Metallics, glass, ceramics, gravel. Chang Bei's eyes widened. Nowadays on this trashy planet, it's all inorganic as far as the eye can see. Chapter 62, Miraculous Ecology. Chang Bei pushed the SN11 EcoCycle platform beyond the workroom. Looking to the north side of the underground shelter, tiny graves still stood stubbornly. Bean and Joan have been collecting for a long time to realize their dream of a small vegetable garden, but they have only managed to get about 50 kilograms of clean soil. Technology changes lives. Cheng Bei smiled, his eyes flashed radiantly, and blue ribbons fluttered out. A turquoise-colored slit suddenly appeared on the surface of the SN11 EcoCycle platform. With that, it overlay split apart and activated expansion mode. A slight mechanical sound came from the SN11, which first expanded into a 10M*10M rectangular platform, and then the surface of the platform unexpectedly flipped out a metal material made of a water tanker? Yes, it's exactly the same kind of ancient and practical irrigation tool that existed in the olden days, made of wood. It has a 3-meter diameter water wheel connected to a sunken pool below. Snap STH. Snap STH. The water wheel turned and there seemed to be a speaker system that was simulating the sound of wood rubbing against wood. Its water lifting device, a barrel made of silver-colored metal, raised buckets of clear gelatin, which was clear and pure, with a faint greenish tint, from the sunken pool. And then, those buckets were slightly askew, dumping that gelatin continuously onto the ground. The light green gelatin gathered more and more, slowly flowing, gradually covering the ground on the north side of the shelter, and from a distance, it looked like a large piece of delicious jelly. Cheng Bei's eyes were filled with novelty. Is this the ecological gel in the notes? At this point, the SN11 platform, once again, opened its hatch, and a small sun, emitting an eye-catching light, slowly rose and eventually hovered at the top of the eco-dome. Cheng Bei tilted his head to watch. The artificial sun was found to be constantly adjusting the intensity of its light according to its surroundings, and in about 10 seconds it changed to a brightness that made it comfortable, bright, but not blinding, and made one feel warm in the body. It's been a long, long time since I've felt real sunshine. Cheng Bei's pupils were also crystallized by the sunlight, and he glanced at the hovering illuminator in the Earth Dragon King's docking station, and then gave a command, and the hovering illuminator slowly descended and retracted back into the Earth Dragon King's body. Look to the shelter dome again. The background is scattered with beautiful metallic stripes, with the Saturn formed by the Innocence defense system to the north, and in the center, the sun formed by the SN11 eco-platform. It's becoming more and more like a tiny universe. Cheng Bei's heart had the inexplicable feeling of observing the process of everything in the universe from chaos to new life with some waves. In looking at the ground, the water wheel, still creaking and squeaking, had created a fertile soil, and at the very tip of this field, at some point, a grotesque flower had sprouted. It is no more than 20 centimeters tall, with a tight disc surrounded by a ring of blue petals. It was like a blue sunflower with the disc turning slightly, always facing the artificial sun. Cheng Bei recalled for a split second. It's that biosymbiotic enhancement technology that combines microbial civilization, which creates special microorganisms that increase the efficiency of plant growth by 6,400%. Thinking about it now, Cheng Bei found it full of fun. Are microbes a civilization too? Among them, there is also a technological hierarchy? Seeds. The ecosystem is ready. I need seeds now. Cheng Bei hastily went to rummage for those belongings he had before. There was once a time when he went out to sell his scraps and met a mysterious scavenger. The guy had a thick beard and even his face could not be seen. The guy had his eye on a micro-nanochip in Cheng Bei's hand, but couldn't pay for it and offered a bag of seeds in exchange. Seeds, as such, are scarce on today's planet, but they're also pretty useless because they have absolutely no room to grow. Cheng Bei agreed to the exchange because he thought that if he really couldn't eat enough that day, he could cook the bag of seeds. Good thing I didn't cook it. Cheng Bei rummaged through the small cloth bag and also found a few apple tree seeds. Last time he got a few apples from within the safe of the hound. After the fruit was finished building, the seeds were kept by Bean. After opening the small cloth bag, the seeds in it were colorful and of different sizes. Cheng Bei had absolutely no idea what kind of plants these were. But with the SN11 platform, we'll soon see. Cheng Bei sprinkled all the seeds, evenly, on top of the eco-gel. Those eco-gels were firm to tread on. But once the seeds hit the ground, as if there was some sort of inclusiveness, the seeds sank down and reached a depth that seemed to be its reasonable planting depth. The gel was translucent, and it was clearly visible that a small layer of water droplets diffused around those seeds. And then those seeds produced shoots at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cheng Bei's eyes widened. It was the first time he had ever seen the growth process of a plant, and there were only two words in his mind: vitality, eruption of life. This teenager who was born in a garbage dump and had always lived in a garbage dump was surprisingly excited beyond words at this moment. Green, too rare and scarce for trashy areas. It was the most beautiful color. In an instant, countless green shoots broke out of the ground. The artificial sun overhead adjusted its rays at the same time, scaling back the intensity of the light by a few points. The shoots were weak, and too much intense light would cause them to lose moisture. 3 minutes later, most of the shoots had grown to a height of 5 centimeters and appeared clearly differentiated, with a variety of forms. Holy, it's awesome. Cheng Bei's palms trembled slightly due to his excitement. He gently lifted up a green leaf in front of him, not daring to use too much force for fear of hurting this young life. How come it's not growing? Cheng Bei's eyes widened slightly. Energy. Nutrients. He looked again to the other side of the SN11 platform, where there was an empty conveyor belt. Cheng Bei's eyes lit up. Inorganic. Immediately coming to the surface, Cheng Bei held a large amount of broken garbage, rusted metal, broken ceramics, with gravel in between, and placed this brainlessly on the conveyor belt. Buzz. The conveyor belt turned and the SN11 platform bloomed with a blue sheen scanning the inorganic objects inch by inch, sort of like a security machine in the olden days. The connection between the EcoGel and the SN11 platform suddenly blossomed with a flash of green light, and then the entire piece of EcoGel, like a lit green crystal, with countless tiny green points of light, wandering around in it, and being absorbed by the plant's rhizome. It really transforms inorganic matter. Chengbei's heart is pounding. This is the most powerful technology in the entire SN11 platform, molecular reorganization, or some other kind of powerful principle. This was the true strength of a level 4 civilization, which, on some level, had already tainted the realm of the creator. It was too strong. Countless plants, again, began to grow rapidly. At the same time, there was a magical scene. The tiny blue sunflower at the head of the ground, its body suddenly began to twist rhythmically, as if it had a life, and it seemed to emit some kind of gibberish sound, cute and adorable. The blue sunflowers looked like they were waving some sort of blue pollen, creating a billowing puff of smoke that evenly spilled over each newborn plant. In the meantime, the growth rate of the other plants seems to have increased several times again. Chapter 63. When it is like Kunlun. On the gray atmosphere in the east, finally a not-so-bright dawn appeared. 6:09 a.m. Joan woke up in a daze, wearing a patchy nightgown, and slowly walked out of the Earth Dragon King expanding dock. As she stood on the wooden platform in front of her, her whole body suddenly froze. The wooden corridor bridge is flanked by lush greenery, apple trees, pumpkin, tomatoes, trumpet flowers. Wow, even, that would be grapevines, with strawberries like a carpet underneath. Che. Joan just raised an eyebrow. I thought I was awake, but I'm actually still dreaming. Knock. Xiaoqian looked up and realized that on the side of the Earth Dragon King's expanding dock, a cherry tree had grown at some point, and a red cherry fell down and hit her head melon. Che. It's kinda true. Joan shook her head indifferently, her arms sagging and swinging as languidly as noodles, and turned on a dime, ready to go back inside. Knock. But on the other side, Bean was standing under a tall coconut tree. A coconut smashed into its metal brain. Bean naturally would not be hurt, but a circle of spiral swirls still appeared in its electronic eyes. Yell, Bean, you're in my dream too. I heard that if you die in a dream, you can wake up. Joan wandered over to the coconut trees and stood side by side with Bean, looking up and deliberately shifting her footing to stand underneath one of the wobbly coconuts. Immediately, Bean's eyes were like spiral swirls. Joan's eyes were sleepy, her mouth slightly open, her arms swinging like noodles. The two waited in silence. Gabba, gabba. There was a slight snapping sound overhead as the coconut, ripe for the picking, suddenly fell from the tree. Joan Jr. is standing in an extremely precise position with 100% headshots. Knock. As if a whirlwind had struck, Chengbei appeared beside Xiaoqian, reached out and caught the coconut, flipped his wrist out of the memory metal dagger, peeled the coconut in 2 strokes, and then poured the clear and sweet coconut juice into Xiaoqian's mouth. Ha! Joan's eyes snapped open. She felt the taste in her mouth, the cool sensation in the middle of her throat, and the yeasty aroma that filled her mind. Please call me Inventor Chengbei from now on. The teenager reached out and pointed behind him. Last night I was up all night inventing, and the results were remarkable, building a device that is a match for the ages. Jones finally woke up, finding out that reality is better than dreams. Chengbei, you're too good. My god. Ha ha ha. The great watermelon. The great pumpkin. Big persimmon. Joan's legs transformed into black dots that flew up and down, and she dashed into the botanical gardens at once. Ha! Chengbei smiled. In fact, everything in front of him was like a dream in his eyes. He reached down and picked a green apple, clicking off a big bite. The sourness that filled his mouth told him that it was all true. Ha ha ha. Big grapes. Big strawberry. Big chili. Duh. Chengbei, what is this? Joan stood deep in the botanical garden, pointing to a purple plant that was 2 meters tall, and the whole thing froze a bit. Joan had seen a pictorial before, from which she had recognized various plants, but this thing in front of her, she had never seen before. Chengbei came closer and also tilted his head to look at the plant. He didn't know what it was either. Seeds of plants, from small cloth bags, of untraceable origin. The plant in front of me is very peculiar. Its rhizomes and branches are horizontal and vertical, extending out to the sides, forming a standard geometrically symmetrical figure, while its purple leaves, which are 100% circular, are spread out among the branches, left and right, and are also perfectly symmetrical. From a distance, the plant looked more like some kind of totem, a precise geometric construction with a religious design, like a metaphor for something mysterious and ancient. And the growth rate of this plant is much slower than other plants. Until now, it has shown no signs of coming to fruition. If placed in an ordinary environment, the growth cycle of this plant might have to be extended to hundreds of years. Everything about it signaled that the plant was extraordinary. Chengbei guessed that it might be some kind of alien plant, or some kind of ancient plant on Earth. What it really is, all will be known when it blossoms. Big peach, big celery. Little Joan began to run around the arboretum again with gusto. Chang Bei noticed that in the distance, the Kunlun, which was still secured to the shelf, revived slightly, perhaps because it had accumulated some energy. She looked at the lush green botanical gardens in front of her, at the running Xiao Qiong, and at Chang Bei standing quietly. Kunlun's beautiful eyes flashed, and an image was projected in his red pupils. It was a vast and beautiful field. A little girl with a red ponytail stood next to a large, strong man in a military uniform. "Dad, can I keep my right hand?" The little girl lowered her head and stretched out her hands. Her right hand was white with human skin, while her left hand had turned into a dark gray metallic body. Through the slits in her hands, she could look at her feet, which had also been replaced with cybernetic bodies. The big strong man bent down and stroked the little girl's head. "Child, without replacing your prosthetic body, how can you gain power over others? You are my child, and the descendants of our family are destined to be the strongest soldiers." The big man revealed a smirk. "This is a supreme honor." But the little girl lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. "I like this hand, I don't want to replace it with machinery." The big man frowned. "Did you hear some more crazy talk?" The little girl pinched the corner of her coat with her robotic arm. "The other children are afraid of me, they are getting away from me." "What do they know? Those ordinary people don't understand your value." The volume of the big man's voice raised a few notches, and there was some anger in his tone, and the little girl took a step back in shock. At this moment, the uniformed man took a deep breath and his tone became softer again, helping the girl to straighten her hair. "A daughter should be born as Kunlun, who dares to be first in all things. You behave yourself. Daddy promises you that no matter what you will be transformed into in the future, Daddy will make sure that you keep this beautiful red hair of yours, and as long as you have it, you will always be the prettiest girl." At this point, Quinlan's shoulders shook a little. Her red ponytail, which was only half burned, also began to shake slightly. She had no tear ducts, but the images projected in her pupils became increasingly blurry. "Sister, here." At this moment, Xiao Qiong stood by Kunlun's side, and handed a freshly plucked peach to Kunlun's mouth. "Sweet things can make people happy." Kunlun's expression visibly lurched. Chang Bei also came closer. "Little Qiong, sister is not required to eat." Joan twisted her head. "You adults. Of course I know my sister is a Cyberman, I did it to let her know that someone cares about her and I want her to feel better. Then I thank you for my sister." Chang Bei nodded, his gaze looking straight at Kunlun. "I know your greatest pain right now, it's humiliation, it's unwillingness, especially after paying such a big price, you still ended up in such a state, while those murderers, they are still at large." Quinlan's pupils flickered and his lips trembled. "Don't worry." Chang Bei raised his head. "I will help you, and what I will give you will be far more than you can imagine." Chapter 64. It was Quinlan who did it. 6 o'clock in the morning. Lieutenant Colonel Ning stood directly below the Harrier starship, his eyes trembling violently as he looked at the endless garbage in front of him. His 3 squads, which had disappeared for a full 6 hours. No one alive, no one dead. It must be Kunlun's doing. Lieutenant Colonel Ning clenched his fist in death. "There's absolutely no one on this trashy earth who can exterminate 3 of my squads this silently. Even the locator signals are shielded. These trash bugs don't have such abilities. She must have fitted herself with some crap limb. She is, after all, a former Valkyrie." Lieutenant Colonel Ning gritted his teeth. "Pity my brothers who were born to die, they must have been killed. But where are their bodies?" Suddenly, Lieutenant Colonel Ning's eyes stared as he saw a large number of flies coiled on a garbage hill in the distance. "Dig that place up." Lieutenant Colonel Ning's voice trembled. "Hurry." 3 minutes later, a soldier pointed at the dug-up trash pile and wrinkled his nose, reporting to Lieutenant Colonel Ning, "This is the excrement of those scavengers. The corners of LT. Colonel." Ning's mouth twitched as he pointed to another place where the flies were gathering. "There. Reporting to LT. Colonel. Ning, here too. Excrement. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Lieutenant Colonel Ning gritted his teeth. Chang Bei snickered in the underground shelter. "Couldn't have imagined it. Actually, I didn't either. A fly can be my soldier." These guys were really wearing their uniforms during the day and performing normal search and seizure operations. "Hasn't the penetrating scanning beam arrived yet?" "LT. Colonel." Ning shouted angrily with some exasperation. "Report, it's already installed on the Harrier starship. Start a scan for me, set the depth to 300. No, 500 meters. I want to find Kunlun even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground." On one of the Harrier starships, a thick crimson beam was instantly released, spanning a distance of 100 meters and directly missing the surface of the garbage planet. This penetrating beam of light rooted in the ground bloomed like a lotus flower. It was only 30 seconds before they arrived at Chang Bei's underground shelter. Chang Bei tilted his head slightly, looking towards the tiny Saturn in the dome. At this moment, it emitted a faint yellow light from its Saturn ring, which also bloomed in a flash, forming another yellow light shield, while the crimson beam of light was engulfed in a flash. Lieutenant Colonel Ning looked at the virtual panel in his hand, in which were the results of the feedback from the penetration beam. The location of Chang Bei's underground shelter, however, had been completely trimmed and looked like a winding belt of rubble. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's gaze traced over the gravel belt without a single pause. Not far away, a fly raised its hind legs and stroked its wings, its 8,000 compound eyes reflecting 8,000 Lieutenant Colonel Ning, and at this moment, every move of Lieutenant Colonel Ning, any micro-expression, was transmitted to Cheng Bei's eyes. Cheng Bei smiled faintly, gently leaned back in the recliner. Here's today's breakfast. Carbonara whole wheat bread, steamed butternut squash, sliced tomato squash soup, and hitch up 18 after-dinner fruits. Bean was wearing an apron, its built-in cooking module as an A24 nanny robot finally came in handy, and at this moment, carrying 2 trays full of food, it came before Cheng Bei. Cheng Bei moved his nose. The fruits are freshly scented to the nose and the whole wheat bread smells like an explosion. These foods are put on the junk earth. It is no longer the word luxury can be interpreted, it is simply impossible. Lieutenant Colonel Ning once again traveled to the Scavenger Union's headquarters. The charge of murdering a soldier was added to Quinlan. The whole Scavenger League is in a tizzy. Throughout the day, a large number of scavengers, in conjunction with the soldiers, began a carpet search. Cheng Bei looked at President Li's fearful appearance in front of Lieutenant Colonel Ning, as well as the countless groveling scavengers. He suddenly realized a problem. What bent their spine was not their status or position, but a deep-seated inferiority complex. Nighttime. Harrier Starship Cargo Bay. Lieutenant Colonel Ning still had nothing to show for it, and he looked extremely impatient. Continue the hunting game. The 12 members of the Dagger Group, looking at the points panel with 0 eggs hanging all over it, swallowed their saliva in unison. Are you sure, Mr. Dangalar? Okay. Lieutenant Colonel Ning narrowed his eyes. If I guessed correctly, Kunlun would have ambushed you in the dark, and with a large-scale troop transfer, Kunlun would definitely not show up. The Dagger Group froze in unison. Are you taking us to the nest? Don't worry. Quinlan just spliced in some junk parts. LT. Colonel. Ning's gaze went deeper into the cargo bay, and they're different. Only to see the depths of the cargo warehouse, 8 huge figures slowly appeared, like metal demonic gods, with an appalling aura. They will follow you. Once you've locked down Kunlun, the rest is out of your hands. Lieutenant Colonel Ning laughed lowly. No matter who killed Kunlun, I'll give you Dagger Group 1,000 points, and after Kunlun is caught in the net, we'll still have to play here for several days, so this 1,000 points, it's not a small amount anymore. A greedy gaze was released in the eyes of the Dagger Group members, bottoms up. It's late at night. A landing craft slowly landed on trash earth. This time, the Dagger Group, armed with ROM-16 beam rifles, slowly emerged from the landing craft. The previous groups landed like wild animals looking around for prey. But now, each of the Dagger Group collected their breath, gripped their guns, bowed their backs, and were on full alert as if they were unseemly rats. There's a man up ahead. Who? Who cares who he is? Back off and let that 8 guy go. The Dagger Group's mental psychological defenses had collapsed in a flash and instantly dispersed. Thick pneumatic sounds rang out, and 8 huge figures slowly stepped out of the landing craft with thick steps. The teenager, clad in a blue scavenger's cloak, stood silently right in front of him. The Innocence Defense Array, 20 kilometers apart, released a directional camouflage beam that enveloped a 1-kilometer perimeter. Lieutenant Colonel Ning, who was inside the Harrier starship, saw a different scene. In his view, the Dagger Group was moving forward cautiously, while the 8 ace warriors were hibernating in the shadows. I thought it was something. So it's a little scavenger. A huge silhouette stepped out of the darkness, revealing a complex hydraulic power system and a massive metal body, before the imposing metal visor flipped upwards to reveal a righteous, middle-aged face. I'm Extreme Warrior Squad Dragon Warrior Shao. I order you to come forward for inspection. No one had to see that a blackened muzzle had silently flipped out of Long Jiaxiao's exoskeleton arm. Their mission was to arrest Quinlan. There's no point in wasting an ounce of time on such a litterbug. Chapter 65, True and False Heroes. Oh, you're the Ultimate Warrior Squad 8? The blue-cloaked teenager's eyes blossomed, that Ultimate Warrior Squad of 8 that people call the pioneers of the universe, exploring over a dozen brand new planets and accomplishing countless arduous tasks? The arm concealing the black barrel paused. Long Jiaxiao revealed a smirk. It's us. 20 years ago, they underwent facial plastic surgery, fingerprint modification, tooth mark modification, and genetic camouflage to transform themselves from bruisers into the Ultimate Warrior Squad. They were told by their superiors to keep a low profile, to eschew all unnecessary publicity, and to fade into obscurity. But this is actually far from satisfying their vanity. It's so hard to be cleaned up but you can't enjoy the scenery, the flowers, and the glory. More than 10 years ago, one of the team members secretly went out and slept with his wife as a member of the Ultimate Warrior Squad, and the woman who seemed to be virtuous and dignified, but was actually flirtatious and incomparable, didn't even find out the end of the story. Instead, the team member was injected with a 6x pain potion by the second-in-command and brutally beaten for a full 2 hours. Since then, the entire Ultimate Warrior Squad had become even more low-key, so low-key that it was almost transparent. And that little litterbug up ahead is obviously a fan of Ultimate Warrior. His expression, attitude, and the kind of words of praise all made Long Jiaxiao feel quite enjoyable. Slowly, he closed the barrel of his gun. A trace of warmth flowed through Long Jiaxiao's heart. Decided to save the teenager's life. The teen tilted his head, a flash of heat in his eyes. What you're wearing, I believe, is the X-55 Extreme Warrior Power Exoskeleton? Oh, still a hardcore fan. The material is a titanium aluminum compound with an action output force of 9000-9800 N. Mechanical and pneumatic sounds came from Long Jiaxiao as he clenched his fist in triumph and a cloud of white vapor erupted from his elbow area. To tell you the good news, after completing this special mission, our entire squad will replace the new generation of XX-23 Extreme Warrior armor, and at that point, we'll be several times more powerful than we are now. Words. It's really this handsome exoskeleton that you all worship. As for who's actually piloting the exoskeleton, it doesn't really matter, does it? The huge figure paused. What I mean is, whether it's me, this Dragon Warfare Shao, or some other Dragon Warfare Shao, all of you will become your idols, right? You Long Zanxiao? Then if you are Long Jiaxiao. The teenager smiled and took a handful of warrior nameplates out of his arms and held them up in the air. So who are they? With the help of the blurred and dim moonlight, those nameplates rotated slightly, reflecting a shimmering light. These nameplates are built using high-strength aluminum alloys, and they are not easily deformed or damaged by melting under regular conditions, with the aim of allowing the names deeply engraved on their surfaces to be preserved in the aftermath of the war. In some cases, the owner has turned scorched bone but can still be identified by the nameplate as the true identity. This would at least give him a headstone with the correct name engraved on it. Look at that one familiar name. The eyes of Long Jianxiao suddenly narrowed, and the slits in his eyes were also flooded with a ghostly cold light in an instant. With a slight sideways glance, he asked the team member to one side, who handled the bodies of those 8 guys. It's that idiot Ghosthead. Did he dump the body in the garbage globe? Boss, those 8 exoskeletons were broken before and the Alliance issued new equipment, so that Ghosthead bastard should have thrown them away along with the exoskeletons and corpses. This little trash bug, so prepared, did he pick up those 8 sets of backward exoskeletons as well? This little thing should have dismantled some kind of weapon down from the center, which is why it dares to block in front of us without any self-importance. The eyes of the Dragon Warrior Shao were filled with hostility as he gazed at Cheng Bei. You seem to know some forbidden information, huh? What a stupid little trash bug. So what if we're the ultimate squad 8? So what if it isn't? Are you trying to avenge the heroes of your heart? After hearing a few stories and watching a few videos, you feel like a hero is so close to you that you think you'll step into the world of heroes someday? I'll tell you what. With a click, Long Jiaxiao's mask fell down, blocking his hideous face. His electronic eyes also released a red glow. Whether it's in the olden times or now, those stories of heroics are exceptions, because the officials prefer to push such messages to you. You've been trained and forced to cultivate that so-called selflessness, and the truth is that 99% of those who play the hero are dead without a body. Boom! Long Jiaxiao's 2 fists clashed against each other, sending out a loud ringing sound. And then he took a step and stepped on the ground with a booming sound, impacting like a locomotive. The opposing exoskeleton was heavy and backward. In Cheng Bei's eyes, it was so slow that it was like turtle speed. He raised his hand and placed the 8 nameplates in his hand, leaning on a discarded refrigerator, the surface of the nameplates reflecting a silvery glow, facing the battlefield in front of him. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Warrior Shao was doubly irritated, and a low and manic roar came out of his mouth. For some reason, the light refracted from that tiny nameplate seemed to penetrate his protective mask, stinging his eyes with pain. He took a few steps and had already arrived in front of Cheng Bei, stretching out his mechanical palm, which was more than 3 times larger than an ordinary man, and directly pinched Cheng Bei's head. However, he saw Cheng Bei with a bland face, stretching out his right hand and flinging it violently. Metal-like silver liquid suddenly flipped out from within his sleeves, instantly coalescing into countless small diamond-shaped pieces, and these unitized modules instantly wrapped around his fists, forming light and flexible armor. The 7 extreme warriors in the distance had their expressions snapped. What's that? How is that kind of like the memory metal ultimate warrior armor? Isn't that a Science League concept machine? We applied for 1 year and 4 months and never got a test. Why would a litterbug have this kind of equipment? I must have been mistaken. Long Zanxiao was also stunned. Close at hand, he saw it best. That's impossible. But the forward momentum had already been formed, and it was not up to him to make adjustments. Dragon Warrior Shao clearly saw that tiny trash bug's left leg retreat, and his right hand, covered in silver armor, swung out with a flat fist. Boom! Cheng Bei's fist struck the palm of Long Jiaxiao. In the previous battle, Cheng Bei had not unleashed the full power of the extreme warrior armor. At this moment, Cheng Bei had no reservations. A striking force of 130,000 nanometers can be interpreted as the effect of an instantaneous impact from a 30-ton heavy truck traveling at 100 kilometers per hour. But if the surface on which the force is applied is reduced to the size of a fist, then the force of this impact grows geometrically. Dragon Warrior Shao saw his exoskeleton fist falling apart in an instant, broken parts shooting out. And then his entire arm appeared twisted and collapsed, and even the mech on his shoulder appeared to crumble in an instant. Cheng Bei's punches are nothing fancy but completely unstoppable. Sharp pain came, and Long Jiaxiao only felt his eyes go black. And then there was an even louder crushing sound as well as the sound of bones breaking. It all happened in a flash. In the end, Long Zhanshao only felt a gust of wind sweep past his right side, and his body swayed and did not fall. When his vision returned and he looked to the right side of his torso, he realized that his entire arm, both the exoskeleton and the flesh inside, had completely disappeared, and all that was left was a heaving, bleeding hole in his shoulder. And behind him, parts and blood and flesh that had shattered into slag spread out like a handful of bursting flowers. His mind went blank in utter disbelief. The next instant, there was a sudden sizzle of electricity within his visor, and the inner vision screen clicked and burst into pieces. His mask was lifted off with one hand and thrown straight away. Dragon Battleshao saw a teenager who leapt high into the air, his eyes filled with rage as he raised his fist and threw a punch towards his face. Boo! Boom dash! Dragon Battleshao instantly had his five senses twisted, and his huge body directly lost its balance, planting itself on its back. Chang Bei's fist followed suit, slamming into his visor, which directly pierced through the helmet, sticking out from the back of his head and smashing the earth to tremble. Next, crimson blood and white splattered brains oozed from the helmet of this exoskeleton. Dragon Warrior Shao's leg jerked a few times due to his nerve reflexes, and then after that, his entire body loosened up and went completely motionless. Chapter 66, No One is Left Behind. Boom! Blazing white flames engulfed Chang Bei's body. An extreme warrior exoskeleton in the distance released hot flames, while several others flipped out their beam machine guns. Beam bullets like oval-shaped bug eggs poured out as they cut through the sky. All the firepower was focused on Chang Bei. The few remaining extreme warrior squads were inwardly horrified, but a picture also emerged in their minds of the little litterbug scorched as if it were black charcoal, its body riddled with bullet holes. It is said that similar imagery comes to the mind of everyone who pulls the trigger in a panic. But this is, after all, imagination. However, in the white firelight, a silvery armored silhouette through the body slowly walked out. Every inch of his skin seemed to be covered with a thin layer of diamond-shaped metal, which displaced and expanded as he moved, flexible and smooth, while providing airtight defense. His face, however, was covered by a sheet of silver facial armor, and in his eyes, a dark blue sheen shone. Ding! A beam bullet struck Chang Bei's face, and he only slightly tilted his head, before returning to square. The remaining Extreme Fighters squad were all horrified. That really is the Memory Metal Ultimate Warrior armor. It seems to be even more complete than the concept machine. How is this possible? Chang Bei let out a low voice from his mouth. Envious? Might as well tell you guys, next I will also have armor that is even more incomprehensible to you guys, but alas, you definitely won't have the chance to witness it with your own eyes. The scene flickered with fire. The nameplates of the 8 true Extreme Warrior squads were reflected brightly and darkly. It was as if their spirits in heaven had seen the scene before them through these nameplates. The sounds of metal shattering, bones breaking, and screams echoed continuously. Chang Bei lifted the masks of those 8 imposter warriors one after another, and smashed their skulls one after another. While both are ultimate warrior armor, they are separated by 2 iterations, and the difference is too great. Eventually, Chang Bei stood amongst the sprawling corpses, slowly turning back and looking at the 8 nameplates through the air. This is considered a small fan's explanation to you all, and it is also considered the small fan's explanation to that hero's dream in his own heart. At this very moment, the landing craft in the distance was slowly starting up, releasing blue flames from its thrusters. The Dagger team, having been scared less, had mostly boarded the landing craft, ready to flee back to base camp. The pilot couldn't care less anymore and started the engines before all the members had boarded the boat. There was another member of the Dagger team running on the ground, and he took 3 steps, made a leap, and put his hands on the hatch of the landing craft, his body hanging in midair. Holy! What the hell was that? 8 extreme fighters were directly seconded by him. It's brutal. How can such a thing exist on garbage Earth? What the kind of hunting is this? The member hanging from the landing craft hollered, "Somebody yank me up, you guys, yank me the up." A gust of wind drifted by, and a shadow crossed nearly 100 meters with the speed of a cheetah, leaping up and into the landing craft. Take it easy. In the next second, a figure clad in silver battle armor inside the hatch poked out and stretched out his arm, saying with a smile on his face, "I'll drag you." "You? How the did you get up there?" The member of the Dagger crew hanging from the landing craft exclaimed, "Don't touch me." He simply let go of his grip and dropped toward the ground. At this point, the ground was clearly safer than inside the landing craft. Swish! A silver arm grabbed the palm of the Dagger crew member, a devilish grin on the teenager's face. "That's not going to work. I'm not going to leave anyone out." The Dagger group member's body stiffened and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. And then he was gripped by the strong hand and lifted straight back into the landing craft. With that, the hatch was vigorously closed. Screams, crashes, a mixture of sounds. Dang! 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 The hull of the landing craft, too, had been smashed from the inside with many bumps. 5 minutes later, landing craft crashed. 144 points. Chang Bei shook his arms and slowly walked out from inside the landing craft. Behind them, inside the hatch of the landing craft, blood continued to ooze out, accumulating more and more. In the spirit of the professionalism of eating black, Chang Bei returned and dug a random hole to bury the Dagger team. Once again, a bunch of gear was harvested, in addition to the standard 12 particle cutting daggers, 12 small signal shields, and 12 16 beam rifles. Chang Bei came back to the 8 extreme warrior exoskeletons. That was what was most precious to him. First, we'll draw out those 8 bodies and dig a random hole to bury them. Chang Bei glanced at the 2 behemoths in the sky and wondered if there would be a second wave tonight. But before that, Chang Bei decided to complete a series of syntheses first. Chang begged Sanwei rubbed his hands together. Let's start with some appetizers. ROM 16 beam rifle. The current standard weapon of the human civilization's legions, with a built-in energy magazine of 240 rounds, fires a high-energy beam cluster at a speed of 900 m/s, with a range of 900 meters, generating great destructive power, penetrating, ablating, or shattering the target object. Let alone 12, just one fully functional, magazine-filled beam rifle would be enough to dominate the trashy planet. However, weapons junk was extremely tightly controlled, and trying to cobble together a beam pistol from broken parts was almost always impossible. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. Romulan 102 beam rifle, *6. Chang Bei glanced at the notes. The magazine was enlarged, the power was increased, and the weight was reduced, but it was nothing more than a more advanced rifle. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. Intelligent high-energy particle cluster rifle, *3. This time, the gun, changing the beam bullets into high-energy particle clusters, nearly doubled the killing power by 9 times, and could shoot through all kinds of heavy combat vehicles as well as large mechs, but the firing interval was slowed down because the particle clusters needed 0 seconds to coalesce. However, the gun is equipped with an intelligent targeting system, which allows the firearm to automatically lock onto the target and even assists the user in adjusting the strength and posture of the gun, drastically increasing the hit rate. Chang Bei shook his head. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. Particle cluster tracking rifle, *1. Lightweight man-portable handheld weapon that fires a tracking particle cluster that reduces coalescence time by 370%, and a traveling particle cluster that can be altered in trajectory by small particle oscillations and penetrate 1 to 20 targets in decreasing energy. Chang Bei picked up this dark red, about 50 centimeters light rifle in front of him. Its shape was extremely technological, but the spine of the rifle was actually mounted with a small, glass-like lens-like scope. These appeared to be a bit backward. But after all, it is the product of 3 syntheses. Chang Bei is not to be underestimated. He gently lifted the rifle, replicating the holding position of those regular soldiers in his mind, his cheek resting gently on the stock, one eye trained on the tiny glass sight. Swish dash. The tiny scope unexpectedly spread out like a lotus flower, splitting into 20 separate scope pieces. And then 20 separate imaging appeared in these lenses, instantly scanning the terrain ahead and surfacing 20 collimators that traveled back and forth. Shouldn't. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. The firearm also had integrated line-of-sight tracking, and after Ching Kill paused slightly on the 20-target spam in front of him, the collimator changed from blue to red. Click. Chang Bei pulled the trigger. Phew dash. A projectile-sized cluster of bright yellow particles, which instantly completed its coil acceleration, was ejected from within the muzzle of the gun. With almost no time delay, it instantly struck through the black iron barrel in front of it. Next, a scene that surprised Chang Bei appeared. The bright yellow particle cluster didn't go out at all, but directly changed its trajectory, like a dragonfly that had been released 100 times faster, and in just an instant, the trailing light had formed intertwined into a web of light in front of it. Bang, bang, bang. The piercing sounds almost overlapped, and in the blink of an eye, all 20 targets, without exception, were pierced. Deep in the night sky, that crisscrossing web of light shattered into dotted particles. It's hard to imagine that this is a bullet that creates a ballistic trajectory in a split second. It is even capable of completing a 90-degree turn and proceeding to hit the next target while in rapid flight. And at the last moment of energy depletion, it still pierced through a steel plate that was 3 centimeters thick. Holy! Chang Bei glanced at the gun. The particle cluster explosion effect at this point is just a preset value of a mere 26%. And still, a hole the size of a soccer ball blew out of the first barrel that was hit. Hiss! The strength of this weapon lies in infantry melee. A gun with one bullet that can kill 20 people in an instant? And there's absolutely no concern about overheating, it can be struck continuously. How strong a weapon advantage must this be? Chang Bei held the dark red rifle in his hands. As far as I know, I don't think the Star Alliance squad is equipped with this kind of weapon yet, right? Chapter 67, Brand New Battle Armor. Chang Bei gently placed the dark red rifle on one side. People say that all people love talent and all people love beauty. In fact, the love of things is shared by all. This gun gave Chang Bei a big surprise. Its killing power might not be the strongest, but in terms of practicality, it was definitely a ceiling-level existence. Chang Bei didn't want to scratch its paintwork so soon. Immediately, Chang Bei looked towards the 8x55 Extreme Warrior exoskeletons. It's even more scarce compared to beam rifles. If these imposters hadn't traveled thousands of miles to deliver their equipment, Chang Bei would never have been able to obtain them. The small battle damage just now is not a problem. STC upgrades plus refurbishes some equipment with each synthesis. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. Chungbei's face was illuminated by the STC Azure Beam, and his eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. XX23 Extreme Warrior Armor, *4. XXX01 Memory Metal Ultimate Warrior Power Armor, *2. Chungbei's pupils were trembling a little. In front of him were two dark silver battle armor identical to the one he was wearing, the Star Science Alliance's concept machine. If the synthesis continued further, then it was an existence that even the Interstellar Science Alliance could not imagine, and must be a creation of a higher civilization. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. One of the memory metal battle armors in front of him slowly turned into white particles and fused with the other. Chungbei rubbed his fingers together somewhat nervously. Successful synthesis. Type 1 Biochemical Battle Armor, *1. Sensor type exocolonial armor, relying on biological nerves to sense human movement trends, relying on biobrain electromagnetic signals to receive commands, relying on biomuscle fibers to strengthen the host's physical capabilities, relying on eating to raise the bioenergy ceiling. Please note that it is a biological. What? Chungbei was a bit surprised. It's just a creature? Originally, he imagined that the memory metal battle armor would be upgraded into some kind of more powerful technological creation, with a cooler appearance and more powerful combat power. But how could he have imagined that the battle armor would be able to evolve into a creature? Chungbei looked towards the so-called Type 1 biochemical battle armor. It was actually only a half-meter long eye. Its eyelids were tightly closed, and its entire body was crisscrossed with black muscles, like a pile of old trees coiled around a huge eyeball. The reason why I said that those things were muscles was because Chungbei was able to clearly see the muscle fibers in them, and those fibers were still slightly writhing. And the reason why this eye stood in mid-air was because underneath it, 3 tentacles made of muscle extended out, standing like a tripod on the ground. The corner of Chungbei's eye twitched. STC, you call this thing battle armor? The so-called Type 1 biochemical battle armor is actually from one of the Level 3 biological civilizations. Residents? Chungbei's tone rose a few points, and his expression became even more dismayed. I'll run through it, which means, this thing isn't an equipment from a higher civilization, it's actually a person from a higher civilization? I repeat, a higher biological civilization. They do not classify civilization by technology or technological artifacts. For them, civilization is about environmental adaptability, iterative and evolutionary nature of the community, continuity of future generations, etc. If one day you can go far out into the universe, when you see a planet full of valleys and greenery, and the life in it is still in animal form and needs to eat or drink, it doesn't mean that they're a low-grade civilization. The universe is magical and all-encompassing. Chungbei's eyes widened. I'd been taught. And the creature in front of you comes from the distant Triangulum Galaxy, which contains billions of stars and has given birth to multiracial civilizations, the so-called Type 1 biochemical battle armor, which is essentially a biochemical species with an autonomous consciousness. Certain civilizations in the universe above level 6 will capture them in their infancy and through various training and modifications, form auxiliary biochemical war armors, and this one in front of you is the same. Please note that it is currently the only Type 1 bioarmor in the entire galaxy. Galactically unique? It's no wonder. The dominant creatures of the galaxy are humans, and humans are bound to be incapable of capturing this kind of battle armor. Chungbei looked at the Type 1 biochemical battle armor in front of him and sipped his teeth. At the thought of wearing this kind of thing, why is it a bit clueless? There was a full 3 minutes of hesitation. Chungbei clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. Hard-headedly, after all, this kind of battle armor was extremely rare. He slowly opened his arms. The first step was to disarm this memory metal extreme warrior armor on his body. Thin diamond-shaped pieces of metal flared up on his chest, and the entire set of battle armor lifted from its wearing state and slowly faded behind him, forming a silver humanoid that stood silently to the side. Chungbei then got naked. The imposter ultimate fighters had released high-temperature flames earlier, which had already scorched his normal clothes to ashes, and his only lining was the once memorable metal ultimate battle armor. Now take it off and walk the birds directly under the moon. Who dash? Chungbei let out a breath. It doesn't matter, a true man's dream is inevitably to wear the strongest battle armor. Just then, a ghost-like figure suddenly flashed through the trashy mountains in the distance. Its speed was extremely fast, appearing behind Chungbei in an instant, a pair of scarlet eyes blossoming a cold light in the black liquid, and its wet tongue drooping beyond the corners of its mouth, and in its hand, it held a particle-cutting dagger that was flashing with electric current. Thumbs up! It moved in a cloudy fashion, directly wiping Chungbei's neck from behind. And then, its body dragged out another trail of residual shadows and disappeared into a distant pile of trash. It was all but in the blink of an eye. What the hell? Chungbei's body stood, raising his hand to gently touch his neck. He had indeed had his throat cut in the moment just now. However, Chungbei found a surprise. His silicon-based genetic sequence seems to have struck a partnership with his carbon-based sense of crisis. The skin on Chungbei's neck transformed into a silicon-based life form, the kind of indestructible, sparkling crystal, the moment he had his own throat slit. Touching his neck, the partial crystallization was still there, not a scratch, but a rolling temperature. Chang Bei frowned. The cut that had just been made had produced no real damage, but it had generated a decent amount of heat because of the rapid friction. It was conceivable that if it had been an ordinary life form, it would have ruptured its throat and blood would have spattered. In the event of a screw-up, deep cuts will be made in the neck bone as well. Traces. Cutting throats. Chang Bei's eyes snapped open. This guy has been waiting for an opportunity to move. He should also be a member of that group of bandits. It's highly likely that he's the real culprit who killed the Extreme Warrior Squad. Chang Bei guessed correctly. That guy saw Chang Bei disarming his armor, so he instantly showed his face and tried to finish the blow. Just then, Chang Bei felt a strong wind whistling on his left side, and without thinking, he swung a fist towards his left side. But he hit a blank. And unsurprisingly, there was once again a sideways rubbing sound on the neck. After that, the silhouette disappeared again like a ghost. Nighttime. Chang Bei was naked and squinting. This guy must be traveling at greater than 28 meters per second. He's faster than me, the one who gained the gift of speed? What the hell is this? Chapter 68 Biochemical Organisms. Swish dash. Swish dash. Chang Bei stood still and saw the black shadow moving rapidly through the garbage. It would occasionally pause to reveal a pair of scarlet eyes, but only for fractions of a second before it turned back into a mass of black shadows moving at high speeds, its eyes trailing a slight reddish aura. Every now and then, Chang Bei would hear a shrill laughter, like a mockery from a strange creature. Although the two attacks didn't take Chang Bei's life, that thing didn't seem to be in a hurry as he had the initiative completely in his hands and was teasing Chang Bei at the moment. Chang Bei's gaze shifted slightly to the Type 1 biochemical battle armor. So let's see how you perform with this first fight. Chang Bei looked grave, slowly stretching out his arms, and under the dark and hazy moonlight, his entire body formed the shape of Tai. Chang Bei had thought that the Type 1 biochemical battle armor would open its radiant eyes and then give a wild, dazzling, cool, and fused on himself, but after waiting for a full 30 seconds, the other party didn't make any movement. Finally, the huge eyelids of the Type 1 biochemical battle armor moved, and then stretched out black tentacles that were as soft as asphalt, crawling up Chang Bei's body inch by inch. Like a python, and like an octopus tentacle, it coiled and moved around Chang Bei's body. Overall laziness, it doesn't seem very willing. And then that huge eye slowly turned around and plastered itself on Chang Bei's chest. At this moment, the black tentacles that crawled all over Chang Bei's body began to become lighter and thinner, becoming more and more like a black mat tights. At the collar position, two slender tentacles stretched out, affixing themselves to Chang Bei's temples on the left and right sides, spreading out like sticky fungus and forming a pattern similar to a spider web. Immediately afterward, the two pieces of spiderweb looked like they had merged into Chang Bei's skin, flashing a black stream of light and disappearing. The large, closed eye on her chest also became lighter and thinner, and eventually it was less than a centimeter thick, becoming like a kind of precise and three-dimensional embroidery. This moment. Some kind of link completion. Chang Bei only felt a buzz in his head. A strange perspective was then seen. It was a red planet, the rocks, the soil, the rivers, all red, with three deep red suns floating in the sky. All kinds of exotic plants grow here. The huge black flowers quivered slightly, releasing white pollen. There are also countless brightly colored, twisted growths of mushrooms. A large bird with more than 20 claws flew across the sky, but was swallowed by a dandelion 10 meters in diameter. There were also many catfish-like creatures that stood on the ground, and they didn't know whether they were crying or secreting something, and in their eyes, colorful rainbows flowed out. And the owner of this perspective seems to be a rather short creature. Another 7 or 8 huge, black-eyed creatures surrounded the owner of the viewpoint, snatching what looked like rotting dragon fruit from its hands, and they reached out with their tentacles, smacking the owner of the viewpoint. And the perspective hosts can only contribute food, cowering in the corner and shivering. 7 or 8 huge eyes, constantly emitting some kind of strange sound. Something like smack-roo. Smack-roo. I don't know if it's some sort of national curse or if the perspective owner's name is Smack-roo. Suddenly, the red earth in the distance flashed with a dazzling light, and a huge plant appeared out of nowhere. The plant was several thousand meters tall, its branches were horizontal and vertical, symmetrical from side to side, and its branches grew countless buds in a flash, and in the next instant these buds suddenly blossomed, and inside was a huge colorful eye. All the plants and animals on the red planet made submissive gestures. Some of the plants and animals with legs were also the first to kneel on the ground and kowtow continuously. The owner of the viewpoint did the same, hastily kneeling towards the huge plant. Chang Bei suddenly felt a flash of emotion within it. Only on pilgrimage, weak as it is, will it not be bullied, and gain a moment's respite. The scene shifts to what appears to be another time. A mysterious and vast starship suddenly appeared on the red planet, and they began to capture the creatures of the red planet. The owner of the viewpoint, however, was illuminated by a blue beam of light, his body slowly floating in the air. It was also captured and has since left its home. Chang Bei shook his head violently. The strange image disappeared, presenting a dimly lit garbage globe and the massive figures moving at high speed in the distance. He looked down slightly at his body. At this point, it was as if he was wearing a black leotard, and the huge eye had turned into a totem on his chest. What was that? A scene from inside the Triangle Galaxy? The same home planet of the biochemical battle armor in front of you? STC has said that the so-called Type 1 Biowar armor is a captured creature. That perspective just now, is that it? It's a bullied, somewhat self-absorbed little warhorse? Chang Bei's eyes flickered as he tried to call out the pronunciation, smack-roo. The next instant, a huge wave of emotions suddenly appeared in Chang Bei's mind, and the information was jumbled, but it was summarized in a single word, hungry. Suddenly, the large eyes on Chang Bei's chest snapped open, revealing crimson orbs. Its two eyelids, as if they had turned into a bloody mouth, stretched out a full 2 meters with a whale. It swallowed Chang Bei's memory metal extreme battle armor that stood on the side. Cluck 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 cluck. The huge eyelids closed and chewed internally with a crisp sound. Holy, my battle armor. Chang Bei's brain went straight down. The large eye on his chest was like a mouth stuffed with food at the moment, and as hard as the memory metal was, it chewed on it as if it were a peanut bean. This. Chang Bei was completely unable to understand. An eyeball that eats. Is there a gut-like organ in the eyeball? How do you absorb it? Is it hard to stuff it into the pupil? So be it. Since they were a higher biological civilization, there was bound to be something strange about them. Chang Bei consoled himself, but his heart was vaguely aching. The memory metal battle armor was precious, and as originally planned, Chang Bei intended to use it as a backup. After all, that function of memory metal to transform into a weapon anytime, anywhere was very practical. Nowadays, the eye on its chest gradually shrunk, and the set of memory metal battle armor was digested by it in just a few moments. Chang Bei's face showed grief. He didn't even know where the memory metal battle armor had actually gone, what form it had taken, if there were any remnants, etc. Also at this time, Chang Bei felt something a little bit strange in his palm. He slowly raised his hand, the surface of his palm covered with Type 1 biochemical battle armor, as if he was wearing a black silk glove. Suddenly, the black silk gloves changed. A pitch-black dagger coalesced in a flash. Chang Bei froze. From a distance, it looked like you were holding a dagger in your own hand, when in fact the handle of the dagger was completely connected to your skin. In the next instant, the dagger changed again into a machete, and then quickly into a lance. After that, it was like a traveling light, constantly changing into various weapons. Chang Bei has seen or not seen, will use or will not use, at least hundreds of kinds. At the same time, Chang Bei's back and the soles of his feet were constantly growing black spikes, like giant spider legs deeply rooted in the ground. Their role was to assist Chang Bei in stabilizing his body in the face of strong recoil. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. It's all about memorizing the function of the metal battle armor. Chang Bei then realized. When the Type 1 biochemical battle armor swallowed the memory metal ultimate battle armor, it gained a function similar to that of the memory metal. The assortment of weapons that flashed rapidly before him was clearly a test. The Type 1 Bio Battle Armor was adapting to its new abilities. Chapter 69, Rapid Killer. So, how exactly are your enhancements? Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly as he began to scan within the trash, searching for the figure that fell like a ghost. In that instant, he locked onto his target. The scarlet eyes of the other party were hiding behind the backside of a garbage heap, secretly observing themselves. Chang Bei bowed slightly, his right foot retreated 20 centimeters and stepped deeply into the ground. With a loud bang, Chang Bei's leg exploded with power. What he couldn't see was that at this moment, the surface of the Type 1 biochemical battle armor on his legs suddenly bulged with a line of muscle fibers that looked like thick steel bars twisted together. The fibers contracted and stretched, and a small blue lattice emerged from them again, flowing with a dull blue light that was entirely characteristic of an alien creature. Chang Bei's entire body transformed into a string of residual shadows, instantly bursting forward hundreds of meters. Process. Chang Bei could clearly feel that the energy overflow feeling from before had disappeared. Once upon a time, his own self, because of the genetic enhancement, had exceeded the upper limit of the memory metal battle armor's assistance in terms of speed, meaning that a portion of the speed was wasted. But at this moment, it's something else entirely. He felt that this Type 1 biochemical battle armor had no upper limit at all. It's a different kind of aid altogether. The experience that the memory metal battle armor gave to Chang Bei was as if he had put on a steel battlesuit, and although his reaction speed was fast and there was almost no delay, there was still a feeling of being bound. Certain movements of his own, if they exceeded the upper limit of the battlesuit, then it was as if he had hit a wall, and he could only be forced to withdraw his power. And the Type 1 biochemical battle armor gives the impression that it is no longer a suit. It is entirely an all-around help from the outside. For example, if Chang Bei ran, then the moment he lifted his leg and fully released his power, the Type 1 biochemical battle armor would release another power at the same time, like a pair of all-encompassing large hands that pushed Chang Bei again. And the strength of this help. Chang Bei savored it carefully. If one exerted 3 points of force, then with the help of the Type 1 biochemical battle armor, that force would become 6 points. If one exerts 10 points of force, then the final power becomes 20 points. Presumably that's one conclusion. It has no cap, it will only add to Ching Kill. It's a feeling that the sky is as high as the birds and the sea is as wide as the fish. Contains freedom of play, and endless possibilities. As for whether or not this Type 1 biochemical battle armor has 130,000 bulls of striking power, Chang Bei had already come to a conclusion in his mind, and it was no surprise that after the memory metal battle armor was devoured, this power was similarly inherited in the biochemical battle armor, and it was highly likely that it had been strengthened for a second time. Chang Bei secretly estimated his speed. It's supposed to be double what it was before, 56 meters per second, the equivalent of a strong typhoon and the speed of 1/5 of a pistol bullet. At such speeds, there is a visual sense of confusion. For some sight in the distance, just appearing in view, will become close at hand in the next instant. Chang Bei arrived at the backside of the garbage pile in almost an instant. As for the mysterious assassin, he had not anticipated Chang Bei's sudden outburst at all, and he froze in place. Chang Bei finally saw his true face. He turned out to be an old man with a dry and thin body, silver-white hair as messy as a chicken's nest, a yellow face, and cloudy eyes. And then, Chang Bei rubbed shoulders with that killer old man. The old killer man was staggered. Chang Bei was also staggered. Because Chang Bei had just gained explosive growth and was using the Type 1 biochemical battle armor for the first time, he was very unfamiliar with the control of it all. Boom! But he rushed over the top from Chang Bei, continuously turned over a dozen heels, impacted in a mountain of garbage. A large number of garbage fell, burying him. Off duty? The corners of the old killer's mouth twitched. He decided that the kid should have activated some kind of propulsion device, but couldn't manage the massive thrust, and that's why he fell. Of course he knew that this kind of strength would not kill Chang Bei in a fall. His eyes flashed, and then his body transformed into a residual shadow, changing his hiding position and preparing to look for another assassination opportunity. Wow! Chang Bei checked out of the garbage and stood up directly, looking unusually excited. It's kind of cool. With a loud boom, Chang Bei stomped the countless trash away as his body burst out once again. The old killer man pranced and jumped through the countless pieces of trash with great speed. Suddenly, the old killer man saw the face of a smiling teenager appear on the side of his body. The old killer man's first reaction was to look around, all the scenery backing up sharply, gusts of wind whistling in his ears. What? I can't believe he doesn't have any equipment on him? There can't be a human being that's faster than me. The old man killer's eyes widened slightly as he secretly raised his movement express to the limit. To his dismay, the teenager remained parallel to himself. And at that moment, Chang Bei also looked at the lower half of the killer old man's body. There was a surprisingly blurry mass of shadow there, something swinging sharply, clearly not human legs. Gabba! Oops! Boom! Chang Bei, who was running in a hurry, accidentally tripped over a huge piece of garbage, and his body rolled over a dozen times, once again crashing into a mountain of garbage. The old killer man's face flinched, hiss. The next instant, Chang Bei once again carps up from within the garbage, exciting. He once again turned into a whirlwind and instantly caught up with the assassin. This time, the Type 1 biochemical battle armor also seemed to have completed some sort of adaptation and learning. During Chang Bei's flight, certain parts of the battle armor's body would flip out countless tiny black feathers, like an airplane's wind-stabilizing wings, adjusting the angle by recognizing the airflow around them, thus drastically increasing stability. Squeak dash! This time, Chang Bei directly stretched out his arm and gripped the killer old man's neck, making a sound like squeezing a screaming chicken. Subsequently, Chang Bei braked sharply and skidded on the ground for tens of meters, knocking over countless pieces of garbage before finally standing still. And the mysterious killer in his hand had been clutched by him, his face purple, his eyes rolling white. His lower body finally stopped bobbing and hung in the air, twitching slightly. Chang Bei was somewhat appalled. Those were actually 6 stout calves, without toes, not even the palms of the feet. The whole was a cylinder with a light gray color, like a scaled-down version of an elephant leg. And these strange legs, obviously not the killer's own organs. His waist was a huge exposed stitched wound. The guy's upper body was human and his lower body was stitched up with some kind of strange creature. Sure. It was these 6 ugly and bulky-looking legs that gave this killer superhuman speed. Chang Bei cocked his head and saw that in the assassin's hand, he was holding a particle-cutting dagger with the clear steel mark of the Star Alliance squad on the side of the blade. He used a military weapon. It did look like it was one of Lt. Colonel Ning's men. First, there was the trash squad, and then the imposter ultimate warrior squad, with which an assassin lurking in the shadows had been arranged. The mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is behind it. Lieutenant Colonel Ning was cunning, and in his plan, he was bound to decimate Kunlun. A strange sound came from the killer's throat as he stretched out his dry, thin fingers and pointed them at Chang Bei's palm. He tried to speak, but Chang Bei had him in a chokehold. Chang Bei's eyes flickered as he slightly loosened his palms. Killer dropped obediently to his knees on the ground. Only the neck of this killer was covered with light gray sarcomas, and his physiology should have been gradually assimilated by those elephant legs. He could no longer make human sounds, but on the side of his neck, a small speaker hung, the wiring of which was lodged in his throat and should recognize the vibrations of his throat. An old man's distorted, raspy voice came out of the speaker. I was forced to. I was transformed by those bandits. They stitched me up with alien creatures. I was forced to take their orders. The old killer man's body was trembling at this point, and he spoke in a pleading tone. Chang Beg's eyes narrowed. 20 years, the ultimate warrior 8, you killed them as well? I was forced to. I was born in a small mountain village. I don't want to kill anyone. But there's nothing I can do. Because I can't stand a day without licking human blood. The killer old man's voice suddenly became sharp and ferocious, and his weak demeanor disappeared in an instant as he grabbed the dagger in his hand and stabbed it out towards Chang Bei's right eye, lightning fast. In his perception, Chang Bei should have taken a potion, which could harden his body to a certain extent, which led to the failure of his 2 attacks. This potion, however, also possesses a weakness, and in 99% of the cases, the human eyes are the weakness. Pust! The sound of a sharp object piercing through leather came. The killer old man's face carried a hideous smile, but in the next second, his smile froze. Only the tip of that dagger, which was only the last 5 centimeters away from Chang Bei's pupil, hovered in midair, never advancing the slightest bit further. The old man killer's eyes gradually burst out. Unbelievably, he looked at Chang Bei's palm. As for Chang Beg's palm, he didn't know when, but a pitch-black spike had coalesced and had already penetrated the old man's chest. I've lived on garbage earth for so long. About pity, about helplessness, about despair. I've seen too much. Chang Bei shook his head. Your acting is just too fake. Killer old man's entire facial muscles were trembling. How did he beat me to it? He actually recognized me. He obviously looks pretty stupid. Why? Who dash? Ah dash. Chang Bei was merely mildly cup-filled, and the next second he was directly shocked. The huge eye in front of his chest, the 2 eyelids transformed into a bloody mouth without warning, directly swallowing the old man killer. To be precise, with this bite, it swallowed the 6 elephant legs of the old man's lower body. And the old man's upper body, because of the lack of support, plopped to the ground, blood thick. He had already died. The half-human body did not arouse the slightest interest in Big Eyes. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr the battle armor, it was clearly chewing on blood and flesh, causing Chang Bei's scalp to tingle. Chang Bei stretched out his palms facing downwards, and slowly pressed down, trying to regulate his heart. It turns out that Type 1 biochemical battle armor, the so-called replenishment of bioenergy, is to feed on something else. Memory metal battle armor, 6 alien elephant legs. Nothing it feeds on is mortal. Chang Bei quietly pondered, and suddenly his expression flickered. Wait. When a Type 1 biochemical battle armor swallows something, it inherits the corresponding ability and displays it in its biological state. So, Chang Bei bowed his head slightly, then broke down a bit, realizing that his handsome Oba's long legs had turned into 6 dark, ugly elephant legs. Chapter 70. The 6 elephant legs appeared for just a moment. The Type 1 biochemical battle armor seemed to have made some sort of determination as well, realizing that the speed bonus of this limb was not as good as Chang Bei's own, and retracted the 6 elephant legs. At this very moment, Chang Bei sat quietly on a garbage hill. It's been 2 hours. The Harrier starship did not send a second line of troops. Is that all there is to it tonight? Chang Bei felt a bit unfulfilled. In fact, these days, Chang Bei had been studying how he could merge those 2 starships at once. First of all, it would be best to gut the contents of those 2 starships. Secondly, try to keep both starships intact. If they crashed and exploded into a pile of debris, there's a good chance they won't be able to be synthesized. Lastly, it's of figuring out how to unattribute the 2 starships, and it's attributed to the captains of the starships, supposedly. Previously found that the starship has a strong defensive force field, rash attack. Once you cannot be a quick battle, but will expose themselves, the starship is bound to be equipped with high-powered anti-personnel weapons. Plus, now that their title is regular army, blatantly making an enemy of them would stir up the hornet's nest that is the Galactic Alliance. In short, straight hard steel is not a wise choice. Instead, a sneaky, yet darkly awesome harvest in the shadows is a good compromise. What's more, Chang Bei had another plan in his head. Again, the wait was 3 hours. Still no movement. Chang Bei transferred 90% of the 1,000 eyes fly, perched directly below the starship. Once there is a breeze, he will be the first to know. And then, Chang Bei used the miniature directional stargate to teleport today's loot back to the underground shelter. At the same time, Chang Bei took out his turbojet-powered shoes and anti-gravity gloves. He was ready to take a walk on trashy Earth. When he had just retrieved his shoes and gloves, Chang Bei was afraid that the eyes in his chest would swallow them. But the truth is, he was overthinking it. The shoes and gloves didn't make it into the eyes of the Type 1 biochemical battle armor, perhaps because the tech level was too low for it to have the desire to devour them. When Chang Bei put on his gloves and shoes, a strange scene appeared. The Type 1 biochemical battle armor surged out black tentacles that wrapped the gloves and shoes in some sort of fusion, or perhaps the battle armor itself possessed strong compatibility. The turbojet shoes that were wrapped around them, as if they had been melted down, were several sizes smaller, becoming lighter and thinner, like a pair of stockings. The gravity field gloves, which once had some wiring exposed, were also completely fused at this point, turning them into black silk gloves. Chang Bei tested it, the flight function and gravity field adjustment function were both present, and it became more precise and easy to maneuver. The surveillance system of the Thousand Eyes Fly was also the contact lenses worn in Chang Bei's eyes. At this time, it was also assimilated by the Type 1 biochemical battle armor, which completely lacked the so-called eyeglass lenses, but instead turned into a mass of transparent nerves affixed to Chang Bei's eyeballs, and was still able to smoothly mobilize the monitoring perspective. Chang Bei was secretly surprised. So much easier. But Chang Bei also had a bit of a headache, because right now, he looked like a pervert. A large man with a black leotard, black stockings on his feet and black silk gloves on his hands. The shape of the Type 1 biochemical battle armor. Between the monster and the character, the choice was SM. Between normality and disorder, the choice was perversion. Just then, two drunken scavengers passed by in front of them, holding each other up. Huh, what's that kid wearing? Geez, what's so strange about that? With Trash Earth being so depressing, it's only natural for people's spirits to develop certain abnormal conditions. Get out of here, don't let that kid get a look in. Chang Bei pursed his lips. It was also at this moment that the eye embroidery on Chang Bei's chest suddenly slightly opened a slit, releasing some sort of bioscanning beam that only Chang Bei could see, scanning the bodies of those two sight scavengers up and down. Smacking Ru. Chang Bei heard in his ears, the Type 1 biochemical battle armor murmuring. It became slightly more active because it had eaten a lot. Also this instant, the SM suit on Chang Bei's body underwent a strange change. It actually replicated the appearance of the two scavengers and reimagined a coat, patchy overalls, a white and worn top, a grease-stained black mask, and a pair of open-ended overshoes. Chang Bei looked at his body with shock in his eyes. One of these scavengers was dressed exactly the same. He looked at his hands again, the black silk gloves becoming completely transparent, revealing his skin. And you can change your appearance? Then I want to look like myself. Chang Bei closed his eyes and carefully recalled his clothes that had turned into ashes. Smacking Ru. At the same moment, the tunic that Chang Bei had just simulated on his body turned into a black organism that rippled like asphalt before it coalesced back into shape and filled in the color. That's Chang Kill's signature attire. Black pants and denim jacket made of radiation-resistant material, and a blue scavenger cape filled with holes on the back. When Chang Bei opened his eyes, they were filled with surprise and satisfaction. Get comfortable. There was a cool breeze, and the nights on Junk Earth were anything but pitch black, with an indefinable dimness. Chang Bei walked for a few moments, keeping his eyes scanning the surrounding piles of garbage. There are too few intact pieces of junk, let alone identical tech creations. Suddenly, Chang Bei saw hazy lights emanating from the distance, illuminating a small piece of the sky. A few scavengers, with shaky frames, moved in and out of there. There was the old-time European Pentagon, now a bar street. The only somewhat popular place in the midst of a late-night garbage globe. Chang Bei slowly stepped into it. The bar building that he had destroyed the last time he had brutalized the hyenas was found to have been re-established with a number of customers inside. Chang Bei entered the bar, his eyes scanning. A special presence was then spotted in the corner. It was a strangely ugly woman. She had a huge glass of bad beer in front of her and was drinking alone. Chang Bei walked forward and sat across from the woman, sharing a table with her. The woman was a little drunk and her face was a huge scar, rotting and pus-filled and very ugly. Although her body underneath the grey cloak looked enchanting and delicate, the face was enough to scare off all men. The Type 1 biochemical battle armor assimilated Chang Bei's contact lenses, so it was able to provide Chang Bei with some unexpected messages through visual imaging. For example, the woman in front of her wore a relatively advanced piece of bioskin on her face, designed to conceal her true appearance. And the real face of this woman, when placed on the trashy earth, could only be described with the word shocking. Chang Bei was sure of it. She is the eldest daughter of the president of the Scavengers Union, Li Hongfu. Chapter 71. Hey, did you see the scene the other day? Look at what you're saying. That day is treadmill what? Scene is treadmill what? There is no clear time. There is no clear point. I saw a harami. Inside the bar, two drunken scavengers, talking. The latter, apparently possessed of an excellent logical mind, hit the nail on the head, and after towing a glass, he drained it with a tilt of his neck, but because of the cerebellar paralysis caused by the alcohol, all of the wine was poured into his nostrils. It's the day the Star League squad arrives. Did you see that? Chairman Lee's eldest daughter, Ms. Rainbow Food, she's so beautiful. I saw it. But so what? That kind of character is something trash like you and I can get our hands on. Ms. Rainbow's food is as beautiful as the heavens, like a flower in the desert, like a diamond in the garbage, and like a valuable one-leaf plant that grows on the cliffs, and if we try to pick it, we will all fall into the abyss of 10,000 feet. Ah, Ms. Rainbow's food. She will surely turn around gracefully in the future with a radiant and magnificent light, leaving us dreaming and carrying all the scavengers' hopes out of trash earth. Someone who would be a good match for Ms. Rainbow's food. It can only be a better, more advanced geneticist, perfect as an ancient Greek sculpture. The latter said, looking up at the ceiling with a mesmerizing gaze. Hey, I say, this brother, you're so literate. The other scavenger clasped his fists. We're also a temporary group. I haven't asked for your name yet? Well, well, well. The scavenger with his nose dripping wine also clasped his fists. I am Wang Zi. Oh, no law? No law, no law. Bro, just for your name, the drinks are on me tonight. Aya, we're all rag pickers. What's the difference between you and me? Bartender, 8 more cups. 5 meters away, Cheng Bei sat in front of Rainbow Food. The Rainbow Food was curious. There are still empty seats at the bar. But this teenager chose to share a table with this incredibly ugly woman of his own. With a drunkenness, she leaned forward and squinted at Cheng Bei. The movement caused the gray cloak she was wearing to tense up, revealing a graceful silhouette. The tight and firm buttocks underneath the plump waist looked like a peach, and the legs, which were folded together, were equally slender and graceful. It was just her face that was sickening. Cheng Bei paused, and then a smacking sound was heard in his ears. The bioimaging system hidden in his eyes instantly erased the biological camouflage from Rainbow Food's face. The true appearance of the Rainbow Food was presented to Cheng Bei's eyes. Her face was gorgeous and her skin was like sheep's fat white jade, glowing white in the light. At this time, she was a little drunk. Her cheeks were covered with a faint blush, and there was a hint of disorientation in her eyes, as well as a hint of curiosity. Her face was very close to Cheng Bei's face, exhaling like an orchid, emitting a slight odor of alcohol, and the scene was somewhat ambiguous. This woman is so beautiful. Cheng Bei was a bit distracted for a moment. Thanks to the Type 1 biochemical battle armor, Cheng Bei saw the real Rainbow Food. This flawless face, coupled with that impeccable body, and viewed so close up, was a top-notch treat for any man of normal sexual orientation. Moreover, at this time, Cheng Bei was still able to watch with impunity under the guise of treating everyone equally, which was a dark pleasure. The woman's mind was a bit mischievous as Rainbow's Food tilted her head. She knew that this face of hers was very ugly at the moment, but she wanted to see if the other person disliked it. She looked at Cheng Bei and suddenly smiled, revealing a seductive wink, her white teeth lightly biting her bright red lips as a slight moan escaped her mouth. The drunks in the distance also saw the scene and the corners of their mouths twitched. Holy, who can stand this? Cheng Bei's eyes also widened. Oh, my god, who can stand it? At this time Cheng Bei's eyes is a different perspective from all the barmen. This cannot be called a perspective, this is a beautiful new world. Who would have thought that the beautiful and high-strung Miss Rainbow Food was doing her best to seduce herself at this moment? LOL. Rainbow Food laughed, the prank over, and sat back in his seat. She didn't disguise her voice, crisp and distanced, the very same legendary royal voice. I'm so ugly, why do you want to sit at a table with me? Cheng Bei shrugged his shoulders and looked at the other party's perfect face. Come for a drink, the purpose is to relax and have fun. Why should you care so much about other people's looks? Rainbow Food nodded. I like your point of view. Cheng Bei sort of knew a truth. It was no wonder that the vast majority of the scavengers hadn't seen Miss Rainbow Food before, and there were even some who didn't know of her existence. It turns out that this woman takes on such a face on a daily basis. Cheng Bei looked up to the bar. At this time, the bar owner was a chubby middle-aged woman. She wore a naive smile as she greeted the endless stream of customers. As I recall, business at this bar, in the past, wasn't this good. Cheng Bei was puzzled. Oh, it wasn't long ago that a brat killed the hyenas and tore the place down. Then Rita rebuilt the bar. The Rainbow Food also looked at the chubby boss lady. Rita was very serious and hardworking, so I gave her some ideas on management style, marketing style, and so on, so the business of the place gradually got better. Oh, Cheng Bei's eyes flashed. He remembered that Rainbow Food was a higher genestealer, and that all genestealers below C rank would be gifted or talented in one way or another. Could it be that her gift is business and management? Cheng Bei smiled. What idea did you come up with? Rainbow's Food smiled mischievously and tapped the glass in front of him. Water down the wine. Cheng Bei froze. Aren't you afraid of smashing the signboard? On the contrary. Rainbow Food laughed. Life on garbage earth is depressing and grueling, and the main purpose of the scavengers who enter the bar is not the alcohol, but the rare time of relaxation, and if a drink can be consumed in 3 or 5 minutes, that time of relaxation will be short-lived. Cheng Bei's eyes twitched, so, after the original small cup of wine was watered down, it became a large cup, and it became very drinkable. Totally. The Rainbow Food winked. It was an unspoken secret among the drinkers, and the other bars never understood this, and even drove away people who had finished their drinks for the sake of turnover, so Rita's bar, gradually, became the most popular store on Bar Street. Cheng Bei gently applauded. Clever. Chapter 72, Dream Day. What's your name? My name is Ching Kill, and yours? My name is Cloud. Oh, hello MS. Cloud. With his glass in hand, Rainbow Food gently leaned on the back of his chair and scanned the entire bar. Thanks to the guardianship of those unsung heroes of the Star League squad, we're able to sit here and drink in good health and without threat to our lives. Cheng Bei scared his mouth and slowly said, yes, everyone is so safe thanks to the guardianship of the unsung heroes. It won't be long before the human traitor Quinlan is arrested. Everything here, it's going to be back on track. Rainbow Food's eyes glittered with hope. When the time comes, I'm going to make a big deal out of it. Chang Bei paused and suddenly said, then have you ever thought that Hua Kunlun might have been wrongly accused, and that squad, in fact, is not that formal? The rainbow food put down the glass that was held to his mouth. I don't think you've been drinking yet, my friend. You should know that there are some things that are dangerous to talk about, even under your breath. Chang Bei shrugged and changed the topic. You just said you're going to do something big. How are you going to do it? Speaking of which, Rainbow Food suddenly came into the spirit of the day, and his face was one of undisguised excitement. I'm in a good mood today because we've just received a large amount of relief supplies, so I've decided that I'll set today as a dream day for the scavengers. Chang Bei was bewildered, huh? However, he saw that the Rainbow Food lifted up the hem of his coat, and with a stride of his long legs, he stood directly on the table. She raised the glass in her hand high in the air. Listen up, everyone, I'm announcing that today is a dream day for all of us. The crowd of drinkers were a bit confused. They looked to the girl standing on the table, oddly ugly and staggering, obviously drunk. What dream day? This girl is high. We're lucky to be alive. Where's the dream? But Rainbow's food was ignored, and her delicate figure rotated 360 degrees on the table. Shut up, all of you, and let me talk. Tonight, the entire venue's consumption, all paid for by this girl. What? What? The crowd of drinkers didn't believe it at all at first. But when everyone saw it, the bar owner, Rita, wiped her hands with a towel while smilingly saying, fine, whatever Miss Yoon says is fine. I'll go. Really? Miss Yoon is atmospheric. Long live Miss Yoon. But he saw the Rainbow Food full of smiles. The whole man shook, and stretched out a finger. But today, everyone must have to say the dreams in their hearts, and they must shout them out loud. Because today is the scavenger's dream day. No problem. My dream is to marry Rainbow Food. My dream is to save up 20,000 credits. My dream is to become an E-class gene. My dream is that I'm not dreaming right now. My dream is to get a brand new penis. Chang Bei also froze, and then looked towards the corner of the bar, but saw that his little brother Xiong Zi was also drinking here, and was already bleary-eyed, not recognizing Chang Bei. He wiped his mechanical arm and said, don't get me wrong, my dick is an arm. Me, Miss Cloud. However, he saw the Rainbow Food hold up his own wineglass. My dream is to govern the entire trashy low earth. I want to establish a fair business system, a strict judicial system, and I also want to recruit talents, research new types of energy, and agricultural cultivation techniques. Her words came out and all the scavengers froze. Everyone was watching, in silence, the girl standing on the table, drunkenly. You know what? Rainbow's food was held high in her wineglass and she looked up at the ceiling, as if her gaze could penetrate the gray atmosphere and see the brightest sun. We were born and raised here, and that's something we can't change. This place is backward, this place is barren, this place is disliked by the higher humans. But I don't think we should give up on ourselves or feel sorry for ourselves. You know what? Perhaps because of the drunkenness, a faint tear appeared in Hong Fu's eyes as she said in a low and powerful voice, self-improvement, it is the magic of the weak. I believe that in each of us lies unimaginable power. I believe that we can rely on our own hands to change what the eye as well as the eye. I believe that a better future, a better tomorrow, awaits us in the near future. The voice of the Rainbow Food echoed throughout the bar. Everyone was silent, but everyone was secretly clenching their fists. Yeah, why do we have to be passive about it all? Why should we be forever shrouded in loneliness and despair? Why don't we fight it? Why don't we fight against that so-called destiny? But then he saw the Rainbow Food, once again raising the wineglass in his hand high in the air, the wine in it stirring. She exclaimed, when the time comes, I, Miss Yoon, will need each and every one of you for support and help. No problem. We absolutely support Miss Yoon. We're going to follow Miss Yoon and break the shackles of fate. The crowd, alcohol-addled, shouted angrily, and the scavenger, who called himself Wang Zi, was so hot that he swirled a large glass of beer in one gulp, and then fell headlong. Chang Bei quietly watched this. It's a late-night bar and everyone is more or less drunk. They have no idea what they're talking about or who they're conversing with. Miss Yoon is Food Li Hongfeng. She was the eldest daughter of the president of the Scavengers Association, and since President Li was already old, the position of president would, sooner or later, be passed on to Rainbow Food. By that time, it's only then that the scavengers will realize that today's alcohol on the head remark was no joke. Chang Bei's eyes flickered. And Li Hongfood, she's really different from all the scavengers. She was a higher geneticist, and through just a few words, she was able to tell that she did possess certain talents in management. Can she really change all that? Maybe I can, maybe I can't. But, she must need an opportunity. Chang Bei looked at Rainbow Food's eyes again. At this time, her pupils were pitch black. She should also be wearing some kind of biological camouflage glasses, but her glasses were inferior, and the Type 1 biochemical battle armor saw through everything in a flash. In her eyes, there was only a circle of light. It's the most basic E-ranked genestealer. And what she presented before LT. Colonel Ning that day was an illusion. It was insane, reckless behavior. Hey, Chang Bei. But he saw the Rainbow Food standing on the table, suddenly looked down. What is your dream? The crowd looked at it together. Ha, my dream. Chang Bei smiled back, then stood up. My dream. It seems so small and unspoken compared to everyone else. Ouch. It's dream day. Say whatever you want. No matter what you say, no one will laugh at you. The crowd was up in arms and the atmosphere was lively. Chang Beg was also infected by this atmosphere, and with one foot on the stool, he shouted, "Then I'll say it, my name is Chung Beg, Beggar's Beg, and my dream is to become the king of trash on the entire planet. Ha ha ha. Grass. This kid drinks too much. So be it, have a will. Ha ha ha." Hong Fu's food also laughed and fluttered. "Ha, Chang Bei, your dream sounds even harder to realize than mine." Chang Bei bristled. "Wasn't it you who said that? Self-improvement, the magic of the weak." "Ah, that's right, too. We all have magic." Rainbow Food's true nature came out. "Rita, serve everyone a drink." Oh. Chubby Rita, with a smile on her face, served drink after drink. Rita also placed a large glass of beer in front of Chang Bei, who was just about to lift his glass. Suddenly I received a warning from a thousand-eyed fly. Lieutenant Colonel Ning once again sent out 3 squads. These people were thin, wearing night clothes and moving swiftly. They should be some sort of scout type of role. LT. Colonel Ning, presumably agitated by the wait, sent extra men down to spy on the news. Chang Bei took a deep breath. "Miss Yun, some work has suddenly come in, I have to go." Rainbow's food turned to look a little lost. "But," Chang Bei laughed, "you bought me a drink, as a courtesy, I'll buy you a drink as well." Said. Chang Bei pulled out a test tube containing a light greenish liquid from his bosom and gently placed it on the table. And then, Chang Bei waved his hand and turned around to walk into the dark night. Chapter 73, Magic. The bar was noisy and lively. But also because of the unlimited supply of alcohol, everyone got drunk quickly. Rainbow's food was sitting alone in the corner, but it was getting more and more sober. She carefully recalled Chang Bei's words. "Then have you ever thought that Hua Kunlun might have been wrongly accused, and that the squad, in fact, wasn't that formal?" Ghostly, the Rainbow Food suddenly got up and plunged headlong into the night as well. With the cover of the garbage pile, the Rainbow Food kept approaching the area directly below the 2 Harrier starships. She wanted to know a vague result, such as if the 2 starships were at this point hovering peacefully and unchanged in midair. Suddenly, Rainbow Food has spotted a squad in nightclothes. She hastily retreated behind a mountain of trash, and as she watched from the shadows, Rainbow Food's eyes widened slightly. In their hands, they held military particle-cutting daggers. "They're from the Star League squad? But why, they didn't wear uniforms. What are they up to this late? Searching for Quinlan? But why, only 1 squad?" Rainbow Food was puzzled, and without realizing it, she stepped on a piece of metal junk with a crisp sound. However, the squad in the distance, which seemed to have extremely sensitive hearing, turned back in unison the moment the sound came out, and on their eyes, they were carrying some kind of night vision device, emitting a bright and oozing red light. That squad was extremely agile. The next second it surrounded towards where the Rainbow Food was. In a split second, Rainbow Food's body was exposed to a dozen blood-red gazes. Rainbow Food's body trembled and was just about to speak, but it was the members of this squad who started to make a sound. "A scavenger? Why is she so ugly and disgusting? Scavengers are like this. Ugly as it is, the hunt program hasn't stopped, and women can rack up points. Do her by the way." This squad didn't have any hesitation. One of the team members stepped forward and directly drew his particle-cutting dagger. A cold light flashed. His target was Rainbow Food's ear. The criteria for points in the hunt game is to get the ear of the scavenger. Thumbs up. In a panic, Rainbow Food stretched out her arm to block, and the particle-cutting dagger left a half-finger-long bloody gash on her arm. The Slayer was impatient, and with a flick of his wrist, the dagger was set across the room, a cold light slicing into Rainbow Food's neck. "Kill first, then take the ears." Buzz dash. At this instant, an unknown force field that resembled light green ripples suddenly appeared out of thin air in the surroundings. The killer's eyes widened as he swung out his dagger. How it could not advance even a fraction of an inch. It was as if a chaotic gravity had appeared around them, interfering with everyone's movements. "What's going on?" The members of this squad quickly reacted. "Someone is interfering in the neighborhood." They wanted to turn back, but under the chaotic gravity, every movement was extremely strenuous, as if there was a huge downward pressure coming from the top of their heads, and the sound of bones popping and cracking was emitted from within their spines and in their kneecaps, as their bodies were being passive, constantly kneeling down towards the ground. Buzz dash. There was another surge of turbulent gravity, and this squad as a whole was lifted off the ground and tumbled a dozen meters. Rainbow Food was amazed that she was the only one unaffected. Just then, suddenly there was a figure, the bottoms of his feet releasing a dark green bioflame, slowly descending from the sky. Rainbow Food's eyes widened. However, it was unfortunate that her position was just behind the figure, and coupled with the darkness of the night, she couldn't see the person's face. All she could see was that the man seemed to be wearing a tattered scavenger's cloak as he stretched out his palm, which released some sort of pale green ripple that impacted the fallen squad in wave after wave. Rainbow Food's heart grew horrified. What kind of gear is that? Never seen before. Also, he actually landed from the sky. Trash Earth can't pick up flying equipment because of the air ban. Also, that kind of equipment, I'm afraid, isn't something you can just pick up. The visitor was none other than Chang Bei, who had just finished dealing with another scout squad. The gravity field adjustment gloves and jet turbine power shoes, after being compatible with the Type 1 biochemical battle armor, the entire mechanism of action changed, and the gravity field released, as well as the jet flames, all turned green, representing biotechnology. And there's a nearly 50% increase in performance. Chang Bei felt comfortable using it and was more spontaneous than before. Buzz dash. The green ripples released from the gloves grew denser and the gravity field grew stronger. Ah! The scouting squad in front of them could only lie on the ground in big letters, their faces grimacing and roaring low, but they couldn't even get up. Pust. Click it. The gravitational field had exceeded the threshold of what their bodies could withstand. This scouting squad's bones shattered in an instant, their skin cracking and splattering large amounts of blood like bursting ketchup. A whole person was instantly crushed into a meat cake. They didn't even get a good look at who was coming before they were massacred in a flash. Chang Bei waved his hand. The signal shield and particle-cutting dagger carried by this squad were wrapped in green ripples and slowly floated into the air. And then, the bio-turbojet shoes under Chang Bei's feet activated, releasing green flames. He put his hands behind his back and slowly rose into the air. And those equipments, as if they were controlled by the space, also floated and took off, following behind Chang Bei. In a few moments, one person, a pile of equipment, disappeared into the night sky. Because, there was still a third scouting squad waiting to be harvested by Chang Bei. As for why you're carrying your hands, there's really no need for that at all. Chang Bei just thought that this look was handsome, like an ancient immortal. Rainbow Food witnessed everything. Wide-eyed, at this point completely like a wooden sculpture in clay. Who's that? What kind of tech level is he? He's not supposed to be an earthling, but why is he wearing a scavenger cape? The effects of all that gear of his and why it looks so fantastical. It's like magic. The next instant, Hongfu shook his head violently, the alcohol in his body instantly turning into cold sweat. There's something really wrong with the Star League squad. I go back as soon as possible to tell my father, to tell my sister. Harrier Starship number 2, in the ship's storehouse. The atmosphere here is subdued at this time. The 600 or so imposters here heard the news from inside Starship 1 before they even had a chance to participate in the hunting game. The teams that went down there before all folded up and didn't even get their bodies back. Did Flower Quinlan really fix himself? A horrible cloud of suspicion hung over them, and they couldn't help but shiver at the thought of that brave and invincible female god of war. Depressing, suffocating, unknown. This was the hardest part, especially since the current orders from the top were for them to stay honestly in the starship and not go anywhere. Click, click. A few of the imposters changed their expression and looked to the transportation crates on the side. The higher-ups had applied for some energy blocks in order to play the regular army, and these crates, which were used to transport the energy blocks. But it was distributed 2 days ago and the empty boxes returned to the starship. But at that moment, there was a rattling from inside the box. Knock, knock. Someone was banging on the box from the inside. A group of imposters instantly grabbed their weapons and surrounded them. A bold fellow, stepping forward, with slightly trembling fingers, opened the latch of the case, yanked the door open, and then immediately raised his firearm and aimed it at the interior of the case. In the next second, the group of imposters froze in unison. Inside the box, surprisingly, was a beautiful woman in a red dress. The woman's hand shook a bit as she straightened her long hair. Hello everyone, my name is Horna. The posse froze in unison. Scavenger women? I'm terribly sorry. Horna pursed her lips. I hid in a crate earlier and came in here with the transport ship. Don't you worry, I just wanted to meet your commander Ning. I've been hiding here for 2 days, and I haven't found a way to get out quietly. I might need a little food and water now. Horna hooked her shoulders and tried her best to show a flirtatious and moving smile. After that, can you guys take me to see Lieutenant Colonel Ning? Ha! Suddenly, an imposter army let out a laugh. I heard before that there are low-grade genestealers who can turn into high-grade genestealers in order to get to the top, and originally I didn't believe it. Ha, yeah, I didn't realize it was like that on Trash Earth. You guys, she's still an E-class geneticist. Hey guys, have you ever experienced a woman with grade E genetics? It's been such a suffocating few days. We need to let off some steam. A flash of panic appeared on Horna's face. You guys. Say what? You guys are soldiers. Oh, Chica. Even if we do send you to Commander Ning, they may not necessarily look at you. But the brothers don't mind you. Look, we've also been injected with a body strengthening potion, and we have a yellowish aura in our eyes too. More than 600 imposters slowly gathered, drooling and releasing a devilish light in their eyes. Horna was in complete disbelief at the scene before her. Her eyes widened and she hastily cowered in the depths of the cargo box. What are you doing? Stay back. Chapter 74, Genius General. LT. Commander Ning walked on the bridge, and there came the sound of military leather shoes tapping on steel plates. A drop of sweat that slid down his forehead. The time to capture Quinlan was down to the last 12 hours when the general suddenly wanted to see him. Cross the long suspension bridge to the circular platform at the very center. Lieutenant Colonel Ning slowed to a halt, and towards the dark figure in front of him, he gave a standard military salute. According to common sense, the bridge of a large starship like the Harrier should be swarming with people, shuttling in and out. But at this time, the place was uncharacteristically quiet and silent, without a single staff member. The entire starship, however, was running perfectly. Swish dash. A not-so-bright light came on the platform. The general's true face slowly emerged. It was a strong man of about 50, dressed in black captain's garb, sitting imposingly on a huge metal seat. His face was a standard country face with dark skin. However, there is an obvious defect on his face. He was born with a hair lip, an upper lip that is split and grows to the sides, which is a congenital genetic inheritance problem. The general tilted his head and looked at Lieutenant Colonel Ning, his voice low as he spoke, "Tear off that ugly mask of yours for me." Lieutenant Colonel Ning frowned, but raised his hand anyway, his fingers digging into his right jawline. A very realistic creature mask was ripped off Lt. Colonel Ning's face. Lt. Colonel Ning's true colors were also shown in the dim light. He was no longer the handsome look he had been before, with the same country face, dark skin, and a face that possessed a congenital defect, also a hair lip. Lieutenant Colonel Ning bowed his head slightly, his eyes averted as he said, "Brother." The general still tilted his head, "Fourth brother." At this moment, the two faces appeared in clear contrast. The faces of Lt. Colonel Ning and the general were close to 90% similar, except that the general was older while Lt. Colonel Ning was slightly younger. "Fourth brother, do you remember the happy childhood of our quadruplet brothers, on planet K-23? Commander Ning lowered his head, "Remember." The general rested his hands flat on the metal armrests of his chair, seemingly caught up in some sort of reminiscence. "Our father, a famous interstellar bruiser, used the money he robbed, and the food he looted, to raise our 4 brothers. He used decades of experience fighting the Star League to educate us and teach us to arm ourselves. But father died under the Star Alliance bombardment after all, not even leaving his ashes behind." The general sighed slowly and said in a somewhat elder-like tone, "From that time, I realized one thing. If we fight head-on, we can never win against the Star Alliance. But if it goes the other way, we join the Star League under a false identity. Not only do we get a name and an identity, but we can gradually dismantle this behemoth from within." At that time, none of you agreed with me. I had to get bent out of shape. Alone, he signed up for the military and became a starship trooper. There are a few of us who were born with E-rank genes, but have no individual talent. However, because of being quadruplets, the nature of our genes are symbiotic genes within the specialty gene catalog. It's a powerful group talent. Between us brothers, we have the ability to communicate telepathically, coordinate our movements, and in the most exaggerated cases, to have what one sees and hears, completely known by the other. I've been in the military, plying my trade for so many years, and I've finally gotten mixed up as a captain of a small attack ship. It was also at this time that the strengths of our 4 brothers manifested themselves. Father has given us 4 brothers very good names: Wind, Rain, Mountains, and Rivers. My name is Ning Feng, and your real name is Ning Chuan. And Ning Yu and Ning Shan, in order to pave the way for me, made a huge contribution. The general's torso poked forward slightly. It was only then that he realized that on his head, he wore a huge helmet, and the backside of this helmet was linked with dense metal wiring, like a string of dirty braids tied by an African lady. These lines ran all the way to the Harrier starship's main console. And the Harrier starship had a transparent glass cabinet mounted in the main console. In the cabinet was a completely bare pink brain, with tubes dedicated to supplying nutrients underneath the brain, and signaling sensors with tens of thousands of thin, weak silver needles lodged in the surface of the brain. "That's my second brother, Ningyu." The general folded his arms and looked at the brain with a loving gaze. "I linked him to the entire Harrier starship, and I threw the symbiotic genetic gift between our brothers to him, in such a way that only our brothers can do. It is also the only way to allow the starship to utilize its strongest combat power, its strongest reaction speed, and to allow the starship, and its commander, to form the most perfect and tacitly understood whole. It wasn't easy for us to get all the way here. Ning Yu and Ning Shan have always been brought along by me. They kept moving and were installed on starship after starship, from small battleships to today's mega battleships. With them, I can perform the most difficult piloting maneuvers, and no one has faster reflexes or knows their battleships better than I do." The general's eyes widened, for circles of light flashing out within his pupils. "Because of their help, I gradually became the most dazzlingly talented commander in the entire Interstellar Alliance, as well as one of the top 20 generals of the Interstellar Alliance." Saying that, a majestic gaze shot from the general. "It's also me who made you, a guy who was reduced to an interstellar bruiser, transform into Lieutenant Colonel Ning." Lieutenant Colonel Ning's body shivered a little uncontrollably. Yes, his own big brother, one of the 20 great generals. And he is where he is today because of the sacrifice of his second and third brothers. Ergo's brain is on this starship, and the brain of the third brother, Ning Shan, was on another Harrier starship. In this way, Big Brother could perfectly navigate 2 Alpha-class main starships by himself alone. At one point, Big Brother had wanted to take out his own brain and remodel it into his third puppet, so that he could pilot one more large starship. But Big Brother also needed some human hands around him, so he could stand here himself as he did today. That's the reason why Big Brother used to have that line. If you can't find Quinlan's brain in 72 hours, you don't deserve your own. Fourth brother, capturing a scaly Kunlun. Is that so difficult? The general lowered his head and looked down at LT. Colonel Ning from his massive metal seat, you disappoint me somewhat. Chapter 75, Black on Black. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's legs were shaking. Surprisingly, the crotch was vaguely oozing with urine stains. He was too scared to become a brain, a shipboard brain that would be forever imprisoned, commanded, and darkened for the rest of his life. That is simply the cruelest, most inhumane punishment in the world. He had heard the humans' cries of grief coming from within the ship's communicator, late at night. He wasn't sure if that was or wasn't the souls of the second and third brothers. Ning Chuan. The general shook his head helplessly. Dad has been doting on you since you were a child. I won't make a move on you until I have to. I'm not as physically fit as you are, and in the future, there will always be someone to continue our family's cause. Remember our goal? We're going to take one step at a time to the top of the Star League, and then set off a coup. We're going to be the real official power in the galaxy. We're going to run rushhout over this place, and no one will dare to stand in our way anymore. Today, we are not strong enough, and Kunlun knows our secrets. We must never let her get the message out. LT. Colonel Ning was still shivering. Big Brother, though his mouth was slowed down, looked at himself with the ever-present look of a wild animal staring at fresh flesh and blood. But in the face of the current situation, LT. Colonel Ning didn't know what to do. Show you something. The general shook his head with a look of hatred, and a signal line behind his head suddenly flashed a section of light, like flowing water, into the starship's core console. Overhead, the Harrier starship's imaging system suddenly activated and projected a void imaging. The images of the terrain of junk Earth. The landing bay of a Harrier starship slowly landed, and 3 scouting squads fishtailed out. LT. Colonel Ning was a bit puzzled. This was from about 10 minutes ago, when he was also monitoring everything through the starship's scanning system. These 3 squads were precisely following his orders to spy on the whereabouts of the Ultimate Fighter Squad. As of now, the scouting team is still searching, and LT. Colonel Ning has not received any feedback. The general's voice suddenly came. What you see is an illusion. LT. Colonel Ning's eyes widened. What? The image in front of him focused on one of the scouting squads. But the weird thing was that the screen got blurrier and blurrier, as if someone was adjusting the resolution, and the mosaic on the screen got bigger and bigger, and in the end, the members of the squad even turned into human-sized mosaics. Suddenly, another silhouette, covered in mosaics, fell from the sky. Immediately afterward, a mosaic of red erupted from the scouting squad. The image was like a minor protection system. Not a bit of gore could be seen, nor could any of the broken bodies be seen, yet the viewer could clearly tell that those squads had died a horrible death. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's face gradually became bloodless. And then the corners of his eyes began to twitch. In his information feed, the life signals of this scouting squad were still normal. I've had 7 prior first-class combat awards. The Interstellar Alliance rewarded me with a vision detector abandoned by a Class 4 civilization. It took close to 7 years of repairs before this probe was installed on my Harrier starship. Earlier, I fired it up, but it was only a few dozen seconds before it ran out of built-in energy, and the engineers said it was no longer usable. Only the general's eyes showed a cold light. The other side's signal barrier is very strong. If it wasn't for that detector, we wouldn't even be able to see these images. Lieutenant Colonel Ning was filled with horror. A level 4 civilization detector to see a bunch of mosaics? The general's voice trailed off. Someone, in spite of themselves, is playing the guardian of the darkness. Lieutenant Colonel Ning stared blankly, deadpan at the super fuzzy footage that was only 33 seconds long. Doesn't that look like Kunlun? I think he's wearing a blue cape. Is he a scavenger? How can there be such a scavenger? What's he doing? It looks like he's digging a hole. Lieutenant Colonel Ning was somewhat mentally broken by the onslaught of a vague message. The feeling in his heart was very hard to describe. The earth is a rotten and stinking garbage heap in their minds, and those who live here are a bunch of waste struggling on the edge of life and death. And the image before us is like a maggot born out of cow dung, which suddenly stood up and then toppled a strong bull. LT. Colonel Ning thought left and right, but was still a bit jaw-dropped. How is that possible? Obviously. The general said in a low voice. He picked up some powerful equipment and even a very high-level signal shield, although the probability is very, very low. It's just such a coincidence that it caught up with him. Asterisk. Lieutenant Colonel Ning stared at the screen and gritted his teeth. He killed all my brothers who were born to die. The good news is that Quinlan isn't back in the fight. The general leaned back in his chair. The bad news is that there is a lone hero, standing out from the thousands of scavengers. Of course, even if he had unbelievable luck, he should have run out after picking up a high-grade signal shield. As for his fighting level, there are some gimmicks though. But as long as he shows his head in front of me, I can instantly kill him in seconds. However, this guy might have some relationship with Kunlun as well. I want you to find him. As for the manner, The general's eyes narrowed. Next, you need to put the scavengers on the hook again, within reason, and make mass arrests, and if there's any resistance, shoot them on sight, and that blue cloak, doesn't he want to be a hero? He'll show his face. Don't worry, big brother. I'll be your best help. I will certainly play no less important a role than the ship's brain. I won't let you down again. Lieutenant Colonel Ning stared at the void projection, his chest rising and falling slightly, perfectly executing his big brother's orders, and being a useful human was the only way for him to live. And the blue-cloaked figure in the picture was standing on the ground, looking up at the two Harrier starships in the sky. And behind this figure were the scattered lights of the scavengers. Hero? He's a mantis. Lieutenant Colonel Ning clenched his teeth together. No one can block Big Brother's path forward. Lieutenant Colonel Ning walked briskly inside the Harrier starship, his brow furrowed. The adjutant followed in his footsteps. Dang, you said you want to put a charge on those scavengers. That seems a bit difficult. Difficult? Lieutenant Colonel Ning had already put on that handsome mask again, but his eyes were filled with gloom. Remember Chairman Lee's eldest daughter? The woman called Hong Food. The adjutant nodded. That chick looks good. Still D-grade genetics. I'm impressed. Class D? Lieutenant Colonel Ning smiled. I've taken genetic potions many times and failed many times. My current D-grade genes are hard to come by, and that woman. I could tell that day that there was something wrong with her, that state of hers. Obviously a characteristic of a failed genetic enhancement. The adjutant froze. Then why are you still blocking us from performing the genetic test? If she's truly D-ranked, then her data will be synchronized to the Galactic Star Alliance headquarters at the same time as the genetic testing. And with the appearance of high genestealers on Trash Earth, this is sure to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Lieutenant Colonel Ning let out a low laugh. Although the possibility was almost zero, I wasn't going to take any chances at that time because I promised my brothers that I would organize a hunting game. In other words, as long as the ones I killed were some trash, it wouldn't attract the Alliance's attention at all. Understood. The adjutant nodded. You don't want to play along with them now, you're ready to just dismantle them, and it's a felony to lie to an allied officer and falsify a genetic identity. Chapter 76, A Second Life. The hazy sunrise rose slowly. There was finally a glimmer of light on the trashy earth covered in murky air. The headquarters of the Scavengers Union. Chairman Lee's face reddened. Hong Fu, do you know what you're talking about? I'm clear. Rainbow Food raised his arm, revealing the somewhat charred wound. Only a particle-cutting dagger, which is standard for Star League squads, could have created such an injury. Chairman Lee stared. Then what if it was some bandits that picked up the particle-cutting dagger? Rainbow's Food tilted its head as well. And what if the Star League squad itself is a bandit? You. President Lee's body trembled. Underneath his anger, he actually hid a deep fear. Where did you get these horrible thoughts from? Rainbow's Food was unassuming. A scavenger named Chang Bei. He was the one who reminded me. Chang Bei? Scavengers? Chairman Lee was in tears. Putting the regular army not to trust a scavenger? Hong Fu, are you crazy? Do you realize that we've been living in the cracks? If the squad really treats the lives of scavengers like dirt, as you say, then why are we still alive and well? President Lee pounded on the table. And why? Did they bring us food? Rainbow Food's eyes flickered. Someone is guarding us. President Lee stared. Who? The Food frowned. I'm not sure, but he's also a scavenger, and it's possible that he's also Chang Bei. What a Chang Bei again? President Lee was even more helpless. Daughter, open your eyes. Where we are, a mere garbage dump. Will a scavenger be born here that can fight against an interstellar alliance squad? We're such a big league of scavengers that we only own 7 Eastern beam pistols with magazines that add up to no more than 110 rounds. Under these conditions, an ordinary scavenger can fight against a Star League squad? He can stop a Star League squad in the dark? I was almost led astray by you. There's no way a Star League squad could hurt us. President Lee said in a word-by-word, aggravated tone. I can't believe what you're saying, and I can't believe it either. Just then, a member of the Scavenger Alliance rushed into the house. President, Lieutenant Colonel Ning suddenly paid a visit. What? President Lee looked flabbergasted and hurriedly began to straighten his clothes, while urging Hong Fu to stand up and get ready to greet him. Where did that girl Horna go? Forget it. Prepare the best filtered water you can find, and bring out that bag of tea I have in my collection. Just as President Lee was in fear, Lieutenant Colonel Ning slowly entered the house with a group of soldiers. President Lee, there's no need to bother. Lieutenant Colonel Ning smiled. This will be a short conversation, and the tea you have in your collection, is it something a human can drink? President Lee directly froze. This. However, he saw Lieutenant Colonel Ning slowly sit down on the chair, gazing at the 2 apertures in the eyes of the Rainbow Food, which represented the D-class genes. President Lee. Lieutenant Colonel Ning slowly crossed his legs. Do you know what the consequences of falsifying genetic identity are? This statement was made. President Lee's face seemed to be instantly brushed with a layer of white paint. His hands began to tremble all at once, but with an effort of restraint he hid them behind his back. Medium offense, level 3 to 5. But it was the Rainbow Food that slowly said, including the counterfeiters, and all those who harbor them, will be arrested and face up to 10 years in prison. Miss Rainbow Food is familiar with the regulations, but you're not being very comprehensive. Lieutenant Colonel Ning laughed. Let me add one more thing to your list, assuming, and I mean assuming that Miss Rainbow Food's Dijin is a fake, such as if you were merely on Trash Earth, deceiving some scavengers with the aim of gaining some respect, then this crime is, indeed, a medium crime. But if, however, you have deceived such as myself, the chief of a Star League combat squad, and through the status of a D-ranked geneticist, I was asked to give away a resource grant worth millions of credits, then this is cheating the entire Galactic Alliance. This is a Class 9 felony. 60 years in prison or even the death penalty. Lieutenant Colonel Ning scanned the room and the scope. Not only does it include dozens of people up and down your scavenger alliance, but also those scavengers who grabbed the energy blocks in the square. They either harbored or participated in dividing the spoils. Not one of them can run away. Lieutenant Colonel Ning suddenly gritted his teeth and said in a chilling voice, if that's really the case, I'm going to suppress the entire Trash Earth. Do you understand what kind of suppression it is? And if there are any resistors, I have the right to shoot them on the spot. President Lee was already shaking like a sieve, squeezing out a hint of a smile and said, Commander Ning is really good at joking. How could we dare to deceive you? Maybe it's God's favor. The rainbow food, she's exceptionally gifted. However, it was Lt. Colonel Ning who reached out to interrupt President Lee's words, and then directly waved his hand. Behind them, 4 soldiers carried the massive genetic tester and entered the house. President Lee was about to have a heart attack on the spot, and his body became cold for a moment, as if he had fallen violently into a deep lake in winter. There was only one thought in his mind at that moment. Done. It's all over. Miss Rainbow Food. Lieutenant Colonel Ning stretched out his hand and pointed at the genetic tester with a smile on his face. Excuse me. The genetic tester, which had been activated, opened its surface to reveal a human-sized space inside. What makes this unit so large is the integrated full range of inspection capabilities. Genetic rating is a big deal, and the entire Galactic Alliance has always been cautious about it. Once a tester enters the device, 12 tests are completed for blood, DNA, pupil recognition, and more, with the goal of 100% accuracy. However, he saw Hong Fu's face calm, step by step, walking into that tester. Thumbs up. As the hatch slowly closed, Rainbow Food took one last look at his father. As for President Lee, his entire body had completely stiffened and his heart was ashen. The box of the genetic tester was rhythmically glowing with a blue technological light as it was rapidly taking samples and constantly generating a large amount of data. On the display, too, groups of characters began to appear. Eventually, those characters converged into 2 lines of Chinese characters. Detection complete. The tester is a high-grade gene. President Lee really couldn't control his weakened legs and his entire body fell to the ground. The Rainbow Food was originally an E-class gene, which was indeed the category of a higher geneticist, so it was expected that the machine would make such a rating. But that's just the preliminaries. And it's the specific level that comes next that really kills it. I didn't realize that you did have a good base. Lieutenant Colonel Ning sneered, his eyes not moving an inch as he stared at the display screen. An E-class gene, disguised as a D-class gene, is likewise a major deception. Ding! The test subject's precise genetic grade is D grade. The genetic testing machine that made the final conclusion. President Lee slapped his own head and wailed sadly, it's over, it's over. My daughter, she is actually a D-grade gene, we actually bullied. Wait, D-grade? President Lee suddenly widened his eyes and stood up with an exclamation. He came to the screen of the tester and rubbed his cloudy eyes vigorously. Hiss. President Lee sucked in a breath of cool air and his entire body took 3 steps backwards. D-rank. It's really D-rank. What is this? Luckily, he reacted quickly and swallowed back the latter words. Thumbs up. The hatch of the test plane slowly opened. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was the 2 azure apertures in the eyes of Rainbow Food. Rainbow Food's face was already beautiful and unrivaled, and now it was being paired with 2 mysterious and noble apertures. Her aura became even more lofty and arrogant. Lieutenant Colonel Ning was also completely frozen in his seat, his eyes full of incredulity. Did I read it wrong? How could that be? The way she looked that day was clearly a consequence of the backlash from the potion. She also used makeup to cover it up. But a genetic testing machine can't be wrong. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's mouth was slightly open, his head slightly tilted as he stared at the Rainbow Food somewhat dumbfounded. How can there be a D-rank geneticist on a trashy planet? There is no way they can get their hands on highly effective potions. They don't have that kind of power or that kind of financial resources. But with the facts in front of him, Lt. Colonel Ning had been dumbfounded. Right at this moment, the Scavenger Alliance's service staff brought a pot of brewed tea into the house, placing it at Lt. Colonel Ning's hand. Rainbow Food gently straightened his clothes and took a step out of the tester, walking slowly on the ground. This stunning woman tilted her head back and held out her chest, her beautiful eyes twinkling. She thought back to the bar last night. Thinking back to last night's dream day. Think back to the scavenger boy in the blue cape. It also recalled a light green colored potion that the teenager had left behind when he left. She had also, last night, endeavored to look up the roots of the potion, which seemed to be the handiwork of the genius apothecary Valente, but of all the available information, there had never been a Valente's potion in this form. Early in the morning when the hazy sun rises, She leaned against the window, recalling the pure eyes of the blue-cloaked boy, and an unexplained trust grew within her. Finally, she met the distant, darkening sun and drank the potion. At this very moment, the rainbow food stood in front of Lt. Colonel Ning. With a delicate posture, she stretched out her white and slender palm, gently picked up the teapot, and poured a cup of tea for Lieutenant Colonel Ning. And then, the rainbow food stood to the side, tilting its white chin up. Commander Ning, what about this tea? It is indeed from Trash Earth, and it has indeed been dusty for a long time. But, what is true is not false. At this moment it is being given a second life as if by magic with new help and nourishment. The goods are real and freshly scented. You, taste it? Lieutenant Colonel Ning's arm actually appeared to be trembling slightly as well. He subconsciously took the teacup and gazed into Hong Fu's eyes, that look of disbelief still on his face. How did that happen? Chapter 77. Who is the Red Lotus? Lieutenant Colonel Ning left the Scavenger Union headquarters with a group of horses. After walking a few hundred meters in front of the plaza, he couldn't help but look back at the Scavenger headquarters building once again. Gnashing of teeth and crippling. Surprisingly, Rainbow Food's genetic level was not faked, which left him no chance of having a seizure. Without realizing it, he came to the front of the landing craft, and because he was only looking back to express his anger, he tripped and stumbled over the climbing ladder, took a few steps forward, and fell to one knee. Commander Ning, are you alright? Several attendants gathered. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's eyes were filled with anger as he waved his hand and straightened himself up again. He once again turned back to the Scavenger headquarters building and gritted his teeth. Tell the people to bring over the wreckage of Hua Kunlun's 24th fleet and scatter it evenly outside the Earth's atmosphere, as well as those shattered corpses of Hua Kunlun's old ministry, and gather them back as well. The adjutant raised an eyebrow. What are you? The Star League has received the genetic information from Rainbow Food, but they have a bloated system and are slow to respond. It will be at least 10 to 12 hours before they send someone to investigate and verify. Lt. Colonel Ning's gaze had turned morose, and during this time, I'm going to kill all the scavengers outright without leaving a single one behind. And that includes the Blue Cape, who also knows our true colors. I must lure him out, and I must also find clues to Flower Kunlun from him. Lt. Colonel Ning growled lowly, and then ended all by killing them all. The adjutant's eyes also lit up with a touch of bloodlust. And then we can frame Hua Kunlun for this massacre? It's not just dead-end graft. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's face gradually became twisted. After it's over, I'll report upwards. After the inhuman and indiscriminate killing of innocents by this demon, Hua Kunlun, we came a step too late and destroyed her outside of the Earth's atmosphere, and with the merits and demerits balanced out, we'll at least be able to fall into a nominal meritocracy. The adjutant glared. It's exciting and difficult, but if we miss a live one, so, not a single one of them can be left behind. There is no turning back from this path. But they made me do it, and I had no other way out. Lieutenant Colonel Ning tilted his head and looked at the Scavenger headquarters, his eyes filled with madness. Time is running out. Tell the brothers to inventory their equipment, the healers to prepare painless potions, and the mechanics to overhaul their equipment. In 3 hours, the army descends to start this most exciting game of hunt. Chang Bei stood in front of his shack, watching Lt. Commander Ning's landing craft rock up and all the way back to the Harrier starship. He shrugged, guessing that Lt. Colonel Ning would set off a blatant incident on the grounds of Rainbow Food's genetic falsification. The first batch of Valente Fantasy Potion that was born when the genetic potion was first synthesized was exactly 5. So, he gave the remaining single-digit Valente Fantasy Potion to Rainbow Food. Whereas the Valente Fantasy Potion has a 99.9% success rate, it is essentially a blind box where genetic enhancement depends on the user's raw talent. But Rainbow Food was born with E-class genes, a shining gem on this trashy planet, and her raw talent must not be bad. By the looks of it, she made it. Moreover, after the gene level was raised, the management talent of Rainbow Food should also be strengthened. A Valente Fantasy Potion was nothing to Chung Bei. But for Rainbow Food, for the entire Scavengers Union, and for all scavengers, it will most likely be the beginning of a new life. But, Chang Bei narrowed his eyes slightly. For someone like Commander Ning, paranoia and insanity were the norm, especially after hitting walls everywhere. The animalistic nature pent up inside would become even more uncontrollable. Like a bomb with a lit fuse, he's not going to shy away next, I'm afraid. The final battle should be coming up. Battle! Chang Bei's eyes shone. Behind them, the door to the underground shelter slowly opened. The teenager walked slowly into it. He also had to start preparing his strategic supplies. In the workroom, Chang Bei's recently harvested equipment was laid flat on the ground. By harvesting 3 scout squads, he once again harvested 36 small signal shielders and 36 particle-cutting daggers. Together with the previous stock, the military particle-cutting daggers had accumulated to 84. Organized thoughts. Chang Bei first took that small signal shield and merged it into a second Innocence defense array. Immediately, Chang Bei looked towards the 84 military particle-cutting daggers. This was a cold weapon that combined modern technology. Chang Bei hadn't synthesized similar equipment before, and the reason why he had accumulated such a large amount was that he wanted to do it all in one go. Similar technological artifacts detected. Synthesis begins. Chang Bei raised his arm, and the SCC on his wrist bloomed into an azure fan-shaped scanning beam, breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Military particle scimitar, *42. Military light blade longsword, *21. Looking at the military light-bladed longsword in front of him, its appearance and form had completely changed. The type had changed from a dagger to a longsword, longer in size and more powerful. But Chang Bei didn't pause, he wanted the ultimate answer. Breaking up into raw matter. Military quantum shock sword, *10. Military force field shield sword, *5. Why is it all with the word military in it? Chang Bei paused slightly. Could it be that the upgrade routes of these weapons are all locked into military equipment? He gently picked up a military force field shield sword. The tech-savvy sword had no sign of activation, and was overall dull. This kind of technological weapon is bound to be activated before it can show its full capabilities. It was also at this moment that a line of red characters suddenly appeared on the holographic screen in the hilt area of the sword. No military records were queried and the device could not be activated. Chang Bei nodded in bewilderment. These weapons were locked. They were, after all, high-level military equipment, and even if they accidentally made their way into the civilian population, they would not be able to be used because they did not have the corresponding file permissions. However, this weapon was also just a transition, and Chang Bei had 2 more chances to synthesize it. Breaking up into raw matter. Military gravitational battle spear, *2. Breaking up into raw matter. Exclusive military weapon Red Lotus Vulcan, *1. The weapon comes from the indestructible legend 120 years later, and is also a technological creation of the Human Legion 120 years later, not belonging to the current era, but belonging to the future unique customized weapon, with a built-in biometric system, force field protection system, gravity field flight system, particle shock penetration system, antimatter flame system, and holographic Red Lotus totem. The weapon integrates a number of level 2, 9 to 4, 0 civilization technologies. Although in the era of the Starry Sea, melee weapons can no longer play an effective value, but this weapon, more significance as a kind of symbol of the spirit of the martial arts god, is the never-ending war drums in the hearts of thousands of soldiers. Chang Bei's eyes widened. In front of him was a reddish-red spear with golden patterns coiled all over it. It automatically turned on its built-in force field and silently towered above the ground. It was a full 2 meters in length, a head taller than Chang Bei. With just a glance, this spear exuded an unrivaled aura of solemnity. The red technological light on its body continued to flow, like heavenly water flowing backwards, constantly coming from the bottom of the spear and converging at the tip. And with a clang sound, the bright blade at the tip reflected a sharp starburst that shot into Chang Bei's eyes. Hiss! Chang Bei slightly sucked in a breath of cool air. The feeling was like gazing at an interstellar battlefield littered with corpses. And the holder of this spear would always be the one who won. It never seemed to fall, and inspired all the bloodstained warriors with that penetrating sound of contention, and the sharp aura of the gaijin. It's actually a future human's combat gear. So many functions integrated. There's even antimatter technology, which mankind has always shied away from. This wave is a big moneymaker. Just, the only customized weapon? It shouldn't be what I think it is. Chang Bei's eyes flickered as he slowly got up, stretching out his arm and slowly grasping the imposing spear. Buzz dash! The spear suddenly released a defensive force field as if it was substantial, like a transparent wall, directly pushing Chang Bei away by 2 meters. This weapon can only recognize the Red Lotus Vulcan, whose creator is a genius mechanic who exists in legend. I'll be damned. Chang Bei had understood everything, just the way he wanted it. Even if one were to forcefully commandeer the weapon, it would not be able to be activated due to the limitations of the biometric system. That's a bit of a pitfall. Chang Bei cupped his teeth. Who's Red Lotus? Chapter 78. Know yourself and know your enemy. Dad, can I really be the most powerful soldier in the entire galaxy, just by loading up those things? Of course, you won't just be the strongest in the entire galaxy, you'll be the strongest soldier in the entire universe. In the underground shelter, the tattered flower Quinlan was racked on an iron frame, his program chaotic, with a constant projection of images in his eyes. A little girl with a red ponytail sat quietly with a strong man in an endless turquoise meadow. The scenery is beautiful and cozy, and anything less than beautiful would break up the beauty. Suddenly, the picture blurred. A blinding flash of light erupted. There were screams and explosions. In the dark universe, hundreds of sniper beams struck the adult Hua Kunlun's body, and her body was like a kite with broken strings, being hit by countless bullets with thousands of holes. In the shelter, Hua Kunlun's head began to tremble, and a low roar of anger and fear escaped from his mouth. Chang Bei held his bladder, relying on the door of the workroom, quietly looking at Hua Kunlun, inwardly also some regret. Chang Bei, alas, monkeys they come tea. After so many days of holding back, they're like a volcano erupting, sending over a lot of dregs. Bean appeared at the entrance of the shelter with a huge mountain of garbage that was over 6 meters tall in his arms. Jag is a dialect of Bean, which means garbage, and 80% of the garbage Bean was holding was broken cybernetic bodies with all the parts. Chang Bei saw the mountain of trash in Bean's hands and nodded in satisfaction. Give the monkeys their props in your mind. These guys, they're really fast and really capable. Hua Kunlun turned her head laboriously. Because of the control chip damage, she could only keep one eye wide open now, and the other eyelid began to mechanically flutter after opening to a certain position. Are you really going to help me? It's going to put a lot of risk on your back. Hua Kunlun looked at Chang Bei. I know that it's impossible to find suitable parts on garbage earth, and I would never have excessive demands or expectations. Asking you to repair my full functionality is simply too much to ask. All I need is a pair of working legs to give me a chance of escaping the encirclement and making it back to Alliance headquarters, and of course, whatever you make it to would be a great help to me in my desperate situation. Said. A cloud of electric sparks exploded from Hua Kunlun's neck as she struggled to make a nodding motion. Kunlun will always remember the helping hand extended by Mr. Chang Bei, thank you. Chang Bei smiled. I know. Inside the workroom, Chang Bei looked at the cybernetic body on the ground. Currently, there is no shortage of parts, even artificial lung lobes. But these cyber prosthetics almost always have the same problem. They don't have any surface armor, or any artificial skin. They're all skeletons, or mutilated cores. Chang Bei picked up a cyber arm. In fact, it was now only a rooted black metal arm bone with teeth marks from an unknown creature, probably one of Squeak's children, who had gnawed on it in the garbage and found it inedible. Chang Bei moved his shoulders and his eyes flashed. Then, let's begin. Within Hua Kunlun's body, there was only a little bit of residual energy left. But she didn't want to hibernate, and with her eyes open and her beautiful red pupils, she kept staring at Chang Bei's workroom. And inside the workroom, built of mere worn boards and metal, there was a constant flickering blue color of light, as if some sort of welding operation was going on. She looked forward to the mechanic teenager who would be able to piece together a working body for herself out of all that scrap junk. Though that's too much of an imposition under the conditions. But this was the only chance Hua Kunlun had, and her heart kept praying just to be able to move, just to be able to act. 20 minutes later, Chang Bei held a pile of pitch-black cybernetic skeletons and walked out of the workroom. Because of the damage to the module, Hua Kunlun's vision was a little blurry. She was very surprised that in such a short period of time, Chang Bei had assembled those scrap bones. But as Chang Bei got closer, his sight became clearer and clearer. One of Hua Kunlun's eyes snapped open. It was a set of cyber skeletons that had been completely refurbished. The rust was gone and the tattered areas were patched up to resemble matte carbon fiber, but the bones were covered in small spiral patterns. Nope. Because of the violent thought fluctuations, a string of sparks popped out from the back of Hua Kunlun's head. Is that like a miniature rotor skeleton? Built in hundreds of micro-rotor matrices, generating power through high-speed rotation of gravitons, increasing the attack speed and movement speed of the prosthetic body while ensuring lightweight, making the prosthetic body's movements more rapid and giving it an extremely strong advantage in combat or operation. Hua Kunlun was a bit incredulous. This technology, a ceiling-level technology in the artificial prosthetic branch of the Galactic Science Alliance, was a level above his own body. Chang Bei actually mastered this technique as well? But how on earth did he get hold of it? It was bound to be impossible for such technology to be circulated, and even if it was leaked, it could not reach trash earth. Hua Kunlun's eyes suddenly trembled violently. This technology, developed by Chang Bei himself, it happens to overlap with the Galactic Alliance's sealing technology. Hua Kunlun grew more and more incredulous. Her mind now only had one thought. Chang Bei's talent was so powerful. But, to complete the skeletal renovation and incorporate the new micro-rotor technology in such a short period of time? Hua Kunlun stared at the boarded-up rooms. Does he have some sort of large production line in his workroom? The materials are limited, so make do with what you have. Chang Bei came to Kunlun's body and picked up an arm to connect with Hua Kunlun's body. At that instant, countless hair-thin tentacles stretched out from the end of that arm's bones, snaking forward through the air before slowly rooting themselves into Kunlun's tattered shoulder and beginning to fuse with her electronic nerves. Hua Kunlun's heart shook once again. The rotor skeleton does not have this connection technology. The rotor skeleton, as she perceived it, utilized a physically hardwired connection. Those black fibers, like some kind of nanoscale biological nerves. Is this an upgraded rotor bone? The warning from the emotional aid module is getting stronger and stronger. Because Hua Kunlun was getting more and more shocked and unable to comprehend what was in front of him. I guess the imposters will soon have to tear off the mask of hypocrisy. Chang Bei kept comparing one miniature rotor bone after another, shoulder blades, arm bones, and ribs, meticulously. Hua Kunlun's expression grew grave. I have a plan. Chang Bei's hand movements did not stop as he added, if they really dare to be reckless, then I am prepared to leave them here forever. Hua Kunlun's expression gave a lurch. I only heard Chang Bei add, the most ideal state is for them to die out while I disable the starship without destroying the Harrier starship. Hua Kunlun's expression gave another lurch. In her inner mind, leaving everyone here would have been impossible to achieve. But he didn't realize that Chang Bei was going to escalate the difficulty of this, and instead of destroying the starship, he was going to disable it. It was like a kind of pie in the sky. Chang Bei's face was calm, as the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will not be in danger in 100 battles, but I don't know anything about those two starships. The captain of the Harrier starship is called Ning Feng, the most talented commander the Star League has had in nearly 2 decades. His greatest capital is 2 heavily armed Harrier starships. Hua Kunlun frowned and said, if you fight against him, the moment you show your head, he'll be perfectly capable of unleashing the Star Destroyer cannon on the starship, killing you in an instant, and in the Alliance, people tend to use the term celestial unity as a way of shaping the relationship between Ning Feng and the starship. The movement of Chang Bei's hand paused. What kind of power does the Star Annihilator cannon have exactly? Because of the ship's size limitations, it is fitted with a secondary annihilation energy cannon. The instantaneous pressure caused by a single attack is 30 times that of the Earth's core. The Star Annihilator cannon, as the name suggests, annihilates the stars. That is not a force that any individual can withstand. Hua Kunlun's red pupils flickered. The Pygmy, I can't either. Got it. Chang Bei's voice was unusually calm. 2 starships, only equipped with 1 Star Annihilation cannon, right? How can we stop it from firing a second time? Hua Kunlun's expression stood still for a moment. She didn't understand what Chang Bei meant by second shot, because for thousands of living beings experiencing the power of the Star Annihilator cannon, the first time was equal to the last time. Harrier's defensive force field, codenamed Sky Shield, is one of the strongest force field shields in the Galactic Alliance. The only way to stop the Annihilator's second shot is to go through the Sky Shield and destroy the main body of the Annihilator. And the only way to break the Celestial Shield is to focus some sort of high-energy, high-density beam on one of the diamond-shaped units, and if the attack is strong enough, the Celestial Shield may break unit ally, that is, a small gaping hole will appear. But the Heavenly Shield has a total of 7 layers. Even if these 7 layers, in a split second, are pierced through, the Heavenly Shield as a whole will rotate like a Rubik's Cube, layer by layer, and all 7 gaps will be displaced in a split second, turning it into a giant labyrinth. And in 30 seconds, the Annihilator will launch a second attack. No one can get in. Hua Kunlun looked complicated. You want to break through the Heavenly Shield with just one person. Not very realistic. I know. There was a certain shine in Chang Bei's eyes. Hua Kunlun was puzzled. He had recounted how powerful Ning Feng was, and Chang Bei, who was ready to declare war, had only uttered a faint I see? If, however, I finish fixing you up. Chang Bei suddenly said, then when I fight against the imposter army, will you help me? Hua Kunlun didn't hesitate. Help. Chang Bei nodded, but actually, your best option is to take advantage of the chaos to return to the Star Alliance headquarters and report everything truthfully. Hua Kunlun was silent for a split second. Firstly, it was you who gave me a second life. I must know how to return the favor. Secondly, the scavengers are also residents of the Interstellar Alliance, and I'm a military man. If I know that they're about to be killed, and I let it go, it will give me sleepless nights, and I must do something about it. Chang Bei nuzzled his mouth and nodded. Actually, this set of dark, skinless bones is really a bit unworthy of my Chung de Genius's prestigious name. At this point, Hua Kunlun suddenly realized. After so much conversation, Chang Bei just had that set of miniature rotor bones laid flat on the ground in front of him, and didn't install them for himself. However, he saw Chang Bei picking up those bones in a single strand, revealing a smirk and saying, wait a moment. Chapter 79, Cyber Civilization. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. Inside the workroom, Chang Bei's face was immersed in a blue technological glow. After determining Hua Kunlun's true heart, Chang Bei decided to give her a bigger chance. The miniature rotor skeleton from before was just a test. In fact, Chang Bei had only used one half of his scrapped prosthetic body. With the addition of the new ingredients, the final product, again, can span 2 levels. Successful synthesis. Carbon-24 Magnetic Cyber Prosthetic Bone Arm Bone, *2. Carbon-24 Magnetic Cyber Prosthetic Bone Scapula, *2. Carbon-24 Magnetic Cyber Prosthetic Bone Ribs, *2. STC, like the coming of the creator, has once again opened a round of great synthesis. The field of tattered and trashy equipment in front of him, 8-4, 4-2, was refreshed in a miracle-like light. The new bionic skeleton is all-inclusive and contains all parts. Carbon-24. It's an entirely new form of carbon that should have surpassed human technology. Chang Bei looked at the notes of this skeleton, extremely lightweight, not only upgraded with micro-rotor technology, but also added magnetic control technology. The basic combat stats of this skeleton, doubled by more than 3 times. But it's still overkill. Chang Bei's heart was filled with anticipation, his chi and blood surged. Break it up into primordial matter and continue synthesizing. STC, I have to say this, it's useless for you to say it. Well, you do it. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. Based on the synthesized materials, the user's synthesis goals and trends are predicted, and the total solution synthesis module is opened. Chang Bei laughed. The overall program? Successful synthesis. Level 3. 5 Cyber Civilization Core Structure, *1. A. K. A. Class 7 Cyber War Skull. 620 years later, human civilization is still continuing in the universe and has not died out, and one of the ways for humans to continue their civilization is to prostheticize the entire human race, and as a result, a brand new civilization, the Cyber Civilization, has also been born in the universe. Cyber Civilization retained only the human brain, while all other organs were replaced with cybertech prosthetics. Because of the ravages of electronic drugs, most cyber beings have developed mental distortions, and thus cyber civilization has split into the orthodox cyber civilization and the cyber underworld. The two sides gradually started a century-long cyber war. Class 7 Cyber War Skull, the top combatant of the cyber underground civilization, and equipped with the exclusive 2 minutes 01 seconds red warm mode, which, when turned on, is second only to the prosthetic 8 Cyber Emperor in terms of combat power. This technology incorporates all of Cyberbionic's bionic skeletal technologies, including, but not limited to, iterative versions of the nanoneurons, ultra-miniature rotor matrices, prosthetic energy packs, and the strength and lightness of carbon-24-2 fibers. Built-in BCM5241 integrated processing chip, which can realize the full range of chip capabilities such as computing power enhancement, reaction rate enhancement, combat skills assistance, etc. The chip is built in augmented reality, AR, technology, which can transmit comprehensive operation guidelines to the biological brain and complete all-round combat training within the virtual environment. Chang Bei looked at the note. The second reaction was that the kit was horrible as hell. The first reaction, however, is that the universe is so large that it contains all types of civilizations like 100 flowers, mysterious and attractive. We have learned about microbial civilization, plant civilization, biological civilization, and now cyber civilization. A flash of yearning surfaced on Chang Bei's face. One day, one must enter the sea of stars to explore, witness and discover. Retrieve your mind. Chang Bei looked at the brand new creation in front of him. It just dawned on me what STC is talking about when it comes to the Total Solution module. In front of him was a light red skeleton of about 170 centimeters. First of all, it is no longer a patchwork of scattered bones, but a whole. Secondly, it's been filled in with a lot of detail. For example, the pair of cyber prosthetic eyes in the eye sockets, as well as the red-emitting human brain assist chip on his forehead, and a brand new mechanical spine with a bionic heart inside his chest cavity. Also, a bionic muscle, formed by red fibers coming together, bulged from its bones. Only the inside of its skull is empty, requiring the implantation of a human brain to activate the entire set of bones. SCC's overall program module, the essence is to project the core objectives of the program begging, and then synthesized at once, eliminating steps like assembling and so on, directly in one step. If not this feature, Chang Bei still needed to synthesize the cyber bones one by one, after which they would be fitted to Kunlun one by one. It's very human. Smacking Rue. Ugh, I say, that's not edible. After a moment of panic, the door to the workroom was pushed open. Chang Bei slowly paced out. That beautiful head laboriously tilted its head up and looked in Chang Bei's direction, and its pupils, which had originally been dulled due to the energy shortage, released a bright light again. Behind Chang Bei, surprisingly, there was a never-before-seen skeleton of a cybernetic body floating around. The wrist and ankle areas of this skeleton released a light red rippling force field, causing its body to float vertically. It was worthy of being the second battle force of a level 3. 5 cyber civilization. Even in its unactivated state, it was going to stand like a god of war. Hua Kunlun could clearly feel the power and unknown of this skeleton. She, who had once integrated the strongest prosthetic body of the human civilization, knew very well in her heart that the technology in front of her, I'm afraid, did not belong to the human civilization. With her knowledge, she had no idea what kind of technology, and what level, the cyber skeleton in front of her was. Hua Kunlun looked at Chang Bei, too many questions, too many shocks for her to say. You really are far beyond my wildest dreams. The red pupils of the beautiful head flashed crystal clear. The transplantation of a biological brain is a complex and sophisticated process. I will speak as much as I can about the experience of being transformed to assist you in this operation. No need. Chang Bei sidestepped his head, and the KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster on one side, suddenly activated. Hundreds of thousands of nano-repair robots, drifting like black smoke, landed lightly on the beautiful robot's skull, and began to gradually parse her brain's neural connection system, and formulated a safe transplantation plan in an instant. In the next instant, tiny and thin arcs of electricity flashed within Hua Kunlun's head. The quantum repair cluster has begun its work. Hua Kunlun's eyes were wide open. The passive security system told her that the transplant operation going on in her brain at the moment was far more accurate than the Galactic Science Alliance. Those backward chips in her brain, lose them all. Chang Bei's voice came. Hua Kunlun froze again, slowly rolling his eyes toward the light red cyber skeleton that stood off to the side. In the center of its forehead, there was a chip that flickered with red aura, which flickered brightly and darkly, inexplicably, as if it was sending out a fatalistic call to Hua Kunlun. It's still almost fun. The upgrade route for this kit is ultimately the endoskeleton. Cheng Bei fumbled his chin and frowned. It seems that the CyberLife's external armor and endoskeleton are two systems. Honestly, the current Kunlun is a red technological skeleton. Going out like this will scare the little lowly to tears. Hua Kunlun could hardly hide the surprise in his heart. This is already very, very good. How could I ask for so much? But he saw Cheng Bei still skimming and shaking his head. Hua Kunlun added, moreover, on the current Earth, it should not be possible to find armor materials that can match this skeleton. Cheng Bei sidestepped his head, looked to the ground on the other side of the shelter. There was another type of garbage neatly arranged there from the monkeys and their delivery. Among them are 15 metal smelting crucibles. This small device is usually used by scavengers to melt down some miscellaneous alloys and eventually refine some precious metals. Gather up a pile of crucibles. Cheng Bei plunged headlong into the workroom again, breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. Polymerized molecular high-energy crucible, *7. Aura melting furnace, *3. Moro's Forge intelligent manufacturing line, *1. It can melt and forge 223 kinds of rare alloys, and integrates the lifelong forging skills of the master forger Moros, combining forging, designing, and spraying, and the final performance of the product is closely related to the forging materials, with a maximum increase of 300% toughness, and adhering to Moro's design concept of pursuing the ultimate mechanical aesthetics. Every item produced by this line will be a hot commodity on the intergalactic collector's market. Look at your masterpiece. Cheng Bei nodded his head and smiled. This was indeed what he wanted, and it was even more appropriate than he had imagined. He turned and opened the wooden door to the workroom and leaned against the frame, looking away from the beautiful head. Ugh! Oh great General Hua Kunlun. It's really lucky for you to have met me. In your previous life, you must have saved the galaxy. In the distance, Hua Kunlun frowned hard. I don't quite understand what you mean, and with all due respect, I've saved the galaxy twice in my life. Cheng Bei was stunned. Fine, you win. Chapter 80, The Demon King with 1,000 Faces. Cheng Bei buried his head in the sand for another 20 minutes. Having only just sat down in his seat at this point, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, picked up a bright red apple, and took a hard bite out of it. Always synthesized a straight and cool, drilling the machinery and building it all the same, makes the entry into the machine like a thirst. Early warning! Early warning! The ceiling's tiny Saturn, the Innocence defense array, suddenly flashed crimson and gave a warning alert. Cheng Bei froze slightly, then frowned lightly. The scene above the surface of the Earth suddenly appeared in the view. Only a small garbage transport ship was seen landing near Cheng Bei's shack. And this junker actually carries the logo of a Star League squad. After tracing it back, Cheng Bei realized that the small transport ship was from one of the Harrier starships. What's going on? How did you even find me here? Cheng Bei slowly got up, his perspective not moving an inch from that garbage transport ship. Instead, he saw the hatch of the junk ship slowly open and down came a somewhat thieving man in a white coat, about 60 years old. The man stood in front of Cheng Bei's shack, waving his hand constantly and shushing, don't shoot, one of our own. Cheng Bei froze again. Why does this guy feel like a ghost in the village? Who's with you? I'm coming in don't attack me. Saying that, the white coat raised his hand and lifted Cheng Bei's tent, but he then froze, only to see that the tent was in tatters and there was no half-human figure. At this point, clad in a blue scavenger's cloak, Cheng Bei slowly walked out from the backside of the mountain of garbage not far away. And in Cheng Bei's hand, a black sharp knife had appeared. If you can't tell me what's going on, I'll have to leave you here forever. Is that Mr. Cheng Bei? The white lab coat skipped and approached. Boss Desert sent me. Das? Cheng Bei froze, looking at the junk ship and then at the Harrier starship in the sky. Ha ha ha. The white lab coat nodded and smiled. I'm not talented, nicknamed the Thousand-Faced Devil, currently employed by Boss Desert, who asked me to come here to pick up the goods. The demon with 1,000 faces. Cheng Bei's corner of the eye twitched. What era is it? There are still people who use this kind of silly code name. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I'm not with the Star League. I just kidnapped one of their logistics team members ahead of time and put on a full set of bio-disguise masks, and 2 days ago I blended into one of the Harrier starships as they resupplied. The white lab coat grinned. My mission is to find you to pick up the shipment and then take it with me and make an early retreat. Ha ha ha. Cheng Bei was a bit stunned. That's okay? Desert did say earlier that it would find a way to take the 10,000 or so pieces of high-entropy alloy afterward. At that time, Cheng Bei was still a bit curious. Now that Earth was under the control of the Star Alliance squad, what ways could he have? But he didn't realize that he had borrowed the power to directly find someone to blend in with the Star Alliance squad? Mr. Cheng, the Star Alliance squad is brewing a big move, and there's a lot of internal chaos, huh? That's why I took the opportunity of dropping off the medical waste and slipped out. The guy who called himself the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord laughed. I'm just disguised as a nutritionist. My daily routine is to deliver them some anti-aging potions and such, and I don't really know their plans, so you should be more careful, huh? Cheng Bei cocked his head. What's your old ha ha ha? Ha ha ha. The white coat nodded. It's a tone of voice where I'm from, it probably means that's how it is. Meaning? Cheng Bei raised his head. Is a Harrier starship that easy to blend in? Not easy. The white coat patted his chest. It's my watchword. Chang Bei was still a bit skeptical. Do you know what kind of goods you're taking? 12,450 pieces of high entropy alloy. Then you must know that it's worth a lot of money, and I definitely want to be careful with it. Ha ha. I understand your concern. The white lab coat nodded. First, you can contact Boss Desert at any time to confirm my identity, and second, before coming here, Boss Desert specifically told me the code word for your joint. Chang Bei had a look on his face. I've never agreed with Desert on any so-called code words. What is this guy making up in passing? However, he saw the old man in the white coat, scanned the surrounding area with a fuss, blocked his mouth with his hand, and whispered, Mr. Chang, listen carefully, the first half of this code word is wolf heart, pig lung. Ha! Chang Bei's entire body froze. However, he saw the white lab coat say with a serious face, Mr. Chang, please make sure you say the second half of the code word. The corner of Chang Bei's eye twitched, and he tried, a meat bag beating a donkey? Joint successful. I told you we were on our own. The white lab coat looked excited. Why, yes. Successful rendezvous. Chang Bei slowly held his forehead. What's this all about? And then after that, Chang Bei played it safe and still contacted Mo through a special radio. As expected, this magical thousand-faced demon lord was really the one he had hired to pick up the goods. Moreover, Des also said that this guy's ability is very strong, his reputation, fame and creditworthiness are all very good. Looking at the entire interstellar black market, this guy's business ability is one of the best, and the high-entropy alloy can be handed over to him with confidence. Mr. Chung Beg, the quantity of this goods is not right. At this moment, the thousand-faced demon lord frowned. Boss Desert said very clearly that the total was $12,450. How is this a whole $450 less? Chang Bei's face was calm. Just now, I used some. The thousand-faced demon lord froze. What exactly is it that takes so much high-entropy alloy? Chang Bei smiled. This I have the right to keep secret. Ha, ha, that's natural. The thousand-faced demon lord nodded, but I will truthfully report it to Boss Desert, and the remaining payment for the goods will naturally have to be deducted for this part. However, he saw Chang Bei suddenly ask, next, are you going to return to the Harrier starship? No return. The thousand-faced demon lord said non-committally, the Star Squad is spreading something outside of the atmosphere, so I'll just take the opportunity to pilot the transport ship and escape in the first place, handing over the goods to Boss Desert in the first place. Could you do me a favor? Chang Bei slowly took out a metal device the size of a playing card. Help me put this thing inside the Harrier starship. Hiss. The thousand-faced demon lord froze. It's not impossible, but it would be a futile risk, and you'd have to add money. Chang Bei suddenly smiled. For the extra fees, ask Boss Desert for them, and say that he did something for me, Chang Bei, and he will pay for it. The thousand-faced demon monarch did not take the device and added, but I have to tell you in advance, this device obviously carries a long-distance communication function. The detectors inside the Harrier starship are very sensitive. This kind of foreign device, once activated, even if the signal is weak, it will definitely be discovered by the captain in 60 seconds at most. 60 seconds of use? Chang Bei's eyes flashed. Enough. The thousand-faced demon lord was puzzled, but still asked, where are you going to put it? Didn't they buy a bunch of black market weapons? Chang Bei's eyes flickered as he said, I need you to take this item and place it in the warehouse where the black market weapons are located. Ha ha ha. It's a bomb? You don't want to blow up those weapons, do you? The thousand-faced demon lord was a bit dazed. Forget it, blowing up into crumbs has nothing to do with me. My duty is to make deliveries for people and earn my pay. Spin. The thousand-faced demon monarch finally took the playing cards in Chang Bei's hand. Boss Chang, I'll take this order. Chapter 81 Prologue. In the underground shelter. Chang Bei looked at the refreshed Hua Kunlun in front of him. She was now equipped with brand new external armor, and her beautiful artificial skin cheeks and long reddish hair had been perfectly grafted onto her new skeleton by the quantum repair cluster. Chang Bei couldn't help but marvel as well. At this moment, Hua Kunlun has perfectly interpreted what is called extreme mechanical aesthetics. Hua Kunlun's eyes were tightly closed, appearing to be in a state of slumber. In fact, she was immersed in the augmented reality technology of 7th-level cybertech. Her consciousness, located in a separate virtual space, was learning how to operate this new set of cybernetic bodies while she trained for a new adaptive combat. Chang Bei wasn't sure how long it would take for her to awaken. But Ching Kilgore had to go. He crossed the wooden corridor bridge of the underground shelter and looked at the scavenger communicator that stood to one side, his finger tapping lightly on the quiet, silent communicator. Chang Bei revealed a smirk and said, I hope you won't let me down. All scavengers, assemble in Sector B24 immediately. The sky resounded with shockwave-like audio that traveled to every corner of Trash Earth. 2 Harrier starships, 20 kilometers long, were located thousands of meters in the air, slowly adjusting their ship's attitude. The bow of the ship tilted downward, pointing toward the ground, like 2 swords hanging high in the sky. The scavengers gathered more and more, and in a short time they would converge into a huge group. The group was like a bloated beast, moving slowly across the ground. I don't know why, but today's temperature is much lower than usual, and the slightest hint of coldness, which always penetrates through the protective clothing and into the bones, makes people can't help but have a cold war. In the distance, some small whirlwinds, swirling with gray metallic dust, were scurrying about. President Lee walked at the front of the line. The fact that the Star League squad had suddenly given such an order struck him as a bit abrupt, but he didn't dare think the worst. There should be some kind of unified order, or better yet, they will be giving out a second round of supplies. Glancing around at the crowd, but no sign of his two daughters. President Lee frowned, the two children were too rude. Suddenly, a grand scene appeared ahead. The main hatches of the two Harrier starships roared open, and landing craft after landing craft lined up in a straight line and descended toward the ground. And then, squad after squad of real Star Alliance GIs stepped out of the landing craft, their gazes chilling as they lined up in square after square in front of them. President Lee's heart shivered uncontrollably. He felt a great sense of oppression. It was also at this moment that one of the Harrier starships suddenly released a red laser that reflected in front of the scavenger team, a clearly visible red line that ran north and south. "Stand behind the line, all of you." An angry shout came from the distance, but it was Lieutenant Colonel Ning standing at the forefront of the Star Alliance squad, a full 100 meters away from the scavenger squad, with no expression on his face. President Lee swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The half-step taken was withdrawn directly and stood behind the red line. Also at this time, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl scavenger, holding an unknown wildflower that she had wasted a lot of effort in picking, crossed the red line and ran towards LT. Colonel Ning, in her perception, the other party was still the same group of soldier brothers who had brought food for her. The wind whipped through with metallic dust. The little girl stood in front of LT. Colonel Ning, holding up the white flowers. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's eyes crossed over the flowers and looked at the little girl's wind-eroded and cracked face, as well as the lips that fluttered with white skin, and he suddenly smiled. Commander Ning took the flowers. The little girl grinned. Suddenly, Lieutenant Colonel Ning crushed the fleshy bits of flowers in his hands and his smile turned into a gnashing of teeth. The little girl's eyes were covered in horror. "That's disgusting. Wow." Lieutenant Colonel Ning suddenly threw the flower fragments at the little girl's face, and then kicked the little girl's chest, and with a bang, the little girl was kicked out of a distance of 4 or 5 meters and fell down into the garbage. But the little girl was so resilient that she sat in the garbage bleeding from the corners of her mouth and crying her heart out, her cries echoing in everyone's ears. "What the are you doing?" There was a slim youth in the crowd of scavengers who cursed angrily and was about to go forward. "Are you deaf? Get behind the line." Lieutenant Colonel Ning let out a bellow. "If you dare to cross the line, I'll shoot you now." He then looked at the little girl. "Bedbugs are just tough. How come she didn't die from a kick?" Many scavengers tugged the slim youth to death, and the youth struggled and yelled, "Let go of me, that's my sister." And this slim youth was the monkey who had been acquiring garbage for Chang Bei. President Lee's body trembled, ultimately not crossing the red line, his facial muscles trembling, his voice laced with panic. "Lieutenant Colonel Ning, what are you? I finally don't have to disguise myself in front of you litterbugs." Lieutenant Colonel Ning's eyes flashed with ferocity. "If it weren't for the emergence of a selfless fellow, 3 days ago you would have been bleeding to death." President Lee's expression changed violently. "What?" At this point, a Star League GI turned on a void imager. A huge screen unfolded, while in the screen was a blurry, mosaic-strewn figure that could only be vaguely discerned as a teenager clad in a blue scavenger's cloak. "You guys don't realize that there's a dumbass who's been secretly protecting you, do you? This is the guy that killed 8 of my squads this past night." Lieutenant Colonel Ning exploded in anger, and these 8 squads were supposed to play a hunting game, and the target of the hunt was you guys. "I've never treated you guys as human beings. You're just a bunch of bedbugs in a garbage heap, disgusting, worthless, and without a single point of existence." President Lee's body trembled dramatically. "What?" The little girl who had been kicked off by Lieutenant Colonel Ning earlier dropped to sit in the center of the two camps, crying her heart out. "What a bore." Lieutenant Colonel Ning's brows wrinkled. "Get her for me." A group of soldiers pulled their rifles and took a step out of the line toward the little girl as the monkey broke down and cried out, but was held in a deadly grip by the other scavengers. "Stop right there. Anyone who takes another step forward, I'll shoot." Only a bright silhouette appeared in the distance on the garbage hill, her gray cloak hunting and fluttering and flying, revealing her perfect figure in tight shorts and a small jacket. President Lee's eyes widened. "Rainbow food." And behind the rainbow food, more silhouettes gradually emerged. It was the Scavenger Alliance's guard squad. The number was not large, about 30 people. They were all stoic at this time, lined up in a row, standing behind the rainbow food. "Self-defense?" Lieutenant Colonel Ning twisted his head to look at them, a touch of disdain gradually surfacing on his face, his gaze fixing on the strange weapons in the hands of rainbow food and the others. "Still don't know where you got some ugly weapons from?" "LT. Colonel." Ning waved his hand toward a squad behind him. "Kill them all." A 20-man Star League squad took one step forward. They had just raised the firearms in their hands when the rainbow food moved, only to see the rainbow food arm shake. The crimson-painted firearm in his hand clicked and loaded, and the moment he lifted the firearm, the single scope suddenly spread out like a lotus flower, categorized into 20 independent scope pieces. Buzz dash. A yellow beam bullet sprayed out the next instant that Rainbow Food pulled the trigger. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's eyes widened slightly. He had no time to react at all, only to see the oval-shaped beam bullet shining in his face. But an unimaginable scene occurred. The moment the beam bullet hit his face, it suddenly turned 90 degrees and swept sharply past his cheek, leaving a rolling scorch mark. Pust, pust. The sound of 20 bullets penetrating a human body, almost overlapping each other. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's face, because of the abrasion, slowly left a drop of blood, before that drop of blood could hit the ground. A cloud of bloodstains exploded from the 20-man Star Alliance squad at the same time. Poof! They fell head over heels at the same time. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's expression froze, and what was presented to him was a web of yellow light that was slowly dissipating. Ballistics that can turn? Lieutenant Colonel Ning looked incredulously at the weapon in Hong Fu's hand. At the same time, he saw an even more shocking scene. Behind the Rainbow Food, in the hands of each member of the Scavenger Self-Defense Force, each of them held an identical weapon. Not to mention officially equipped, LT. Colonel Ning had never even seen such a weapon. President Lee was also shocked. Where did you get all this stuff, Hong Fu? The Rainbow Food stood on the garbage mountain, the breeze blew her cloak and long hair, her figure seemed to be much taller than before, and on her beautiful face was a resolute look of putting her life on the line. 1 hour ago. A voice came from within the communicator of the Rainbow Food and the entire self-defense force. My name is Chung Beg, Beggars Beg. Today, we are facing a band of bandits disguised as a regular army. If we compromise this time, then in the future, how should we face interstellar pirates, alien invaders, and so on, when they appear again? Giving in is definitely not the only solution. If you are willing to rise to the occasion, then I have some weapons for you on the north side of Scavenger Square. If you take up these weapons, then you are with me, on the same side. Gentlemen, I once heard a saying that I now give to you. Self-improvement, the magic of the weak. At this very moment, Rainbow Food's eyes spanned a dozen meters to his own father. I had, at one time, mentioned his name to you. President Lee was struck by lightning. Subconsciously, with a face full of horror, he glanced at the tall figure within the void projection. Chapter 82, Mantis in a Bicycle. 2 hours ago. Inside the secret cargo bay of a Harrier starship, a strange metal poker sat quietly in an unnoticed corner. Buzz dash. An azure miniature directional stargate suddenly unfolded, illuminating the dark space around it. A steel mama slowly makes its way out, and then it opens the chest's transportation space, and once again a shrunken steel mama sails out, and a second steel mama makes its way out, and then once again slowly opens the chest's hatch, and a third steel mama appears. In 60 seconds, the detection system inside the starship will be able to recognize these foreign electronic devices. Instead, they saw 3 steel old moms with 176 mechanical arms stretched out in a flash. The ultimate orgy mom moving. Windswept, just 50 seconds. The 3 steel moms then swept away these unseen weapons, all in the belly, and also neatly arranged, and then 3 scattering to run away, one after another into the directional stargate. LT. Colonel Ning was about to call for these weapons when he realized the empty warehouse. But Old Mother Steel was carrying an Innocence Defense Array, and he didn't have access to the surveillance images. He eventually surmised that there was a traitor within his own ranks who had seen fit to take advantage of the chaos and transported the equipment with the intention of selling it for a profit. After all, it was unrecorded black goods. LT. Colonel Ning stormed out, but could only knock his teeth out and swallow them in his stomach. Who made the bones of this team of bandits with despicable character? Not to mention, a transport ship happened to be lost inside the starship. LT. Colonel Ning would never understand the principle in his life. Those lost weapons were synthesized by Chang Bei into 200 particle cluster tracking rifles and dozens of directed concussion bombs. And the particle cluster tracking rifle, aka Battlefield Ghost. It was in the hands of Rainbow's Food at this time, those incredibly powerful, never-before-seen crimson rifles. Is that it? Lieutenant Colonel Ning, who had just been looking shocked, suddenly revealed a hideous smile. I'm afraid, these are the only 30 people and 30 weapons you have, right? In the meantime, the 20 members of the Star Alliance squad that had just collapsed suddenly waddled to their feet. They had bullet holes of varying sizes in their bodies, some penetrating their chests, some shattering their shoulders, and others having their entire arms blown off. But the men were expressionless and stood up leisurely. At the same time, the Alliance combat suits they were wearing immediately released a medical gel, sealing their wounds and providing simple salvation. The scavengers were horrified beyond belief. President Lee's eyes widened as well. Rainbow Food's eyes slowly narrowed. She noticed that the GIs had a black potion secured to their arms, needles always inserted in their veins, being slowly injected. And the moment they stood up, the dosage was ramped up, a tube of black injected directly into all of them. Painless potion. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's eyes glowed with a cold light. It allows their brains to block out all pain, and as long as their bodies are still able to move, they will be unaware of fatigue, unaware of pain, and transform into a killing machine. As for you guys, garbage is garbage, such a good weapon, in your hands the accuracy is still so bad. Food Rainbow, let me ask you, how many people can you completely kill with one shot? But, Lieutenant Colonel Ning, his face still oozing bright red blood, raised his hand to point at the rainbow food and roared, if you dare to fire another shot, I'll unleash the Star Destroyer cannon and exterminate half of your scavengers. Hong Fu's face went white, and the hand holding the gun suddenly showed a slight tremor. Ha ha ha. Rubbish. Lieutenant Colonel Ning laughed maniacally, looking at these tens of thousands of scavengers. How many of them can stand out? Still want to be my enemy? A few high-powered firearms, you want to scare me off? I've also licked blood from the tip of a sword all the way. Chairman Lee, I can slaughter you, or I can leave you alive. Now it's up to you. Lieutenant Colonel Ning narrowed his eyes. I order you, kneel down. His words fell. Inside one of the Harrier starships, a black gun barrel with a diameter of tens of meters suddenly extended out. Pure black light brewed in it, tumbling and exploding, and the entire ground was instantly enveloped by an invisible pressure. I need to know if you're hiding information about Quinlan. And I want to know, too, all about that blue cape. Lieutenant Colonel Ning wrinkled his brow. But, I demand that you kneel down and talk to me and say it. President Lee's body had shaken into a ball. He believes in the middle way, and his character is timid and fearful. Facing any side of the power, he will choose to be coy, even if the bottomless humiliation. He also want to change the false peace. Rainbow food. Drop the gun. Chairman Lee said, his hands drooping weakly and his knees unconsciously bending. He knew that a few people and a few guns from Rainbow Food was a complete mantis against an entire Star Alliance squad. If one lowers one's head and obeys orders, it should give the scavengers a chance at life for a change. Father, no kneeling. Rainbow Food yelled, do you really think they're going to leave us alone? President Lee's eyes trembled, you don't understand. Ha ha. Lieutenant Colonel Ning was still laughing maniacally. Look at them, they're just so humble, just so fragile. It's so hard to gather a bit of aura, it instantly disintegrates. In the distant sky, landing pods were still landing, and the Starleague squad was still growing. Suddenly, a reddish figure was thrown out of a landing bay hovering in midair. The red dress fluttered in midair while its owner, seemingly unable to make any movement, fell straight down from the sky. Boo! The silhouette smashed into a mountain of trash not far away, splattering a layer of dust. Chairman Lee's cloudy eyes stared and suddenly exclaimed, Horna. At this moment, Horna, reclining on a metal plate, her red dress torn apart by inches, her breasts exposed. Her snow-white skin was strewn with greenish-purple bruises, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth as she tilted her head back, her eyes empty as she stared at the Harrier starship in the sky, the sweeping wind no longer able to blow her sticky hair. Horna! President Lee's liver was broken. What have you done to her? The rainbow food also froze in place for an instant, its eyes frozen. Ha! She came to the door of her own accord. Lieutenant Colonel Ning smiled indifferently, so I turned a blind eye and gave my generals a good treat, not many, just a few hundred. Lieutenant Colonel Ning narrowed his eyes, it's just a lowly woman, it's already an honor for her to be able to exert such value. President Lee was struck by blow after blow, and the impact caused his eyes to go black. On your knees. I told you to get on your knees. Kneel before me, and I may still be able to keep you alive. Lieutenant Colonel Ning revealed a look of madness. The camouflage mask on his face, also cracked and sagged from the wound that had just formed, hung halfway down his face. 83. Defense arrays. Chairman Lee kept his knees half-bent, his entire body frozen in place. A lifetime of commiseration flashed through his mind. At the same time, he finally recognized the group of human-faced and animalistic guys in front of him, who didn't have an ounce of humanity at all. Perhaps the groveling that was once done can be exchanged for a brief moment of metal. But this time, even if I break my own spine, bury my knees in the dirt, and kowtow until my head bleeds, I'm afraid the outcome won't change. A wrinkled arm, braced against the ground, swirled a circle of dust. It was President Lee who held himself up. With old tears in his eyes and gritting his teeth, he glanced at Horna, who was alive or dead in the distance, and then at Rainbow Food, who stood with a gun. I don't kneel. The aged President Lee, trembling, uttered these three words. He then propped himself up on the ground with his palms and slowly stood up. He finally puffed out his chest, but also burst into tears. He yelled lowly, you are just a bunch of people, I want to kneel to you, big deal, I don't kneel. Isn't it a little too late for the mind to awaken? A flash of panic flashed across Lieutenant Colonel Ning's face, but at that instant, his elder brother Ning Feng's voice rang in his mind. Japanese cannon warmed up. LT. Colonel. Ning's brows relaxed. He had been bluffing before, beating down the scavenger's temperament with his assertiveness, and he was afraid of his head, too, suddenly being blown off by one of those unimaginable beam weapons. What knife edge is just a line. Having finally bought time by acting, he now has nothing to lose. Only to see Lieutenant Colonel Ning turn around, point his finger at the direction shared by Rainbow Food and President Lee, and say through gritted teeth, go to hell. Buzz dash. Without any hesitation, a terrifying black light blossomed within the muzzle of the Star Destroyer cannon, and for a moment, half of the sky lost its light and became pitch black. Terrifying obliterating energy was vented in an instant. It formed a pillar of black light that descended from the sky, carrying a terrifying pressure that cut through the void. The target that the Annihilator cannon struck was clearly the ground space with a 300-meter radius centered on President Lee and the rainbow food. It was located behind the red line, closely packed with nearly 1,000 scavengers, and no one would survive once this beam fell. Asterisk. President Lee finally cursed and closed his eyes as if he knew his destiny. A flash of madness flashed across Lieutenant Colonel Ning's face. After killing you pricks, the others will inevitably follow orders. All of them are just trash with soft bones. No one can stand in our brother's way. As for that blue cape, isn't he going to be a hero? As long as he doesn't show up, I'll kill 1,000 people every 2 minutes for the next 2 minutes. Suddenly, the entire easternmost part of the site, a silhouette arrived in an instant with a speed that was almost like distorting space and time. LT. Colonel Ning was startled. What the hell? However, he saw the silhouette standing between President Lee and Hong Fu, and made a movement as if he was lifting something high above his head. Buzz dash. A bright yellow spherical shroud of light bloomed out in an instant, dazzling beyond compare, enveloping the space in a 500-meter radius. Boom! But as 0.1 second, deafening collision sound, the earth trembles, the airflow wildly whistling, the extreme bright light, stabbing all the people cannot open their eyes, more far away from the scavengers, but also a moment was blown east to west. The sky is dark and the sand is flying. The two huge and extreme energies collided, consumed, and then died out. As everything gradually subsided, the temperature around them, out of nowhere, rose close to 10 degrees. Lieutenant Colonel Ning and the others backed up, looking ahead in horror. The energy of the Star Destroyer cannon had been depleted, but the bright yellow light shield had not broken. It was also the moment when the bright yellow light shield gradually became transparent and the remaining energy contracted back to the core. The core of this defense shield was actually a small bright sphere similar to a Saturn. The sphere, on the other hand, was floating silently beside a blue-cloaked teenager at the moment. Innocence Defense Array, Level 3 Civilization Artifact, built-in ionized plasma defense shield system, can be passively activated once, maximum ceiling against 20 million MPa pressure. At that time, Chang Bei, at a glance, could see the key to this. It was a superb life preservation technique. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's eyes widened. The eyes moved back and forth between the blue-cloaked boy and the void imaging. Suddenly, Lieutenant Colonel Ning's pupils plummeted. It's you. It's not just LT. Colonel Ning. All of the scavengers, including President Lee and Rainbow Food, were looking at the teenager with shocked expressions. President Lee had fallen to the ground, his cloudy eyes slightly opened. It's him. Snapping back to the hacker from earlier. And now, the two backs gradually merged in his mind, exactly the same, the cloak slowly fluttering. The teenager always gave the illusion of standing in the storm but standing still. He, long ago, warned me. President Lee clenched his fists and his expression was filled with self-blame. As Rainbow Food gazed at the teenage figure, his fear slowly dissipated and a light slowly emerged from his eyes. President Lee's body trembled as a lightning bolt crossed his mind. He was also the one who helped Rainbow Food enhance its genes. He was also the one who had stopped the Star Alliance squad in the dark. What's his name again? But Chairman Lee tried hard to recall, but he couldn't recall the name that he had scoffed at in the beginning. How did you get this level of defense? A handheld defense shield that can actually withstand a star annihilation cannon. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's eyes exploded open. His bandit career coupled with his military service had never seen this level of technology before. He could not comprehend what was in front of him at all. Who the hell are you? Only to see the blue-cloaked teenager's face low, a step out, came to the red line beyond, alone across a distance of nearly 100 meters, picked up the little girl on the ground, and returned to the crowd of scavengers, handing the little girl to the monkey's hands. Monkey's eyes were tearful at this point. Brother Beg. The teenager laughed, then turned around, looking at Lieutenant Colonel Ning. My name is Chung Beg, Beggar's Beg, an authentic scavenger. Hiss. Lieutenant Colonel Ning subconsciously took a step back and sucked in a breath of cool air. Suddenly, it was like he realized something. Deadly gazing at the tiny Saturn on Chung Bei's shoulder. The light of that equipment went out. It consumed a huge amount of energy. It couldn't carry it a second time. Lieutenant Colonel Ning suddenly shouted towards the sky, Big Brother, immediately conduct a second attack. Chapter 84, Minor Problems. The Annihilator cannon consumes a great deal of energy and requires a secondary recharge between firings. But with the warm-up completed, it takes a short time to recharge, just 55 seconds at the limit. Visible to the naked eye, the terrifying black light was once again brewing within the huge cannon's mouth. You are indeed beyond my wildest dreams. But I love to see the faces of those so-called heroes when they realize in the end that they are actually a humble and weak mole cricket, and find themselves less than a speck of dust in front of true power. Lieutenant Colonel Ning was incredibly arrogant. Without the defense shield, under the Star Destroyer cannon, all are ants. The next instant, the scavengers, whose brains were in 7 different places, were startled in unison. However, he saw Chang Bei's legs slightly bent, and his entire body leapt into midair with a loud bang, while the soles of his feet, in that instant, released dark green bioflames, lifting him up tens of meters once again. The scavengers were appalled. He actually has flight equipment? Hiding? Lieutenant Colonel Ning tilted his head, grimacing. The annihilator cannons have locked on, it's useless. However, he saw Chang Bei flip his wrist, and a crystal flashlight-like device appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he pointed his sword to the sky, and an invisible tremor spread violently, a white energy as slender as a hairline, noiselessly cutting across the sky. Buzz dash! It was also the moment when the Harrier starship's external heavenly shield defense force field revealed its true form. A blue light emerged from thin air. Numerous diamond-shaped unitized modules that shimmered with blue light were tightly connected, forming layer after layer of energy defense shields. From a distance, it looked like 7 translucent spheres, wrapping the Harrier starship layer after layer at its very core. He wants to destroy the Annihilator? Lieutenant Colonel Ning guessed Chang Bei's purpose, but he still gritted his teeth and said, whimsical, there's no way he can penetrate the heavenly shield. The moment. An unbearable tinnitus suddenly appeared in everyone's ears, as if an embroidered needle had pierced the eardrums. Chang Bei had already pushed the muon-catalyzed primaries to 100% release. The 1010 equivalent power was condensed into a hairline-like slenderness, in which the energy density had increased by hundreds of times, and had reached a terrifyingly extreme level. However, the slender white beam of light released from Chang Bei's hand was as if it was unstoppable, penetrating the 7 layers of protection of the heavenly shield in an instant. And the corresponding 7 diamond-shaped force fields, strewn with cracks, crumbled into pieces again in a flash. But alas, the energy of the muon speed of light also ran out when it struck through the last layer of the celestial shield. LT. Colonel. Ning's body stumbled, like a thunderbolt. What kind of technology is that again, and again, it's so small and contains so much energy. Also at this time, the sky shield force field activated the ultimate mechanism. The 7-layer spherical energy shield suddenly began to rotate chaotically, as if it were the kernel of a precision clock. The gap that had originally formed a straight line became dazzling in an instant and disappeared into a multitude of diamond-shaped blocks. It was as if LT. Colonel Ning had walked through a ghost gate. He can't get in, but it's only for a few dozen seconds, and those gaps will fill in automatically. Also at this time, a scene that made the thousands of scavengers even more unbelievable appeared, but they saw that in the distant sky, an unidentified flying object suddenly appeared. It was fitted with 8 never-before-seen particle engines, and the whole thing was almost a stream of light, instantaneous. The crowd was appalled. That looks like a ground effect vehicle? How can it fly so high and so fast? As if completing a relay race, Chang Bei, who was nearly 1,000 meters away from the Harrier starship, didn't make his next move, but instead tilted his head and looked at the unidentified flying object. Lieutenant Colonel Ning was a little flustered for a moment. What is that thing? It's flying at an incredible speed. It seems to be going into the defense shield. Fire, shoot it down for me. On the ground, countless GIs tilted up the firearms in their hands, and in an instant, countless beam bullets and 10,000 arrows were fired. However, he saw that the craft was extremely flexible, accomplishing all kinds of difficult dodges in the air, with the air of passing through all the flowers and not touching a single leaf. But fantasy is fantasy and reality is reality. Thousands of people opened fire, and the bullets were too dense. Boom! 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 However, 5 of the engines of that craft were seen to be emitting thick black smoke, as they had been pierced and were obviously no longer working. But, countless GIs, including LT. Colonel Ning, were filled with shock. How can he still be so swift when 5 of the 8 engines have been destroyed? Under normal circumstances, it would have crashed long ago. As the GIs looked on in disbelief, the craft broke out of the range of ground weapons and plunged headlong into the first gap in the sky shield. And then, with its superb piloting skills, small and flexible size, that craft kept finding gap after gap in the cracks of the energy shield, passing through layer after layer of sky shields, and approaching the main body of the annihilation cannons at a rapid pace. Vaguely, the crowd heard a flailing voice. Small problem, small problem. I once flew 120 kilometers at the limit with only half an engine left. I, Raven, have never flown a plane without a steady hand. The crowd of scavengers were appalled. Is that actually a crow? President Lee was still dropping to the ground at this point, his pupils trembling dramatically. Even the crows dared to rebel against the Star Alliance squad? President Lee turned his gaze to the teenager wearing a blue scavenger's cloak. There is a portion of the scavengers that seems to have changed dramatically, in silence. And I'm afraid that the cause of this variation is no other than the teenager in front of him. And at this moment, Chang Bei's eyes narrowed slightly. Previously, from Hua Kunlun, he had learned about the Harrier starship's Star Destroyer cannon and Heavenly Shield defense force field. Although the Innocence defense array was a product of a higher technological civilization, it was small and had limited energy, and could only resist the Annihilator cannon once, after which the sharp blade hanging over its head had to be removed at the first opportunity. It was previously confirmed that the Thousand-Eyed Demon Lord didn't have permission to go near the Annihilator cannon because of his status as a nutritionist. So, an hour and a half ago, Chang Bei contacted Raven. After explaining the situation to him, the guy was really as bone deep as he usually shows. And after Chang Bei had him retrieve a field of engines scattered along the route and synthesized 8 wind chaser particle turbine thrusters for him. After a bit of remodeling, the raven has the ability to take flight. At this moment, Crow's body was still carrying the 10 directional concussion bombs that Chang Bei had synthesized with those illegal equipment. Speaking slowly, it only took 43 seconds for the raven to rush into the last layer of the heavenly shield, and the countdown for the recharging of the annihilator cannon was down to the last 8 seconds. However, when he saw Raven raise his hand, 10 directional shock bombs attached themselves to the surface of the annihilator cannon like magnets. And the countdown to the bomb's explosion is but a mere 5 seconds. This instant, Crow stood on his raggedy ground effect craft and looked back, his gaze piercing through the sky shield that had completely closed, looking at Chang Bei and also at the thousands of scavengers. He gave a raised eyebrow smile. He choked a little. Gentlemen, I, Raven, never disappoint, and I can safely, no matter what, get anyone, anything, anywhere. Finally, Raven slowly closed her eyes, but this time, I will no longer be anti. However, he saw Chang Bei speak through the air. Don't fool around, come back quickly. Okay. However, he saw the crow turn around, and a second before the explosion, he opened the directional stargate that Chang Bei had gifted him in advance, and drilled headfirst into it, the entire person disappearing. Boom! Boom! The annihilator cannons on that Harrier battleship were enveloped in cloud after cloud of fire as the massive main body fell apart and broke off and fell. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's entire body was dumbfounded. This. Why is that guy driving so superbly? Where did that ship come from and where did the bomb come from? Where did he go again? How on earth did they do that? Chapter 85, An Army of Billions. Kill. Undifferentiated attack. I don't believe that he, alone, with those strange guns, can defeat my army of painless potions. LT. Commander Ning had gone a little crazy looking at the Harrier starship with the thick black smoke, and had become reckless. With a wave of his big hand, the queue on the back flank immediately spread out, assuming a fan-shaped encirclement. Phew dash. The rainbow food started to pull the trigger, a bright yellow web of light that ran through a dozen GIs in a flash. But for untrained reasons, she, as well as the scavengers, couldn't turn on the weapon's maximum power because they couldn't manage the powerful recoil. Only to see that the body of that big soldier exploded with obvious holes of blood and flesh, and some of them were even knocked half of their cheeks away. But their expressions were unchanged, and with only a wavering of their bodies, they resumed their stride and raised the guns in their hands. Rainbow's food looked horrified. To her, the other party seemed as if they were a group of senseless zombies, dark and unstoppable, encircling. MS. Cloud, the moment you picked up the firearm, you did enough. However, it was Chang Bei's voice that came out. The reason why I arranged it this way is that I hope to ignite that flame in the hearts of the scavengers, and for the rest, just leave it to me. You. Rainbow Food looked at Chang Bei through the air. How are you going to face these thousands of troops by yourself? That guy, give me a concentration on that guy. Lieutenant Colonel Ning pointed at Chang Bei, gnashing his teeth in a maniacal frenzy. Garbage, all garbage men. There's even a rat on his shoulder. Disgusting people, disgusting rats. Shoot them into a hornet's nest for me. The Rainbow Food froze, and only then did he realize that on Chang Bei's shoulder, there was a white mass lying on his back. However, he saw Chang Bei slowly exhale, looking sideways at the little white mouse with the straw hat on his shoulder. Squeak, did you hear that? He scolded you. Squeak. The little white mouse man stood up, his straw hat lifted off by a breeze, revealing the pink brain and a pink crystal. It had a highly anthropomorphic expression, frowning at the moment, and within its tiny eyes, it was filled with anger. Squeak dash. Who dash? Who dash? The entire trashy earth, whether it was the distant Kyoto or the ground beneath his feet, suddenly resounded with countless beastly roars. These roars formed a kind of overlapping wave that shook heaven and earth. With that, the heavy odor of blood hit the air. The crowd was unaware of the truth, but instinctively they were all shaking in their bodies. Next, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared within the mountain of garbage around them and within the cracks in the ground. These eyes were hideous and terrifying, the size of a fist. One of the GIs felt a jolt under his feet, and then the steel plate under his feet was lifted off the ground. A horrifying scene appeared, only to see a huge red-haired rat, 5 meters long, burrowing out of the garbage. Who dash? The red-haired rat opened its mouth, which was 2 meters in diameter, and spewed corrosive-filled saliva, sending out a deafening roar towards the GI. Joe. The GI was in a normal state of mind even though he had been injected with a painless potion. He couldn't comprehend what was in front of him, and had never seen such a hideous and terrifying beast. And without warning, these beasts came out from within the garbage around him, which caused the fear within him to instantly explode, and he let out a horrified scream as his eyes widened. However, he saw this huge red-furred rat, not giving him a chance to catch his breath, biting down, directly biting off half of the soldier's body, and then the red-furred rat's mouth turned toward the sky, cackling and cackling. The sound of chewing bones and eating meat came from its mouth. That's a killer rat. Countless killer rats. The scavengers, also gripped by great fear, stomped backwards across the ground and backed away. Killer rats were the dream demons of scavengers, not to mention, the battlefield in front of them was filled with the kind of giant red-furred killer rats that had never been seen before. But gradually the scavengers discovered a bizarre phenomenon. Those killer rats, as if directed by someone, surprisingly did not attack any of the scavengers. It's him, it's the teenager. Someone shouted in horror and pointed a finger at Chang Bei. However, he saw Chang Bei standing in place, turning his head slightly, and wherever his eyes looked, a dense red-haired murderous rat would burrow out of the ground in the corresponding direction. President Li's entire body had completely stiffened. Rainbow Food was the same, its beautiful eyes wide open. He can actually dominate the killer rats. The scene was filled with dense screams. The GIs were terrified to the point of hysteria. In the blink of an eye, the killer rats outnumbered this Star Alliance squad 10-fold, 20-fold, 50 times, 100 times. For every GI's body, there were at least 3 or 4 killer rats snatching and partaking. The GI had no sense of pain, and death was delayed, able to clearly see his body being torn apart, and then dragged along with his intestines and soup, swallowed by those killer rats with a tilt of the neck. Before they died, they were subjected to the most brutal mental abuse of their lives. Lt. Colonel Ning was purposely left behind. The biomask had peeled off his face, and he stood shivering on the ground, his crotch wet with his own urine. Chang Bei raised his head and slowly said, I actually enjoy seeing this scene. You realize in the end that you are actually a humble and weak mole cricket, realizing that you are not as good as a speck of dust in front of true power. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's face was ghastly white. He was chattering in a whisper as he fell back. Big brother, what are you waiting for? Why haven't you made a move yet? You're just going to watch my brothers, one by one, die. Inside one of the Harrier starships, a low and powerful voice suddenly came out. This bandit army I've been wanting to get rid of for a long time. They're full of uncontrollable risks, and they don't help me, in any way, on the road ahead. So next, it's time for this farce to end. Chapter 86, The Black Righteous Body. General, run away. Someone has to bring the message back. My brothers and I, we will hold them off at all costs. A burst of fire and explosions continued in the deep universe. Inside the bridge, a young lieutenant with blood on his cheeks, but his eyes were looking at death. Our battleship is surrounded. There is no escape. In 2 minutes I will launch a suicide impact. General, take this opportunity to escape. To see my wife, if you can, and my unborn child. Tell them I'm not a traitor. The screen went haywire. The little girl with a red ponytail sits with her own father on a vast grassland. Dad, my right hand was also replaced with metal. Now, am I the strongest warrior in the galaxy? My child, you are not now. And when will that be? Well, it's been a long road, and as technology advances, and as you grow older every day, your prosthetic body will continue to be replaced, and one day, you'll be the greatest warrior of all time. The screen was again in disarray. The bridge had caught fire in the rickety starship. The young lieutenant stood in front of the console as he looked back and tearfully shouted, General, run! Boom! A huge explosion came out of nowhere, and a huge hole was blown out of the hull on one side. A dark and tall silhouette appeared within the hole, and it actually managed to resist the powerful air pressure leakage by virtue of its physical body, walking into the cabin step by step. Hercules is also a highly prosthetic Cyberman. It didn't have an inch of biological skin and was covered in black metal, with a face like a malevolent ghost, for large metal fangs flashing with a cold light, and carrying a huge axe densely covered with electricity in its hand. It scanned the room and found the young lieutenant, setting the crash order. A turbulent air current lifted up, accompanied by the sound of ghostly cries. The black prosthetic body instantly moved, raised the huge axe in its hand, and chopped it down towards the young lieutenant. Clang! The owner of the viewpoint, too, rushed forward at the first opportunity, crossing the silver spear in his hand and stopping the descending giant axe. The black Cyberman let out a roar, a terrifyingly extreme power erupted from his hands, and the giant axe also appeared at the first sight of a raging current. A burst of crunching sounds came out, and the silver spear was directly chopped off. Thumbs up! Immediately after that, the young lieutenant's body, too, was split in two. The owner of the viewpoint was desperate and angry. She stretched out her cyberarm, an explosive flame erupting from her palm, and her entire body, with the aid of recoil, quickly retreated, rushing through the gaping hole in the hull and into Shamu. She turned around and saw the black cybernetic body, carrying the half-corpse of the young lieutenant in its hands, towering like a demon god, watching from afar. Buzz dash! Boom dash! A high-energy sniper beam that struck her body, and she too was cut off, her legs exploding into countless pieces. Buzz dash! Boom dash! Another sniper beam, hitting her left arm, which was also reduced to roiling debris. In the process, she saw her 24th fleet, surrounded by nearly 100 battleships, reduced to cosmic dust by 1,000,000 arrows. The design of her body didn't have tear ducts as a feature, she couldn't shed tears. But her heart was dripping blood, and she now saw the world fall into an infinite grayness. The concussive impact continued to lift her tattered body as she fell in an infinite fall. She was unconscious and her visual system was malfunctioning. The final image is of a grayish planet. When she regained consciousness again, she found herself located on top of a ground full of garbage. In a blur, she saw a teenager in a blue cape, standing in the middle of the storm. The image was once again distorted and blurred. Dad, my name, obviously, is Red Lotus. Why take a code name like Quinlan? It's like a boy's name. The strong man smiled. The Red Lotus is too delicate, while the Kunlun mountain is high and solid, it represents strength. Oh, so that's it. That one day, I'm not vulnerable anymore. I will then let it be known that my original name is Red Lotus. In the underground shelter, a pair of radiant eyes suddenly opened, red pupils that bloomed with unrivaled brilliance. These eyes were filled with anger, unwillingness, and a strong and incomparable battle intent. And the red chip on her head, which was now underneath the artificial skin, was flashing red, and the silhouette it reflected was a lotus flower in full bloom. Joan was startled back for a moment, for at that moment, she was using a cloth to wipe the woman's cheek. Thanks. The imposing woman spoke with a sideways glance and a slight pneumatic sound as she slowly stood up straight. You're welcome. Xiao Qian clutched the rag, her eyes wide open, her pupils reflecting an extremely perfect body. Ding! The sound of crisp metal clashing came. However, a slender palm made of crimson metal was seen gripping the overbearing spear called the Red Lotus Martial God. Exclusive military weapons, biometric pass-through. The golden lines on the spear, shimmering and glowing, eventually converged on top of the razor-sharp blade of the sole exclusive weapon, completing a full activation. So next, it's time for this farce to end. A low and very oppressive voice emanated from within the Harrier starship. As the words fell, the front armor of a Harrier starship suddenly opened slowly, revealing a square space inside. Only a cyberbot, whose body was made up of pitch-black metal and held a giant axe in its hand, was fixed in that square space. Its body was plugged with thick wiring used to energize it, and a sound of valves disconnecting sounded as the wiring peeled away at the roots. This moment, bursts of electricity flashed from the giant axe, and a shocking roar like that of a wild beast emanated from within the cyberbot's head with 4 metal fangs. It lowered its head and scanned the battlefield from above. The red aperture in the corner of view swept past a head of red-furred rats without any stops, and finally a large and a small aperture locked onto Chang Bei, as well as the squeak on Chang Bei's shoulder. It has a combat chip that gives it the most accurate cues. The blue-cloaked teenager and the white-furred rat were the manipulators of the thousands of rats, and as long as they were killed, the rats would naturally disintegrate. Ow! The black cyberdome, once again, let out a strange and terrifying roar, like a tiger's whistle and a wolf's whistle gathered together. The armor on his back opened slightly and black propulsion flames erupted. It impacted down in an ultra-high-altitude swooping position, the giant axe in its hand bursting with electricity and tilting up high, heading straight for Chang Bei. Chapter 87, The Red Lotus. After Kunlun was defined as a traitor to humanity, Ningfeng had commandeered Kunlun's prosthetic body research team. He provided a brain and used oppressive tactics and toughness to force this team to come up with the latest technology. With nothing else to do, this team came up with the unsophisticated Carbon-12 technology. Without arriving, the fitting achieved amazing results. This brand new artificial prosthesis had already been defined as the strongest artificial prosthesis within the next 5 years, at least within the human civilization. There would not be any other artificial prosthesis comparable to it. During the combat test phase, this black prosthetic body, with a bloodthirsty crushing posture, destroyed all other prosthetics in the lab, including Kunlun's once replacement piece. Ningfeng forcefully argued for this artificial prosthetic body, giving it a bizarre name, Breakbird. The experimenters came to the conclusion that the brakes were a full one. 5 levels ahead of Quinlan. Today, human civilization is stuck in a technological bottleneck, and the growth of all highly sophisticated technologies is very slow. If there is suddenly an order of magnitude lead in a particular area, then it is definitely a very small probability and at the same time an extremely exaggerated gap. Dr. Zheng Tian, Kunlun's former chief mechanic, jumped to his death the night the Furies were officially named. He left only one last word. What was once an honor has become today's regret, and I will not continue to serve the Furies because I can't accept this. Inside the Harrier starship, on the general special metal seat, Ningfeng quietly observed the situation on the ground. It turns out that the one who set it all off and made waves in the shadows was just a milquetoast scavenger. One has to admit that this kid possesses amazing luck. Perhaps he had found the remains of some higher civilization on Trash Earth and had acquired multiple higher civilization equipment at once. But he's just a scavenger after all. As for before, the beam device that had pierced through the heavenly shield, although its energy was amazing, it was only a handheld piece of equipment, and whether or not it could cause damage depended entirely on the user. This kind of tactic would not be able to destroy the Furies, whose dodging rate and movement speed were beyond human perception. It would only take one look to decapitate him. That guy goes down and the dust settles. There's something about this guy. Chang Bei tilted his head and looked at the swooping black cybernetic body, slightly moving his arms. What's that? Suddenly there were cries of alarm from the scavengers behind them. Chang Bei's movements lurched and he looked sideways into the distant sky. In the sky, the gray clouds, suddenly illuminated by a strong source of light, were dyed crimson, resembling an evening sunset. The source of that light was moving rapidly, from far away and closer, the evening glow getting more and more massive. Some scavengers have gone so far as to become obsessed. They had never seen such a sight before, as evening sunsets existed only in legend on a heavily polluted planet. The black prosthetic bane in the sky suddenly stopped sharply. Its scarlet eyes narrowed slightly as it scanned the visions roaming the sky. Suddenly, there was a deafening sonic boom. only to see a red glowing body in the distance, constantly crashing through the air wall, creating an almost instantaneous visual illusion. The moment it approached the battlefield, it penetrated the last wall of air and simply disappeared. Siren's eyes narrowed slightly, on high alert, as the scout ship gave an early warning, enemy concealment. Suddenly, the Furies locked onto their target, their eyes bursting with red. They suddenly turned back and slashed down with an axe. But unexpectedly, the Furies directly chopped the air with an axe. Looking at the empty front, it was a bit unbelievable. Its own detection chip came from the most advanced technology of the human civilization, and it never makes mistakes. Suddenly, Siren felt the sound of a bitter wind coming from above his head. It violently tilted its head, but saw a red silhouette descending from the sky. At this time the furious star and axe chopped the air. The body is exactly a kind of forward lunge posture. That red silhouette directly borrowed the momentum, stepping on its back. A force as heavy as a mountain was transmitted. The tremendous impact directly caused the Furies to lose their balance and be trampled on the back, falling straight down from the sky. Boom! On the ground, the red-haired killer rats within a diameter of 100 meters dispersed in a flurry, shaking up the dust and sending up layers of ripples. The entire ground was funnel-shaped and sunk several meters. In the midst of the dust, a figure with a proud figure stood on the back of the Siren, silently towering over it. Ow! The Siren's facial armor twisted as he was stepped on, and a roar of rage escaped his mouth as he lifted his giant axe with his backhand and slashed at the figure on his back. However, he saw the silhouette's legs slightly bent, and leapt. The huge reaction force, forming a loud bang, the ground sank again by 2 meters. The Furies not only had an axe chop, but also suffered a heavy blow once again, and was buried by a large amount of garbage. And that red figure, twisting its body in the air, turned into a red aura and landed beside Chengbei. The scene was silent for a full 10 seconds. The crowd's eyes widened. It was a cybernetic body that was perfect. Skin made of some sort of translucent metal, like onyx stone emitting a warlike red glow, and a few ethereal golden rays of light, slowly coursing through her torso. She didn't have any clothes on and her sexy feminine posture was unmistakable. Long slender legs, beautiful hip line, slim waist, round firm breasts. The smooth lines seemed to be the masterpiece of an artist's careful carving, with every turn and curve just right, and the proportions of the whole body are perfect. Her face, on the other hand, was covered with artificial skin, delicate and flawless, her features cold and beautiful. Long red ponytails, hanging down like a Milky Way, as if made up of thin red fiber optics, fluttered slightly in midair. And in her right hand, she held an imposing red spear. The spear also flowed with a spiritual golden light, standing on the ground with its tip facing the sky, emitting a mysterious technological aura, as well as a stern aura. She slightly opened her eyes, and in her red pupils, she radiated a stern luster, exuding an unrivaled valor. Countless scavengers, none of them were amazed by this perfect body. She was like the evening sun, both of them stunningly beautiful things that had never existed on this trashy planet. Lieutenant Colonel Ning looked horrified and was scared as he fell back, stuttering, Kun Loon. Ning Feng in the starship's eyes also snapped open, his pupils reflecting that perfect body. She was actually fixed? What could have restored her to this state? Ning Feng gazed at Kunlun's body, and his brows suddenly trembled again. The material used for the layers of metallic skin on her. The knowledgeable Ning Feng recalled it carefully, and a look of even greater incredulity then appeared on his face. High-entropy alloys. And it's a hardened, high-entropy alloy. The entire surface of Kunlun's body is a high-entropy alloy. This was something that Ning Feng couldn't imagine. The stock of high-entropy alloys was worthy of the word rare even within the entire galaxy. Ning Feng, who had been on the warpath for several years and had amassed a large fortune, had only collected 900 grams. And at this time the high-entropy alloy on Kunlun's body, obviously higher purity, that need to condense and purify the ordinary high-entropy alloy, and finally completely covered the body of an adult female, that have to use up how many high-entropy alloys? 5 kilograms? 10 kilograms? 20 kilograms? Or more. These, in Ning Feng's eyes, were completely astronomical. How could anyone in Junk Earth come up with that much high-entropy alloy to create a set of metal skins for Kunlun? From the garbage? That's too unrealistic. In that case, wouldn't that Kunlun's degree of lightness and defense be counterintuitive? You're the one who gave me a second life. The crimson figure slowly turned his head sideways, revealing the side of his flawless face, and it's far beyond my imagination. Should I call you Kunlun, or should I call you Red Lotus? Chengbei looked at the figure and then at the red spear in her hand, revealing a smirk. I've put blood money on you. Those beautiful red eyes of the crimson figure flashed. After everything is over, I will repay you. Chengbei smiled again. The reason why the high-entropy alloy taken by the thousand-faced demon lord was missing 450 pieces was that it was used on Red Lotus. After being forged by the Moros Forge Intelligent Manufacturing production line, it was not only hardened and purified, but also formed the extreme mechanical aesthetics that is comparable to a work of art today. The shock within the hearts of Rainbow Food and President Lee, as well as the nearby scavengers, was indescribable when they heard this. A scavenger who actually created a cybernetic body of this caliber. The conversation between Changbei and Hua Kunlun was simultaneously captured by the Harrier starship's scanning equipment and transmitted into Ningfeng's ears. He was even more surprised that it was still the scavenger who had restored Kunlun. How could he do all this? Ow! A roar that resonated through the heavens came, garbage flew, and the black cybernetic body snapped up out of the ground. Part of the armor on its back was damaged, bursting with a fine electric current. However, its ghastly ferocious aura was still terrifying and intimidating. Underdogs, I want you dead. Its scarlet eyes stared at Kunlun, and between its fangs, it let out a strange roar, lifted the axe with its left hand, clenched its right fist, and smashed it on the axe in a smooth manner, letting out a loud metallic clash, and then opened its arms, and raised its voice to the sky. That is, Father's signature move. When Lieutenant Colonel Ning saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and then he looked at the Harrier starship. Big brother, the brain within the Bracken star. It's father. Didn't you say that he had been blasted to ashes by the Star Alliance? In LT. Colonel. Ning's mind, Ningfeng's voice rang out, just a well-intentioned lie. Back then, he was seriously injured and escaped the encirclement. It was me who ended his life, took out his brain, and now I've made it into a fury. It's often said that fathers and sons are one and the same, and telepathy exists between us as well, or else, how could I have manipulated it remotely? Deep fear permeated Lieutenant Colonel Ning's eyes. You. What about me? By any means necessary? Father actually talked me out of fighting the Star Alliance. Did you forget? No one can stand in my way. Chapter 88, Fury. I, Flower Kunlun, 4th General of the Galactic Alliance. The ruddy figure took a step forward. There is sufficient evidence to prove that you are a band of bandits disguised as an alliance squad, and now, I have the right to bring you back to the Galactic Alliance headquarters. Ow! The black prosthetic body in the distance once again let out a ferocious roar. Suddenly, the energy core in its chest instantly erupted with black electric currents that spread throughout its body in an instant. The current expanded to form a spherical magnetic cage around its body, an individual force field that was both offensive and defensive, and the air around it distorted slightly as it opened up to some kind of extreme state at the cost of energy burning. Sure. Hua Kunlun tilted his head, and his sight seemed to penetrate the atmosphere, looking towards the countless corpses scattered on the outer side of the planet, as well as the wreckage of starships. I also have the option of putting you in your place. To the memory of the 24th Fleet of the Intergalactic Federation of the Galaxy, 12,455 crew members. In that instant, a crimson lotus flower lit up in the center of Hua Kunlun's brow, followed by a flash of steaming flames that covered that lotus flower. At the same time, within Hua Kunlun's body, a rippling force field as if it was substantial was released, and his entire aura suddenly grew geometrically. Those previous words about bringing back the Union were just a formality. In the next second, Hua Kunlun directly turned on the red warm mode of the 7-class Cyber War Skull. Boom! Hua Kunlun's body catapulted out like a cannonball, his spear pointing straight ahead. At the same time, the holographic red lotus totem inside the spear suddenly blossomed, projecting a huge red lotus hundreds of meters high behind Hua Kunlun's back. The visual image was extremely shocking. Changbei narrowed his eyes. Recall the STC presentation. Although in the era of the Starry Sea, melee weapons can no longer play an effective value, but this weapon, more significance as a kind of symbol of the spirit of the martial arts god, is the never-ending war drums in the hearts of thousands of soldiers. This is the symbol of the Red Lotus Vulcan after 120 years. The human legions will be encouraged whenever this giant lotus appears. 120 years. Was Hana Kunlun still alive at that time? Or perhaps the weapon was passed on to someone else? At this moment, Hua Kunlun's mouth let out a roar that resounded through the heavens and earth. With that, Siren swung his huge battle axe, which was densely covered in currents, and burst out of the pit in the ground. Boom! The moment the two figures collided, the red spear instantly penetrated the black force field of the Furies and instantly collapsed under the burst of golden light from the spear. Immediately afterward, the two weapons also collided, and the breaking star black battle axe only lasted for 1/100th of a second before suddenly bursting into countless pieces. The difference in rank between them was like the difference between clouds and mud. The difference was too great. Click! In the next instant, Hua Kunlun's spear directly pierced through the black prosthetic body's head, lodging itself between its fangs and out the back of its head. Tiny black shards, and bright red brains, spewed out. Siren's red eyes widened in shock. Ningfeng in the starship only felt a wooing sound in his brain, and there was more than just a sharp pain. Give back your life. Hua Kunlun, in red temperature mode, roared, and the sky stirred. Mighty energy surged out from within her body and converged into the red lotus martial god in her hand, while the tip of the red lotus martial god instantly erupted into a pillar of crimson light hundreds of meters in diameter and hundreds of kilometers in length. Particle shockwaves capable of tearing apart everything, and antimatter flames capable of burning and melting everything, were sandwiched together and instantly erupted. The Furies retained the last vestiges of desire to attack, and it swung its axe handle, which had no head, towards Kunlun. But in the process, a powerful pillar of energy light engulfed it, and it turned into a dark residual shadow, which in turn shattered into flying dust inch by inch under the energy rush. The crimson pillar of light struck the sky. The aftermath shook a circular gap in the atmosphere tens of kilometers in diameter. The violent air currents swept past the two Harrier starships, and even though they were huge bodies up to 20 kilometers long, they swayed in the air currents, like lonely boats in a rainstorm. When Lieutenant Colonel Ning saw this scene, his face had turned snow white and his entire body was petrified. The first reaction of thousands of scavengers is to pick up their heads and bury them deep in the garbage. As for Ning Feng and the Harrier starship, his entire body was caught in a huge lurch, and with panic, coupled with the severe pain coming from his brain, he had even rolled off his metal seat. This is not the flower Kunlun that once was. It's amazing that junkyard boy could create something so horrible. And Hua Kunlun, through the gap in the atmosphere, truly saw the wreckage of the 24th Legion, and the corpses that were covered in frost, their bodies stiffened in the dark universe, floating silently. Hua Kunlun supported his red lotus martial god and slowly knelt on the ground. She watched the wreckage and bodies from across the room. She didn't have tear ducts, just wandering points of light that flickered on and off in her red cybernetic eyes. You are not traitors. Hua Kunlun slowly lowered her head, and the red lotus flower on her forehead, which flickered for a split second, gradually went out. She fell into silence after the red warmth pattern ended. Chang Bei let out a slow sigh. Direct red temperature mode. Who let Hua Kunlun's heart be filled with too much unwillingness, too much aggression, and too much anger? She was a human brain after all. There are times when strong emotions break through all restraint. Asshole! Asshole! The wretched Ningfeng was already spilling blood from the corners of his mouth. But he saw the silent Kunlun and knew that next was his only chance. Ningfeng rolled and crawled back to his metal seat, and the metal wiring attached to his head began to flicker madly. The moment. Amazing mechanical changes have taken place on the bridge. Pieces of metal turned up around them, wrapping the metal seat in layers, and in the blink of an eye it morphed into an unbreakable metal cube. And then a metal door slowly opened on the hull, and the metal cube slowly floated into view. Chapter 89, Times Have Changed. Scavengers of the Earth. I am the 12th General of the Intergalactic Star Alliance, Ningfeng. However, the metal cube was instantly surrounded by a defensive force field, which was a small heavenly shield, and at the same time, a transparent inspection window was opened on the front of the cube. However, he saw that the man sitting in it had his eyes slightly opened, and the 4 azure apertures within his pupils suddenly flashed. And the scene was magnified hundreds of times by the void projection on one side. The scavengers were horrified. B-class genes. He's a real Star Alliance high-ranking. President Lee was also shocked. It's amazing that there's such a big shot inside the starship. The next words, however, caused the crowd to fall into a pit of ice. I saw you with my own eyes, joining forces with the renegade Quinlan in a common rebellion against the Star League, and killing thousands of Star Alliance fighters. Genes mean everything, and you have nothing but vile lies in your bones. He had said something like that because he had turned on the ship's recording system, and he wanted to find the perfect excuse for the ultimate massacre he was about to commit. Genes, the most faithful expression, you are not even recognized by your ancestors. So, Ningfeng said, but his complexion was suddenly startled. He saw the blue-cloaked teenager on the ground, suddenly straightening his chest, his eyes slightly opened, and 3 azure apertures, flickering unquenchably in his pupils. Ningfeng stared blankly. How could a C-class gene appear on Trash Earth? That statement caused a furor. The scavengers looked at Chang Bei as an afterthought, and each of them was dumbfounded. When was that? Among them, it was surprising that such a noble C-class gene had appeared. Chairman Lee had already come to Horna's side. He was surprised earlier to find that Horna hadn't died. At this moment, he was holding his second daughter and looking at Chang Bei with the same shocked face. And the genetic manifestation in Chang Bei's eyes was so spiritual and clear, exuding nobility. President Lee's pupils trembled, and it was clear in his heart that it definitely wasn't some sort of disguise. And at this moment, Horna's entire body was stiff and unable to move. Her eyelids fluttered slightly on her ghastly white face as she stared at Chang Bei, an obscure sound coming out of her mouth. A C-rank is just a C-rank, and it doesn't completely issue inferior genes. Besides, compared to me, you're still a lower class of existence. In fact, the C gene was already in extraordinary status, but there was no turning back from the open bow, and Ningfeng roared, I will represent the Interstellar Alliance to purge you traitors. Immediately afterward, the lines on Ningfeng's head flickered madly. There was an unmistakable roar in the air. But saw the 2 behemoth General Harrier starships, suddenly made a super difficult action. The ship body at low speed, the air flipped, the bow of the ship pointed straight to the stars, while the tail of the ship, but aimed at the ground. The fusion thrusters at the stern of the ship began to brew a tremendous amount of heat. 6 huge vents with a diameter of 7 kilometers, like pitch-black craters, emitted gusts of heat waves, and the space around them seemed to be twisted and distorted. Big brother, are you crazy? You're going to incinerate the planet with shipboard thrusters. LT. Colonel. Ning broke down and anxiously shouted, I'm still here. No one can stand in my way. Not you, not Quinlan, not that blue-cloaked scavenger. No one can survive 13,000 degrees of superheat. Boom! The flame-throwing engines of the Star-class battleships roared to life. The flame changed from small to large, from yellow to blue, and finally to pure white, covering the sky in an instant, like the wrath of a god. However, Chang Beg waved his arm, and the distant flower Kunlun as well as the squeak on his shoulder were instantly wrapped in green ripples and floated up to fall into the crowd of scavengers in the distance. The huge flames focused into a pinpoint shape of 100 meters in circumference, and as the huge hull adjusted, the first one to be reduced to ashes was the blue-cloaked Chang Bei. Smacking Ru. The Type 1 bio-battle armor made a noise, it couldn't resist such exaggerated super-high temperatures. Boom! The white-pointed fire descended on the ground, engulfing everything around it, as well as Chang Bei's thin body. The garbage around them melted in an instant, bursting into a cloud of relatively low-temperature yellow flames that gave off a pungent burnt smell. Ha ha ha! Ningfeng laughed out loud, the most talented commander in my history, and only I can accomplish an operation of this difficulty. Boom! The jet flame secondary focus, once again increased in intensity, its core temperature has soared to 13,000 degrees Celsius. 60 seconds. A full 60 seconds of searing, no living organism could survive such temperatures. Ningfeng was already like a madman at this point, as he began to search for Kunlun's whereabouts, the ship roaring, and the huge white spiked flames, also beginning to move slowly. In this instant, Ningfeng was shocked into a cold sweat, because he saw a standing figure in the hidden white flames. The next instant, the figure took one step out of the pointed fire, the heat waves around him steamed and twisted, and even the metal trash he stepped on instantly melted into iron the moment he landed on his feet. So, this is how silicon-based life replenishes energy. Chang Bei held his head high, and at this moment, his body was as dazzling as a brilliant diamond. And the Type 1 bio-battle armor had shrunk into a green eye pendant, hidden under the crystal skin of his chest. How did your body get that way? Ningfeng's entire body froze. How could you possibly resist that kind of temperature? However, he saw Chang Bei's eyes suddenly widen. In the pupils, in addition to the 3 azure apertures, there was also a circle of colorful diamond-like apertures. What's that? What exactly is your genetic level? Ningfeng was similarly shocked beyond words. Why have I never seen this kind of genetic manifestation before? You possess a genetic level beyond my cognizance. Horna in the distance saw the scene clearly. She stared straight into Chang Bei's eyes, and in her eyes was an indescribable heartache and fascination. She reached out her hand to touch Chang Bei in the distance, but because her strength was exhausted, her arm fell heavily to the ground, and at the same time, her head was tilted, and a layer of dead gray gradually filled her pupils. Horna! President Li was overwhelmed with grief and shook his daughter's body vigorously. Wake up, don't leave me. Chang Bei frowned. The legs bent slightly, and the sound of crystals rubbing together came from within the silicon-based being. He could clearly feel that this body, which had just finished replenishing its energy through superheated temperatures, contained unimaginable raging power. Boom! The earth shook, and the surface, buried under layers of garbage, cracked inch by inch. Chang Bei surprisingly leapt hundreds of meters with just his body. In a flash, it reached the height where Ningfeng was. As for Ningfeng, who was hiding inside the metal box, he was looking at everything with eyes full of incredulity, only to see a strange luster flashing in Chang Bei's eyes in midair, his diamond-like arm bending into an elbow, with sharp crystal thorns sprouting between the elbows, smashing down heavily from the height. Boom! Click it! Beyond the metal cube, the 7 layers of heavenly shields were pierced in an instant. It was inconceivable that that could be the physical power of a creature. Ningfeng's eyes widened to the limit as he clearly saw Chang Bei's elbow getting closer and closer to his face. No one can stand in your way? Only Chang Bei's voice was heard, sounding ghostly. My lord, times have changed. Chapter 90, The True King of Trash. The metal cubically crashed to the ground in a thick cloud of black smoke. Its surface dented and ruptured, revealing Ningfeng's body. As for Ningfeng's head, all that was left was his horrified, wide-open mouth, which had completely exploded above his mouth, turning it into mush that splattered on the surrounding walls. It landed in a pile of garbage and became a new piece of trash. Chang Bei also stood on the ground and looked up at the 2 Harrier starships in the sky, blue ribbons fluttering out as he realized that the barrier between him and those 2 starships had disappeared. His eyes flickered. It turned out that Ningfeng had used some sort of method that allowed him to directly control the 2 starships through his own brain. Now, Ningfeng's brain had turned into mush, and the 2 starships had turned into nothing. Not bad, not bad. Chang Bei was secretly happy in his heart. It was not in vain that he had gone to great lengths to exterminate everyone in the starship, and still kept it relatively intact. What are you doing? I'm a lieutenant colonel in a squad from the Star League. How dare any of you touch me? The only surviving Lieutenant Colonel Ning was constantly backing up, and in front of him, a large group of scavengers surrounded him. But it was President Li who stepped out of the crowd, holding a metal pipe with tears in his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boo! President Li slammed his stick on LT. Colonel Ning's skull. A scream rang out, and LT. Colonel Ning was horrified as blood flowed from his forehead. Immediately afterward, countless scavengers swarmed up to LT. Colonel Ning, who was completely drowned out in the crowd, his screams getting smaller and smaller. A moment. Countless scavengers gathered towards Chang Bei. They suddenly knelt down one after another, while Chairman Li took the brunt of the action, kowtowing continuously towards Chang Bei. "Your Excellency." Chang Bei slowly turned around. 3 azure apertures, symbolizing C-rank genes, and a 7-colored diamond aperture flashed in his eyes. In this instant, the diamond skin on Chang Bei's body faded away, while the eye-shaped biochemical battle armor on his chest spread out, once again forming Chang Bei's black leather coat, as well as a blue scavenger cloak filled with holes. This scene, in everyone's eyes, was again like a miracle. The crowd kept kowtowing, "My lord! My lord!" Chang Bei knew that the lord in their mouths came from everything he had shown before, as well as the gap in his genes. "I was born and raised on Trash Earth. This is my home." No one wants their home to be a place where the people are unhappy, killing each other and chewing on their bones. Defeating this imposter army didn't have to be so complicated. And the reason I do this is that I hope to stir something within you. If we go on muddling along like this, without any external power, the scavengers will eventually die out, and only by awakening ourselves can we change all this, and only by self-improvement can we build a better home of our own. Chang Bei said, glancing at Rainbow Food, who stood in the distance with a gun in his hand. And then, Chang Bei glanced at President Li, who was kneeling in front of him. "President Li, you're getting old. From now on, the Scavenger Alliance will be handed over to Rainbow Food." Knock, knock, knock. President Li kept kowtowing. "Yes, well, at your service." "What is this?" Rainbow Food stood next to Chang Bei's shack, looking at the rectangular metal kit on the ground. One end of this equipment was constantly decomposing garbage, while at the other end, a raw gel was released, along with a rising artificial sun, releasing a warm yellow light that illuminated the barren ground around it. "It's called the SN11 EcoCycle Platform." Chang Bei looked at the front of the gel, the sunflower that kept swaying blue. "It can dissolve in organic matter, convert it into energy, and catalyze the growth of plants at several times the speed." As he spoke, tiny shoots had grown out of the ecological gel in front of him. Chang Bei had previously obtained more than 6,000 soilless cultivation capsules and synthesized the first such device within the underground shelter when the STC prompted that there was not enough space, whereas if all of them had been synthesized, Chang Bei could have had more than 400 such devices. Rainbow Food's eyes widened. In her head, in a flash, she constructed the scene of her dream. The scavengers solved the famine and relied on their own hands to build their own homes, and the whole garbage planet gradually embarked on a standardized path with sustainable development. Moreover, the scene in Rainbow Food's head at this moment was even more perfect than the dream. The garbage that covered the sky disappeared, and the earth was green with trees and fields of wheat swinging in the wind as far as the eye could see. "The tiny shoots in front of me have grown a few centimeters taller." Growing shocked, Rainbow Food turned his head to the other side of the shack, where 100 SN11 EcoCycle platforms were set up. "Did you build those?" Rainbow Food's breath shuddered a bit. "This is very high-tech, isn't it?" Chang Bei nodded. "Well, it's quite high." Hong Fu's jaw dropped, and he didn't even know where to start. "Those weapons you keep and use to arm the self-defense forces, they need to be trained to use the true power of those weapons. And these recycling platforms, you need to make full use of them. They are only enough to address the immediate needs, while more changes need to be made by the scavengers themselves." Chang Bei gazed at the Rainbow Food. "Miss Yun, I support your dream day." Rainbow Food's eyes twitched. "You recognized me that night?" Chang Bei shrugged. "Even if I can't recognize your biological disguise, what emanates from you is different from the other scavengers." Rainbow Food's body was somewhat slightly stunned. However, he saw Chang Bei reveal a smile and said, "President Li, I hope to see an Earth that makes people feel comfortable in the near future." Rainbow Food's eyes were flooded with tears. The genetic grade, the despair of the living environment, and the desire for outer space imprisoned Horna's life, and in the end, she ended up like that. "I will never let a similar tragedy happen again." Chang Bei nodded, staring at the barren surroundings for a long time without speaking. A moment later, Chang Bei suddenly said, "All the similar technological garbage found during the entire Earth transformation process, all of it will be handed over to Monkey and the others." Rainbow Food's eyes twinkled. Think of Chang Bei's passage on the night of the dream day. "My name is Chang Beg, Beggar's Beg, and my dream is to become the king of trash here." At the drop of a hat, he could take out such a high-grade genetic potion, ignore the air ban, repair Kunlun, one piece of mind-boggling technological equipment after another, an enigmatic genetic grade, and now the astonishing eco-cycling platform. All of this was a miracle created by Chang Bei through the garbage resources of the earth. Rainbow Food's heart was pounding, being infinitely motivated. He is, already, the king of trash on earth. In the end, without saying anything more, Hong Fu nodded his head with respect on his face and said, "Yes." Chapter 91, The Bond of Destiny. Not far. The valiant and intimidating female Valkyrie stood silently. Chang Bei came to her side. "Right now, no one should be able to stop you from returning to the Star Alliance. But that group of bandits is, in plain sight, after all, a Star Alliance squad, and their deaths here must have caused a series of troubles." Hua Kunlun's red pupils flickered. "I'll take care of everything." Chang Bei laughed. "Working with smart people just saves time." Speaking of a series of troubles, Hua Kunlun looked at Chang Bei. "Within your heart, is it that you don't want to become too conspicuous in existence either?" "I'm still not strong enough. Is the tree big enough?" Chang Bei spoke in a calm tone, "It doesn't matter if I pretend to be a cup on this trashy earth, but when facing the vastness of the universe, it's better to be careful." Got it. Hua Kunlun also looked towards the gray sky. Afterwards, when someone asked what kind of person repaired me and gave me such a strong body and new life, I would say, he is a mysterious and great genius mechanic. Genius mechanic. Chang Bei recalled the words and thought of the STC's note about the Red Lotus martial god, and an arcane sense of space and time was suddenly born within him. Chang Bei, you deserve this title. I've seen it before, you've always been able to take some piece of junk waste and make a whole new piece of machinery out of it. Hua Kunlun suddenly turned back and stretched out his mechanical palm. In the center of his palm was a chip with exposed threads. This is the memory chip I once had. Inside it I remembered my path of interstellar conquests, and the most crucial of them all were the 5 technological ruins scattered in the deep universe. Chang Bei's eyes brightened slightly. Technological ruins? Yes. Among them are mechanical planets abandoned by higher civilizations, interstellar battlefields with tens of thousands of battle shipwrecks floating about, and the legendary level 12 technological civilization, with its leftover time portal. Hua Kunlun looked at Chang Bei seriously. "I think all of these are valuable resources for you, and this is the only thanks I can give back to you." Hiss. These things are truly the most valuable resource. Chang Bei's eyes flickered as he took the item in Hua Kunlun's hand. "But this is your memory chip, that is, all of your memories at one time? I've actually been quite curious. Your previous body had artificial skin through and through. Does it allow you to have a boyfriend?" Chang Bei, "I've actually always admired you." Obviously possessing such a powerful ability, he still manages to act like a little cutie on weekdays. Like, often making some brainless maneuvers, and occasionally quite shameless. Hua Kunlun looked straight at Chang Bei. "How on earth did you do that?" Chang Bei grinned. "I'm living in a dark, trashy earth, surrounded by despair. I don't want to find a way to regulate my mind. Do I not want to cry all day long and emo and hang myself?" Hua Kunlun gave a slight lurch. It was only then that he realized that Chang Bei's smile had always been very bright. But it was at this time. Hua Kunlun suddenly faced Chang Bei and knelt down on one knee, extending his left hand against his chest. "Ugh, what is this for?" Chang Bei froze. "Even if I'm very charismatic, you're not like this, are you? On behalf of the thousands of souls of the 24th Fleet, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Chang Bei." Hua Kunlun slowly bowed his head. "It was you who allowed all of us to be cleared of the injustice." "Gee, there's no need for that." Chang Bei supported Hua Kunlun. "Spider-Man's uncle said, the more power the more responsibility." Who is Spider-Man? And who's his uncle? A mythological character in ancient history. Haven't you heard of Spider-Man's 3 fights against the White Bone Demon? It's understandable, after all. There are too few teenagers like me who are familiar with history. Hua Kunlun got up and interrupted Chang Bei's showboating. "There is one more thing." She suddenly misplaced her attention, but she saw Xiao Qiong hiding in the garbage behind her, looking at Chang Bei from a distance. "I love this kid. I can see that she has very great potential." Hua Kunlun paused. "I want to take her and train her to be one of the best warriors, or even one day in the future, she can take over for me." Chang Bei frowned. "Huh?" Hua Kunlun hurriedly added, "Don't worry, I won't transform her in any way, little Qiong will always be little Qiong." But she saw Xiao Qiong's eyes averted and said, "I want to become a strong warrior so that I can protect those around me. If I am born a strong warrior, then dad won't die and mom won't die." Chang Bei's frown gradually loosened. After a long time, Chang Bei slowly sighed. "Everyone has her own destiny. Xiao Qiong, I'm waiting for you. To become one of the most powerful warriors, I wish you to be able to gain the strength to protect everyone around you soon." Xiao Qiong nodded, her eye sockets a little moist. "At that time, I would protect Chang Bei." Chang Bei was also a bit moved. "Good boy, really not in vain I wants that pot after pot." Hua Kunlun was a bit puzzled. "What pot?" "None of that matters." Chang Bei closed his eyes in heartache. "Please take care of Xiao Qiong." "That's a coincidence." Hua Kunlun looked at Xiao Qiong. "This child's real name is also called Red Lotus. There are some things that are truly fated." "Oh?" Chang Bei was a bit surprised. For a long time, he had never really understood Xiao Qiong's real name. "I suppose you'll soon be starting your own path through the universe?" Hua Kunlun suddenly said. "After I return to headquarters, I'll find a way to help you get a ship." "Boat?" Chang Bei laughed. "That won't be necessary, because I still prefer ships to boats." Hua Kunlun suddenly realized something and tilted his head to look at the 2 Harrier starships floating at an angle in midair. The Star League will be sending someone to investigate the situation soon. Hua Kunlun hesitated for a split second. "Unless you are capable of hiding them, otherwise." Chang Bei laughed lowly. "See if I can't hide it." Chang Bei stood on a towering hill of garbage. Gusts of wind blew the blue scavenger's cloak around. Flower Kunlun finally contacted her old team, and someone soon picked her and Xiao Qiong up. And the rainbow food has shipped off the ecocycle platform. As she once said, she's going to be in full swing, big time. STC's electronic voice rang in Chang Bei's ears. "You synthesized a large number of firearms, and by doing so, you activated the idea of rebellion in the heart of the rainbow food. You synthesized the cyber prosthesis, giving Quinlan a new lease on life, and her appearance showed the scavengers that the Star League wasn't all evil, which gave the scavengers hope, while Quinlan handled all the ensuing trouble. You synthesized the SN11 ecocycle platform, which aims to change the entire trashy planet with the power of technology, and also gives the scavengers the resources and conditions to start. Actually, what you synthesize is not a piece of equipment. A chance for a lost civilization to rise again. Chang Bei waved his hand. I'm not that great, since this is my hometown, there will always be a trace of ties. This is great. I don't seem to have chosen the wrong person. I see hope for the revival of our mother's civilization. Volume 1 King of Trash, End. Chapter 92, A True Man's Dream. Chang Bei's body slowly rose into the air. In view, the trashy earth beneath his feet became more and more distant, and everything became smaller and smaller. The closer he got to the two Harrier starships, the more excited he became. Up close, the 20-kilometer-long hull can be quite impressive. The Harrier starship looks a bit like an old-time aircraft carrier, like a steel fortress suspended below the atmosphere. Giant thrusters were spread across the rear and sides of the battleship, periodically spewing out dazzling blue plasma flames in order to maintain their attitude, causing a slight tremor in space. At the front end of the battleship, the towering command tower was like a lofty mountain peak, covered with all kinds of sensors and communication equipment, signaling its ability to navigate the ultra-long-distance universe. Though one of the Harrier starships had a destroyed star annihilator cannon, and at this point, thick black smoke was billowing out, and the ship was tilting a bit. But that could be classified as minor damage for such a massive starship. And at this time, the inside of the starship could be said to be clean. The imposters were all dead on the ground, and the two starships were extremely special, the huge bridge, but there was not a single operator. Chang Bei looked at the two starships and wiped his mouth. To talk about a real man's dream. One of them is mechs and machinery. And the other, the starships and the sea of stars. And the most exhilarating part of this is wearing your own battle armor, piloting your own starship, and going out on your own limb. The vastness of the universe, strange and beautiful planets, mysterious and magnificent hidden treasures, and a lot of unimaginable civilizations. Getting stronger, growing up, and taking in the most beautiful scenery along the way. This was also a scene that Chang Bei had fantasized and dreamed of countless times. Of course, if the starship could perform explosively enough to withstand all sorts of risks and come and go without a trace, it would be even more enjoyable and meticulously cool. What can be combined from these two great treasures? They are already the top starships of the Human League, and the next level, inevitably, is going to be beyond reality. Chang Bei's eyes released a brilliantly demonic gaze. The next operation was one of the syntheses he had been most looking forward to up to that point. Looked at the trashy earth at his feet. Synthesizing on such a large scale is still a cover-up. Chang Bei closed his eyes and opened them again. A brilliant diamond light had bloomed in his eyes, and at the same time, dozens of floating blue ribbons appeared in his eyes. These ribbons snaked and coiled, connecting in two huge starships. The electronic resonance of silicon-based organisms is indeed strong. In the next second, the main engines of the two starships slowly started. A loud roar and tremor resounded through the sky as the two starships began to pull themselves up ever higher. However, Chang Bei was frowning slightly. It was just a simple command to move, and it felt like its energy was being distracted in various ways as it dominated the two starships, because there were simply too many electronic systems in the starships, and there were too many functions that needed to be controlled. Almost for a moment, he had the illusion that his body had been emptied. Although the starship was moving, Chang Bei's feeling was that he was lifting a sedan with a pair of spar-like arms, which were lifted, but the arms kept the butterflies on their wings. It should be that my silicon-based sequence level is too low. Chang Bei was a bit worried. After the starship is synthesized, will I be able to play with it at all? It was a bit bumpy, but the two starships finally moved beyond the atmosphere. At this time, the two Harrier starships, backed by the dark and deep, a little star-shining universe, looks more that flavor. Chang Bei's face was covered with a black mask formed by Type 1 bio-battle armor, which insulated him from the surrounding hypothermia and provided him with plenty of oxygen. Start synthesizing. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his right hand, the back of his hand facing the two starships as the STC blossomed into an azure beam of light, breaking up into raw matter. This time the scene was more grand and spectacular than ever. The huge Harrier starship, under the azure beams of technological light, transformed into dots of white light that shone even brighter than the stars in the distance. Chang Bei had originally gotten used to this kind of scene, but this time, his heart was inexplicably filled with awe for technology. Synthesis begins. The target blueprint is the Falcon starship, a technological creation of human civilization, 78 years from now. Harrier, Falcon. A continuation of the Raptor series of nomenclature. Chang Bei's pupils trembled. It really is future technology. Synthesizing. Synthesizing. Chang Bei frowned slightly. This time, how does it seem like it's lagging? Never had anything like it before. Undocumented technology appears in the target artifact. Unlike ordinary Harrier starships. Chang Bei's eyes widened. What's the situation? The next instant, STC projected a void screen in front of Chang Bei. That was the result of STC's scan, a hologram of two Harrier starships. Only to see the bridge position of these two starships, each suspended a human brain, clearly seen nearly 1,000 slender steel needles pierced through the surface layer of the two brains, deep into the brain marrow. The backsides of these steel needles were connected to countless lines, which in turn snaked around and scattered throughout the various parts of the Harrier starship, connecting to a variety of hubs. Chang Bei frowned. These two Harrier starships are extremely special, their core control system, not unconventional shipboard intelligence, but two human brains. Chang Bei's body gave a slight lurch. A detail was recalled with a jolt. During the previous battle, Ningfeng and Lieutenant Colonel Ning had engaged in a spaced-out conversation, and Ningfeng had said that in that black righteous body, the brain of the two men's father was installed, and that was why Ningfeng was able to realize spaced-out manipulation. They're all high genestealers. So, they have some sort of telepathic-like ability in their bloodline? Chang Bei's eyes flickered. What he had surmised was already about 8 or 9 times right. After sorting out the connection, Chang Bei sucked in a breath of cool air. The brains in the Harrier starship should also be Ningfeng's immediate family, such as siblings. So that guy was operating 2 battleships in this way. No wonder he could be the most talented commander in history. So that means, these 2 seemingly ordinary Harrier starships actually contained a special existence. Not even STC has a corresponding synthesis blueprint. Chang Bei's heart instantly went half cold. I thought I had picked up a treasure, but I didn't realize that it was too otherworldly to be used. Chapter 93, New Creation. Integration of existing technologies. Reprogramming of the synthesis program. Ching Kil, in light of your previous chest thumping, I've attempted to develop an entirely new line for you, as well as a technological blueprint. In a peak turn, Chang Bei was a bit surprised. Redevelopment? It is accurate to say that it is possible to create an alternative through existing technology and conditions. Of course, there is some chance of failure. What happens when you fail? All is lost. Chang Bei clenched his fists, and there was no other path available at the moment. After a few seconds of silence, Chang Bei gritted his teeth and said, "Hop." In this instant, the STC released an even brighter light than it once had, as if it were performing some kind of high-speed computation. A Harrier starship shatters into white points of light and appears to jump violently. Gradually, the points of light converged toward the other Harrier starship. In this instant, a blinding light erupted from the front. Chang Bei's eyes were slightly open and his hands were covered in sweat. 3 seconds later, he heard the most pleasing sound. Successful synthesis. Chang Bei's brows snapped loose. It's done. The light ahead that made it impossible to look straight ahead gradually faded. It is as if a grand curtain of light is slowly drawn open, and the protagonist of it, at last, sails out with 1,000 cries. Chang Bei's pupils trembled as he stared ahead. It was clearly a white warship like a sharp spear. It was much smaller than the previous Harrier starship, with a total length of about 2 kilometers, and its overall shape was sharp and smooth, yet sharp at the same time. Chang Bei's heart is very clear. The volume represents nothing. The focus is on its internal technological content. The material of the starship in front of him didn't seem to be any kind of metal, but pure white, as if it were delicate ceramics, emitting a faint milky white halo. The most peculiar thing was that the surface of this warship was covered with a strange blue pattern. And there are no dead spots, full coverage. Those ripples were like a giant octopus as they stretched out all their tentacles, one connecting to the other. Chang Bei's pupils flickered, somewhat baffled. This pattern. Like human brain nerves. The body of the octopus, the main body of the neuron, and the multiple branches that extend out, are like the dendritic and axonal parts of the neuron. Chang Bei's eyes twinkled. A ceramic warship covered in cerebral neural nets? Human consciousness, in theory, resides in the brain's neural net. Whenever human beings think, after generating a certain idea, within these neural nets, swimming bioelectricity will be formed, and those blue currents keep flickering, which also constitutes human beings' self-knowledge, as well as their judgment of external information. Just then, a blue current was suddenly born on the body of the white starship, and it flickered rapidly along the lines on the surface of the ship, like a meteor that flickered away. Chang Bei was a bit surprised. It produced a thought? Although he hadn't seen the legendary Falcon-type starship, Chang Bei was very sure that this guy in front of him was definitely not a Falcon type, because it is completely incompatible with human design concepts and even subverts human inertia. What's more, the Hayabusa-type starship was born 78 years into the future, and the technological texture given off by the guy in front of him was clearly not a product that could be accumulated in just 78 years. Countless blue currents were once again born on the starship in front of him and traveled throughout the ship, creating an azure glow in the dim universe. Gorgeous, spectacular, and full of mystery. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. Is it thinking? 2 highly electronic human brains exist in 2 Harrier starships. In the process just now, the 2 brains also completed their merger and created a unique reaction with the 2 Harrier starships in the synthesis, forming an unprecedented product. Chang Kilju was shocked. The synthesis of the human brain. Unnamed starship. Appearance size, 1680 m divided by 270 m divided by 230 m. Hull mass, 100,024 tons. Ship's body mass, white metal. White matter metal, the first record of this technology, the combination of metal and human brain white matter, so that the surface of the ship has a very high rate of information transmission, can withstand a maximum pressure of 10 million megapascals. The material is an important prerequisite for the exclusive technology of this ship. Communication system, neural net, over-the-horizon communication, with access to major interstellar communication channels and 160% greater range. Propulsion system, bioenergetic fusion engine, terminal velocity 2% of light speed, maximum range 2.45 light years. Living facilities, the interior has 3 floors of space, including 10 first-class lounges, 95 capsule sleeping bins, 400 square meters of recreational areas, a cafeteria dining area, an automated medical equipment area, a physical training area, and a cargo storage area. Weapon system, neural net, Star Destroyer. Defense shield system, neural net, Sky Shield. Proprietary technology, to be explored. Technology level, given the starship's excellent interstellar navigation capabilities, the minimum technology level is 2, and given the many undocumented technologies contained in the starship, the technology level cap is to be determined. Chang Bei looked at the long note, which was very informative. The worn-out interstellar radio station left behind by his grandfather was once the only way for Chang Bei to understand the vastness of the universe, and in the past, he would always stay by the radio station on time and on schedule, like a dried-up sponge, absorbing all the information. He had also heard a lot about starships. The starship in front of him belonged to a small scout or assault ship in terms of size and tonnage. Its ultimate speed is 2% of the speed of light. That may sound like a small figure, but it's equivalent to 17,000 times the speed of sound. As far as Chang Bei knew, it was already 30% faster than the fastest small scout ship on the market. Although this was already far ahead, Chang Bei still felt that it wasn't as stunning as he had imagined. And one of the white metal, the ceramic look of the starship, is a material never before seen on the market. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes. Can withstand a maximum pressure of 10 million MPa? Wouldn't that be an existence that could be destroyed by a single shot of the Annihilator? Chang Bei frowned. The defense was a bit weak. The shipboard amenities are quite comprehensive, and should be very comfortable for long voyages. Over-the-horizon communication, too, is perfectly adequate. Neural net Annihilator? Neural net Sky Shield? Chang Bei pondered. The weapons and defense shields within the previous Harrier starships all completed a kind of systematized upgrade, but what exactly was upgraded? At that instant, the STC flashed, projecting a holographic image of a starship. Neural net Annihilator. Only the dense body of neurons on the white hull in the hologram suddenly flickered in unison, and a regal black light flowed across its surface. Subsequently, the entire white starship seemed to have transformed into a cosmic-class hedgehog. Within each of the hundreds of neurons on the surface of the ship's hull, a dark and straight beam of attack blossomed, 360 degrees without a dead angle. Chang Bei was a bit surprised. This black beam of light was still fresh in his memory. It was exactly the attack of the Star Annihilator cannon that was on the Harrier starship before. Unleashing annihilation cannons through neurons? And hundreds of them? The span is truly amazing. Chang Bei's gaze trembled, and next, an even more explosive scene appeared. But saw those neurons slightly wriggling, hundreds of black beams of light gathered in front of the ship's body. The energy surged furiously, the black beams of light focused into a super-large attack beam with a diameter of nearly a meter, like a solid body, and in an instant, it did not enter the deep universe. 10 seconds later, a huge black energy ball suddenly erupted in the distant sky before exploding violently. The image, though, was just a holographic simulation. However, Chang Bei could clearly feel the terrifying might within it, as well as that feeling of destroying the sky and the earth. Scattered fire attack power, 10% of the original Harrier starship destroyer. Concentrated fire attack power, 220% of the original Harrier starship destroyer. So that's it? Only then did Chang Bei understand that the power of the dispersed attack had shrunk, but it could strike multiple targets at once, while the aggregation had increased the attack power by 2 times compared to before. The focus of the enhancement is not on power, but on utility. Neural net Sky Shield. The old version of the Sky Shield has many shortcomings, such as its hive-state structure is not the most optimal solution. There are other more stable and efficient energy transmission structures in the world, such as human brain neural network. In the holographic simulation screen, the neural net on the surface of the white starship suddenly flickered, approaching with a layer of virtual shadow slowly emerging. It was a blue pattern of cerebral neural nets, which began to slowly expand, and as it did so it seemed to drag out a series of vignettes that continued to leave layer after layer of blue shades of light on the outside of the starship. A moment. A full 10 layers of pale blue cerebral neural networks, layer upon layer, wrapped the starship at its very core. Humans think quickly, largely thanks to the sophisticated and complex structure of the brain's neural net. And as the nature of the defense shield is also energy transmission, by the same token, the efficiency of the Sky Shield will be greatly increased with the adoption of the cerebral neural structure. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. How much stronger is it than the heavenly shield that was once there? Crude calculation, its defense effect, about 4 times that of the heavenly shield. And the opening speed is 10 3 times faster than the old version of Sky Shield, and at the same time has the double camouflage function of visual distortion plus electronic detection signal distortion. 4 times? And open 10 times faster. My muon primaries, then, have been unable to pierce them. Chang Bei nodded. This, to a large extent, makes up for the shortcomings of white metal. Chapter 94, Ghost Ship. Chang Bei summarized his starship. In terms of hull strength alone, it's actually quite fragile. It's like the human brain, it's very functional, but it can't take a hard hit. The upgraded Heavenly Shield, on the other hand, is like a human skull that, to a large extent, protects the inner brain. The additional feature of the neural net Sky Shield, while capable of distorting signals, is a feature defined as camouflage, not invisibility. Within Chang Bei's heart, there was still a slight lack of security. And the upgraded Annihilator cannon, in the dispersed firing state, was like a shotgun, and in the aggregated state, was like a sniper rifle. As for the speed of the starship, it was 30% faster than the fastest small starship on the market. To summarize, this brand new starship is a little bit of a scouting sharpshooter. Compared to some super starships, there was still a gap in overall performance, but as a light starship, it was extremely good. Chang Bei's gaze moved over the notes and slowly settled. What is this exclusive technology that appears twice? My data comes from feedback from Starfleet Intelligence. As of now, the starship's special technology is in an inactive state. You need to explore on your own. Chang Bei's eyes flashed. That was normal. The starship in front of him was, after all, a product of something other than the STC blueprints. Explore hidden features and stuff. My favorite. Watch me decrypt it in minutes. Chang Bei rubbed his hands. Turbine-powered shoes propelled his body to move silently in the universe. After circling around the entire starship, he actually didn't find the door. The entire starship was all in one, not even a seam. What do you mean there's no door? Just as Chang Bei froze, a small cluster of cerebral neural nets suddenly surfaced on the body of the ship in front of him, with blue light flashing, and then this cluster of neural nets slowly dispersed in a way that defied the laws of geometry, forming a 3-meter-high entrance in front of Chang Bei. Fruitful alternative. Even the hatch is so magical. Chang Bei slowly entered the starship, and the hatch behind him closed noiselessly, forming a ceramic-like wall without any gaps. Scanning around. The interior of the starship was a perfect blend of sci-fi and magical sense, brightly lit, spotless, and the materials as far as the eye could see were white metal, which just by looking at it with the eyes could give a delicate and soft, extremely comfortable feeling. Ta-da! 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 Chang Bei removed his protective mask and walked within the empty corridor, the soles of his feet emitting a gurgling echo. That's my Ching Kill's starship. He looked around him and felt more and more soothed. Junk bugs have a starship of their own? It's almost as magical as a dream. It was a pity that there could never be anyone else here, and Chang Bei had no way to share his joy. Where's the bridge? Where's the bridge? The bridge is in the 3rd deck. Humming, Chang Bei's footsteps suddenly lurched as he slowly retreated 3 steps and looked towards a cabin he had just passed. In the next second, Chang Bei's eyes widened. What's that? Only a woman in red sat on a half-meter high platform inside the cabin. She had a big red dress, one foot on the edge of the platform, the other curled up as she clasped her hands around her ankles and looked up at the sky. Horna? Chang Bei's pupils shrunk. Isn't she dead? The red-skirted woman was indeed Horna, and she was in the exact same position she had once been in when she had waited for the high genestealers to descend on the Bar Street curb. Horna slowly turned back and suddenly realized Chang Bei, and then she stretched out a hand covered in bruises and grasped at Chang Bei through the air, and a strange murmur came out of her mouth. Chang Bei was aghast, instantly sprouting goosebumps. What the hell? Luckily, Horna just maintained her position and kept the same movement, and couldn't affect Chang Bei. Chang Bei felt a rush of creepiness. Could this have something to do with the hidden features of the starship? The bridge needs to be reached to reveal the truth. Continuing to walk forward, Chang Bei saw a pair of middle-aged people snuggled together on the side of the road, wearing tattered scavenger cloaks, with the woman leaning on the man's shoulder. Chang Bei recognized them. They were Xiao Qiong's father and mother. It was also at this moment that Xiao Qiong's father and mother suddenly revealed a smile and nodded towards Chang Bei. Chang Bei was a bit baffled. These two are also dead. Walking further, Chang Bei saw a set of quadruplets. The one who looked the oldest among them was clearly the deceased soul of his man, Ningfeng, who wrinkled his brow and was constantly stomping in place, and recited words under his breath, but would not make a sound. Chang Bei, through his mouth, was able to simply determine that what he was saying was no one can stand in the way of my path ahead. And one of the relatively young ones was Lt. Colonel Ning, who had been clubbed to death by the scavengers. He was holding his head at that moment, his body shivering, and in his eyes was intense panic. The other two, on the other hand, were very similar to the faces of Lieutenant Colonel Ning and Ningfeng, except that they were stupefied, their arms drooping weakly, and it was clearly visible that their heads were empty inside, their brains nowhere to be found. What is all this? Undead? Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly, only feeling that his brain circuits were insufficient, and his thinking and cognition were already clearly unable to keep up with the changes in front of him. Chang Bei had also carefully observed that these ghosts didn't have any holographic devices on their heads or under their feet. They weren't images, but a form that Chang Bei didn't understand. finally made it to the bridge. Ahead seemed to be some sort of giant single-lens glass that allowed a view of the vast depths of the universe. And in the center of this platform loomed a huge cocoon. It was 3 meters in height and more than a meter in diameter, emitting blue light all over its body, and inside it was still beating like a heart, going pft and pft. The corner of Chang Bei's eye twitched. What was this again? It was also the moment Chang Bei suddenly felt his scalp itch. It seemed that countless fine electric currents were generated in one's brain, and then these currents converged in one's brow, and when the energy in them was strong to a certain extent, Chang Bei felt like his forehead, as if a third eye had opened. Immediately afterward, something gushed out from his forehead, floating and flowing, and merging into the giant cocoon in front of him. Chapter 95, The Fourth Wall. Inside the cocoon, a bright light suddenly glowed. The outline of a curled-up baby was reflected, like a pregnant woman's womb under color ultrasound. The corners of Chang Bei's eyes twitched slightly, feeling that this was getting weirder and weirder. In the next instant, the baby suddenly stretched out its limbs, its fat arms and clenched fists of tiny hands, reaching for the sky. And then the baby began to grow rapidly. In an instant it turned into the silhouette of a 4 or 5-year-old child, then in the blink of an eye it became a teenager, and in another blink of an eye it turned into a 2-meter-tall adult. The adult figure's feet slowly landed on the ground, and with one step, its body silently penetrated the huge cocoon, which then turned into some kind of energy that was absorbed by its body. After, the tall figure dragged out wisps of light, walking step by step, and stood in front of Chang Bei. It was a skeleton wrapped in blue light, with 2 blazing white flames tumbling and leaping from its eye sockets. Hello, my maker. The tall blue skeleton's mouth opened slightly and an invisible sound wave spread out. After fusing a sliver of your consciousness, I became an independent being. Life? Chang Bei was stunned. What exactly are you? I am this starship. The blue skeleton stood straight. I am also an embodied, electronically attributed human consciousness. Chang Bei felt an inexplicable shock. The unseen and untouchable human consciousness that becomes an entity? That is, the residual consciousness in the 2 human brains in the starship was synthesized and later fused with the starship to form an electronic consciousness? Chang Bei froze a bit and said, "You're the equivalent of some sort of artificial intelligence? I am an even more special being, unique in all known records." The blue skeleton's voice carried a gurgling echo. I am stripped of Ning Yu's and Ning Shan's souls, yet I am unrelated to them. The current me is both a soul and an electronic body of consciousness that can exist in the material world. Soul. The material world? Chang Bei's eyes flickered and he slowly turned back to look at those deceased people on the way here. In this world, are there really undead? Have you ever heard of the concept of 21 grams of soul? The blue skeleton's mouth was only slightly open as the sound waves continued to spread out. The moment a human dies, his body loses a precise 21 grams of weight, the weight of his soul, because in that instant, his soul leaves his physical body. The so-called soul is actually the human consciousness. The human consciousness and the physical body have never been 2 separate existences. Just like mechs and mech pilots. Chang Bei gave a slight lurch. Then where does the consciousness go after a human dies? They just float in the air, in an undetectable, silent presence. Chang Bei inhaled slightly, feeling a bit shocked. Then that means that those dead people have actually been floating around us, quietly watching us? It can be interpreted that way. The ghostly fire in the blue skeleton's eyes danced as it calmly looked ahead. Human consciousness, a quantum state, was born from quantum phenomena at the microscopic level of the brain, such as the quantum vibration of proteins or the quantum tunneling of ion channels, or also the process of brain cells changing from superposition to collapse states, all of which contributed to the formation of human consciousness. Chang Bei was a bit astonished. So, the expression quantum soul is true. And when the human race is dead, the particles of consciousness do not dissipate, but become a superposition state, and if someone is able to observe them, then consciousness collapses again into a determinate state. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. So, those undead I saw before collapsed into a deterministic state for some reason and became visible to the naked eye? Yes. The blue skull nodded. Until you observe them, they are particles of consciousness that are free within another dimension. Chang Bei was a bit shocked. Another space? The blue skeleton added, this space both exists and does not exist, as it is another dimension, and under normal circumstances, no human can break through this barrier, as it is located behind the 4th wall. Chang Bei felt a brainwave. The 4th wall? The term, from the drama of human civilization. The stage will have 3 walls to the left and right as well as behind it, and a 4th wall exists between the actors and the audience. The blue skeleton's mouth opened slightly, and sound waves drifted slowly. The consciousness of the departed existed precisely behind the 4th wall, like an audience, silently watching the performance of the living. But I, as an embodied electronic consciousness, combine both states of entity and soul. The blue skeleton paused. So, I'm an existence that can break through the 4th wall. Chang Bei sniffed and flinched violently. This is so bizarre. The blue skeleton added, because I have the dual attributes of soul and reality, I am able to observe all the particles of consciousness within the realm, and they collapse into a deterministic state as a result, forming those undead in your eyes. Chang Bei was a bit baffled. The principle of the undead surprised him greatly, and was even a bit cerebral. The blue skeleton added, of course, the so-called deterministic state is only for me, and again, because you have a unique consciousness link with me, you can also have the same perspective as me, and if you were someone else, you wouldn't be able to see those undead. Chang Bei's eyes widened. Thousands of years of human civilization history, wouldn't the undead be overcrowded? They also dissipate as their energy runs out, but for different lengths of time. Ghostly flames danced in the blue skull's eyes. Consciousness possesses the property of quantum entanglement, and the more ties the deceased had in life, the longer they existed. Chang Bei was a bit aghast. It's like what they say in ghost stories, the obsession is too heavy and the ghost will not be dispersed. The blue skeleton slowly nodded, and then it suddenly turned sideways, revealing the space behind it. Chang Bei's expression gave a slight lurch. However, they saw 8 tall figures standing not far away. It was 8 stalwart-faced warriors in massive mechanical exoskeletons. Chang Bei's pupils trembled slightly. Extreme Warrior 8, Dingfeng, Lin Lanyu, Long Jiaxiao. This instant, the 8 warriors suddenly straightened their backs and raised their hands in unison, giving a standard military salute towards Chang Bei. Chang Bei's body froze. In the eyes of these 8 people was a clearly visible gratitude, as well as a relief-like release. Chang Bei thought of the previous scene. He hand-slaughtered 8 turtle-dove imposters before the 8 warriors' nameplates, aiming to give an account of these 8 spirits. And combined with what the blue skull just said, that means then that these 8 warriors had been located behind the 4th wall and had truly seen that scene. And what they were doing in the moment was acting in a way that showed respect and gratitude to Chang Bei. For 20 years, their consciousness never dissipated because of their grievances and resentments. Somehow, Chang Bei is a little moved, or that sentence, he is not so great, just chance and a hand up. But I didn't realize that the world was esoteric. Surprisingly, I received a thank you from myself through such a way. Chang Bei also revealed a smile and nodded towards the 8 figures. In the next moment, the 8 figures maintained their salute and slowly dissipated. Their entanglements disappeared, and it was at this moment that they were truly out of this world. Chang Bei sidestepped his head. Suddenly, he saw that behind him stood a middle-aged man in a white coat, biting a cigarette in his mouth and showing a flower arm tattoo. Chang Bei's eyes widened. Professor Hollandshong. However, he saw the man in the white coat throw away the cigarette in his mouth, lowering his own sleeve inch by inch to cover the flower arm tattoo, and then carefully straightened out his clothes, finally bending down towards Chang Bei and slowly bowing. Chang Bei knew that Prof. Huolin Zhong's bow was to the muon technology that had not been buried. Slowly, he exhaled. Chang Bei also bowed slowly towards Prof. Hollandshong, a kind of mutual homage that crossed the 4th wall. I've done little more than luckily step on the shoulders of giants. Chang Bei was full of respect and said, if it wasn't for Professor Hua's persistence at one time, Chang Bei wouldn't have had the opportunity to harness muon technology. Prof. Hollandshong's body slowly dissipated. At this point, the couple of scavengers who were snuggling together reappeared and looked at Chang Bei with the same smile on their faces. Chang Bei then realized, they are also expressing gratitude to themselves. Because after they passed away one after another, Chang Bei took in their daughter, Xiao Qiong. Chapter 96, Begging for Civilization. Chang Bei was in awe and deeply shocked at the same time. The world is a big, mysterious place. Human cognition, placed in the universe, is less than a little glittering fire. It doesn't even illuminate man's own civilization. So, Chang Bei turned to look at the tall blue skeleton. What exactly is this starship's exclusive technology? My essence is this starship, and I am the only being in the known universe that can pass through the 4th wall. So, this starship could just as well go through the 4th wall. The blue skull nodded, and you, as a crew member of the starship, can travel along with it. Hiss. Chang Bei's eyes widened. This information was like a heavy bomb. He had envisioned the hidden functions of a starship before, but he could not have imagined such an unthinkable, brain-exploding answer in any case. 2 minutes ago, Chang Bei had just formed a concept. That is, in this world, there exists a magical and esoteric 4th wall. This concept Chang Bei's perception was deep and top secret, awe-inspiring, and unattainable. And then in this moment, Chang Bei suddenly learned that he could actually find out what was going on and even use it himself. It's a little too bombastic and surprising. My great maker, Chang Bei, please prepare yourself, you will be the first human to cross the 4th wall. The blue skeleton's voice came. A slight vibration suddenly came from the entire starship as the main engines kicked in. A white particle flame was released from the starship's tail, and the entire ship began to move slowly. Chang Bei saw clearly through the decksheet perspective canopy that a mass of brain neural nets emanating blue light had surfaced out of thin air in the dark universe in front of him. The entire starship slowly sailed into that neural net with a quiet and silent, but grand and unmistakable vestigial feeling. Like a kind of mirror penetration, the next second the white starship sailed out the backside of the neural net, and as the entire ship sailed out, the piece of the cerebral neural net in the deep universe shimmered for a split second, and then silently dissipated. And in Chang Bei's perspective, the scenery hadn't changed much. The universe was still the same, with a bright sun suspended in the distance and a gray, trashy earth at his feet. However, within Chang Bei's entire perspective, it was as if a layer of light green filters had been put on, and the hues of all the scenery had changed to a somewhat slightly greenish color. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. There was a mysterious feeling inside that was even a little hard to describe. He knew clearly that he was located in this world and not located in this world. It's such a contradiction, but it's so clear. This moment, Chang Bei saw that in the distant sky, nearly 10,000 silhouettes emitting green light were gathered. Chang begged and narrowed his eyes, his expression austere. That's Flower Kunlun's 24th fleet, and Ningfeng scattered their corpses around the earth earlier. The moment. Nearly 10,000 figures made a military salute towards Chang Bei, imposing and inexplicably tragic. They had already seen that it was Chang Bei who had restored Hua Kunlun, giving them the opportunity to clear their name. Chang Bei's heart was filled with mixed feelings, shame on you, shame on you. And then, the nearly 10,000 figures of the 24 fleet turned around in unison and walked towards the deep universe, gradually disappearing from Chang Bei's line of sight. Chang Bei also took a slow breath and calmed his unnameable feelings. It seems that one has actually penetrated the fourth wall. It's unbelievable. Chang Bei's eyes flashed. Then what kind of relationship is the current me with the real world? Also this moment, a small passenger starship suddenly arrived in the distance. Chang Bei saw the markings on the starship. That should be the investigator of the Star Alliance, as Hua Kunlun said. The front of that craft flashed a pale red scanning beam from far away. And at this moment, Chang Bei's white starship was right in the way of the small passenger ship's course. But the other side seemed oblivious. 30 seconds later, Chang Bei's eyes widened as he watched the small passenger starship, which penetrated his white starship, fly towards Trash Earth. Chang Bei's brain boomed, and then he ordered the Blue Skull to accelerate and travel a full 100 kilometers alongside that passenger starship. There are no surprises. No matter how much that passenger starship scanned and how much the members of it viewed their surroundings with their naked eyes, even when it was close at hand, they could not detect the presence of the white starship at all. While traveling, Chang Bei felt another brand new experience. Between him and the Blue Skull, he was able to generate a kind of operation similar to conscious manipulation. Chang Bei only needed to transmit the voyage plan to the Blue Skull like a telepathic message, and it would be able to accurately manipulate the starship and complete all kinds of complex operations. The problem that Chang Bei had previously worried about, that he would not be able to navigate a starship with just his silicon-based genes, had not actually arisen. On the contrary, because of the existence of the Blue Skull as a hub, Chang Bei was able to navigate the starship with ease. This was similar to the operation of the genius commander Ningfeng, and even Chang Bei's cooperation with the Blue Skull was stronger than Ningfeng's. The blue skeleton slowly said, the inside and outside of the fourth wall, although they overlap, are two very different spaces that cannot produce any mutual interference. Theoretically, no matter if it's a human civilization or any other organism, as long as it's a surviving life form, it can't discover our existence, and of course, we can't attack them either. Chang Bei's insides boiled. Can we go in and out whenever we want? Blue Skull nodded, yes. Chang Bei clenched his fist violently. This is simply a counterintuitive feature. This means unparalleled stealth technology, which is the ultimate in sneaking. It was only in this instant that Chang Bei truly discovered the core ability of this starship. Its attack power wasn't the strongest, and its defense shield wasn't the strongest, but its ability to sneak around was absolutely heaven-defying. Getting in and out of all kinds of perilous situations, entering areas that other starships can't reach, or getting off the trail and navigating safely through a crisis-ridden universe. That's what makes this starship advantageous. This really fulfills Chang Bei's previous wish. Go and cool. This synthesis was a real surprise. Chang Bei was a bit excited and looked at the blue skeleton. Too strong. This is a starship that travels between the yin and yang realms. Only the ghostly fire in the blue skeleton's eyes danced. Honorable creator, your statement is a bit ridiculous in its naivety. To be precise, this technology is called fourth wall sailing. You dislike me, don't you? Dare not, dare not. Chang Bei looked at the huge blue skeleton nodding in front of him. Now he had understood that it was he who had split a strand of his consciousness and activated it completely. It was indeed his own creation and carried absolute loyalty, but it also had its own consciousness, and in a way it was somewhat like his own people. STC's voice suddenly rang in his ears. It's a whole new species of life. It is also, in a way, an independent nascent civilization. I'm just a tool, and you, its creator. Now, you can name this civilization. Naming. A nascent civilization. My name is Ching Kil. The name is a bit cheesy, but it's exclusive and unique. Then, I'm welcome. Chang Bei's eyes suddenly flashed. I'm going to name it Beg Civilization. Begging for civilization. I'll set up a file on it, and include the starship in front of you as the first Beg Civilization technology. Chang Bei's blood was a little hot. This synthesis was greatly unexpected. He hadn't expected, in any case, that Ningfeng's two human-brain starships weren't unusable scraps, but rather a most unique and scarce resource. It gave him access to technology like no other, the only starship in the universe, a fledgling civilization of his own. Looking at the tall blue skeleton standing silently beside him, as the first subjects of the Beg civilization, Chang Bei suddenly said, you should have a name. The blue skeleton looked at Chang Bei respectfully. Great creator, if you are willing to grant me a name, then I would be grateful. Doggy. Chang Bei waved his hand. Just kidding, why don't we just call it spirit, the spirit of the soul? Included in the blueprint for civilization science and technology. File 1, Spirit Starship. Chapter 97 Departure, First Target. Traveled. Pack your bags T. The spirit-type starship docked next to Chang Bei's shack, and a scavenging vulture passed through the seemingly non-existent starship and landed on the ground, pecking at a tin can on the ground with its sharp beak continuously. The packing of the bags was taken care of by the Steel Mom. The KP-03 Quantum Intelligence Repair Cluster, the SN-11 Eco-Platform, and the Innocence Defense Array, all of them were moved onto the starship. Bean just hugged a big metal box, not letting anyone else touch it, and held it like a treasure. Chang Bei stood in the distance and narrowed his eyes slightly. A thousand-eyed fly hovered and landed on Bean's steel box, thousands of compound eyes looking inside through the cracks in the box. Instead, it was a dozen or so flower robot magazines and an ancient-looking robot toy. And those flowery robot magazines. Various female robots with enchanting figures and seductive faces opened the metal covers on their chests, revealing two peach heart-shaped power cells inside. Chang Bei smiled helplessly. Another glance at the radio station dedicated to contacting the desert. 3 or 4 previous calls were made, but nothing was returned. Desert this guy, did he roll up more than 10,000 pieces of my high-entropy alloy and run away? Just then, Desert's voice came from the radio, seemingly somewhat distraught. The family is in turmoil and is distracted. Heavenly favors are appreciated afterward, and deserts are never broken. Chang Bei nodded in relief. It looks like Boss Desert's mouth, unsuccessfully crooked into Nike. The only person who could spread that poisonous drink throughout the family would be an insider, and insiders are the hardest to deal with. Procuring similar equipment through the desert is not a viable route for the time being. But that's okay. Chang Bei looked up into the gray sky. Today, Lao Tzu owns the stars. 18 years of dreaming, and the dream of all scavengers. At one time Chang Bei could only listen to the stories in the universe intermittently through that worn-out radio left behind by his grandfather, and the universe and the entire human civilization had, in just his mind, formed a vague outline. It's like a child growing up in a mountain village, brainstorming about the bustle of the big city through a few mere words. Bean, it's about time. We'll be back, this is the only home we've got. Chang Bei walked forward. It's time to depart. The clearing ahead suddenly lit up with a neural net out of nowhere, revealing the hatch of the spirit-type starship. The teenager and his nannybot slowly walked into it before the neural net went out and the two figures disappeared into the junk earth. There are times. The beginning of a great voyage is instead silent. On the bridge, Chang Bei looked back, glancing once more at the barren garbage planet, his eyes flickered, and by the time his head came back upright, the spirit-type starship had already broken through the atmosphere. According to Chang Bei's wishes. At this time, inside the spirit-type starship, the light turned bright, the temperature was maintained at 23 degrees, and the oxygen content was 21%. It was like standing in a vast prairie, peaceful and cozy. There is no need for the undead and they won't be around. Subsequently, Chang Bei saw the moon close at hand. Its front side was still a sphere, covered with craters, large and small, but its backside had been hollowed out. Why doesn't the moon rotate? Why doesn't it get caught in the Earth's gravity and jade? And why, when those meteorites that hit it, which would obviously cause intense damage, only left some shallow craters on its surface? Because at its core, it is a hard and precise machine. Some unknown higher civilization has placed the moon near Earth with the purpose of spying on human civilization. Today, human civilization is scattered across the galaxy, and the moon's core, too, has been recycled without human knowledge. Now, this is a well-known secret. The moon, all that was left was a fragile shell that couldn't be said to disintegrate into pieces the next second. The moon was left behind. In the distance, a narrow line of defense gradually emerged into view. This was precisely the Earth blockade that Ningfeng had once compelled the Interstellar Alliance to construct. But this defense was not evacuated at the first opportunity. There were a few scattered small floating sentry posts left, as well as a large signal blocker. Chang Bei stared at the blockade line that was approaching from afar. At one time, it was a shackle he couldn't break no matter what. At that moment, one of the GIs inside the sentry post was bored, and his mouth slowly opened with a big yawn. The spirit-type starship was shaped like a spear, with its sharp tip piercing the throat of the big soldier. Immediately afterward, the massive ship passed over tiny sentry posts and narrow blockade lines. The big soldier finished his yawn, rubbed his sore eyes, and smacked his lips. The only thing in his eyes was the unchanging deep universe. Chang Bei similarly looked at the deep universe in front of him, his heart inexplicably surging a bit. That big soldier, bound by rules. The universe was vast, and he could only move within a small sentry post. But Chang Bei is just the opposite, he just broke the rules. The universe is vast and he can travel anywhere he wants. Chang Bei stretched out his hand and hovered over the console of the spirit-type starship, slightly loosening his palm, and a tattered chip slowly floated out. A beam of light was quickly released from the console, holding the chip in midair. A line then spreads out from the workbench and mates with the chip threads, rapidly parsing the contents of the chip. This was the memory chip that Hua Kunlun had once had, and it was her gift in return. The 5 technological ruins she remembered were listed. The closest one is located in the closest galaxy in the universe to our solar system, Alpha Centauri. And this ruin was named Shipwreck Ruins by Hua Kunlun. Hua Kunlun stumbled upon its existence during a mission 4 years ago. Flower Kunlun didn't dive into it, but made a comment. Undiscovered by the general public, unknown technological system, unknown technological level, unknown organisms, unknown civilization, almost no determinable factors, extremely high risk factor. Chang Bei's eyes flickered. A litany of unknowns summarizes an extremely high risk. But, as the old saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Having his spirit-type starship, he was not afraid of any risks. If you can't, take a look and run. The vastness of the universe, in Chang Bei's eyes, was a plate of delicacies, huge and somewhat incapable of being eaten. Solely, he chose the nearest ruin to explore. This instant, Chang Bei was spirited, his eyes looking into the distance, full speed ahead. The spirit-type starship finally exerted its true speed. White flames blossomed from the tail, like a shooting star, disappearing into the deep universe in the blink of an eye. Chapter 98, The Future of the Beggar Civilization. Alpha Centauri. That is, the starfield where Shipwreck Ruins is located, 24 light-years from Earth. At 2% of the light speed of a Chung Keelim-style starship, the flight to Alpha Centauri would take 21 years. Whether it's inside the fourth wall or outside the fourth wall, the distances and speeds that need to be traveled are equal. And the universe is so vast that the units of meters and kilometers that humans use in their daily lives are totally inadequate to describe the scale of the universe. Light-years. It is a common unit of distance in the universe, or the distance that would require traveling at the speed of light for 1 year, which is about 940 million kilometers. Ha! It's only 21 years in the district, and I'm bound to be alive and well by then. Ooh-hoo! Look at my unseen appearance. Chang Bei stood on the bridge, just amusing himself, actually consulting Hua Kunlun's memories in his hands, looking for the directional Stargate hub station. In fact, no human starship would actually foolishly sail a distance of 2 light-years. It was not the birth of starships but the birth of directional stargates that opened the era of the great universe for mankind. Stargate, the shortcut through the universe. As for why humans could have placed countless stargates in the universe in just a few hundred years, it was an official and closely guarded secret, and there were rumors that it was because humans had dedicated something and were later helped by a higher civilization. It's still 5 hours of sailing time to the nearest Stargate hub. It's an unavoidable journey. What the hell is this? Inside the bridge, Bean stared straight at Spirit. The Spirit was still in the shape of a tall blue skeleton, but it was now sitting on a ceramic dais, its right elbow resting on its knee, its palm slightly bent, resting on its chin, its head slightly bowed, and its eyes staring blankly ahead. Bean's cybernetic eyes flashed. Thinker Sculpt T? Chang Bei also found it quite interesting and came closer, staring at the Spirit. The Spirit slowly turned his head sideways and nodded slightly towards Chang Bei. Lord Creator, I am communicating with the undead in the neighborhood, learning and thinking, and many times, I empathize with their obsessions. It is a strange experience that obsesses me. Chang Bei was a bit stunned. The Spirit is a newborn creature and there is much that is unknown. At the same time, it does have some unusual information channels as a species located in the yin and yang realm. The scene in front of me was interesting. After speaking to Chang Bei, Spirit once again reverted to thinker mode. A large blue fluorescent skeleton 2 meters tall with white ghostly flames jumping from its eyes, a confused look mixed with curiosity in the unknown, sat quietly and silently on the steps, as if it were a philosopher exploring the ultimate puzzles. Boy! Bean scratched his brass brain. It's so accented T, quiet big blue ghost. Boo! Outrageous! I am by Jui. The book with Yuan Wei is written plainly. Sitting up in a dying sickness, the dark wind blows rain into the cold window. Such a divine passage, but it was changed by a later generation of yellow-bellied children to sitting up in shock from a dying illness. The clown is actually myself. But then he saw Spirit suddenly shoot up, with a startled, indignant look, his ribs heaving. Chang Bei and Bean were both stunned and glanced at each other. Oh, you two are sorry. I empathized for a moment. Spirit nodded slightly in apology before sitting down on the steps once more and turning back into thinker mode. Bean froze. It seems to be possessed by a ghost T. Chang Bei sked and nodded. I didn't expect this guy to be quite emotional. Boo! Piss me off. I am Chow Minda. I am ambitious, an outstanding militarist, statesman, and man of letters who knows people well, is politically enlightened, eliminates cutthroats, unifies the North, restores production, and is the founder of the Chow Wei regime. And posterity remembers only my preferred human wife. Woe is me. However, he saw the Spirit once again shoot up to the sky, his body trembling. Chang Bei was stunned, knowing that Spirit was empathizing with Chow Chow again. But say those two, near this earth? I didn't realize that a clown and a delightful wife had kept the two spirits together for thousands of years. The Spirit added an apology, saying that it would try to refrain in the future, before reverting to thinker mode once again. Chang Bei found it amusing and shook his head with a smile, then checked the starship's voyage data. He suddenly froze. How is it that the maximum sailing speed of the starship has increased by 0.3 3%, and the power of the neural net annihilator cannon has also increased by 1.3%? The shields are also 0.3% stronger? It's not a big margin, but why is it growing? Optimizing in this way is something I've learned. The spirit's voice rang out. I have simply taken the better program, implemented it in myself, and made adjustments to the best of my ability. Chang Bei was slightly stunned and puzzled. Who did you learn it from? Flower Kunlun 24 Fleet, ship's chief engineer Xiaxing. He's a well-deserved genius. Spirit said slowly. He had multiple Harrier starship optimizations in his head, but before the summary could be reported, his fleet was defined as traitors and sacrificed in the Great Siege. Chang Bei's eyes flickered. A touch of coolness filled his body at the same time as the injustice he felt for Xiaxing. It wasn't some kind of thrill, it was a touch of pure mind-blowing. It was only at this moment that Chang Bei realized the power of the spirit. There are countless invaluable knowledge, experiences, and secrets in the vastness of history that have been broken by the death of life. They are forever covered with a heavy curtain, never again able to bring out their original light, never again to be utilized by future generations. It is an incalculable loss in all intelligent civilizations. If the knowledge in Sun Simiao's and Hua Tuo's brains could be 100% passed on and continuously perfected, then how come Chinese medicine has gradually fallen out of favor and is now even replaced by Western medicine? If Einstein's way of thinking had survived to the present day, then mankind might have been able to unravel the mysteries of the universe much earlier. And at this point, it seems like everything is different. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly as he looked toward Spirit. This guy can take that sealed knowledge in the minds of the departed and bring it back to reality and utilize it through cross-barrier communication. It definitely possesses a terrifying growth prospect with this ability. In words, it is a key that opens a huge treasure chest. Chang Bei believed that the universe possessed souls, far more than just human beings, a different path, and the spirit could certainly activate them. This moment, Chang Bei felt that he had found the niche of Bei civilization and saw its future. This civilization with a less atmospheric name possessed the most unique technology, which came from the memories of countless deceased people, and from the technological breaks that made countless civilizations beat their chests and were ultimately unable to make up for it. It's kind of like a grave digger, but not quite accurate, more like a gold digger. Chang Bei asked, is there a clear scope for your ability to speak with the souls of the departed? Spirit nodded, yes, so far the field is about 500 kilometers. Chang Bei's gaze flickered. Then, the ruins of wars in the universe, or those planets with extinct civilizations, will become your fertile ground. Spirit was also a little excited. If you will grant me such an opportunity, I will leave no stone unturned to learn and think and give you feedback on the results. Next, Chang Bei and Bean traveled the entire Spirit-type starship. In terms of amenities, this is a 7-star hotel on the move. Surprisingly, the recreational areas include a small basketball court, swimming pool, and 3 full-service sonic vibration massage rooms. The fitness area is also extremely well equipped, and even has a gravity training barn, as well as a variety of strength testers. The restaurant area, on the other hand, has 2 food cooking lines, where you just need to put in the raw materials and cook dishes with great colors and flavors in minutes. Chang Bei picked another moderately sized cargo warehouse and unfolded the SN11 Eco platform, and the ecological gel quickly spread into a 600 square meter planting space, and after sprinkling the seeds, the artificial sun slowly floated in the air, and the blue sunflowers swayed in the field. Soon, the place would be full of fruits and vegetables, providing Chang Bei with a constant supply of fresh ingredients. Lounge area, inside a first-class lounge. The floor was covered with a soft white carpet, and Chang Bei even felt a sense of guilt when he stepped on it. And that huge bed, lying on it was extremely soft, and the internal mechanical structure could be adjusted in real time with the tilt angle of the ship, so that no matter if the ship bumped or tilted, lying on the bed was like lying on calm and warm water, and you couldn't feel any trace of vibration. The Spirit starship is a composite of 2 Harrier starships, and the facilities are stripped down to the layout they once had. It can be inferred that the Harrier starships that were once there were just as comfortable. Humans never treat themselves poorly. Chang begged into a big word, lying on the most comfortable bed he had experienced as of now, looking at the clean ceiling, and murmured a little, this is too extravagant. Chapter 99, Stargate Hub. I'll go. 5 hours later, Chang Bei still couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise when he looked far ahead, at the crimson planet that was quietly floating in the universe, as well as the 20 huge directional stargates in front of the planet. That's Mars, and once upon a time that was the limit of human exploration. And on the north side of Mars, 20 stargates 100 kilometers high, towering like blue glowing circles, still reflect the place brightly. The view penetrated the stargate, and you could still see the slowly drifting debris on the backside. But as soon as you enter that stargate, it's as if space has folded and the starship has the potential to appear anywhere in the universe. Chang Bei had spat on the stargate countless times. It was because of the presence of this thing that the Earth was abandoned by mankind and reduced to the dumping ground it is today. But when seeing this epic-making creation with his own eyes, Chang Bei still couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Spectacular. The solar system is sparsely populated, and at this time the Mars Stargate hub is empty and gated. Spirit's voice came, if we use a directional stargate, we will need to return from outside the fourth wall, the starship will be exposed to other creatures, the starship has built-in visual distortion technology, do we need to simulate a camouflaged appearance? This is good. Chang Bei nodded, the appearance of the Spirit-style starship was too peculiar, if it could be camouflaged to be a bit more banal, it would reduce some unnecessary troubles. I will incorporate your subconscious mind to simulate a set of looks for the starship that you have in mind. The spirit sitting on the ceramic steps nodded towards Chang Bei, ghostly flames dancing in his eyes with a leave-it-to-me expression. Chang Bei was a bit curious, he had never had the luxury of having a starship of his own before, so even he wasn't sure what the starship he had in mind actually looked like. The moment the neural net on the surface of the spirit-type starship flickered and a blue light covered the entire surface of the starship. When the light faded, the starship's shell turned to a mottled, rusty gray metal, with a huge barrel spray painted on one side of the hull, surrounded by a circle of arrows spinning clockwise. Chang Bei looked at the real-time hologram of his starship, then cocked his head. After half a second, he responded, well, the starship I had in mind was a garbage collector ship, wasn't it? This is indeed a pattern from your subconscious. Chang Bei finally released, a garbage ship is a garbage ship, the door is right for the family. Darkness in the universe. Wordlessly flashing a patch of cerebral neural net, the garbage collection ship shines. The Stargate is unmanned, all controlled by an AI, used once, starting at 180,000 credits. Chang Bei was stunned, an ordinary scavenger's family could not accumulate so much wealth after exhausting their whole life. What surprised Chang Bei even more was that the Alpha Centauri direction Stargate he had chosen required a queue. The system shows that too many starships have set Alpha Centauri as the endpoint, and there are 533 starships ahead. Estimated wait time 5 hours 58 minutes. Waiting so long? Chang Bei was a bit curious. Are there any major festivals within Alpha Centauri? Next, Chang Bei needs to face a small problem. He had no identity, and the spirit-type starship had no record of any kind. It was said that once upon a time, on the trashy Earth, there had been a few high geneticists who had broken free and entered human civilization, but this required a series of filings, identity establishment, and so on. But, you can't use a directional stargate without an identity and without a record. No panic. Good thing I was prepared. Chang Bei slowly took out a palm-sized white disc, the surface of the disc flickered with circle after circle of light, and it was vaguely visible that in it was a tiny dart. Before setting off, Chang Bei found something interesting in the garbage sent by the monkeys and the others. A box of rusty, graphite darts. It's a weapon with so much technology, but not much. It's said to be a special weapon for secret agents. When used, this dart is thrown and when it hits the circuit board, micron-sized filaments of graphite fibers are released inside the dart, sticking to the wiring and causing the board to short out, or burn out. Rather, the fact is that it is extremely demanding on the user, not to mention 100 paces, but at least 100 shots, not to mention that with today's equipment, the boards are not even exposed, so this invention logically turns into garbage. Chang Bei obtained a full 8 graphite darts. After performing 3 syntheses, it formed the equipment that Chang Bei was holding at this moment, M23 Information Assassin. Although the small disc contains 3 tiny darts inside, these darts are not really used for firing, but rather this device releases a compilable electromagnetic pulse that hits the target circuit board directly, and implanting specific information within the board for the board, as if it were a tiny conceptual god descending directly into the other side's algorithms. After a very brief period of time, the message would disappear again completely. Chang Bei compiled a paragraph and gently pressed the small disc. An invisible pulse fired out and struck the Stargate's AI. Identity, where no one has gone before, the greatest scavenger of all time. Starships, astounding, the most powerful starships. The Q is simply an insult to them. The Stargate AI received such a message and invoked such a huge amount of arithmetic power that the CPU nearly smoked before finally understanding it, and then immediately began the release operation and raised Chang Bei's row number all the way up, directly drawing up to the first place. Hey, it just feels good to be open. Chang Bei obtained permission and the garbage collection ship slowly sailed into the huge Stargate. Soon, Chang Bei's priority would disappear into the data of the Stargate AI, and it wouldn't cause the system's big data alert, as if it had never happened. Simply put, it's a short-lived broken defense against a single device. The M23 Information Assassin also had some limitations. In order to avoid exposure, it could only fire a dart at the same device once within a 12-hour period, and there was a strict character limit. Just now Chang Bei had used up all of his characters. Tick. The moment he passed through the Stargate, Chang Bei was deducted 230,000 transit fees. The M23 Information Assassin is clearly described as being able to tamper with over 70% of the electronic logic on the market, but never touching the financial system. Chang Bei had a fleshy pain. I wonder if there's any chance of upgrading the Info Assassin in the future for a disguised order escape feature, and it's okay if there's a limit on characters. The big deal is that it's less awesome to blow. After entering the Stargate, with a burst of radiance Shin and I, Chang Bei's sense of time and space in his mind was slightly confused, while in his vision, it was as if he had dove headfirst into a kaleidoscope of colors and dazzling eyes. Snapped. A blinding blue light appeared in front of them, like a thick curtain being drawn open. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. It felt like a dream, but it was only a few dozen seconds before we reached Alpha Centauri, the neighborhood hub. Chapter 100 Annual. The Stargate comes with its own drive-out beep. The grandiose music played, and it actually had a rippling, feverish feel to it. Chang Bei's eyes widened, and in his eyes was a scene he couldn't imagine. It was simply a new world. To the right, in the middle of the deep universe, there was a large, giant starship harbor suspended silently. The entire shipport stretched for thousands of kilometers, overall white and in the shape of 30, with gaps where all sorts of starships were docked. A giant black tourist starship sailed past, like a planet, bringing a large shadow with it. My God! Chang Bei tilted his head. It can transport at least 100,000 passengers. The sightseeing starship passed by, revealing a huge disc-shaped space station in the distance, emitting a bright white light and floating equally silently in the universe. Starships of various shapes and sizes could be seen from afar, traveling between shipports and space stations. Shipports are the equivalent of parking lots, while space stations are the equivalent of service areas. There were also some space service robots that flew up and down around the starship. One of the space service robots, armed with a pressure laser dusting gun and a rotating brush, flew towards Chang Bei's starship. They were like the car washers of the olden days who survived by scrubbing cars on the side of the road, claiming anywhere from a few dozen to 100 credits for a simple wipe down of the starships for the guests traveling to and from the ship. And most starship pilots don't want to waste too much time, paying some fees as they go along to get through as quickly as possible. Of course, the so-called cleansing is nothing more than a perfunctory exercise and to a greater extent a forced demand. The robots have a common human boss behind them, and the credits earned by the robots go to the human bosses, and I've heard that this kind of unassuming business can make them smothering rich. No matter where the human footprint is and how much technology has evolved, this routine still works. At this point, the cleaning table robot realized that Chang Bei's starship was a garbage recycling ship, and immediately gave a middle finger and flew backward. So snobby? Holy, what is that? A space mech? Chang Bei lay on his back on the starship's observation window, staring at the distant behemoth with glazed eyes. It was a 30-meter-tall giant robot with a black paint job, which not only possessed the same space navigational ability as a starship, but also had a domineering appearance and notable combat capabilities. I've heard about this mech countless times on Star Radio, and now that I've finally seen it in person, it's awesome. Chang Bei looked left and right. Holy, is that a private space fortress? That's both the owner's home and the owner's battleship. All of this was simply too new for Chang Bei, who had lived on the trashy Earth for 18 years. The Spirit-type starship traveled slowly, constantly approaching the disc-shaped cosmic space station. And the cosmic space station ahead, at least 1,000 kilometers away in diameter, is filled with technology that is a sight to behold. It's hard to imagine that humans can build such huge structures out of thin air in an empty universe. Spirit-type starships are small starships that can enter within a space station, the equivalent of getting an indoor parking space. However, before entering the space station, Chang Bei once again paid 30,000 credits, and the manual toll collector gazed at Chang Bei's garbage recycling starship with a look of disgust. Chang Bei grimaced a little. It was true that poor people were rich, but the cost of this outbound voyage was too high. Hopefully this adventure will pay for itself. The spirit in the state of a thinker suddenly stood up, his ghostly fire eyes staring into the vain distance, and said in a mournful tone, even if she, like a shooting star, has already disappeared into the vast deep universe, we must fulfill our promise and guard it to the last moment. The spirit was moved beyond words, and one by one little flames dripped from his eyes, falling to the ground and turning into white smoke. Chang Bei cocked his head. Spirit, communicating with someone again? The spirit turned back, full of apologies. Lord Creator, I am very sorry. Once again I have failed to restrain my emotions. They are a group of very, very old beings, so old that they have outlived this galaxy. I am touched by their loyal chi, but alas, I can't see them. I can only hear their voices, and they should already be very weak. Chang Bei nodded. Remain in awe of all that has passed. At that moment, the garbage collector ship reached its designated docking position and turned off its engines. The reason for stopping here. It's because Shipwreck Ruins is 10,000 kilometers north of the space station. Chang Bei wasn't sure if this bustling space station would have an impact on his treasure exploration trip, and since this place seemed to coincide with some major festival, there were a lot of unstable factors, so it was very necessary to poke around for information in advance. Of course, Chang Bei's heart was filled with a few moments of anticipation and excitement. This was, after all, the first time he had set foot in a human gathering place outside of Earth. Taking a deep breath, he slowly stepped out of the hatch. The pupils reflected everything that was gorgeous. Tilting his head slightly, the cosmic space station was topped by a huge transparent dome that allowed a clear view of the other stars. After setting his feet on the ground, Chang Bei was certain that the gravity setting here was almost exactly the same as that of Earth, the environment that humans were most adapted to. But Chang Bei looked at the two footprints he had left behind and hesitated slightly. The ground here was covered in a layer of light dust, like it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. He looked again at some of the services in the distance. The water point and the medical point were also abandoned. What a situation. Cheng Bei frowned. It feels like this space station has been silent for a long time and has just been activated. At this point, an indoor craft, dragging a long banner of light beams, flew under the glass dome. The annual Shipwreck Ruins Adventure Competition is about to open. Please head to the center of the space station to gather all registered contestants. So it is. This place only gets activated once a year. Wait. Cheng Bei suddenly lurched. Once a year? In the Flower Kunlun message, didn't it say that the Shipwreck Ruins were undiscovered? Cheng Bei's inner imagination of this expedition had always been to enter the hidden ruins alone, and then to enjoy the fruits alone after all the hardships and dangers. How did this become an annual thing? Meaning that the countless starships we saw before, and the humans in them, were all coming towards the Shipwreck Ruins? Cheng Bei was somewhat stunned as he straightened his thoughts. Hua Kunlun had stumbled upon the Shipwreck Ruins 4 years ago, when the Shipwreck Ruins was still an unknown secret. But unfortunately, after Hua Kunlun, there were other people who discovered the place, and gradually, Shipwreck Ruins became well known. Once a year. That means, Shipwreck Ruins has been explored at least twice. Cheng Bei looked aghast. Wouldn't that be hollowed out? It's not right either. If it was really hollowed out, how did so many people gather this year? The Shipwreck Ruins shouldn't have been fully explored yet. There is hope. Cheng Bei prayed, I paid so much for transportation, how can I get my money back? Chapter 101, Treasure. I didn't realize your starship didn't look good on the outside, but the inside is quite special. Cheng Bei suddenly heard a somewhat slurred, but extremely pleasant and melodious female voice. He slowly turned around, only to see a beautiful woman wearing a long black sequin dress and holding a bottle of red wine in her hand, staggering over to the spirit-type starship. She puckered her arched buttocks, encased in 2 long skirts, revealing a graceful curve as she peered inside, her posture provocative. It's strange, I actually feel like I've found a home. Although the exterior of the spirit-type starship was simulated as a garbage transport ship, the interior was still the original appearance, with a porcelain white body, spotless and extremely beautiful, and it must be an extremely special existence in the entire human civilization. Said. The black-skirted woman actually sat down inside the hatch, leaning on the edge of it, her snow-white legs folded up and down, setting the red wine and goblet aside as she pushed her chest up slightly and backhanded the zipper of her long dress down her back, inch by inch. Can I sleep here tonight? The woman said. The zipper had opened, the skirt slipped down, revealing her snow-white shoulders, her face covered in redness, looking back at Cheng Bei. Cheng Bei's entire body gave a start. Ma'am, I'm afraid you've had too much to drink. I know what you men want. It's just this shell of me that can't find its way, that has no meaning to exist, that is like the walking dead. The woman revealed a self-deprecating smile, her long skirt continued to slide down, already revealing her black underwear. She glanced at Cheng Bei and drunkenly said, sleeping together, is that always okay? Cheng Bei was startled and subconsciously took a step backwards. Huh? Just then, several men in black suits came to the front of the garbage boat. One of them hurriedly took off his jacket and wrapped it around the woman's body, while another came to Cheng Bei's side. Sir is giving you trouble. We'd like you to keep what you just saw a secret. This is a little compensation, I hope you don't mind. The man bowed deeply towards Cheng Bei, rather politely, and then pulled out a small blue disc, similar to a casino chip, with the number 20,000 written on it. The man didn't mind the tattered cloak or the rusty junk boat, he just looked apologetic. Cheng Bei knew this kind of small round piece, which was a kind of cryptocurrency, the number 20,000, which was 20,000 credits. So generous? Cheng Bei paused and had to accept it gladly. Spin. Several men in black helped the long-skirted woman leave. The woman still resisted, but the men in black moved gently, afraid of hurting the woman. Don't pull me, I'm staying here tonight. Cheng Bei fumbled with the cryptocurrency in his hand. The general situation was already known. The woman was only 25 or 26 years old, with extremely beautiful appearance and expensive clothes, while those black-clothed men should be the woman's bodyguards or houseguards or other roles. Today's scene is most likely a woman with a depressed heart, so she went out to get drunk and acted capriciously, either to try to piss off her dad, or to get back at her fiancé who's been dabbling with women outside the home. There was a saying in the olden days that specifically described this situation. Disney's exodus of young women. Friends, on behalf of the organizers, I welcome you. In the center of the space station, on the huge stage, a hale and hearty old man stood in front of the laser screen of the annual Shipwreck Ruins Expedition competition, scanning the crowded audience below. Cheng Bei, Bean, and Spirit, who had covered his body with a gray cloak, also arrived at the scene. Bean pushed Spirit with a hard gait. It was tough because the Spirit simply didn't want to take a step on its feet. It was in a position as if it were hitting a skid, being forced to push by Bean. Cheng Bei looked at Spirit under the cloak. What's wrong with you? Only the 2-meter-tall, scary-looking Spirit, the ghost fire in his eyes at this time was very weak and felt like it would go out as soon as it blew. Its voice trembled slightly as it looked at Cheng Bei and said, Honorable Lord Creator, I am socially terrified. Cheng Bei froze. Huh? The Spirit under the cloak scanned the area in horror. I am only good at quiet contemplation or communicating with the departed. I am socially terrified of facing the living. Cheng Bei patted its shoulder, but I'm afraid I need your abilities. Spirit bowed her head and cheered herself up as hard as she could. I'll try to get over it then. Well known. Alpha Centauri, a triple star system. In the regular state, Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B, two stars moving around each other, form a binary solar system. And it is only every 6 months that the relatively small sun of Proxima, because of its orbit, appears on the same side as the other two. This creates a spectacle, 3 days in the air. It was also at this time that the mysterious relic, Shipwreck Ruins, revealed its true colors and surfaced in the universe. And this year's 3-day lingering is just 2 hours away. The old man on the stage finally said some key information. Chang Bei's eyes flickered. It turned out that the Shipwreck Ruins didn't exist all the time, but required a specific condition like 3 days in the air. Lord Maker. The spirit's expression remained tense as it whispered, there is an abnormality. Next. In Chang Bei's perspective, there was a sight that only it and the spirit could see. Only to see a bizarre monster lying behind the old man on the stage. The monsters were snow white, like a cross with a split lower end, and they stretched out their slender arms to wrap around the old man's arms, and their legs to wrap around the old man's legs. The monster's bulbous head drooped over the old man's left shoulder, its eyes and mouth a black line and somewhat wooden. As the old man spoke, the white monster's arms elongated and became sharp and thin, wrenching at the old man's mouth. When the old man said a word, the white monster wrenched, or rather, every time the little white man wrenched the old man's mouth, the old man would utter a word. Chang Bei's pupils suddenly shrunk. It only felt like the old man's every word and action was not his voluntary behavior, but like he was being forcefully controlled by that white villain. Not only did he open his mouth to speak, the old man's limbs 100 were entangled by the white monster, and all these movements such as lifting his hands and taking steps could also be controlled. Chang Bei looked at the spirit with some horror. Are they embodied spirits? Why can they interfere with the living? Ghostly flames danced in the spirit's eyes. They are a strange cosmic creature soul that I have never seen before and am learning about. Chang Bei's eyes flashed. Can you communicate with them? The spirit shook its head. It seems to be naturally incapable of communication, being silent. I only saw the old man on the stage continue. My organization, having discovered the Shipwreck Ruins 4 years ago, learned that it concealed amazing treasures, so it made a great deal of publicity and recruited friends from all over the world to explore it together. We've also acquired the right to operate this starfield through the Star League. In recent years, each expedition has been a huge success. So the entry fee for this adventure competition rises to 2 million credits. The stage was a massive excitement. What? Last year it was 20,000 credits, this year it's gone up a whole 100 times. You guys are too dark. But he saw the old man on the stage, under the tugging of the kind of little white man, revealed a smirk. Expensive, there are reasons to be expensive. The words fell. The back side of the stage suddenly stepped out of the entire 50 silhouettes, both male and female, but the image of each person was proud of the crowd. The male was majestic and strong, the female had a beautiful body and an extremely high face value. The hale and hearty old man laughed. I, as well as these 50 VIPs, are all those who have successfully entered the Shipwreck Ruins and obtained the treasure in the past 3 years. Chang Bei once again stared with both eyes. The special perspective he possessed once again revealed an amazing scene. Each of the 50 men on the stage had what looked like a small white man-like monster lying on their backs, and their limbs were tightly wrapped around them. Shipwreck Ruins, a relic left behind by a great and selfless higher civilization. Among the 50 honored guests, a strong man spoke slowly, his voice like a bell. We entered it and gained an unspeakable spiritual power. It energized me and cleared my mind. The man looked back at the other 50 companions. In the past time, some of us have tripled our business territories, others have risen 3 levels in a row in their positions, and still others have gained a boost in their genetic levels. The man's words fell. The 51 people on the stage opened their eyes in unison, gleaming as they scanned the thousands of spectators, conveying a shocking aura. Chang Bei was stunned. The movement of these people's eyes opening wide was actually those little white men reaching out with 2 tentacles and dragging their eyelids in the dark. There was a moment of silence. A heated discussion ensued. So it is a mental power boost? This must be some kind of unknown technology. They say that mental strength is greater than all, and when I walk out again, I will be rewarded 10-fold and 100-fold. I have to try it this year. Shipwreck Ruins, smash the pot to get in. Chang Bei kept quiet. It just felt so weird. Only he knew the truth clearly, that those 51 people, after entering the ruins of the shipwreck, brought out those alien souls, and the so-called energized energy of those people was also related to those white souls. Lord Maker. Spirit made to scrunch his shoulders, but the ghostly fire in his eyes was slightly stronger. Assuming that there really is a treasure within the Shipwreck Ruins, none of those 51 people have obtained the real treasure. Chang Bei's eyes flickered. Why do you say that? A ghostly fire danced in the spirit's eye sockets. The little whites still can't communicate, but they pass on some single thought that they are out and about, searching for something. Searching for something? Chang Bei gave a slight beat. What everyone has in mind is to obtain treasure from the Shipwreck Ruins, but in fact, the creatures inside the Shipwreck Ruins are the opposite. They want to go out and search for certain things? There is another message in their minds. The ghostly fire of the spirit flickered. They are willing to contribute what humans define as treasure if someone can fulfill them. The human definition of treasure? Chang Bei's eyes flashed, and what is that? Chapter 102, The Hot-Blooded Expedition. Little brother, open a channeling slot? Drive. Joke. 2 hours later, Chang Bei's garbage recycling starship floated silently on the east side of the cosmic space station. And 500 kilometers away in the distance, there is an area under high security. Thousands of starships, large and small, had already gathered among them, and these were the starships that had paid the entrance fee to the shipwreck ruins. Among them was also the space mech that Chang Bei had seen before, as well as the terrifyingly imposing space fortress. The huge void projection, which had been directing the traffic, all the starships, needed to hover in the positions set in advance. Mr. Mukin, at a price of 18,440,000 credits, has auctioned off the starting position. Galactic Vanguard Fortress, auctioning off the second channel for 16 million credits. Starship Leader, 414. 7 million credits, take the third channel. Chang Bei was in his starship, nibbling on an apple and watching the action. As for his status at the moment, it was that large wave of poor people who couldn't afford to pay the entrance fee. Chang Bei also didn't expect that the organizer had auctioned off the starship's departure order, and at such an astronomical price. And that Mr. Kishin, who was in the first place, was clearly the pilot of that black space mech, and he actually paid 18.44 million just to be in the first place. Chang Bei stared at the space mech and felt more and more fond of it. That Mukin was definitely a tycoon who could throw away $18 million for a spot that had no practical significance, so that mech was bound to be worth a lot as well, and there must be a lot of black technology hidden inside. Warning! Warning! Unpaid garbage collection starship at coordinates 56146/28812, please leave the active area quickly. Second warning, please leave immediately or we will use coercion. Chang Bei gnawed the apple and swallowed even the core. As a scavenger, he would never waste food no matter what, especially such a delicious apple. Wiping his mouth, Chang Bei slowly narrowed his eyes. As it stands now, the organizers seem to have been controlled to make a big deal out of it, making the place famous and recruiting countless explorers. And everyone who enters the shipwreck ruins will be possessed by the little white man. Spirits get hints that they are looking for something, and special treasure if someone can help them. What exactly is the purpose of the little white man and what is he looking for? And what is in the midst of the shipwreck ruins? The spirit can feel the thoughts of little white men, an ability no one else possesses, and the advantage is mine. Chang Bei tilted his head. If I don't explore it, I'm afraid that no second person will be able to uncover its secrets. 3 warnings. Please leave immediately or we will use coercion. Finally, the rusty garbage recycling starship, moving slowly under the disgusted gazes of the crowd, gradually sailed into the distant starship harbor. A huge metal pillar gradually blocked the body of the spirit-type starship. But in the next moment, behind this huge pillar, a neural net glittering with dark aura emerged out of thin air, unfolding a dreamlike door. The garbage starship slowly sailed through the gate, and when it emerged from the other side of the gate, it had transformed into a labyrinthine starship that was porcelain white in color, shaped like a spear, and clad in a shimmering neural net. The spirit-type starship turned back again, but it was already located behind the fourth wall. It sailed slowly, lining up at the end of all the starships. Thousands of starships were saber-rattling, but no one could detect the presence of the spirit-type starships. For Chang Bei, who possessed the ability of fourth-wall sailing, spending $2 million on a ticket was a joke. Far space. A set of 10-minute countdowns appeared on a huge void screen. The organizers really know how to set the mood. The screen was hundreds of meters high, with huge numbers bouncing around. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. 9 minutes and 58 seconds. Farther away, the 2 dazzling stars, Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B, blossomed with a bright yellow luster, creating the spectacle of a double sun over the sky. In less than 10 minutes, the third sun will slowly rise. Shipwreck ruins will also appear in front of the crowd. Boom! Boo! On the west side, dazzling fireworks suddenly blossomed. They weren't really incendiaries as there were no burning conditions in the deep universe. They were some kind of man-made lasers that created an effect that was more dazzling and brighter than fireworks. Instead, they saw a huge starship that had been transformed into a stage, slowly approaching, its back lit up with countless chasing lights that swept back and forth across the sky. An excited and enthusiastic moderator's voice suddenly rang out within the public channels of all the starships in the nearby area. Fellow explorers, here's a surprise for you from the organizers. Let's have a treat. Let's have a treat. The entire galaxy. The brightest. The most passionate. Sexiest. The song is most beautiful. Scarlet Songstress. Boom. Boom. Even more grandiose fireworks erupted from the darkened depths. However, the stage that was floating in the air was suddenly lit up with bright lights. And then countless chasing lights swept sharply across the stage, finally settling at the very center of the stage. Just under the white light stood a sexy back figure wearing a short red leather skirt, red leather boots and red leather gloves. She spread her legs slightly apart. One hand rested on her own slender waist and the other pointed to the sky. There was a slight haze to her posture in the strong light, but it was still clear that she was tall, with a curvy front and back, and was of extremely perfect proportions. Just by standing there, she was able to convey an infinitely sensual reverie, and the cold universe, because of her presence, became warm and boiling with living color for a moment. 3 seconds of silence. A frantic cheer erupted from the communicator. It's the Crimson Singer, the brightest skyrocket in the entire galaxy in recent years. The organizers are so thoughtful. Tickets for the Crimson Singer's Deep Space concert were hard to come by, and at their most exaggerated were hyped up to 60,000 apiece. My God, I didn't expect to see her here. Honey, I love you. Holy, I'm crazy me, I'm a fan of hers. I'd lick the floor she stepped on. Fever. I must obtain the treasure. At this very moment, stirring and fervent music suddenly emanated from within that huge stage and reached the ears of all the explorers through the regional radio station. Flames bloomed on both sides of the stage. 2 electric guitarists stepped out from the backside of the flames and violently strummed the strings. The wild and explosive sound effects, full of uninhibited and craziness, were like bombs exploding, instantly igniting the passion of the listeners. In this moment, the Crimson Songstress finally turned around. The upper part of her face, wearing a mask encrusted with red diamonds, revealed only her narrow, mesmerizing eyes and the red lips on the lower part of her cheeks. Inside the communication channel, the voices of the various viewers became even more frantic. Scarlet Songstress. That's her all right. Inside the spirit-type starship, Cheng Bei's brows wrinkled. Why is this face so familiar? He pondered for a while, trying to recreate the Crimson Songstress's true appearance, and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't that the one who wanted to spend the night with Disney's young woman on the run? Suddenly, the woman on the stage with all the attention slowly opened her mouth. Her voice was like heavenly music, her melodious voice perfectly blended with the warm music, hitting the soul of the crowd. I'm destined for so much more. The nebula is a dreamy sight. The pull of gravity can't stop it. Courage burns in the heart, to brave the world of mystery. Let's go! Let's go! The warrior of my dreams. Also at this time, huge countdown to 0, but the third sun was seen slowly rising in the distant sky hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. 103. Guards. Bright light, rising. It is the third star in the Alpha Centauri galaxy, Proxima. And on the other 2 sides, Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B, also shone brightly. A spectacle that only occurs every other year. 3-day lingering. The 3 suns echoed each other brilliantly, and where the 3 types of sunlight met, it seemed to activate a space that wasn't supposed to exist. The massive emptiness gradually turned solid, spanning a sphere of at least 20,000 kilometers. It was like a piece of dull glaze, shimmering with colorful luster and filled with a mysterious aura. The sight of its interior, however, was obscured by the multicolored light, and no one what kind of interior it actually possessed. From a distance, its silhouette looked like a giant ship, except that the tail was tilted downward and the head was tilted up high, as if it were sinking. Shipwreck ruins. Inside the public channel, there were shouts of excitement from everyone. Cheng Bei's eyes widened slightly. Having just left Earth, he was even more unheard of. This address is really mysterious. It doesn't exist at all on weekdays, and it only surfaces in its true form at a specific time, at a specific place. At this very moment, countless flames lit up in front of them, and all the exploration starships that were ready to go started their propulsion engines, like a grand interstellar chase, with all kinds of starships sailing towards the shipwreck ruins, with all their horsepower. At the forefront of the entire team, a long blade made of pure energy suddenly blossomed within the palm of that space mech, metallic feathers unfurled behind it, and the jet engines kicked in as it rode away. The pull of gravity can't stop it. Courage burns in the heart, to brave the world of mystery. Let's go! The warrior of my dreams. The Crimson Songstress was still singing the blood-curdling song, and the drivers were so high that they were already defying the odds. Cheng Bei also slowly raised his breath, and the spirit-type starship located behind the 4th wall slowly started up and silently followed the tail of the entire large force. As they kept approaching towards the shipwreck ruins, all of them penetrated through clump after clump of gray dust that was like a thin veil. After traveling for nearly 1,000 kilometers, a wall of green smoke as thick as substance appeared ahead. The moment the crowd approached, the smoke was drawn back like a large curtain. Cheng Bei's expression was slightly startled, seeing a bizarre and shocking scene, only to see countless small whites floating in midair in front of them, their legs together, arms straight, pulling each other's hands, one after another, forming a huge matrix of small whites, which also looked like a huge fishing net. These little white men were identical to the ones on the backs of 51 elites. A pure white body with a thin black line for eyes and mouth, staring at everything with a complete lack of expression and emotion. Cheng Bei was the first to observe the reactions of the other starships. No one noticed anything unusual, and the entire expedition fleet sailed grandly and noiselessly through the deep universe. In the next instant, the array of little white men suddenly disintegrated, like a single white ghost, flying in the sky before swooping down towards one of the exploring starships. The little white men soundlessly penetrated the starship and entered the cockpit and/or bridge, and then soundlessly penetrated the members and hovered behind various people. Then the little white men's heads turned 180 degrees, their backs became their fronts, and they reached out with white hands and feet that wrapped around and around the limbs of those crew members. Finally, their expressionless heads collapsed limply onto the crew's shoulders. Chang Bei saw the scene clearly through the glass observation window of a starship. It just felt creepy. In fact, these little white men were unknown biological undead that materialized in Chang Bei's eyes, and no one other than Chang Bei and Spirit could ever discover their existence again. The crews of the other starships had no idea that they had something so eerie and oozing on their backs. Boom! Boom! The sudden explosion startled Chang Bei. The green smoke around them was actually a medium capable of transmitting sound, and the explosions were low and powerful. Chang Bei looked out along the observation window, the firelight illuminating his face. It was actually a small exploration starship that had entered the shipwreck ruins, together that had exploded, and at that moment, thick black smoke was billowing out as it plummeted downwards. And it wasn't some weird thing that destroyed them, surprisingly, it was the other human starships, within the expedition. Chang Bei frowned, attacking each other to diminish the competition? The next instant, all the starships panicked, defensive force fields of various colors bloomed in unison, and all sorts of hot weapons poured out. As if they had seen a ghost, they fired their weapons blindly and chaotically. Through the shared channel, Chang Bei heard their terrified roars. Monster! 2,300 meters ahead, a huge monster shaped like a lizard. It's coming at us. Launch the attack. Starships of an unknown civilization. It's unfolding some kind of harvesting force field, and it's going to devour us. Fire! My starship was attacked by giant locusts and severely damaged. Help! Chang Bei looked at the chaotic battlefield in front of him, his eyes narrowing to a slit. No monsters at all, no unknown civilization starships at all. The so-called being attacked was all caused by these people's disorganization and hurting each other. The expedition fleet was dense and compact, and in just a moment, dozens of starships burst and shattered, turning into pieces of broken scrap metal that drifted down towards the depths of the universe. Just then, a beam of energy close to 10 meters in diameter directly penetrated the Spirit-type starship. In the next instant, behind the Spirit-type starship, a starship retreating backward suffered, its hull was struck and snapped directly into two sections. At this time, the Spirit-type starship, located behind the fourth wall, was not in the same dimension as the real world, and was in a state of non-interference with everyone, as well as an extremely safe state. Chang Bei turned back an inch. Within the corner of the Spirit-type starship's bridge, there was also a small white man standing quietly, like a soccer ball-sized head with a black line for eyes and mouth, silently looking at Chang Bei. Chang Bei stared at the little man and cocked his head. The white villain also cocked his head and looked at Chang Bei. You can actually interfere with a human's consciousness and make them see hallucinations and such. Chang Bei locked onto the little white man, knowing in his heart that the shipboard warning systems of the other exploring starships hadn't detected any hostile attack, and that the only ones who were panicking were the humans themselves, whose perspectives were filled with monsters that didn't even exist, forcibly piloting their starships into an attack. The little white man stood quietly in the corner. It had its hands down and its 10 fingers were like 10 white strips of paper, fluttering slightly in the air. In its cognition, the Chang Bei at this moment was a creature behind the fourth wall, the same species as itself, so it did not make a hug move, but merely tilted its head and observed, seemingly still a bit puzzled. Lord Maker. Spirit looked at the little white man and said slowly, they still don't communicate, they just pass on simple thoughts, they are guards of some sort. Guards? Chang Bei turned back and glanced at the depths of the shipwreck ruins. What exactly are they guarding? Chapter 104, The Truth About the Ruins. Keep sailing. Chang Bei's gaze flickered, he had a unique advantage. The little white man caused no interference, and all the weapons on the scene could do no harm. As he thought, if he didn't move, I'm afraid that no second person would be able to explore the true secrets of the shipwreck ruins. Amidst the gunfire, the Spirit-type starship sailed slowly. Chang Bei's eyes were clouded with a light green filter, which was a characteristic of being located behind the fourth wall, and at the same time, it also conveyed an extremely comfortable and safe feeling to Chang Bei. The external scene can be very grueling. Chang Bei also gradually rationalized the situation. The monsters in the eyes of those starship pilots didn't appear out of thin air, but rather their perspective, as if tampered with, saw the other planetary ships of the same planet as monsters pouncing ferociously. The sudden appearance of menace made them turn up their fire values and defense systems to the maximum. Individual starships had strong defense shields and stood for the time being. The vast majority of starships had fallen apart under the intense fire. Chang Bei once again glanced at the little white man standing dumbfounded within the corner of his starship. It draws everyone here in what appears to be some kind of conspiracy, but then in fact makes everyone kill each other. What exactly do they want? Outside, an equally white disc-shaped starship that seemed to carry some unique technology, its hull slowly became deflated in the midst of the battle into a state of near 90% transparency, and with the light dimming around it, it was essentially invisible. Chang Bei noticed that when the starship demonstrated its special cloaking ability, the little white man inside the cabin slowly tilted his head, seemingly concerned. But the next second, the disc-shaped starship was spotted. The only black space mech in the room, noticing its presence, its thrusters suddenly jetted, and the long blade of pure energy in its hand slashed directly into the disc-shaped starship, which broke apart and emitted thick black smoke. In the eyes of a space mech pilot, that starship should be some sort of monster with stealth capabilities. At this point, Chang Bei again noticed that the little white man inside the bridge slowly lowered his head, his body slowly becoming a bit hunched and stooped, seemingly disappointed. Chang Bei frowned, thinking, but for a moment I couldn't find the answer. The spirit-type starship gradually broke away from the battle, moving farther and farther away, getting closer and closer to the core of the shipwreck ruins. The fire behind them was sky-high, 80% of the exploration starships had been scrapped, and the space mech, though smaller, was vertical and unrivaled, killing in all directions. Once again, we traveled about 4,000 kilometers. The surrounding star field had been extremely quiet, with only the occasional debris floating slowly. Chang Bei's eyes moved, and it was clear in his heart that he should have reached a place where no one had ever been able to set foot. In front of Chang Bei, on the other hand, there was a cloud of gray smoke with extremely low visibility, blocking almost all sight. Gradually, Chang Bei penetrated through this smoke. Perspective opens up. Chang Bei saw an extremely shocking scene. Ahead of them, in space, floated a dark black object, which was so huge that it was at least 1,000 kilometers long and emitted a faint black light. It looked like a huge black date palm, but the ends were like bananas, slightly curved inward. It floated soundlessly like that, exuding an amazingly mysterious aura. This is the inner core of the shipwreck ruins? Chang Bei's pupils shrunk. In his opinion, it didn't look like an interstellar battleship because it had no technological texture at all. It didn't have any probes, thrusters or any other styling. Instead, it looked like some kind of ancient totem. Chang Bei's heart was somewhat agitated and excited. After confirming that the little white man in the cabin still hadn't done anything, the spirit-type starship slowly approached the mysterious object. It's too huge. Chang Bei's pupils reflected the mysterious object. It looked like a dark mountain from afar, but as it kept getting closer, its sense of volume became clearer and clearer, and on its surface, it was simply a continent. The spirit-type starship came to the center of the huge object. From a distance, the huge object looked like a black moonship, emitting a bizarre black mist. The spirit-type starship, on the other hand, was a bit of faint starlight suspended over its surface. The vastness and insignificance of the universe was displayed in a single moment. Chang Bei looked down. It was found that this huge black date core seemed to be composed of some kind of metal, but this metal was very rough, like cast iron filled with impurities. It must not be as low-end as it seems, or it wouldn't have been in the universe for so long. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes. What's that? Upon closer inspection, the surface of the giant date palm was filled with much darker grooves and crisscrossed. The spirit-type starship moved noiselessly, approaching and slowly descending towards a nearby massive pattern. Chang Bei's eyes stared. The interior of this huge object is hollow? Those patterns were actually a kind of regular skeletonized pattern, with the seams linking directly to the interior of the huge object, vaguely revealing the wide space inside of it. Brace for the bold, starve for the timid. Chang Bei put his heart on the line and directly ordered the spirit-style starship to fly into the gap. The gap is as wide as a canyon. Even if the spirit starship is located in the real world, it can be easily sailed into. Caution was the first rule, and just after entering the massive object, the spirit-type starship hovered directly. It's awfully quiet here. Chang Bei looked downward with the help of the hazy light. He saw a gray, huge pillar curved into an arc, which were deep below and close to the ceiling above, and judging by the combined size of the date cores, they were of astonishing height. Every few dozen kilometers or so, a similar huge pillar would appear, continuing into the darkness of space in the distance. Chang Bei looked in the opposite direction again. In the haze, one could also see a row of massive pillars curved into an arc, symmetrical on either side, like some kind of old building, with two rows of columns at the entrance used to emphasize the grandeur. The shape is somewhat peculiar, resembling an archway with no closure above it, extending into the distance. Chang Bei secretly nodded his head, generating an inference. Could shipwreck ruins be an ancient building left behind by an unknown civilization? Along the center of the pillar, the spirit-type starship traveled horizontally, moving deeper into the massive object. Imagine that a huge house should appear there, and to say that the treasure is necessarily stored in the house. The light here was dim, with only some rays from the 3-day lingering sky penetrating through the hollowed-out patterns, creating a hazy and shadowy feeling. The speed didn't dare to be too fast, as Chang Bei also had to carefully observe and guard everything around him. After about 20 minutes, Chang Bei reached the end of the 2 rows of pillars, and then his entire body was completely shocked. He was too shocked to describe. What was in front of him was worlds away from what he had imagined. For at the end of these pillars was a huge human skull. The skull was so large that the spirit starship could even hover in the center of its eye sockets. Below the skull there was also a huge neck bone and spine attached, only so deep and dark and profound that the whole could not be seen. Chang Bei's entire body froze. It's a complete skeleton? So that means those huge curved black stone pillars just now are one of its ribs. The spirit-type starship had been traveling inside the chest cavity of a giant skeleton. Numb nuts. Chang Bei suddenly understood that the huge black date palm was a huge coffin. The interior is certainly not an ancient building, but a supergiant skeleton. Chang Bei suddenly had a coldness in his back. Turn out STH. Shipwreck ruins is a tomb. Chapter 105, The Tomb of the Gods. After learning the truth, there seemed to be a difference in the atmosphere around them. Chang Bei slowly turned back. The little white man in the bridge was still standing still. On the orb-shaped white head, the black line-like eyes and mouth did not change at all, the hands were still hanging down, the 10 fingers fluttered like paper strips, and his body was filled with a kind of indescribable weirdness. Ha. In the air, there was suddenly a weird and low laughter that produced a gust of echoes that made one's scalp tingle. Chang Bei turned his head sideways and realized that Bean was behind a pillar in the distance, peeking at the Flower Robot magazine and letting out a ha laugh. Chang Bei was speechless, and then his gaze went to the little white man. So, what you're guarding is actually this giant coffin. What exactly do you want to search for in your outings? The little white man remained silent and his expression was set in stone. Chang Bei silently shook his head, then looked down at the huge skeleton below. The date coffin is 1,000 kilometers in length and was apparently custom made for this skeleton, meaning that the creature buried here was around 800 kilometers tall in life. Chang Bei's eyes trembled slightly. 800 kilometers. Almost a quarter of the moon's diameter. That means the guy in the coffin stood up as tall as a quarter moon. It was impossible to imagine what kind of creature it was. The universe is vast and marvelous, and mankind has also had a preliminary exploration. Chang Bei once heard of all kinds of heavenly shaped creatures, but never heard of such a huge body. The most chilling thing of all. Looking through the skeleton, the creature's bones were extremely similar to those of a human. So did it have the same appearance as a human when it was alive? Humans who are 800 kilometers tall. Is this a man or a god? The highest mountain on Earth was just 84 kilometers, and this huge human was actually 10 Mount Everests high. It would probably look like an adult, standing on a large yoga ball, if it were standing on the moon. It would be clearly visible from hundreds of thousands of kilometers of outer space if it were standing on Earth. The more Chang Bei thought about it, the more horrified he felt. This creature must be some other civilization in the universe. Who is it really and why is it buried here? What about the civilization it belonged to? Were they all such huge creatures? And where was the habitat of its civilization? Was it extinct, or did it exist somewhere in the deep universe? Just then, the spirit in its thinker state suddenly stood up slowly and straightened its chest, the yellow ghostly fire in its eyes pulsing madly. The spirit spoke slowly, his voice low and shaky. Disturb my long sleep. Chang Bei's pupils suddenly shrunk. Like Cao Cao and Bai Juyi, the spirit and the owner of the tomb empathized. Only the spirit looked to the west, its gaze seeming to penetrate thousands of kilometers, seeing the explorers who had intruded into the ruins of the shipwreck, and the ghostly fire in its eyes danced violently, seeming to be unusually angry. 7 billion years ago, the singularity exploded and the universe, from an infinitesimal point, began to expand. And my civilization, born in the 9 billionth year, is one of the earliest civilizations in the universe. The spirit slowly spoke, its voice inexplicably carrying a power that shook the soul. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. The owner of this tomb is, after all, a 7 billion year old creature. The spirit, by now, had fully transformed into a spokesperson for the tomb's owner, and it held its chest out as it gazed out to the north. As the universe expands, the pattern of galaxies changes. I didn't realize that to this day, the giant galaxy, where my civilization is located, has been swallowed up by the Virgo supercluster. You humans also gave this place a ridiculous name, Alpha Centauri. Chang Bei's eyes twitched. The mega-galaxies in the universe are constantly moving around, and they also merge and collide, with the stars in them crashing into each other in big explosions, turning into dust, and then in the process of spawning new stars. In fact, the Milky Way galaxy, where Earth is located, will also be annexed by the galaxy killer Andromeda galaxy at some point in the future, when everything will be destroyed and then the large mass of debris will reabsorb the dust and coalesce into a new type of galaxy. This is geomorphic change on a cosmic scale. But this is a bit of a fantasy for humans, because the collision process of two galaxies has always been measured in billions of years, and it's possible that humans won't even live to see that day. But for the catacombs, this 7 billion year old creature, this scene has become a reality. Its home galaxy, the giant galaxy, has gone through a sea of change to become the Centauri Alpha galaxy in the human definition of the word. Chang Bei quietly listened and secretly nodded his head. No wonder this huge coffin was here, for this was its former home, where it had been born and buried. I just want a long, quiet sleep. But the 3-day lingering phenomenon here exposes me to the public eye. The spirit was still staring at the west side, where a fire was vaguely visible, an explosion from the group of exploring starships that were attacking each other. A bunch of mole crickets. I no longer want to endure. The spirit's voice became lower and lower, more and more trembling, and the ghost fire in his eyes danced manically. I will destroy everything. Chang Bei frowned slightly. It was also at this moment that this huge coffin suddenly experienced a strong vibration, and for a moment, there was a feeling of the earth shaking and destroying the sky. Chang Bei looked downward with some consternation. In the haze, the giant skeleton seemed to have produced an abnormality, as if it had moved slightly. I'm going to make everything here cease to exist. The spirit let out a low roar, and the entire coffin once again produced a vibration. Chang Bei's pupils contracted slightly. However, he saw the spirit slowly turn back and look at Chang Bei with a ferocious facial expression. No one can withstand the wrath of an ancient civilization, no one can escape. Even if you are located behind the fourth wall, you will still be affected. Boom boom boom. The entire coffin vibrated more and more violently, as if the giant skeleton that had been sleeping in it for billions of years was about to awaken. 3 minutes. The ghostly fire in the spirit's eye sockets danced as he continued to growl lowly. After 3 minutes of your human definition, I will destroy everything here. Got it. However, Chang Bei suddenly shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, isn't it 3 minutes, I'll stay here and want to see how you destroy everything here. The ghostly fire in the spirit's eyes exploded and coalesced again. You are not going to be able to rest on your laurels, you will die here too. Chang Bei raised his head, it doesn't matter. You. Spirit's body stiffened, and surprisingly, his jaw dropped a bit. But it is this moment. Chang Bei shook his head and laughed, looking towards the little white man within the corner of the bridge. Little fellow, don't pretend, the soul of the tomb's owner, I'm afraid that it has long since dissipated, and all that has happened is that you're here in a foxhole. Chapter 106. Snap. Chang Bei snapped his fingers in front of Spirit's face, dude, wake up. However, he saw the spirit shake its head violently, the ghostly fire in its eyes becoming much weaker, and then nodded toward Chang Bei, Lord Creator. Chang Bei smiled. Where did those lines just come from? The spirit replied, I didn't see a specific image of the other soul, I just heard a brilliant and grand voice in my head. It was ancient, sad, and angry, and I accidentally got into the scene and then paraphrased its words. That's right. Chang Bei nodded, then narrowed his eyes at the small white man in the cabin. There was a glint in his eyes. Spirit is very simple and was fooled by you. In fact, you have always been able to communicate normally, and those words just now came from your mouth. But the white man's mouth and eyes were still a black line, and his expression did not change, nor did he answer. Still not admitting it, are you? Chang Bei smiled. The truth about this, shipwreck ruins, seems to have been guessed by me. The little white man's expression remained unchanged. When my starship was just pulling out of the Stargate hub, the spirit resonated with other spirits and spoke an inexplicable passage. Chang Bei slowly said, it said at the time that even if she, like a shooting star, had disappeared into the vastness of the deep universe, we would fulfill our promise and guard it until the last moment. Chang Bei stared straight at the little white man. The she in it refers to the owner of this grave, and those guys who are going to fulfill their promise and guard it until the last moment are actually you guys. The little white man's expression remained unchanged, as if its appearance was fixed and would never produce a change. Chang Bei smiled, turned around and walked towards the bridge, turning his back. Spirit has taught me a lot of knowledge. When a creature's quantum state soul, all entanglement with this world is gone, then its soul, too, will completely dissipate, ceasing to exist. The owner of the grave, I believe, is in this condition. So it seems you guys are really loyal. Even if the grave master has departed completely, you still unshakably guard her body. But it was at this time. The little white man's long, striped eyes suddenly contracted and turned into two small black dots. Chang Bei jerked back. But in that instant, the little white man's eyes once again reverted to two black lines and once again became expressionless. Chang Bei squinted his eyes, as if he hadn't noticed anything unusual, and continued, you manipulated the organizers to attract a large number of explorers here, allowing them to enter the edge of the tomb, but then setting them up for a major crisis. This may seem like a contradiction, but in reality, you should be doing the screening. With that, Chang Bei turned around and continued pacing with his back to the little white man. What exactly do you guys want? Are you guys seeking some sort of stealth, invisibility, camouflage, or some other sort of technology? This instant, the two lone, striped eyes of the little white man narrowed once again into two small black dots. Swish! Chang Bei snapped back, but the little white man was even faster, and the moment Chang Bei's gaze looked at it, it once again reverted to its long, expressionless eyes. Ha! Chang Bei smiled. In the chaotic battlefield before, there was a starship that had exerted a transparency close to 90% stealth technology. You seemed to be very interested, but then you were greatly disappointed when you found out that that battleship had been recognized by the space mechs. Let me guess. What you said before, existing in the 4.7 billion-year-old giant galaxy, the deceased being buried here. Wait for the information, it should be true. And the reason why this huge coffin has been able to exist in the universe for so long should be due to the installation of some kind of cloaking technology. Unfortunately, the erosion of age has caused this technology to malfunction. Chang Bei once again turned around, fiddling with his chin. Every year, the 3 days of lingering here will make the coffin concealment technique completely ineffective. Although this is a short period of time, it is obvious that this conflicts with your mission. You will definitely not allow the masters that you are guarding to be disturbed. Moreover, the way things are going, the disturbance is all light. There is a high probability that the coffin will be opened up to exhume the tomb. You are located behind the fourth wall, and while you are able to slightly interfere with human consciousness, that is all. In the face of such a situation, you cannot solve it by yourselves alone. So, you have customized a plan that combines your abilities. The first step is to recruit the human elite. Step 2, get them into a melee and passively show off their stealth skills. The third step is to pick one of the leading stealth technologies that no one can crack. Step 4. The owner of the control technology refurbishes the coffin. But alas, all of the stealth technology that humanity has demonstrated up to this point has been a huge disappointment to you. And, this time, there is an alternative like me in the program. Surprisingly, it was possible to sail through the fourth wall and make a long drive into the coffin. Your mission is to guard, and so, I am also the object of your expulsion. So you just pass through the spirit, pretending to be the owner of the tomb, trying to scare me off. The truth is, there's nothing you can do, and there's no way the giant wreck will ever awaken, let alone destroy anything. Cheng Beg bent down slightly, looked straight into the little white man's two black line-like eyes, and laughed. Did I guess right? But the little white man remained expressionless and motionless. The ghostly fire in the spirit's eyes flickered slightly. Lord Creator, it doesn't give a damn about you at all, and this seemingly amazing speculation of yours may not be possible at all. What do you mean you don't give a? Cheng Bei looked at Spirit. You're a fellow who treats me with respect in your attitude, but why do you always dislike me verbally? I'm sorry, Lord Creator. The spirit nodded slightly. I'm still learning and thinking about human language. I'll be sure to get a hit on you next time. Oh no, I hit on you. Cheng Bei was a bit helpless, then looked at the little white man. There's a reason why it doesn't give a damn about me. Just then, suddenly there was a blazing light, coming from far away. Cheng Bei looked sideways. It was the black cosmic mech from before. I didn't expect it to be so tough that it killed the entire expedition fleet with its own strength. At this time, one person and one machine broke through the blockade and came directly to the core of the shipwreck ruins. At a location 500 kilometers away from the giant coffin, a turquoise barrier suddenly lit up, covering the sky and directly protecting the coffin. The space mech didn't seem to expect this scene either. The deceleration wings on its back opened in the nick of time, and the bright yellow flame thrusters erupted in reverse, completing a sharp braking before it was about to hit the green barrier. Cheng Bei narrowed his eyes. This coffin also possessed an exclusive defense force field, which was not detected before because the spirit-type starship was always located behind the fourth wall, so the force field was not triggered. Cheng Bei observed the turquoise force field from within. The green aura within it flickered irregularly, brightening and darkening, and already had a sense of mottled. Cheng Bei thought in his heart, the history is too long, and the energy of this force field is about to run out. The space mech was seen hovering beyond the force field, releasing some sort of scanning beam that was identifying the strength of the force field. It was also at this instant that a behemoth slowly sailed out of the gray smoke behind the space mech. Cheng Bei's gaze condensed. It's that space fortress, it actually killed its way out as well? However, the next scene, Cheng Bei was not expected. The space fortress and the space mechs surprisingly didn't clash in any way. Only to see the palm of that space mech suddenly blossom into two bright beams of light, which eventually coalesced into a long blade of pure energy that was 50 meters long. And that space fortress, suddenly the surface armor flipped and the hatch opened wide, and then inside its hatch, 3 black boxes with a height of about 10 meters slowly flew out. These crates are metal, black painted, and come with their own flying propulsion, which is somewhat similar to Boss Desert's bio crates. Next, those crates actually flew towards the back of the space mech, both sides flipping out of the physical snap of a 100% fit. Click. Click. The faint sound of metal clashing came from the 3 10-meter-tall black boxes, which were actually completely assembled with the back of the space mech, and from afar it looked like the 50-meter-tall space mech was carrying 3 huge suitcases stacked on top of each other. Cheng Bei's eyes widened. The two of them, surprisingly, are in cahoots. Those boxes should be some kind of high-powered battery or something, an energy supplement for space mechs. The moment the piercing light lit up, the pure energy long knife in the hands of the space mech suddenly erupted, from the original 50 meters, surged to 300 meters away, holding in the hands of the space mech, just like a divine weapon. Without the slightest hesitation, the space mech's long blade of pure energy, raised high, caused a slight tremor in space, and slashed straight down towards the green energy shield of the coffin. The defensive force field of the coffin was already low on energy, and it simply couldn't carry this strike that looked like it was opening up the sky. The little white man beside Cheng Bei, at this moment, finally moved. It turned its head, and although its expression did not change, its body was trembling slightly, and it had obviously fallen into panic. However, he saw Cheng Bei slowly stand up straight. Little white man, I'm not sure exactly what you are or what your name is, but I can tell you that I'm afraid I'm the only person in this world who can help you. I understand the reason why you don't want to react in any way. It's because in your perception, I'm nothing more than a soul behind the fourth wall, as well, unable to cause interference in the real world, so whatever I guessed is meaningless. Smaller. The pattern is small. At this moment, Cheng Bei looked sideways at Spirit, Beg Civilization's spirit-type starship. It's time to shine. Chapter 107, Robbing Business. Newkun. The same Mr. Mushin who had auctioned off the starting position for 44 million credits. He is the pilot of the Black Space Mech and the brightest genius inventor within the B3Q4 Starfield Alliance. He has amassed a staggering fortune on the back of one of his inventions. The most attractive thing about Shipwreck Ruins, for him was not what amazing treasures were hidden in it, but the full testing of his own inventions under the premise of the convergence of various human elites. This 50-meter-tall space mech, codenamed M14 Black Ghost, integrating the most advanced material technology, energy control technology, and beam cage weapon technology in the human civilization, it was small compared to a starship, but had amazing maneuverability and terrifying explosive damage. This space mech is not a mass-produced product. Rather, it was an exclusive invention of Muken, the only one in existence in the entire galaxy. The 10-million-ton class at the back, the space fortress that was a complete dream in the eyes of the others, was actually just a logistical support center for this mecha. Outsiders would drop their jaws if they knew the truth. No one could have guessed that Muken's line was just to test the extreme performance of his mech. Throwing 44 million credits to buy the first position for the mech, not to mention, at the same time paying an additional 16 million credits for the logistic support center of the mech, to buy the second position. That's not all the costs. The cost of navigating the space fortresses and mechs is a staggering amount as well. According to Muken's character, in the future he would not sell any of the M14 Black Spectre's technology at all. In his mind, the M14 Black Spectre is a work of art, and it's fun to refine it and keep improving it. As for those expenses, in his eyes, they were nothing more than pocket money that could be exchanged for a few inventions as he went along, and were completely worthless. Just now, Muken's consciousness was interfered with, and he fought furiously with a large number of unknown monsters, but he was able to kill almost all of them with the strong performance of his mecha, which made him feel more confident and satisfied with this piece of work of his. At this very moment, Muken was sure that only he had stood out, and the inner core of the shipwreck ruins was already able to be seen with the naked eye, and regardless of the motive, since he had come, then he would at least leave his footprints on the shipwreck ruins. M14 Black Spectre footprints, to be exact. As usual, it was an accomplishment that only he, Kitsune, could achieve. This instant, the long blade of pure energy in the hand of the M14 Black Ghost slashed heavily on top of the green energy shield. The location where the blade came into contact with the energy shield instantly created a spatial distortion that looked like transparent vapor, while at the same time emitting a shocking amount of heat. Muken squinted his eyes and saw with his own eyes the pure energy blade, slicing through the green energy shield with great speed. He laughed disdainfully. It's just an E3 level defense strength, officially advertised to the public as a relic of a higher civilization. It's too exaggerated. Also this instant, a bizarre phenomenon that he couldn't understand suddenly appeared in front of Muken. Only to see that inside the green energy cover, that dark universe, suddenly appeared a dense mass of light, crisscrossing, flashing blue light, from a distance, that looked like a human brain neural net spread out flat. What the hell? Kitsune's expression snapped. Next moment, a small starship, pure white and covered in seamless ceramics, slowly sailed out from within the neural net, as if it had come from an alien dimension. Surprisingly, the white starship was also covered in the usual paint job of the human brain's neural net. Suddenly, the blue neural net on the body of the mysterious starship suddenly brightened and bloomed with an intense light. Catching off guard, it shook Muken inside the cockpit of the mecha and blinded him for a moment. When Muken's vision returned, he was shocked to find that the mysterious starship had released a dozen layers of defense shields in the instant just now, and the surface of each layer was strewn with patterns like the neural nets of the human brain in an azure blue color, resplendent with brilliance. What kind of technology is this? Muken stared with wide eyes. His line of sight shifted slightly upwards, but he saw that the long blade of pure energy in his mecha's hand could no longer slash down by the slightest bit at this moment. It was because although the long blade penetrated the green defense shield of the shipwreck ruins, it was resisted by the neural net defense shield released by the mysterious starship inside. This is already a threefold increase in energy. The defense shield of a small starship on the other side has such hardness? Muken was a bit incredulous, staring dead on at the mysterious starship a wall away, a higher civilization? And then the next instant, however, he saw that the mysterious starship's surface of the neural net painting suddenly flickered with a faint black aura, the black aura of the rapid flow within the entire neural net, more and more gathered, more and more clear. Huge energy fluctuations detected. Hearing the mecha's warning, Muken's pupils shrunk. It's gathering energy, it's going to attack me. In a flash, Muken could determine that the pitch-black energy was similar to the Star Destroyer cannon in the Human Legion, but it seemed to have undergone some kind of large span of technological optimization, and its destructive power had been astonishingly increased, but the exact power could not be projected. Pull back. Muken quickly reacted. The long blade of pure energy in the space mech's hand went out, the flight wings behind it flipped, the jet engines roared, and the entire mech instantly broke the speed of sound, retreating towards the universe behind it. But it was too late. The black energy on the surface of the white starship had already converged and completed, and a column of black light with a diameter of 5 meters shot out through a neuron at the front of the starship. There was no reaction time at all. Buzz! The M14 Black Ghost's light defense force field was instantly pierced, and the black energy light pillar directly hit its shoulder. The entire shoulder blade completely shattered, and one arm directly broke off, detaching itself from its torso and falling down towards the depths of space. And with the energy of the black beam completely unexhausted, it once again spanned a distance of nearly 1,000 kilometers and struck the space fortress directly. The battlestar was massive, and while the blow caused a direct penetrating wound, the emergency systems kicked in, and multiple balance engines erupted, skewing to maintain the battlestar's stature. The fuselage is badly damaged. Energy system burnout. Pilot escape program initiated. The control panel in front of Mukin was crimson, with various emergency lights flashing wildly. In the next second, a loud pneumatic sound rang out, and the cockpit flipped out emergency space helmets as well as metal spacesuits, which were placed directly over Mukin's body, and the entire cockpit quickly detached and popped out of the back of the mech. The cockpit of a space mech is also a detachable escape pod with the appearance of a round sphere. The moment it detached from the mech, some kind of directed electromagnetic force was released from the distant space fortress, like a huge magnet, directly generating a huge suction force, which could make the escape capsule, which had lost all its power, to be sucked back to the space fortress in space, and be sheltered in time, flying backward in the process. Mukin was shocked to find an observation window open in the bridge area of the white starship across the street. Among them stood a teenager clad in a blue cloak. Mukin was horrified beyond measure, his eyes that possessed 6 circles of light glaring to the extreme. It's a human? And at that moment, Chang Bei, standing inside the bridge, looked at the escape pod from across the space and slowly spoke, "Don't steal my business." Mukin's body shook, he could only vaguely see the teenager's mouthpiece, and after a while of hard matching in his brain, he thought he guessed the teenager's words MLGB? Why is he still cursing? What the hell? Even if you're technologically advanced, you can't just call people names. But at this point, Mukin was powerless, the space mech was scrapped and had to be abandoned. And the space fortress was also pierced, now it was barely maintained. Good thing that the unqualified guy on the other side did not rush to the end of the world. Now Mukin, there is no other choice but to quickly evacuate. Watching the space fortress crookedly disappear into the distant sky, Chang Bei smiled bashfully and turned once again to look at the little white man in the cabin. And at that moment, the little white man was already facing Chang Bei and kneeling on both knees. Its black thread-like mouth suddenly coalesced into a small black P, which then stretched into a straight line, and in the process, it finally made a sound. "My name is Cuddles. Great higher civilization, please help us." Chang Bei laughed, "I'm not that great la, it's fine to help you guys, but remember to honor your promise to give me the most precious treasure after everything is over." Chapter 108, Cuddles. Cuddles. On the little white man's round head, the black thread-like mouth coalesced into a black dot, which then stretched. Chang Bei nodded, "Well, I know your name is Cuddles." Cuddles. Still kneeling on the ground, the little white man faced Chang Bei and slowly stretched out his arms, his paper-like fingertips fluttering in the air. "You want to really cuddle with me?" Chang Bei's face changed, thinking of those so-called elites, and those explorers who had entered the shipwreck ruins, who had all fallen into hallucinations and lost themselves after being hugged from behind by the little white man. It was a horrible hug. "I just want to tell you about it. The past that I've all but forgotten. Tell you who I am and who is buried here." Cuddles. The little white man's arms were open, but it remained kneeling on the ground, revealing a sincerity. "You need physical contact to convey a message?" Chang Bei slowly lifted his breath and stretched out a finger. "A hug is not necessary, we can make small contact and share information to facilitate the next cooperation." The little white man didn't insist any longer, and also stretched out an arm. White paper strips of fingers, gathered together and slowly twisted, wrapping Chang Bei's fingers. This instant, Chang Bei's mind felt like it had been injected with a large amount of information. And with this information, a whole new 5 senses were formed, and immediately afterward, everything in Chang Bei's eyes changed. Blinking slightly, Chang Bei realized that he was standing on a strange planet. There were huge gray stones all around, the soil was also gray, the sky was also gray, and there was not a single plant, as if the whole world was gray. Surprisingly, there were a dozen suns floating in the distant sky. They were big and small, and their brightness was not quite the same. Some were normal yellow, some were crimson, and some were deep red. Chang Bei was slightly stunned. Those were stars from different periods, teenage, prime, and some had entered their twilight years. Turning his head slightly, he looked to the other side of the sky. There was also the incredible sight of a large mass core there, floating in the far reaches of the universe, slowly sucking up the dust around it, and over time it would get bigger and bigger, eventually forming a planet, and possibly a whole new sun if it had enough gravity. The reason why the scene in outer space could be seen so vividly was because the planet Chang Bei was located on had no atmosphere at all, and the line of sight was unobstructed. Why are the stars so close to each other, yet there is no pulling collision due to the gravitational pull of each other? What's even more exaggerated is that new planets are being birthed in this neighborhood. There is only one explanation. Chang Bei's eyes moved slightly. This place is in the expansion phase of the universe, like a chessboard that has not been completely spread out. All the pieces are piled up together, and the mass of each piece is enormous. Here, it's the universe 6 billion years ago. Boom! Suddenly the ground shook. An incomparably huge foot stomped on the ground on Chang Bei's side. The paw was so big it looked like an aircraft carrier, wearing a shoe made of an unknown gray material. Chang Bei's neck almost tilted into 90 degrees. He saw a 14 or 15-year-old boy in gray clothing, a boy who looked like a prime giant, who was, at least, 600 kilometers away. Chang Bei was a bit jaw-dropped. Unprecedented ecosystems, giants of exaggerated size, these were not what shocked Changbei the most. The most incomprehensible thing was that this teenager's facial structure was exactly the same as that of a human being. 6 billion years later, he had black eyebrows, twinkling eyes, and possessed a nose and mouth as well, all of which made up a weathered face. This is incredible. On this planet, there is no atmosphere, no plants, and a dozen suns all around. That means there's no oxygen, UV bursts, and alarming temperatures. How is it possible that such conditions could have evolved the exact same biological constructs as 6 billion years later? UV rays on Earth are filtered by the atmosphere, so human skin doesn't need to be too resistant to UV rays, which is why it is delicate and fair. Because the body has to circulate oxygen, humans evolved organs like the nose. If the objective conditions had turned upside down, then mankind could not be what it is today. Unless, of course, the theory of evolution in human civilization is an outright mistake. Everything here made Changbei feel shocked. It seems that the history of cosmic evolution, this most vast river of time, hides secrets that are extremely amazing and unknown to anyone. Boom! Boom! The ground kept trembling, and a long procession surprisingly came in the distance, and at the front and back side of the procession were dozens of teenagers, all dressed in gray. And of the center of the procession, surprisingly a sedan chair-like thing, using some kind of silent levitation technology, floated forward. Cuddles! A loud voice suddenly came from inside the sedan chair. The owner of the voice was what appeared to be a cute 4 or 5-year-old girl, crisp and innocent. On the side of the sedan chair, a teenager with short hair, nodded slightly. Queen, we'll be home soon, it's too windy and sandy here. Changbei felt his inherent perceptions being flushed over and over again. It's a human language, a human custom. With the sedan chair, the queen, and too much wind and sand, it looks like a scene from the olden days. I want a hug. The curtains of the gray palanquin were lifted, and the only splash of color within this gray world appeared, a little girl dressed in red, age 3 or 4 at the most, who wore a mask made up of red gemstones, and jumped down to the ground from within the palanquin. Boom! The ground shook. In Ching Kil's eyes, she is a little girl who is at least 400 kilometers away in height. Okay, cuddle. The teenage guards, it seemed, had no choice but to hold the little girl in their arms while the entire line continued on their way. Changbei only felt the earth thundering, and in his perspective, the entire group gradually disappeared into the distance. The scene shifts. Changbei appeared in a compound built from unknown gray materials. He was still so small that even a grain of gravel on the ground was a boulder to him. The little girl in the ruby mask, who had grown to be 7 or 8 years old, sat on a gray stool in the courtyard, swinging her legs. The short-haired teenage guard was also close to 20 years old, with a running scar appearing across his face and his right hand cut off. Cuddles. The little girl, blinded by a dozen suns, reached out her hand toward the teenager. The guard boy hesitated for a split second, but picked up the little girl in his one arm and eased into the shade under the eaves of the room, and then the two just stood there in silence. The scene shifts again. Long lines of people walking in the middle. The girl in the palanquin wearing a ruby mask was 14 or 15 years old. The one-armed teenager following along had developed a bit of stubble, and one of his eyeballs had been removed, leaving only a dark hole in his socket. The long line of guards had also been filled with many new faces, and many of the teenagers who had once been guards had died in battle. The sedan chair suddenly stopped. The little girl in the ruby mask peeked out and looked at a gray flower growing out of the gray rock. Cuddles. Queen, you are no longer a child and I can no longer hold you. The flowers are too high to pick without a hug. The guard boy hesitates for a split second and picks up the girl while she finally picks the gray flower. The scene shifts again. The previous gray mansion caught fire. The bodies of the guard teens were strewn across the floor. In the porch, the teenager who was missing an arm, an eye, and had a scar running across his face was now a middle-aged man. Opposite him were hundreds of enemies dressed in ancient clothes, but armed with beam longswords. He is the last barrier that will never be shaken. The enemy swarmed him and he met the battle alone. In less than a moment, his body was cut out with a dozen wounds deep enough to reach the bone. The blood dripped down to the ground and landed in front of Changbei, booming and vibrating, forming a large pool of blood-colored depths. During the battle, the guard boy's other hand and his left leg were cut off by the enemy. He could no longer stand and fell to the ground with a loud crash, just like the collapse of Tarzan. His sworn defense had an effect, and reinforcements arrived and decimated the enemy. In the innermost room of the compound, a pretty figure with a ruby mask on her face slowly walked out. She knelt beside the guard boy and slowly embraced the guard boy's broken body, her eyes tearful as she said, "Hug." The scene shifts. Thousands of people kneeled and wept. The young girl wearing a ruby mask, her lips lost their blood color, quietly suspended in midair. She had lost her life, but there were no wounds on her body. It seemed to be due to illness. Two dark, curved semicircles of metal slowly merged to form her coffin, resembling a crescent moon. Someone spun around the top and end of the crescent, and a small candle flame lit up in both areas at the same time. The dark crescent moon coffin slowly rose into the air, becoming more and more transparent and eventually disappearing. And below the disappearing orientation of the crescent moon was a black lake. The guarding teenager who had lost both arms and a leg had some gray hair at his temples, and he was sitting in front of the lake, flanked by thousands of identically dressed teenage guards lined up on either side. The sea has changed and the years have changed. The guards didn't move an inch, and gradually, the lives of many of them came to an end, standing dead, their flesh and blood rotting and turning to white bones. Hundreds of years passed, the lake dried up, and the people of this planet faded away. Thousands of years passed and a twilight sun went out. Hundreds of millions of years have passed, and the turnover of the universe has become visible, with the speed of light expanding, making the universe larger and larger, and the density of the celestial bodies continually becoming thinner and thinner. The movement of nebulae causes stars to collide and break up into interstellar clouds of dust and gas, which later coalesce again to spawn a new patch of galaxies. For hundreds of millions of years more, a whole new pattern emerged. This universe has seen the emergence of many brand new celestial bodies, as well as 3 dazzling stars. Time seemed to fast forward. Many humans, as small as ants, appeared here in their spaceships and built a stargate here. And then the place gradually gained popularity, with constant visits from strange spaceships, and people dying here from accidents. But placed under the timescale of the universe, they were all quick-living bacteria. Suddenly, the 3 stars here shine at the same time because of the annual alternation of their orbits. The crescent-shaped coffin began to flicker intermittently, surfacing in the world. Many humans, treating this place as a relic of a higher civilization, embraced the treasure-seeking mentality and began to explore this place, and it was also at this time that row after row of small white men surfaced in front of the coffin. The past 3 years condensed into a single moment. The little white people did their best to guard this coffin from chatter during the 3 days of lingering. 4th year. There was a strong vibration in the coffin, which seemed to have become difficult to maintain. The little white man began to bring together a large number of humans to try to find a repair technique, but unfortunately it was not to be. A strange white starship appears, straight into the hinterlands, and one of the humans in it, surprisingly, surmises what's going on. He stretched out a finger, and with one of the little white men, a strange exchange took place. Suddenly, the whole world rippled slightly, and everything dissipated like a splash. Chang Bei opened his eyes and found himself standing inside the bridge of a spirit-type starship, while his forward-stretched fingers were being wrapped around the little white man's paper-like fingers. Chang Bei's eyes widened, as if he had woken up from a 4.6 billion year-long dream. He looked at the small white man in front of him. "You're the guard boy." And after. Chang Bei turned his head sideways again, looking through the observation window at the huge black skeleton below. "And she's the girl in the jeweled mask." Chapter 109, The Vanishing Treasure. Why are there so many people that want to hurt the girl in the mask? I've forgotten. Why do the people love her so much? Forgot. What did she die of? Forgot. What's your real name? Cuddles. Chang Bei looked at the little white man in front of him whose eyes and mouth were a black line. Its essence, a soul located behind the 4th wall, has not dissipated for billions of years because of its obsession. It definitely has its own name. Perhaps it was because all of its memories had become faded due to the endless washing away of the long river of time. The word cuddle came from a conversation it had with the masked girl. It only vaguely remembered a few moments with the girl. Other than that, it had all gone up in smoke, including of his original name. I just remember. The little white man's black-line general mouth suddenly turned into a black dot before stretching. I will guard her forever, until the very end. Chang Bei looked at the little white man. Why so persistent? The little white man fell silent for a moment and said slowly, "Forgot." Chang Bei gave a slow sigh. He knew that about the masked girl's past. He was afraid that it could no longer be traced back, becoming a colorful stone sinking to the bottom of the long river of time, and he was afraid that no one would ever be able to turn it over again. Chang Bei lifted his breath. "Let me see what I can do to help you." Guided by the white villain, the spirit-type starship slowly floated into the air. First, he flew to the top of this huge coffin and saw a strange technological candlestick set here, in which green energy slowly pulsed. And then, Chang Bei came to the end of the huge coffin, and although there was also a technological candlestick here, the green candle flame in it had already been extinguished. That seems to be the problem. Chang Bei glanced at the little white man standing at his side, its black line-like eyes staring at Chang Bei. Although it had no expression, Chang Bei could clearly feel its anticipation and expectation. The spirit-type starship took the extinguished candlestick and slowly draped it upwards, transporting it all the way up to the top of the coffin, placing the 2 candlesticks side by side. The Type 1 biochemical battle armor flipped out of its black mask, and Chang Bei slowly stepped out of the spirit-type starship and floated in midair. His right wrist went up, and azure fan-shaped scanning beams blossomed out. Similar technological artifacts detected. Ancient Titan Civilization Mirage System, *2. Can fold the space within a specific area to form an exclusive space corridor and differentiate it from the real world to achieve a state of non-interference and overlap and coexistence. If the equipment is not powerful enough, it can be interfered by a special magnetic field, which will cause the space to be invalidated and lose its effect. Equipment from level 3. 2 Ancient Technological Civilization. Chang Bei secretly nodded. One of the candlesticks was damaged, resulting in a state of so-called underpowering, and the 3-day override phenomenon in the Alpha Centauri galaxy just created what is known as a special interfering magnetic field. That's why shipwreck ruins appeared in the sight of ordinary humans. Level 3. Too ancient technological civilization. Cheng Beg looked at the little white man. It's impossible for you to find a substitute among humans. It's also true that, as stated before, looking at the entire galaxy, only I, Cheng Beg, can help you. Synthesis begins. The extinguished candlestick, shattered into bits of white light, floated and swayed, blending perfectly with the other candlestick. Successful synthesis. Space spike failure item, *1. Cheng Bei's gaze gave a slight lurch. Failed product? The device can only be released once, but it can pierce invisible dimensional space and form a zero-dimensional independent space with an entrance that exists for 24 seconds, and when it closes, the space will permanently disappear into the physical universe, never to be traced again. The reason why it is called a failure is because this kind of hiding technology is not only irreversible, but also requires an instantaneous consumption of a large amount of energy, and there is no reasonable application scenario at all under realistic conditions. The little white man looked at the huge turquoise-colored spike in front of him, as if it had appeared out of thin air, and his expression fell into a stupor. Cheng Bei pondered for a moment and slowly said, after this equipment is activated, the giant coffin will permanently disappear from this world, entering an independent space that will never be opened. No one will ever be able to disturb her again, and at the same time, you will lose her forever. The little white man was silent for a long time, his black-lined mouth polymerizing into a smiled. It's the best place for her to be. This instant, thousands of little white men, gathered around the black coffin, were in a circle, holding hands. There was no wind in the universe, but it seemed to resound with some kind of whimpering song. The space spike failure product slowly activated, releasing another slim green beam of light in a flash. The space around them shook continuously, while in front of the huge coffin, a bright white entrance slowly opened. Cheng Bei, who was thousands of kilometers away, gazed at that entrance and could clearly see that the interior was a clean white spherical space. Cheng Beg only felt his body crisping. A strange energy was released within the entrance, and every atom within his own body seemed to be pulsing as a result. Although it was silent, the vibration in space caused a violent rumble. The huge coffin, 1,000 kilometers long, was slowly sucked in by that mysterious entrance. 24 seconds later, the brilliant light went out in a flash. Thousands of kilometers of the surrounding universe became empty. The shipwreck ruins that had mesmerized countless people had completely disappeared. Cheng Bei looked at the little white men beside him, their black thread-like eyes slowly melting away into drops of black tears that scattered across the universe. This is a good ending. Cheng Bei comforted. That little white man who had produced an exchange with Cheng Bei nodded slowly. Cheng Bei was silent for an instant before he finally spoke. So, the legendary treasure. Instead, the little white man held out his arms. Cuddle. Cheng Bei smiled. I know your name is Cuddles. What I mean is that I have already helped you fulfill your heart's desire. So the reward this time. That human perception, the real treasure. The little white man's mouth converged into a black dot and added, Cuddle. Cheng Bei's smile gradually solidified. You've been lying to me from the very beginning. You don't have any treasure in your hands at all. Sorry. The little white man's mouth coalesced into a black dot again. Our civilization has been destroyed for billions of years, and on the material plane, we have nothing left. You guys. Cheng Bei sucked in a breath of cool air before leaning back and closing his eyes. But in the next second, he quickly regulated himself and became relieved. Cheng Bei laughed and said softly, if you don't have it, then you don't have it, I'm just raising my hand. The little white man was quite moved, his dark threadbare eyes melting with silent tears. But I vaguely remember that we, the Chang'e civilization, possess spiritual treasures that are coveted by others. The little white man suddenly spoke. Long Song civilization? Cheng Bei froze. Aren't you an ancient Titan civilization? The little white man shook his head. Cheng Bei didn't look deeper, his eyes shining slightly. What is the spiritual treasure you speak of? The little white man continued. That spiritual treasure is our queen, and those countless alien races are not trying to harm her, but are trying to grab the treasure in her mind. Cheng Bei stiffened. Your queen-sama has gone immortal. Her consciousness has dissipated, and even her skeleton has been irreversibly hidden, completely unresolved. So be it. What shouldn't be mine can't be forced after all. Cheng Bei shook his head and laughed, but he saw the little white man stretching out his paper-like fingers, and on the back of Cheng Bei's right hand, he drew a 5-leaf lucky grass, the shape of which was exactly the same as the one it remembered, the one it had picked by holding the masked little girl. She has rested in peace for a long time. We are no longer attached, and like you said, we are about to dissipate into the universe. As the little white man spoke, Cheng Bei realized that it was not only its black eyes that melted, but also its entire body. On behalf of the junior guard of Chang'e civilization, I would like to express my final thanks to you. As he spoke, the little white man's mouth also gradually melted and turned into an ink drop, which then dissipated into the universe. Cheng Bei nodded and opened his arms completely. Cuddle. The little white man floated up and embraced Ching Kil. Perhaps because of the physical contact, in this instant, a scene once again appeared in Cheng Bei's mind. Still the memory of the little white man, and still the little girl in the diamond mask. But this time the scene was different. Or inside a quiet house, or on a journey, inside a heavily guarded cave. In short, they are all places where you can take a load off and relax and rest. The girl removed her ruby mask, revealing an adorable baby face of only 4 or 5 years old. The screen flickered again, advancing a little at a time. The girl is constantly removing her mask within various safe scenarios. That childish face, too, is growing. From 4 or 5, to 6 or 7, to 11 or 12, she became more and more beautiful and moving. The final unmasking scene is set at about the age of 23 or 24. She revealed a smile, her white teeth white, her eyes like a curved moon, and her eyebrows stretched. Chang Bei's entire body stiffened slightly when he saw this scene. It was also at this point that the little white man with whom he had embraced, completely dissipated. Chang Bei, however, fell into an unspeakable shock. After a long time, Chang Bei looked at the spirit beside him and asked, "The souls of living things, is there such a thing as reincarnation?" "I'm not sure." The ghostly fire in the spirit's eyes danced, but I hypothesize that if its quantum state soul is strong enough, it might be able to redescend into one of the shells. Chang Bei's expression was still horrified. Then what if, this shell of hers, is exactly the same as the soul's face? The spirit shook his head. "What you are describing, Lord Creator, is beyond my current knowledge." Chang Bei was frozen in place. The radiant, beautiful figure on stage came to mind. Scarlet Songstress. Her face was indistinguishable from the queen the little white man remembered. Knit your brows and smile, raise your hands and throw your feet, all like a queen regenerated. Chapter 110, The Big Star. Shamu is empty, dark, and silent. No one knows what really happened here, what people came, stopped here, and left for what. Chang Bei floated in the universe, quietly gazing at it for a moment before turning to leave. Shipwreck Ruins no longer exists. The spirit-type starship slowly returned. Hey, it's actually not nothing. Chang Bei looked through the observation window, observing the space mech floating quietly in the distance in space. Its pilot had already run away, and it was now ownerless. Mecha! One of a man's dreams, Chang Bei craved for a long time. And it wasn't an ordinary land mech, it was a high-level space mech. When he launched his attack earlier, the bastard had deliberately controlled his fire. In its most perfect state, it would be to injure the mech, forcing the pilot to escape, and pick up the slack. The result is satisfactory. The unnamed space mech, with just one arm knocked off, and it was floating not far away. Collections. It must be collected. The spirit-type starship slowly approached, and the cargo bay slowly opened. The space mech was no more than 50 meters in size, and could fit perfectly into a spirit-type starship. The aft cargo warehouse of the spirit-type starship was also equipped with a transportation robotic arm and a rescue robotic arm. Chang Bei didn't even let the spirit do the work for him, but instead, he personally manipulated the 2 robotic arms, and took the space mechs and the broken arm, and perfectly included them in the cargo warehouse. Spirit was also a bit surprised. Chang Bei's first time manipulating a universal mechanical arm, and it was a 2-line operation, 1 mind and 2 minds, harnessing 2 sets at the same time, but the operation process was flawless, and didn't even produce a single bump. The spirit nodded approvingly. Lord Creator, you are quite talented at picking up trash. Chang Bei was silent for a split second. As usual, you are quite talented in hiding knives in your words. After stowing the space mech, and as your cerebral neural net slowly emerged in front of the spirit-type starship, the white starship slowly sailed in, after entering the 4th wall. With traveling, Chang Bei arrived at the previous battlefield, where nearly 1,000 exploration starships were engaged in a fierce battle. Chang Bei thought about seeing if he could pick up some rags again. However, it was not expected that the previous Shipwreck Ruins expedition official was quite responsible. A large number of medical and recovery starships have been dispatched, and they have not only rescued explorers scattered across the universe, it also took control of their starships, supposedly to return them to their rightful owners. After all, most of the starships were not yet in a state of obsolescence, and after repairs, they could still continue to be used. Chang Bei was in a panoramic inspection ship and saw the official old man who had spoken on the stage earlier, as well as the 50 elites. The little white people are gone forever, their backs empty. At this moment, that old man was chagrined beyond measure and kept blaming himself. What was wrong with me then? Why did I spend a huge amount of money to develop such a project with such a high risk? With so many broken starships, I might have to face high compensation. As for the 50 glowing elites from before, at this moment, each one of them was depressed, as if they couldn't take any interest in anything. After the little white man disappeared, they had reverted to their original selves. Chang Bei frowned. In fact, there are many unanswered questions in the Shipwreck Ruins. Where exactly do white people get their powers from? It was clearly a quantum state soul of a teenage guard, so why could it have an effect on the living? And as for their ability, it seems to be a mild form of conscious manipulation from within the human mind, the ability to give psychokinetic power and, on a specific level, interfere with human judgment. The spirit-type starship continued onward to the exit of the Shipwreck Ruins, penetrating the last layer of pale green dust. Seen from afar, the huge skyspace station was overcrowded. The stage starship, on the other hand, hovered to the side of the space station, the stage still blooming magnificently above it. Countless tourists were enjoying the performance on stage through the glass enclosure of the space station, where, according to the official plan, they were waiting for the glorious return of the explorers who had obtained the treasure. Only Chang Bei knew that there would be no return of the explorers' glory. Suddenly, the starship stage as a whole went out, and then the only chasing light was lit up, illuminating the slender and beautiful figure standing in the middle of the stage. The figure was hazy and dreamy, and the ruby mask on his face, like tiny stars twinkling in the night sky, reflecting the light of the cross stars, was bright and fascinating. The tens of thousands of spectators inside the interstellar space station also held their breath at this instant. Next moment, she opened her mouth, without any musical accompaniment, and sang cleanly. The voice is ethereal, like a clear spring gurgling in the mountains, with an elegant melody and a hint of faint confusion. That day I woke up from a dream. Looking at this strange world, I lost myself. I'm gonna think. I'll ask. No one can give me an answer. The lighthouse in my heart is dimmed. I feel like I've lost a great treasure. I'm gonna think. I'll ask. No one can give me the answer. Every note of her voice seemed to tell a moving story, and the feeling of being lost and confused, as if something in her own heart, too, was lost in the past. Some will think of all that the passage of time has taken away, of the people and images that will never be seen again, and cannot help but despair and weep. The spirit-type starship slowly sailed into reality behind one of the station's massive pillars, blue neural nets flickering and rust-covered garbage collection ships. Subsequently, the garbage recycling ship slowly sailed into the starship, and after the docking was completed, Chang Bei stepped out of the hatch, hugged his arms, and leaned on the hull of the ship, tilting his head up, his eyesight passing through the glass barrier, quietly listening to the moving song. A moment. The Crimson Songstress's curtain call performance was complete, and she gave a small nod towards the tens of thousands of spectators before disappearing to the back of the stage. The crowd went wild and the scene went straight out of control. Countless people rushed to their starships, wanting to sail into space to chase that stage starship and get up close and personal with the man of their dreams, the super idol of the entire galaxy. Several of the security robots on the scene were instantly yet over, and some had their arms directly ripped off by the red-eyed spectators. The organizers had no choice but to add more security robots. The scene can be chaotic. Scarlet Songstress, I love you. I was born as your man, and I will die as your ghost. Crimson, look at me. I'm here. Hein, you're so beautiful. Ah. Da. There was one crazy fan who raised his beam pistol in the crowd and shot randomly toward the sky. I have to get the Crimson Singer's autograph today, and Jesus can't stop me. Chang Bei had a twitch in the corner of his eye. These people are crazy. The scene in front of me is similar to that of the scavengers on the once trashy Earth who were grabbing for energy blocks, but whereas energy blocks save lives, the situation in front of me has the potential to kill them. 15 minutes later, the hordes of rabid fans left to chase the stage starship. The scene was a mess, with only a few scattered robots, cleaning up the mess. Chang Bei slowly turned his head sideways, seeing a strange figure standing at the front of his starship. She wore a huge duck hat that covered almost half of her face, and there was a huge pair of sunglasses on his face, and he was wearing a super fat men's suit with long sleeves that completely covered his hands, and pant legs that were so fat that they piled up over his insteps and covered his shoes. At this point, she was tilting her head, staring somewhat out of her mind at Chang Bei's garbage recycling starship. It's like a kid with no money in his pocket staring at his favorite lollipop. Chapter 111, The Story of That Song. Chang Bei paced slowly and came to the strange figure. The oversized suit framed her petite frame, and the makeup she hadn't had time to remove was still visible under the ducktail hat, as well as the pouty red lips. Big star. Chang Bei looked at her and spoke slowly. The figure visibly froze, his voice clear and melodious. What are you talking about? Chang Bei laughed helplessly. Come on, do you think this is a novel? Change your clothes and sunglasses and I won't recognize you? The figure paused. Can you keep my secret? Chang Bei smiled again and rubbed his fingers together. Gotta pay. The figure suddenly smiled, revealing white teeth that contrasted with the bright red lips. She knew that the teenager in front of her wasn't one of her crazy fans, and the security of knowing that he was so calm and breezy that it was possible that he wasn't even one of her own fans came at once. Just call me Scarlet. The woman in the fat suit tilted her head, revealing her glossy white chin, and looked at the garbage starship. I don't know why, but I have a special kind of fondness for this starship. It's as if someone who likes small animals very much suddenly saw a fluffy, cute, and adorable puppy. Chang Bei glanced at the spirit hidden in the starship. I suggest you don't describe it as a dog, someone will get upset. It's just a metaphor. The woman looked sideways. Can I rest inside your starship for a while? I've been having trouble sleeping for the past few months. Chang Bei tilted his head. Is that the reason you ever wanted to sleep with me? The woman pursed her lips. I was a little drunk at the time, so if you want money, any amount will do. Chang Bei pondered for a split second. I don't want the money, but I want to know the meaning of your curtain call song. The light around them became a little dimmer. Neighbor is getting farther and farther away, and the spectacle of the 3-day overpass is about to disappear. Scarlet was polite, or didn't trust Chang Bei enough, and didn't take a casual look at the spirit-type starship, not even going deeper into the interior. She just relied on the hatchway, her legs resting on the climbing ladder, and quietly looked at the distant neighboring star. She hitched her sunglasses over her ducktail hat, revealing her moving eyes, and folded her right and left hands, the fat ones covering her greenish fingers. That song is my true experience. She looked at Chang Bei and revealed a soft smile. You might not believe me when I say it. Chang Bei stood on the ground, leaning against the hull of the ship on one side, but there is no harm in speaking. I came into the world suddenly woke up on the corner of a street with no clothes and no memory of anything. It's not that kind of total amnesia. I know this is the city, I know how to breathe, how to walk, how to steal clothes, and I know how to sing. Crimson looked into the distance, the confusion in her eyes growing heavier. Then I sang on the side of the road, after which I met my boss, and after his packaging and promotion, I transformed into the much sought after Crimson songstress. After all was said and done, Crimson looked at Chang Bei, and to his surprise, Chang Bei's face didn't have a trace of shock or incredulity. Instead, he was frowning, thinking about something. After that, I realized I had a serious problem. Scarlet continued, I suffer from very serious insomnia, and it has gotten so severe to an alarming degree that I've searched for all sorts of famous doctors and tried all sorts of top-notch medical equipment, but I can't be cured, and I can't even find the cause of the disease. Chang Bei turned his head to look. How serious is it? Scarlet paused. I've never slept. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. Scarlet shrugged. I'm afraid that if I were a normal person, I would have broken down or died already, but I'm still fine. I just feel tired, but I can never sleep. Chang Bei didn't interrupt and listened quietly. Scarlet raised her hand and rubbed her eyes with her sleeve. There are times when memories will suddenly spring up in my mind, but they are vague. Don't make fun of me. I feel like that was my past life. My past life. Seems like a queen. Speaking here, Crimson glanced at Chang Bei somewhat sheepishly and realized that Chang Bei didn't have a hint of teasing, but instead had a serious and earnest face. I remember sitting in a sedan chair for what seemed like forever. I have a special ability to keep the people alive wherever I arrive, and if I don't arrive in time, they will starve, die of thirst, and finally perish. Then there were all sorts of fae, always looking for an opportunity to kidnap me. It seems to be because I hold some kind of treasure in my head. Scarlet said, frowning, then letting go, but luckily, there was a group of guards that were faithful to the end of their lives, always watching over me, and they grew up with me, and when I was young, I would often let them hug. Chang Bei's eyes snapped open when he heard this. But, Scarlet frowned again. No matter how much I thought about it, I could never recall what they looked like. I loved them so much and relied on them so much that in the end there was nothing I could do but visualize them as one. Little white men. Chang Bei's body stiffened. It just felt like there was a very esoteric truth behind it all. They had round heads, black line-like eyes and mouths, and they would hold hands and form a circle to guard me. Crimson suddenly laughed and looked at Chang Bei. Doesn't it feel like you're listening to a childish young girl telling a fairy tale? Only Chang Bei quietly shook his head. No, this is very real. Scarlet smiled again, like 100 flowers blooming. I suddenly like you so much, you really tolerate me. Chang Bei smiled politely. And what else? What else did you see? I have another feeling. Scarlet tilted her head in remembrance. I didn't belong to this world, but because I was so powerful myself, I broke through certain barriers, became an entity, and landed here again. Isn't that more of a stretch? And it's bull asterisk 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 and hard to understand. Scarlet smiled in embarrassment. If you hadn't wanted to hear it, I would have been too embarrassed to say it. Chang Bei shook his head. It's okay, you can say anything. And this starship of yours. Scarlet leaned on the hatch of the starship and rubbed her somewhat tired eyes once again. When I first saw it, I felt very comfortable, as if we were on the same path. As soon as I entered here, I had to feel incredibly relaxed and comfortable. I could even feel a sleepiness that I've never felt before, and I felt as if I could go to dreamland here. I want to make it clear for the record that I'm not trying to sleep with you. I just want to be in this starship. Scarlet's speech became smaller and smaller, and eventually it was slurred. When Chang Bei turned back to look, he found this woman, unexpectedly leaning on the hatchway, her chin on her chest, asleep. Chapter 112, Two Sides of the Same Body. Chang Bei scratched his head in consternation. The woman who possessed severe insomnia and never slept, fell asleep in a spirit-style starship? Blinked. Chang Bei looked at this beautiful woman with a tired face and wearing an oversized suit, falling into an unprecedented sleep. Eventually, Chang Bei exhaled slowly and didn't bother her. At this moment, the distant star, the neighboring star, finally broke away from the orbit of the three-day sky, like the sun had set, gradually disappeared. Although there were still two suns in the sky, the overall brightness dimmed by a few degrees, as if this universe, all of it, had adjusted for Crimson's sleep. Chang Bei stood quietly beside the starship. Connect everything in your head. What Scarlet and Cuddles told earlier is like two sides of the same story. On one side is the guarded queen, and on the other side are the undyingly loyal guards. Obviously, Crimson is related to the queen's quantum state soul. Could it really be that, as she said, she was a kind of powerful existence in her own right, and then broke something? The fourth wall? And then the queen's soul materialized into the Scarlet of today? In fact, she wasn't the only such being, and so was Spirit. The queen holds some sort of treasure in her mind, but Scarlet has amnesia. Chang Bei fumbled with his chin. Is it really so bizarre? Just then, Chang Bei suddenly felt some kind of strange energy vibration coming from his back. Inch by inch she turned around, only to see a huge figure floating in the sky, the top of her head already touching the top of the space station, more than several times higher than the spirit-type starship. It was a woman in a red dress and a ruby mask, and the queen of little white people's memories. Chang Bei's line of sight shifted slightly downwards, realizing that the huge figure originated from the sleeping Crimson, who stood behind her like a guardian deity. The spirit came to Chang Bei's side. Lord Creator, she is a soul that can materialize itself. Chang Bei's pupils shrunk slightly, realizing that none of the sporadic passers-by around him were able to detect the presence of the huge figure. Scarlet falls asleep and the queen appears. Chang Bei's expression moved. They really are the same person. It was also at this moment that a small glow suddenly bloomed on the back of Chang Bei's right hand. That was the mark left behind by the little white man, and before it disappeared, it drew a small 5-leaf lucky grass on the back of Chang Bei's hand. At this point, this little plant released a faint white halo of light, flickering slightly and clearly. However, he saw the queen with a huge body, gazing at the tiny 4-leaf clover for a long time, and suddenly nodded slightly towards Chang Bei. And then, she looked towards Spirit who was standing beside Chang Bei. The ghostly fire in the spirit's eye sockets pulsed violently. Lord Creator, I have received countless messages in my mind. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. Spirit was a bit shocked. It's a large amount of scientific and technological knowledge about construction, from 4-6 billion years of giant human beings. Because of their huge size, they have to use special high-strength materials to build all kinds of facilities and tools. Although these technologies are bland in the giant society, but compared to the current human civilization, it's a kind of major leap forward in material science. And also because of their huge size, their energy requirements will be extremely large. They have great nuclear mastery, and ultra-high energy level Dyson sphere technology. Everything seems to be identical to today's technology, but practically, the overall frame of reference is completely different. Initial estimates suggest that these technologies are going to be at least one level higher than the existing technologies of human civilization. Chang Bei was a bit baffled. His mind went back to the black building the little white man remembered, and the palanquin suspended in the air. At first glance there is indeed nothing special about it, but as Spirit said, the reference system is completely different. 4-6 billion years ago, the density and gravity of celestial bodies was very different from today, and all objective conditions were hundreds of times worse than today. What's more, the humans using those devices and buildings are giants 800 kilometers tall. That bland sedan chair, feared to be in the hundreds of millions of tons, was able to levitate in the air, requiring a staggering amount of energy consumption, as well as an immensely powerful anti-gravity system. And the grey houses, the grey tables and chairs. Now that I think about it, the material was somewhat similar to that huge coffin. Their mass and density, as well as their toughness, are bound to be amazing. That is, scaling everything up to a society of giants under the same effect, their build quality is extremely exaggerated. This involves a completely different system of material science than today, as well as an energy system. Too much information. The ghostly fire in Spirit's eye sockets danced madly. I need a lot of time to learn and digest, and in the future, I can apply these technologies in spirit-type starships or build other facilities for the Beg civilization. Chang Bei's heart fluttered. That's a hell of a haul. My begging for civilization seems to have taken the first step. This instant, the huge figure of the queen looked sideways at Chang Bei. Boom! Chang Bei only felt a scramble in his mind as he actually received a large amount of information as well. The information was just as vast and confusing, and momentarily difficult to comprehend. But Chang Bei had a vague feeling that the information seemed to be interpreting the relationship between genes and consciousness. However, he saw the tall figure of the queen, slightly sidling his head. His expression seemed to be somewhat puzzled and surprised. Because at this moment, Chang Bei felt his consciousness was confused. For a moment, his dual gene sequence produced a slight switch. In Chang Bei's pupils, as well as a small portion of his skin, the characteristics of a silicon-based organism emerged, turning into brilliant and dazzling crystals. Only the queen figure nodded quietly. Immediately afterward, another huge burst of information entered Chang Bei's mind. Chang Bei only felt a dizzy spell in his brain. It feels like one's stomach is already full, but then one is stuffed with all sorts of food. And even though the food is delicious and of the most easily digested and absorbed variety, it still feels like the top of one's throat. Of course, for what Chang Bei was feeling at the moment, replacing his stomach with his brain would be very apt. A darkness. Chang Bei saw his two sets of DNA again. One group is the double helix structure of humans and one is the rhombic dodecahedral structure of silicon-based organisms. But this time, a blue glow like smoke was wrapped around each of the two DNAs. Underneath, Chang Bei naturally gained the corresponding cognition. It was something blue like smoke, a realization of itself. And once upon a time, Chang Bei was unable to detect them. The relationship between consciousness and DNA is that of a minister and a king, and the body and DNA, that of a soldier and a minister. Human beings are not primordial beings, but a shell that carries consciousness, consciousness is the essence of life in the universe. The stronger the consciousness, the stronger the DNA sequence is forcibly optimized, and the stronger the DNA, the stronger the body evolves correspondingly. -4. 6 billion years ago, the purity of consciousness was far greater than it is now, and so we have penetrated more of the truth of the universe. At this moment, Cheng Bei could feel that the information that had been poured into his mind before was certain knowledge in the area of harnessing consciousness. It is like a sophisticated and complex Rubik's Cube, turned by its own subjective will. But it's so many cuts, maybe hundreds of millions. The Rubik's Cube was spinning at a rapid pace, and Cheng Bei thought that he had only pieced together 100,000th of its faces. This instant. In reality, Cheng Bei's eyes opened slightly, and in his pupils, the 3 circles of light representing the C-class genes suddenly lit up. Between the intense flashes, a 4th aperture slowly emerged. Chapter 113, Dusty Information. Cheng Bei's perspective was still in a dark space. 2 beams of light lit up ahead, among them 2 sets of their own DNA. Suddenly, the backside of the 2 sets of DNA flashed with a dark and deep black light, and the light began to spread, like a haloed ink scroll. The scroll grew larger and larger, and one white light spot after another appeared in it. The points of light were becoming more and more intertwined. Cheng Bei had already guessed its meaning. Is this the universe? The next instant, the 2 sets of one's own DNA are also integrated into the larger context of the universe, and each node in the DNA structure becomes a twinkling star in the universe, but the DNA skeleton grows dimmer and dimmer, and ultimately becomes one with the universe. This perspective is peculiar. Because of his previous visual anchors, Cheng Bei was able to find his 2 sets of DNA at a glance. But if Cheng Bei hadn't seen that fusion process before, then in front of him, it was nothing more than a microcosm of the universe that could be seen everywhere. It's like the constellations in human perception. If you link specific stars with lines, you form patterns like Sagittarius, Libra, Gemini, and so on. If, at this point, the visual anchors in Cheng Bei's eyes were linked, then the universe would appear carbon-based and silicon-based, 2 sets of DNA patterns. Cheng Bei can't help but associate it with the question, if my cognition is sufficient, is it possible to find all the models of DNA in the universe? At this moment, the Queen's cool and noble voice rang in Cheng Bei's ears. At the very beginning of the birth of the vast and boundless universe, there existed a primordial, diffuse cosmic consciousness that had no concrete form, like a huge web of energy, connecting every particle and every beam of energy wave in the universe. With the evolution of the universe, life was gradually born and developed, and during the long process of biological evolution, a variety of highly intelligent creatures appeared, and their consciousness did not arise out of thin air, but was gradually conceived under the influence of the consciousness of the universe. So, the consciousness of intelligent beings and the consciousness of the universe are on the same level of existence. It has an unimaginable ceiling, as well as the most raw, powerful forces, and the most efficient, creative thinking. But at some point, all consciousness of all creatures in all time, in all space, was put in chains. I have named this yoke, chain of inhibition. It may have come from some ancient, super high-level civilization. I don't know what the purpose of this higher civilization really is. Perhaps, they just don't want the universe to give birth to a second civilization that can be compared to them. But I can determine that they go against the intent of the universe. I was born 6 billion years ago, a time when the expanding volume of the universe was only 65% of what it is now. The purity of my consciousness is also far greater than that of humans today. So, I discovered the existence of the chain of inhibition, a truth that no human being can realize, neither my people, nor all the humans of your time. For thousands of beings, it is something completely outside of cognition, even if it is only separated by a thin veil that breaks at the slightest point, and it is an existence that cannot be realized. Now, you are the second human to know the truth. It's a secret story from 6 billion years ago, long ago buried deep in cosmic change. In the perspective of Cheng Bei, the miniature universe gradually dissipated and reverted to its own 2 sets of DNA, and it was also at this moment that a faint black light emerged on the surface of the 2 sets of DNA, which gradually coalesced and converged into 2 gray and cold chains. The chains crossed and twisted, trapping both sets of DNA in knots. This scene was like a truth that had been hidden all along, finally surfacing. This was also a possibility that Cheng Bei hadn't thought about completely. When you become aware of the chain of inhibition, it will be in a visualized form. And for others, from life to death, they can't see the true nature of the chain of inhibition, which is a secret that doesn't exist for them. The moment chain of inhibition appears, you become more figuratively imprisoned. Reality. Cheng Bei, who was standing in front of the spirit-type starship, had his eyes slightly opened. However, he saw that the 4 azure apertures in his eyes, which represented the B-grade genes, suddenly became dim and gradually lost their color, and then they were covered with cracks and collapsed noiselessly, and the 4 apertures directly shattered into countless gray fragments. In the meantime, the radiant eyes of the silicon-based genes appeared, and the 7-colored aperture within them went through the same process, shattering and disappearing. Eventually, in Cheng Bei's eyes, there was only half a gray aperture left, located in the lower half circle of the pupil, dull and full of death. In the meantime, In Cheng Bei's conscious world, it was as if there was a weakening energy that was constantly washing over him, making his brain drowsy and sluggish. Breaking and entering. The so-called genetic enhancement in human civilization is just dancing in chains, just failing in the pursuit of success. Then even if they reach the so-called SSS grade genes, they're still just the strongest ants under the chain of inhibition. I had only wanted to repay you for the placement of my skeleton and for the relief you gave to the little white people, and yet it didn't occur to me that you were a human being who might have a different future, an extremely special human being. Not only can you internalize your genes, but you have a dual gene sequence I've never seen before. In this moment, I activate the dusty knowledge that communicates to you the existence of the chain of inhibition. You suffer a more pronounced inhibition as a result. But if you can break through the current initial inhibition, you will have truly opened the first step in the fight against the chain of inhibition, and you will have the first stage of liberation of your consciousness. Your genes are restored to their original level and strengthened from the essence, under the same genetic level. After the liberation of the first stage of consciousness, the ability brought by your genes will be 100 to 12,000% of others. And such an enhancement, for you, would also appear to have a double effect, acting within both carbon and silicon-based sequences. At that time, you will glimpse the truest corner of consciousness. Cheng Bei's thoughts condensed slightly, then he asked, how should one achieve the so-called breakthrough? The strength of your consciousness that is elevated from the roots, and it doesn't take much of a span to do it, just through the backwash of human DNA. If one were to quantify a grade, then it would be to reach the human definition of Class A genetics. Cheng Bei pondered slightly. For a moment just now, he felt that his genetic grade had been promoted from C to B. But after he learned of the existence of the inhibitory chain, it was as if his genes shattered into pieces and became unranked. I had thought that the Queen's presence had brought unexpected rewards directly to myself. Now it seems that she is the one who brought an unexpected task. Inhibiting chain? A secret that no one knows. One was lucky enough to learn this truth from the mouths of souls 4.9 billion years ago, and then those chains instantly materialized and Sakan's backfired. The child was supposed to be a C-grade gene, and although this gene level was at best a small elite when placed in the society of all humanity, the child was after all a thriving seedling born out of the garbage earth, against all odds. And now it's just been served, for dishes haven't even waited to be moved yet, and it's just been lifted off the table? But, if one's genetic level, one can reach a grade, then the chain of inhibition, backlash will be broken. One's own genes, then, will receive an essential boost beyond the genetic level in the human definition, and that boost will be in the range of 100 to 12,000%, and, moreover, will act on top of the dual gene sequence. A-grade gen. It was an existence that was out of reach for ordinary humans. But it doesn't seem to be that hard for me with STC. This instant, Cheng Bei's thoughts churned. Actually, a lot of the time, I have a clear feeling in my mind. There are a lot of prerequisites to becoming a strong person, such as strong perseverance, such as hard work and dedication behind the scenes, and such as a talent that is proud of the world. I'm not that arrogant, and I'm sure there are plenty of people in the world who have far more to give than I do. But the truth is, not all that is given is reciprocated. If success is a major road, there will be countless forks in the road before that major road. Whether the road gets narrower or wider depends on something else, and that is opportunity. Many people who work hard and give their best are just missing some opportunities. What you've brought to me is a huge opportunity. This is the most precious thing. Breaking down and then standing up. Xing Kill, love that word. Chapter 114 The Iron Law. What's next? I'm clear. Cheng Bei's consciousness, still in the dark space, raised his eyes and looked around. I know that you're the queen from the little white man's memories, but at the same time, I have no idea at all what kind of existence you are, and why you're able to. Higher self. I am the queen's higher self. Cheng Bei's thoughts paused. What is the higher self? However, before the queen could answer the question, Cheng Bei's consciousness suddenly returned to reality. In his perspective, the huge figure of the queen in midair was rapidly becoming transparent and was about to dissipate. And at this point, Scarlet, who was leaning on the hatch of the spirit-type starship, her narrow eyelashes fluttering slightly, suddenly reached out her hand and rubbed her eyes before she stretched greatly and then opened her eyes. Also this instant, the figure of the giant queen in midair suddenly dissipated completely, as if it had never existed. Cheng Bei's pupils trembled. Wow, that was a good night's sleep. It's really so comfortable, I've never experienced anything like it. Crimson stared at her beautiful eyes, looking at Cheng Bei. The fatigue on her face had been swept away, full of sunny vigor and also exuding the unique charm of a woman. At this point in time, Cheng Bei. The logic of it had been understood. When Crimson fell asleep, the queen would appear, and when Crimson woke up, the queen would disappear in a flash. The logic is so logical, but there are still elusive truths and principles hidden in it. Suddenly, Scarlet took hold of Cheng Bei's hands, which were warm and delicate to the touch. Up close, her skin was like sheep's fat white jade, and her eyes were deep and beautiful. Cheng Bei, if I continue to suffer from insomnia in the future, and become very tired afterward, can I come back to you and rest in your starship? Cheng Bei gave a slight lurch. Maybe there is a little bit of straight male attribute in his bones, or he just ignores the other person's beauty plan. He found another way to find a key issue. When did I tell you that my name is Chung Bei? Scarlett also gave a start. She also thought back carefully. The other party really hadn't introduced themselves. I'm not sure, but your name, it just very magically appeared in my perception. Scarlett suddenly laughed with eyes like a curved moon. Perhaps, this is what is called fate? Chang Bei pondered. He only mentioned his name to the queen. There is a slight interoperability between the queen and Scarlett, but Scarlett knows nothing about it. All right. When you get tired later, you can contact me. Chang Bei smiled. Perhaps flirting with a big star like Crimson Songstress was the ultimate fantasy of countless men. But for Chang Bei, this was not something he coveted at all. It's the queen he covets. Because the queen's cognizance hides countless secrets that are like the pearls of the deep sea, like information breaks, which is also very likely to contain other incomparably precious opportunities. In the future, if Crimson rested within the Spirit-style starship, then Chang Bei would also be given the opportunity to speak with the queen. Just then, a series of small Huawei-branded luxury starships sailed into the space station. After these starships moored, 24 black-suited bodyguards came out in a line and headed straight for Chang Bei. Scarlett spat out her tongue. It's over, they've found me, I'm afraid I have to leave. Subsequently, Crimson left surrounded by a group of black-clothed men, one of whom had a reproachful look on his face but didn't dare to say anything more. I only heard them whisper, Teacher Crimson, you've been running for more than 5 hours, the whole team is in a hurry, if anything happens to you, none of me can afford the responsibility. And then another man in black found Chang Bei and asked Chang Bei for the starship's contact ID as the Crimson Songstress had instructed. This black-clothed man's attitude was very polite, but he still didn't hide the emotions in his heart perfectly, and he looked at Chang Bei's garbage starship for a long time, and then he looked at Chang Bei again for a long time. MS. Crimson spent 5 hours with this teenager inside such a trashy starship? This. It must not be what I think it is. They must be exploring the origins of the universe. Yes, it's the origin of the universe that's being explored. It makes sense all of a sudden when you think of it that way. Woohoo! What kind of vision is that, MS? Crimson? Inside the spirit-type starship, Chang Bei stared into a mirror, staring at his pupils. The previous handsome aperture disappeared, and in the pupil, there was only a gray semicircle, like rough rock, without a bit of luster. Chang Bei also tested his fitness. Without the help of the Type 1 biochemical battle armor, his own body, which had fallen back to the time when he was once a scavenger, was that of an ordinary person. Of course, if the assistance of the Type 1 biochemical battle armor was activated, his strength would easily go up to 10,000 newtons, and his speed would easily break through 30 meters per second, and he would still be a small pervert. That's okay. All it takes is to break through the Class A gene, and everything that was once there will come back, and it will complete the metamorphosis and be strengthened several times or dozens of times. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes. Just need to knock out some good medicine. But this so-called stoner is not a stoner in the common understanding of the word. A gene is definitely the existence of a phoenix in the human race. To be able to reach this height, almost always have to rely on innate genetic superiority, which is also known as the base. There must be a high-quality base in order to have a certain probability of impacting on such a height as an A-grade gene. Conversely, if the bottom line is not working, no matter how many drugs are knocked out, there will be no cumulative results. After human genetics had advanced by leaps and bounds, there had also been a super rich man who had poured out his family's fortune to purchase massive amounts of gene-catalyzing potions for himself, but he had ended up with the unavoidable phenomenon of genetic dissolution before he reached the A level. Gradually one comes to one conclusion. The concept of quantitative change causing qualitative change does not work on the path of genetic evolution. Chang Bei's judgment of himself was genetically more excellent. After all, he had once appeared to jump 3 levels in a row after taking the Valente Fantasy Potion. And the effects of Valente's fantasy potions are similarly dependent on the genetic base. Chang Bei wasn't blindly confident. What he relied on was the STC. If he could get enough synthetic raw materials for himself, then the final synthesized product would be unimaginable, and it was very, very possible that a one-shot would occur. No, it was the possibility of a direct promotion to A rank. So, Chang Bei's next goal was clear. He needed a large number of gene potions of the same model, failed products, defective products, it didn't matter, the larger the quantity the more stable. Because he's here. It is an ultimate iron law that quantitative change causes qualitative change. Chapter 115, City of Genes. The family is in turmoil and is distracted, heavenly kindness, words of thanks afterward, deserts, and never breaks faith. Chang Bei listened to the reply on the communicator. This desert guy is still not done? And the tone was still so rushed, and after replying, it disappeared completely. The procurement channels of the desert are still not available for the time being. Squeak. Right at this moment, a mass of white, soft and proper objects crawled up Chang Bei's pants leg and onto his shoulder. Chang Bei cocked his head. It was only natural to take Z, his little buddy, with him when he left from Trash Earth, except that the little guy hadn't been very active lately, and had been hiding and napping inside the ventilation ducts of the Spirit-type starship. Z stood on Chang Bei's shoulder and touched Chang Bei's cheek with his pointed mouth. Chang Bei could feel its whiskers and furry mouth with a hint of warmth, very healing. However, the next second, Z's entire body tilted, directly clinging to Chang Bei's neck, sitting paralyzed on his shoulders, his two front paws resting on his pink belly. Z, what's wrong with you? Squeak. The crisp and clean little girl's voice entered Chang Bei's ears. Don't call me Z, I'm Z's cousin, because the real Z has already starved to death 2 days ago, and I, too, will starve to death 2 days from now. Said. Squeak patted her deflated belly with her paw. Gee, it's... Chang Bei of course knew that what was on his shoulder was Z, only that this little guy possessed a very high level of spiritual intelligence and was joking and poking fun, but its stomach, it was really hungry. Squeak is the only surviving mouse in the Chinese Institute of Genetics. The reason it was in the state it was in today was because it had eaten a large amount of gene-catalyzed potions sealed by the Genetic Research Institute, and to this day, this little guy's life could only be sustained by gene potions. During her previous days in the underground shelter, Z had survived on the inferior genetic potion left over from Chang Bei's synthesis. But those were but a handful or two, and were soon drunk up. At that time, Chang Bei realized that Z didn't really like those poor-quality gene potion failures, but it still rustled them all up. There was an old saying that a dog doesn't mind a family. Squeak's status was naturally much higher than a pet dog, and his true status was the king of hundreds of millions of killer rats. This little guy trusted Chang Bei very much and had helped him fight. Chang Bei scratched his head. It would be a great sin if we did starve Z to death. Gene potion. I'm going to need a lot of genetic potions. Z needs to feed on the gene potion too. There is an urgent need. Chang Bei frowned in thought, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I remember, I saw a planet about genetic potions in Hua Kunlun's memory chip before. Chang Bei came straight to the bridge. The processor began to rapidly parse the contents of the Flower Kunlun chip. Beta Serpentis, the Twilight Star Barnard star field, Earth-like planet D3JD34, known as the City of Genes, is the largest hub for genetic potions in current human civilization. Good. Good. Yes. Chang Bei's eyes gradually gained light. Depart. The engines of the garbage-collecting starship slowly turned on, the goal clear and unambiguous. After exiting the space station, it plunged headlong into the directional stargate to Beta Serpentis. Toll 80,000. Tolls 180,000. Tolls 360,000. Tolls are $420,000. Chang Bei, as an interstellar rookie, had not expected at all that traveling to Beta Serpentis, which was only 596 light-years away from the Sun, would actually involve rolling through 7 or 8 directional stargates. The subsequent tolls paid, Chang Bei no longer dared to look straight. It had already accumulated to a figure of millions, and such an amount was already enough to mingle on the trashy Earth, or even bully men and women and run roughshod over them for the rest of their lives. Sure enough, with humanity's current level of technology, crisscrossing the entire universe was a struggle. The energy consumption of those directional stargates was extremely staggering, and the mining of interstellar energy was extremely strenuous, so it indirectly led to the astronomical cost of interstellar navigation in general. Spirit-style star voyage in progress. Chang Bei arrived at the cargo warehouse, where a handsome space mech was still sleeping. For the time being, the mech produced a breach, and there was no longer a core control pod, as its core control pod, which was the previous escape pod, had been recovered by that space fortress. But these are minor issues. Chang Bei planned that after taking care of this gene potion crisis, he was heading to the core city of human civilization, the kind of place that would inevitably have a sales center for large mechs, or a customization factory or something like that. Chang Bei was perfectly capable of purchasing one or even more mechs and then synthesizing them with this one. As a real man, the third dream in his heart is precisely to own a dangling mech. That dream is no longer far-fetched. It's in the near future. In 5 minutes, we will be pulling into the D3JD34 dedicated Stargate. The Spirit Starship is expected to reach the final target point in 8 minutes. Chang Bei was also slightly stunned as he listened to the beeps echoing within the starship. Isn't D3JD34 the city of genetics? It hadn't occurred to me that it actually possessed its own exclusive Stargate, which was equivalent to a city with a direct airport in the olden times, which showed its degree of prosperity. Fast forward back to the bridge. Chang Bei saw Spirit maintain his thinker's posture and sit motionless on the steps. It had been in this state for the entire voyage, almost 40 hours. Chang Bei knew that it had also received a gift from the Queen, which was the knowledge of material science and energy utilization in the Society of Giants 4.9 billion years ago, and the character of the Spirit itself was very studious and fond of immersive thinking. So Spirit has been learning and organizing that precious knowledge. In the near future, Spirit will take this knowledge and give it back to the beguiling civilization that is still nothing at the moment. The rippling music plays. The rusty junker slowly made the last Stargate, and about 10,000 kilometers away in front of it, a red planet floated silently, with an atmosphere rare in the universe, and one dark black gas cluster swirling on the surface of the atmosphere. It looks spooky though. But there is actually a case to be made, because the star of this star field, the Sun, is none other than Barnard's star, as described in the previous locus, which is ancient, a dull red dwarf of type M4, with a surface temperature of about 3000 K and a reddish glow. All the celestial bodies in the nearby star field were illuminated by it in a dark red color. The red planet 10,000 kilometers away was Chang Bei's destination for this trip, the legendary city of Genes. Sailed to the neighborhood. Chang Bei found that this planet possessed specialized space navigators who piloted command starships and guided all alien starships to a unified entrance and through which they entered the atmosphere of the Gene City. Entrance. There were human operators, maneuvering large scanning equipment, scanning the garbage collection ships. And Chang Bei, the sole pilot, received the same scan. After everything was completed, a large appeared within the huge void screen suspended in front of it. Chang Bei was also a bit puzzled. For the channel ahead, surprisingly, was also bisected, forming two entrances, one on the left and one on the right. When in Rome, the garbage collection boat slowly pulled into the right entrance as instructed. Landing in progress. Chang Bei found that on the left side of the starship, there was always an incomparably tall metal wall, as if rooted in the ground, and straight through the atmosphere, as if the space on the ground, also divided into two. 30 minutes later, the garbage collection ship slowly landed on the dark red ground. It was desolate, with dark red soil, dark red rocks, and no traces of any buildings or human civilization, just like an unexplored planet. Sure. On Chang Bei's left side, the huge wall made of gray metal still led straight up to the clouds. Chang Bei slowly stepped down from the starship and looked at the surrounding scene confused. What's the situation? Suddenly, Chang Bei felt someone tugging at his pants leg. Looking down, a 7 or 8-year-old boy wearing a white undershirt and black shorts appeared beside him at some point, with his hands behind his back, and all over his body, he was covered in dirt and mud. Chang Bei looked behind the little boy, which was an endless red goby. Where did he come from? Brother, is there medicine? The little boy opened his mouth, his voice clear and crisp. Chang Bei paused. What kind of medicine? Just. The little boy said, suddenly bringing his hand, hidden behind his back, out and pointing it at his mouth. It was also at this moment that Chang Bei suddenly realized that on the right shoulder of the little boy, there were 3 arms growing at the same time, 2 of which were malnourished and resembled dry corpses, and as the main arm was lifted, the other 2 were shaking in midair. The little boy opened his mouth again, and then it split in an arc twice the size of a normal human. Chang Bei clearly saw that inside his mouth, there were actually 7 or 8 layers of pure black teeth growing. Chapter 116 The Gifted. A terrifying mouth that kept coming closer and closer, as if it wanted to tear Chang Bei apart and devour him. Chang Bei could even see the black suspensory in its throat. Suddenly, the crusher-like mouth stopped in front of Chang Bei, and the little boy stretched out his deformed arm, pointing to the 7 or 8 layers of teeth in his mouth. His voice slurred from speaking with his mouth open, that is, the medicine that will cure my strange illness. The little boy's body was grotesque, but his eyes were still clear. Beneath the horror lies the soul of an ordinary little boy. Chang Bei shook his head. I've also just arrived, and I'm also here to look for medicine. The little boy's strange mouth closed and a hint of disappointment passed through his eyes. Oh. Also at this time, a genetic city patrol craft slowly sailed past Chang Bei. In the craft, a man in a protective suit, similar to security, scanned Chang Bei and the weird little boy from above. Chang Bei asked, how can I get into the city? The craft paused slightly and the man in it said, you're not qualified. Chang Bei frowned, why am I not qualified? A hint of impatience surfaced on the man's face, because you're a failure. Chang Bei gave a slight lurch, then his frown deepened. Where did you get this standard from? I don't know if you're suffering from drug-induced amnesia, or if you suffered defeat on another planet and were stranded here. The flyer went up to security and rested his arm on the window. Take a good look at yourself and then look at the kid. Chang Bei suddenly realized something and looked down at the little boy's pupils. The little boy also grinned at Chang Bei, revealing 7 or 8 layers of teeth. Chang Bei clearly saw that there was a semicircular pattern in the little boy's pupil, and in the lower arc of the pupil, it was dull and the material was like rough and cracked rock. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. The child's genetic phenotype is identical to his own. Little brother. The security guards on the flying machine looked at Chang Bei's surprised expression, and a hint of sympathy finally surfaced. It's not easy for everyone wants to move up, those who succeed will always be a minority. You are now just like those kids, I see that you are still young now, those 2 words are unknown to me. In short, your existence, just like those kids, has no meaning of existence. The craft started slowly. The security guard's voice grew farther away. The rules of the city of genes are clear, failed genes, defective genes, are not allowed to enter. Chang Bei stood in place, a presumption in his mind. This child should be physically deformed because of a genetic problem, but one is fundamentally different from a child. Whereas your own situation is temporary, this child is for life. And the people of the city of genes, who personify themselves and these children, in the same category. The planet's shipping lanes, the reason why they are bisected, is also to divide the different kinds of genes. Chang Bei looked up at the towering city wall in front of him. That is to say, within this face was the true city of genes, and within it were all the so-called higher geneticists as well. Suddenly, not far from the city wall, a gate suddenly opened. In the main door, 7 or 8 figures stood, all of them wearing uniform special black coveralls, styled somewhat like old-timey Zhongshan suits, with a solid gold human DNA graphic emblazoned on the right side of their chests. At the head of the group was a young man, about 23 or 24 years old, with black hair and a handsome, heroic face. Brother Dove! The little boy beside Chang Bei suddenly shouted excitedly. It was also at this instant that the ground around them suddenly flipped over a plank of wood that was covered with red soil, which was difficult to spot before. And underneath these planks was a half-meter deep dirt bed, and many children, burrowing out of the dirt pit, ran toward the man inside the gate. Chang Bei froze, so it turned out that the little guy had hidden under the ground before. And none of the children who ran out were in a normal state, they all had varying degrees of deformity on their bodies, some were shoeless and had abnormally fat feet with multiple toes. Others have their spines bent in an intersection shape and are unable to stand upright and can only crawl on all fours. One of the children who appeared to be the most physically normal had a third eye growing out of the corner of his right eye. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chang Bei gained new information and generated new inferences. These children clearly possess different genetic issues, and there must be an inevitable reason for them to gather outside the city of genes. I'm afraid that this city of genes is not as glamorous as it seems. For example, the accomplishments they have gained have come at the cost of endless test subjects, and these children. I'm afraid they're those test subjects. Brother Dove! Brother Dove! These kids obviously knew the man and cheered non-stop. The man in black also smiled warmly and reached out to touch the children's heads one by one without a trace of dislike. With that, the man in black waved his hand. Behind them, several staff members slowly carried out a huge glass jar with an electronic metering faucet mounted on the front of the jar, and a staff member took a test tube and received a precise dose of black liquid from the jar, which was then distributed to the deformed children. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes. The children, however, showed no fear, but rather a look of anticipation and excitement. After receiving the test tube, they couldn't wait to drink the black liquid in it in one gulp, followed by a satisfied and comfortable expression. Some of the children wanted another cup, but the staff shook their heads and pointed to the scale on the test tube, presumably meaning that the potion needed to be dosed. Chang Bei felt that the behavior in front of him and in that black potion revealed some sort of weirdness, and then he slightly stepped forward. Also at this time, the black-robed man who was in the lead saw Chang Bei's figure and locked eyes with him. For some reason, as the man in black surveyed Chang Bei's clothes and looked at Chang Bei's garbage recycling starship, his entire body suddenly froze in place, his pupils trembling violently. A few steps across, the black-robed man, who was called Brother White Dove by the children, came straight in front of Chang Bei, his eyes wide open, for azure apertures in his pupils, bright and dark. Chang Bei paused slightly. What does this dude mean? My name is Zhang Beige. However, the man in black slowly reached out, but grabbed Chang Bei's blue scavenger cloak. He clutched the worn and rough cloak, his fingers rubbing together slightly, his pupils actually surfaced tears. Actually, the scavenger's cloak he clutched in his hand wasn't original at all, but was a tunic that had been anthropomorphized from Chang Bei's Type 1 biochemical battle armor. But it's obvious. The black-robed man in front of him, who had a special affection for the scavenger's cloak, tilted his head, the tears in his eyes clearly visible. Friend, are you from Trash Earth? Chang Bei was a bit puzzled and slowly nodded his head. However, he saw Zhang Bei's face suddenly agitated, and as soon as he hugged Chang Bei, he didn't mind the dust on Chang Bei's body at all, and in Chang Bei's ear, his voice trembled a little. Brother, my name is Zhang Beige, and I'm from Garbage Earth Area A33. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. You? From Trash Earth? Zhang Beige let go of Chang Bei and looked straight at him with tears in his eyes. Once, there was also a blue scavenger cloak that accompanied me for 20 whole years. Chang Bei drifted off, plus a bit shocked. I've always heard that once on the Garbage Earth, some 1 in a million scavengers, by virtue of their talent, broke through the genetic limitations, and then left the Garbage Earth and entered the human society. Zhang Beige nodded. It's an honor, I'm one of them. Chang Bei's eyes widened, really somewhat unanticipated. Only to see Zhang Bei's arms, all of them trembling more than just because of excitement. Brother, you know what, although the environment of Trash Earth is poor, and its inhabitants are constantly fighting, but when I see you, and when I see this familiar cloak, I feel incomparably close. The universe is so big, and I can see a scavenger again. It's like a dreamlike scene. Perhaps driven by Zhang Bei's emotions, Chang Bei was also somewhat moved. Indeed, to be able to overcome 1,000 obstacles and become the best in an environment like that of Garbage Earth, and then to come out of the earth and enter the universe, is itself an event of extremely low probability. Not to mention, the same two best can meet in the vast universe. The probability of this is even lower to minuscule. If you really want to pursue the root of it, can only be the arrangement of fate. Chang Bei sized up Zhang Beige and inexplicably felt a sense of closeness as well. This guy was now shiny, and had come out of the city of genes again, and with 7 or 8 of his men. All indications are that he's mixing well. No matter what, he was one of the best on Trash Earth, and even if he entered human society nowadays, he certainly wouldn't be relegated to the bottom of the heap. He should be a small powerful figure in this city of genes, at least some sort of captain, or department director or something like that. That saying is not true. Would you rather be the head of the chicken than the tail? Wrong, since it is the head of the chicken, it is bound to be superior, as long as he himself does not burn out, will never be reduced to the tail of the phoenix. Also at this time, the previous inspection security rushed in his flying machine, took 3 steps and arrived in front of Zhang Beige, directly bending over at 90 degrees to salute. Hello boss. Chang Bei gave a start and looked at the security, boss. However, he saw the security guard raise his head and smile towards Chang Bei. Little brother, I really didn't expect that you actually know the boss of our Jin city. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ha! Chang Bei had a surprised look at Zhang Beige. You, city of Jins, the boss? However, he saw Zhang Beige with a smile on his face and nodded slightly. It's an honor, it's none other than me. Chapter 117 Blemishes. I'll go. I have a small grid. Has this kid gone from being a chicken head to a phoenix head? It's super reversed. Chang Bei was somewhat stunned as he looked at Zhang Beige in front of him. According to the previous visual inspection, this Earth-like planet under his feet was close to 1/2 of the Earth in volume, and the walls of the city of Jins, which divided this place into 2, indicated that the footprint of the city of Jins was as much as 1/2 of this planet. Such a huge area shows its prosperity and wealth. And as its owner, Zhang Beige, TSK, strength and financial power, both unimaginable existence. Gradually, Chang Bei revealed a smile. Life is full of surprises. Since the owner of the city of Jins was his own hometown, I'm afraid that his potion plague would no longer be a problem. But, before revealing his true purpose, Chang Bei also needed to ascertain Zhang Bei's character. Because that number of deformed children, and that weird black liquid, is also true. With that, Chang Bei looked toward the children who were taking the black potion in the distance. What's going on with them? Zhang Beige looked at the child from afar and sighed slightly. They aren't genetic agent experimental subjects, their parents are. Chang Bei slowly turned his head sideways and looked at Zhang Beige, only to see Zhang Beige recalled, about 5 years ago, the city of Jins developed a new generation of genetic modification potion, and this potion, it is highly likely that the human genetic level, to realize cross-grade enhancement, therefore, the entire city of Jins, in the overnight attention. But we are well aware that this potion is only in its initial stages and we are not yet 100% sure of the effects. We need a lot of trials and corrections. And the test can only be human experimentation. The city of Jins is not an evil force and would never do something inhumane in the shadows. We put out a call to the entire human community. It is hoped that a certain number of experimenters will be sought on the principle of equality and voluntariness. There's no pay for this trial. And, we described the consequences of a failed test extremely clearly, even exaggeratedly. Saying that, Zhang Beige looked at Chang Bei. Guess what the final result was? Chang Bei's eyes flashed, swarming. Zhang Beige nodded. The lure of genetic enhancement is just too great, not to mention a certain chance of leveling up. 2 hours after the recruitment was released, the outside of the city of Jins was overcrowded with thousands of people. If we hadn't called a halt to the recruitment in time, there is a possibility that 100,000, a million, or even more would have gathered here. Chang Bei frowned, and then, Zhang Bei slowly said, at the strong request of the first batch of 5,845 people, we targeted all of them and conducted pharmaceutical experiments. Chang Bei raised his head. What's the result? Zhang Beige fell into hesitation, his brows getting tighter and tighter. There was a full minute of silence before he spoke slowly. Failed, all of them, 5,845 of them, none of them. Chang Bei frowned. How could this be? The potion has already appeared as a finished product. Even if the success rate is not high, it cannot be zero. Zhang Beige slowly lowered his head. This is a mistake, a major mistake, on the part of the city of Jins. Chang Bei exhaled slowly, and then after that. At first, with 5,845 testers, there were no abnormalities. We thought for a while that it was unfortunate that it didn't have any catastrophic consequences. But gradually, some of them kept having problems with their genes, and from originally healthy genes, they turned into defective genes, and they kept having all kinds of diseases, and some of them died. They have gathered here to denounce us and demand that we take responsibility for them, that we develop a new potion to cure them, and that we promise to find a way to raise their genetic level again as compensation after they are cured. Before the test, a waiver was signed, so the Star League was kind of on our side and didn't sanction us. But I know I have no reason to expel them, it's a responsibility we can't shirk. But 5 years have passed and we have never found a cure for them. Zhang Beige looked at the desert in front of him. They are still here, but most of them are too weak to gather in protest anymore, and, in the past time, they have defied us by forming families here, even having promiscuous sex and giving birth to babies. Zhang Beige looked at the deformed child. New life is beautiful, the world is beautiful, but if at the beginning of birth, life is full of imperfections and destined to be unrepairable, then the world will be like a purgatory, and I'd rather that they never came. Chang Bei had understood everything. What are they drinking? The defective gene disrupts their immune system, and their bodies develop fever at irregular intervals, producing severe bone pain. Zhang Bei said bluntly, I lied to them and said that it was a gene repair potion, but in fact, it was just some ordinary analgesic medication. By now, the children had all finished their potions, each blinking and glowing with anticipation. Zhang Bei added, I also lied to them and said that as long as they persisted in taking the medicine, one day, their bodies would return to normal. The dark red sun hung in the sky. The breeze curls the red soil. A group of deformed children, looking ahead with longing. Changbei knows. It's the sad song of the times, the advancement of technology, with all its negative consequences. Who's to blame? Is it the fault of the city of genes, or the fault of those experimenters? They are both at fault, or both right too. The progress of the times has given rise to the technology of genetic optimization, and the greed of human nature has made those experimenters reckless and out of control in the management of their desires, so that those children are born into the world. Maybe it has nothing to do with genetics, it's all a flaw in human nature. Chapter 118 Complex Relationships. Bro. Zhang Beige looked at Changbei. I haven't asked you what you want to do when you come here. I'm going to need a lot of genetic potions. Not a repair potion, but a gene enhancement potion. I don't require quality, success rate doesn't matter, even if it's a failure. Changbei looked at Zhang Beige and now knew that this person was kind-hearted and not an evil person, so he stated the purpose of his trip. Zhang Beige had noticed the half-circle in Changbei's eyes before. In his heart, he judged that this old countryman of his should have ventured out somewhere and used a gene-catalyzing agent, resulting in genetic disintegration, and although he was a little stronger than those experimenters, he was actually in a similar situation, and could only pin his future on those very slim hopes. Zhang Bei's face showed a touch of sorrow. I'll try to help you as much as I can. Zhang Beige, what are you doing? Just then, an angry shout came from inside the gate of the city wall, but it was a tall, blond man of European descent. Zhang Bei's expression changed and he hurriedly folded back, revealing a smirk. Senior, I was just. You're doing this pointless and wasteful thing again. The blond man wrinkled his brow. How many times have I told you not to open the gates and bail them out again? Just then, the deformed boy from before came over to the blond man's leg, tugged on his pant leg, and opened his mouth with a large mouth with 7 or 8 layers of teeth. Brother, do you have any medicine? That's disgusting. The blond man raised his hand, about to slap the little boy across the face. It was Zhang Beige who stood between the man and the little boy, piling on the smiles and saying, Senior brother, don't be angry. The blond man's palm stopped in the air and suddenly glanced at the jar of black potion on the side, his brows furrowed. Such a large dosage. Do you think that I, the City of Genes, am a charity organization? Snap. A loud slapping sound came, but it was the blonde man who slapped Zhang Beige in the face. Zhang Bei's head tilted and her cheeks reddened, but then she laughed. Senior brother, I'll reduce it next time. How dare there be a next time? The blonde man's eyes glared, and Zhang Bei swallowed, not daring to speak. The scene. It was completely unexpected by Changbei. Wasn't Zhang Bei the owner of the City of Genes? And who was that blonde man who could slap the owner of this place at the entrance of the City of Genes? The big customer from the K233 colony planet has landed in the city. This is the biggest order of the year for my Gene City. How dare you have the heart to do such meaningless things here when you're not going with me to receive clients? The blonde man glared angrily. Zhang Beige, you boss, can you still do your job or not? Zhang Beige nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. Instead, he saw the blonde man turn around and walk towards the inner gates of the city. Zhang Beige stood still, hesitated for a while, and ran straight to Changbei. Changbei started to speak. What was that man? Zhang Bei's cheeks were still slightly red inside. He is my senior, my elder brother, and this genetic city was created by the hand of our common teacher, who disappeared for no reason 4 years ago, leaving behind only a letter asking me to take over the position of the boss. So it's you, a boss, who exists in the cracks. Division infighting? Changbei's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the blonde man's back, a touch of coldness appearing in his eyes. Since you're willing to help me, in exchange, I can actually do something for you. Zhang Beige instantly guessed Changbei's meaning and shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's not what you think. Zhang Beige, what are you still dawdling about? Only to hear the blonde man's furious voice from within the city gates once again. Waste one. Zhang Beige instantly panicked and whispered to Changbei, tonight at 3 o'clock, we'll still meet here and I'll give you what you want. And after. Zhang Beige looked at the little boy with 7 or 8 layers of teeth. Do me a favor and find a temporary resting place for this brother. The little boy nodded. With that, Zhang Beige jogged and followed behind the blonde man, and the gate of the City of Genes closed with a bang. Brother, go wow. The little boy at his side grinned, showing 7 or 8 layers of black teeth. Take you to my house. Your house? Changbei pondered. Before Zhang Beige said that once more than 5,000 experimenters had never left this place and settled here, the home in the little boy's mouth must be the place where they lived. Changbei knew too little about the outside of Earth, and wouldn't mind seeing more of the terroir. Changbei then moved his feet along with a few children. The little boy with 7 or 8 layers of teeth suddenly smiled. My name is Circle Tooth Boy. Another little boy with 3 eyes said, my name is 3 Eyes. The kid with no shoes and huge feet said, my name is Fatfoot. My name is Changbei. Changbei smiled. These children's names were simple and straightforward, with whatever characteristics they had. Suddenly, a young boy with an unblemished appearance jumped in front of Changbei and grinned. My name is Double Chicken Boy. Ha! Changbei surveyed the little one. Double Chicken. What, you don't believe me? The little boy felt for his belt. I'll show you with my pants down. Forget it, I believe it. As he walked, Changbei glanced back at the unseen walls of the City of Genes. So far, they weren't sure what was going on with Zhang Beige, the blonde man, or the city of genes, and what unknown secrets were hidden behind them. Wait until you see Zhang Beige in the evening before you have a chance to ask about it. If Zhang Beige really had any hard feelings, Zhang Bei didn't mind lending a helping hand. At this point, Zhang Bei suddenly saw that Circle Tooth Boy was eating something. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a roughly grained energy bar. Circle Tooth Boy kept a small portion of it for himself and distributed most of it to the other children. Zhang Bei asked, "Where did the energy bar come from?" Circle Tooth Boy chewed his food as he said, "Stole it from the pocket of that big dumb blonde guy just now." "So you guys just approached that guy to steal something? You're quite the man-child." But Zhang Bei looked at the energy bar in Circle Tooth Boy's hand and gradually narrowed his eyes. This energy bar looked rough, similar to the rations of the scavengers on Trash Earth. How that guy was also the senior brother of the owner of the City of Genes. Why would he carry this kind of poor quality food with him? Chapter 119, The Truth About the City. Inside the brilliant and grandiose City of Genes. On the huge square of hundreds of thousands of square meters, there was a black-painted, rich and luxurious starship parked. "Oh, Boss Shun. Regardless of the amount you your order this time, we, the City of Genes, will give you the highest discount." The blonde senior from before, an obese man with his arm around his sultry female companion, shook hands. Zhang Beige, on the other hand, stood quietly on the sidelines. It doesn't matter if you want to lengthen the fingers of your gaming athletes through secondary genetic programming, or if you want to customize a slimmer waist for those dancers in your entertainment venues. The blonde master smiled. "We, the City of Genes, guarantee that we can accomplish the greatest effect in the shortest time possible. Those little fights are no longer interesting. What's more, out there right now, there are at least 3 remodeling facilities that surpass you on a technical level." The fat man across from him had a fat face and his eyes were squeezed into slits. "I'm here this time because I have other needs." The blonde master's face stiffened slightly, then he revealed a bland smile again. "Then what exactly does Boss Shin want?" The fat man raised his head. "I want the potion number 2 your teacher left behind." "Potion number 2? The blonde master's expression changed slightly. "You mustn't be joking. Potion number 2 is even a product of 5 years ago. It's something old. Even more ancient. Potion number 2 is a 23% boost, and this stuff is very much in demand on the black market." Fatty said, "I'm going to purchase the formula for number 2, as for the price, feel free to open it." "Ha ha ha." The blonde master smiled brightly. Boss Shin is really getting more and more humorous. "No. 2 is the result of the teacher's early years. The effect is hard to say. After the teacher left, the relevant files are lost to nowhere, where there is still any formula." "Cassius, will you stop pretending?" Fatty smiled coldly. "Don't think that I don't know the true nature of your City of Genes. You're not even as good as a dog now." The blonde master's smile froze. "Boss Shin, what did you say?" "I say, your City of Genes is now poor as a dog." The fat man said lightly. "And you're still pretending to be polished and seemingly equal to me, talking business with me?" The blonde master frowned. "Boss Shin, please watch your words." "Words? I've given you enough face. Without your teacher, you, and that nominal boss Zhang Beige, you're nothing." Fatty pointed at Zhang Beige, then at the blonde master, and angrily shouted, "I sent someone to investigate you guys before. Your Gene City has been going downhill all the time since that test accident 5 years ago, and as things stand now, you have nothing left. Thanks to the fact that I've been cooperating with you guys for the past few years, you guys are playing me like a dog first." Snap! A loud slapping sound rang out as the fat man slapped the blonde master's face with such force that the blonde master retreated back and forth and finally fell to the ground. "Sure fu." Zhang Beige stepped forward and hurriedly held the blonde man. "I only heard the fat man say, the only value you have now is those formulas left by your teacher. I'll be here tonight, give you 12 hours, whether you sell them to me for cash or continue to wait for death, you decide." "Say it." Fatty turned around and boarded his starship, and the luxury starship slowly floated along with it, eventually hovering below the atmosphere. This kind of starship was fully equipped with all the facilities inside, so Fatty could spend this night comfortably while waiting. The blonde master was kneeling on the ground, his eyes trembling. Also at this time, a low-energy beep sounded not far away. Suddenly, the entire City of Genes flickered frequently, and the tall laboratories, luxurious residences, and wide, straight avenues around them were all like shadows that began to loom. Finally, the holographic projection runs out of energy. The City of Genes revealed its original face. The white flagstone avenues were covered with cracks and fissures, the artificial greenery had turned into bare tree trunks, and almost all the buildings, whose glass had been shattered and which were not half-lit, had been emptied of people. It is the remains of a glorious city, like the end of a wasteland. And within the huge plaza, there was only the blonde-haired senior brother kneeling on the ground and Zhang Beige who was holding his shoulder. The previous Boss Shin looked obese, but in fact, he had gone through a lot of genetic optimization, and his strength was enormous, and this slap made half of the blonde master's face swell up, and he stared at the ground, spat out 2 bloodied teeth. Zhang Beige let out a shaky breath, turning back to the 100-meter-tall sculpture in the center of the square. The sculpture was an old man-like figure, wearing a tattered and patched white coat, with curly, tangled hair, about 60 years of age, with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. "Sensei." Tears welled up in Zhang Beige's eyes. Fatty was right. In fact, since that test accident 5 years ago, the reputation of the City of Genes had been stinking. More and more organizations terminated their cooperation, and the City of Genes had no more of its former glory, and became languishing. The teacher was mentally ill before he left, and perhaps he didn't want to leave this mess behind. Nonetheless, himself and his senior brother did not intend to give up on this City of Genes that had once brought them countless honors, and had taken them in at the end of their rope. The two have been working hard and have been trying to figure out how to save the City of Genetics. But the soldiers were defeated and the decadence grew stronger. At this moment, the huge City of Genes could only receive sporadic gene customization business, and when it was said to be gene customization, it was actually equivalent to the plastic surgery of the old times, a very low-end project. About 20 employees remain, but will soon be unable to make payroll as well. Everything can only be made up by false pretenses. No one knew that within the tall walls was actually a more downtrodden existence than the outside. Shifu, the man, was grumpy from the immense pressure, but would always be at the forefront of every major event. Previously, he had blamed himself for giving out analgesic potions to those children, but in reality, it was also a helpless move, just a mere bucket of analgesic potions. Such a huge genetic city was already almost unable to even afford it. Sensei. Zheng Bei still looked at the huge sculpture. At this time this sculpture after the wind and sun, has also become mottled and broken. We know you have a lab. There are formulas you once had stored there, as well as thousands of potion experiments. But why didn't you tell us the location before you left? I come from trashy Earth, despised and targeted at every turn, and you're the one who took me on as a student. Shifu, he was born with crippled genes, you saved him. We won't use our power for personal gain, we just want to save the City of Genes. Your laboratory, where exactly is it? And you, where have you been? At this very moment. Within the blonde master's communicator, the voice of Fatty Shin's boss suddenly came out. Alright, if you guys don't intend to sell me the formula of the No. 2 potion, then I'm ready to make the truth of your City of Genes known to the public. After all, I, as a successful entrepreneur, have to take up the corresponding social responsibility as well. The blonde master's eyes trembled as he let out a low roar, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. He kept pounding the ground with his fists, the broken tiles cutting his palms and dripping with blood. Chapter 120 The Founder. D3JD34 The landscape is peculiar. Combined with the illumination of twilight stars, this creates a vast expanse of red gobstoppers. The small tornado that wrapped around the soil was also a strange red color that was very new. Chang Bei looked ahead, a flat river, without any shadow of the complex. He couldn't help but ask Circle Tooth Boy, is your home far away? No. Only to see Circle Tooth Boy trot forward a few steps before jumping on a red rock and reaching down to point, here it is. Chang Bei's expression moved, and he took a few steps forward, also mounting the stone and looking down. Instead, they saw that below them was a huge red canyon that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. The sides of the canyon were rugged, with natural trestles and nearly 1,000 caves of various sizes, and in those caves, faint yellow lights were lit, and in some of them there were curtains made of worn-out fabrics hanging from the doorways. Vaguely visible, there are a number of figures walking on the trestle, but also in the cave mouth to build a fire to cook, steaming curls of smoke. Circle Tooth Boy grinned his grotesque mouth and laughed, welcome to the Valley of the Flawed O. Chang Bei found the scene in front of him quite shocking. You live underground? Yeah. Circle Tooth Boy said, if we live underground, we won't be discovered by our customers in the universe, so that Brother White Dove can strike a deal with them. We also don't want to make things difficult for Brother White Dove. Chang Bei looked at Circle Tooth Boy, you guys have such a good impression of Zhang Beige? Sure. Circle Tooth Boy sighed, we all know very well that he just took over the old city lord's mess. If I knew where that old city lord was, I would have used my teeth and bitten his balls off. Chang Bei secretly nodded. According to the timeline combing, the teacher who had established the City of Genes, not long after stabbing the basket, threw down Zhang Beige and the others, and directly ran away. Along with a couple of kids, walk up the steep side walls and into the canyon. Chang Bei met the so-called defectives on the road. Almost all of them were skinny, bony, dark-skinned and unclothed. Many of them had no hair and their eyes were swollen, like goldfish. But fortunately, they all had a clear will and just looked at Chang Bei with dull and numb eyes. If they had no sense and would attack humans indiscriminately, this place would be no different from a zombie lair in a movie. Sister! At the very bottom of the canyon, Circle Tooth Boy shouted at the top of his lungs into a hole hung with tattered burlap, I've brought back an outsider, and Brother Pigeon has asked us to look after him for a few hours. The burlap was lifted and a 16 or 17-year-old girl stepped out. She had a delicate and luscious figure, and at a glance it was evident that her features were very beautiful. Unfortunately, she had no hair, and her forehead was swollen and twice the size of a normal person's. Chang Bei nodded and smiled at her, wondering if her name would be the same as her appearance. My name is Vanilla. The young girl looked at Chang Bei and said somewhat coldly, it's one of the experimenters. My name is Chang Bei. Teenagers who come from trashy Earths never discriminate against anyone. The young girl paused, returned to the cave, and took out a piece of something extremely rough, similar to a steamed bun, and shoved it into Chang Bei's hand. Circle Tooth Boy gulped on the sidelines. Cheng Bei, see, really, the young girl's cave, there is a clay pot fired by the clay method, there is only a piece of half-steamed bread, just vanilla in that half-steamed bread. Stayed for a moment, and finally took out the complete steamed bread, and gave it to Cheng Bei. Cheng Bei didn't say anything more and took the steamed bun. A clear touch came from his hand, and this kind of bun was even more inferior than old Lin's kind of full impurity energy block. You're here to heal, aren't you? Vanilla looked at the half-gray aperture in Cheng Bei's eyes. We also have an outsider here. I'll take you to meet him. You might have some common language, and getting along might be easier for you. Cheng Bei froze. There are even outsiders living in the flawed One Valley? He's lived here for 4 years already. With that, Herb began walking, leading the way. Cheng Bei followed while speaking. Sister Vanilla, since you're an experimenter, then you were the first batch of visitors 5 years ago. You must have some knowledge of the creator of this gene city, Zheng Bei's teacher, right? Vanilla just nodded, with little inclination to express herself, her demeanor remaining cold. Cheng Bei was not discouraged. Can you tell me about him? You're a defective gene. We're defective genes. Vanilla's eyes widened, the half-gray circle of light in her pupil especially noticeable, but we were formed for a different reason, and throughout the Valley of the Flawed, everyone hates that name so much that no one wants to talk about him. Immediately, Vanilla glanced back at Cheng Bei, who had a somewhat apologetic face, and thought that he was entrusted with Zheng Bei. Finally, Vanilla sighed slowly. His name is Valente. Valente? Cheng Bei gave a slight lurch. He clearly remembered that he had seen this name more than once before when he synthesized gene potions on the trashy earth. The multiple genetic potions synthesized by Cheng Bei came from Valente's formula. He was a genius apothecary in the black market, creating a variety of genetic potions that sold well in the black market, but suddenly one day, this Valente disappeared from the black market, and rumor has it that he was taken in by the Galactic Alliance. Are they, in fact, the same person? All I know is that this guy once amassed a great deal of wealth through unseen identities. Vanilla said as she led the way. Then he took his savings, came here, established the city of genes, and shifted into a well-known scientist and businessman. After saying this, Vanilla fell silent, seemingly unwilling to mention that name again, or maybe that was all she knew. Cheng Bei suddenly felt that this event was becoming more and more interesting. Who are you going to take me to? Cheng Bei did not want to make things difficult for Herb, and then changed the topic. He called himself Uncle Waste. Vanilla turned a corner ahead and continued walking. He is from the outside world, just like you, and is also a defective geneticist, and in your situation, there is a possibility of losing your life at any time, while Uncle Ruin seems to have a deep understanding of the ways of nourishing and renewing your life, so you should be able to be of some help by communicating with him. Oh, Cheng Bei also found it interesting. There's even such an existence? Arrived. Vanilla stood still in front of a cave door. Uncle Waste is inside. Spin. Vanilla lifted the tattered burlap to reveal the light inside the cave. Instead, the wide, tall cavern was filled with debris and crisscrossing wooden shelves were also built. And on one of the beams, tied to a section of twine, an old man with a head full of curly silver hair hanged himself, his body still swinging slightly, looking like it had been cold for a long time. Cheng Bei was shocked. This is what you said? A deep understanding of the way of nourishment? 121. Diary. Uncle Waste. Stop playing, there's a guest. Vanilla took it in stride and said calmly. Ah. The hanging old man's eyes, which had turned completely white, suddenly turned, revealing 2 black eyes, and then his hand moved, fumbled within his clothes for a while, took out a pair of scissors, and with a backhand, cut the hanging rope. Poof! He fell directly into the large iron pot directly below him, which had burning firewood set up underneath it, and the water in the pot boiled over as he began to stew himself in the iron again. The corners of Cheng Bei's eyes twitched as he watched. Could it be that I'm too uninitiated? Could this be some sort of extreme regimen I've never seen before? I'm such a loser at Tama. I just saw the old man looking up at the boiling water and sighing. I can't even myself. You guys talk, I'll go first. Vanilla snorted and turned away. Cheng Bei's face was calm as he searched for a worn-out bench and slowly sat down, beginning to survey the furnishings inside the cave. The place is very disorganized and boasts all sorts of worn-out clutter. Deep in the cavern, a slightly askew workbench with test tubes carved out of rock above it, a crucible that seemed to be made of burnt iron slag, some wooden tweezers, and the only decent thing that was there was an alcohol lamp made of glass. But the items were dusty and should have not been used for a long time. Cheng Bei rolled his eyes and looked at the old man in the wastewater again. There was pain in his tone, but it was clearly not caused by the rolling, rather it was like an internal breakdown. Cheng Bei slightly tilted his head sideways, his eyes crossing over the old man's shoulders to look at his face. It can be described as very ugly and horrible, not a natural look, but a disfigurement caused by something like acid being thrown on the face, with large pits filled with small pits within the large pits, and old scars covered with new ones. Oops, not good. But I saw the old man in the iron pot suddenly let out a cry of alarm. People have 3 urgencies. I can't resist hanging myself and boiling in water, but I can't resist defecating. I want to go to the toilet. With a crash, the old man rose from the iron pot. Cheng Bei's pupils shrunk slightly as he looked at his body. His wrists and belly were exposed and also covered in scars, but they were not caused by the boiling of water. The boiling of water just now only made his skin slightly red. Paper. Paper. The old man jumped out of the iron pot, covered his buttocks with one hand, and frantically rummaged through the clutter in the house with one hand, unusually urgent, like a rolling gyroscope. Do you have any paper, little brother? Chang Bei shook his head. Ugh, I can't do it. Yell, found it. But see, the old man in a pile of broken boards flipped to a broken diary, hastily opened, clicked and tore 7 or 8 pages, and then casually threw that diary, clutched a ball of paper, covered his buttocks and ran out of the cave. Chang Bei got up and picked up the diary. However, on the surface of the diary, there were 5 big words written, but the first 3 big words had been scratched with a small knife, the paper was pierced through, and it wasn't a word at all, only the last 2 words were clear, diary. So-and-so's diary? Chang Bei flipped through the diary, but saw that at least half of the diary had been torn out, which should have been used by the old man to wipe his ass before. Chang Bei flipped to a page of a diary that was only half a sheet of paper. Potion number 2. Genetic enhancement success rate of 23%. Other than those few words, the rest of the content was torn out obliquely, and I'm afraid it was because of the rush to wipe my ass. A success rate of 23% is a complete overlap with the extraordinary black market gene potion that I once synthesized. Chang Bei's eyes flickered as he remembered that this potion would produce a disabling effect when it failed, so he didn't even stop at all in the first place and chose to continue synthesizing it. Flip through the diary again. This time it's a full page. So-and-so genetic potion. One of the so-and-sos, as it were, had been scratched with a pocket knife, and the scraps of paper were moldy and appeared to be from a long time ago. Creating a set of gene sequencing technologies based on CRISPR-Cas9, bringing the catalytic success rate of the potion to 98%. It'll surely make those douchebags from the Galactic Science Association blow a gasket. Chang Bei looked at the note of so-and-so's genetic potion, his eyes slightly widened. Isn't this the Valente genetic potion I once synthesized, from the hands of the legendary black market potions genius, Valente? Chang Bei flipped through the diary again. So-and-so fantasy potion. Again, so-and-so's part, scratched to pieces. And there are clear words underneath. May 24th. This is a near-perfect potion that was first born in my fantasies, and when I clarified its function, I was so thrilled and excited by it that I even lost sleep for 3 whole days. I must create this potion because I am an unprecedentedly talented apothecary. I must do it. When the day comes when the potion is released, I will become the brightest star among all mankind, and I will change the pattern of the entire human civilization. June 1st. I'm so excited today. I've purchased the right to use an entire planet. I'm going to build my own genetic empire here. July 15th. I've actually found a viable method for a fantasy potion. This will be my first step in changing human history. September 6th. Unbelievable, I've created a semi-finished product of a fantasy potion. October 30th. The genetic empire is inaugurated. December 1st. The fantasy potion has been subjected to various theoretical tests, and in some ways it seems that I have succeeded. December 15th. We are recruiting drug experimenters from the entire human civilized society, a message that drives all of humanity crazy. December 20th. I'm a total loser, I'm a loser. December 31st. Even if I die 100,000 times, I will not be able to make up for the faults committed. Chang Bei continued to flip through the diary, and although there were still papers at the back, they were all blank. Close the journal. Chang Bei recalled the scene when he first took the potion and rose 3 levels in a row, and the STC gives a clear note of the potions taken at that time. Valentine's fantasy potion. The potion was a concept that existed in the notes of the genius apothecary Valente, the ultimate in his imagination of his own skills, but one that Valente was unable to bring to life until he disappeared. Chapter 122, Fantasy Potion. Phew. Uncle Waste walked inside the cave with a soothing look on his face. Seeing that the teenager from before was still sitting on the bench, but his own toilet paper, which was squarely placed on his side, had obviously been turned over. Uncle Waste's brow furrowed, then he laughed. What's the point of looking at that thing? That's all garbage thrown out within the city of genes. It can only be used to wipe one's ass. Aha. Chang Bei only nodded calmly, but his eyes kept scrutinizing the old man who called himself Uncle Waste. He also had half a gray circle within his pupil, just like Chang Bei, just like all the flawed people. However, the Type 1 biochemical battle armor smacker is a secret reminder that Chang Bei is wearing biocamouflage glasses, an outfit that is an old cast member, and Rainbow Food is the same model. Combine this with Uncle Waste's physique of hanging himself and not being afraid of boiling water. Chang Bei already had an answer in his mind. Uncle Waste was a higher geneticist. After all, as a genius apothecary, it was a normal thing to use some high success rate potions to strengthen oneself. How can there be a shortage of lard in a butcher's house? Little brother, I see you're dressed like this. You're from Trash Earth, aren't you? Uncle Waste picked at his ears and changed the subject. Normal humans, who would pay attention to a place like Trash Earth. Did Uncle Waste discern my identity through my cloak? Chang Bei laughed. That doesn't quite make sense, does it? Unless, of course, you've seen other scavengers before. Uncle Waste's face gave a lurch, feeling as if he was walking on the edge of a cliff when conversing with this kid. So what if he had read the broken diary, which contained things that clearly only he himself could read? I just heard it from someone else. Uncle Waste went so far as to reinforce his credibility by being upfront, as he continued, that said, it's a lucky thing that you were able to come out from within the trash earth, but I've heard that even so, external humans still despise former scavengers, fearing that they carry some ancient virus or something, and as such, those trash scavengers who came out of the earth aren't doing very well. I had a good time. Chang Bei smiled calmly. But at that moment, the air currents in the valley bulged, and a 3-kilometer-long garbage recycling ship was seen slowly landing on the valley floor. Is that your boat? Uncle Waste smiled helplessly. It's still garbage collection when you're out there, so what's good about it? At this point, the aft hatch of the garbage collection vessel opens. Bean came out from it and greeted Chang Bei through the hole. Chang Bei, alas, I received your order, huh? I sent up the eat-a-lo. Bean turned sideways, but he saw 2 steel old moms, carrying out a large amount of fresh fruits and vegetables, which were then distributed to the defective people in the valley. The children, such as Circle Tooth Boy, had never seen so much fresh fruit and were as happy as if they were crazy. The vanilla girl was also looking at the fruits that were piled up into small mountains in front of her, her face full of shock. A steel mom passed by and stuffed another big red apple in Herb's hand, and Herb was even more stunned to look at Chang Bei. And Chang Bei raised the rough steamed bun in his hand at intervals, revealing a smirk and shaking it toward Vanilla. Chang Bei's mouth opened slightly, thanks. Vanilla's entire body froze, and her face, which had been devoid of much expression, finally revealed a smirk, her eyes moist as she nodded. These melons and fruits came from the ecological planting platform within the Spirit-type starship. The yield was so huge that Chang Bei simply couldn't finish it, and even had to adjust the growth rate. Even if all of them were gifted to the flawed, it was only for a few hours, and it would usher in a new bumper harvest. Nanobots, transportation robots, hiss. I also vaguely see that there's some sort of eco-growth gel inside that I've never seen before? Uncle Waste was also surprised and looked at Chang Bei with wide eyes. Chang Bei, on the other hand, shrugged. I've said that I'm doing well, maybe. It's because of not being dragged down, right? Uncle Waste looked strange and his face twitched unnaturally. I look at these defectives and feel sorry for them. Chang Bei said as if he was talking to himself, I heard that it's because the creator of the City of Genes, in his haste, used an immature gene potion, TSK. I heard from Circle Tooth Boy before that if he finds that creator, he's going to bite the creator's balls. The corner of Uncle Waste's eye twitched and he subconsciously covered his crotch. The Honorable Mr. Valente. Chang Bei suddenly pondered, you say, that fantasy potion, can it really make a person's genes jump 3 levels in a row? However, he saw Uncle Waste say in a serious manner, you're talking about a polarized situation, in principle. Halfway through his words, Uncle Waste suddenly froze, his eyes widening in horror. Chang Bei slowly turned back, his gaze coming straight, I picked up a psychology novel called something like The Abyss of Sleeplessness on the Trashy Earth before, which states that if the other party is dead set on not admitting to something, then you can first describe some situation that will allow the other party to awaken his past memories, bring them into it and fall into a state of shock and panic, and then suddenly question him, which will give birth to a possibility that his brain would not be able to react and subconsciously admit it. I didn't think it would work really well. Uncle Waste was already flustered to the naked eye, you kid. What kind of crap book is that of yours? Chang Bei shrugged, I think that book is quite good, the author is a big handsome guy. Only Uncle Waste's chest rose and fell violently, and his face was extremely struggling. After a long time, Uncle Waste leaned directly towards the large iron pot and let the firewood sear his skin. I am Valente. I am the creator of the City of Genes. But so what? His eyes were lost in thought as he said, you go tell the flawed ones, go ahead, let them know that this coward has been living among them, let them come and get me killed, do whatever they want, I've always wanted to die anyway. Chang Bei just sat quietly and didn't move. But he saw that Uncle Rui had broken down, it's all because of the Valente fantasy potion. That kind of thing, it's complete and utter bull *******. It's a completely impossible technology, and it's all because of it. It's what caused me, it's what caused everyone, it's bull ********, bull *******, bull ******. I'm a loser. Uncle Waste. My mind is full of unrealistic fantasies. It's the obsession, it's that kind of thinking that gives birth to such terrible consequences. Only to see Uncle Waste frantically pulling his hair, Valente fantasy potion, a joke that is simply unrealistic. It doesn't even exist in the world, and it can't possibly exist. But he saw Chang Bei's voice calm, I can make it. Uncle Waste gave a slight start and looked at Chang Bei. What did you say? Chang Bei said word for word, I said that I can make the Valente fantasy potion. Ha. Uncle Waste was practically shaking his head in hysterics. The fireplace ignited his clothing while he laughed madly. Maybe you're an out-and-out scavenger, but you don't know anything about the Valente gene potion. You don't understand the concept of what that is. He laughed upside down while pointing at Chang Bei. Although I once created a sample of the Valente potion, it was a big joke and all the theories were disproved. What should I tell you? Do you believe me when I tell you that you can coalesce gold in the air? Let's assume the concept is valid, but you're going to tell me what the first step should be. This is nonsense. I only heard Chang Bei say, you don't have to care about anything else. If I can take out a finished product of the Valente Fantasy Potion, with your ability, you should be able to reverse the process of making it, right? Uncle Waste was still for a split second, then smiled sarcastically, heh, and then what? I'm guessing that things aren't going very well in Genetic City right now either, so if you can get the Valente Fantasy Potion made, then everything will be reversed. The money, the resources, and everything else that was there before will come back. Chang Beg looked at Uncle Waste and said seriously, then, I'm asking you to do two things. First, become my Chang Beg's genetic potion supplier, bracketed, free and unlimited supplier, and second, research and develop the antidote as much as you can to salvage the mistakes you've made before. Fantastic. Tramp's another crazy one. However, he saw that Uncle Waste was quiet for a moment and started laughing again. Your name is Chang Beg, right? I decided to rename the Valente Fantasy Potion and call it Treadmills, Chang Beg's Fantasy Potion. Chapter 123, The Healer Heals Himself. D3JD34. This is the city of genes and an Earth-like planet. It also has rotation and revolution, so it also has day and night. Daytime. The star here, Barnard, as it enters its twilight years, can only provide dark red sunlight here. And into the night. D3JD34 also has a satellite of its own, like the moon on Earth. But the moon reflected Barnard's dark red glow. So at this moment, at the top of the city of genes, there was a blood-colored full moon suspended. The Earth darkened and was again enveloped in a dark red glow. The Gene City, which was already as dilapidated as a ghost city, looked even more eerie. Knock knock. Knock knock. In front of a dilapidated second floor. Zheng Bei's face was anxious as he knocked on the metal door in front of him. Senior brother. Senior brother. Are you alright? Shifu was of European descent, his real name was Kezius, and after he was beaten by Boss Shin, his whole body was repressed and angry, and he dumped Zheng Bei and locked himself up alone in the lab. Kershus hasn't been out of the house for 4 hours. Zheng Bei was a bit anxious, and with some water and energy blocks, he kept knocking on the door. Senior brother looks fierce and hostile, but in reality, he takes care of his own junior brother Zheng Bei, such as before, when facing that Boss Shin, who was not a good person, senior brother must stand at the forefront. Senior, don't worry, there will be a way. Zheng Bei knocked on the door, his palms a little red and swollen. The metal door of this kind of laboratory was not something that could be broken open with brute force alone. Wow! The metal door was opened from the inside. Shifu Cassius appeared in the doorway, but he had a mess of blonde hair at the moment, his facial muscles were twitching uncontrollably, and his eyes, which possessed 4 apertures, were covered in red blood like earthworms. His entire body gasped for air, even as saliva flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. What's wrong with you, senior? Zheng Bei was startled and stumbled, then looked inside the lab. Only to see that the work table therein was covered with large and small pharmaceutical test tubes, the protein separator was still running, the electronic alcohol lamp was burning, and some unknown green liquids were scattered on the tabletop and the floor, emitting a pungent odor. Zheng Bei's eyes widened. What have you made, and what have you given yourself? You don't have to care. Shifu Cassius' voice was low and raspy as he tilted his head back to look into midair. Boss Shin's luxury starship, still hovering below the atmosphere, waited for a reply. As for the No. 2 formula that Boss Shin wanted, the 2 elder brothers couldn't get it out at all, and those files disappeared together with the teacher's disappearance. However, if the 2 elder brothers could not give Boss Shin a satisfactory answer after 12 hours, then Boss Shin would also leak out the truth about the Gene City's crippling defeat, and at that time, the entire Gene City would never be able to turn over again. Shikakasus tilted his head back and looked at the sky, a terrifying red glow in his eyes. I'll fix everything. The Valley of the Defectors. Cheng Bei sat outside the cave of the ruined uncle and looked up at the red blood moon in the sky. Zheng Bei agreed with himself to meet at 3 o'clock tonight, and he promised to help himself. Sessions. Cheng Bei only needed to obtain some inferior gene potions from Zheng Bei. The quantity didn't even need to be too much. It was good to be able to synthesize a Valente Fantasy Potion. As long as there is this potion, the city of genes, which is like a mass of twisted twine and tied with countless dead knots, will find a breakthrough, and the dead knots will be unraveled one by one, and all the problems will be solved. Fantasy Potion. Valente backtracks on the formula. Mass production, Gene City back in operation, financial prosperity feeding Cheng Bei. From here on out, Cheng Bei's genetic potion gap will no longer exist. Take what you want, get high, soak in potions. Squeak. Z sat on Cheng Bei's shoulder and relied on his cheek, his pink belly, like a dried up balloon. The little guy was already hungry and about to ascend to heaven. Z, hold on a little longer. Cheng Bei stretched out a finger and touched Squeak's brain. Soon, I'll let you food free and turn you into one of the fattest mice in this world. Cheng Bei squinted his eyes, the half circle in his pupils dimmed. I can also break the chain of inhibition, and see what power that liberated gene possesses. Rub. Instead, he saw Uncle Waste inside the cave, slitting his wrists to kill himself, but the blade of the broken kitchen knife had curled up, and it only left a faint white mark on his wrist. Uncle Waste skimmed the chopper and collapsed his entire body into a chair, picking his nose. If you kid can make Valente Fantasy Potion, I defecate upside down and catch it in my mouth without missing a beat. If you kid can make, Valente fantasy potion. I'll just run up to the valley of the ING defectors and bungee jump cordlessly, 800 times a day, and anything less counts as a collapse of my persona. If you boys can make. But he saw Chang Bei reach out with his back, shut up. Uncle Waist paused, cut, and did not continue to speak. Uncle Waist is also known as Valente, a former black market genius pharmacist. There are times when the greater the aura on a person, the greater the pressure, and the expectations grow indefinitely, even beyond reality. The failure of the fantasy potion had caused his beliefs to crumble and he went mad. In the old-time terrain, the heart of the way crumbled. Your insides are falling apart though. This body, however, is adamantine and invulnerable to swords and spears. Chang Bei slowly turned back and looked at Uncle Waist. You geneticists, do you often use drugs to strengthen yourselves? Compared to genetic enhancement, it is relatively simple to modify some of the gene fragments by some pharmaceutical means to develop the body twice and change certain sexual characteristics. Uncle Waist looked into the void. That said, my first student, Cassius, was always obsessed with this field, helping others to build muscle and chicken, modifying the color of their skin, the length of their fingers and whatnot. The guy himself is motivated and responsible, but the character is a bit paranoid. There were even risky experiments conducted behind my back, and those experiments that risked demonizing humans. When I ran away. Actually, I went to find a deserted place and end my life, I purposely left a message at that time, asking Zhang Bei to be the boss of the city of genes. He was my second student, a weak character, but also kind and relatively stable. If he's the boss, the defectors won't be too hard on the city of genes, and they'll have a chance to breathe. Uncle Waist said, tears were already flashing in his eyes. In fact, they are all innocent. You're right, it's me who dragged them down. Uncle Waist said these insides. Chang Bei had a certain speculation before. Relatively speaking, he was not too surprised, but also can only match a light sigh. It was only one of the words used by Uncle Waist that caused Chang Bei some concern. He looked over at Uncle Waist and narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you mean by demonization? Chapter 124, Blood Moon Demon God. Inside the luxury starship. Huge waterbed. Boshin wrapped his arms around the black silk short skirt beauty beside him. These beauties are genetically optimized in specific ways before they serve their bosses. It's not a genetic grade increase to be on the lower end of the scale, it's some tweaking of external signs. Long legs of 1 meter 2, a waist that can be gripped with both hands, breasts that explode with airbags, a face as perfect as an angel's, complete with a voice that makes men tingle and a tongue that has been lengthened by 5 centimeters. These traits, which in the 21st century could have gained huge attention by making short videos with any of them, can now be perfectly assembled in the same woman's body. If Chang Bei could see this scene, one would be able to understand the words of the once Hona's posture, when placed in a normal human society, is actually quite ordinary. And Boss Shin. His face was ugly and obese, weighing at least 150 pounds or more, with a buildup of facial fat that made all of his features visible. He could have also been genetically tweaked to give himself a stocky and handsome appearance, but he favors not. He loved this current appearance, his body that looked like a dead pig, because of his money, but he could wantonly ravage the top beauties in other people's eyes, which made the sense of superiority in his heart explode and doubled his sense of coolness. Whenever he appeared in the backward areas with his left and right arms, those envious and jealous gazes around him made him secretly happy and even more pleased with himself. Bunch of trash, bunch of losers. Boshin lay on the bed, one hand vigorously kneading the shoulders of the top beauties, those two guys from the city of genes. Without their teacher, they're nothing, they're not even worthy of lifting my shoes. Cassius is a piece of. That Zhang Beige, he's not even good enough for garbage. The only thing of value are those recipes their teachers left behind when they were at their peak. Honestly, that Valente guy, he's also a stupid ex. Isn't it good to just sell gene potions in the black market? Isn't it good to get rich by stifling your voice? What kind of gene city and what kind of level exceeding enhancement potion? Well now, such a big business empire has become a ghost town. Boshin gritted his teeth, his face grimacing. Those two brats have no way back. They will definitely give me formula number 2. As for any purchase or trade, cut, I won't give them a single penny. I'll directly expose their inner workings to the world. When that time comes, needless to say nothing else, those defectives will definitely tear those two brats to shreds when they know that they don't have any hope of recovery. Ha ha, you're so bad, I love it. The black silk short skirt beauty stretched out her white fingers and slid them back and forth on Boshin's chest, her charming eyes like waves, burning gas compelling. Haha, like it? Boshin smiled lewdly. Come on, long night, stick out your tongue. Just as Boshin rolled over and pounced on that beauty, he suddenly felt a cloud of cool air running up the back of his neck, his sweaty hair stood on end, and an inexplicable sense of horror permeated his entire body. Boshin hurriedly turned back and looked outside through the starship's observation window. In the next second, his eyes slowly widened with a horrified expression. What is that thing? Only the outer space is visible. The blood-red full moon, quietly hanging in the sky, because of the starship's height close to the atmosphere, that full moon looked incomparably huge. And in front of the full moon, a strange black shadow floated silently. It was largely humanoid, with a very tall body, visually estimated to be at least 3 meters away, with a pair of huge feathered wings on its back. The outline of the feathers could be vaguely seen, like a pair of raptor wings such as those of an eagle, which at this point were still flapping slightly. The strange figure's hands were slightly outstretched to the sides of its body, and they were not human hands, but sharp claws with long, sharp nails that curved inward. The shadow's feet were also odd, with unusually thick muscles in the calves, but becoming thin and skeletal by the time they reached the ankle position, and underneath, again, raptor-like claws, vaguely visible, on both paws and lower legs, yellowish scales, reflecting a faint glow. Monster! Boshin's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his spirit suffered a great shock, because the strange shadow, just gazing from afar, was able to release an intangible terror that pressed one to breathe, causing one to be infinitely terrified. However, the monster slowly tilted its head, and its eyes in the darkness, as if they could also reflect the luster of the stellar Barnard, erupted in a cloud of intense blood-red light. What the hell was that? On Boshin's body, goosebumps instantly rose, and he shouted in horror, "Turn on the defense shield." As a luxury private starship, it naturally has a built-in defense system. There was a loud buzz. A light blue energy light shield emerged, protecting Boshin's starship within it. The strange shadow before the blood moon suddenly erupted with a sharp and high-pitched avian sound. The sound waves instantly transmitted to Boshin's ears. His eardrums were as painful as tearing. He covered his ears and let out a pig-killing wail. A strong wind whistled. The strange shadow flapped its huge feathered wings and swooped towards the starship. Ding! The claws of the strange shadow's feet, like eagle claws, collided with the starship's defensive force field, surprisingly emitting a metallic clanking sound. In the next instant, the black eagle claws that were as dark as steel even directly penetrated the hundreds of thousands of stress values of the defensive force field. The avian song once again resounded through the night sky. The two eagle claws violently separated. The starship's defensive force field was instantly torn open and opening. Boshin's face was pale, and he had rolled down to the bottom of the bed. What on earth is that thing? Boo! In the next second, 5 pitch-black and thick nails pierced through the hull of the starship, and the ghostly cold light was directly reflected on Boshin's brushed white face. Click! The alloy hull of the starship was directly torn through a huge gaping hole. A huge black shadow, 3 meters tall, directly knocked the gap down and rolled back into the cabin of the starship. Boshin's pupils reflected the figure that was as terrifying as a demon god, and his liver and gall bled violently. The figure was covered in black feathers as hard as metal, and underneath its fist-sized scarlet eyes was a yellowish beak that was a meter long. And its body under the feathers, its muscles bulged and exploded. Its aura was like a horrible demon god, incomparably horrifying. Boshin had gone rigid and was instantly incontinent of urine. Like a dark storm flashing by, the feathered wings of the strange shadow unfolded to 5 meters. It rose up in the air and came above Boshin in an instant. Its 2 eagle claws grasped Boshin's shoulders, and its sharp claws instantly pierced through Boshin's skin and penetrated his collarbone. What are you? What are you doing? Boshin's sanity had collapsed and he wailed and shouted. And the monster had no words at all. Click! A sound that resembled leather tearing, as well as the sound of bones breaking rang out at the same time. Boshin's obese body was directly split in two and torn in half. His head stayed on the left half of his body, still shaking from inertia, but the right ear and cheek, which had been torn off, stayed on the other half of his body. The left half of the head is an obese human face, while the right half is blood-stained white bone. Soup and intestines spilled all over the place, and Boshin had long since died with horrified eyes. Ah! Ah! The short-skirted beauty from before screamed in terror and fled toward the other cabins. However, the strange shadow slowly turned its head and opened its beak. Its scarlet and elongated tongue fluttered violently, saliva spewed out, and a sharp sound wave erupted out. In an instant, the electronic equipment within the entire starship erupted with intense sparks at the same time. The short-skirted beauty, on the other hand, instantly overflowed blood from 5 holes and planted herself on the ground with a plop, her beautiful eyes rounded, but her brain had already turned into a mass of paste. Chapter 125. Boshin and his woman were turned into corpses. There will be no more snitches. Thick black smoke rose from the luxury starship. All of the electronic systems had been damaged, and the ship's hull was tilting more and more, and was already crashing towards the city of Genes. Terrifying avian cries emanated from within the hull as the ferocious figure crashed through the ship's armor from within, backed by the blood moon, wings unfurling as it rose into the air. But this instant, the body of the terrifying figure lurched and suddenly hovered, its wings slightly flapping in the process, its scarlet eyes, looking towards the sky on the other side. Only a short distance away. A rusty garbage collection starship, hovering silently in the air, a teenager wearing a blue scavenger's cloak, stood at the top of the garbage collection ship, quietly seeming to, the cloak hunting under the dark red night. Apparently, the garbage collection starship had a smooth hovering attitude and should have been hovering for a long time and witnessed the whole thing. It's 3 a.m. An hour away. Chang Bei, in the spirit of caution, entered the city of Genes with the help of the Spirit-style starship's fourth wall navigation function, ready to preemptively find out what was going on. But he just happened to run into the scene in front of him. The monster's chilling gaze silently looked at Chang Bei. Chang Bei also held his head slightly high, and his eye-shaped biochemical battle armor was always ready to fight. 2 lines of sight, meeting silently in the air, dark currents surged. My name is Chang Beg, beggars beg. Chang Bei was calm and self-assured. Who are you? But for some reason, at this moment, Chang Bei was wearing a light black mask, which was naturally a very poor disguise, and anyone who had seen his real face would confirm his identity in an instant. It could only be heard that within the monster's body, there were clicking and clacking bones rattling, its 2 sharp claws slightly collided, emitting a metal-like crisp sound, and its gaze suddenly became blood-red, and then suddenly became dark. It was as if it was suppressing its inner urges, and the only thing that flickered was its huge feathers, but it didn't launch an attack. Who the hell are you? Chang Bei was fearless and asked again. However, he saw the red aura in the monster's eyes flash explosively, and suddenly vibrated his feathers, but instead of rushing towards Chang Bei, he transformed into a black shadow and swooped down towards the city of Genes below. Also at this time, Boschan's starship touched the ground, vaporizing huge amounts of dust as a violent explosion occurred. The black monster, too, was nowhere to be seen in the dust. Zhang Beige pushed open the metal door of Shi's lab once again. He had to deal with it because there had just been a huge mess, but it was strange that he hadn't seen Shifu for something that serious. But I didn't realize that Shifu always stayed alone inside the lab. And at this time, the senior brother Cassius, lying on the bed, his body is trembling uncontrollably, the whole person seems to have lost a circle, covered with false sweat. What the hell is wrong with you, senior? Zhang Bei's face was anxious as he hurriedly checked on his senior brother's condition. I'm fine. Cassius' lips were ghastly white, and the red blood in his eyes had turned black. Oh, I'm not very good at learning. I developed a new gene potion before in the hope that it would save our gene city, but I didn't expect it to fail. Zhang Bei's eyes trembled. You used yourself as a test subject? Ahem. Cassius weakly said, it's okay, I'm at least a high geneticist, my body will soon be able to dissolve these toxins, and I'll be fine tomorrow. Zhang Bei's eyes flooded with tears. Senior brother, you've sacrificed too much. Cassius laughed. Can you stop crying all the time? At least you're the boss of the city of genes, being so cavalier every day makes people laugh. Senior, there's news I don't know if it's good or bad. Zhang Beige wiped her tears and said, that nasty Boschan, it seems that his starship had some kind of malfunction, and 20 minutes ago, it suddenly crashed in the depths of the city of genes. He didn't have a chance to snitch. Oh, Cassius seemed somewhat calmer. I can tell you unequivocally that this is good news. Suddenly, Cassius touched Zhang Bei's pocket and found 2 hard things. He took advantage of Zhang Bei's inattention and directly removed the 2 things. It was clearly 2 light green colored potions. Cassius' eyes widened. Sensei's potion number 3? This is one of the few stocks we have left. It's our saving grace. What are you doing with these? Zhang Bei's eyes dodged and he shrunk his shoulders, not daring to speak. Cassius stared with eyes covered in black blood. You're giving it to that scavenger? Zhang Beige frowned, her aura very weak. I don't want him to follow in my footsteps and get into trouble. You asshole. Who cares about us if you care about him? Cassius raised his hand, about to slap it out. However, it was as if he had suffered some sort of backlash at this time, and was so weak that he was actually robbed of 2 potions from Zhang Bei's hands. Only to see Zhang Beige standing in the doorway. Senior, I have to give this to him and let him go. I know that this potion is very precious. When I come back, you can beat me and scold me any way you want. And after, Zhang Bei's figure disappeared into the night. Cassius struggled to get up from the bed, but fell to the ground with a plop, and when it tilted its head back, the blood in its eyes turned crimson once again as he roared lowly, Zhang Beige, don't blame me for not remembering my old feelings. 3 o'clock in the morning. Outside the gates of the city of genes, Zhang Beige handed Cheng Bei the 2 light green colored potions in his hand. Cheng Bei took the potion and carefully examined it. Deja vu. This potion used to circulate on the black market and was known as the Valente potion. Zhang Beige laughed. Valente is my teacher, and this potion is his pinnacle work. The effect is amazing. It should be able to solve your dilemma. Cheng Bei remembered clearly. Looking at the entire black market, there were a total of 13 of these potions circulating, and if they were synthesized, the next step would be the Valente Fantasy Potion. This gift from Zhang Beige was delivered directly to Cheng Bei's heart. White dove. Cheng Bei turned his head to look. This kind of potion is very, very expensive, isn't it? Zhang Bei smiled brightly. It's expensive, but it's nothing to my huge city of genes, just a hair of 9 oxen. I'm really impressed. Cheng Bei said, actually, I also know that since the last experimenter incident, the city of genes is no longer as brilliant as it once was. It is an economy after all, and needs a large amount of business to maintain it. Zhang Bei paused slightly, then smiled again. A thin camel is bigger than a horse, you don't have to worry. Cheng Bei nodded, and suddenly added, I just heard a huge starship crash, and an explosion. Could it be an accident with your client? Zhang Bei frowned. It's Boschan. Its starship crashed inexplicably. It's definitely not that simple. Cheng Bei shook his head. Your customers are either rich or noble. The performance of the starship is surely not bad. How could it just crash? Zhang Bei fell silent and his face became a bit ugly. Cheng Bei, however, had been looking straight at Zhang Bei, and he was somewhat unable to carry on. After a long time, Zhang Bei sighed slightly. There's a monster in the city of genes. Oh, Chang Bei looked at Zhang Bei suspiciously. I've seen that guy skimming a couple times, it's like a human-sized raptor, huge, eagle's beak, eagle's talons. I named it Eagle Devil. Devil like a hawk. Zhang Bei recalled, a trace of alarm surfaced on his face. I guess, someone took some failed genetic drug that caused a physical abnormality, but there are so many people in the city of genes that I'm not sure who it is, and I've been investigating the matter. Chang Bei's face was calm. Having already traveled through the city of genes in the dark before, he already knew all the truth. Where there was a large number of people, there were only a handful of security guards with no gene level, and 2 higher gene masters and brothers. And the likelihood of an ordinary person suddenly turning into a powerful monster like that because of some kind of potion is slim to none. Because before the body can change, I'm afraid that they've already died of poisoning. Could it be that the true face of that monster is your senior? Chang Bei suddenly said, and then stared at Zhang Bei's cheeks, the redness and swelling caused by the slap from his senior brother. Chang Bei, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Bei was suddenly agitated. Senior brother, he's dedicated to the recovery of the city of genes. You can't imagine what he's actually paid for. There's no way he would do something like that. Zhang Bei suddenly realized that he was a bit agitated, and then slowed down his tone and said, Chang Bei, I will investigate this matter in secret, and try to make the losses become the smallest, and you also know that this city of genes is a place of wrongdoing, with terrifying monsters inside. Take the potion I gave you and hurry up and leave. Zhang Bei said, then pushed Chang Bei outward. Chang Bei, please also help me keep my secret for the sake of Trash Earth. Ugh. But he saw Chang Bei suddenly sighed. Maybe it's because I'm not very polite. From the time I met with you, I've never introduced myself. How did you know that I'm called Chang Bei? Zhang Bei suddenly gave a start. It's not important. It's important. Chang Bei stood in place. After coming here, other than Circle Tooth Boy, Herb, and Uncle Waste, I've only introduced myself to Eagle Demon. Zhang Bei's body stiffened. What are you talking about? I meant no disrespect. Chang Bei slowly said, I have lived on Earth for 18 years, every scavenger's body, because of the long time in a highly polluted environment, stained with a kind of flavor that is difficult to remove. When we first met, you embraced me, although it was very thin, but I still smelled that familiar flavor. When I explored the city of genes before, I wore a mask coalesced from biochemical battle armor on my face, that could greatly increase my sense of smell. Even if the monsters were far away from me at that time, I still clearly identified that kind of smell. That scavenger's peculiar flavor. Looking at the whole of D3JD34, it's just you and me. Thank you for taking into account the old country feeling and being willing to go to such lengths to get me out safely. At this time, Chang Bei looked at the stagnant man. You are the coy and kind-hearted white dove, and the ferocious and incomparable eagle demon that exists like a devil. Chapter 126 Unexpected Attack. White Dove. Eagle Demon. What a contrast. Under the Scarlet Night, Chang Bei's gaze flickered. I was an eyewitness to the Eagle Demon's murder, but you still didn't have the patience to lay your hands on me, and took out 2 such precious potions in an attempt to satisfy me, and then leave forever without making waves or losing your life. Zhang Bei's thoughts churned, some facial trembling from excitement. Look at me, cowardly and incompetent. I'm really not an Eagle Demon. You are kind and affectionate, and there must be a reason why you strike out to kill. Chang Bei's expression was calm. That boss Shin before, most likely did something to threaten the city of genes, like this kind of villain who takes advantage of people's danger. Kill it, I'm on your side. Zhang Bei's eyes snapped open when he heard this, but he was silent for a split second before he gritted his teeth and said, I really don't know who the Eagle Demon is. However, he saw Chang Bei smile and pat Zhang Bei's shoulder. It's alright, in that case, I don't know who the Eagle Demon is. Zhang Bei once again froze, and surprisingly, there were tears welling up in his eye sockets. Then I thank you for Eagle Demon. Just then, between the two, a hair-thin red line suddenly appeared, shooting from the sky and slanting into the ground, like the locating light of some kind of beam weapon. Only in the sky, a 10-kilometer-long black combat starship sailed out of the atmosphere. Zhang Bei looked up in shock. It should be that boss Shin sent out a distress signal before he died, and he keeps an interstellar mercenary corps under him. There was no time to react. The combat starship fired a pillar of crimson energy that followed the previous laser and blasted the ground at the speed of light. Boom! The beam touched the ground and instantly spread, forming a huge red sphere with a diameter of 100 meters, filled with high temperature and pressure inside, and the energy peaked at the same time, followed by a devastating explosion. This moment, the Type 1 biochemical battle armor instinctively protected Chang Bei's entire body. Chang Bei crossed his arms, but the energy was so violent that it lifted his body upside down and flew backward, and the Type 1 biochemical battle armor extended a biotentacle that rooted itself to the ground, causing Chang Bei's body to fall back to the ground and get under control. Rumble! Terrifying energy raged wildly, and the through that air wall of the city of genes, too, was blown out of a giant hole as high as 100 meters, and huge pieces of concrete crumbled down from the heights, smashing the earth and trembling. Almost 30 seconds in, the energy was finally depleted. A gust of wind blew away the smoke, revealing Chang Bei's body. At this time, he was wearing a black biological battle armor. On the surface of the battle armor, crisscrossing sinews as well as thick blood vessels were writhing frequently. The battle armor was scorched red, smoking in a gust of blue smoke, but it was not damaged, and a large yellow eye at the chest was blossoming with a bizarre light. The biomask fades. Chang Bei looked up, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Instead, he saw Zhang Bei being hit by a huge concrete block that was at least 50 meters in diameter and weighed at least 1,000 tons. Below his neck, he was weighed down with concrete blocks, and it was hard to imagine the state of his body at this point. Zhang Bei's mouth overflowed with blood, the corners of his eyes were torn, and his eyes were round. Zhang Bei! Chang Bei shouted. Zhang Bei was seriously injured at this time. He was a B-grade geneticist, with 4 blue apertures in his eyes, but at this time, those apertures, bright and dark, getting weaker and weaker, about to go out. But just as the 4 circles of light in Zhang Bei's eyes completely extinguished in an instant, a brand new 4 red circles of light lit up. Those circles of light were bizarre and bloody, blooming with a regal light. Only Zhang Bei suddenly roared, and the latter part of his roar suddenly turned into an avian sound that seemed to pierce one's eardrums. Zhang Bei in desperation, his body violently mutated. His arms sprouted sharp and hard black feathers, the entire dimension of his arms grew exponentially, his muscles tumbled out and bulged and exploded, and his hands turned into dark, curved eagle talons. Wow dash! Wow dash! Boom! However, he saw Zhang Bei lifting up the huge concrete block with just his arms, and then throwing it aside. Dust vaporized and vision blurred. Vaguely visible, a huge black shadow, 3 meters tall, slowly stood up from the ruins. Who dash! 2 huge feathered wings with a wingspan of up to 6 meters suddenly opened up. This figure was like a devil on earth, shocking people. Who dash! With huge feathered wings flapping, the black shadow soared into the sky, bursting out of the clamor of the dust in an instant and surfacing before the blood moon. It was certainly that eagle demon with a bird's beak and all 4 limbs in sharp claws. Chang Bei stood in place and suddenly smiled. This guy, it turns out, can already do the switching at will. 4 red apertures. He is already a genetic mutant-like being. Zhang Bei Dove was definitely the top individual combatant in the human civilization. Chang Bei slightly lowered his head and looked at his palms, 2 glass test tubes, shattered in the explosion just now, in which the light greenish liquid scattered along the crevices of his palms, with very little left. Grass! Boom boom boom! Boom boom boom! The combat starship in the sky, believing that the 2 weak humans, Zhang Bei and Chang Bei, were already dead, was launching an indiscriminate attack on the entire city of Jeans. Gaps kept appearing in the walls of Tongtian City, while those buildings inside were collapsing in pieces. The original virtual imaging camouflage system, long ago damaged, at this time the city of Jeans, is broken plus destruction. Starships have discovered the terrifying eagle demon, constantly firing out a high-voltage electromagnetic net, which contained enough electricity to burn an elephant-sized creature, instantly, into ashes. The Falcon Devil, who was rocking upwards, was wrapped in a high-voltage electromagnetic net, 10 million volts bursting instantly, and the mid-air was as bright as day. But the eagle demon was strong, with alloy-like sharp claws that instantly shredded the electromagnetic net. However, one electromagnetic net after another, sometimes the eagle demon would be surrounded by multiple electromagnetic nets at the same time, and although he was able to get out of the trap easily every time, his pace was severely hindered, and he was unable to approach the combat starship smoothly. This instant, the eerie and terrifying eagle head suddenly turned its head sideways and saw that hundreds of meters away, the soles of Chang Bei's feet were releasing a hazy green light, suspended in the air. The eagle demon's eyes, which possessed 4 red apertures, flickered slightly. Only Chang Bei was heard saying, "All said, I will be on your side." The next instant, Chang Bei slowly pulled out the primordial muse catalyzer, the energy value of which was instantly pushed to 100%. Chang Bei was also enraged and shouted, "Compensate me for my potion, take my life." Buzz dash! Space trembled as the muon catalyzer suddenly erupted, blossoming into a dazzling pillar of blue light, like a divine longsword, which was thrown out in a huge arc by Chang Bei. The pillar of energy light suddenly chopped down. The degree of defense of this private combat starship was far inferior to that of the military Harrier starships that had once existed, and the defensive stance shattered in an instant, followed by a heavy blow to the surface of the starship, the armor instantly creasing and shattering. This chop caused a huge gap of 20 meters to that starship, and the starship directly lost its flying attitude and tilted down. Chang Bei didn't let up, and the muon catalyzer slashed out continuously. The scene was like a 4-2 jackpot, a small human body, wielding a huge light weapon, chopping the starship in midair, to pieces. In the end, the private combat starship turned into huge pieces and crashed to the ground. The process. Even the pupils of the eagle demon were shrinking. Chapter 127, The Great White House. Looking back across the city of genetics. At this point, it had become dilapidated and patchy, with over half of the buildings damaged, and the walls of the Tongtian city were covered with gaping holes and in a state of disarray. The eagle demon hung in the air, an indescribable look in his eyes. With a pale, weak face, Sifu Cassius, too, stepped out from within his own laboratory and looked around, slowly tilting his head as tears slid down his face. The blood-red sun, too, slowly rose from the east. The darkness is fading, and it also means that the truth of the city of Jeans will have nothing to hide. The loud explosions, the sounds of destruction, had long since startled thousands of flawed people. They emerged from the valley of the defectors and walked slowly toward the city of genes from the far side of the horizon, backed by the red morning light. Already without needing to get too close, they could see the interior of the city of genes through the gap in the city wall. Though they walked in the rising sun, they were growing desperate inside. If this is what the truth about the city of genes looks like, then they will never have any hope of being cured again. Uncle Waste walked at the front of the line, his eyes trembling, 2 lines of muddy tears hanging on his face. He hadn't expected at all that after he had disappeared for 5 years, the city of genes had fallen to such a state. Through one of the largest gaps, the massive statue of Valente the genius apothecary could still be seen, having survived the battle and still standing. The statue of Valente, with wise eyes, looked resolutely into the distance. It has turned into a massive irony by the end of the day. Gradually, all the flawed people gathered in front of the city wall. Cassius dragged his weak body over the city wall and stood alone in front of all the flawed people. A gaze, like a sharp sword, pierced his body to pieces. Poof! With his legs bent and facing the thousands of blemished people, Cassius suddenly fell to his knees and slowly lowered his head. There was nothing he could explain at this point in time. Also at this time, the terrifying figure of the eagle demon descended from the sky and landed beside Cassius, and then the eagle claws and black feathers gradually faded away, revealing the face of Zheng Baifeng. Senior brother Cassius was filled with shock, but when he saw Zheng Beige slowly kneeling on both knees as well, he could only end up smiling sadly. Even if Zheng Beige had a heavenly ability, at this time there was nowhere to utilize it because of the guilt in his heart. Suddenly, Uncle Waste slowly walked out of the crowd of defectors, and between walks he glanced back at the somewhat dumbfounded Vanilla and Circle Tooth Boy. Eventually, Uncle Waste came over to Cassius and Zhang Beige, reached out his hand, touched both of their heads, smiled, and lifted his hand to rip off the bio-disguise masks from his face. Zhang Beige and Cassius looked shocked. Teacher. Someone in the crowd of defectors also screamed out, Valente. Between them Uncle Waste also faced the thousands of flawed people and slowly knelt on the ground. I know that my mistake is irreparable, but the 2 students, they were implicated by me. If I can, I am at your disposal, please let them live. Teacher. Zhang Beige and Cassius both had tears in their eyes. You're all responsible. None of you can run away. The downfall of the city of genes completely ignited the rage in the hearts of the flawed, and this flame grew more and more ferocious as it used to spare as fuel. Chang Bei was not involved in this conflict where one of the parties was extremely weak. Instead, they landed on the ground and walked around the crumbling city of genetics. Eventually, Chang Bei came to Valente's sculpture and looked up. The half-gray aperture in his pupil was devoid of a single ray of light, but his shoulder, however, shimmered with an azure light. That was the traveling suit of the KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster, the tiny UFO that carried tens of thousands of nano-repair robots. The nanobots, like smoke, slowly floated out and disappeared into the base of the giant sculpture. An electronic voice sounded. Encrypted door lock detected. Start cracking. 3, 2, 1. Thumbs up. At the base of the sculpture, a hidden door over a man's height slowly opened. Chang Bei smiled and slowly turned back to Valente, who was kneeling on the ground. And Valente noticed the scene. Among the sculptures is his secret laboratory. Valente hadn't revealed the location of this lab to anyone, because in his plan, the 2 obstinate students would eventually be unable to carry on one day and would completely put down the city of genes, and at that time, he would tell the 2 students the location of the lab. And there was enough in the lab for 2 students to live out the rest of their lives in peace. At this very moment, Valente let out a long sigh and slowly closed his eyes. Chang Bei, the little bastard. The reason he approached the 2 students and approached himself turned out to be the idea of the lab. And what about being able to make the Valentine's fantasy potion? He farts. He's full of lies. With things as they were, the defectors would surely beat themselves and the 2 students to death, or even tear them apart, and no one could stop Chang Bei from carrying the lab empty. Valente wondered how exactly Chang Bei had found the secret lab. But no matter what, that kid is going to be the biggest winner of the whole thing. Chang Bei, you goddamn. The scavenger boy, clad in a blue cape, slowly walked into the entrance of the lab. In front of him was a rotating staircase, which he climbed slowly, step by step. The images of last night came back to his mind. The reason why he used his Type 1 biochemical battle armor and manifested a pitch-black mask was indeed to enhance his sense of smell, but it was not to identify the eagle demon, because the eagle demon's existence was unknown to him who had entered the city of genes for the first time. The X-Series Ultimate Warrior armor that was once available has the ability to enhance all 5 human senses. Not to mention, the Type 1 biochemical battle armor, which was several levels higher. After receiving the aid, Cheng Bei's sense of smell was enhanced by close to 30 times. He concluded that even if the city of genes had been crippled, there would definitely be some stock, and it might be a stock that even Zhang Beige didn't know about. Because this fellow, Uncle Waste, his words were filled with guilt for the 2 students, and it was highly likely that he, in all likelihood, had left some way back for the 2 students. Just a tentative guess though. However, Cheng Bei still decided to enter the city of genes and launch a search. But something like a gene potion wouldn't release any signal source, and the city of genes was incredibly large, so how could one search for it? That's why Chang Bei remembered the smell of those discarded potions on the broken table in the Uncle Waste cave. Although this behavior is a bit doggy. However, Chang Bei still relied on his enhanced sense of smell to find the same smell in the city of genes, and then locked onto this Valente sculpture. Unexpectedly, Valente was still somewhat narcissistic, and had actually placed his secret laboratory among his own sculptures. It also worked, and Zhang Beige and Kezius, both of them, didn't notice. And the encounter with the Eagle Devil. The genus was unexpected by Chang Bei, but it also happened that it was the enhanced sense of smell at that time that allowed Chang Bei to determine the true identity of the Eagle Demon in advance through the scavenger smell. Chapter 128, A Dance Song. After ascending the last flight of rotating stairs, it seems to have triggered some kind of sensor switch. The clean white lights on the ceiling, like a stairway to heaven, one after the other, kept coming on, and the perspective opened up. It's a wide corridor, and on either side of the corridor, there were 2 rows of corresponding, clanking glass cabinets. The cabinet was also fitted with clean white lights that illuminated the rows of black blackout test tubes within it. As Chang Bei walks, STC bloomed with azure beams of light. Similar technological artifacts detected. Synthesized or not. Similar technological artifacts detected. Synthesized or not. Similar technological artifacts detected. Whether or not to synthesize. The most wonderful sounds ringing in my ears, one after the other. Chang Bei opened his arms, a smile on his face, and walked forward with his eyes closed. In this instant, it was as if he was embracing the entire world. I told you. I'm the king of the world. I am the king of the world. At this point, a white, soft object drilled out from within Chang Bei's pocket, standing on Chang Bei's shoulder, the black jewel-like small eyes reflecting the countless genetic potions, and faintly flooding with tears. Squeak, I finally have food on my treadmill. I didn't realize that Valente was quite affectionate. At the same time Chang Bei stepped into the place, the sound system automatically turned on and played a gorgeous and cheerful dance song. Chang Bei also never heard such beautiful music, plus the mood is great, also unconsciously dance up the pace. Scavenger boy, can't dance at all, but can blind chicken dance. Beautifully danced too. Only to see Chang Bei make a magnificent 360-degree turn, jamming to the rhythm of the music, his left hand touching his chest, and his right hand pointing to a gene potion cabinet. The azure blue scanning beams of light bloomed brilliantly. Common black market gene potion, asterisk 118. Synthesis begins. Successful synthesis. Premium black market genetic potion, asterisk 59. Only to see Chang Bei make another magnificent 720-degree spin, his head shot up, and his right hand pointed at another set of gene potion cabinets. Premium black market genetic potion, asterisk 56. Synthesis begins. Successful synthesis. Special black market gene potion, asterisk 28. The music began to soar as Chang Bei did a front flip, plus a magnificent spin of an unknown number of degrees on his stepping horse, and pointed at another set of potion cabinets. Valente gene potion, asterisk 22. Synthesis begins. Successful synthesis. Valente fantasy potion, asterisk 11. The madness of synthesis has just begun. Chang Bei again stepped on his horse in a magnificent spin of an unknown number of degrees, his left hand holding the back of his head and his right hand pointing forward. Start synthesizing. Success. 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 Valente fantasy potion, asterisk 170. During this process, Chang Bei spun around one after another, mainly because he was under the impression that this dancing thing was a spin to the death. I'll be damned, I can't. It's a little confusing. Chang Bei stumbled and exited the gyroscopic state, only to feel a bunch of small flies flying back and forth in front of him. Geez, people fly little stars, but I fly little flies. As usual, I'm stuck with the trash for life. Chang Bei held his head and looked in front of him, unknowingly turning to the end of the long corridor, while in front of him were a dozen jars lined up on the floor, among them were some black potions. These potions are not treated well, not in cabinets, but in the corners of the walls dropping to gray. Chang Bei looked and sniffed. It turned out that this was one of those analgesic potions, the same ones that Zhang Beige had distributed to the children earlier. The circle just won't turn. But the synthesis goes on. Chang Bei erected his right wrist, and the STC blossomed into an azure beam that enveloped a dozen or so bottles of analgesic potions. Similar technological artifacts detected. Regular gene analgesic, asterisk 12. Successful synthesis. Genetic abnormality suppression potion, asterisk 6. Chang Bei did not stop and continued to synthesize. Gene repair potion, asterisk 3. Successful synthesis. Human exclusive flawed gene repair potion, paradox version, asterisk 1. Chang Bei's eyes narrowed as he looked at the brand new synthetic creation, paradox version? What does that mean? The source of this potion is exceptionally mysterious, but its effect is so powerful that it can repair 99% of the defective genes in the human physique caused by drug trials, genetic defects from birth, etc. Chang Bei's eyes stared. Isn't this just the right thing to use to repair the flawed ones? Paradoxical version, the potion is currently in a paradoxical state, between existence and non-existence. Whether or not it finally coalesces will depend on subsequent causal choices. Chooser, Valente. Hiss. Chang Bei took a slight breath, then looked at the bland black test tube in his hand. Professional test tubes for genetic agents are externally coated with black shading, in order to protect them from direct sunlight and to avoid certain unexpected reactions of the agents, which can lead to impaired effects. Chang Bei gently opened the stopper of the test tube and looked inside, but saw a magical scene in which the light green liquid suddenly became transparent, the weight on the hand to reduce some, as if never existed, and in the next instant, the test tube formed again green liquid, slightly swirling. It really is between something and nothing. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes and had a guess in his heart. The blueprint for the human-exclusive flawed gene repair potion, synthesized by STC this time, could possibly be from some parallel universe, just like the Inc. Brandmar's version of the superconducting electronic assistant that was once there. And for this universe, it's up to Valente to choose whether or not this repair potion can exist. If he picked the wrong one, then the potion would go up in smoke, and if he picked the right one, then the potion would literally materialize. As for what the options are, Chang Bei looked towards the Valente fantasy potion that he had synthesized, and the answer was obvious. Later on, Chang Bei would let that guy make the final choice. And now, Chang Bei looked at the 170 Valente fantasy potion in front of him and revealed a smirk. This kind of potion, for Valente, is already the limit, but for me, Chang Bei, it's just the beginning. After taking out 2 Valente fantasy potion alone, STC bloomed into a fan-shaped beam of azure light. Similar technological artifacts detected. Synthesis begins. Bud of Life, Gene Sequence Liberation Potion, *84. Tree of Life, Gene Sequence Liberation Potion, *42. Chang Bei grew more and more expectant. The synthetic path remains the same, and what follows is heights that were once unreached. Synthesis begins. Successful synthesis. Human Extreme Gene Potion, *21. Chapter 129, Genetic Circuit Map. Human Extreme Genetic Potion. Looking at the entire universe of thousands of intelligent creatures, human beings are located in the middle and lower reaches of the stage. Each human being at the beginning of the birth of the upper genetic limit has been predetermined. Under this premise, each human being's genetic limit, high and low different. Human Limit Genetic Potion can activate all the potential contained in human genes in a short period of time, forming a genetic level impact. Once successful, the genetic level of the user will be instantly raised to the upper limit, and the level is permanently fixed. Instant cap. Chang Bei looked at the notes in the perspective and couldn't help but exclaim. Valente's fantasy potion was nothing more than a probability of rising 3 levels in a row, while this potion at this time, even more perverse, was directly capped. And when Chang Bei saw the last line of the note, the look on his face was all over the place. Probability of successful impact 0.000000001%. This is even lower than the probability of the game's 10 consecutive draws in the old days. Chang Bei sked and shook his head. Sure enough, with such insane rewards, the success rate is ridiculously low. One wonders what level of heaven's destiny one would have to be in order to utilize the power of this potion. Of course, even if someone carries this probability in his body, he is afraid that he does not have access to this potion. As for whether or not Chang Bei was that heaven's destined son, there was absolutely no need to test it. Simply by continuing to synthesize, the effects of the potion will naturally be multiplied. Synthesis begins. Successful synthesis. Gene Blast Potion, *10. Chang Bei's eyes glared. Big, explosive, explosion? The moment he saw the name of the potion, Chang Bei once thought that he had taken too big a step and tore his balls. What the hell is this big bang? Could it be that after taking it, he would explode in place? Genetic Explosion Potion. Upgraded version of the Limit Potion. The principle is the same for the invocation of genetic potential, but instead of forming a single impact, it gradually forms 30 genetic explosions, generating the possibility of genetic enhancement, genetic mutation, genetic oversteps, and although it cannot achieve the effect of an instantaneous capping, the success rate of a single time is greatly improved, with virtually no side effects. The most precious part of this potion is to break through the various inhibiting situations such as class birth defect genes, the default gene ceiling, and the gene lock of the higher energy civilization, in which the potion is one of the most excellent products in this field. This agent comes from a new human civilization at level 3. 8. Chang Bei gave a start, his eyes slowly brightened. Breakthrough inhibition? The chain of inhibition in the queen's mouth was a kind of inhibition, so wouldn't this potion in front of her be just the right medicine? There are also 30 genetic explosions, a description that sounds extremely impressive. Immediately, Chang Bei was somewhat puzzled. What is the new human civilization? Although there is the word human in their civilization, they are very different from humans, and have only evolved the same physiological structure as humans under the same cosmic ecological environment, including the same physical features, as well as the brain, but their intelligence, cognition, as well as the level of science and technology are far higher than that of human beings. Again, they're human, but they're kind of like what we perceive as God. Chang Bei's eyes were filled with longing. I wonder if I'll have the chance to be able to see them, and their civilization, with my own eyes in the future. Also at this time, Chang Bei suddenly saw that a small black square was interspersed amongst the row of gene explosion potion that had just been synthesized. Pick up the square. Chang Bei found that this thing was made of a delicate material, with some frosted general touch, about the size of a human mahjong, but very thin and high class. What is it? Chang Bei surveyed the small square. How did such an item appear in the potion? It clearly didn't exist just now. In the new human civilization, within every 10 genetic Big Bang potions, there will be such a device, which functions as a genetic instruction manual, and you can interpret it as a giveaway. Giveaway. Genetic instructions. Chang Bei's eyes brightened slightly. You're really humanized enough to even synthesize the instructions. Following the STC's instructions, Chang Bei took the small black piece and attached it to his right wrist. A miraculous scene appeared. The small black piece unexpectedly penetrated into Chang Bei's skin as if it had melted, and in the end, it only left a small black box on his wrist, like a tattoo. Chang Bei was a bit surprised. Even if it's a giveaway, it possesses extremely high technological content. Touch the black box lightly. A picture suddenly appeared out of nowhere within Chang Bei's perspective. The black bottom, and at the very bottom, it looks like a coordinate axis, possessing 24 nodes on it, but both the coordinates and the nodes are dark gray, as if they are not activated. And among them, below the second and third nodes, 2 sets of words are written, respectively. Instinct line as well as supernatural line. Above these 2 nodes, on the other hand, extend 2 vertical coordinate axes, which also contain 24 nodes, which, again, are grayed out, as if uncolored. Is this a genetic instruction manual? It's not that simple. A glimpse of a spot could tell the whole picture. Chang Bei could instantly tell that this was a genetic ability map. Instinctive line. Supernatural line. Chang Bei's eyes flickered. He should have activated these 2 abilities before he was blocked by the chain of inhibition. Line. The horizontal axis, then, has 24 nodes, which means that there will be 24 different lines in the human genes. And the vertical axis is supposed to be the promotion space for these abilities. The instinctive line should refer to basic human abilities, such as thinking, such as basic physical fitness, and so on. Supernatural line should refer to supernatural abilities in the human definition. Rumor has it that certain high-grade geneticists, who would master some special abilities, should fall into this category. Like Zhang Beige, he should belong to another line. Like, genetic mutation lines or something. So it is. Chang Bei was somewhat aghast, realizing this time that he had uncovered a tiny corner of the huge genetic world through that tiny instruction manual. I wonder what other data will appear within this interface in the future. But at the very least, it would allow Chang Bei to achieve a full understanding of his situation. Human genes, surprisingly, have 24 lines. I wonder how many strips of human civilization have been opened today, and how far they have been upgraded. And about myself, when I break the inhibitory chain, the genetic wiring diagram, there should be an update. At this moment, Chang Bei looked at the 10-gene Big Bang potion. It was undoubtedly the most suitable potion. Squeak! Chang Bei had just picked up a potion when he heard a squeak. Only to see that the little guy looked like he was holding a pillar, holding the Valente Fantasy potion that Chang Bei had just given it, but instead of drinking it, his little eyes were staring straight at the genetic explosion in front of Chang Bei. Chang Bei cocked his head. You want to drink this too? Squeak! Z gave a weak cry, not in a haphazard manner, but rather seeking Chang Bei's opinion. Unsurprisingly, we won't be short of potion ingredients in the future. Chang Bei laughed. What's more, I once promised you that I would raise you to be the fattest mouse in the entire universe. Said. Chang Bei picked up a genetic Big Bang, pulled out the cork, and placed it in Z's arms. Z's pink nose twitched, his whiskers quivered, and his little eyes sparkled. And then, Chang Bei also picked up a genetic Big Bang, and after pulling out the stopper, he and the potion in Z's arms gently touched each other, making a crisp impact sound. Here, cheers. Squeak. Chapter 130, Blitz. Tons and tons and tons. Chang Bei tilted his neck to dry the potion, and Z stuck his mouth into the test tube to drink it. A moment. Both potions are bottoming out. Chang Bei barred his mouth. Z barked back. It doesn't seem to feel like much other than it tastes good? Chang Bei remembers that the notes clearly state almost no side effects. So he didn't hesitate, and immediately opened 2 more, clinking glasses with C. Keep it up. Tons and tons and tons. No feeling. Squeak. Not full. Keep the toast going. Tons and tons and tons. A man and a mouse, spinning the gene Big Bang potion, wildly. If this scene was seen by a human geneticist, he was afraid that he would go crazy on the spot. Each genetic Big Bang potion, in essence, is actually the formation of 30 times a blitz. Gene repair function aside, each of these blitz there is also a very high probability of gene-level transcendence. 30 times plus high probability. A single, Volente fantasy potion, could cause the entire human race to go crazy, while the effect of the gene Big Bang potion was undoubtedly a geometric multiple of it. And it is simply impossible for the existing human civilization to create such an agent. Its preciousness, I'm afraid, cannot be defined. However, it was this kind of potion that was drunk by Chang Bei as if it was tap water. Eventually, Chang Bei drank a whole 6 gene explosion potion, while Z drank 4. At this point, Z looked like a furry balloon, unable to touch the ground on all 4 legs, rolling slightly on the ground on all 4s. Squeak's expression could be described as very disoriented. It squinted its eyes and seemed to be in some sort of food junkie state. The whole rat was very soothing. It had also never drank such a delicious potion before. Once in the basement of the Genetic Research Institute, in order to survive for a long time, it needed to ration its food every day, so it had never gorged itself so recklessly. Squeak! Squeak gave a little murmur. Chang Bei knew that this little guy, right now, was so satisfied that he was drifting away. And after Chang Bei began to experience his own situation, he first entered the switching interface of the dual gene sequence, said Page. This was actually a mysterious space deep within his consciousness. The space was dark and deep, with only 2 sets of DNA floating silently. But at that moment, 2 figurative, dark gray chains wrapped the 2 sets of DNA tightly and airtightly. This is the chain of inhibition that materialized after the Queen's reminder. It was as if everything had fallen into some kind of stagnation and dead silence. Nothing has changed. Does it take time for the medicine to work? Chang Bei was puzzled, and his perspective returned to reality. Instead, he found Z standing on the ground, arching his back and looking at the ground, a pink glow blossoming in both eyes, and it was unusually strong. And Squeak's rounded stomach disappeared, as if all the potions were finished being digested by it. Squeak! Squeak's mouth let out a loud shriek, but he saw those pink crystals on top of its head grow inch by inch. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. It's amazing that Z can evolve through drugs as well. Only the crystal on Z's brain grew longer and longer, originally only about 2 to 3 centimeters, but now it had grown to close to 10 centimeters. And then those crystals slowly curved backward, gradually fitting onto Squeak's back. The white fur on its spine seemed to be burned and melted by the crystals, and then those crystals fused with the skin on its back, blossoming with a pinkish luster. After about 3 minutes, Squeak's appearance has changed in an amazing way. Those crystals formed a crystalline skull on top of its head, its originally exposed brain, finally covered up, and then the head crystals formed a crystal spine along Z's torso. Squeak's entire tail, which had turned into pink crystal, was not stiff, but instead could swing back and forth in the air. This must be some kind of evolution. Chang Bei found it unbelievable. At this instant, Z suddenly tilted his head and let out a penetrating chirp towards the sky. Z. Chang Bei's silicon-based biogenetic gene was suppressed, but it still maintained a basic connection with Z. There were no strange noises at the scene, but after Squeak let out that chirp, Chang Bei heard countless earth-shattering beasts roaring, like some sort of response to Squeak. And none of those beastly voices were anything Chang Bei had ever heard before. They came from the depths of the universe, and could be from any planet, any kind of outer space monster. Just then, on Chang Bei's chest, the large yellow eyes of the Type 1 biochemical battle armor also automatically surfaced, and as it looked at Z, its eyes blossomed with yellow light, and it also let out a low responding sound, smacklu. Chang Bei instantly realized the truth. Z evolved to connect with more weird creatures? And it's a connection that can span infinite distances. Chang Bei also associated a possibility. Assuming that other monsters are encountered in space in the future, will Z be able to ride them as well? Even if it's not that ideal, establishing some communication shouldn't be a problem. That's a strong advantage. That did come as a bit of a surprise. Chang Bei had wanted to let Z eat his fill, but he hadn't expected to contribute to Z's evolution. Just as Chang Bei was elated, there was suddenly a shocking sound that scared Chang Bei out of his cold sweat. Boom! The sound was so loud that it was even a little scary and appalling. For a moment, Chang Bei thought that the Volente sculpture was struck by a large lightspeed weapon, but in fact, there was no change in the surroundings, and that kind of horrifyingly loud sound came to his own mind. Boom! There was another loud bang. Chang Bei's entire body shook, covered in cold sweat, and his brain ached. The viewpoint returned to his genetic space and finally discovered the truth. But see that loud noise coming from your own human DNA double helix. The DNA was still entangled in the thick chains, but after another shocking bang, the thick chains trembled in gusts. Chang Bei drifted off. Genetic blast. No, it's a blast of its own coming. Boom! There was another terrifying thud. Inhibitory chain, quivering. Boom boom boom. Loud noise after loud noise, this feeling, as if there was a house made of reinforced concrete, the windows and doors were sealed, but there was a big man holding a heavy hammer, was smashing inside the house one after another. He wanted to break the cage. Because it all happened in Chang Bei's mind. So this smashing carried a shocking impact and a loud noise that only Chang Bei himself could hear. Boom! Boom! Amidst the loud noise, Cheng Bei silently projected that a loud noise should be a bludgeon, and since he had taken 6 Gene Big Bang Potion, that would be 6 by 30, 180 times. After about the 60th smash, the chains on the human DNA were riddled with cracks. Inside Cheng Bei's heart, a blazing flame ignited. I am, at last, going to break out of my bonds. Chapter 131, Valente's Heart. Boo! Click it. The red stone burst into flames. Hers was a flawed man, using the gravel in his hand, smashing it into Valente's head. Valente didn't have much of an expression on his face, and the stone didn't do him any damage, just left some crumbs on the top of his head, and a shallow white mark. On the backside, many of the blemishers gripped their stones. The master and disciple were kneeling like that, facing thousands of flawed people. If their nature was that of great traitors, then this scene would not have happened at all, and they would have long ago run away and disappeared without a trace. For the conscience of the heart translates into great self-blame. So, they let go of all thoughts and quietly waited for the final punishment. There's a phrase that doesn't describe it very well, but it's quite fitting. Good people don't last long, bad people live 1,000 years. Okay. It was Cheng Bei, who slowly stepped out from within the gap in the city wall and looked toward the group of flawed people. Stop fighting. The flawed one at the very front, his arm stopped in the air and did not continue to smash down. Cheng Bei's words carried a little weight among the blemished. Because not long ago, Cheng Bei's garbage starship landed in the valley and brought them a large amount of fresh fruits and vegetables. Cheng Bei frowned. What are you doing here? Leave. Valente's face was unkind, and his gaze was like spitting fire as he looked at Cheng Bei. What else do you want? Cheng Bei also didn't talk nonsense. With a flip of his hand, a black test tube appeared in his palm, and he stretched his palm out in front of Valente. Valente Fantasy Potion. This statement was made. The whole room was silent. Valente himself was even more so as his pupils contracted instantly. Ha ha. But it was only a few seconds before Valente let out an absurd laugh. Ha, ha ha. Are you crazy or am I crazy? You took out the Valente's Fantasy Potion after spending 10 minutes inside my laboratory? Ha ha. However, he saw Cheng Bei's face calm, and with a lift of his hand, he took out another device with a small screen at the end and a tip like a slender steel needle. This is a potion ingredient tester. You can measure the data yourself. Cheng Bei slowly said, as a genius apothecary, the results will surely be clear at a glance. Valente froze. This is equipment from my lab? Why haven't I seen it before? Cheng Bei smiled. I made a small upgrade to it. Valente was baffled. Glancing at the not-so-reliable device in Cheng Bei's hand, he also took a look at the mediocre potion test tube. Ha ha ha. Valente began to laugh absurdly again. How could it be? How could it be? How could it be? The potion that I spent my entire life's learning and poured countless resources into can't even be touched. How could you? A brat from a trashy earth. How could you? Valente's second half of his sentence suddenly choked back and became incredibly quiet as he stared wide-eyed at Cheng Bei's pupils. In Cheng Bei's pupils, there was still half a gray circle, which was the characteristic of defective genes, or genetic failures. But at this point, the half circle in Cheng Bei's eyes was unexpectedly covered with fine cracks. Actually, Cheng Bei's genetic blast hadn't ended yet. The shocking loud noise in his head had continued, and he had stepped out in advance just because he was afraid that Valente and Cheng Bei and the others would really be killed by the defector. Valente's eyes widened. He found that Cheng Bei's pupils, not only the gray semicircle on the full of cracks, and in the depths of the pupils, even vaguely floating a golden circle of light. Because his pupils were so small, Valente had to count them with all his eyes, one by one, 1, 2, 3, 4. But before he could finish counting, the glow of those circles of light enhanced a bit, intertwining and indistinguishable. Valente was completely shocked. His words were stuttering a bit. What on earth did you do? Or rather, what kind of potion did you make? This was what Valente couldn't believe. Cheng Bei must have taken something. That sign was obvious. Just what kind of potion could make a person metamorphose from flawed genes directly to a high geneticist? None of this, in Valente's learning and experience, is possible. However, he saw Cheng Bei once again send the black test tube in his hand forward, his eyes burning as he said, test. Valente's heart lurched. If Cheng Bei really had that kind of ability to turn corruption into magic, then Valente, still kneeling on the ground, his arms trembling, picked up Cheng Bei's testing instrument, opened the potion test tube, and slowly inserted it into the tester, causing the probe to touch the original liquid of the potion. The next instant, on the screen above the tester, a large amount of data surfaced, and within the blue interface, white characters scrolled rapidly, among which were incomparably complex chemical formulas, as well as a large number of textual annotations. Characters scroll very fast. If it were anyone else, it would be a question of whether they could even read it, let alone understand it. But Valente didn't move a muscle, a face illuminated by the screen, his pupils darting rapidly, living up to his reputation as a genius. He was clearly able to see and read and digest. After a full minute and a half, those data finally scrolled to the end, the screen stopped flickering, and the words watch back appeared at the top, but instead of clicking on it, Valente's entire body was transformed into a clay statue. Cheng Bei raised his hand and took the potion back from Valente. Without asking, Chang Bei knew that Valente had already identified the authenticity of the potion. Cassius pursed his pale, dry lips and called out softly, "Teacher." Valente was seen kneeling on the ground, his hands still in the position of holding the potion, the wind with its red sandy soil blowing his white hair and shaking it slightly. Zhang Beige also looked worried. "Teacher." "Ooh-hoo." However, he saw Valente, who was frozen in place, suddenly whimpering under his breath, and his tears broke the bank in an instant. He suddenly fell on his back in a big position, facing the red sky, crying louder and louder. His face was a mixture of dirt and tears that made up a dark red mud, and he wiped it with his sleeve, making his whole face even more muddy. "Ooh-hoo." Fresh tears washed away the mud and left a trail across his face. Valente thought back to his infinite self in the black market. Thinking back to the bullying self that turned down an invitation from the Galactic Science Alliance. It also recalled, just after establishing the City of Genes, that spirited self. Also, the one who had just developed a prototype of the Valente's fantasy potion and was jumping up and down. "Ooh-hoo." Valente, a man approaching 70, cried more and more miserably. He recalled, again, the scene during the first and only mass testing of the fantasy potion, the overcrowding and the scramble to be the first. And then, a human face appeared in his eyes, the first batch of humans who had become skinny and bony with severe brain edema due to the after effects of the fantasy potion. Immediately afterward, these people died one after another in a miserable scene. Valente got up and knelt on the ground, knocking his head against the stone in front of him again and again, and even with his strong constitution, this time he finally knocked out blood, mixing it with tears and mud. Ooh-hoo. For the past few years, he lived among the flawed as Uncle Ruin, trying to find a cure by observing their symptoms, but whether he tried 100 or 200 times, he failed. In his capacity as Uncle Waste, he watched his student Zhang Beige from afar, secretly dispensing analgesic potions to defective children, and watched as Zhang Beige wasted away day by day. He also secretly observed the atmosphere, the number of client starships, in the capacity of Uncle Ruin, and it was clear in his mind that the clients were decreasing day by day, and in the end, the City of Genes was almost devoid of clients. He knows he can't die, but he still relieves his inner guilt every day through various suicides. It's all because of him. All because of that genetic potion he fantasized about. Once, he had made the unshakable conclusion that Valente fantasy potion was absolutely non-existent. But he just saw it. True to form, the thing in Chang Bei's hand was the Valentine's fantasy potion that he had dreamed of. The potion is clearly available now. But for some reason, he just couldn't hold back the emotions in his heart, couldn't stop himself from crying out in pain. Ooh-hoo. Valente was curled up on the ground, his forehead pressed against the soil, pulling at his hair, his voice muffled from crying. He grew to understand. Once, he made a huge mistake by creating a failed fantasy potion that caused 5,000 people to fall into hell. If Valente fantasy potion really doesn't exist, fine. No one in this world can make the Valentine's fantasy potion, and anyone who touches it will inevitably make a mistake. But now, the real, Valente's fantasy potion, had appeared, which meant that the beautiful dream he had denied. It existed, it was just that he didn't have the ability to touch it, which made him lose his last excuse, and self-blame was like a monstrous wave that drowned everything. Why didn't it show up earlier? Or maybe it's okay that the idea of making this potion was never born on its own. One would think that he had found an emotional outlet in this moment. But in actuality, his emotions became more complicated in this moment. Valente suddenly tilted his head back and let out a heartbreaking cry as he looked at the blood-red sun in the sky. Chapter 132. The cry pierces the clouds. Valente's hysteria gradually made the defectors lose their patience as they gripped the stones in their hands and slowly gathered towards the front. Chang Bei had a little status in their hearts, but not much. With a whoosh, a flawed person threw a rock that hit Valente in the forehead, quartering him. Unknown to any indiscriminate defective, he threw a fist-sized rock at Chang Bei with great strength and speed. The Type 1 biochemical battle armor reacted quickly. Chang Bei waved his hand and smashed the stone into powder, and then narrowed his eyes at the crowd of defective people, and some people actually shivered in their bodies because of this gaze from Chang Bei. However, Valente slowly stood up, his voice calm but resounding in everyone's ears. He, Chang Bei, has developed a true Valente fantasy potion. This sentence, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, caused an uproar. The flawed people were startled, and then countless whispers overlapped and became booming. They had already completely despaired of the Valente fantasy potion, but the words of imprinting, and coming from the mouth of Valente himself, forced them to believe it. Cassius and Zhang Beige glanced at each other, both seeing a look of extreme shock in each other's eyes. Only Valente tilted his head and looked at the red sky. Chang Bei's attainments in genetic potions are 100 times, 10,000 times, 10,000 times greater than mine. I call myself a genius in vain. Valente slowly closed his eyes, 2 lines of compromising tears, slowly running down his cheeks. Chang Bei called out, Valente, come to me. Yes. None of the people had expected Valente to utter an obedient general yes in the face of Chang Bei's summons. Perhaps this is the huge emotional shift of a top scientist, whose self-confidence has been shattered and who has completely conceded defeat. Valente came to Chang Bei and bowed his head slightly. Chang Bei stretched out his hands, and in one hand was the Valente fantasy potion that he had just taken, while in the other hand, a test tube with a light-blocking coating appeared. Only Chang Bei suddenly lowered his voice. "You have a choice to make now." Valente's eyes widened slightly, uncertain. Two potions, one is Valente fantasy potion. The other, a defective gene repair potion, which has a certain probability of healing the defectives. "And you can only take one of them from me." Chang Bei's voice was low, so low that almost only Valente and the two nearby students could hear it. "Which one do you choose?" Valente's eyes snapped open. He really hadn't expected to come across a choice at this time, in this place. His heart was also churning with huge waves in this moment. Chang Bei gazed at Valente. If he chose the Valente fantasy potion, then the city of genes would truly rise to prominence, and the fame would spread throughout the entire human civilization, and this one potion would be enough to make them wealthy and rich in a short period of time. The good thing was that Chang Bei would obtain a powerful, or even the entire human society, the most awesome pharmaceutical supplier, and the feedback that could be obtained would also be unimaginable, because as long as there were sufficient funds, genetic technology would also surely produce innovations. And the downside is that there's a chance that the higher genes will be all over the place by then, and you'll be less than a dog. Of course, a dog was a bit of an exaggeration. Chang Bei was, after all, the man with the STC. A crane was certain, only his personal aura would surely be weakened. And if Valente chooses the human-exclusive flawed gene repair potion, then thousands of defectors will be healed, Valente's inner self redeemed, and the defector crisis brought to a close. The human genetic system, too, will not falter. With Valente's previous technology in place, making some basic gene potions shouldn't be a problem. The problem is that Gene City can't flip the switch instantly, the funding will become much weaker, and R&D will definitely be hampered. The supply of Chang Bei is also bound to be sluggish and inadequate. As for why it has to be one or the other, the SCC had previously made the addition that since Chang Bei had synthesized the paradox item, the paradox must be resolved, either by making the repair potion a reality or by making it disappear. If the paradox persisted, it would trigger unforeseen and serious consequences. The Valente fantasy potion was originally a fantasy. The human-exclusive flawed gene repair potion is a paradox. Only one of the two can exist in human civilization. Chang Bei sighed inwardly. There is an old saying, the fish in the bear's paw, you can't have it both ways. At this point, Zhang Bei's and Kezhia's lips both appeared to tremble to varying degrees as they gazed at their teacher in death. Valente's forehead, unbeknownst to him, was covered in a layer of sweat. It's not an easy choice to make. Chang Bei had a guess in his mind. He had had in-depth contact with Valente, so Chang Bei had another interpretation of Valente's seemingly insane behavior just now. Inside, Valente had nothing but chagrin and remorse. The moment he saw the fantasy potion become a reality, remorse and regret consumed him, so it was highly likely that he would choose the repair potion, thus accomplishing his self-redemption and completely ridding himself of his own mind's demons. The breeze blew the red sandy dust. Valente's white hair was also blown by the wind, only to see him stretch out his trembling arm, but surprisingly, he grabbed the Valente fantasy potion. Chang Bei's eyes narrowed slightly. Only Valente lifted the potion up and looked at the liquid in it through the red sunlight, which had also turned blood red from the sunlight. Valente's eyes were wet, and in his hands was the very being he had haunted and dreamed of. Chang Bei could clearly feel that the weight of the repair potion in his hand was getting lighter and lighter. Ha! Valente suddenly smiled. Who dash? He threw his arm out and clicked. Valente's fantasy potion was slammed onto the ground by him, the test tube splitting apart and the potion spilling out onto the ground, slowly seeping into the soil and disappearing. Chang Bei cocked his head slightly. Zhang Bei's and Kezhia's faces both stiffened violently. Next, seeing Valente take a deep breath again, he picked up the gene repair potion from Chang Bei's hand and held it tightly in his hand. Valente fantasy potion was able to be born. Then in the future, there will definitely be the birth of Zhang Lund fantasy potion, Lil Lund fantasy potion. They both have the potential to be a disaster for humanity, and I don't want to be the one to start this thing. I'd rather that Valente's fantasy potion never existed. Only Valente looked at Chang Bei with a firm gaze. I, for one, choose to heal everyone. Zhang Bei and Kezhias both, after a moment of complicated looks, slowly became relieved. Mr. Chang Bei, don't worry. Only Valente was heard saying, from now on, I will still be able to provide you with unlimited amounts of potions. Chang Bei laughed and looked to the ground. The broken potion, how do you offer it? You've run out of money trees. You have no idea. Valente held the restoration potion in his hand, not knowing if it was due to an illusion, or what, but only felt its weight grow heavier and heavier. The number of genetically defective people in the entire human civilization for various reasons is already a staggering number. Perhaps 30% of the total human population already. There's no shortage of mega-rich and powerful people among them. Valente looked at Chang Bei. The city of genes, from today onwards, will change its nature and become the first effective gene repair hospital in the entire human civilization. Fixing the hospital? Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. He remembered that the rainbow food on garbage earth was caused by the genetic damage due to the backlash of the potion. Although her genetic level was later upgraded, the damage was permanently imprinted in the genes. So it seems that when you look at the entire human civilization, everyone is pursuing higher genes, and the effects of the potions on the market are almost always of the kind that have very few success rates, as well as huge damage rates. I am afraid that the number of genetically defective and damaged people in such a context is uncountable. And regarding this potion, since it came from the hands of Mr. Chang Bei, the effects speak for themselves. I will be reducing and producing this potion. It won't take long. Valente's eyes twinkled. The city of genes will gain another unrivaled status, as well as staggering wealth. And you, Chang Bei, will be the sole boss of the city of genes. As for me, Valente. This old man with white hair clenched his teeth slightly. It's just one who is prepared to spend the entire rest of his life healing humans. Redeemer. Chang Bei's eyes flickered. He was new to human society and had seen less, and had not thought at all that there was such an alternative path. Sure, Valente promised, I will also set up a gene potion production line, but I won't sell it, and will only serve Mr. Chang alone. At this very moment, Chang Bei finally realized the full extent of Valente's intentions. He couldn't help but smile in relief. Original. The fish and the bear's paw can be both. Chapter 133 Exclusive Routes. Boom, boom. In Chang Bei's mind, the loud noise was still going on. During the process just now, his own genetic blitz never stopped. And within the gene space, the chains that the inhibitory chain had materialized into were already covered in cracks, and those cracks were getting bigger and bigger, with dazzling golden light seeping out of the gaps. And to Chang Bei's surprise, at first it was just a crack in the iron chain on the human double helix DNA. And now the chains of silicon-based DNA, too, have changed and are similarly riddled with cracks. At the very beginning, Chang Bei was worried that the chain of inhibition of silicon-based organisms was all about needing certain additional agents, such as the silicon-based civilization agent, to be able to break the blockade. As it stood now, the two genes were one and the same, both belonging to Chang Bei, and could be stormed together. Chang Bei didn't know if this was a blessing or a common phenomenon. Of course, this is nowhere to be found. Perhaps Chang Bei was the only dual gene sequence possessor within this universe. Chang Bei's own, standing on the dark red ground, eyes slightly open. And within the gene space, the chains on the carbon-based DNA, already overwhelmed, began to fall off in pieces. Chang Bei was able to vaguely see that the double helix DNA within the chain had turned gold-colored, brilliantly glowing, emitting a shocking aura. You too, what the hell are you doing there? They say they made a fantasy potion, so why did they drop it again? Are you guys acting? If they run away, we're completely hopeless. I think they're just stalling. Everyone, go on, get them. At this time, the defectives had begun to riot. Their faces were originally ugly, and at this time, they surrounded like zombies. Boom, boom. The loud ringing in Chang Bei's head grew stronger and faster in frequency. With a loud bang, the chains on the carbon-based DNA fell apart and burst into countless pieces. The complete double helix DNA emerged, no longer the blue color from before, but golden, as if cast in gold, eye-catching. Shut up! Chang Bei faced thousands of flawed people and suddenly shouted angrily. It was also at this instant that the gray semicircle in his pupil suddenly shattered, and 5 golden circles of light emerged in his pupil. Thousands of flawed people suddenly felt an unprecedented state of being. It was some sort of massless and intangible shock, as if carrying an innate restraint, causing their hearts to palpitate and their cold hairs to stand on end. Unconsciously, thousands of flawed people, unexpectedly, took a step backward in unison. This is. Valente stood right beside Chang Bei and clearly saw the changes in Chang Bei's pupils, Class A geneticists. But no, their genetic manifestation. Why is it this color? Valente had seen a lot in the field of genetics. Even if it was an A-class geneticist, he had seen more than 5, but he was, at this moment, unable to explain the situation in front of him. In the meantime, Valente turned his head, looking to the horrified defectors, his mind blasting. In theory, in legend, in speculation, human genes are associated with the mysterious power of the universe, and the strength of the gene level is the strength of the mysterious power. This would have been the realm of the occult, but it can also be linked to biomagnetic fields, the quantum mechanics of mind to mind. If you put it in the animal kingdom, weak antelopes that see a strong tiger, even if predation is not occurring, will instinctively wince and, in severe cases, even lose the ability to flee. Valente's eyes moved back and forth between the flawed man and Chang Bei. One side was an extremely low-level defective geneticist, and the other side was a high-level geneticist with unique genetic attributes. Antelope and tigers. This, the corner of Valente's eye twitched. Was this what had never been proven? Genetic suppression? All of you are greedy. However, he saw Chang Bei open his mouth, 5 golden apertures flashing in his eyes, and his voice was shocking and penetrating. Half of the reason why the City of Genes can have today's scene is because of Valente's adventurousness, and the other half is because of your greed. You look vulnerable. Practically in my heart, pity and abhorrence go hand in hand. Chang Bei's gaze was like a sharp sword, such as vanilla. She is only in her teens now, 5 years ago she was just a child. Who brought her here? It wasn't you guys who are fathers and mothers, and Tooth Boy and the others. You know that your genes are already flawed, yet you still don't control your desires, releasing in promiscuous sex here with impunity. The moment those children are born, they already have half a foot in hell. Valente and the others, by not fleeing and staying here, are kind of facing up to their responsibilities. And I, for one, am willing to offer the option of a gene repair potion as my last mercy. Cheng Bei's eyes narrowed slightly. If you continue to be so vicious, I'll let you. You'll be left to fend for yourselves. The words went down. Plus that invisible genetic suppression, causing the bodies of all the blemishers to stiffen, their pupils trembled as the scene went silent. Zheng Beige once again had tears in her eyes and looked at Cheng Bei with some trembling. No one wants to be endlessly trapped, and no one will really take all the blame willingly. He just never complains because he blames himself. Cheng Bei spoke the words in his heart, which he had not dared to say. Valente exhaled slowly, but the breath was shaky and bitter in his throat. Boom, boom, boom. In Cheng Bei's brain, the loud sound still hadn't stopped. The chains of silicon-based DNA also crumbled in that instant. But after all, it was the human genetic Big Bang potion, which did not form a catalytic effect on the silicon-based genes, so there was no obvious change in the rhombic Dodekamer DNA of the silicon-based, just a breakthrough of the inhibitory chain. Nevertheless, deep within Cheng Bei's pupils, the characteristics of a silicon-based creature still surfaced for a moment, and within a circle of light at the very center, a radiant seven-colored glaze appeared. Valente snapped back a step, his eyes staring deathly into Cheng Bei's pupils. What is this again? Boom, boom, boom. Cheng Bei's genetic blasts, which hadn't been exhausted yet, had about 20 left. The loud noise continued, and Cheng Bei clearly felt that the remaining 20 blasts would all be applied to his carbon-based DNA. Boom! The ground shook. This time, it was the external landscape that had changed. Only to see the valley of defectors in the distance, suddenly vaporized a large amount of dust, and there were loud breaking and falling noises. Zhang Beige reacted at first. The main body of the defector valley is all soil. The heavy shelling from the starships earlier caused a geological tremor. The defector valley is going to collapse. No good. But it was in the crowd of blemishers that Herb exclaimed, those children of Tooth Boy, they still remain in the valley. Boom, boom, boom. The storm in Cheng Bei's mind was still going on, and no one could see that the sixth aperture, which was the one in a billion S-class higher geneticist in the human civilization, was floating out of the depths of his pupils, faintly and unobtrusively. In the meantime, the genetic circuit diagram that Cheng Bei had obtained earlier surfaced in his eyes. On the horizontal axis, the words supernatural line lit up faintly, while at the same time, a line was extended on the corresponding vertical axis, with node after node being lit up. Every human consciousness is born with a unique, specific meaning and function. It also defines his sphere of competence. Every human being with a special mission has an ability at which he or she excels. User Cheng Beg, your ability is speed. A line of explanatory text slowly emerges from the genetic circuit map. At the same time, along with the loud sound of the genetic storm, the annotation of the first node slowly surfaced on the vertical coordinate axis corresponding to the supernatural line. Class 1 speed. Immediately afterward, the notes for the second node, which also surfaced. Class 2 speed. Then the third node. Class 3 speed. And then a fourth. Class 4 speed. At the same time, on the fourth node, a branch suddenly split horizontally, forming a new node, like some kind of derivative ability, super metabolic rate. Cheng Bei's eyes widened slightly. Promoted to a whole new genetic level, I gained access to legendary supernatural powers. And it was hinted at early on that this power is speed. So what is this so-called class 4 speed and how many meters per second is it? This moment. With a loud boom, the rocks cracked and the soil rolled back where Cheng Bei was. Cheng Bei himself, on the other hand, was like an arrow off the string, transforming into a black shadow of light, instantly sweeping past 5,000 flawed people, rolling up gusts of wind, as well as more than a dozen meters of noisy dust. In a split second when everyone didn't react, rushed into the valley of the defectors. Chapter 134, The Final Blitz. The moment Cheng Bei rushed out, his world is different from anyone else's. Fuzzy. The surrounding figures, boulders, etc., could not be distinguished in detail as clearly as they could be at rest. The eyes come to focus on each specific object, which creates a strong sense of dynamism, as if the whole world is moving at breakneck speed. Depth. The scenery is not only blurred, but also a flash. The sense of distance is gone, and it is difficult to accurately grasp the relationship between distance and proximity. Colors. Different areas vary in brightness, and the colors of the scenery flicker intensely as they rush past different areas, as if someone were rapidly flicking a light switch in a dimly lit room. Cheng Bei's eyes experienced an intense discomfort, and a greenish-colored halo appeared within his perspective, as if it was the aftermath of rubbing his eyes vigorously for 10 minutes. The human body, as it is constructed, seems completely unable to adapt to such speeds. While Cheng Bei had gained the ability, he had also gained a great pressure. Cheng Bei's thoughts tumbled. Perhaps every strong man, behind the unseen, has to make a similar confrontation. Suddenly, The instinctive line within the genetic circuit map began to blink, and 2 nodes lit up consecutively on the corresponding vertical coordinates. Class 1 instincts. Class 2 instincts. The emergence of these capabilities can be timely. In the next instant, the scenery in Chang Bei's eyes became much clearer, the sense of distance was barely restored, and the extremely rapid color changes became acceptable. His world, from the blurry mess it had been before, became a monitor with very low resolution. Everything was a mosaic, but at least it was possible to tell which was a person and which was a rock, at a distance of roughly how many meters, and the frequency of guys frantically flicking switches around the room was greatly reduced. The so-called asterisk-level instincts are supposed to correlate to the basic 5 human senses. At this moment, the 5 senses enhancement of the Type 1 biochemical battle armor also took effect, and the resolution in Chang Bei's world was once again raised by 1 section. Under the layers of enhancement, Chang Bei was finally able to take control of himself. It was also this moment of clarity that Chang Bei was stunned to realize that he had already crossed a distance of at least 5 kilometers in the course of just now. With a sharp break, he stood at the very edge of the Valley of the Flawed One, and 1 step further was an abyss of 10,000 feet. Chang Bei took a deep breath in general afterward. At that moment, his body paused and everything in his perspective returned to normal. He looked at the valley that was falling apart and collapsing under his feet, and quickly mapped out his course of action in his mind. However, it was only half a second before Chang Bei's body, once again transformed into a black shadow, rushed into the valley. Super speed paired with inertia made him as light as a swallow, and he could sprint forward dozens of meters with a tap of his toes on the falling gravel. Being collapsed trestle, there is a moment, there will also be the original static state of the keep tendency, and is this moment of stability, for Chang Bei, enough to form a strong support. He is like walking on the ground, extremely fast skimming through. The faster the speed, the slower the time. The logic holds. Chang Bei found the 3-eyed boy cowering in a corner in a cave, and he was tilting his head in horror, watching a pillar that was smashing down towards his head, and this image was equivalent to a movie that had been slowed down 10 times. The Type 1 biochemical battle armor stretched out its tentacles and protected 3-eyed boy's neck and limb joints, preventing him from breaking his bones due to the high-speed movement that followed. Afterwards, Chang Bei was like a whirlwind and found Fat Foot Boy, Double Chicken Boy, and 7 or 8 other children within the valley. After confirming that there were no other children in the valley, the Type 1 biochemical battle armor marked a red aperture in the viewpoint and mapped out a climbing route on the rugged cliff face, and Chang Bei led a group of children and quickly rushed out of the valley. Like a whirlwind again, he returned to his original position and appeared in front of the thousands of flawed people, as well as the 3 Valente teachers and students. All in, it was about 2 minutes. It was almost the time when the crowd came back to their senses and just figured out the situation. At the same instant, the flawed person's valley also appeared to completely collapse, and dust and smoke rose in all directions. At this point, Chang Bei placed the children on the ground, the tentacles of the Type 1 biochemical battle armor retracted, and the black mask flipped over, revealing Chang Bei's face. A black battle armor also faded into a blue scavenger's cloak, and clothes that were ordinary to the core. Snap! A flawed man dropped the stone in his hand, his mouth wide open. Valente's face, too, twitched violently. He had seen a lot and knew that some higher geneticists would awaken certain supernatural powers, but this ability of Chang Bei's was unheard of and unheard of. In fact, the supernatural powers that most high genestealers awaken were nothing more than immense strength or amazing eyesight or something like that. And about that battle suit on Chang Bei, that seemed to be fused with some kind of biotechnology, to have that kind of changeable ability, and it seemed to match perfectly with Chang Bei's super speed. All of this exceeded Valente's knowledge and left him greatly shocked. Boom! Boom! The last 2 gene blasts in Chang Bei's mind were completed. Chang Bei only felt that these last 20 blasts had broken through some sort of even stronger invisible barrier, and that the gene level had once again received some sort of boost. Suddenly, a 6th golden aperture lit up in Chang Bei's eyes. Bam! Valente directly took 3 steps backward. He was the closest and watched for real, S-class genes. He, as a top existence in the field of genetics, had heard of it twice, but had never seen it. There were also a few flawed people, who noticed the scene and exclaimed in shock. As for Chang Bei himself, he felt very bad at this time. In physics, there is a concept called g-value, which is the value of the acceleration of gravity. It is present in a variety of high-speed motion scenes. Scenes that an ordinary person can relate to, such as a rapidly ascending elevator, can feel an uncomfortable dragging force exerted downward. Also, for example, in high-speed racing competitions, whenever a car completes a high-speed turn, the driver will feel the lateral drag force. The faster the speed, the greater the force. They must resist this force, especially the head is subjected to the greatest force, which is the reason that the top racers, the neck muscles are unusually developed. Similar situations are encountered by pilots of high-speed fighters, space shuttle pilots, and so on, all of whom are subjected to extreme G-values, hence the rigorous anti-G-value training they must undergo. And if an ordinary person suddenly experiences an irresistible G-value, then he will experience tremendous pressure, difficulty breathing, lack of blood to the brain, ruptured internal organs, broken bones, and other problems. Chang Bei has all of the above questions, one or the other. He was now feeling severe pain all over his body, his abdomen was distended and his chest was tight, and his arm and leg bones should be cracked in the bone. If it wasn't for the protection of the Type 1 biochemical battle armor, I'm afraid it would have been several times worse. Chang Baek's face was handsome and cool, but the mind was spitting mad. Asshole. I gained super speed, but not the corresponding physique. Does that even make sense? Will I die a violent death? Chapter 135, Never Lose Faith. Just as the sixth aperture lit up, genetic circuit map, another node is lit up. This node, after the super metabolic rate branch of the supernatural line. Super metabolic rate LV2. Chang Bei's metabolic rate, once again, gained a boost. At this instant, he had a marvelous feeling, as if the liveliness of all the cells in his body had been greatly enhanced. The energy in the body is burning, the immune system is working like crazy, and the self-healing system is working like crazy. Though he couldn't see it, he could realize that the bruises in his internal organs, being rapidly absorbed by the capillaries, were fading in large quantities. The active factors within the bones were also boiling unquenchably. Calcium and phosphorus, two essential elements for bone regeneration, were frantically active, and the vitamin D in the body, too, was being squeezed like crazy, and all of this acted on the cracks in the bones. Chang Bei could clearly feel that the pain caused by the broken bones was decreasing drastically. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. Super metabolic rate, which is approximately equal to the super conversion rate of energy, and the body's super self-healing power. In a way, it makes up for the super speed. Thanks. At this moment, Vanilla looked at the unharmed children and bowed slowly towards Chang Bei. As for the thousands of flawed people, they no longer dared to be disobedient at this time, and they all bowed their heads towards Chang Bei. And the wave of people at the very front clearly saw the 6 circles of light in Chang Bei's pupils. They know what it really means. This represented a huge gap that he would not be able to cross even in this lifetime, representing that in the near future, that teenager would become the most powerful, the most vocal, and even the most ascendant existence in the entire human civilization. And this teenager had said they would be healed. Then it must be. 1 hour later, Chang Bei, Valente, Zhang Beige, and Kezius, standing in front of the giant Valente sculpture inside the crumbling city of Jeans. Thousands of defectors, meanwhile, had set up a makeshift camp outside the city and were quietly waiting to be rescued. The first step in renovating this place. It is the destruction of this sculpture. Valente tilted his head and said slowly, and my name from now on will be Uncle Ruin. A month. Valente looked at Chang Bei. I will set up the entire supply chain, and at that time, if Boss Chang wants any potion, he only needs to send me a message. Chang Bei nodded his head and smiled. Valente fantasy potion, you've seen it with your own eyes, so all those promises before, defecating upside down and whatnot. Valente was silent for a split second, perhaps his insanity wasn't quite over yet, only to grit his teeth and walk slowly to one side while reaching for his belt. Chang Bei froze, I was just joking. No. I have to perform a reverse defecation today, Valente said, and actually stopped in his tracks and looked back, suddenly starting to laugh, relief and relaxation in his expression. Chang Bei also laughed out loud. I actually don't really like the name Boss Chang. From now on, we are good friends and the sturdiest partners. Right. Valente got a little teary-eyed. Partner. As he spoke, Chang Bei turned back and looked at Zhang Beige, who also had a smiling face. Only Zhang Beige slowly nodded his head. Chang Bei, I'm afraid you're the best scavenger in this universe. Chang Bei cocked his head. What's the deal with the eagle demon? At this time, Zhang Beige, no longer cover up, but spilled, I'm not very good at learning the art, the previous time, have been trying to develop a repair potion that is effective enough. In the process, I constantly experiment on my own body. The result is, as you can see, the repair function is almost nothing, but I got myself mutated. Zhang Beige looked at Valente, a little afraid to look directly. Shame on teachers teaching. Still the same sentence. I'm not talented, I'm not good at learning, I can only develop some strange things. No. Chang Bei's gaze flickered. After you transformed into an eagle demon, your fighting strength is terrifying, and your sense of autonomy is clear without a single trace of loss of control. In my opinion, your results are simply astonishing. Zhang Bei's body trembled and looked at Chang Bei with some emotion. However, he saw Chang Bei suddenly turn around. Uncle Waste, after the renovation of the city of Jeans, can you create a dedicated laboratory for White Pigeon, equipped with a team of specialists, so that he can give full play to his talent and conduct in-depth research on mutant potions? Although Uncle Waste is not a good name. But Valente felt warmed by the sudden shift in address, which represented Chang Bei's respect for his decision. Uncle Waste nodded. Listen to Boss Chang. I've said I don't like the title Boss Chang. Okay, Boss Chang. Don't play these old games. But he saw Uncle Waste smile. No matter what kind of achievements the city of Jeans obtains in the future, the starting point of all this is your gene repair potion, which is unshakable, no matter how huge the city of Jeans is, and what kind of potions it has developed. It is all yours, Chang Bei, and even though it goes a little against your will, I need to use this title to remind myself all the time. Okay. Chang Beg exhaled helplessly, and looked at Zhang Beige. There is about your mutation potion, looking at the whole universe, unknown civilizations, unknown creatures are countless, it is inevitable that human beings will one day face a war. At that time, your mutation potion will surely turn out to be a very powerful weapon. Before that, it can be unavailable to the world, but not without it. Zhang Beige nodded heavily. I will do my best. Immediately, Chang Bei looked to eldest brother Kezia. And at that moment, Kezia, still pale and with a forehead covered in a weak sweat, even maintaining a standing position was a bit difficult. Chang Bei frowned. Then, since Zhang Beige is an eagle demon, so you're just an ordinary person, not connected to any backlash. What's with this physical condition of yours? I took an order. Kezia raised his head, his weak body finally unable to support himself, and dropped to the ground with a plop, slowly saying, like white dove, I experimented on my body. What orders? Uncle Waist stepped forward, checking Kezia's condition. You're in a state, like you're poisoned. It's the genetic poison order. Kezia's miserable lips quivered. The client was demanding and paid well. I just want to save the city of jeans. You're confused. Uncle Waist broke down. How could you do such a thing? Teacher, at that time, the city of jeans was at the end of its rope. Kezia slowly lowered his head. I extracted a cytosolic toxin from the corpse of an alien creature, which in turn was combined with gene-locking technology to create a toxin. As of now, it can't be cracked with the current medical conditions of humanity. Cytotoxin? Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly when he heard this. What's the gene-locking technology again? Kezia coughed a little. It's a lockdown for special people, like an entire family. Chang Bei was a bit shocked. What is your client? Kezia's head hung even lower. I don't know his true nature, he just contacted me through an encrypted signal. However, he saw an intense gleam in Chang Bei's eyes. You said that the client's requirements are high. How exactly is it high? The toxins are divided into two types, A and B, and the effects are in 3 stages. Kezia bowed his head. After taking toxin A, you will experience chronic poisoning effects, growing weaker with each passing day, a fear of light, and golden spots of light within your pupils. Chang Bei's pupils narrowed slightly. And if, in the process, toxin B is taken? Kezia was silent for a split second and whispered, the poisoning effect will instantly enter the second stage, and within 3 hours, the poisoner will die a violent death. Uncle Waist's expression snapped as he sniffed. He grabbed Kezia's shoulder and shook it vigorously. Little brat, say, how many potions did you test with yourself? Teacher. I'm sorry. Tears fell from Cassius' eyes. His voice suddenly broke, his entire head tilted slightly to one side, and a white film gradually covered his pupils. Uncle Waist hastened to test Kezia's nostrils and pulse. In the next instant, Uncle Waist began to cry in a low, painful voice. Chang Bei's eyes were slightly open, the corners of his eyes twitching violently. In the spirit-type starship, Chang Bei took out his communicator that was specialized with Desert. Slowly press the comm button. Boss Desert, are you there? The family is in turmoil and is distracted. Heavenly favors are appreciated afterward, and deserts are never broken. Chang Bei frowned and added, Dog Mo, are you dead? Inside the communicator, a reply came back with the same tone of voice, even the character pauses were exactly the same. The family is in turmoil and is distracted. Heavenly favors are appreciated afterward, and deserts are never broken. Chapter 136, Running to Win. The garbage collection starship slowly lifted off. Countless flawed people look up. With tear stains on their faces, Uncle Waist and Zhang Bei stood inside the city of jeans and waved goodbye. In the bridge, Chang Bei frowned, recalling the scene just now. The symptoms all match, and the toxin in Kezia's order is the same toxin in the Desert Family energy drink. Only, what Chang Bei once detected, was toxin A. Toxin B, on the other hand, was most likely mixed in with another batch of the drink, and if someone consumed both at the same time, then they would be in stage 2. As for Desert's callback, it has been determined that it was a repetitive recording. Perhaps, it was set up by Desert himself, similar to the auto-reply feature. Perhaps, a poor disguise by the killer to hide the truth. Instead of being crooked as Nike, did Desert's mouth get the better of him? That's not how web novels are written, is it? Chang Bei's mood was a bit gloomy. Boss Missouri, why are you so wasted? Originally, Desert was a very important channel in Chang Bei's planning. As the saying goes, behind every successful man, there is an excellent equipment supplier. Because next, Chang Bei was prepared to look for some basic materials that could be synthesized, turning waste into treasure and exchanging it for a large amount of cash through Desert. And then, after procuring a large amount of equipment through the channels of the Desert, such as wild weapons, turbo-powered shoes, etc., and the same type of cosmic mecha as in the cabin, and then synthesizing them into more powerful equipment. After all, this was an age of technology, an age where even asteroids could be instantly destroyed in the presence of a supergiant starship. Ever. Chang Bei then worried about whether the channel of Desert would be problematic. Now it's okay, the hanging heart is finally dead. And the situation before us. Ever since mankind opened the era of the great universe, where living space is set in galaxies, human civilization becomes somewhat sparsely populated, somewhat like the nomads of the olden days, perhaps sailing millions of kilometers between planets, or even after a distance measured in light years, before seeing a human gathering place. And the universe, itself, is Earth-wide and starry. Although you can look up at a sky full of stars on Earth, in reality, 95% of the space within the universe is empty, cold, and lonely. Chang Bei knew very little about the universe and had no guidebook like a map of human civilization on hand. He wanted very much to find out about desert, but didn't know where Mo's family was located. If the line of desert is, indeed, completely scrapped, it will be a difficult thing to find a reliable and powerful supplier again in the vast universe. Location. Need to know where the desert family is. Chang Bei tilted his head and looked at the somewhat darkened sky through the starship's observation window. The spirit of the thinker state, sensing Chang Bei's inner emotions, played a tragic and bleak arrow on the ship's sound system. Chang Bei's eyes were moist. As opposed to the supply chain breaking down, there was another thing that made him very sad. While on Trash Earth, one develops a friendship with desert. That guy was the first friend he had ever made outside of the trashy Earth, in the vast universe. Did you really have an accident? Chang Bei's throat trembled under the tragic music. I, Cheng Beg, am actually not that nosy, but I have to know your business clearly. Because you took over 10,000 pieces of my high-entropy alloy and didn't settle for a penny. I had to find your old neighborhood. If you don't get your money back, even if you're dead, I'll dig up your grave. The arrow sounds mellifluous. Cheng Bei wiped his tears, pained to the core. Suddenly, Cheng Bei's eyes lit up as he remembered someone who had a strange ability and nickname. He was called the Thousand Faces Demon Lord. This guy worked closely with Mo and should know the location of the Mo family. Ha ha ha. You ask Boss Desert's home, why, in Tingzhou, Tennessee? Cheng Bei found it a bit strange that this was the name of a place on Earth in the middle of the old times. However, it was only after the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord sent specific positioning coordinates that Cheng Bei realized the true location of this spot. 9 light-years from our solar system. Leo, Wolf 359 star system, my 2342 Earth-like planet. The Desert Clan purchased the rights to the entire planet, renaming it Templar. Child, I come from a poor background. A meter aside, a needle and thread are not easy to come by. Cheng Bei wiped his tears and suddenly his fighting spirit erupted. So, no one can renege on my account. Although directional stargates are spread throughout the galaxy, it is usually necessary to turn around between multiple stargates if you want to reach a destination several light years away. The navigation system gives a plan to reach Tingzhou, which will take another 5 hours. The Spirit-type starship turned on the fourth wall navigation technology. Cheng Bei's viewpoint was covered by a light green filter, and the whole entered a state of extreme safety. And after, Cheng Bei came to the physical training area of the starship, which could be interpreted as a high-tech gym of nearly 1,000 square meters. Eyes locked on a spherical treadmill. Above this piece of machinery is a clean white sphere that rotates 360 degrees with the tester's movements and simulates resistance in various environments when the tester stands in it and takes a step. The very function of this device is to test the speed and dexterity of the user. Know your enemy. Cheng Bei had to know his ultimate speed and how much he would recoil at high GS. He enters the sphere with all the indicators using the Earth as a reference point, the same gravity, wind resistance, and friction. Cheng Bei's eyes narrowed, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Buzz. The moment Cheng Bei began to run, the white sphere rotated crazily. Breaking through the once limit speed of 56 meters per second in a flash, Cheng Bei gritted his teeth and endured the pain caused by the high G value. 108 meters per second, 230 meters per second, 301 meters per second. In this instant, Cheng Bei felt that his body had reached its limit, and he stopped violently, his chest heaving. The white orb also stopped abruptly, surprisingly emitting a gust of heat. The machine was sturdy and undamaged, but at the beginning of its design, it hadn't considered that it would encounter such a perverted user like Cheng Bei. 301 meters per second, 6 times what it once was. It's already close to the speed of sound. Such speed, appearing on a human body, could only be described with the word terrifying. But Cheng Bei knew that this was not the limit of his speed, but the limit of his body. The powerful G value was already too much for him to bear, and his body was already showing damage. Type 1 Bio Battle Armor is very strong, but it's an external protection. The battle armor could protect Cheng Bei's skull from damage, but when the centrifugal force increased to a certain level, it would cause tremendous pressure on his brain, which could potentially be thrown into a pulp. It's like a washing machine with clothes being flung around at high speed. Moreover, if Cheng Bei continued to increase his speed, he would exceed the speed of sound and hit the wall of sound. As in the case of supersonic fighter jets, the moment they break the speed of sound, there is a handsome and unparalleled sonic boom. That's actually the moment when you hit the wall of sound. The surrounding air would also be strongly compressed and disturbed in this instant, generating a huge reaction force, and Cheng Bei, who was already struggling to resist the high G value, would not be able to withstand the consequences. One needs to find a way to enhance one's physique in order to fully utilize the characteristics of one's abilities. Physique. That poison drink of the desert family has the effect of boosting the physique, but there is absolutely no idea about the situation of the desert family at this time, and the whereabouts of those drinks. Speakable. the genetic ability of humans is still really special. Like me, for example, I gained super speed, but the rest of my attributes are sparse and barely improved. I didn't acquire perverted general brain power, or singing talent, businessman talent, etc. Just fast. Desperately, to the death, fast. A real man can't say he's fast. Parochialism. Cheng Bei pondered, the genetic roadmap states that each person's genetic potential is related to his mission, so I guess my future route is still speed enhancement as well, so, what can I do if I gain extreme speed? Running fast. Running to beat the sound. Run the light. The theory of relativity mentions that when an object exceeds the speed of light, then it also exceeds time. Could it finally run out of time and go back in time? Cheng Bei was a bit mesmerized, but all of this was his own conjecture, and he still needed to take one step at a time and put his feet on the ground if he wanted to know the final result. Subsequently, Cheng Bei entered his gene space. The inhibitory chain has disappeared. The human double helix DNA was now a radiant, unmistakable gold color, grander and deeper, as if closer to what it had originally been. The origin of mankind is the subject of many different opinions. If humans are not a product under the theory of evolution, then the nature of human genetics would be a great mystery. Super speed is strong though. Cheng Bei still had a vague feeling that his own genes activated a huge potential, but not fully harnessed by himself. The Queen said that consciousness determines genes, he was not yet able to understand. In the future, when there is a chance, sleep with Crimson once more. No, if the Crimson Songstress came back to the starship to sleep once more, then Cheng Bei must learn more from the Queen. And their own silicon-based genes. Its chain of inhibition also disappeared, and Cheng Bei's ability regarding silicon-based creatures was fully revived. But the silicone-based genes didn't get a boost, just a slight golden glow. Cheng Bei's previous guess was correct. The silicon-based gene, with its exclusive catalytic agent, would be Cheng Bei's future goal. And after Cheng Bei at this point in time, whether he himself would still have super speed after fully transforming into a silicon-based life body. It also turned out to be exactly what he thought it would be. Silicon-based is silicon-based and carbon-based is carbon-based. A silicon-based biological body with rudimentary electronic resonance to simply manipulate some electronic chips, as well as a toughness with an enigmatic upper limit, but just no speed. Even with localized siliconization, there is a stiffness in the body that prevents speed. Finally, Cheng Bei looked into the mirror and scrutinized his pupils. 6 golden circles of light, closely connected, more solid than before, blossomed with a soft and introverted golden light. If not zoomed into view, it was no longer possible to distinguish the details, as if the pupil was wearing a golden pupil within the pupil. Cheng Bei knows. It was an S-class gene, and it was an S-class gene after breaking through the inhibitory chain. S-class genes were already rare, and after breaking through the chain of inhibition, the color changed from the previous blue to gold. It was even rarer, and there was even a possibility that it had never existed before. I'm afraid, even if I stand on the street uncovered, no one will be able to recognize myself for what I am. After tossing and turning, Cheng Bei felt hungry, extremely hungry. Because his body was once again damaged during the test of speed, the incidental ability of super speed, LV2 level super metabolic rate, was rapidly repairing his body, the underlying logic of which was the law of conservation of energy. So, Cheng Bei needs a lot of energy at this point, such as protein, vitamins, calcium, etc. So damn hungry. Cheng Bei picked a large amount of fruits and vegetables from within the ship's fields and ate them in a frenzy, and although his stomach was quickly full, he just felt that something was lacking. Meat. I want to eat meat so bad. Cheng Bei stared. The last time he ate meat was still the last time, as if it was N years ago. Nowadays, the bones produce cracks and the muscles are somewhat torn, so they need a lot of protein. Cheng Bei wanted to eat meat and felt that there was a lack of meat flavor in his mouth, which was actually a demand sent out by his brain. Humans have similar conditions, such as the precursor to hypoglycemia, which is the inexplicable craving for ice cream, chocolate, and other sweets, because the brain has a self-protection mechanism and it will release its subconscious mind in the absence of some kind of energy. So, when someone calls you a foodie, you can cross your arms and retort on the spot, I can't help it, that's just the old brain trying to eat. Slip STH. Cheng Bei was now mad with meat wanting. He looked at his white and tender arms and sucked in his saliva. Is it stepping on steaming, or sashimi? After all, at this time on the entire spirit-type starship, the spirit belonged to a semi-virtualized body that couldn't be chewed on. Bean is covered in iron lumps and is more than capable of gnawing on them. Squeak is a little meaty, but not enough to stuff your teeth with. D3JD34. Shortly after Cheng Bei left, a slight crisping appeared on a piece of red ground near the walls of the City of Genes. This is also the location where Valente dropped and shattered that, Valente's fantasy potion. Before, there was no ring-toothed boy in the crowd of defectors, and there was no ring-toothed boy when Cheng Bei saved the children in the valley. For the little fellow, who had been hiding in his own mound, which was covered with a worn board, which also had red soil on it, blended in with the earth. Circle Tooth Boy and the others, often in this way, waited for Cheng Bei's feeding. Medicine. The ring-toothed boy in the hole in the ground, looking at the green-colored liquid seeping out of the soil, opened his mouth with 7 or 8 layers of teeth, and proceeded with the Valente fantasy potion, drop by drop. It's delicious. Unbeknownst to Circle Tooth Boy, the gray semicircle in his pupil had gradually cracked. Chapter 137, The Desert Family. The toll is 130,000. The toll is 250,000. The toll is 120,000. The toll is 880,000. Your sister's $880,000. Do I look like $880,000 to you? Chang Bei stood in the bridge, listening to the constant sound of the directional Stargate deductions, his heart dripping blood. The cost of interstellar voyages is too high. Chang Bei had previously traded high-entropy alloys with Desert. Most of the costs were equivalently exchanged for inferior genetic potions, and only took 10 million credits in cash, and after Monkey and the others started their acquisition business, Chang Bei gave Monkey another 2 million in startup capital. At that time, Chang Bei held the remaining 8 million huge sum of money, feeling that he had gone to the peak of his life, and could not spend it all, simply could not spend it all. Indeed, 8 million credits is absolutely rich on junk Earth. But when Chang Bei entered the universe, the transportation alone has cost $3 million. That's only a few days in just 3 locations. As for the second high-entropy alloy transaction, since it was impossible to make an accurate valuation at that time, Desert first gave Chang Bei 500 million credits, and Chang Bei could replace the items at will. What do you think? Although the credit line is there, the person is gone. Originally, Chang Bei had planned to take some money from Mona and throw it to Uncle Waste to speed up the construction of the new Gene City and get a supply of potions earlier. Oh, the current Chang Bei could be described as hungry and cold, craving for meat like crazy, and his credits were about to bottom out. Des, you better not die. Chang Bei took a deep breath. Just then, garbage collection starship, through the last Stargate. The rippling music was once again ringing in my ears. What appeared in front of Chang Bei's eyes was a white planet, much smaller in size than the Earth, but very beautiful. It was like a pearl floating in space, reflecting the sunlight and radiating a warm luster. This is Tingzhou, the seat of the Desert Clan. Of course, the place itself was one of the Desert Clan's properties. Gradually approaching the planet, Chang Bei realized that the reason why the planet was white was because a layer of white smoke like cotton had gathered at its periphery. That would be some kind of advanced technology that created an artificial atmosphere for the planet that insulated it from ultraviolet rays and low temperatures, and the inhabitants were given a quality environment to live in as a result. Sure enough, the Desert Clan is a party of great wealth. Garbage collection starships, penetrating the atmosphere and descending toward the surface. Chang Bei also saw the internal view of the planet, which surprised him. Inside this planet, it was surprisingly green and smoky. Chang Bei, who had grown up on the garbage planet, had never seen such dense greenery, but he had also heard similar descriptions within the radio of this planet, as if it was a paradise. After confirming the quality of the outside air, the starship turned on the air circulation system. Chang Bei inside the bridge inhaled slightly and could only feel that the air was fresh, warm and soft, and extremely comforting. Awesome! Chang Bei's eyes flickered. The nearby star, an M-type red dwarf star, had a mass of about 11% of the sun and was not bright enough, so the original landscape was definitely not like this, so this planet full of greenery should have been specially transplanted or artificially cultivated. The human, material and financial resources associated with this are bound to be extremely huge and unimaginable. Des, you're a ceiling in an ATM. Chang Bei was a bit nervous. I clenched my fist. You must not die. The garbage collection starship slowly landed in the planet's internal ship harbor. The hatch opened and Chang Bei slowly stepped out. Soft to the touch underfoot, even the huge docking area was surprisingly lavish with turquoise grass. Chang Bei looked around. This place was also very prosperous, with all kinds of private starships parked all around. Far away, 3 figures walked slowly. Chang Bei looked at them and felt peculiar. All 3 were men, wearing straight light blue classical robes with the word MO embroidered on their chests, all with long hair, handsome and extraordinary faces, and carrying an elegant temperament between their hands and feet. Moreover, all 3 of them had 2 azure apertures in their eyes. All of them were D-class geneticists, the so-called elites in human society. Chang Bei was also aghast. On the trashy Earth, D-grade genes that were rare to come across in 100 years could casually come across 3 here. This friend, I am Mo Yuan. It was the robed man at the head, who came in front of Chang Bei, nodding his head slightly, his tone very literate. Welcome to Tingzhou, student Mo Yuan on behalf of the Mo clan, to express his gratitude to you. The young man nodded in return. My name is Chang Bei. He was dressed as a scavenger, and his starship was a garbage recycling starship, but the other party did not have the slightest bit of disdain, which caused a trace of goodwill to rise in Chang Bei's heart. Only, the 3 people across the street stared at the golden round cake in Chang Bei's pupil with a puzzled expression. As expected of Chang Bei, they couldn't distinguish their genetic level at all. Mr. Chang Bei, please come this way. Mo Yuan was as courteous as ever, holding his sleeve in one hand while pointing into the distance. And where he was pointing was actually an ancient, carved doorframe. Mo Yuan nodded again and said, we still need to trouble you to do a genetic level appraisal. Oh, Chang Bei froze. That door is a genetic tester? Mo Yuan nodded. The name of Tingzhou is taken from the hometown of Mozi, the founder of the school, and the descendants respect the teacher. No matter how the technology is revolutionized, the simple and ancient charm has always been inherited, so all the facilities in Tingzhou are imitating the ancient appearance. Interesting. Chang Bei nodded and stared at the genetic testing instrument. I thought that you didn't care about the status of the visitor. Mr. Chang, don't misunderstand. We don't categorize our visitors into high and low. Mo Yuan apologized somewhat, but some visitors, with higher genes and significant status, will inevitably have some unique hobbies, so we need to identify their identities and treat them with caution. Chang Bei smiled. I see, it's just that some people are self-righteous and have a lot of things to do, and they're not easy to serve, so you need to draw priorities. Mo Yuan actually smiled. Mr. Chang was a bit blunt. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Chang Bei walked towards the ancient doorframe. But before he could get close, another group of men in black suits crossed between Chang Bei and the genetic tester. At the same time, a man in a flashy suit, with a tiger's back and a cold gaze, walked into the genetic testing machine under the back and forth of the front and back. 7 or 8 scanning beams scanned back and forth on his body, and another soft beam hovered above his pupils. At the same time, the 5 circles of light in the man's pupils suddenly brightened. Class A geneticist. The genetic testing machine issues the final determination. Mo Yuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly signaled another rogue man to come forward to receive him. At the same time, Mo Yuan pressed the communicator on his wrist and cautiously said, "Send additional senior disciples to receive. Li Interstellar Federation Counselor Lu has arrived, genetic rank A." Chang Bei frowned slightly, disgruntled. But before he could open his mouth, he saw the tiger-backed Counselor Lu turn back. "Little brother, I'm sorry, I'm really a bit anxious in my mind." Although Counselor Lu was saying sorry words, the kind of condescension in his bones seemed to be innate and could not be concealed. But he did fail to follow the formula and actually lowered his stance and apologized. Chang Bei then did not pursue the matter too much. Counselor Lu and his entourage, also with hurried footsteps, disappeared into the distance. And after, accompanied by Mo Yuan, Chang Bei entered the chicly styled genetic tester. Multiple beams were constantly scanning, and there was also a soft beam hovering over Chang Bei's pupil area, identifying and distinguishing. After a minute, Mo Yuan was a bit flustered. It's taking so long, is something wrong with the machine? Just as he was wondering, the appraisal results surfaced. Undocumented gene level. Chang Bei was slightly stunned. What does this mean? Mo Yuan smiled politely. According to your genetic appearance, the system did not find a corresponding grade record. In other words, you have not gone through genetic grade enhancement. I see that there are anomalies within your pupils, so you should have gone through some localized genetic optimization, Mr. Chang Bei. Rest assured, no matter what the result is, we will not treat you differently. Chang Bei smiled inwardly. In their inertia, no record is no rank. But the fact is, it's the human genetic tester that has never recorded an S-class gene after breaking through the chain of inhibition. Mo Yuan glanced at the robed man beside him. Mo Shan, you will accompany Mr. Chang Bei. But he saw that Mo Shan was a bit embarrassed. There's not quite enough manpower right now. Mo Yuan frowned. The same person came to offer condolences. How can Mr. Chang be unaccompanied? Condolences? Chang Bei captured the key point. This scene today is because of a funeral? What kind of person passed away? However, he saw Mo Yuan suddenly emerge with an indescribable look of grief. Mentioning grief, I can't even bear to open my mouth. The spirit hall is in the main courtyard. Why don't you go and check it out yourself? The main courtyard. Chang Bei tilted his head and saw that a few kilometers away, there was a huge ancient-style mansion. There is no need for an escort. Farewell. Chang Bei left a long time later. Mo Yuan, who was always busy in receiving guests, suddenly heard a chirp from the genetic tester. He looked over in confusion, when it was clear that there were no testers, and the gate was empty. And after the chirp, the detector's void screen suddenly unfolded automatically, and clump after clump of complex codes sprang up. Ding! Correction of test results. S-class geneticist. Mo Yuan and the few Mo clan disciples around him stiffened. What's going on and whose results were corrected? An S-rank geneticist, would such a great person arrive? Was it a programming error, or was there really a delay? The crowd looked at the machine with 7 hands, only to find that there was a slight confusion in the program, and that the message had come from an inexplicable source that could not be found. Mo Yuan responded at first. How many undocumented genetic levels have we received today? Mo Shan said with awe. There are 17 or 18 of them. Mo Yuan's expression was a bit shocked. This. 2 possibilities. Mo Shan frowned and said, firstly, there is a problem with the instruments program, misreporting the data, and no real S-class genostealers have arrived. Secondly, it's a bit scary, the instrument detection error, in a certain test the original high grade, reported as a low grade, just finished correcting it, and those really high grade geneticists, I'm afraid they won't waste time to argue with us. After all, they all came to condole with the family head. Mo Yuan's forehead was suddenly covered in a layer of cold sweat. I hope it's just a mistake, otherwise, none of us can afford the responsibility of neglecting an existence like that. Chang Bei is walking within Tingzhou. The streets and buildings here are all vintage style, antique and beautifully constructed. Desert once said that their family was actually descended from the ancient Great Mozi. As early as the Old Preaching period, the Mozi school was an extremely leading existence, their mechanical technology was ahead of its time, and they mastered the legendary Mozi organ technique. Now that mankind has marched into the universe, the Mahists are still going strong. As for the receivers just now, they shouldn't belong to the Desert Clan, judging from their clothing, they should be Imo Clan disciples. Between walks, Cheng Bei saw a white flower stuck at the entrance of all the courtyards. Obviously, it's a tribute to someone. Cheng Bei's footsteps were inexplicably a bit heavy. Boss Missouri, the one who died shouldn't be you, right? Unconsciously, Cheng Bei came to the so-called main courtyard. It was a huge mansion with a front gate, an inner courtyard, a main house, and side rooms. Green stone floor, redwood columns, elegant grey tiles, grand and without losing the ancient charm. And in the courtyard, quiet and silent, stood many visitors. Cheng Bei frowned, a little apprehensive in his heart, and slowly squeezed into the crowd, looking towards the center of the compound. With this glance, Cheng Bei's head was straight up. Only 82 magnetically levitated coffins were seen floating silently in the courtyard. And on the backside of each coffin is a holographic projection of the deceased. Cheng Bei searched through the 82 holographic projections, his eyes skimming over each of the aged elders to the relatively younger deceased in the second row, and after searching in vain, he looked to the third row. Finally, Cheng Bei found the figure in a nook and cranny, wearing a black suit and a bowler hat and holding an exquisite walking stick. Holy! Cheng Bei finally knew the truth. Including Desmond himself, the whole family of 82 people, whole, not one of them, all gone. Chapter 138, Too Miserable. 82 coffins, a shocking number. Cheng Bei didn't expect this result. In his subconscious, it was the individual in the Desert Clan who died, while most of them survived, including Desert, and there was still room for maneuvering, but the situation before him was clearly that there was no turning back. Needless to say, both of Valente's, now Uncle Ruin's, students were geniuses in every sense of the word. Only, the skill points are all skewed. A genetic mutation and a master poisoner. The toxin researched by that kid Kezius is divided into two types, A and B. If you take the A toxin, there will be no fatal threat for the time being, that is, the condition of Desert once, but once you take B, the two toxins will merge and enter into the second stage, and the person who is poisoned will die a violent death in a short period of time. In other words, the entire Des Moines family, unknowingly, took A and then B. And the bottle of energy drink that Cheng Bei once got only had a toxin in it. That cytosol toxin, which is already hard to crack, turned out to be followed by toxin B. The defense was overwhelming. Ah, Boss Missouri. Cheng Bei looked at the coffin in the corner, and the virtual image behind it was a kind of technological era's effigy, in which the character, clear as a bell, was none other than Merchant Desert. Cheng Bei moved his position and found a spot with higher ground, standing on his tiptoes and looking through the transparent coffin lid at the figures within. The 5 features were lifelike, as if they were asleep, and upon closer inspection, the surface of the skin was covered with a faint layer of ice crystals. Cheng Bei confirmed the coffin of Desert again, without any suspense. The familiar old friend, Desert, was lying quietly in it. Asterisk. Cheng Bei gritted his teeth and frowned. The money had gone down the drain, not to mention that now that he had seen Desert's body with his own eyes, a trace of grief surged uncontrollably within him. For Cheng Bei, money is important. But it's not like he only has money in his eyes. Desert, indeed, was his first friend in the universe. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Bei's gaze gradually became sharp as he began to observe the scene. The place was crowded from person to person, filled with a large number of people who had come to offer their condolences, as well as a large number of disciples of the Manhwa school who were in charge of the reception. The worst of them was also an E-grade gene, and it seemed that the Desert Clan was definitely located in the top circle of humans. Cheng Bei's eyes narrowed. Who are they? But see this moment. A line of figures slowly emerged from the backyard, all female, wearing uniform long black dresses, which had no embellishments in order to signify solemnity, with their faces uniformly covered with half a black veil, black silk gloves, and a white flower pinned to their chests. Just a quick glance told me that these women had extraordinary temperaments and excellent posture. Their long dresses were plain, but their silhouettes were clear, and all of them had long legs, slim waists, and proud figures. It's the widow of the Desert family. Someone beside him whispered in conversation. Widow? Cheng Bei's eyes were slightly open, that is, the wife of the deceased, but also the mother, daughter, etc. Under different generations. Wasn't that energy drink a supply for the entire Deseret family? Why are the ladies all safe and sound? Just as Cheng Bei was puzzled, there was suddenly a strange sensation in his mind, perhaps because of the sixth sense brought about by the enhancement of his genes. In short, Cheng Bei just felt that behind him, on the left side, there came a familiar sensation, and then he turned back violently. Cheng Bei saw a strange shadow in the crowd, which was cloaked in a black cloak that covered its face, and left the main courtyard in a flash through the crowd. Cheng Bei frowned and followed closely behind. When he went out, he saw the silhouette turn around and drilled into the alley next to the main courtyard. Chang Bei accelerated his pace, turned around, and also entered the alley, but he saw that the silhouette wasn't fleeing, and it was even possible that he didn't notice Chang Bei's tracking. He just lowered his head, and sat in the alley in a lost state. Chang Bei felt more and more strange. Taking a few steps forward, the man subconsciously looked up at the sound. With that, a tear-stained face was revealed. Chang Bei's eyes widened. You? The man was also filled with shock. You? Chang Bei felt a bit incredulous, as the scene in front of him was very unrealistic. As far as he was concerned, Chang Bei spoke briefly and succinctly, uttering a cryptic passage of identification. A meat bag beating a donkey? The man's face twitched. Wolf heart and pig lungs? Chang Bei was appalled. This goods is fake. How did you not die? The man was appalled as well. How did you leave trash earth? Naturally, I'm the trashy earth. I left because I'm a bully. Chang Bei stared at the man. Thousands of miles to chase a debt, inspirational or not? The black-cloaked person was none other than Merchant Desert. And at this time, Desert, looking at Chang Bei's appearance, some like a dream, the heart is suddenly a little sour, tears rolled over. He only felt that Tingzhou was huge and had a countless population, and at this moment, only Chang Bei, a friend from several light years away, was trustworthy. But he saw that Chang Bei was also a bit moved for some reason. What's the situation? As you can see, my entire family of males is dead. I'm the only one who survived. Standing up, great grief filled the room. The me in the coffin was a dummy I made. Oh? Chang Bei narrowed his eyes. Why are you the only one who didn't die? But I saw Desert slowly sigh, his throat trembling. This is another tragedy. I found out before that the poison everyone was poisoned with carries some kind of genetic lock. It individually locks in my Desert family lineage. In other words, only Desert's immediate family members will die from the poison. This information Chang Bei had known for a long time and didn't understand the connection for a moment. What does this have to do with you surviving? But he saw Desert twitch. The moment I woke up, it dawned on me. I'm not my father's own damn son. This. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. A bunch of words flashed through my mind in a flash: luxury family, ethics, cheating, betrayal, cheating, adoption, abandonment. In short, this could be a million-word novel if you let your mind run wild. At this instant, a flash of sympathy flashed across Chang Bei's eyes. Brother, you have suffered, hold on. Chang Bei's heart, this one is also too miserable. The whole family dies, only to find out that they are not biological and have nothing to do with them. The family is gone, the blood is gone, and the weeping graves don't even deserve to be right. Anyway, it was my father who raised me, and it was the entire Desert family who raised me. The tears in Desert's eyes hadn't dispersed yet, then a tough look emerged. Now, only you Chang Bei know that I'm still alive. This is an opportunity. The enemy is in the light and I'm in the dark. I'm definitely going to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. Chapter 139, 4 Suspects. About my debt. Desert flipped the cloak on his body, revealing a black rough cloth dress inside, and pursed his lips. I can't use a single bit of the family's resources right now, including my personal account. After all, in everyone's perception, I'm a dead man. But don't worry. Now that there are no more male members of the Desert clan, the day the truth comes out, regardless of the bloodline, the only one who can run the Desert clan will be me. Mo looked at Chang Bei. I promise, when the time comes. Understood. However, he saw Chang Bei waving his hand. If I want money, I have to help you uncover all the truth and catch the mastermind behind the scenes. Mo slowly exhaled. Chang Bei, you can stay out of this, you can leave here, find a quiet place and wait quietly. But he saw Chang Bei shake his head and smile. Can't wait a bit. Mo slowly smiled and looked at Chang Bei with some emotion. Thank you. Don't waste time. Chang Bei moved his shoulders slightly. What do you know about this murder? Subsequently, Desert and Chang Bei each found a stone pier and stood on it. Because the two of them were located in the alleyway on the side of the main courtyard, under this height, the line of sight was just enough to look over the courtyard wall and see the situation inside the main courtyard, full of guests, as far as the eye could see. I have 4 suspects. Desmond whispered. The north side, the widow of the Desmond family, the woman who stood first. Chang Bei turned his gaze to the beautiful women in long black dresses in the row before. And the woman standing in the first place, the body is very tall, through the body without a trace of fat. This kind of body compared to the top models, there is no better. The black veil covers half of her cheeks, revealing a pair of crying some red and swollen such as the wave of charming eyes. At a glance, she's a 101. Just half a face plus a flawless body is worth 100 out of 100, and the extra 1 point comes from the mystery and reverie under the veil. She's called Shimei. Desmond whispered. It's my great uncle. Great uncle? Chang Bei froze. I'll comb through it. So she's your father's brother's wife? How old is she? Apathy flashed. She should be 49. 49? Chang Bei was a bit shocked. Under this age, having that kind of body and face, the charm is completely inappropriate. She's even a bit gorgeous. That's all superficial. Mo frowned. She is a woman with great ambition. In the past time, she was very dissatisfied with what her eldest uncle did, and repeatedly encouraged him, hoping that he would force the old man, my grandfather, to give up his position. She wanted to rule over the entire Mo clan. Chang Bei nodded. For the time being, all the males in the Desert family died of poisoning, then the subsequent arrangements naturally need women to take charge. As the eldest son's woman, Shimei in charge of the family, it seems to be logical. But, Isn't this routine a little old? Ambition is often directly proportional to intelligence. She may do this, will not be a little too obvious? Also at this time, Chang Bei found an oddity. Only Chi Mei's right hand was seen pressed against her slender thigh, her index finger tapping in a very tiny amplitude. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes slightly. What's she doing with her right hand? Is that some sort of code, something like Morse code or something? You found out too? Desert was somewhat surprised by Chang Bei's observation. In his perception, this kid was different from the trash earth, more keen and smarter. The tapping of the fingers is small but holds a pattern. She's been tapping since the beginning of the funeral, and she's sending messages to certain people. Mo exhaled slightly. I have been observing it for a long time, and realized that it was not any kind of known electric code. It should have an exclusive cipher disk, which was most likely created by them, such as some kind of special alphabetic cross-reference table, and no one would be able to decipher its contents without cross-referencing it against the cipher disk. Chang Bei nodded darkly. She is indeed suspicious. Desert turned his head slightly to the second target, 3 o'clock, the man with the tiger's back. Chang Bei also turned his head, his face slightly lopsided. Counselor Liu? I recognize him. Yes, Congressman Liu of the Lee Interstellar Federation. Desert slowly said, the Lee Interstellar Federation is an official organization, a kind of merchant management organization, somewhat similar to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce in the olden days, and our Desert family is the premier retailer, so our two sides work closely together. About 4 months ago, Congressman Liu had a confrontation with my grandfather. He wanted to raise taxes and make a nice showing, but Grandpa found it totally unreasonable and complained to higher levels of the Lee. As a result, not only did the tax revenue not go up, Councilman Liu suffered a disciplinary action, and he was expected to run for Lee president this year, but after this incident, he was completely disqualified. Chang Bei quietly listened while carefully observing that Counselor Liu. This person was none other than the A-ranked geneticist who had previously clashed with himself in the queue. At this moment, his face was sad and his eye sockets were moist as he looked at the coffin of the Desert family's old man and continuously shook his head. He seemed really sad. But, Chang Bei recalled the previous scene. This guy thought highly of himself, but after cutting in line, he was able to quickly lower his posture and apologize to Chang Bei. It was written within the equally godly sleepless abyss that such people, who can readily adjust their moods and postures, tend not to show their true colors and are extremely deep in the city. And, there is one more doubt. Though Rep. Liu himself doesn't look too obvious. But behind him stood a bodyguard, a man carrying a delicate silver case in his hands, his face very cautious, his eyes full of wariness as he looked around. Chang Bei said, the things inside the bodyguard's case should be very important and must not be exposed. Desert nodded. I've traded a large number of potions before, so I can tell at a glance that that's a special case for high-level potions, sealed, shaded, constant temperature. It could be a poison, it could be a gene potion. In short, what's inside is never simple. Chang Bei nodded. This guy is also highly suspicious. Brother Desert. Why did you leave so suddenly? Just at this moment, a shout with a crying voice came from the courtyard, only to see a body close to 500 pounds of huge fat, double peeled away from the crowd, slowly walked into the courtyard. Chang Bei looked at the amazing fat man and only felt an eye-opening experience. This guy's got no clothes on. To be precise, is not wearing regular clothes, he is all over the body, is a gold-made armor. Said armor is not right, the shape is not handsome at all, no edges and no corners, as if to put one after another different sizes of gold bracelets, set in the whole body. Moreover, his fat meat, which was still flowing out from between the gaps of the golden bracelet, looked a bit like a human-sized pork sausage tied with golden twine from afar. I'm going to go ahead and blind me. Chang Bei sidestepped his head and rubbed his eyes with his hand, and under the strong sunlight, the human-sized pig sausage reflected a piercing light throughout his body. It was just as well that he had gold bracelets of different diameters on his arms, legs, and neck. The hottest thing is, being a man, it also had one gold bracelet over its fat chest, forming two small mountain tips. Chang Bei grinned. What the hell is this? Chapter 140. His name is Mudhopper. Don't look at his disgusting face. He's one of the richest people I've ever known, ever. Desert whispered the introduction. He is a Star Lord. Chang Bei slightly tilted his head sideways. Star Lord? It's the owner of the planet. The same thing as homeowner or city owner, just at a different level, with property measured in planets. Desert continued, Mudhopper is not an ordinary Star Lord, he has 112 mineral planets under his command, not ordinary planets that can be found everywhere in the universe, but planets that harbor a large amount of high-value minerals. Intergalactic coal boss? Chang Bei nodded. This guy is carrying around a whole lot of gold. Nowadays under this era, gold isn't very valuable, is it? Not very valuable, but not cheap either. Desert continued, this kind of almost no practicality of the metal, in the concept of human beings, after all, represents the nobility, love than gold, and jade full of halls and other bull asterisk meanings, so to this day, this metal is still a high-quality jewelry in the eyes of many people, and with business opportunities, there will be businessmen. So many capitals and consortiums have joined together to create the scarcity of gold, and insanely raise the price, with the aim of making a big profit. Brother Desert, I haven't even had a last look at you and you're gone. Mudhopper is crying in the arena and the crowd is feeling a little hot. Desert face despised, the desert brother in his mouth refers to my grandfather, the head of the desert family. In reality, he is not on the same level as my grandfather at all. Wrapped up in fat is not enough, he also wants to put gold on his face. The gold extracted from the gold mines under my banner is of excellent purity and unrivaled texture. The retail price of 1 gram, a whopping 1,355 credits, is tragically being snatched up by countless young women. I only saw Mudhopper stretch out his big hand. Now that Brother Desert has died in immortality, I am a rather old-fashioned person and I must send a gift of silk and gold as a way of expressing my condolences to the deceased and my sympathies to the family. Men, bring up my 86 tons of gold. With a wave of the Mudhopper's hand, only 2 attendants on the backside, driving 2 lifting robots, lifted out a huge gold block more than 5 meters high, and with a loud bang, the gold block was placed in front of the spirit hall. Even the verdant stone floor below was smashed and cracked. The crowd was dumbfounded. Chang Bei quietly observed, "Is this dirtbag one of the suspects?" Imo nodded. The Imo family holds a huge retail channel in their hands. Grandpa is a little tired of the tactics of those gold dealers, and wants to unite with some small mine owners to increase the placement of gold, while lowering the price. You should know that under this big universe era today, all kinds of planets are rich in mineral resources, and natural minerals such as gold can't be talked about as being rotten, but they are also inexhaustible. Cheng Beg nodded. There's a phrase in the old days of live streaming bandwagons, what's it called? Your grandfather wanted to bring down the price of gold? So, he touched the interests of a big mine owner like Mudhopper directly, so Mudhopper also had a motive to kill. Yes. Desert's gaze flickered as he gritted his teeth. As long as the Desert family, a major retailer, dies out, there will no longer be any group that can shake their monopoly. Chang Bei nodded. With that, he looked over to the huge nugget of gold that Mudhopper had left behind. Previously Chang Bei had a slight sense that this thing was hiding something inside. At this instant, a circle of radiance as bright as a glaze suddenly appeared in the center of Chang Bei's pupil, and he turned on localized siliconization. In the next instant, Chang Bei's senses became clear, and an azure blue band emanated from the huge golden block, a set of electronic signals. There is more than one remote electronic telecontrol device hidden in the gold nuggets. Chang Bei let out a low laugh. This human-sized pork sausage, too, is not a good thing in person. Chang Bei looked to Mo. Who is the fourth suspect? Mo paused and said, he's not here yet. Chang Bei nodded. When was the last time he came? Mo pursed his lips. He never came. Chang Bei was a bit confused. Never been here before, and they're all listed as suspects by you? He was Grandpa's illegitimate son, but never came back. Mo slowly lowered his head and looked at the ground. The family has been trying to accept him, but he has a big problem with the family, even hatred. Bastard, the family would love to take him in, but he doesn't give a at all. And you, bloodless, trying to do well, are ignored by the family. Chang Bei looked at Nemo. You listed him as a suspect. Sure there's no personal factor? A little bit. Desert side, but this guy is weird, and he's scary. He's known to have individual human combat ceiling, S-class genes, and awakened to some sort of supernatural power. Chang Bei instantly narrowed his eyes. Combat ceiling. This person is a bit of a heavyweight. He now maintains a cooperative relationship with the entire Galactic Alliance in the form of a strategic advisor. To put it bluntly, it's an official super hitter. Of course, every time he is asked to make a move, the officials have to pay a huge price. They're not in a clear hierarchical relationship, there's only a slight constraint. The crown is not worried about his rioting, and he, in a way, will be sheltered by the crown. His name is Liberan. There are currently 124 people on a total of 7 colonized planets in the available records who have seen him strike and seen what he is capable of. Officially, these are classified as confidential and cannot be disseminated privately, and all I know is that those 124 people, they all refer to him as Li Shun. A hint of awe appeared in Desert's eyes. Rumor has it that this person's character is already tyrannical, and with the addition of the official patronage, his behavior is unbridled, and he would even casually take it out on passers-by, directly crushing each other's entire body's bones, and throwing the other person into the cesspit again. A hole. Chang Bei was a bit aghast. Can you just find cesspools on a modernized planet? I heard that it was a cesspool that he tore up the ground and turned up on the spot. Indifferently, he said, in short, this guy is like a terrorist bomb ready to explode at any time, and the entire family knows that he is very disgusted with us. Although using poison doesn't quite fit his character, all things considered, I've still listed him as a suspect. TSK. Chang Bei frowned. Known human combat ceilings. Although Chang Bei was also an S-class geneticist, he didn't quite understand the entire human civilization's combat power system. That being said, Chang Bei, who was new to the universe and had just come into contact with human civilization, didn't know exactly how strong he was and how strong the so-called ceiling was. If this S-class geneticist, Li Baolong, was really the black hand behind the scenes, then this matter, still, was really a bit difficult. As for those other people, Chang Bei didn't care about them. At this very moment, Desert was still picking at the wall, his eyes flickering as he watched the scene. Cheng Bei followed his gaze and locked onto another person, that was also a woman in the queue of widows, standing in the second position from the whole number. Her figure was equally flawless and her temperament was out of this world. Cheng Bei was puzzled. Aren't there 4 suspects? Eldest uncle, Counselor Li, Mudhopper, and Li Berlong. And who is that woman in black? Her name is Dreamland. She's not a suspect. Core disciple of the Mo family. I've liked her for 16 years. Actually found a chance to express it a couple times, but she didn't get it. Desert's gaze was filled with loss. Now that I'm dead, her gaze never lingered on my coffin. It turns out that I was just complete and utter wishful thinking. Cheng Bei looked at the woman. The same black veil covered half of her face, but on the corner of her right eye there was a red birthmark, a red flower possessing 5 petals, which not only didn't affect her appearance, but added another touch of charm and tenderness to her. Forget it. This is not the time for childish love. Desert's brow furrowed. Just who is the murderer? Brother, no matter who the murderer is, I will find him out. Cheng Bei looked straight at Mo. I have to give an explanation to your spirit in heaven. Mo suddenly laughed. You guys, you always make jokes like that. It's not funny. However, he saw Cheng Bei suddenly say seriously, in the time before, I had mastered a technology that was, to put it in a very esoteric way, it could actually allow me to see people who were already dead. Desert was still helpless. What a mess. How can there be such technology? Cheng Bei ignored him and continued, earlier, I had envisioned a situation, but had yet to encounter it, and that was whether there would be some people, who had clearly become undead, but didn't know that they had died. He'll think he's alive. Even when they see their own dead bodies, they make up excuses. Cheng Bei said, pursing his lips, tears slowly surfacing in his eyes. He met a trustworthy brother, and under that brother's guidance, his inner secrets were finally able to be confided in, including some of the investigations that he had done during his lifetime, and even, the girl he once had a crush on. Indifferent eyes widened. Cheng Bei, what are you babbling about? However, he saw Cheng Bei's eyes getting redder and redder. Brother, I already know the situation. Next, I will launch an investigation alone. I promise to give you an explanation, and I will also eliminate all your obsessions. You. Desert was a bit jaw-dropped, and for some reason, he suddenly felt very light. He suddenly recalled a detail. The stone pier he had just found was very short. Even if he stood on it, it was not tall enough to see the scene in the middle of the inner courtyard. What the hell is going on here? Desert bowed his head an inch at a time, his pupils dilating as he did so. He clearly saw that he wasn't stepping on the stone pier at all, but that his entire body was emanating some sort of green light, silently suspended in the air. Only Cheng Bei's voice came slowly. Boss Missouri, I'm glad to work with you. I don't want the debt you owe me. Chapter 141, a joke. But there are still too many unfinished plans. But and trying to find out for myself who's behind it. But and to confess to Manlan one more time after it's all over. Desert's body floated in the air, his voice getting smaller and smaller, as if all of his strength had been drained out of him in an instant. Cheng Bei pursed his lips, his facial muscles trembled, and more tears gathered in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. I just can't hold it in. Cheng Bei suddenly covered his stomach and laughed. I was just joking with you, and you took it seriously. Joke? Mo immediately froze. I'm not dead? But why am I floating in the air? Cheng Bei held out his right hand while covering his stomach. A black technological glove appeared on his right hand at an unknown time, and with his 5 fingers slightly open, another light green light spread out, and with a slight contraction of his 5 fingers, he absorbed the green light around him again. With a stunned look on his face, he watched as the green light around his body disappeared, and the force that had lifted him up dissipated. Ha ha! Cheng Bei was still laughing. These are biogravity field regulating gloves. Mo was silent for a moment, and finally was also exasperated and laughed. You are truly like a medicinal herb, known as the Oriental Divine Herb. Divine Herb? Cheng Bei froze. What's that? Dog beggar. Immediately afterward, Desert's expression was clouded with another layer of sadness. In that case, I'm damn well not my father's biological child. A little joke to regulate the mood. But jokes aside, you owe me a debt that can never be forgiven. Cheng Bei came close and shook hands heavily with Desert. Next, work together to solve the mystery. Desert could clearly feel the touch in the palm of his hand, and could also feel the grip coming from Cheng Bei's palm, which would be sufficient proof that he was a living human being. Then, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Good, work together to solve the mystery. And after. The two stood side by side in the alleyway, thoughts tumbling through their heads. With so many suspects, each with their own suspicions, where to start? It was also at this time that a slight commotion came from in front of the main courtyard. The two men looked at each other and took a step in unison to the mouth of the alleyway, cautiously poking their heads out to observe the outside. However, he saw many disciples wearing the robes of the Mo clan, arriving at the main courtyard. The first person was none other than Mo Yuan, who was looking anxious at the moment, but was trying to restrain himself and try to remain humble and polite. After he talked to the guests one by one and asked for their consent, there was a specialized Mozi disciple, who took the guests away towards the genetic tester gate. Mo Yuan pondered. Mo Yuan is an excellent disciple, humble and courteous, and is usually in charge of reception. Could it be that the genetic test went wrong and they want to retest? Chang Bei also narrowed his eyes, seeing how nervous he is. I'm afraid he hasn't neglected some big shot? In this instant, both of them realized a problem at the same time and glanced at each other. Could it be that Liberin got mixed up? If that perverted guy really joined the maze, then the whole thing would inevitably become more complicated and tricky. Liberin is an uncertainty, don't worry ahead of time. Chang Bei's thoughts are clear. We first take care of the three suspects who were determined to be present, pulling the threads out of the cocoon and eliminating them one by one. And then, Chang Bei frowned slightly, but you, Boss Desert, are now a dead man, and you still have to be careful not to expose yourself easily, and these three suspects, I'm afraid that they won't be able to make any unusual movements in broad daylight. What do you mean I'm a dead man? That sounds so weird to you. Desert sighed slightly, but still added, inside planet Tingzhou, the people who live here are mainly disciples of the Mahis school, and every night from 9 to 11 p.m. is the time for evening training, where they will meditate and read in their rooms, so every time that time, it's so late at night here that almost no one will go out. Oh? Chang Bei's eyes flashed, so, those three suspects, no matter what their hearts desire, should be waiting for the evening repair time, which means that tonight's 9 to 11 p.m. is the time for the swarm. Des nodded, just as I thought. There seems to be two more guests over there. At this moment, a Mo clan disciple in charge of reception spotted the two silhouettes in the alley and took a step forward. Chang Bei and Desert shrink back into the alley. Chang Bei's eyes flashed, then let's find a place to hide first and catch the thief at night. Mo pursed his lips, is it time to use your gravity gloves again? I don't know why, but I'm inexplicably a little turned off. At this moment, outside the corner, the footsteps of the Mozi disciple came. He was already close enough to turn a corner and spot Chang Bei's duo. A golden light flashed in Chang Bei's eyes. Gravity gloves? It's too late. Gentlemen, I only saw that Mo family disciple turn the corner, with a smile on his face, but just halfway through his words, he looked at the empty alley, and the whole person froze. There are clearly people here. Could it be that my eyes are blurred? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss Desert, who was always highly qualified and refined, couldn't help but burst out with a foul mouth. Just a moment ago, Chang Bei held the back of his head with one hand, while lifting his shoulders, after a moment of dazzling and dizziness, a kilometer away on a street. Not to be outdone by the great businessman who had seen it all, he gave a quick answer of his own, you're wearing some sort of advanced battle armor? Chang Bei nodded. Desert's guess was right, just not all of it. Apathy's eyes flickered as he felt that he could not see through Chang Bei more and more. Pedestrians passed by in the surrounding area, and Desert hastened to straighten his cloak and cover his face. The two were walking down the street. It was still an ancient street with a green stone floor, flanked by buildings with ancient charm, and there were even some sporadic vendors, but they were no longer hawking because the Desert clan was holding a funeral. The coded information in Chi Mei's hand is likely to be a key. While walking, Desert whispered, because there is a possibility that this poisoning case is the result of the collaboration of multiple suspects, and that gesture code is most likely the way of discussing the countermeasures. If we can crack that code in advance, we can definitely get a head start. Chang Bei, what do you think? There was no response. Desert footsteps and looked sideways. However, he saw Chang Bei standing in front of a small stall, stroking his chin and gazing at the goods on the stall. Somewhat puzzled, Desert tugged on his cloak and took a few steps forward to stand beside Chang Bei. However, he saw that this small craft stall, which currently had only one type of merchandise, was an educational toy called Ink Tour. It's a wooden toy, similar to a huarache. The palm-sized rectangular slide is fitted with a dozen small wooden blocks that slide up and down, left and right. On one of the wooden blocks was printed an old man holding a walking stick and dressed in an ancient costume. And those other pieces of wood were stamped with stones, rivers, and officers and soldiers armed with machetes. Ta-da! Ta-da! Instead, he saw a small child, sitting by the stall, biting his tongue and playing with the ink tour he had just bought. He gently tapped the side of the toy with his fingers, which seemed to imply some sort of pattern, while the ink in it would slide up and down as the child tapped it. Chapter 142. Throughout his life, Mozi traveled around in order to proclaim his doctrine, braving difficulties and dangers. But his ideological propositions and behavior at the time touched the interests of some powerful people. So, Mozi was once pursued by Sicheng Zihan of Song. The toy stall owner is a kindly old man with white hair and wrinkled face, and Ink Tour, which was developed based on this event. Players need to tap the code to control the ink to move in 4 directions, over the mountains, over rivers, and evade pursuits. Ta-da! But see the side of the little child, suddenly raised his hand. Ink Tour gleeful, yeah, my MOZ has stood out, and I have made an effort to spread the ideal of promoting the benefits of the world and eliminating the harms of the world. Chang Bei and Mo had been listening for quite a while, and at this moment, they narrowed their eyes at the same time. Between 2 nodes, there are up to 3 sets of taps, and up to 3 taps per set. It's exactly the same knockout as Great Uncle Chi Mei's. It turns out that the woman's code is off the charts for roadside games. The hardest part of this game is recognizing up and down before the chase begins. The aged stall owner laughed, don't look at the small size of this thing, but it has a built-in scrolling program that makes the up, down, left, and right different for each game, and the player has a total of 20 chances to determine exactly how to tap before the game starts. Chang Bei nodded slowly. Staring at the tiny mercurial tour, it turned out that underneath the wooden exterior was a sophisticated electronic structure. Then again, that was the case with many things on this Tingzhou. And the so-called gameplay is actually quite understandable. Each game is different, with the possibility of tada. Tada is left, or maybe a simple tada means left. In any case, it takes trial and error, fumbling around within a limited number of permutations to eventually find the right control. And once the up and down was determined, maneuvering the ink to escape was instead the easiest step. Chang Bei suddenly smiled. Very good idea. The aged stall owner also smiled. Little brother, buying one? Buy. But it is the desert grabbed the first to speak. He was a little surprised to look at Chang Bei. This kid is now exactly what is the situation. Inside is so perverse, just a passing. Found the root cause of the code with Chimei. Just need to study this Mozi tour, crack Chimei's code. I'm afraid it's just a matter of time. However, he saw Chang Bei staring at the last 3 MOZU on the stall. I'll take all 3. Okay. The aged boss grinned. 1 point each, 3 for 3. 3 points? Chang Bei froze. So cheap? 3 credits on Garbage Earth are all part of the change. It's amazing how simple the people of Tingzhou are and how inexpensive the prices are. The next instant, Chang Bei twisted his head to look at Mo and whispered, when this is over, report this money to me. Mo. When Chang Bei flashed his credit point scanning device and prepared to pay, the stall owner gave a slight lurch. I'm talking about learning points. What do you have here? Chang Bei was baffled. What is a learning point? It's the study points earned by reading and studying here and delving into the doctrines of Moism. However, the stall owner shook his head and smiled. The two of you are very lucky. There are many guests in Tingzhou today, and Scholar Mo Yuan is afraid that the guests will be treated slowly, so as long as the consumption is not too exaggerated, it can be put on his account. With that, the stall owner wrapped up the 3-ink tour and handed them to Chang Bei. Chang Bei nodded his head in consternation. The school of Moism advocates concurrent love and emphasizes character and thought, and the disciples under their command are truly outstanding. It was going to be dark, and we had less than 3 hours before the 9 p.m. Evening service. This planet named Tingzhou had a beautiful landscape with a large number of mountains and trees. Chang Bei and Desert prepared to enter the nearby large mountains and wait while they repaired. Pattering. The grass in the distance suddenly trembled, and a cloud of white shadows flickered vaguely. Is that a rabbit? Chang Bei's eyes were as white as bronze bells. Previously, after the super metabolic rate repaired his body, he felt that he was extremely short of meat, and after meeting Desert, this emotion was temporarily suppressed by him. At this moment, Chang Bei entered the primitive ecological mountains and felt that there were wild animals running around. His brain could not stand it at once and was going crazy. Meat. Chang Bei's mouth watered in all directions, and he had probably eaten meat 7 or 8 times in the 18 years he had been on Garbage Earth before. At that moment that wonderful memory suddenly bubbled up from the depths of his brain, unable to be contained. As if Chang Bei was having some sort of hallucination, a cauldron set on a wood fire emerged from a sea of colored bubbles. Fragrant broth boiling in the pot, large chunks of meat up and down in it, grabbed a piece, a little hot, slowly tear off a piece, put it into the mouth, the hot aroma immediately filled the mouth, gently chewed, the juice burst open, fragrant, too fragrant. Chang Bei, are you alright? Mo was a little shocked as he looked at Chang Bei. This guy picked up a branch from somewhere and put it in his mouth to gnaw on it. I'm fine. Chang Bei hastily shook his head. Hurry up and find a place with a back wind to set up camp. You'll be responsible for building a fire. After saying the words build a fire, a bunch of colorful bubbles appeared in Chang Bei's mind again, the bubbles dispersed, and a roasted whole goat set up on the fire appeared, golden in color, sizzling with oil, fragrant, really fragrant. Deep in the mountain forest, a bonfire was lit. Desert sat by the fire, a set of Mozi tour in his hand, constantly testing and calculating, and every now and then, he would use a branch in his hand, to make a mark on the ground. Bears of fire pulsed and shone on his face, echoing the obsession in his mind that he had to solve the problem, that he had to find the person behind it. This immersion is time unaware. When Desert came back to his senses, but he had no idea how much time had passed, maybe 40 minutes, maybe an hour. Earlier, Chang Bei had taken away 2 sets of Mozi tour and a fire, and was nowhere to be found. Desert raised his eyes and looked around, but he saw the light of a campfire emanating from behind a large tree not far away. He got up and walked towards there and saw Chang Bei's back from a distance and smelled something burning. As he walked in, Mo saw a roasted, dappled and charred whole goat set up on the bonfire in front of Chang Bei. Desert shook his head helplessly. The animals on the great mountains of Tingzhou were carefully cultivated by the family at great expense, with the purpose of adding the breath of life within Tingzhou, and there were regulations within the family that these animals were not to be hunted or eaten. With that, Desert smiled again. Chang Bei was his good brother, had come from thousands of miles away, and was now helping himself. It's just a goat. If he wants to eat it, so be it. Meat. Chang Bei squatted by the campfire, his eyes glazed over. The need his brain was sending out was driving him crazy. Is this something people eat too? Desert looked at the miserable goat in front of him. There are hardly any edible animals on your trashy planet, so you can't cook either. With that, he took out the dagger he had with him and peeled off the charred parts of the goat a little bit, and searched around for a while, finding some special plant leaves. It's rosemary, a rich aroma with a mix of pine and lemon. Des put the rosemary shoots over the coals and roasted them slightly to let their scent out, then crumbled the dried leaves and sprinkled them over the meat. It's chamomile, which is also a natural spice that deodorizes. Desert again kneaded the plant to rub the juice on the meat, while the remaining leaves were again stuffed into the stomach of the whole goat. Cheng Bei's eyes emitted a green light like that of a hungry wolf. Good. It smells so good. Great job. 10 minutes later, Des clapped his hands and laughed. Eat. Cheng Bei instantly sprang up more than 3 meters in place. Meat. I'll eat it to death. Ah. Cheng Bei ripped off a beast's leg and tore off half a kilogram of meat in one bite. The corners of his mouth sizzled with oil, his eyes soared with tears. Absolute. It's so good. This meat saved my life. 2 misses. Tasty. It was awesome. Desert, I didn't expect you to cook. From today onwards, your status in my heart has risen a great deal. Cheng Bei was yelling and wolfing it down. Desert watched quietly, a smile on his face as well. Immediately, Desert also tore off a small strip of meat and placed it within the palm of his hand, his eyes flickering. That being said, when I was 9 years old, I also stole and ate a goat, and it did taste good. Actually, the rules in the families are a bit too rigid. The animals on this mountain have been breeding for dozens of generations in huge numbers. The only thing that can't be moved is that particular 9-colored deer. Mo scanned the green mountain in front of him. It seems to be a rare breed caused by genetic mutation. Rumor has it that it has survived from the time of the ancestors of the Mo clan, until now, and the first animal that the ancestors of the Mo clan created through the Mo clan's organ technique was also referenced to it and named Rualu. Cheng Bei, who was frantically gnawing on meat with his mouth full of oil, suddenly gave a start. What? It's okay, you eat your food. Desert and God said, that deer is quite spiritual, moving fast, very few people have seen its true face, it has now become the totem of our desert clan. I even feel that, after Grandpa's long sleep, his soul fused with that deer. The deer is Grandpa, and Grandpa is that deer. Cheng Bei paused again, his mouth full of flavorful meat. However, he saw Moya lick his lips and put the piece of meat in his hand in his mouth, savoring it. It's so delicious. Immediately, Desert couldn't help but tear off another piece of meat and put it in his mouth to chew slowly. But say, where did you catch this goat? The meat is very special, huh? This. Cheng Bei looked at the goat that was almost only a skeleton, pursed his lips and said, actually, this isn't a goat, it's called a tainted beast. Dirty Mu gave a slight lurch. What kind of animal is this? Just then, within the city at the foot of the mountain, the melodious sound of a flooding bell was heard. That large, seemingly quaint clock actually has a precision timekeeping device installed inside. Des suddenly got up, eyes flashing. It's 9 o'clock, time for late study. Chapter 143, Complicated Codes. Nighttime. Cheng Bei and Mo walk out of the mountains. They stood on the silent streets of Tingzhou, and in front of them was a building of ancient rhythmic houses, each of which was illuminated with a faint light that resembled a candle flame, as if they could see countless disciples of the Mozi family, in which they picked their lamps to read at night and worked tirelessly. Although many guests stayed overnight, they too chose to respect the traditions of the place and did not go out at will. There was a slight chill in the night air. This planet in the depths of the universe, named Tingzhou, actually had a treacherous atmosphere. First, I'll go and check on the situation of my eldest uncle, Chimei. The two moved against the corner, and soon came to a grand 3-story pavilion in front of a house. This is the house of Desert Uncle. Now that Desert Uncle is dead, only Chimei and some servants live here, and although Desert Uncle is not young, but he has no children on his knees. The scene was rather like a nighttime visit to a widow's door. Cheng Bei and Mo both crouched in the bushes outside the pavilion, squinting to watch the situation ahead. Surprisingly, Chimei was alone, standing on the balcony of the 3-story pavilion, gazing at the night sky. At this point, she had removed the veil from her face and retired the shawl from her shoulders, although she was still wearing the long black dress she had worn during the day. Her face was revealed, even more beautiful than Cheng Bei had imagined, a face without any blemish, with narrow eyes, a straight nose tip, and a small cherry-red mouth, beautiful and attractive. Her white fragrant shoulders were half exposed, and she was even more elegant, and at this time, she was looking at the starry sky, and her face was a poignant look that caused people to pity her. Cheng Bei couldn't help but sigh. At 49 years of age, I don't know if some kind of genetic modification technology was used, but in short, this woman is simply 1 in a million and gorgeous. Was she or was she not the one who caused the Murray tragedy? Suddenly, Chimei stretched out her white palms, holding onto the wooden railing, stretching out her slender index fingers, tapping them at a very high frequency. Ta! Ta-da! Ta! Cheng Bei and Deserton's gazes froze. The indifferent gaze suddenly became incomparably sharp, focusing on Chimei's fingers in a flash. I've tested out all of the cipher permutations and combinations in Mercury Tour before. After all, it's just a puzzle toy with only 24 arrangements. Desert lowered his voice and said, now, all I need to do is make a match in my head to find out which one Chimei actually used. Cheng Bei was slightly surprised. This guy was talking lightly about 24 password arrangements, which was the equivalent of memorizing the 24 ways to pass the ink tour. and within each of those ways was a different combination of tapping styles. How many outcomes is this? Chang Bei had also briefly calculated before. It was 5,832 types. Instead, Desert needed to memorize all the combinations and sequences in his mind, while at the same time, in a short period of time, matching them with the movements of Chimei's hands to find that one and only result. Desert's ability to count and memorize is amazing. Chang Bei said with some awe, "You are truly a born businessman, you are genetically gifted and also related to these aspects, right?" "It's nothing." Desert looks serious. "I only hope that Chimei's way of ciphering is indeed from Mozu, otherwise we will be clueless again." Next. Desert's tightly furrowed brow loosened slightly, revealing a touch of joy. "It's really Mozu, she's using the 12th way to pass. Let's see what she's actually compiling. Left, right, up left, left down." Chang Bei thought in his heart. Since the code came from the Mercurial Tour, the corresponding information must be directional information, because within the Mercurial Tour, only the direction can be manipulated. Next you'll need to use a password disk. Desert eyes flashed. That should be a matrix alphabet. All the letters line up in a large square grid. The starting point is the most central position, according to the signals sent out by Chimei, such as up left, right down such a way. Find the corresponding letters and finally spell out a sentence, and that sentence is the message she wants to deliver. Chang Bei nodded, then wondered, didn't you lack such a password disk before? Things are different now, and with the directional information, I can make an extrapolation. Chimei is a member of the Mo family after all, so the letters should be spelled phonetically. I followed the linguistic conventions of human speech to try to guess her first word, and then in following the logic of expression, to follow the next words, and if the general logic made sense, I was able to reverse the process of determining what letters were in individual positions, and then in turn, aligning them with each other, and deciphering them while combing through the entire cipher table. Desert looked serious and said, "At the beginning of the war in the old era, this is how the Chinese cryptographers cracked the enemy's electric code little by little without any regularity." Chang Bei's heart was in awe. "This is a good abstract. What exactly should I do?" "It's simple." Desert squinted his eyes. "According to the human speaking habits, the first word that Chimei passes on is likely to be I, you, today, mission and so on words. I use the first letters of these words to match the direction of up left and so on to try to determine the arrangement of the password disk." Chang Bei was even more surprised. "Then this is another countless possibilities. For you to be able to deduce it, can be called a pervert. I have to say, there was some luck involved. But I've also known my great uncle for so long, and I know something about the way she talks." With that, Des stopped talking, his eyes erupted with a refined light, 3 genetic apertures flashed, and Chang Bei was able to feel that this guy's CPU was bursting and boiling, in a very horrifying state, running continuously. You. A look of indifference flickered. Her first word was you. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. You. Today. His second word was today. Desmond narrated in a small voice, "You're today. Bring on drugs." A cloud of cool air ran up Chang Bei's back, and he really did. "Pervert. You bring your medicine today. What drugs? Toxins?" The two then looked around. The situation at the moment, clear as day, there must be a third person, watching Chimei's code. Right now. Desert's brows suddenly frowned. No, Chimei changed the password disk after sending that sentence. She is surprisingly so cautious? In the stands, Chimei's fingers were still tapping on the railing. Mo's expression changed once again. After finishing the second sentence, she changed another password disk. 3 sentences, although all of them were Mozu conversions, but they changed 3 password disks. Desert held his head with both hands and looked at the ground with his eyes wide open. This frequency is too high for me to count. However, he saw Chang Bei patting Desert's shoulder. "Alright, you're already very good, but even the best player can't be compared to a hangman." Desmond turned his head. "What do you mean, you're hanging?" "I'm not." "It is." Instead, he saw Chang Beigong Antai pull out a never-before-seen ink tour from within his pocket, a piece of equipment that was no longer made of wood, but of metal, and instead of a slider in the center, there was an Azure, interactive projection screen. Intellectual Games GM System. The work of a game enthusiast's, built-in collection of 4,488 puzzle games including Mozi Tour, Huarong Road, Sudoku, 9 consecutive rings, etc. To crack the way to realize a variety of plug-in functions, including but not limited to all the decryption of the logic of the reverse deduction. This device is from Parallel Universe 01254, Game World. Chang Bei bared his teeth and said, "Boss Desert, your IQ has already shown me a face, it's my turn next." Mo was a little shocked. "What kind of equipment is this and where did you get it?" Chang Bei shrugged. "Ink Tour is a technological device. I had nothing to do when I was roasting meat, so I split and combined the 2 ink tours and assembled them into a new device. Otherwise, how could I have put that to? Whole lamb roasted to mush?" Chapter 144, Great-Uncle's Secret. Next. Chang Bei's operation was then extremely easy and casual. He stared at Chimei's fingers, and then held the intelligence game GM system, replicating Chimei's frequency 1-to-1, and gently tapping the edge of the device. Chimei also, unsurprisingly, sent all the messages 3 times in a row. This is a routine operation to prevent the other party from receiving it. "You bring your medicine today." The intelligence gain GM system surfaced the reverse crack, exactly as Desert had deduced. But what came next, after the password disk was replaced, got more and more outrageous. You come back in an hour. I have sent all the servants away. I also have a brand new set of lace lingerie today. Password disk replacement. You come back in 3 hours and enter through the back door. You bad guy, you hurt someone's arm last time. I'll play it back for you this time, but you have to be gentle. Oh, I have a nice set of lace lingerie that's used, but I can still show it to you. Chang Beg and Desert, staring at the contents on the virtual screen, the corners of their eyes twitching, fell into silence. Finally, Desert exploded in silence, close to a stampede. Damn this, her eldest uncle's corpse is still cold, yet she is here seducing Hans, and using such complicated and sophisticated code words. So, by tapping her fingers at the funeral, she was communicating messages with her lover? And, this constant changing of her password disk is because these messages are still not being received by the same person? She's in contact with 3 lovers at the same time? Asterisk 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 asterisk, and underwear used twice in a row in one night? No wonder it was rumored before that she was dissatisfied with her eldest uncle, and had cuckolded at him so many times. This is quite a dissatisfaction. Desert's eyes went black and he almost fainted from anger. Chang Bei was also shocked. Now isn't that just the same as the way men and women communicate with each other, all evolved to this extent? He associated it with Desert's birth again. The mansion is deep, and it's too messy. Also at this time, only to see the night in the distance, appeared a sneaky figure, this silhouette tall, arms tightly holding a box. He cautiously observed the surrounding, and then drilled into the Chimay where the house. Chang Beg and Desert exchanged a glance. That's Congressman Liu of the Li Alliance. And at this time, Chimay sent all the messages, slowly turned around, with a delicate back, walked into the house and pulled the curtains. Chang Bei pursed his lips. The other 2, respectively, are in 1 hour and 2 hours, and Counselor Liu's arrival now means he's the first. Desert sighed to the sky. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to expose this pair of dogs. Boo! Mo kicked in the door to Chimay's room. But see the bed, 2 people entangled together. Liu Counselor's suit is still on one side, shirt collar torn 4 open wide open, and Chimay is faded long skirt, wearing a black silk underwear. Desert closed his eyes slightly, unable to bear the sight. The underwear, it turns out, is used 3 times a night. Who? Des. Chimay screamed and hastily covered her body with the bedsheet. She was horrified as the Desert came back from the dead. Desert saw that on one side of the house, Counselor Liu's metal case had been opened, with 3 potions displayed in it. Des slowly stepped forward and took out the only one left. As the other 2 had become empty, he opened it and placed it on the tip of his nose and sniffed it, then looked at the 2 panicked dogs and men on the bed. He had realized what the medicine in You Bring the Medicine really was. Not a poison, but some kind of man-specific tonic. No wonder he had asked his bodyguard to keep a close eye on it before, because it was just too difficult to talk about once it was exposed. Chang Bei followed closely behind, holding his bladder and leaning against the doorframe. At this time close to look at Chimay's face and body, or that, this woman is a top-notch special thing, almost perfect, sexy and provocative, and even more no one believes that she is already 49 years old. Such a woman, but watery. I'm going to expose you. Mo lowered his voice and said, I don't care if the Mo family creates a huge scandal, and I don't care even more if you, Li, create a huge scandal. Brother! I was forced. But Liu Counselor even rolled and crawled, from the bed to the surface, grabbed Desert's arm. Brother, I really was forced. I do not want to do this. Is that woman seduced me? I was not from the beginning. I have a chat record for proof. But when something happened to your Mo family, this woman threatened me, saying she would be in charge in the future. If I don't obey her, she'll cut off the deep cooperation between the Mo family and Li and switch to other business alliances. I need the performance of the Desert family. I don't hold any grudges at all against your grandfather's previous complaints. I just want to keep my current position. I was forced to. Although I'm an A-class gene, that was piled up with potions. I don't have any special talents. I'm a 1 in a million dead gene, with only an appearance of being able to bluff. But he saw Counselor Liu crying. I was really forced to do it. Mo's brows furrowed. After an adulterer or adulteress is caught, it seems to be your line of reasoning, but it usually comes from a woman's mouth. You're way out of your depth. Do you think I'll believe anything you say? There have been rumors within the Li for a long time, but I've never acknowledged them, and now that it's come to this, I'll tell you. However, he saw Counselor Liu gritting his teeth, took out his carry-on communicator, and flipped through one of the photos, which was a group photo of Counselor Liu and one of the fine handsome men, half naked on the bed snuggling with each other, and among them there was also his carry-on bodyguard. I don't like women. Counselor Liu cried like a pear. Can you imagine, a person like me being coerced by a woman, and I have to take medication? Oh, do you know what a great insult and pain this is? The corner of his eyes twitched, his eyes raw from the spicy scene in front of him. Don't touch me, get out of here. Immediately. Mo looked at Chimay on the bed. You woman, is that all you have in your head? Chimay wrapped her body in a bedsheet and bit her lip. I have a special physique that is inherently difficult to control. Chimay, for the sake of having been a family, you immediately pack up your things and disappear from the Desert family. Go wherever you can, don't alert anyone, and don't have the slightest contact with the Emo family ever again. Desert's eyes were sharp. If you dare to show up again, I'll expose these ugly things. I believe that the wives of your lovers, if they learn about this, will have the heart to kill you. Chimei was trembling. Okay, I'll roll. The pair of dogs then got dressed and ran toward the door. But the desert let Chimei first left, but called Lu MP, you go back, continue to do your MP, but remember, I have your handle in my hands, and it is too, in the future, I will be in the appropriate time with you to put forward some requirements. I let you how to do, you have to do. A flash of panic flashed in Counselor Lu's eyes, yes. And Chang Bei, who was leaning against the door, also slightly cocked his head when he saw Desert's expression and behavior at this moment. Chapter 145, The Truth About the Landlord. What is it? Chang Bei saw Chimei's bedside, placed a small instrument, the appearance of a pink peach blossom, very delicate. It's called Schumann. Mo revealed a soft smile. It's Meng Lan's work. She's very good at brain neurological science. This small device can release a special electromagnetic wave to improve people's quality of sleep. Meng Lan is very considerate. She gave the same device to almost everyone. Now Chimei is gone. Cheng Bei fumbled with the device in his hand. Then this thing, can I take it with me? Sure. Mo then frowned and looked out the window. Since Chimei and Counselor Lu are just a pair of dogs, who exactly is the murderer? The main courtyard of the desert. Cheng Bei and Desert squatted on the roof beam of the gate court. The yard was quiet and there was no one else, but slightly horrifyingly regal, because although there is no one, but the courtyard is placed in a whole 82 coffins, Desert is still some old-fashioned, the deceased to stay in the frozen coffins for 3 days, guests can use these time to look at the remains, and the scene is the most incongruous. Instead, it's the courtyard, the huge 5-meter-high gold nugget. Cheng Bei frowned, even if it's late study time, aren't there other people keeping watch? Desert said, it's a bit strange, maybe too much labor during the day, the people of the Desert clan are resting. But it's very safe within Tingzhou, there are none of those chickens coming home to roost. Taking advantage of Desert's inattention, Chang Bei completed partial siliconization, and the center of his pupil flashed with a glaze-like light. Only to see that the blue ribbons in that huge block of gold were becoming clearer and clearer, and the number was increasing, and there could almost be hundreds of them. Chang Bei knew that someone had sent a command to the device inside the golden block. Click, click. Inside the golden block, there was suddenly a slight rattle, like the sound of some kind of metal structure breaking apart. Within the hazy light, at the bottom of the huge golden nugget, a circle of slits suddenly appeared. These slits were circular, like the size of a duck egg, and stuck to the surface of the huge golden nugget. Chung Beg and Mo narrowed their eyes at the same time. However, he saw those crevices tremble slightly, and then a golden duck egg peeled away from the huge gold nugget, tinkling on the ground, spinning on the ground and reflecting the golden light. Suddenly, a finer rattling sound came from the duck eggs, and on each of them, 8 slim golden mechanical legs split out, as if the duck eggs had sprouted spider legs. Desert's eyes widened slightly. He actually realized that there was a secret hidden within the nugget, but he had never seen this kind of a device like a small robot. When some duck eggs crashed to the bottom, the gaping hole in the huge nugget, too, closed automatically, with no visible change in appearance. Only to see those robots gibbering as if they had received some kind of order, suddenly spreading out, some of them crawling towards the guest rooms, while others were crawling towards the distant docking yard. Chang Beg and Desert exchanged a glance. Immediately began to track some of these golden duck eggs, and found that after these robots entered the guest's room, they didn't do anything unthinkable, but instead, they burrowed into the guest's luggage, found the most hidden parts, and the 8 legs contracted and reverted to an oval shape, and after that, there was no movement. During this process, Chang Bei also saw that on the bedside of each guest, there was a shumeng, and the guests, too, were sleeping heavily. The golden robots that entered the guest room were a minority, most of them poured into the docking yards. They seemed to have a specific way of filtering, and after choosing some specific starships, they burrowed into them, and found hidden places to hibernate in droves. Desert frowned and thought, these golden robots, the targets they chose, without exception, are all large and small star lords, and in the hands of these star lords, to a greater or lesser extent, they all possess mineral planets. Only Chang Bei was heard saying, I've probably guessed the purpose of that human-sized pig intestine, and he, too, is not the murderer. Desert was somewhat a little puzzled. How do you tell when there's so little information now? Chang Bei tilted his head and nudged towards the distance. We'll go in and find out what's going on, and the results will naturally come out. And the direction Chang Bei was pointing to was actually the deepest part of the starship's docking grounds. There was an expensive and dazzling golden starship docked there. The length of this starship was 10 kilometers away, and the width was at least 5 kilometers, belonging to the private passenger starship, a very big and huge volume, plus that kind of gold-colored appearance. The owner's financial strength was visible. Desert looked back. Is that, like, Mudhopper's starship? Chang Bei nodded. Well, I've already checked it out, and the truth can shock you to drop your jaw. Mo was even more puzzled. When did you check it out? 2 hours ago, Chang Bei had locked onto this golden starship. Because its style is so specific and matches the pompous decorations of the Mudhopper so well, it's hard not to associate it with a piece. But Chang Bei didn't need to check it out himself. The thinker spirit received the order, and the garbage-collecting starship, which no one cared about, slowly started up, opening its magnificent and mysterious cerebral neural net in an unnoticed corner, and sailed behind the fourth wall. And after, Spirit-type starships sailed in plain sight, soundlessly, as if merging with each other, into the interior of that golden starship. And the golden starship was so huge that the Spirit-style starship was more than enough to even float in it. That lavish gold starship had only one shell. Inside, it was a small, ragged mining starship, a variety of metal brackets welded to the surface of the mining starship, supporting the camouflage of a golden starship, and the shell was naturally not pure gold, but just a thin layer of plating on the worn-out metal. The mudhopper, on the other hand, was lying inside the dilapidated mining starship, and the gold decorations on his body had been removed and tossed aside, revealing the black carbon fibers inside, and his outfit, too, was gold-plated. Gold wasn't very expensive to begin with, and he still plated it. The only real gold up and down his body was still a ring on his hand, which he turned slightly at that moment, the ring emitting a blue glow, the very commanding hub of those golden duck eggs. Desert stood somewhat puzzled on the outside of the golden starship, staring at the golden hatch in front of him. He said, "Normally, starships of this class have advanced defense systems, so if Mudhopper doesn't open the door, we won't be able to get in." "You're overthinking it." Chang Bei smiled. Push hard." Somewhat skeptical, Desert reached out and touched the golden starship in front of him, and sure enough, no alarm sounded. He cringed, his arms flared and he pushed hard against the hatch in front of him. Surprisingly, the sound of creaking metal rubbing together came out. "So loose?" Desert was a little surprised. "If you're sailing through space, doesn't it disintegrate in minutes?" However, he saw Chang Bei smile meaningfully. "Just load the parts in the cabin first, and before entering Tingzhou's atmosphere, wouldn't it be fine to assemble them again?" "Assembly? What does that mean?" Just as Des was wondering, some kind of sound similar to a screw breaking suddenly came from within the golden hatch in front of him. Click. Z. Boom. That golden hatch unexpectedly tumbled right down towards the interior. Desert is also hands empty, did not stand steadily, fell toward the front. Fortunately Chang Bei timely shot, grabbed Desert's collar, so that he hangs in the air. It was only then that Desh took a clear look, and below was a large, black, deep pit. And right in front of it wasn't the inner workings of a starship at all, but rather there was a mining starship that was almost ready to be scrapped, suspended in midair by various steel supports. The internal view of this starship was like a huge date with a tiny date palm hidden inside, and there was no date meat, only miscellaneous, criss-crossing meridians, that is, those fixed steel bars. "Look at the scene in front of you." Desert had somewhat understood. And at that moment, inside the mining starship, and naked and fat Mudhopper, also saw Desert, directly a panic rise. "Young Master M.O. Mudhopper, what is wrong with you?" Next, first spend 10 minutes easing the panic of a Mudhopper who has seen a ghost. Poof. Mudhopper fell to his knees. "Young Master Desert, I'm not at all afraid of your grandfather's targeting, I've been bankrupt for a long time." The corner of his eye twitched. This guy's been in disguise, pretending to be rich. "My name is Mudhopper. It's just little bugs born in the mud, and when I was poor as a kid, it was really like living in a quagmire. Then I made money and became a star lord, and the industry was expanding. But because of my reckless spending, and the depletion of minerals, I went downhill. I did everything I could, and I didn't save it. All I'm left with is a couple of gutted planets and a whole lot of broken mining equipment. I was truly saddened to hear of your family's change of heart, but I don't want to go back to the poor old days. I know a lot of star lords will be there today. So with the last of my cash, I customized those precious metal detecting robots, those golden duck eggs you were just talking about. The control of those robots, hidden in the Star Lord's luggage or on their starships, was an attempt to get those robots to go back with them, and then to act covertly to determine the mineral stores of the planets to which they belonged." Mudhopper sniffled. "I want to pick Star Lords with insufficient mining capacity from them, and then offer to cooperate with them, ostensibly to assist them in mining, but in reality, I want to utilize those idle equipment of mine and earn a share." Mudhopper stretched out that fat arm and hugged Desert's thigh. "I really don't have anything else in mind, I just want to rise again, young Master Desert." "Got it. You have to keep the fact that I'm alive a secret for me." Desert let out a long breath. "About you, after I finish resolving the matter at hand, I'll help you search for Star Masters through the power of the Desert family and make full use of your equipment. You won't earn less, but remember, from now on, you'll become my Desert family's henchman, become my subordinate." "Yes." Mudhopper nodded his head repeatedly, grateful. "As long as I can be turned around, I, Mudhopper, am one of young Master Desert's dogs." Mu waved his hand. "Take those robots of yours back." However, I saw Mudhopper's ugly face. I don't know why, but in the few minutes just now, all of those robots lost their connection. I spent a whole 300 million credits. Desmond froze. "Has it been taken away? No one's supposed to know those robots exist, right?" And so on. "Where's the dog beggar?" It was at this moment that Chang Bei slowly walked in from the outside of the starship. "Oh, I just heard that you guys have reached a kind of cooperation. Congratulations. In that case, those precious metal detecting robots are useless, they're just trash." Chang Bei shrugged his shoulders and looked at him. "Oh, you know, I specialize in collecting garbage." Mudhopper quit when he heard that. "Hey, who are you?" Hand over the stuff. But it was Des that reached out and stopped Mudhopper. Alright. And after. The apathetic look was also a bit of a mouthful. He does look professional. Chapter 146, The Devil's Appearance. In the Green Mountains. Once again, the campfire was lit. In order not to attract attention, the fire was small and only lit up a distance of 4 or 5 meters in a circle. The night was secluded, the trees around us dark, faintly braying and rustling. Chang Beg and Desert sat by the campfire, deep in thought. Great Uncle Chi Mei, Li Lu MP, and Fat Mudhopper are not the real culprits behind the scenes. So who is it? Evening study time has passed. Looking away, one could see Mo Yuan, Mo Shan, and other Mo family disciples, once again stepping out of the house and starting to make a hard landing to visit the funeral guests, who were still searching hard for that S-class geneticist. Chang Bei couldn't help but frown. Now there is another possibility that the murderer is the legendary Li God. If he really came, it would all be a problem for Chang Bei. Not to mention Mo Yuan and the rest of them, deranked geneticists, they ran their legs off and tried their best, but I'm afraid they couldn't see half a shadow of Li Shen. Li Shen, Li Bailong. What kind of person was he, what kind of powers did he possess, and if he did come, what could be done to draw him out? Sure. Nor can you think in stereotypes. Assuming that Li Shen didn't come at all, people simply didn't care to get involved in Desert's fight. So, who else might be the killer? Chang Bei's thoughts churned, but there was never a breakthrough. Looked aside from Desert. This guy was even more frowning and haggard, afraid that he hadn't rested for a few days and nights. Just now. Under the Desert sighting, the Mudhopper is mute and unable to speak. Chang Beg hard to hack people 50 precious metal detecting robots. Those robots were put back into the Spirit-style starship by Chang Bei, and after the immediate matter was taken care of, it would be interesting to see what interesting equipment could be combined. Chang Beg, I want to take a break. Des glared with bloodshot eyes, just rest for 10 minutes, if you can, and when the 10 minutes are up, you wake me up. Chang Bei nodded, don't worry. Instead, he saw Desert fumble within his clothes, slowly removing a tiny device with the delicate appearance of a pink peach blossom. Chang Bei's eyes narrowed slightly. That's Menglan's Shu Meng. You carry this device with you? Sure. Mo held Shu Meng, lovingly. I've formed a habit, I can't sleep without it. Just see Des gently press the stamen of the petal. The whole device lit up with a faint blue light. Placing Shu Meng on one side, Mo lay down on the ground, resting on a rock, and slowly closed his eyes, contented. Almost within 10 seconds, he was emanating even breaths and falling into sleep. Looking at everything in front of him, Chang Bei had an indescribably strange feeling. He also recalled a detail. Just now when Desert bid farewell to Mudhopper, Mudhopper was still excited. Young Master Desert, our cooperation is destined by heaven. You may not believe it, I just dreamt that although the entire male population of Desert lost their lives, you, Young Master Desert, were the only one who didn't die. Chang Bei felt a little strange. The Mudhopper is bent on wealth on this trip, and even his dreams are dreams of riches. How could he have dreamed of Desert, the young master who had a very low status in the family and had always been translucent? That's too cold, isn't it? Moreover, Chang Bei also noticed at that time that as a VIP, Mudhopper had also been gifted a Shumeng by Menglan, and it was placed within his broken starship. Chang Bei was also a bit tired. The constant thinking that had been going on had made him a bit drowsy as well, with his temples aching. The tiny Shuman beside the Desert flickered with a faint blue light. Unconsciously, Chang Bei also unconsciously closed his eyes, as if interfered by an imperceptible force. The eyelids were so heavy that the moment they slowly closed, it was as if someone had closed the curtain of heaven and earth and it was pitch black. Chang Bei had a jolt and opened his eyes at once. He steeled himself and dispelled the exhaustion in his brain, his eyes staring dead at Shu Meng. There's something wrong with this thing. It seems to be able to force people to fall asleep. Also at this time, Chang Bei felt behind himself, blowing gusts of mountain wind. Compared to before, with a more intense coolness, the mountain wind rolled the ground of the grain grass, keep rolling, and finally fell into the campfire, burned into ashes. Chang Bei's pupils suddenly shrunk, but to his surprise, when he wanted to turn back, he found that his body seemed to be sealed by transparent cement, confined all over, and he couldn't even make a move to turn his head. Not good. What exactly is going on? Chang Bei stared blankly, only able to look at the sight before him. And in the perspective were the dark and deep green mountains, and the weak and fragile campfire, where his 5 senses were normal, and where he could still hear the crackling and popping of the firewood bursting from the campfire. A strange aroma reached the tip of his nose, fresh and ethereal like peach blossoms. Immediately afterward, a delicate figure in a long black dress slowly walked into Chang Bei's perspective from the backside. This silhouette just looked ahead, as if Chang Bei did not exist. She wore half a black veil, revealing beautiful, sultry eyes with long, narrow, soulful lashes that hung with mountain dew, and a distinct birthmark on the corner of her right eye, which was a pink peach blossom. This beautiful birthmark turned out to be an adornment that added a different air to her whole being for once. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly, Menglan. But that strange feeling permeated his entire body, and Chang Bei was surprisingly still unable to move. Menglan stood in front of him, quietly gazing at the sleeping Desert. On the hillside, she looked poised with the lights of Tingzhou at her back. Suddenly, Manlan slowly touched his waist. Chang Bei's pupils contracted, feeling that she was taking out her weapon. But in the next instant, Chang Bei's pupils relaxed again. Menglan took out a bamboo flute, one end of which, with a red tassel hanging from it, showed slight signs of wear. Chang Bei was puzzled. Was she going to play a song? But next, instead of placing the flute to his mouth, Dreamland held one end of the flute and stretched it out in front of him. It was also at this instant that she suddenly turned back and looked towards Chang Bei, her beautiful eyes widening, 5 blue circles of light, suddenly flickering within her pupils. Chang Bei was stunned. Because it was as if his body was being manipulated by an invisible force, Chang Bei unexpectedly also slowly extended his right arm towards the air. At the same time, within Chang Bei's brain, a thought was born uncontrollably, and he ordered the Type 1 biochemical battle armor to, on his right arm, coalesce a sharp blade. Instead, he saw Dreamland walking slowly forward. Chang Bei also actually could not control himself and walked forward. But it was only 3 steps. Chang Bei stood beside Desert, who, at that moment, was still asleep. Dreamland, on the other hand, always stood at a distance of 7 or 8 meters away, holding her flute, but with nothing in front of her. Only Dreamland slowly swung his arm downward. Chang Bei's body, like a puppet, made the same movements as her. But Chang Bei's hands were sharp blades, and in front of him was indifference. Inside, he was extremely horrified. Chang Bei frantically let out thoughts of resistance. He wanted to stop the movements of his hands or shout to wake up Imo, but he simply couldn't do it. The only thing Chang Bei could control seemed to be his pupils, but at this moment, they could only tremble like an earthquake. The sharp edges coalesced by the Type 1 biochemical battle armor were so sharp. The moment it touched Mo's white and tender neck, as if it had cut into tofu without a sound, first a bright red line of blood appeared, and then the artery ruptured and blood spurted out. It was then that Desmond's eyes widened in horror. But it was too late. Only to see Dreamland violently raise his hand. Chang Bei also raised his hand with it. In the darkness of the mountains, Menglan's cold and merciless eyes reflected the campfire that flickered brightly and darkly, as well as the blood that splattered for several meters, and a head that flew up high in the air. Chapter 147, Daughter of Dream Control. Des. Chang Bei was suddenly able to control his throat, and he cried out in horror. It was also at this instant that Chang Bei violently opened his eyes, only to find himself leaning against a rock, while the campfire in front of him was still pulsing slightly, and the few pieces of firewood had not yet burned out. Imo, who was sleeping on the side, was also awakened and opened his hazel eyes, safe and sound. What's wrong? Having a nightmare? Imo looked at Chang Bei and couldn't help but smile. Such an adult still having nightmares. It seems like you're still dreaming that I'm dead. Chang Bei was a little surprised as he looked around and at his hands. There were no sharp blades, no blood, and no dreamland. It was a dream. Chang Bei's infinite dawning was too damn real. But Chang Bei's mouth was unforgiving, glancing at Imo Dao. What a pity that it was a dream. Imo smiled helplessly. He clearly saw that Chang Bei's forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat. That dream had scared him quite a bit. This kid is really quite concerned about his own well-being. Don't think about it. Chang Bei suddenly added, I'm just afraid you'll renege on your debt. Imo pursed her lips. Fine, fine. However, he saw Chang Bei begin to frown and thought, Imo, you introduced to me before, saying that Meng Lan is a core disciple of the Imo clan. What exactly is the status of the so-called core disciple? Imo also sat up and explained, the Imo family was once a vast school of thought, and still is, and the so-called disciples, all of whom subscribe to the doctrines of the Imo family, come to study, which you can understand is another form of university. According to tradition, disciples are divided into introductory, ordinary, and advanced. Don't think about cultivation of immortality. This is the real Maggia school level, divided according to the results of cultivation, from the Mozi 1,000 years of heritage. And above the senior disciples are the core disciples. Core disciples, that's the highest rank of ordinary disciples, because further up, it's giant sons. Juzi, or the head of the Mahist school. Speaking here, Imo revealed a dog-licking proud smile. Meng Lan is one of the few core disciples of the Imo family today, and my grandfather's great disciple. That's right. Chang Bei was puzzled again. I've never understood. What is the relationship between your desert clan and the school of Moism, again? Same sound, different words. Desert continued to explain, in fact, we are the descendants of Moz. Desert is Mo, only that we took the harmonic sound. We think we are ashamed of our ancestor, because we are mainly in business, and we can't show off the Mozi family's heritage, but this also is something that can't be helped, in this era. Without money, nothing can run smoothly. As for our status, Desert gradually said to himself, we are also considered some sort of core disciples, which is a bit of a dishonorable thing to say because we only have the advantage of our bloodline, and in terms of research on the Moz school of thought, I can't even compare to Mo Yuan. You, Desert Clan, are considered core disciples. Chang Bei's eyes flashed with brilliance. That means that if all the men of your Desert Clan die out, then the remaining core disciples, such as Meng Lan, it's possible for them to become the next giant sun? Hearing Chang Bei's analysis, Mo's expression changed one after another. What are you kids thinking? Meng Lan couldn't possibly do something like that. I patted my chest and guaranteed that it's definitely not her. I'm just now realizing that you're a bit of a dog licker. Chang Bei looked at Mo. You Mo, so many beauties are now widows. Can't we lick someone else? Letting Manglan reject you so many times, your perseverance is really something to behold. You. Desert's face was green and purple. Dog beg, you're a dog too, please don't physically attack another dog. Chang Bei was a bit helpless, but say, Manglan's genetic level isn't low, is there any special abilities or anything like that? No. Desert didn't have the heart to say, she just likes to study cerebral neurology in her spare time, other than that, she's just a weak woman with great talent and looks. Chang Bei pursed his lips, then got up. What a talented and weak woman. I'm going to pee. Pay no more attention to Desert. Chang Bei turned around and walked into the woods, and in the next second, he erupted into a speed of 200 meters per second and headed straight for the city of Tingzhou. Is Man Lan a weak woman? Absolutely not. Chang Bei was certain that the dream he had just had of killing Desert was definitely not natural. Could Dreamland have the legendary, dream control, ability? It is also written within the masterpiece Sleepless Abyss that some people can develop sleepwalking behavior due to special genetic factors, or psychological factors, etc. Controlled dreams, plus sleepwalking equals golem. In other words, Manglan could completely hide behind the deepest level of the curtain and accomplish all sorts of things with the help of puppets without being known, such as poisoning, such as regimenting the entire Desert clan. Desert did not include Manglan as a suspect because of personal factors. But here in Chang Bei, Manglan's suspicion was so great that it simply exploded. As for Chang Bei, there had never been a precedent of sleepwalking. Otherwise, that dream just now might have turned out to be true, and the sole survivor of the Desert clan would have inexplicably died at the hands of Chang Bei. The moment. Under the night. Chang Bei stood on the main courtyard of the Desert clan, the tallest house. At his feet were the 82 coffins of the Desert family. Overhead, the sky is filled with stars. The teenager's eyes widened slightly, and his entire body instantly completed siliconization, blooming with a glazed luster. He reached out, looking at the Schumann he had acquired from Chi Mei's room, a tiny device that really did release blue ribbons. It was a remote control device. Immediately, Chang Bei scanned the entire Tingzhou, the seven-colored light in his eyes getting brighter and brighter. A shocking scene appeared. Countless slender blue ribbons spread across the entire sky of Tingzhou. And the roots of these ribbons come from the houses of every guest, every Murray scholar. All people, no matter who they were, without exception, had all been given shu dreams, and at this moment, that one tiny shu dream was at the head of different people's beds, releasing imperceptible electric waves, manipulating each person's dreams. And these countless blue ribbons, fluttering and spilling, converged again in the sky, forming a most thick blue ribbon, which, in turn, was like a waterfall in the nine heavens, descending to the mortal world. It ends up where it falls. It was the north side of Chang Bei, a tiny courtyard full of peach blossoms. Chapter 148 Splendid and Silent. Squeak. Chang Bei pushed open the bamboo courtyard door in front of him and felt the fragrance of flowers. If it wasn't for the countless blue ribbons converging and revealing the eeriness of this small courtyard, then this small courtyard was warm and light, beautiful and comfortable. The breeze shook the peach tree on one side, and it looked like a demon with teeth and claws in the darkness. Chang Bei took a step and came to the front of the three wooden houses, slowly raised his hand and pushed open the wooden door. In this instant, Chang Bei's eyes narrowed violently. The small courtyard is quaint on the outside, but amazing on the inside. One could only see Manglan, who was wearing a long black dress, standing in the center of the house, and it seemed as if a round of sun was lit up behind her. The light even penetrated through her long black dress, outlining her slender and flawless silhouette. Her eyes were closed and her long black hair danced in the air. On top of her head, on the other hand, she wore a sophisticated metal helmet with hundreds of tubes made of metal attached to the upper side of the helmet, which crisscrossed like Medusa's viper hair. There was a constant blue signal that flowed down the pipe, toward the device behind Dreamland. And that giant piece of equipment is the source of all the blue ribbons. Glowing like the sun was the device's matrix indicator, blindingly bright and operating at a high frequency. The wind in the room, coming from the device's cooling system, carried an almost blazing temperature, and it was hard to imagine how long the device had been in operation. Chang Bei was inwardly shocked. The scene before us is not difficult to understand. The device is bound to have brain strengthening, brainwave enhancing, or something like that. Manglan has certain brain aspects, but the effect is not strong enough. She needs to use such a device to complete her plan, and this device belongs to the control core, and the output terminal, inevitably, is those tiny Shumang. It seemed to have sensed Chang Bei's presence. Manglan suddenly opened his eyes, and in his pupils were indeed 5 blue circles of light. Class A geneticist. Legend had it that when the gene level reached a certain height, supernatural powers would be awakened, and Chang Bei had once thought that the standard needed to be above S rank, but now it seemed that it had to do with talent and varied from person to person. Dreamland, the ability appeared early and oddly enough. Her ability worked in the dream world, and now that Chang Bei was facing her straight on in reality, she was afraid that she wouldn't have any power to fight back. The moment Chang Bei saw the full face of Manglan, she was beautiful, fresh and light, noble and out of the world. Desert has a good eye, Chang Bei suddenly said, but he would be very sad if he knew this. He's sad? What does he have to be sad about? Manglan slowly opened her mouth, her voice clear and moving. but with a coldness. I've been in the MO family for so many years, struggling to learn, but I'll never be able to make a name for myself, and he has a status that can be compared to a core disciple based on a single bloodline alone. Chang Bei pursed his lips. Desert actually doesn't even have a bloodline. Meng Lan's eyes widened. You want to avenge the Desert clan? Chang Bei tilted his head. So tragic, this revenge must be avenged, not to mention, Desert still owes me money. Ha! Meng Lan smiled. I once thought that by killing all the members of the Desert clan, I would have a chance to serve as the giant son, but I found out that the last giant son of the MO clan had survived all along, and it seemed that he had lived for 1,000 years, never dying, and had traveled the universe in the clouds without any news. Chang Bei nodded. Mo told me that the guy's name is Mou. Yes, Murray. Meng Lan suddenly smiled sadly. With that guy around, I'll never be a giant son. Chang Bei's gaze gradually became morose. You killed innocents indiscriminately, but gained a void. Right. An empty one. Meng Lan suddenly revealed a strange smile. Therefore, I have installed a geocentric bomb within this planet. The bomb itself is very weak, but it can detonate the high temperature and high pressure of the planet's core. No one can stop it, and at the same time, everyone will be buried for me who is dying of a heart. No matter what Desert clan or MO clan, they will also cease to exist. Said. Dreamland suddenly spread out her palm, and within her palm was a small peach blossom-shaped device, not the Schumann from before, but more like some sort of detonation switch. Destroy them all. Meng Lan didn't say anything more. His white fingers bent and pressed towards that switch. Her fingers were so close to the switch that the descent was but a fraction of a second. Chang Bei's eyes snapped open and his leg muscles exploded as he ran towards the switch. It was a real close call. Chang Bei did not expect, no matter what, that Meng Lan had prepared a jade and stone ending for himself. She's going to blow up the whole of Tingzhou, to make everything swing away. No, never. The speed was raised to the extreme. Chang Bei's time seemed to slow down. He clearly saw Meng Lan's finger, falling in a slow posture. Only the last half centimeter was left from the switch. Faced with the situation just now, Chang Bei's brain reacted within a few milliseconds, and although the speed was already fast, it was still a waste of time. At this moment, he felt that his speed had increased to the extreme in an instant. The sudden increase in G value detonated intense pain, but Chang Bei completely ignored it. However, in the next instant, Chang Bei still felt like he had hit a wall, which caused him to stagnate and be hindered for a few microseconds. Chang Bei's eyes, as if in slow motion, widened a few more points. No, it's too late. Click. Dreamland had hit the detonation switch. With hardly any delay, a violent vibration suddenly came from the deepest part of the Earth's core of this planet called Tingzhou. Rumbling muffled thunder also instantly erupted. The planet's core of the Earth contains an unimaginable power. Once detonated, completely not the existing technology of mankind can be inhibited by the existence of the planet. No one can reverse this planetary bomb. All people will be ashes. Chang Bei had already rushed to Meng Lan's proximity, and his finger had already touched the detonation switch. But maybe it's just that. 0001 seconds too late for everything to make sense. Chang Bei's face was chagrined, his chest rose and fell violently, his arms trembling as he gazed at Meng Lan's features. But the woman's smile was getting stranger and stranger. It's not getting any crazier. On the contrary, her smile was getting softer and calmer, giving people an illusion of softness, like a spring breeze. Moreover, in her eyes, she actually carried a trace of respect for Chang Bei. Chang Bei suddenly felt somewhat conflicted. How could a woman with such a smile be the devil who killed the 82 members of the Mo family? I do have the power of dream control. Only Dreamland's voice slowly came out. I made you dream of killing Desert before, and I have actually been secretly feeling the strength of your resistance, and I have determined that you don't want to kill Desert, and your resistance is very strong. Just now, I inquire if you want to avenge the Desert, the same way you feel your heart. When I was about to detonate the whole of Tingzhou, your will to stop me was just as strong and very real, because those who are located in the dream world do not lie. In light of what you've done, Meng Lan expresses his gratitude to you on behalf of the Desert clan. However, the beautiful woman suddenly nodded her head politely towards Chang Bei. I'm sorry to bother you, but you are not the murderer. Just then, the entire planet of Tingzhou suddenly burst into flames. There was no imagined shattering of the Earth's crust or eruption of magma. Instead, the entire planet, suddenly transformed into a peach blossom, suddenly bloomed. In the universe, this peach blossom shines like a star, silent but clean and brilliant. Hiss. Chang Bei snapped his eyes open, and then sat up, only to feel a burst of cool air, appearing from the soles of his feet and sweeping through his entire body. He realized with a start that he was still on the hillside in the wilderness, with the same faint campfire not far away. The sleeping Mo had woken up and stood on a rock in the distance, with his back to Chang Bei, looking out over the whole of Tingzhou. And that Schumann, just 2 meters away, emitted a faint blue light. I can't believe it's still a dream. Chang Bei's pupils instantly contracted. Meng Lan is not the murderer, on the contrary, she is also secretly searching for the murderer. Chapter 149, A Dream Within a Dream. So that's what Dreamland is capable of. Chang Bei sat down by the campfire and began to sort everything out. The device Schmooze allows a person to fall asleep quickly and is also a source of signal emission. And Dreamland itself can use some large-scale equipment to enhance its own ability to achieve a kind of effect of entering other people's dreams, or even interfering with other people's dreams. But there is a limit to how much she can interfere. It's not that you can build a dream for someone out of thin air, but that the information in the dream is built on the dreamer's own memories. For example, she caused Chang Bei to dream of killing Desert, but could not plan the exact method Chang Bei used to kill Desert. Chang Bei's subconscious mind chose to use the Type 1 biochemical battle armor to coalesce into a sharp blade, and because his body was uncontrollable, he killed Desert. The fact that he was wearing a biochemical battle armor was only clear to Chang Bei himself, and after breaking through the chain of inhibition, Chang Bei had always felt that he did not have full control over the Golden Gene's ability, a latent thought that formed the result of the body being out of control. As for the dream of detonating Tingzhou, Meng Lan could only set Chang Bei can't stop it. Therefore, Chang Bei, in the dream world, encountered a wall of sound during his extremely fast run, which ultimately led to a miss. All of this information was something that really existed in Chang Bei's cognition. That's the way it is with human dreams, the odds are that they are associated with the real world. For example, if you dream that when school starts, it turns into another world earthly purgatory, the odds are that it's because you didn't finish your homework. For example, if you dream that you are located in a small space that is shrinking, it could be because your vacation balance is low. Also, for example, if you dream about being caught cheating on your sexy female coworker and getting beaten up, it's highly likely that you really want to cheat on your female coworker and that her husband is still a brawny man. Well, use me to control myself, huh? No problem, and it's the only way I can see your true intentions. At this moment, Chang Bei slowly raised his head, his black and white eyes looking towards the sky. Chang Bei, wake up. Snap. He snapped his fingers. Deep within the mountains, by the campfire, the sleeping Chang Bei suddenly opened his eyes as he sat up and slightly moved his neck. Spinning around, he reached out with his right hand, fumbled behind his earlobe for a while, and removed a small black disc, sophisticated and intricate, with electronic patterns on its surface that formed the pattern of a dreamcatcher's net. Go back an hour. When Chang Bei was collecting the precious metal detecting robots from the mudhoppers, he took along a few guest Schumann with the idea of not wasting or burying them. The device, which has the appearance of a peach blossom, is essentially a device that regulates human brainwaves. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. Human brainwave instantaneous adjustment instrument, *4. Humans have four main brainwaves, alpha waves, beta waves, theta waves, and delta waves, which are responsible for wakefulness, sleep, high efficiency, and suggestibility states, respectively, and the device can realize the effect of instantaneous adjustments to switch between different states of humans. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. Dream editor, *2. Before going to sleep, you can use the device to edit a desired dream for yourself, such as a hero's dream, a dream of the dead coming back to life, or an aphrodisiac dream. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. V33 Dream Master, *1. You can enter the dreamland and unfold the dream at any time and anywhere. Not only can you edit the dream in advance, but you can unfold the editing interface at any time during the dream process, compiling the dream in real time like a master, and you can enter other people's dreams, with the degree of editing depending on the other party's dream wall defense. This equipment comes from a 13th-level recreational civilization. At this point, Chang Bei fumbled with the tiny black disc in his hand. This was the incomparably exciting V33 Dream Master. After coming into contact with Shu Dream, Chang Bei became suspicious of Meng Lan and speculated that her ability was related to dreams. So Chang Bei, with a mindset of trying, got a few Schumann and synthesized them. But I didn't expect to get an artifact about dreams. Level 3. 8 Entertainment Civilization. Looking at the literal meaning, this civilization spends all day studying how to have fun, taking things like dreams out of the equation. It just so happened though, that this device perfectly restrained Dreamland. So, before Chang Bei went to sleep, according to the way it was used, he put this tiny round piece of equipment and stuck it behind his right earlobe, and designed a dream. There are 2 levels in the dream. On the first level, it was Chang Bei's God's perspective, where he looked down on everything in a state of overview. The second layer, on the other hand, was an unsuspecting Chang Bei, and after Meng Lan entered the dream realm, he would be guided to this layer, and then do whatever he wants to Chang Bei. In this way, Meng Lan would reveal all of her true motives and thoughts, and would be viewed by Chang Bei, who was located on the first floor, and thus make a judgment on her. Chang Bei was also surprised to find that Meng Lan was so comfortable with dream manipulation, layer upon layer. But this wave, Chang Bei is located in the atmosphere. In a nutshell, it's a dream within a dream within a dream within a dream. However, Dreamland also knew about some of Chang Bei's abilities, such as the Type 1 biochemical battle armor, and such as the silicon-based carapace, as Dreamland also had the ability to monitor the 2 dreams at the bottom. Is it possible for Meng Lan to have witnessed Chang Bei's ability? So what about modifying the final words? There is actually a final judgment to be made. Chang Bei smiled slightly. You always enter other people's dreams and modify them, so what kind of dreams do you actually have yourself? Press the black disc and a rhythmic blue glow emanates from the dreamcatcher pattern. Chang Bei placed the black disc on his right earlobe and slowly closed his eyes. When Dreamlan interfered with Chang Bei's dream, she also exposed some personal information, such as her real-life residence, the small courtyard with peach blossom trees. Under the quiet night sky, a colorful bubble floated over almost every house within Tempe. That's what people dream about. There is a similarly colorful bubble on the peach blossom cottage. Chang Bei, who was floating in mid-air in his dream body form, smiled. Dreamlan has a dream of its own while entering someone else's dream. Chang Bei swooped down. Enter the dream that belongs to Dreamland. Chapter 150 The Valley. It's a long canyon. The rock walls on both sides tower over the city and are made of gray rock. Chang Bei stood at the bottom of the canyon. Under his feet was yellowish soil, not an inch of grass grew, and there was only a line of sky above his head, and the sky was also gray. There was no end in sight ahead, and there was no longer half a human figure around. Is this, in fact, Dreamland's dream? Depressing, gray, cold, endless canyons. Chang Bei stepped forward. His first thought was that the canyon was too long and a waste of time. He flicked his head toward the upper right corner, and a blue void screen appeared, which was the V33 Dream Master Control Interface, True System. 10 kilometers a step. Chang Bei read out the settings and the system prompted Dream Edit Complete. After that, Chang Bei took a step, and the surrounding scenery was instantly like a blur of light, flying backwards. But after taking a dozen steps, Chang Bei realized that the canyon still had no end. 1,000 kilometers a step. Walking for a number of steps, the light around them blurred, and still there was no end in sight. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes. This should be an unfavorable memory in the mind of Menglan, embodied within the dream world, which is likely to be the meaning of endless. Chang Bei pondered for a split second and pulled up the interface, one step across the endless. Immediately, Chang Bei took one step, and the light and shadow of the surrounding scenery flowed, as if the sky was turned upside down. After standing, the view was still of the canyon though. But ahead appeared a little girl in rags, about 4 or 5 years old. Seeing her face from afar, clear and lovely, with the embryonic form of Menglan's 5 senses, it was the young Menglan. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes and pulled up the system interface, ordering again, no matter what the circumstances, she can never see me. And then, Chang Bei moved closer towards the little girl. Instead, she was found standing alone on the ground, forlorn and full of fear. It was also at this instant that countless monster roars suddenly came from all around, and many strange, indescribable, and terrifying monsters flew down from the sky, wanting to tear the little girl apart and devour her. The young Dreamland was also horrified and held out his arms in front of his eyes. This would be a nightmare from Dreamland's youth. Chang Bei looked at the terrifying monster in the sky. The little girl was young and helpless, and like all children had nightmares, he had the intention to help the child block the monster, but controlled himself. This was after all Menglan's dream. If he interfered with the trajectory, there was a possibility that he would not be able to see the truth. Suddenly, the little girl disappeared. Appearing a few kilometers ahead, her face became calm as a kindly old man stood in front of him. Chang Bei recognized the old man's face, as he had seen this one from the 82 coffins of the Desert Clan. He was Desert's grandfather and the head of the Desert Clan. The old man smiled towards the ragged little girl and stretched out his hand, his big hand leading the little hand forward, once again appearing in the valley hundreds of meters away. Chang Bei also walked forward. Found another scene. The little girl had already put on the robes of a Mahist disciple, clean and tidy, like a little schoolboy dressed as a girl, cute and adorable. At the same time, around the valley, green grass and small unknown flowers unexpectedly grew. Chang Bei nodded, understanding some of the past. Menglan should be an orphan, or was abandoned by her parents, and then was taken in by Grandpa Mo, allowing her to become a disciple of the Mo clan, and from then on, she did not have to live on the streets and starve, and gained a home. At this point, Chang Bei turned back and looked toward the monstrous beasts circling in the valley in the distance. He pulled up the dream editing screen. I blink and those monsters will be pulverized. With that, Chang Bei blinked. Boom boom boom. Those horrible monsters exploded into dust all over the sky. In front of her, the young Dreamland, who was reading, suddenly looked up into the distant sky. Her crystal clear eyes flashed, as if she realized that there was a powerful god that had killed the dream demon that had plagued her entire childhood, but she couldn't find this god. Chang Bei continued to walk forward. Seeing Dreamland is about 10 years old and has grown quite a bit. She was at the Mozi Academy, where she read carefully every day and studied the Mozi doctrine with a single mind. But there was an annoying brat who was always bothering her, constantly throwing things at herself from the window, sometimes some wild fruits, sometimes little colored stones, and still other times, some bracelets made of wild flowers. And in the eyes of Chang Bei, Dreamland's classroom, still located in a deep canyon, was just surrounded by more and more wildflowers and grass. Chang Bei continued to walk forward, discovering that Meng Lan was already 15 years old, and was the most outstanding child among a group of Mo clan disciples. Grandpa Mo appeared again and took her as a disciple. Chang Bei also saw the young Mo Yuan among the group of Mo clan disciples, and he was filled with envy. At the same time, the kid who had been harassing Meng Lan was also there, and this guy had grown up to be 15 or 16 years old, the right age to get into trouble, and had actually set Meng Lan's desk on fire. Chang Bei continued to walk forward. It was discovered that Meng Lan was already 20 years old, beautiful and dusty, as if she were a fairy. She also became the most central young disciple of the Mo family. That brat was the same, still obnoxious. He would fly a big love heart-shaped kite in the sky with the word dream written on it, and also got a little white milk dog from somewhere, with a love letter hanging from the dog's neck, and then took advantage of the middle of the night, and threw the dog into Meng Lan's room. The boy also occasionally prepared some gifts for Meng Lan, such as a bamboo flute with a red tassel hanging from it. The time was ghostly, calm and soothing, and with a faint warmth. At this moment, the valley was green and full of flowers. Chang Bei knew that this strip of valley should be the main body of Meng Lan's dream, and all of her experiences were transformed into dreams and presented in this valley. Finally, Chang Bei came to the end of the valley. It was a wooden house surrounded by a fence wall with a peach blossom plant growing in the yard. Chang Bei understood that this was Meng Lan's current residence, and the sights in it represented Meng Lan's current state of mind. Walk into the small courtyard. The moon is frosty and spreads over every corner. Meng Lan stood in the middle of the small courtyard with a black dress and a stunningly beautiful face, a bamboo flute in his hand and a chubby white puppy lying at his feet. It's not that I don't understand your thoughts. Meng Lan suddenly fell into tears. You gave me the letter, which I have always treasured, and the flute has always been with me, and little White is 5 years old, and the wild fruit that you once threw at me, I planted, and now it has grown into a peach tree. When I was young, I was bent on learning because I didn't dare to fail my teachers. Then as I grew up, I gradually realized that you were the desert prince and I was just an outsider apprentice. I am too inferior and self-pitying to accept everything you have to offer. Crystalline tears, like broken beads, crossed Dreamland's cheeks. If you hadn't died, I would never have been subtle, I would have been passionate and unrestrained and embraced you. Chapter 151, Perfectly Hidden. Chang Bei opened his eyes. Dreams are the truest expression of the human subconscious. Meng Lan had always remembered Grandpa Mo's kindness and the kindness of her family, and the time she had spent studying in the Mo family had been the process of her moving from the doldrums to the light. She was never a murderer. She is also, literally, doing everything she can to find the real culprit. Moreover, she possessed a good feeling for that brat from her early childhood, and then she was ashamed to express her love, and to this day, it turned into a regret in her heart, and she could only weep at the sight of the object. She was much less likely to kill that obnoxious brat. Chang Bei looked towards the campfire in front of him. It was weak, but it still didn't go out. And by the campfire, there was no longer the figure of Desert, who had indeed risen and stood in the distance looking out over Tingzhou, and Chang Bei realized that what he was looking out over had been in the direction of that peach blossom hut. Dreamland is, indeed, a brilliant and silent peach blossom. She was grateful and yearning for love. Now that the desert is destroyed, she's doing everything she can in the shadows to repay the favor and to pay homage to the man who died. Chang Bei frowned. Who exactly is the murderer? Just then, Chang Bei's communicator rang. This was still the device that Zhang Bei had gifted himself when he left from the city of Genes. Not only was it capable of over-distance communication, but it also possessed the screen transmission function. Chang Bei pressed the communicator, but he saw Uncle Waste's face emerge. Boss Chang, I have the latest discovery here. There just happens to be a holographic camera near Cassius's lab, and with the genetic city in disrepair, everyone thought that camera was damaged before, but to my surprise, I just pulled some video footage out of it. There's footage recorded inside about that genotoxin client. Chang Bei's eyes lit up. What image? The first set of images shows the client removing the potion, but instead of showing up, the client uses a tool. This is the record of the time. With that, a set of video footage was received in the communicator. It was only a red night, and Cassius stood outside his lab holding a small genetic potion kit, waiting for someone. Suddenly, a faint green spot of light appeared in the sky. The point of light came from far away and slowly landed in front of Cassius. Upon seeing the item, Chang Bei's pupils suddenly shrunk. That one black biotech case, used to transport items over short distances, Chang Bei had acquired a lot of them and synthesized the Iron Maiden. This type of case, too, is specialized for deserts. Das? Chang Bei's brain roared as he glanced at the back of Desert in the distance, and then at the chest in the picture. He shook his head. It must not be arbitrarily determined. Everyone in the Desert clan could have this kind of chest. Only to hear Uncle Waste add, this was the first transaction, but something seemed to have gone wrong with the potion, so the customer arrived in person, and we found the corresponding screen. Chang Bei's heart trembled. The client's true colors? And then, Uncle Waste transmitted a second image. The same dark red of the night. A small starship that slowly landed in the crumbling city of Genes. By this time Cassius was pale, obviously having tested the poison, and with a bound he stood to greet the starship on the outside. Thumbs down. But then he saw the hatch of the starship slowly open and a figure emerged from the darkness. Ta! First there was a very high-grade walking stick, which was pinned on the landing ladder of the starship, and then a slender figure in a black suit slowly stepped out from it. It was a young man with a somewhat pale face, with handsome features, but no more than 25 or 26 years old. And then he had some conversation with Cassius, but couldn't hear the content because of the semi-malfunctioning camera. Eventually, he took the brand new genotoxin potion from Cassius. The reason why he was able to determine that it was a genotoxin potion was because when the customer opened the box to check it out, he was able to clearly see that the potion in it was divided into 2 compartments and labeled NB. There was still a rustle in the calm, still a signal coming through, but Chang Bei's pupils trembled. That customer figure was Desert, as in fake desert. This instant, Chang Bei felt some heavenly rotation, and at the same time, a large amount of neglected information flooded into Chang Bei's mind. I'm not my ing father's own. Desert. What if Desert had known this information a long time ago? Now that the Desert clan has no male members left, the day the truth comes out, regardless of bloodlines, the only one who can run the Desert clan will be me. M.O. If the whole non-biological thing came to light, and if all the other male members of the Desert family were around, then Desert would certainly not have the right to inherit. Chang Beg, you could have stayed out of it, you could have gotten out of here. Desert. He didn't want me involved from the beginning. Counselor Liu, I have a handle on you in my hand, and it's 2 of them. In the future, I'll make some requests with you at the right time, and you'll do whatever I tell you to do. Desert. Desert was ready to take over the family, and he was even paving the way for the future. I, Mudhopper, am one of young Master Desert's dogs. The words came from Mudhopper, but it was because of Desert's manipulation and arrangement, which was paving the way for him to do so in the future. Chang Bei's eyes widened. After learning that the toxin was categorized into a B, I'm afraid that Z's blood couldn't be a 100% antidote to the toxin, so Chang Bei accepted the end of the Desert family's death in the family. But then again, where did that drop of blood go, and was there a possibility of delaying it if it was taken? Dreamland enters everyone's dreams through the device in order to identify the real culprit. So why didn't you see Desert's dream, and why did you always think Desert was dead? There was only one possibility: Desert never slept. So, during the time Chang Bei entered the dream world, did he remain on the hillside or go somewhere? Just then, an exclamation of surprise came from the foot of the mountain. Mo Yuan and the others found a body in the river at the foot of the mountain. Chang Bei took a few steps forward and stood at the edge of the cliff to squint and watch. It was the body of a very good-looking woman, pale, with wide open eyes, her chest torn open, and floating on the water. Chang Bei recognized this woman. Her name is Chi Mei, is the Desert's great-uncle mother. Before the Desert did not rush to the end, let her leave, so that she never appear again. At the same time, she is the only one who has no interests bound to Desert, and knows that Desert is still alive. Also at this time, a dark shadow appeared at Chang Bei's feet, and he slowly turned back, only to see Des wrinkled his nose and appeared behind him. Chapter 152, The Unexpected. Silence in the mountains. From time to time, unknown wildlife passes through. At this moment, a wild wolf with gray fur stood on top of the mountain and raised its voice to the sky. And then, the coyote turned back silently, its eyes reflecting a turquoise light as it looked towards the 2 men on the hillside. In front of Chang Bei was a steep cliff face. It wasn't treacherous, but it was still more than 10 meters, and an ordinary person would fall down, tumble and roll, and die 9 deaths. Just as Chang Bei turned back, he saw Des, whose brows were furrowed, reach out his hands and push them towards his shoulders. Snap! Mo did not push Chang Bei, but put his hands on Chang Bei's shoulders. I seem to know who the murderer is. Nighttime. Chang Bei looked at Mo, whose face was a bit cloudy, and narrowed his eyes. Who is he? Liberin, Lee God. Desert's eyes flashed. Do you remember the legend of Li Bolong abusing the passers-by? That guy even tore a cesspit in the ground, and the corpse of the eldest uncle, Chi Mei, was also torn out of his chest. All of them were torn. Li Bolong's ability is to tear. Before Chang Bei could react, Mo then withdrew his hands and spun in place, pulling his hair hard. Okay, I know it's too far-fetched. It's almost like a forced hook. I'm just about to break down. Who the hell is this murderer? Did you just try to push me off? Chang Bei took a few steps forward. But you thought of the mysterious battle armor on my body and knew that this height couldn't hurt me, so you gave up on the idea again. Mu turned back a little shocked. How could I have thought that? What's wrong with you? Actually, I left Trash Earth 5 days ago. Chang Bei approached Desert while narrating. I still know very little about human society as a whole, for various reasons. Before I came here, I only went to 2 places. One is called Shipwreck Ruins, while the other is called City of Genes. Hearing the words Gene City, Desert's body stiffened violently. Chang Bei laughed. Did you not expect it anyway? Things in this world are just so coincidental. Not only did I go to the City of Genes, but I also got to know the masters there, including Valente, Zheng Beige, and Kezius, who was good at making poison. Desert's body stiffened again. Chang Bei had come closer, his eyes looking straight at Desert. The poison that Desert has been hit by is from Kezius, a mysterious customer placed an order with him. The toxin is divided into 2 types, A and B. When the 2 toxins are mixed, the poisoner will die violently in a short period of time. The drink you brought me before only had a toxin in it, and because it carried the gene-locking technology, even if I drank it, it wouldn't have any serious consequences, and it even enhanced my physique a bit. But you didn't expect me to recognize the toxin and give you a drop of the antidote. Of course, none of this affects your plans. But what you never expected is that I came to Tingzhou after learning about the drug properties through the city of genes. That's not even the deadliest part. The deadliest part is that you thought Cassius would die soon after you tried the poison yourself, so in a moment of carelessness, you showed up to deal with Cassius yourself. Chang Beg's eyes widened, his gaze burning, and all of this happened to be recorded by a broken camera, by coincidence. If I hadn't given Genetic City a new chance, all of the truth would have been buried forever. Your plan was well thought out and combined almost all factors. You even take the poison along with everyone else, but in the end you'll survive alone because of your bloodline. After that, you can be in the dark, with the identity of the sole survivor, enlisting all the idle forces, and, of course, clearing out unstable factors such as Chime in the process. But the only thing you're ignoring is that I'm a variable from a trashy planet. Chang Bei frowned. Is there anything else you need to explain? However, he saw Desert's expression change continuously, and finally, he sighed heavily. I have nothing more to explain. Chang Bei cocked his head. Don't, the brothers are still waiting for the reversal. Can't turn. Desert tilted his head with a resigned expression. I, for one, am Cassius's client. The poison was customized by me, and the one who poisoned it was me. Chang Bei glanced at him. Oh, if you say you can't turn, you can't turn? However, he saw Chang Bei slowly take out his own communicator. A palm-sized void screen lit up above the communicator, and in the screen was a blonde-haired man, whose lips were still a bit pale, but it was more like he had recovered some of his vitality after a serious illness. Boss Desert, I'm sorry. I didn't keep it a secret. Because you are, after all, only my client, and Mr. Chang Bei is now my real boss. Desert sucked in a sharp breath when he saw the figure on the screen. Cassius, you. However, he saw Chang Bei smile. Luckily I'm sharp. Before, when Cassius was gulping his breath, he said that when AB potions are mixed, a total of 3 phases will occur, and the second of those phases is death. But he didn't get around to saying the third stage. Chang Bei looked at him. Oh, so before leaving the city of genes, I asked Uncle Waste, that is, Cassius' teacher, Valente, to study his experimental data, as well as the residue of his medication, and to notify me as soon as he confirms the third stage. But I didn't expect that before the research came to fruition. It's amazing that Cassius is alive. Surprise, surprise, surprise? Speaking of this, Chang Bei laughed. According to Cassius' explanation, this is the most complicated toxin order he has ever received, because according to the customer's requirements, the first stage will be a mild poisoning condition, the second stage death, and the third stage is resurrection. I told you so. No matter how dedicated Cassius is, he can't test the poison on himself. Not to mention that, like Zhang Beige, he is kind and responsible by nature, so how could he research such a vicious toxin? You went to see Cassius in person earlier because you weren't sure about the effects of the toxin, right? Also, I've thought before that desert customs is strange. People are dead and they have to be inside a frozen coffin for 3 days for people to look at? Now look, this is never to be cremated. Boss Desert. Cheng Beg fiddled with his communicator. What's the situation? A move to fake death to cheat the world and use this to uncover the person behind the scenes. Pity my Chang Beg's heart for the debt. No, I am concerned about your safety, a piece of sincerity of the sky visible, but you even old man have to deceive? Chapter 153. However, he saw Desert's face was green and purple, staring at Chang Bei with glaring eyes. Why are you so sick? Why are you suddenly so much smarter? How did you become the owner of Gene City? But he saw Chang Beg reaching out. Please don't change the subject, you'd better give me a satisfactory explanation, or else I'll unleash my super powerful armor and slap you to death, you little trashy deranged genetic mastermind behind the scenes. Instead, he saw Desert frown and clench his teeth, wanting to say something. Chang Bei tilted his head. Is it so difficult to talk about? It's just a matter of removing some potential threats. Is it necessary for you Mo plan to make such a big fuss and collectively play dead? It's necessary. Mo gritted his teeth and seemed to make up his mind. You come with me. Take advantage of the night. Desert led Chang Beg into Tingzhou again, sneaking into the main courtyard. 82 coffins, still quietly placed in the main courtyard. The two squatted on the beam and waited for a few moments. People seemed to be attracted by the tragic death of Chi Mei, gathered at the river. At this time the main courtyard is quiet and no one. Desert led Chang Bei to the last coffin in the first row. Not caring about any etiquette or respect, he quickly maneuvered and opened the lid of the coffin. Among them, an old man of about 60 years old had his eyes closed tightly and a thin layer of frost covered his body. This is my fourth uncle, Des said, suddenly ripping off the old man's suit and shirt, and the old man's chest was instantly exposed. However, on this old man's chest, there was a full meter-long stitched wound, and his skin was bruised and wrinkled. Chang Bei's eyes narrowed. He was injured while alive? Not just injured. And at that moment, Des, who had already come to the second row of coffins, once again opened the flap of one coffin, and similarly ripped the clothes from the corpse's chest. Desert stood next to him and pointed to the body. This is my sixth brother. Chang Bei squinted as he looked at the body, which was younger, about 40 years old, with the same huge scar on his chest. At this point, Desert again came to the back of a coffin. After opening the cover, which was a teenager of 18 or 19 years old, Desert turned his body over, pulling off the clothes on the back, but saw the back of the teenager, possessing a huge wound, almost through his entire torso. There were some tears in Desert's eyes. This is my third brother. Chang Bei was somewhat frozen in place. Thoughts tumbled violently in his head. This scene was something he had not expected at all. 82 male members of the Desert family, 14 of them, died before they entered the coffin. One by one, Des began to organize the clothes of the dead, lay them out, and one by one, cover the coffins. They died in a strange way, just within this Tingzhou, and were suddenly killed. When they were found, they all had these huge lacerations on their bodies, and that's what killed them. There was originally surveillance equipment within Tingzhou, but whenever they had an accident, the surveillance would always be inexplicably interfered with, unable to see the murderer's method of killing, much less the murderer. They are dying one after another, and the trend is clear that the murderer is trying to kill the Desert family one after the other. Mo looked at Chang Bei. Fourth uncle and the others have some enemies in the business world, which I can accept, but a childlike third brother has never even stepped out of Tingzhou. I don't understand why the murderer didn't even spare him. Chang Bei and Desert, leaving the main courtyard, which was easily exposed, came into an isolated alley. Few outsiders know that there have been consecutive deaths in the desert, as these are blocked by the family. We've been investigating in the shadows for a long time, but we can't even find the murderer's shadow. We've only established one thing: the killer is not a member of the desert. Deaths were occurring almost daily, and in desperation, Grandpa customized this death by poisoning plan. Since I have the least presence in the family, I'm in charge of getting the poison customized. And after everyone has faked their deaths, the most intelligent and resourceful second uncle will wake up, carrying the hopes of the entire family, and investigate the murderer in the shadows. Desert sat on a stone pier, somewhat lost in thought. I didn't expect that this wild seed of mine had also awakened. Chang Bei slightly opened his eyes, struggling to digest everything. There were 14 people in the coffin who had died before? And the remaining people uniformly faked their deaths, in fact, to avoid plus investigate the shadowy murderer. It was true that Desert was a poison customizer, but the plan was their family's overall plan. Desert is behind the scenes, but not the darkest one. The murderer does exist, but it's not the one who poisoned. It's all layers and layers and layers and layers. Wait, since your waking up was an accident. Chang Bei looked to Mo. So, what about that one-dimensional hero of yours, second uncle? Desert looked at the ground with despair, ran away. Chang Bei froze. Huh? Desert added, I woke up a little later. The first time I checked the corpse of my second uncle, I found that it had been replaced with a simulacrum, which was the right step. Then I thought that since I woke up, it was heaven's will, and I was ready to go and help my second uncle, but as a result, I found that my second uncle's family's belongings had been packed up, and his private starship had disappeared as well. Chang Bei grinned. Your second uncle is a complete coward. I was indeed devastated, but I can't just walk away. I want to solve all this by myself, to find the real culprit behind it. Mo looked at Chang Bei. Your appearance was indeed an accident, and I really didn't want you to get involved in this matter, but you insisted on staying. I had no choice. Regarding the matter of my family's fake death, even if I trusted you very much, I couldn't possibly disclose it to you. After all, this is the last line of defense. How could I think that it would actually be recognized by you? Just now when you questioned me about being behind this. I'm not going to refute it, and it doesn't matter if the charges are on me. You just want the money anyway. I'll find a way to get you some funds, and you should be off and not wanting to meddle. The reason I'm so negative. Desert frowned. It's because I now feel that there's only one possibility for the murderer, and that's Li Bolong. He's an individual combatant ceiling, S-class genes, hiding in the shadows, and has official shelter. Compared to that, I'm a weak ant. Not only me, but the entire desert is the same. Chang Bei cocked his head. How can you be sure that the murderer is Li Bolong? Rip. As you just saw, Chimei's method of death was the same as that of Desert's victims, with huge wounds appearing on their bodies. Apathetic eyes flashed. My previous words were not a joke. Li Bolong's ability is really related to tearing, and only he can kill so many people without a trace between noiselessness. Moreover, the family's potential rivals have already been ruled out, so who else is unwilling to let go of even the little children in the family? Only that Li Bolong who hates our entire family. Chimei's death proves that Li Bolong was always in Tingzhou. He at least has the status of a strategic advisor, so he won't blatantly go on a killing spree. A slight tremor appeared in the indifferent pupils. Chang Bei, it's not too late if you leave now. It doesn't have to be Liberace. Chang Bei fumbled his chin and muttered. He suddenly smiled. This matter is kinda interesting. The whole Mo clan faked their deaths and pinned their hopes on your second uncle, but as a result, that guy scampered away. Instead, it's you, the unpopular wild child who was exhausting his efforts in trying to reverse everything. Desert lowered his head, seeming to have lost all confidence. I'm too self-absorbed. What if? Chang Bei narrowed his eyes. When the rest of the Mo clan wakes up and realizes that it's precisely you, young Master Mo, who caught the real culprit and took care of the crisis, then what should their expressions be? And your boss Mo's mouth should be able to be crooked into a Nike, right? Mo froze. Even in this situation now, you still want to help me? Is it because of friendship? You actually really aren't doing it for money? I'm not that great. Chang Bei looked at Mo seriously. I just want more. Chapter 154 Conditions. I've seen a figure up the river. His body is strong and can unleash a very scary feeling. His eyes are bright, his genetic level must be very high. Emoshan stood by the river, his eyes were heavy with panic. He, most likely, is the murderer. At this time, Chimei's body was salvaged, flat on the shore, covered with a white cloth. This unexpected event startled almost everyone, including the 30 or so Manhwa disciples in the neighborhood, the dozen or so widows of the desert clan, and the nearly 100 guests who had come to offer their condolences. Everyone converged on the riverbank, each looking horrified but uncertain. The night was dark, the moonlight was white, spread on the corpse covered with a white cloth, and water stains mixed with blood flowed out from under the corpse, wetting a piece of the ground. The scene was eerie, making people's scalp numb. What the hell is going on here? First the male of the desert died of poisoning. Now, another widow has lost her life. The guests looked horrified and whispered, "Gentlemen, I would like to apologize on behalf of all the Manhwa disciples responsible for the reception." However, he saw Mo Yuan's expression was indescribable, panic mixed with strong self-reproach. "During our reception, we need to test the genetic level of our guests, but in this task, we have been seriously negligent." The guests were puzzled. Genetic testing? What does that have to do with the murder at hand? Mo Yuan gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Because of a malfunction in the detector, there was a delay in the results of one of the higher genestealers, and it was only when he entered Tingzhou that we found out his true genetic level. The guests at the scene didn't show a strong reaction because to the ordinary people, they were all high geneticists. He's an S-class gene. Mo Yuan's words were like a heavy bomb that immediately caused an uproar in the crowd, followed by a burst of whispering in the crowd. There are only a handful of ranks this high. Even within the entire Galactic Alliance, it is a precious existence. If it's some kind of talent enhancement, then he's definitely a genius in a specific field, and the top kind at that. If he's awakened some sort of supernatural ability, then he's definitely a powerful fighting individual. The guests looked at each other, and their first reaction was to make sure that there was no chance that this senior geneticist would stand by their side, and then befriend him and make a top relationship from then on. I repeatedly compared the data within the genetic tester. Because of the corruption of the data, only some information such as height, weight, and hair color can be seen. Height 183, weight 112 kilograms, age about 39, hair color dark red. Mo Yuan lowered his head, the self-reproach within him growing stronger. I'm already 100% sure that he's Li Bolong. Hiss. The guests, and a dozen or so other desert widows, stiffened. It's that one. The grumpiest, most reckless S-class genestealer. I heard that this guy walks around and kills people on the street once he gets depressed. The Galactic Alliance, in turn, is very biased in his favor, and as long as it doesn't go too far, and as long as it doesn't have huge repercussions, the Galactic Alliance will turn a blind eye. Wait! A guest wearing a high-class suit and looking distinguished suddenly spoke up. Rumor has it that Li Bolong is the illegitimate son of your desert clan's old man. Could this be true? Mo Yuan lowered his head, his brow furrowed. It was like some sort of shroud that he wasn't willing to rip off with his own hands, but his silence kind of answered the guests' questions. So it is. The guest's eyes widened. Li Bolong has always held a grudge against the desert clan and Elder Mo's behavior. He is very disgusted with the desert clan. I see. All the murders are connected to Li Herong. The guest's face suddenly turned white. You negligent fellows who failed to recognize him. He entered and hid in Tingzhou. He holds a grudge against desert and he's ruthless. He's getting back at you. The reason he's hiding in the shadows is that he doesn't want to make it too obvious, and as long as there's no hard evidence, the Galactic Alliance will turn a blind eye. You guys messed with an S-rank geneticist. He's known as Li Shun. Desert is finished. The guests were in a panic, and the widows were pale to the point of shaking. Cheng Began Des with his cloak stood at the last side of the crowd. The indifference was incomparably grim, and a touch of despair was unconsciously born within his heart. His hand shook and a scroll of paper fell to the ground. It wasn't a secret, but a list that Cheng Bei had just written out. Cheng Bei bent down, picked up the scroll of paper, and shoved it back into Desert's hands. Take it, it's important. Desert is somewhat powerless. This list was the reward that Cheng Bei had demanded. If Cheng Bei could find the murderer and successfully resolve this crisis of Desert, then Desert couldn't be stingy and needed to cash in on each and everything on the list. 1. Settle all final payments for previous high-entropy alloys. 2. 10,000 bottles of Desert Family High-Energy Protein Extract. 3. A 24 nanny robots, 50, not enough to go around. 4. Jet-powered shoes, 50 pairs, more if not enough. 5. Miniature high-power gravity field adjustment gloves, 50 pairs, not enough to add. The first and second items are okay to understand, but the few items afterward gave Desert a look of bewilderment. What is all this? Not enough to add? In fact, Cheng Bei also tried to restrain himself a bit, in order to avoid the exposure of STC. He didn't list too many needs. After all, as long as he had the funds for the first item, he could make purchases one after another in the future. As for the few pieces of equipment on the list, which belonged to carry around, Cheng Bei was prepared to synthesize them to the top level first. Dean, I'm not an outfit T, I'm a handsome guy. Of course, the premise of all this was whether Cheng Bei could find the real culprit behind the scenes. Was it the tough Liebherrung, or some other dark shadow hiding in the shadows? Chang Bei looked toward Desert and suddenly spoke, Wang Kai. Desert didn't react at first, glancing at Chang Bei, then looking back, thinking for a split second. He felt that it wasn't right, then he looked at Chang Bei again. What did you call me? Yeah, Wang. Are you sick? If I don't give you a code name, do I still call you by your real name? It's crowded. What if someone hears you? However, he saw Chang Bei stroking his chin. Wang Kai, what exactly is this, Li Shen's ability, and what exactly is the so-called tearing? Desert had no choice but to force a conversation. Torn is just an adjective. I've heard that some of the abilities awakened by S-rank geneticists appear singular at first glance, but if they are fully developed, they can appear to be infinitely varied in their effects. Liberin, for example, may have powers that have nothing to do with tearing. For example, it's possible that his ability is to heat up the air from across the room, and when he fights, he heats up the air inside his opponent's chest cavity with a thermal expansion and contraction effect, which in turn causes his opponent's stomach to explode, creating an effect similar to that of a tearing. Desert emphasized again, this is all my blind guess, so don't form a mindset. Chang Bei nodded his head and thought, single, fully developed, and infinitely varied. Break the mindset. Speakable. Mo turned back and stared at Chang Bei's pupils. What's this golden cake in your eyes, the after effects of taking an inferior potion? What exactly is your rank? Could it be big cake level? In fact, Chang Bei's genetic appearance was due to the effect of the 6 golden apertures after highly overlapping after breaking through the chain of inhibition. Che, even if it's big pie level. Chang Bei skimmed his lips, you're a big pie that wanted will never get. Chapter 155, The Beginning. That Mo Far, has he been in charge of reception? Chang Bei's gaze passed through the crowd and looked towards the man standing in the center. He was wearing a Maggia robe, elegant and handsome. At this moment, he had obviously become the spokesman of the Maggia, and was facing everything on his own. He is a student of the Mahist school. Having been here for 20 years, diligently practicing his studies, obsessed with Mozi's thought, and insightful, even as mankind enters the age of the great cosmos, he is still motivated to carry Mozi's thought forward. Don't look at him as just a senior disciple, but when it comes to the study of Mahist doctrine, he is one of the best when looking at the entire Tingzhou. Remember the evening training just now, senior disciples have a special academy, and for 20 years, Mo Yuan has never been absent, never late. Mo is a bit upset for Mo Yuan. But because Mo's business is huge, Tingzhou has a constant stream of visitors, so the courteous Mo Yuan, who has been in charge of the reception, this is indeed a bit of an aggravation for him. Chang Bei's eyes flickered as he nodded. Have you ever noticed that Mo Yuan's waist has been bulging and seems to be carrying quite a few accessories? Mo also narrowed his eyes and watched, noticing that Mo Yuan's robes were straight, but they did protrude slightly from his waist. It's a little weird, but normal, with the robe slimming down and bulging out with random items. Mo pondered, is it hard to go up and lift his clothes in public? Chang Bei, you're too sensitive, aren't you? However, he saw Chang Bei's right hand hidden behind his back move slightly. The gravity field glove, assimilated by the Type 1 bio battle armor, slowly resurfaced. At that instant, his 5 fingers snapped open. Through the cover of darkness, a light green ripple spread out. The gravity in front of them appeared to be confused for a moment. Some of the ladies exclaimed as their hair inexplicably fluttered. While Mo Yuan, who was most obviously affected by the force, was the hem of his robe suddenly bulging up, revealing the ornaments around his waist. Chang Bei instantly narrowed his eyes. Mo Yuan's waist, surprisingly, had a series of 3 trinkets hanging from it. The first one, Chang Bei recognized. It is the puzzle game Mercury Tour. The second, a delicate wooden pendant. And 3, again a wooden product, like a Rubik's Cube, but with details different from a Rubik's Cube and small in size. The crowd just thought it was a nameless wind. Mo Yuan was even more calm, without any special color on his face, rearranged the hem of his clothes, and smoothed out the folds, then looked up at the crowd, elegant and incomparable. Desert whispered, organ pendant, a small object jewelry designed according to the concept of the Maggia organ technique, with some simple organ structures, such as being able to rotate, open and close, and so on. Shangtong Mo Fong, which was invented by Mozi, the founder of the Mozi family, in order for Mozi disciples to better understand the meaning of Shangtong. It is equivalent to a third-order Rubik's Cube, and although it looks simple, it contains the principles and essence of the Maggia organ technique, which is skillfully designed with small organs that can be gently flicked away from the clasp to open up the interior and place small objects, such as incense pills, pieces of paper, and so on. Mo sidled his head and said, not only Mo Yuan, but many of the Mo family disciples, all of them love these things and it's normal to carry them around. I see. However, he saw a more intense light in Chang Bei's eyes. All of this can finally be connected. Desert froze slightly, seeing Chang Bei's expression. It didn't look like he was joking. What did you understand and what did you connect? I need one more verification. Chang Bei secretly nodded. Wang Kai, wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Mo looked at Chang Bei's back as he disappeared into the darkness and fell into silence. A Wang Kai and give him a whole broken defense. This kid's thinking so jumpy? Chang Bei marched through the night. The purpose is clear, the shipyard in Tempe. Now that the super powerhouse, Li Shen, has infiltrated Tingzhou and is on a killing spree, so the safest strategy is to run away. That's impossible. Cheng Bei's target was none other than the antique gene tester. As expected, the Manhwa disciples here are attracted by Chi Mei's tragic death, and at this time, the place is quiet and empty. Cheng Bei came to the main door of the genetic testing. The screen lit up with a faint blue glow. It was still working smoothly. Eyes widened slightly. With a pacing stance, Cheng Bei walked among the gates and stood under the scanner. Several beams of blue light instantly activated, sweeping back and forth across his body, while there was also a soft speed of light that rested in front of his eyes, scanning his pupils over and over again. Off to the side, a virtual screen automatically lit up. A large amount of data scrolls rapidly, while at the same time, the screen splits in two and another set of historical data surfaces, and because of the high degree of similarity, the scanner unfolds a detailed comparison. Ding! Correction of test results. Overwrite KF22022 error data. The tester is not of undocumented genetic rank. Final test results, S+ grade. Operator's attention is drawn to the fact that the only erroneous data generated, 11 hours, 23 minutes and 35 seconds ago, has been corrected and is now the only result. Attention operator. Cheng Bei looked at all this and slowly exhaled. I'm an S+ class gene, which seems to have exceeded the attributes of regular S-class genes, which is very much in line with the state of genes after breaking through the chain of inhibition. It's delightful, but only one part of the message. Overwriting the only error data. Cheng Bei narrowed his eyes. My inference was correct. Li Bolong, who never appeared, never reached Tingzhou. I, Cheng Bei, am not a talented person, but I am the S-class geneticist that the Mozi disciples have been searching for so hard. And it's still stepping on the S+. Height 183, weight 112 kilograms, age about 39, hair color dark red. There is no such information within the machine at all. That's just a description of Liberan's appearance, a fact known to many. Mo Far is lying. His aim was simple, to fabricate a murderer and thus create a cover-up for himself. Because Mo Yuan is the real culprit behind this series of murders. As for what tools he used, what was his technique, why did he kill Chi Mei? All of this, Cheng Bei already have an answer. Cheng Bei nodded his head wordlessly, his expression austere. Never in a million years did I realize that the first person I met the first time I entered Tempe was the one who started it all. Chapter 156 Clue Combing. Gentlemen, listen to me. Mo Yuan stood right next to Chi Mei's corpse, his face complex and heavy. The situation now has seriously exceeded our control. Li Baolong is certainly not an existence that we can fight against. The crowd of guests, including the widows of the desert clan, all bowed their heads in awe at hearing this and secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. As things stand, all we can do is figure out what to do next. Mo Yuan raised his breath fiercely, as if he had made some difficult decision. We, the Mo family disciples, will next arrange for the safe return of all the guests. As for the ladies of the desert, Mo Yuan looked toward a kind of shivering widow. Your best choice, too, is to leave here in the night, take your belongings with you, take your remaining family members, and find a distant yet safe planet to spend the rest of your lives there, never again revealing your identities, and never returning to Tingzhou. The widows' faces became extremely complex, scanning their hometowns, their eyes full of reluctance. But when they saw the miserable dead Chi Mei on the ground, they shivered again. What awaits them if they don't leave is the indiscriminate slaughter of Li Bolong. Desert stood at the very end of the crowd, his brow furrowed. He also turned back somewhat uneasily and glanced in the direction of the desert's main courtyard. In almost another 10 minutes, the medicine was in its third stage. Grandpa, they're going to wake up. Desert stifled to the point of gritting his teeth. With such a big mess in front of him, he didn't know what to do or how to account for it. Gentlemen. However, he saw Mo Yuan, who was in the center of the crowd, with a resolute face, saying, we are the disciples of the Mo family, and this is the Tingzhou of the great cosmic era, which is the only belonging of the Mo family school. I won't leave, and even if the road ahead is perilous, I'll still face it openly. Well said. I'm even infected by Mo Yuan's fearlessness in going to his death and his righteousness. Instead, a teenager wearing a scavenger's cloak, as well as an inferior protective suit, slowly stepped out of the crowd. He said in a loud voice, I suggest that you widows of the desert clan learn well from him, and just don't leave, continue to stay here, pass on the family name, and continue to strengthen the desert clan. Who is this man? What's he talking about? That costume of his, I think I've seen it in the news. But I can't recall, an obscure news item. The onlookers whispered and sized up Cheng Bei. Mr. Chang Yu. Mo Yuan's expression was a bit twitchy. The situation is very serious now. Please don't joke about it, if everyone doesn't leave urgently. However, he saw Cheng Bei suddenly turn his head, looked at Mo Yuan, and laughed. Then your plan has failed. Mo Yuan froze, surprisingly cacked for a few seconds, then surprised, what's my plan? All the men in desert are dead. If the widows then all leave and never return. Cheng Bei looked at Mo Yuan and nodded to himself. Then, isn't this Tingzhou the world of Mo clan disciples like you? Mo Yuan froze again for a few seconds, then smiled helplessly. So Mr. Chang is suspecting that I'm going to take over the nest? only to see him shake his head. You don't know, I, Mo am firstly not a core disciple, and secondly, I just made a public statement that I want the widows to take away all the desert clan's possessions. In that case, Tingzhou would be nothing more than an empty planet, so what would I get? That said, a guest reacted, Mo doesn't need to do this. 1. He can't get the property, and 2. He can't be the leader among the scholars. Little brother, your speculation is completely unreasonable. Mo looked at Chang Bei, still nodding his head rather politely. I did this purely because Li Bolong is too terrifying. Chang Bei nodded, just because Li Bolong is too terrifying, so if you put the charge of murder on his head, who would dare to pursue it? Mo looked startled. Mr. Chang, what do you mean by that? Because you, Mo are the real murderer. Chang Bei's eyes burned. You killed more than a dozen of Desert's men before, and then killed Chi Mei tonight. The scene was in an uproar at these words. Who the hell is this teenager? But no nonsense. I remember, he's a scavenger on Earth in that getup. Doesn't the Galactic Alliance have a rule that scavengers can't leave the planet at will? How did he get out and who invited him here? The blue-cloaked young man slightly angled his head and looked towards the figure with a cloak on the last side of the crowd. My name is Chang Bei, a friend of young Master Desert. Young Master Mo. Which young Master Desert? The crowd was puzzled. The Desert Clan was huge, there were many young masters. There was the radiant first young master who was in charge of trading in the northern district, and the second young master who was running for the Star Hub commander. There were many talents. Which one was he talking about? I get the routine. Want proof, right? I have. Chang Bei suddenly lowered his head and rummaged within his cloak. The crowd instantly concentrated. Even Mo who was on the side, frowned and subconsciously moved closer. However, Chang Bei did not follow the rules. There was no evidence at all within the clothes. Instead, his eyes changed. He suddenly raised his hand, lifted the lapel of Mo coat, and the moment he touched the Shangtong ink cube, a strange scrambling sound came from within the magic cube. Chang Bei smiled faintly, his heart's deduction even more certain. Mo on the other hand, quickly took a step back and pressed his lapel, looking a little alarmed. The crowd also saw the ornaments around Mo waist once again, and there were quite a few people who recognized these small objects, which were such as Mozu and so on, some of the small artifacts that were born out of the Emojia school. The combing of clues starts with Chi Mei. Clue number 1, Chi Mei's lover. Chang Bei smiled, then pointed to the ground that covered the body of the white cloth. Chi Mei water sex flowers, has been with a number of males, to maintain an improper relationship. They used to pass the cheating information in a way that is a very complex password, and this password, it is the puzzle game Murray Tour. Mo on the other hand, frowned. It's true that I carry the Mozu with me, but so what? Just because of this little correlation, you're saying that I'm a murderer. Isn't that a bit too far-fetched? Earlier, my friends and I, we suspected that Chi Mei was the real culprit behind all this. Chang Bei slowly said, we hid outside Chi Mei's room at around 9 o'clock in the evening to observe her actions. The crowd listened with some confusion. This teenager has friends? And say the usually beautiful and dignified Chi Mei, really what he said? Chi Mei's degree of debauchery is far beyond my imagination. Actually asking out 3 men in a row in one night. Chang Bei's gaze swept over the crowd. She's practically a contemporary master of time management, meeting the first man at 9 o'clock, the second man an hour later, and the third man 2 hours later. I was kind of wondering why the third man didn't arrive until 2 hours later, judging by her impatience. Then I realized that she had to wait from 9 o'clock until 11 o'clock 3 hours later. Because he, the lover, needs to finish his late fix. It should be clear to everyone that the evening training for the students of the Mozi family is exactly 9 to 11 o'clock every night. Just now, I also made a special trip to the senior disciples' evening training classroom, and found that that classroom, located on the 3rd floor, just happens to have an unobstructed view of Chi Mei's courtyard. That is to say, one only needs to stand in front of the classroom's window to receive the signals transmitted by Chi Mei. Saying that, Chang Bei looked at Mo playing with the flavor. I heard that scholar Mo in his 20 years of evening training, has never been late and never been absent? Chapter 157, a breach that should not exist. What's all this? Mo slightly retreated a step. This kind of inexplicable association, you want to count it on my head? Nonsense, I only realized today that Chi Mei is actually such a woman. Chang Bei smiled now. Soon after the end of the evening training, Chi Mei's body floated down from the upper reaches of the river, because her scandalous affair was crashed, so she could only leave Tingzhou for good. The question came, what kind of person can be in the first place, found that she was no longer in her house? Naturally, his lover. Besides that, who else could be so impolite as to visit a widow's door at night? Chang Bei squatted down and lifted the white cloth. Chi Mei's body now still has residual warmth. According to the time the body appeared, the one who found her and killed her is most likely to be that third lover. Chang Bei suddenly looked at the other Mo clan disciples. After the evening training is over, you will continue to search for that missing S-class genestealer, and I guess that during this process, Mo must have found some reason to do so while acting alone. The scholar named Mo Shan froze. He blinked his eyes and pondered for a while. Suddenly he looked at Mo with some surprise, because Mr. Chang Bei's status is also genetically unrecorded. So you said at that time that you were going to go and look for Mr. Chang Bei alone, and then you disappeared for about 20 minutes. Where on earth did you go? Ha, lifting a rock and stoning yourself. I'll get an alert if he does come near my starship. He didn't even look for me. Chang Bei laughed. Naturally, he went to cheat, but unfortunately, he realized that his mistress was trying to escape, so he became infuriated and the cheating turned into murder. As for why he was able to find Chi Mei so quickly, it could be that Chi Mei took the initiative to contact him, wanting an escaped starship. And the reason she killed Chi Mei. It could be that there was some kind of sea oath before, and Mo Yuan believed it purely, and in the end, he realized that the other person was just a who wanted to abandon him despite everything. It could also be that Mo Yuan had to get a life among the widows in order to create a panic among the widows in order to pin the crime on Li Bolong. Of course, it could be both. Cheng Beg shrugged. After all, Chi Mei liaised with him through such secret means, it would be difficult as hell for others to trace. What a load of crap. It's all your guess. Mo Yuan's face trembled with excitement. I can make up stories too, it doesn't make sense. Cheng Beg did not hesitate to say, Chi Mei customized password disk is very complex, the average person cannot remember. If a search of your residence, or on the body, it is likely to search a kind of letter matrix form. Mo Yuan's pupils shrunk violently and he suddenly choked. It is true that these inferences come to a greater extent from conjecture, but I seem to have guessed as much. Cheng Beg observed Mo Yuan's reaction, his eyes flickered, the way Chi Mei died, her chest was torn apart. This is the same as the way a dozen or so desert men died before, so the murderer has been the same person since the beginning. The crowd froze. Didn't the mock men die of poisoning en masse? How is there another hidden agenda? Nonsense. Mo Yuan's eyes widened. I am dedicated to my studies, although I am a D-grade geneticist, my talent is indeed research and reading, I am almost powerless, how could I possibly kill someone, Chi Mei even, how could I have the ability to kill the 14 male members of the Desert Clan, and that too unknowingly? Their deaths were clearly the handiwork of Li Bolong, I simply cannot imitate it. Desert, who was at the back of the crowd, suddenly widened his eyes when he heard these words. It was also at this time that in the main courtyard of the desert, 68 coffins suddenly flashed with indicator lights and the transparent cover slowly opened. Clue 2 Method of killing. Cheng Bei smiled faintly. When I came to this Tingzhou, my brain sent out some strange signals, it said that it wanted to eat meat. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. If you're craving it, and you're talking about your brain wanting to eat it? Then I realized that above Tingzhou, there is only this tiny city in front of me, and the rest is all green hills and green water. And in the midst of the mountains, there are many animals carefully cultivated by the Mohicans. So I captured some animals and tried to feed my brain. But I found something strange. Of those animals that are forbidden to be touched by order of the desert, I caught a total of 6. Remove that one. Cheng Bei at this time glanced at the crowd on the last side of the desert. In addition to that special stained specialum beast, the other is surprisingly all a kind of precision mechanical body, and precision to the ingenious. Surprisingly there is no any conventional energy, all rely on the compression of high-strength springs, the accumulation of physical kinetic energy, to achieve the action of the only real and fake hard to distinguish. At first, I thought it was a Deseret secret. It was later discovered that even the young master of the Desert Clan didn't know about it. Cheng Bei cocked his head. I guess, in the past few years, someone has secretly replaced the animals in the mountains, with mechanical bodies, in order to realize a shocking plot. Desert in the distance sniffed and once again, his eyes widened. In the meantime, Cheng Bei saw that further away, 60 or so figures were staggering from the main courtyard of the desert, as if they were legions of zombies. About this mechanical body. Cheng Bei twisted his head to look at Mo Yuan. You've been practicing the Mahist doctrine, studying it intensely for 20 years, and are gifted with the very talent to study and read it. So with regards to the legendary Mahist organ technique, you should be familiar with it and have your hands full with it, right? At this moment, Mo Shan also frowned. Senior Mo Yuan's organ art is the strongest among us. Reasonable. Cheng Bei surveyed Mo Yuan's waist. I just touched Shang Tong Mo Fang and found that its vibration frequency is very similar to that of the organ beasts. I guess it's a kind of organ that serves to specifically manipulate those organ beasts in the mountains. The so-called no-show, the so-called tearing wound. Exactly from the handiwork of those organ beasts. The terrifying silhouette that Mo Shan saw earlier upstream of the river should have been and is some sort of organ beast. Cheng Bei's eyes flashed, and you, Mo Yuan, are the driver behind them. Guesses, all guesses. There's no pointing. Mo Yuan pointed at the group of Mo clan scholars. People practicing organ techniques abound. Why did it have to be me? Clue number 3, lies. Cheng Bei stared at Mo Yuan. I'd love to ask you, height 183, weight 112 kilograms, age about 39, hair color dark red, all this information, where did you get it from? The data came from the genetic tester, of course. Mo Yuan's eyes widened, as if he had found a chance to retort. More than one Mo family disciple heard the machine's prompts. The machine did appear to show a data delay. Among us, there is indeed an unknown S-class gene. At this moment, Mo Shan and the several Mo clan disciples in charge of reception nodded. Cheng Bei asked the other Mahist disciples, the machine's data delay, sure it's unique right? The disciples nodded their heads in unison. That instrument, for 3 years now, has not made any mistakes. Under our surveillance, all those who enter Tinzhou have to pass through that machine, and the results are determined to be unique. However, he saw that Mo Shan was a bit puzzled, but the one who viewed the detailed data. Mo Yuan is the only one. The machine's hints that it's true. Cheng Bei looked at Mo Yuan, but in your mind, you believe that there was an error in the data, not a delay, because you know very well that Li Bolong did not arrive at all, and the S-class genestealers, again, are so rare. And they are also famous, no one knows about them, so you don't believe at all that there will be any other S-class genestealers arriving at the funeral of a desert clan. The probability of that being the case is too low. And then you went along for the ride, capitalized on the information gap, and simply fabricated a lead harem. Cheng Bei's gaze was like a sharp sword as he stared at Mo Yuan. Am I right? Mo Yuan's lips trembled, unable to speak for a moment. Cheng Bei smiled confidently. You are the third lover, killed Chimei, the same as the murder of Desert. Using the same way, Li Bolong did not appear throughout the whole process. While you have to fabricate information about Li Bolong's presence on the scene, this is your biggest crack, because only the real culprit will try to find a way to frame others. The crowd at the scene listened in awe. The story this teenager tells is quite brilliant and unexpected. But at the end of the day, it's all his word. He's just a scavenger from a trashy planet, rumored to be genetically despicable and will do anything to survive. Should his word be believed or not? Totally wrong. It's all speculation. But he saw Mo Yuan gritted his teeth. All of what you said is based on the foundation that Li Bolong is not a murderer. The results of the machine are in front of us. The delayed data is not Li Bolong or not. No one can be sure. Of course I can be sure. The machine did detect the only S-class geneticist, but he's not Li Bolong. Because that incredibly handsome, cool, and intelligent S-class geneticist is me. At this moment, Cheng Bei slightly raised his head, his eyes slightly opened, the golden light in his pupils spread, and the 6 circles of light produced a rhythm, slightly contracted, suddenly brightened, and became layered. If it weren't for my Cheng Bei's presence, you'd really be hiding from the world. There was a gasp from the scene. It was a magnificent sight they had never seen before, noble and with an invisible shock. As for the distant desert, when he saw the scene, his body trembled violently, and the paper tube in his hand directly missed and fell. Chapter 158 Motives. 1, 2, 3. The first reaction of the crowd was to silently count the number of apertures in Cheng Bei's pupils. In this day and age, even if you don't have to do anything, the genetic appearance in your pupils can manifest an invisible aura, as well as cause the onlooker to brainstorm a terrifying status. It's like the army with the number of gold olive branches and gold stars on the shoulder patches. It's also like being in the middle of a business battlefield where the other bosses arrive in million-dollar limousines while you're in a lavish private helicopter that comes in from the sky and lands slowly. A silent interpretation of the gap between status, strength, and circle. 6 apertures, S-class genestealer. A mountainous existence. When everyone saw this fantastic, even somewhat unrealistic scene, their unprepared brains were directly dried out. There were a lot of high genestealers on the scene, but they were only relatively advanced. Most of them were rank E and D. The only A-ranked geneticist, Counselor Liu, had already left in shame because his adulterous and base relationships had been crashed at the same time. But even if he was present, A-rank and S-rank couldn't be compared to each other's existence. What seemed to be a difference of 1 level was actually separated by a huge mountain. The genetic level of human beings is not an existence that can be steadily improved by getting crazy high on drugs. The path of promotion above B level does not have the attribute of accumulation. It depends entirely on talent, on your fated upper limit, and even on fate. Perhaps, no matter how many years the human race survives and reproduces, and how many billions the population base reaches, the number of S-class genestealers will always be a fixed number. That teenager, he's actually an S-class gene? Is he really from junk Earth? Garbage Earth? Can such a character also come out? His genetic phenom, why the gold color? Human understanding of genes is a corner of the vast universe. The gold color necessarily represents another level. I'm afraid it's not something we can guess, nor is it an existence that the guys can understand. This teenager named Cheng Bei, since he is already an S-class genestealer, and he is young, even if he has just been promoted to S-class, it will still be 30 years east of the river and a minute west of the river, and his status, connections, and financial power will be immeasurable. There's no reason at all for an S-ranked geneticist to distort the facts and plant evidence in this tiny desert, and the personal abilities, insight, etc. of an S-ranked geneticist are beyond what we can imagine. So that means, the gazes of the crowd suddenly looked at Mo Yuan in unison. You really are the real culprit behind all these events. It's just like the old days, when the successful people who stood at the tip of the pyramid were right no matter what they said, and there were countless flatterers who would worship their every word as if it were the Bible. At this very moment, Desert froze in place. This kid, dogs beg. The golden pie in his eyes was actually a circle of light with 6 rays of light meeting together? His genetic grade, S. The big cake pupil from before was indeed weird. But how could Desert have associated it with such an outcome? It's as if your roommate who usually steals your hot water even to make a packet of instant noodles, suddenly transforms into Ultraman. deserted and completely unable to figure out how Changbei had gotten to where he was today. At that instant, Des stooped down, picked up the roll of paper on the ground, and carefully wiped off the dust on it with his fingers, while holding it in his hand. And then, Desert's eyes became crimson and looked at Mo Yuan in death. Ha! Mo Yuan suddenly smiled. His smile was peculiar, a mishmash of many emotions. He saw the unexpected and his own destitution. This smile is a kind of lamentation of the impermanence of the world and a kind of helplessness after being completely defeated. In fact, even if Mo Yuan didn't admit it, given Changbei's credibility as an S-ranked geneticist, the crowd would launch an investigation to confirm whether Mo Yuan had hidden a cryptographic table, whether his Shangtong Mo Fang had hidden organs, and whether the beasts in the mountains had been replaced. You, surely, can't guess my motives? Mo Yuan raised his head and looked at Changbei, clearly already undaunted by everything, and revealed a hint of mockery. Honorable S-class geneticist, you may have everything at your fingertips, but you don't understand, you can't comprehend, my motives are noble. Noble. I really do have some understanding. Changbei looked at Mo Yuan. When I purchased the Mozi tour earlier, I realized that items within Tingzhou need to be paid for with learning points. You, as a student of the Mozi family, have accumulated a large amount of learning points in the past by diligently practicing your studies, yet you are so altruistic as to allow guests to use your learning points as they please. It shows that you are really bent on learning and nothing else. And late repairs. To never be absent, never be late, for 20 years is not something you can normally do. Changbei nodded silently. You are an excellent scholar, even a scholarly idiot. The root of everything should stem from this, right? Mo Yuan's eyes widened slightly. Worthy of being an S-class gene, I'm truly enlightened. Such an insignificant factor is associated by you. I've heard that a genetic enhancement will bring about a change in IQ. It seems to be true. Changbei shook his head and shrugged his shoulders again. My improvement isn't obvious either. Maybe I'm naturally smart. Smart? Being smart is about learning. It's about more comprehension. Mo Yuan said, now that we have entered the era of the great universe, it is a great fortune that the Moist School is still preserved, and it is also a great fortune that I can become a student of the Moist School and learn Moist theories. But, Mo Yuan suddenly stared up at Changbei, raising his hand to point at the distant main courtyard of the Desert Clan. Today's head of the Mo clan, the so-called Desert Clan, what are they doing? Mozi did advocate love both sides, cross benefits and encouraged fair trade, but what does the Desert Clan already look like now? They've given up on monasticism altogether. All of them are in business, full of pros and cons, all about deals, all about money, all about sucking up to the powerful. Pixie Tingzhou, he's made a mess of it. And what has become of us, the Mohammedan scholars? Turned into a receptionist, turned into a doorman, turned into the back office of desert commerce. I spent 20 years integrating Murray's theories, and what was the result? Isn't this Tingzhou? Isn't it Tingzhou, named after Mozi's hometown? This green hills, this ancient elegance, all to please the guests. And why are we scholars in such a state? Why? It was I who killed the male members of the Desert Clan, and it is true that I fabricated Li Belong's arrival, and I did so in order to drive the Desert Clan out of Tingzhou. Nor do I seek to become the giant son of the Mo family, much less the property of the Mo clan. I seek nothing else. It is for the sake of returning peace to this side, it is for the sake of all the scholars that I am able to dive into my studies. At this moment, Mo Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared hysterically, I want to restore academic orthodoxy, I want to let the Moist school of thought, in this vast universe, still shine. Chapter 159, The Organ Beast. This comment from Mo Far. Yet it also shook the hearts and minds of the crowd. One does not expect such connotations as to the motives of this murderer. Desert, at the back of the crowd, also froze on the spot. Indeed, the Desert Clan is the descendants of Mozi, and he, Desert, was the descendant of the Desert Clan, but during his 20 years of growing up, he had never seriously practiced Mozi thought. All he was exposed to was business, trading, and money, and the word performance was like a giant ladder standing in the Desert Clan, and all anyone had to do was climb up to see who climbed higher and faster. S-class geneticist is it? Mo Yuan stared at Changbei, his state already somewhat insane. Rumor has it that you will have a certain probability of awakening supernatural abilities. I already have no way back, and I don't care about the way back. I'm going to disobey you today. I'd like to see just how supernatural you are. At this point, Mo Yuan already held the Shangtong Mo Fang and organ pendant at his waist in his hands. His right thumb rubbed slightly, and the round organ pendant suddenly spread out in layers like petals, and the diameter became a circle larger, from the original size of a bottle cap to a small compass, while the 8 directions of the compass were each engraved with an unconventional character, the meaning of which was unknown to outsiders. In the meantime, Mo Yuan's left hand, holding the Shangtong cube, his index and middle fingers, with an amazing speed, rapidly turned the cube, with a precise technique, as fast as lightning, as if he was an excellent player in a top magic cube competition. Click! Shangtong Mo Fang was adjusted by Mo Yuan into a specific sequence, and the interior emitted a precise organ rattling, the surface intricately moving, and then a small window slowly opened in the center part. Clearly visible, mounted inside the cube was a tiny piece of iron, no more than the size of a fingernail cap, vibrating rapidly and slightly with a buzzing sound. This buzzing sound, placed within the surrounding empty environment, seemed extremely faint, and could only be barely recognized unless one's ears were perked up at close range. Chang Bei was certain that no blue ribbons were floating out from within the Shangtong Yamo Fang and the organ pendant. The two items don't emit any electromagnetic signals and don't even have any electronic components inside. Mozi was not only a thinker and politician during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, he was also an accomplished utensil craftsman. Through his practical experience and superior skills, he created the world-famous Manhwa organ technique. And that technology is the invention of manufacturing and controlling machinery. It is inconceivable that at the productivity level of more than 2,000 years ago, Mozi was able to design and build ingenious mechanical devices, such as crossbow chariots, transmitting machines, and the legendary scouting wooden kites that were able to fly into the sky. In those days, there were simply no contemporary energy conditions. There were no steam engines, no internal combustion engines, and no electricity. It relies on the mutual transformation of elastic potential energy and kinetic energy. The internal power of the machine comes from elastic cowhide ropes, or compressed and bent pieces of bamboo. Murray's descendants, still following the same principle, gradually changed to springs, or pieces of metal with more elasticity. Principle, similar to a wind-up toy. But through ingenious construction and precise design, even wind-up toys can be formed into amazing effects. This is true of the Mahist organ technique, as well as the complete book of Luban. The full interpretation of the ancient Chinese people, that exquisite thought, as well as ghostly creativity. The Shangtong Rubik's Cube in Mo Yuan's hand was emitting a constant tremor, even and steady, like a unique signal. He also merged the organ pendant in his other hand, with the Rubik's Cube, the notch on the surface of the Rubik's Cube, with the hollow part of the pendant, and adjusted the direction of the release of the vibrating sound wave by rotating the pendant. Within the deep mountains on the other side of the river, a nameless wind suddenly blew. The forest Judas under the darkness of the night, like a ghostly shadow swaying from side to side. Suddenly, a pair of thick arms, which tore through two trees, appeared halfway up the mountain. The thing's body was terrifyingly strong, as tall as 2 meters, and a red aperture flashed in its eyes. The crowd squinted their eyes to see that it was a black-furred gorilla with a man standing up. The gorilla clenched his huge fist, hammered his chest, and raised his head to the sky, and a roar that sounded like a beast and not a beast, mixed with a metallic vibrating sound, came out from inside his mouth. The crowd colored. This gorilla was obviously a sophisticated Imo clan organ beast, and the terrifying silhouette that Imo Shan had seen earlier was more than likely this fellow as well. Chang Bei, however, looked at Mo Yuan and laughed. That's it? Is there more? Mo Yuan didn't say anything and continued to turn the organ pendant in his hand. At this instant, on the huge black mountain, countless flying birds were suddenly startled. The birds circled in the air without dispersing, but the forest was so vast that there seemed to be no place for them to land, and in the end, they could only fly towards the night in the distance. Where the crowd stood was a trickling river. On the other side of the river, there was a stretch of large rolling hills with sloping slopes that faced the crowd. In this instant, countless pairs of scarlet eyes lit up in the dense forest on the hillside, and the grass and tree branches trembled, and all sorts of countless animals revealed their heads. From small squirrels and rabbits to large goats and mergansers, there are even many spotted tigers, as well as colorful pythons. They possessed spiritual intelligence, and their gazes unexpectedly looked at Chang Bei at the foot of the mountain in unison. Click! Mo Yuan finally turned the organ pendant to its final position, and then released a ferocious light in his eyes as he looked at Chang Bei. It was also at this time that all kinds of animals showed abnormal behavior, standing up humanly, with howls mingled with metallic sounds coming out of their mouths. Rumble! The whole hillside thundered, and the animals suddenly rushed down the hill like mad. An even more bizarre and novel scene occurred as they ran, their metal joints disconnecting as they ran at high speeds, their bones puncturing their camouflaged fur, and at first glance, it looked like they had lost some screws and had a subsequent operational failure. But this was clearly not a malfunction, for this state appeared in every organ beast. Suddenly, dozens of massive boars rushed to the forefront of the entire herd, their forehooves contracting and curling into their bodies before their camouflaged hides were torn from the inside, precise, thick snaps that flopped out from the sides of their bodies. About 10 mechanical boars coalesced together and the clasps rotated, completing a locking similar to mortise and tenon construction, before they crashed to the ground with a loud thud, forming a large base. At the same time, more organ beasts rose up in the air, different parts of the body were flipped out of the precise snap, one head after another organ beasts, connected together through the snap, stacked higher and higher, forming a pillar with a diameter of several meters, and again connected with the base formed by the boar. At the same time, there were similar 3 bases in the other 3 directions that were being quickly put together. The whole thing was grand and shocking. It was feared that there had to be tens of thousands of organ beasts, whose bodies were eventually put together through some sort of precise setting, and the organ parts within them were perfectly matched, forming a whole that could be linked together. In the end, dozens of python organ beasts, high in the sky, spelled out 2 jaggedly intertwined huge horns. A loud hissing sound that could penetrate hundreds of kilometers rang out. At this moment, the object standing on the other side of the river was a giant organ beast with 4 hooves, a horse's body, a dragon's head, and antlers on its head. Its height, at least 80 meters away, is the height of a 30-story building. Boom! Its gigantic hooves, made up of a dozen wild boars, stepped on the ground, and the ground shook. The camouflaged pelts of various animals make up its colorful body. Also, because of the splicing, it has many parts that are exposed without the cover of fur. As far as the naked eye could see, the interior was an extremely precise and machined mechanical structure, with levers, pulleys, gears, drive shafts, and couplings, all of which were made of metal, and the density of the parts was extremely high, and some of them were even as precise as clocks. Under the night, the slightly rotating metal parts, reflecting a dark silver luster, were full of metallic texture and the beauty of precision machinery. In its eyes, there were no pupils in the true sense of the word either, but hundreds of tightly connected gears that were slowly rotating, and in the gaps, transmitting dark red light, appearing mysterious and imposing. Mo Yuan said in a deep voice, the first organ beast developed by Moz, the founder of the Mo Jia school, had 4 hooves and was shaped like a young deer, and this organ beast complex that I have created is precisely to pay homage to my ancestor, and it is called the organ beast Rua deer. The giant mechanical deer hissed up to the sky. The 4 hooves violently stepped. The huge body was like a dexterous flying swallow, suddenly rose up in the air, and crossed the river in an instant. The huge iron hooves that were feared to weigh more than 10 tons formed a large shadow on the ground and stomped towards Chang Bei. And at this moment, Chang Bei, his eyes were wide open as he looked at the mechanical beast in midair. There is not a single electronic signal spilling out, and it relies entirely on specific vibration waves to receive commands. There is no modern energy source in the body, which is driven by a sophisticated clockwork structure. The exposed ones, each gear glowing with a golden dawn sheen, were so skillfully crafted. With a casual glance, one could see the corner made up of a precise physical structure, where everything operated so silky and smooth, with hundreds of millions of gears, to say the least, running surprisingly quietly. On the dark night sky, the organ beast Wakabuka exuded an enchanting luster. Any straight man, after seeing it with his own eyes, would not be able to resist the visual feast presented by this extreme mechanical aesthetics. This feast, unlike Flower Kunlun's prosthetic body, is not so strongly futuristic, but instead is a retro, handmade, sophisticated, hugely silent, and at the same time powerfully shocking feeling. Unique and atmospheric. The Mahist organ art, the divine workmanship of ancient China, lives up to its name. This moment. In Chang Bei's eyes, it was as if countless fireworks were bursting, his mouth slightly opened, handsome, too damn handsome. Chapter 160. Organ Beast Wakabuka. Its huge body was like a divine beast of heaven and earth, its body soaring into the air and crossing the river, one iron hoof raised high, trampling down towards where Chang Bei was. The nearby spectators, in a state of panic, scrambled for their heads. They also did not expect to see a lively, but even implicated such a crisis, that iron hoof stepped down, all must be reduced to mush. Chang Bei was the only one who stood in place without making any movements, only his brows were slightly furrowed. Appreciation aside, the crisis must still be lifted. However, the strange thing was that Chang Bei did not invoke the Type 1 biochemical battle armor, nor did he transform his body into a silicon-based state. Instead, his eyes were flashing at high speed, as if sensing something. He's going to complete a test and an extreme challenge at the same time. At this very moment, Chang Bei's mind recalled a sentence that Desert had made inadvertently. The ability of an S-rank geneticist may seem singular at first glance, but if it is fully developed, it can appear to have an infinitely varied effect. Chang Bei's thoughts churned and his thoughts were as fast as lightning. He looked to the Shangtong Mo Fong in Mo Yuan's hand, which vibrated with sound from the small piece of iron in its core. Once upon a time, Chang Bei had tried to repair quite a few devices when he was on Trash Earth in order to sell them at a good asking price, and knew some regular physics. Hertz. A unit of frequency, that is, the number of periodic changes per second. And the small piece of iron in the Shangtong ink square is about 3 centimeters long and about 1 millimeter thick, and it should vibrate at a frequency of between a few tens of hertz and a few hundred hertz. It was also this frequency that created a resonance-like effect with certain parts within the organ beast, thus achieving the purpose of manipulating the organ beast. Workaround. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes. I utilize super speed to move quickly in a small area to create a vibration effect as well. If my frequency can reach the same hertz as Shangtong Mo Fong, then in theory, I can also control the organ beast. Mo Far used the device, and I used myself. It's the same as what Des said. The ability of the S-class genes may seem singular at first glance, but if used skillfully, they are also capable of infinite variations. Vibration, definitely one of the directions in which superspeed is being developed. At extreme speed, Chang Bei's control of his body was not yet that precise, as if he was veiled and unable to transform into a human-sized vibrator. So Chang Bei set his movement range to 0.5 meters. Going back and forth once, the distance is 1 meter. At the same time, it is also equivalent to vibrate once. Comprehensive environmental factors. According to the maximum speed of 300 meters per second calculation, Chang Bei can currently reach the maximum frequency, is 300 hertz. He could start from 0 and gradually raise this frequency, and if Shangtong Mo Fong was within 300 hertz, then Chang Bei would always have the moment of alignment, and his vision would most likely become a reality. The moment. A clamor of dust suddenly filled Chang Bei's feet. It was probably possible to make out that his whole body was moving from side to side, but the outline was getting fuzzy. The spectators had already run far away, and some turned back in horror. What is that S-rank geneticist doing? His speed is so fast, but walking in place? He hasn't gotten out of the enemy's range either. If the iron hooves step down, he'll still be turned into mush. At this time, Chang Bei was in pain and happy. It felt like my brain was going to be flung into mush and pain was coming from my bones. But at the same time, one can realize that vibration is a path that should work. Everything in Chang Bei's perspective had become blurred. The world was like a high-definition monitor, but at that moment, someone was holding this monitor and shaking it frantically. The scenery was blended into a puddle and the colors were thrown into lines. This sharp fold is different from running in a straight line and does have a somewhat higher intensity. Chang Bei was feeling himself. It's almost up to 100 Hz with no counter frequency. 200. 250. It doesn't match. Go on. At this time, the huge iron hooves were less than 2 meters away from Chang Bei's head, as if it was a mountain pressing down on the top of the mountain. At this instant, which was about 270 to 290 Hz, Chang Bei suddenly had a marvelous feeling. The surrounding scenery, though, was still a blur. However, Chang Bei saw the thousands of core organs within the organ beast Ruadir's body, which was something like a mechanical heart. They seem unusually clear in a blurry world. Chang Bei could even feel the outward release of the stretching force of the clockwork in it, as well as the trembling of the various organ reeds. Eyes widened slightly. Chang Bei drifted off. It's not a vision, but more like a bat's sonar detection mechanism. Everything that was seen was a vibration returning, and then in Chang Bei's mind, it constituted an image that not only penetrated, but was a state of clarity compared to other items. Also at this time, Chang Bei finally realized that the entire core components of the organ beast were vibrating within a relatively narrow range, and he, himself, was now located within that range. Chang Bei did not know this principle before, but instead made a mistake and caused himself to enter a sonar mechanism. At the same time, Chang Bei also noticed that the thousands of organ beast core parts in the perspective had different shades of color, as they were all blue, but some were dark blue and some were light blue. And as Chang Bei's own frequency adjusted, their depth would change. It was eventually confirmed that the closer Chang Bei himself got to the frequency of a component, the darker the color of that component became. The principle should be that the stronger the resonance, the clearer the brain's construction of the object. Chang Bei knew that what he had detected was a very supernatural ability to detect, but need to find time to fully research. And about the way the mechanical beasts are manipulated. Already understood. Chang Bei locked onto a rudder-like part in the head of the organ's beast Ruadir, which was very precise, like a large gear, but for each tooth, it was a light, thin piece of iron that was trembling slightly. A close call. Chang Bei raised his hand, palm facing the sky, seemingly trying to resist the descending iron hooves with the body of a mole cricket. But in actuality, Chang Bei was weakly adjusting the frequency of his own vibrations. The final frequency, guided by the shades of color, is about 275 Hz, which, in turn, is the same as in the rudder, the little piece of iron engraved with stop 0. A roaring sound came from the body of organ beast Wakabuka. Boom! 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 A triple tremor came from the earth, which was the sound of the giant organ beast, 3 iron hooves landing on the ground. Its right front hoof, on the other hand, suddenly came to a standstill during its rapid descent, and the air currents it drove blew a circular ripple of dust out from below. And at the center of the ripples was the teenager in the blue cape. His body no longer trembled, and the crowd clearly saw that he was bracing one hand into the air, seemingly in contact with the overhanging iron hoof, but in fact still about 10 centimeters apart. And at this point, that organ beast Wakulu was unexpectedly like a sculpture, no longer moving and standing still in the air. Of course, even if it no longer moved, its oppressive body was still imposing. The crowd found it unbelievable. It was like a magical spell. The huge organ beast Ruadir actually obeyed Chang Bei's command. How is that possible? What did you do? Mo Yuan was also startled. The organ pendant in his hand was precisely a prop that regulated the vibration frequency, the purpose of which was to match with the rudder in the organ beast's body, guiding the organ beast to complete a specific action. And the organ pendant can be adjusted for as many as 24 frequencies, and the matching action is known only to him. That guy called Chang Bei was able to rely on himself and emit vibrations of up to 300 Hz? Even if the S-class genestealers were beyond imagination and could do this. But how did he crack his own match? Chang Bei is blinded. He guessed that the word stop 0 on the rudder would mean stationary, so he adjusted to the same frequency as that. It doesn't matter if you guess wrong, the big deal is that at the last minute, you just move at high speed to avoid the stampede. But as it turned out, Chang Kilman was right. This wave has him loaded to the hilt. The eyes of the crowd were filled with incredulity. The blue cloak fluttered. That was like a god who could ride a giant beast. Chapter 161 Must Nike. Chang Bei's body began to vibrate once again. 285 Hz. It overlaps with the frequency of the iron piece with North 22 written on it, on the rudder of the organ beast Wakabuka. And within the scene, Chang Bei's raised hand waved slightly to the north. The roar resumed, and the giant organ beast moved its feet slightly, taking a step to the north side before standing with its head held high. Chang Bei lowered his arm and slowly turned back around. Under the night, the giant organ beast was astonishingly imposing. It moved and stood just behind Chang Bei, as if it was a general under Chang Bei's command. This scene, magical and incredible, some timid guests on the scene, even sprouted the idea of kneeling down to worship. No way! How is it possible for you to manipulate the Muria's creations? How could you possibly manipulate my work? Mo Yuan held Shang Tong Mo Fong in the organ pendant, his body trembled and his hands were busy operating, trying to regain control of the organ beast. But for some reason, Mo Yuan felt that his hands were not listening to him, his arms shivered, and the Rubik's Cube and the pendant fell to the ground with a clatter and rolled a long way, and the pendant shattered because of the fall, spilling out a few fragments. Immediately, Mo Yuan stumbled and fell to the ground with a surprising thud. Only then did Chang Bei notice Mo Yuan's face and was slightly startled. Crimson blood flowed out of his eyes, nostrils, and ears. And at this moment, Mo Yuan, holding his temples with both hands, painfully said, "When you just vibrated at a high speed, there were a few moments when I felt my head hurting, and my brain felt like it was being churned by an electric drill. Ah, it hurts." Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. It's resonance. Each object has its own special vibration frequency. Once there is a high-frequency vibration environment in the vicinity and the vibration frequency is similar, it will produce a superposition of the vibration amplitude, which will result in intrinsic damage. It's like swinging. Push the swing at the right time and it will swing higher and higher. Many accidents due to resonance have occurred throughout human history. In 1850, a group of French soldiers were passing over the bridge over the River Marne in Angers, western France, when their pace became so neat that the resulting frequency accidentally matched the bridge's intrinsic frequency, creating a resonance that led to the sudden collapse of the bridge and the deaths of 226 people. The Broughton Suspension Bridge collapse in 1831 in England was a similar situation. The human brain, on the other hand, has its own frequency, which is about 20 to 30 Hz. Just now, Chang Bei's own vibrational frequency, which was raised from 0 to 300, experienced every frequency band, and the position that Mo Yuan was standing in was very close to Chang Bei's, so the phenomenon of resonance arose within Mo Yuan's brain. At this time, Mo Yuan's 5 senses were overflowing with blood, and there should have been a blood vessel rupture. Chang Bei felt surprised. Superspeed can mutate into vibration, and vibration, actually, can do this kind of damage. If one could precisely control his fist so that the frequency of its vibration was similar to that of the stone, then a single swing might not even require much force to shatter the stone. No way. Why is that? Mo Yuan crawled on the ground, he gritted his teeth and struggled to reach the damaged organ pendant in front of him. I can't fail. I'll drive the desert clan out from within Tingzhou. If I can't drive them out, I'll kill them without leaving a single one behind. Mo far. Just then, a low, angry cry came from the distance. Hearing this familiar voice, Mo Yuan's entire body froze as he trembled and turned back to look not far away. Only 67 figures in black suits were seen standing silently in the night. Mo Yuan's pupils snapped. You guys. Among the figures, an old man of about 80 years of age stood at the forefront, and all the rest of the people, consciously took half a step away from the old man. He had a head full of white hair and a stooped body, but his eyes shone with luster, and although his body was old, the aura he had honed from a lifetime of fighting in the shopping mall was still there. Mo far. The old man let out a long sigh and closed his eyes slightly. How could I have never imagined that you would be such a person? All the guests were shocked and their legs went a little numb. If it isn't the departed members of the desert family. His lone arrival this time was to attend their funeral. There is no need for you all to be alarmed. On behalf of Desert, I apologize to you all. The old man slowly said, all of this is a plan customized by our desert clan to evade the murderer's pursuit while exposing the murderer's true nature in the shadows, and we, too, have only taken some special genetic potions. The crowd of guests then took a slow breath, renewing the one they had just broken off. Mo Yuan slumped to the ground, his pupils were indescribably shocked. You guys. The old man glanced at Mo Yuan, the latter's mouth was constantly overflowing with blood froth. I'm afraid that his life was already over. The old man then turned his gaze to the young man in front of him, walked a few steps forward, and nodded slightly. Just now, you took control of the organ beast, I saw it, and the truth of the matter, I also understand it. I, Desert Mountain, on behalf of the Desert Clan, would like to express my gratitude to you. Said. The old man slowly bent down, and the remaining 66 men on his backside, also facing Chang Bei, bent down together. But he saw Chang Bei waving his hand. Formality is dispensed with. The old man slowly straightened up, a flash of hot tears actually surfaced in his eyes. I never thought that Molan he would still be able to know a character like you, and that he would still be able to invite you to Tingzhou, specifically to solve my family's crisis. He is truly a man of great virtue and ability. Desert Forest? Chang Bei cocked his head. Who? This great patriarch of the desert clan named Mo Beishan was slightly stunned. Aren't you entrusted by him? He is the second son of my humble self. Oh, that herb. Chang Bei snorted, he doesn't deserve it. This time it was Mount Desert's turn to froth, and he turned his head again, locking eyes with his scion on the backside. If it's not Morwood, then who? Who else in the Desert Clan could hire an S-class geneticist? Truth be told, within the Desert Clan, there was no one who could invite an S-class geneticist, because even he, Desert Bay Shan, did not have such a doorway, and even if they knew the information of a few S-class geneticists, they could not pass in the word. Before, Mount Desert still thought that his second son, who had far exceeded his expectations, had used certain means to invite this one before him. So this. Mount Desert's expression was stunned. Could it be the Galactic Alliance? That's not right. Chang Bei tilted his head. As I said before, I'm friends with your young Master Desert. Young Master M.O. Which young Master Desert? At this moment, Desert Mountain's eyes widened slightly, just like the audience before him. The same question was in his mind, the numerous young masters of the Desert family. Just then, not far away, a silhouette cloaked in a black cloak slowly walked in front of the old man, and then slowly removed his cloak. In the process, Mount Desert's eyes widened inch by inch. Only the cloaked figure nodded slightly. Grandfather, Chang Bei, he is indeed my friend. Diso Xiao's son? Mount Desert was astonished. How could you possibly recognize? At this moment, Chang Bei's ears perked up. Is Mo's real name Mo Xiaoshuan? Holy, that's a funny name. Even if your name is Desert Seeker, it's a lot taller. Mo Xiaoshuan? Perfectly mismatched with your regal look, ha. Chang Bei didn't hold back and snorted a laugh. Scared the crowd to death. What's wrong with this S-class geneticist? They naturally couldn't have imagined that Chang Bei was still hearing Desert's real name for the first time. Desert knew that Chang Bei was laughing at himself. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Grandpa, this time, thanks to Chang Bei's help. Mount Desert had been a little too surprised to say anything. He had thought of all the possibilities before, he just hadn't thought that Mo, the most insignificant junior, could still know such a big shot. The guests at the scene were the same. Chang Bei had previously said that he was a friend of young Master Desert. They had thought about the first and second young masters, they just hadn't thought about Desert, the little transparency in the family. At this point, Chang Bei said, Elder Mo, your 66 heirs have all woken up and accompanied you all the way, yet you never realized that there was a missing Desert. It seems that you usually treat him with true indifference. Desert Mountain's face changed as he looked at Chang Bei and said, I wouldn't dare. Don't dare. Chang Bei added, that second son, whom you had high hopes for, packed up his belongings and ran away the first time he woke up. Mount Desert's eyes glared. What? Chang Bei added, and then Disu woke up, not leaving, alone in the dark to investigate the real culprits. If it were not for him, you people, even if you woke up, you would have to be bled out one by one. Mo Beishan's body stiffened, and his pupils trembled as he looked toward Mo. Mo still nodded. This is what I should have done, but the credit lies with Chang Bei. Chang Bei's voice came again. Desert's business talents, in my opinion, are excellent, and during the search for the murderer, he has also been gracious enough to establish a chain of mining production and unclog the lease relations, as well as displaying amazing mathematical computation skills. These, in your family, may be rare, but in him, there is another quality that I admire. I come from trashy earth, and when he once dealt with me, there was no deception, no misdirection, the deal was fair and equitable. Every time a transaction is completed, he always leaves some kind of gift and the experience is good. There was not one iota of differentiation at all because I was an underclass scavenger. Chang Bei held his bladder and looked at the somewhat touched Desert. To be honest, I've lived on the trashy earth for so many years, and I've seen all the businessmen who are despicable and selfish, while young Master Desert is the only one who is trustworthy. I don't know why. Apathetic tears welled up in his eye sockets. Chang Bei tilted his head towards Mo. I helped him also because he was good enough. Desert Mountain was actually also moved beyond words, trembling in Desert embrace, patting Desert back. Good boy. There was a pause. Desert Mountain added, the family affairs are busy. My original plan was to let your second uncle serve as the head of the Desert family, but now it seems that he is indeed unworthy. Child, I wonder if you are willing to share some of the burden for me as an old man? Desert's body suddenly lurched, sank for a long time, and trembled. I will do my best. Spin. Mo looked at the already dying Mo Yuan on the ground and frowned. Grandpa, I feel that over the past years, we have seriously neglected the importance of the Mo family culture. If I can, I would like to, from now on, while running the family business, increase the promotion of the Mo family culture and increase the support for the scholars, removing the work from them, so that they can concentrate on their studies. Mount Desert nodded slowly, as you wish. Mo Yuan stared at Mo with his eyes wide open, but he was already too out of breath to speak. Desert glanced at Chang Bei again and pursed her lips. Regarding that totem Wakulu in the mountains, we don't have to be believing in it in the future, even if we want to. At this moment, Desert turned back and tilted his head, looking into the midair. We should also believe in. This comes from the treasure of the Mo clan, Organ Beast Ruadir. Mount Desert nodded again and looked at Desert, his voice low and strong. Listen to you. This instant, a trace of relief finally appeared in Mo Yuan's eyes. But it was also the last moment of his life, and in the next moment, his head lolled and he completely gagged. Chang Bei quietly looked at Desert. Holding him high is partly because Desert is really a great guy, and partly because it's next to good to redeem the payoff. And the moment Desert has smoothed out the family crisis, fully proved his ability, and has been recognized as the successor by Desert Mountain. Sheesh. With all this goodness in one place, it's amazing that the guy still has a dead fish face and seems to be deeper than ever. Suddenly, a playful figure in the distance, running from the darkness of the night. She ran straight to the crowd, and without a second thought, she hugged Des. Moya's eyes widened. The woman in front of him was breathtakingly beautiful. He stammered a little, Manglan? However, he saw Manglan looking at Desert's face, his long autumn water eyes slightly tearful. Booze. Manlan gave a direct kiss to Mo's cheek. Desert was completely baffled. Eyes glazed over to the point where they fell out of their sockets. And then, the Desert eyes stared straight ahead. The corners of his mouth could no longer be suppressed, twitching, uncontrollably, began to rise slightly. Ha ha ha. Cheng Bei laughed. I told you, after the event is completed, young Master Desert's mouth must be crooked as Nike. Chapter 162 Settlement. All the dust has settled. Cheng Bei became the most important guest of the entire Desert Clan. The Desert Clan was worthy of being the top business family. Even the guests had a detailed hierarchy. Once the guests visited, they would decide the level of hospitality according to the corresponding level, including the level of the accompanying staff, the upper limit of the budget for clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Cheng Bei was designated as an S1 level guest by Desert. I heard that this was the only S1 rank in the history of the Desert family, and even the head of the Galactic Alliance, who was in charge of Tingzhou, didn't have this kind of treatment. However, Cheng Bei did not enjoy their forward and backward embrace, but instead turned around in a dashing manner and returned to the Spirit-type starship. Regarding the resource that is Desert, from now on, knowing young Master Desert alone is enough. Desert, the only one who was granted access to the Spirit-style starship. At this moment, he stood in the 02 cargo hold of the Spirit-type starship, tilting his head and scanning the surrounding area. He never thought that this ragged-looking garbage recycling starship would be so exquisite. A cargo hold is all it is, with pure white walls so silky and without any spliced seams, revealing an indescribable sense of technology. Desert had never seen a starship like this before. As expected, S-class geneticists were not to be underestimated, and this starship fully illustrated Cheng Bei's extraordinary nature. Every S-class geneticist walked on a path unimaginable to ordinary people. Des tilted his head and swiveled around, his thoughts churning as he admired the starship. That being said, he knew Cheng Bei's origin too well. This fellow, when and through what method, had actually grown into such a character without even realizing it. But yeah, from the very beginning, Cheng Bei's body was surrounded by amazing secrets, being able to casually take out huge amounts of high-entropy alloys in an environment like garbage earth, and recognizing the toxin in the drink in an instant and taking out a unique antidote to the toxin. And on more than one occasion, odd technological equipment was displayed during the Desert family event. Desert's eyes were wide open. It was all beyond his comprehension. But, still maintaining their basic education and basic ways of dealing with people, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Now, with Cheng Bei's help, he had solved the crisis of the Desert clan and allowed himself to hold a beautiful woman. All Desert had to do was to keep the favor in his heart and remain forever in awe of this mysterious and powerful friend. This instant, Imo slowly turned back to Cheng Bei, who was also located in the cargo warehouse, and then froze. Only Cheng Bei was seen lying on a cargo box, with his head and legs sagging at the ends of the box, resembling an intersection shape, his arms and legs, swinging back and forth as if they were spaghetti, and a slowly rotating spiral in his eyes. Desert's complexion changed and he hurriedly came closer. What's wrong with you? Cheng Bei was also speechless. His supernatural ability was speed, but it was something that was like an attribute point in a game that was added to him without any logic, and on top of that, he was seriously behind in all aspects of his physicality. Just now, when he exerted his super speed to fight against the organ beast, he caused another damage to his body. Probably misplaced internal organs, cracked bones, ruptured blood vessels, or something like that. Right now, he was like an egg that looked fine on the outside, but had actually been shaken to mush on the inside. Before, in front of the Desert's crowd, that bland and self-effacing speech was his limit to pretending to be a cop. There was some concern in the indifferent eyes. I'll get the doctor. Cheng Bei slurred a little, nothing much, my ability has backfired a little, but I'll heal myself soon. Desert's expression was a bit complicated. Behind every strong person, there were unknown heartaches. At hashtag yen, and an asterisk. However, he saw Cheng Bei slurring his words and saying something vaguely. Mu got a little anxious. What did you say? Cheng Bei's voice became smaller and smaller, hashtag %. Percent at. Desert was even more anxious. It always felt like his brother was explaining the aftermath. If Cheng Bei had any serious consequences because of dealing with matters in his own family, then he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Desert hurriedly knelt on the ground, poked out his body, and put his ear close to Cheng Bei, his forehead sweating as he carefully discerned. Money. Desert finally understood Cheng Bei's meaning, and took out the previous scroll of paper from within his pocket. Implement them one by one, and never be ambiguous. Item 1, the previous payment for the high-entropy alloy shipment. I have measured 12,000 pieces of high-entropy alloy, of equal quality, at a price of 8,637,500,000 credits per piece, for a total value of 103,650,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000, Books. Imo operated on his handheld and looked up at Chang-bei. ID account arrived at 104,000,000,000,000 credits. Chang-bei also purposely set the pay-as-you-go system to voice out. At this moment, he listened to the heavenly voice that outshone thousands of music in the world, and listened to the continuous zero. His limp body was like a balloon that had been inflated, and it firmed up inch by inch, and finally, with his hands pressed against the pants line, his entire body, like a stick, was straddled on the cargo box. That's efficient. This vegetation. His eyes widened as he said, "Boss Desert, you're so good at erasing this zero, so conscientious. It's nothing compared to what you've done for us." The corner of the eye of the desert twitched. It felt like Chang-bei was dying in the last second, and as soon as he heard that the money had arrived, the injury was directly half healed. Seriously, I've never seen so much money. Chang-bei was even a bit excited. Although I was prepared, the moment they arrived, I still had a feeling inside me that was both real and fake, like a dream. This money is too much, so much that it far exceeds my greatest imagination when I was once a scavenger. It would be an honor for our family to do some small real estate work for you. Desert smiled. Second item, Desert Family High Energy Protein Extract, 10,000 bottles. Said. Desert looked up, the rumbling of handling machinery already coming from outside the cabin. The cargo door of the Spirit-type starship also slowly opened. Instead, they saw a dozen or so handling machines loaded with neatly discharged high-energy protein extracts, which had already been prepared. Desh waved his hand. Unmanned machinery, precise and orderly, placed crates of cargo in the cargo bays of the Spirit-type starship. Without dragging his feet, Desert continued to scroll down the list. The 24 nanobots, jet-powered shoes, gravity field gloves, those are ancient. I've arranged for someone to find them. I'm going to go look at the results now. Chapter 163, Unlimited Accumulation. The hatch slowly closed. Chang-bei was the only one inside the cargo warehouse, and there were countless amounts of Desert Family high-energy protein extract. Chang-bei scanned the circle. It was more than 10,000 bottles. Desert should have sent all the ones he could call upon at the moment, about 12,000 bottles. Chang-bei remembered that it was worth a lot of money, and at 12,000 bottles, the price was astronomical. The S-Class gene granted Chang-bei super speed, which could be exploited with an unknown upper limit. But this ability likewise has a lower limit, which is that one must be strong enough to be physically fit. High-energy protein extract, the Desert Family's private customized beverage, has the ability to improve physical fitness, enhance immunity, replenish energy, and much more. Perhaps in the eyes of those who are rich, it is just a daily functional drink. The role varies from person to person. Perhaps taking a year and a half will not appear to have any significant effect. But in Chang-bei's eyes, its potential could be much more than that. He had long made this drink a must-get target. Even S-Class genes still have some flaws and can't be all things to all people. But Chang-bei has STC, and he can make up for these flaws in other ways. For example, getting crazy high. And it's a top-notch drug that ordinary people can't imagine, much less access. The Desert Family customized protein extract, which has its own body-enhancing properties, is the best choice, or to be precise, the best choice of ingredients. Chang-bei endured the pain in his torso and stood up. Inside the dark cargo warehouse, he slowly erected his right hand with his palm facing inwards. STC bloomed into an Azure fan scanning beam. Similar technological artifacts detected. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. The most amazing thing about STC is the ability to break up everything into a magical and arcane basic unit, which is then synthesized into a brand new creation that doubles its functionality. QSS Energy Enhancing Protein Extract, *6600. Based on the original high-energy protein extract, the version further improves the concentration and purity of the protein. It adopts a more advanced extraction technology, which adds a variety of rare bioactive ingredients, such as coenzyme Q10, astaxanthin, etc., which can provide energy to the cells, enhance the vitality of the cells, and enhance the body's energy level and endurance more effectively. It's already effective in boosting energy levels and stamina. Chang-bei just shook his head wordlessly, not even close. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. Complex Nutritional Synergy Protein Extract, *3300. Chang-bei glanced at the notes. This drink had added a large amount of high-energy nutrients on top of the original. To put it simply, it was a composite of body-strengthening liquid plus energy-replenishing liquid. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. Genetically Adapted Protein Extract, *1650. This time, the addition of the gene adaptation feature, which doubles the effect against preset genes, is an upgrade, but a hint of a limitation has arisen. Chang-bei's eyes flashed. Continue. Smart Targeted Protein Extract, *825. Utilizing advanced targeting technology, it can deliver proteins precisely to the parts of the body that need them. It contains specially processed intelligent bioprotein molecules, which can recognize the signals of the needs of different tissues and cells in the body, and deliver and replenish them with targeted delivery and targeted reinforcement, which is 10 to 54 times more effective than the ordinary protein solution. This artifact is from a level 3. 1 technological civilization. Chang Bei gave a beat. A drink that uses smart protein molecules? Sure enough, there was nothing that higher technology couldn't do, only what one couldn't think of. But a 3.1 level civilization, which is also almost at the top, could probably be synthesized once more. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. Unlimited accumulated nutrient solution for the Forever People, *412. Chang Bei gave a slight lurch. The Forever People? Never heard of such a race. Is it an alien civilization? In the depths of the distant universe, there lives a kind of humanoid carbon-based lifeforms called the Eternal Race, which are also alien civilizations in the definition of human beings, but due to their genes, their lifespan is far greater than that of human beings and close to immortality. For an endless period of time, they have peered into the secrets of the organism's origin, analyzed the organism's code, and created the nutrient solution, which is a collection of 12 kinds of life science and technology such as high-energy extraction technology, biological protein targeting technology, etc., and achieves an extremely balanced and stable effect. After taking this nutrient solution, the physical quality of conventional carbon-based organisms will be nourished in all aspects, and the overall physical strength will be increased by 0.1% without discrimination on the initial basis, and it will accumulate infinitely before reaching the metamorphosis of the new life essence. See here. Chang Bei's entire body trembled. Undifferentiated lifting with infinite accrual? The wording is wild. That 0.1% doesn't seem like much, but wouldn't it be sick if it were to add up indefinitely? However, the synopsis hadn't finished reading, and Chang Bei continued to look down. Conventional carbon-based organisms can only absorb a limited amount of nutrients per day, and if they are redundant, they are lost due to the limitations of the digestive system, metabolic and storage requirements, and the body's regulatory mechanisms. Regular carbon-based organisms are allowed to take this nutrient once per day. If too much is taken, it will not be absorbed. The immortals also have this same limitation, but this potion is of great significance to them, and is considered by them to be the highest medical achievement, as the immortals have an almost unlimited lifespan, so the nutrient solution, which produces a phenomenal cumulative effect within their bodies. The so-called water dripping on a stone, rope sawing on a wood, a penny a day, 1,000 days, 1,000 days, no one knows exactly how many years ago the Eternal Race started taking this nutrient solution, and so far, no one has been able to confirm to what extent the Eternal Race's physical fitness has already reached. Chang Bei sucked in a slight breath of cool air after reading the notes. This Eternal Race is still strange and interesting. To say that they are in obscene development is not entirely accurate. People are utilizing their own advantages, through another kind of track, slowly accumulating their own strength. A bit like the story of the tortoise and the hare, the tortoise is slow but thundering forward. Through the queen it was learned that the universe gave birth to life 4.9 billion years ago. If the Eternal Race was also born hundreds of millions of years ago, and they've been taking hundreds of millions of years of infinite cumulative nutrient solution, then what kind of level are they now? Could it have become godlike? The so-called quantitative changes caused qualitative changes. In the eyes of the Eternal Life Race, it seemed that they didn't even need to change qualitatively, they only needed to rely on simmering and accumulating, and were able to pile up a terrifying quantity. There is also the line in the notes, before the metamorphosis of the essence of life is reached. Chang Bei didn't know what the metamorphosis of the essence of life was. The universe is vast, magical, and mysterious. But Chang Bei's dream was still so bright that one day he would travel to every corner of the universe and witness all the vastness and mystery with his own eyes. Chang Bei tested it again. The unlimited accumulated nutrient solution of the Eternal Race can no longer be synthesized in line. Perhaps it's that there are no more superior nutrient solutions available below a level 4 civilization. Alternatively, high-level technological civilizations simply wouldn't focus on such creations as nutrient solutions, and the logic of the normal situation would dictate that they should be more focused on transforming themselves rather than replenishing them. Chang Bei slowly picked up a bottle of nutrient solution. It has a completely different shape and structure and is no longer an easy open can with a drink in it. Instead, it turned into a transparent glass bottle, very slim, holding in the hand just the right size. The bottle, which is densely packed, like the size of a small grain of rice, small blue particles. These particles, although small, but crystal clear, very beautiful. It's called a nutrient solution, but in actual form, it's a highly concentrated solid. Chang Bei pressed the button on the bottle. A small blue grain of rice fell out of the mouth of the bottle and fell into Chang Bei's palm. Oh, one morsel at a time means one morsel at a time, and there are almost 1,000 morsels in this bottle. And I own a full 412 bottles. So, 1,000 times 412 equals. Woohoo, that doesn't matter at all. It can only be absorbed once a day, an increase of 0.1%, only 36% a year. I'm afraid that ordinary people who work hard to exercise their bodies, plus auxiliary potions, will be able to achieve this effect. Chang Bei held his forehead. Big brothers and sisters of the eternal race, I don't have as long a life as you do. But in the next instant, Chang Bei's eyes erupted with a brilliant light. But it was just a bit of self-indulgence, and he was well aware that while he hadn't been around that long, he had a branch within his genetic wiring diagram that had awakened at the same time because of his super speed LV2 super metabolic rate. Normal carbon organisms that can be absorbed once a day. So how much can I really absorb as an uncommon carbon-based creature? Chang Bei's mouth opened slightly, his palm lifted upwards, and the blue little grain of rice was swallowed into his mouth. The next instant, Chang Bei's eyes widened. The sensation was so amazing that the moment the tiny grains of rice entered the mouth, it was like a balloon containing a large amount of fresh, sweet juice bursting open in the mouth. Refreshing, thirst-quenching, and delicious. Because of the internal injuries, Chang Bei had just had some bitterness in his mouth and a dry mouth, but it was dissolved in an instant. Holy, that's so good. Chang Bei's eyes shone with light as he felt those delicious juices in his mouth turn into a refreshingly cool energy that instantly flowed throughout his body, and it was a particularly delicate and even flow that even seemed to cover every strand of his hair. Normally, Chang Bei's body would be in desperate need of energy after every injury caused by high-speed exercise, which was the kind of thought that made him want to eat meat. Now, a small grain of rice was imported, and this energy gap, it seemed, was instantly filled, and the body began to repair at a high speed. In terms of energy alone, this little grain of rice, the equivalent of a nutritious meal, is about the same as an extra stain-teeming beast. That wasn't all. Chang Bei felt its physique-enhancing ability the next moment. One's own body, like a desert, a human-sized sponge that was dry to the core, and tiny grains of rice, transformed into drops of bitingly sweet spring water, instantly moisturized the entire body, followed by the birth of a very faint warmth. Chang Bei was very clear. One's own physique, enhanced across the board, is vague and faint, roughly that 0.1%. At the same time, Chang Bei also had a clear feeling that under his LV2 super metabolic rate, the energy in the small grains of rice was quickly transformed and absorbed. The whole process was only a few seconds, while the body was sending out a signal, not enough, not enough, not enough. Sure enough. Chang Bei smiled faintly, picked up the glass bottle of nutrient solution, placed it near his mouth, and gently pressed it, and another small grain of rice fell into his mouth. It's still that cool, crisp and delicious. The man-sized sponge was once again moisturized by the one clear water. Not enough, not nearly enough. Click, click. Chang Bei kept pressing the nutrient liquid button, and one by one, small grains of rice kept falling into his mouth. Chang Bei was surprised at his super metabolic rate, and the increase in body toughness was becoming more and more obvious. Squeak! The little white mouse, wagging its crystal tail, climbed onto Chang Bei's shoulder, its pink nose twitching and its whiskers quivering. You want this nutrient too? Chang Bei tilted his head and pressed out a small grain of rice, handing it to Z, who was the equivalent of a small apple in its paws as it began to patter and devour it. Squeak! Z seemed to be satisfied with the taste of the food, but after eating one, it relied on Chang Bei's cheek, content. It's nothing more than a normal level of metabolic rate, one rice grain a day is enough. Chang Bei nodded. Even the picky eater Squeak actively begged to be fed, so it seemed that the ingredients of this potion were of very high quality. Click, click. Chang Bei's movements were unceasing, one grain of rice after another. Finally, Chang Bei felt a stagnation in his body, just like when he was full of wine and couldn't be interested in any other food anymore. He knew that even the LV super metabolic rate was bound to have an upper limit, and that today's tonic, too, was up to volume. Chang Bei secretly counted, he swallowed 99 grains of rice in its entirety. One supplement has the same effect as 99 days for others. Chang Bei slightly clenched his fist, clearly feeling his body strength, which had received an overall boost, including but not limited to muscle density and bone strength. 99 lifts is a 9% overall lift. And tomorrow, it should be ready for another round of feeds and another 9% boost. Double in 10 days. A penny a day, 1,000 in 1,000 days, an infinite accumulation of horrors as it were. Chang Bei's chest rose and fell. With this kind of nutrient, the flaws of a weak body will soon be balanced, and the growth prospects are terrifying. No hesitation. Chang Bei first put Z aside, Type 1 biochemical battle armor wrapped around his entire body, and immediately launched the test, the same 0.5-meter folding distance. He played his speed to the extreme, and his entire body turned into a shadow. The surging G value still caused his body to ache, but in the process, one could clearly feel his body become tougher than before, and a sense of sturdiness appeared, and although the magnitude wasn't that huge, his confidence doubled. He then proceeded to reduce the folding distance to 0.4 meters, a metric that perhaps he could not have accomplished before, and the whole thing vibrated at 340 hertz. In that instant, Chang Bei sensed something and closed his eyes before entering a world that seemed to be composed of sound waves. His self is capable of releasing sound waves, and his brain receives feedback from those waves, 340 Hz, which is a low-frequency detection wave, but is capable of detecting large objects such as houses, mountains, humanoids, and so on. The scenery within a 2-kilometer radius formed a strange pattern in the mind's eye, like an azure perspective view. He could see half the hull of a spirit-type starship. But seeing does not see the spirit, because the spirit belongs to some higher frequency of existence. Chang Bei also saw, beyond the spirit-type starship, Desert, who was slowly approaching with several biotransport crates floating behind him. In the meantime, within Chang Bei's exclusive genetic circuit map, a new branch LV1 analog sonar was once again born on the axis labeled super speed. Chapter 164, Thinking of the Future. Analog sonar. Chang Bei gazed at the slightly flickering word in the genetic blueprint. Now that he was primed for it, he could observe the scene within roughly 2 kilometers through 340 Hz vibrations, with not much accuracy, and could see large objects. For a human body, this is a detection ability that belongs to the supernatural line and possesses no small amount of utility. But for the technological creation, this is only a low-frequency detection wave, do not need to compare with the current detector, is the old era of submarines, which the sonar system, the role of the effect is also hundreds of times more than Chang Bei. But, Chang Bei's eyes flickered. This is just LV1 analog sonar. As one's genetic level rises, the strength of one's body rises, and one's control over one's body rises. How many hertz can one's vibrations, then, do? Will there ever come a day when one's analog sonar reaches an amazing frequency? It can, in a flash, probe the entire city's landscape. All the details will be taken in at a moment's notice, and all the irregular changes will be sharply refreshed in the mind. By that time, one's own movement speed would inevitably be amazing as well, but there would be no need to observe things with one's eyes at all, or one's own vision, which could no longer keep up with the speed of movement, and the sonar system would provide one with the most accurate guidance, forming a necessary mutual aid. Exaggerate a bit. Even, one would probe the terrain of a particular planet the moment one landed. Exaggerate some more. One could explore a corner of the universe, with just one's body. Exaggerate some more. Standing at a certain point on your own, you can be like a god and peer into the universe in its entirety. Exaggerate some more. String theory was proposed by scholars in the olden times. String theory suggests that the most fundamental units of the material world are not particles in the traditional sense, but extremely tiny, one-dimensional strings like lyre strings, which are very fine and vibrate constantly in the microscopic world. Microscopic particles such as electrons, quarks, and photons are produced by the different vibrational modes of these strings. If string theory is true, Chang Bei's eyes flashed, then is it possible for me to reach the same frequency as the dimensional strings and thus see the origin and truth of the entire material world? And then some more exaggeration. It is speculated in string theory that because strings vibrate in a variety of ways, they create multiple spatial convolutions, which could lead to the creation of an infinite number of different universes, each with different physicalities and laws. This is also a speculation about parallel universes. Then, is it possible for me, Chang Bei, to spy on the existence of parallel universes or even enter them through stronger sonar simulations? At this point, Chang Bei's left hand stretched out his index finger and rested on the bridge of his nose on the left side, thinking deeply and handsomely. I'll admit, I'm pretty damn good at imagining things. But then again, how can you do something that you can't even think about? Aha! To work toward your goals. Chang Bei raised his hand and lightly slapped himself on his left cheek. Chang Bei, who has been trapped on the garbage earth for 18 years, the dream in his heart has always been to go to a bigger world. He is full of curiosity and a sense of anticipation for this world. He wants to see the scenery, and it is the scenery that no one else can see. In the future, you have to take the unlimited cumulative nutrient solution for the eternal race, every day on time. You can't stop the other meds. Chang Bei immediately contacted Uncle Waste Valente, thought for a split second, and with a lift of his hand, he directly scratched 100 billion credits over. High-entropy alloys for money, a full $104 billion, wouldn't produce any value by sitting on the account. One must learn to invest in the future and in hope. As for Chang Bei, the remaining 4 billion was already a shockingly huge sum of money, enough to cover his expenses and even squander. What's more, the future Chang Bei would not lack opportunities to make money. Uncle Waste was directly shocked. He didn't dare to imagine what Chang Bei had used to gather such a large sum of money in a short period of time. Although S-class genestealers had a supreme status, eating a fat man directly in one bite was something that Uncle Waste couldn't anticipate. The rebuilding of the city of genes can be described as a hundredfold. A variety of complex production lines are required, as well as a team of researchers, each of which costs a great deal of money and time. Originally, Uncle Waste and the others were prepared to accumulate funds little by little through gene repair potions. I didn't realize that it was only 2 days, but Chang Bei went straight to one shot in one step. With almost no hesitation, Uncle Rui sent a direct copy, based on the contract under the credit management system of the Human Galactic Alliance. It clearly stated that the owner of the City of Genes changed to Chang Bei. Chang Bei smiled. He felt lucky that both Valente and Desert were people who knew what they were doing. For Valente, if it wasn't for Chang Bei's appearance, then there would be nothing but hell ahead of him. Moreover, Valente was by nature a man who was not too focused on fame and fortune. Once upon a time, he had only wanted to pursue the potion of his dreams, but now, he had made it his mission for the rest of his life to save the flawed genetically gifted people of the universal world. Chang Bei didn't make any pretense and signed the contract directly. And then, Uncle Waste Valente solemnly promised that in 20 days, he would definitely build Chang Bei's exclusive gene potion production line and would definitely send Chang Bei the first batch of gene potions. Chang Bei is in a good mood. The road ahead is long, and behind you, in addition to the footprints you have left behind, naturally there is no shortage of support from your partners. The cargo door of the Spirit-type starship slowly opened. Behind Desert, hovering behind him, 4 large biotech crates slowly walked in. Before this, Chang Bei had already put away more than 400 bottles of infinite accumulation potion and summoned an Iron Maiden to disguise herself as carrying the goods. After all, 12,000 bottles of protein drinks disappeared out of thin air. This was still quite difficult to explain. The shape of the Steel Mom, at first glance, is a kind of carrying robot. Its appearance, it will give people form a kind of inertia thinking drinks, has been carried by Chang Bei to other warehouses. Mo glanced at the empty cargo warehouse. If the drinks aren't enough, I can have the factory work overtime to produce them. This kind of insignificant thing, as long as you have the need, Mo will always supply it. Boss Desert Atmosphere. Chang Bei looked at the box behind Mo and already guessed what items were probably in it. Strengthening oneself through genetics is the path to take in this current era. But again, within this era, technology is advancing by leaps and bounds. In ancient times, the reason why man, a primate, stood out among all the beasts, stood at the top of the food chain, and even became the master of the earth, was because of a reason that was as simple as it could be: learning to use tools. Trap spears to catch fierce tigers and elephants. A wooden boat with oars can cross the river and sail to the sea. No matter what, using tools wisely is a prerequisite for staying ahead of the curve. Genes and gear, though, are 2 ways to go. But it's the kids who make the choices, the adults who set the precedent straight away. It should be done with both hands. Chapter 165, Mysterious Boss. Thumbs up. 4 bioboxes, lined up behind Desert, and the barn doors slowly opened. Inside the case, dividers were placed, and on the dividers were rows of mechanical shoes and black tech gloves. Chang Bei, my friend. Desert pointed to the equipment within the box. These things you want are really rare and tricky. The jet turbine-powered shoes, pure and simple old-fashioned, and that gravity field regulating glove, surprisingly, is a kind of failure of a medical assist glove. Still, these should belong on Junk Earth. I gave an ultimatum to the entire family's acquisition channel earlier. What I want, I have to get, and I have to get it as fast as I can. Desert smiled helplessly. Just now, various starships, transporting these things from all directions, spent tolls that were tens of thousands of times the value of these things. Thanks. Chang Bei bared his teeth and smiled. Boss Mo's hands are in the right place. Boss Missouri has worked hard. Long live Boss Missouri. There are only 15 pairs of shoes, and 13 pairs of gloves, not quite what you need for now, and my men are still looking. Mo frowned, looking puzzled. These things are all secondhand, some of them can't even be started anymore. What exactly is the purpose of you naming these things? As parts, take apart and put together. Chang Bei stretched out his hand, 5 fingers spread out while then making a slight fist, finally assembled into a new outfit. As long as you're satisfied. Desert was a bit eager to speak. There's one more thing I have to apologize to you for. I haven't been able to find a single one of the A24 nanny droids you asked for. Not only the A24, but even the previous generation models of the A24, such as the B343, have all disappeared from the market. Oh, Chang Bei froze. You can even find medical scrap, but a nanny robot, you're having difficulty? And you actually used the word pinned? I thought it was strange too. Desert also wondered. I have inquired about some news. In recent years, there has always been a mysterious boss with very strong financial strength, constantly acquiring ancient robots, and the requirements are very clear. It must be nanny robots with a factory year of more than 20 years, and how many to collect? Oh, Chang Bei fumbled with his chin. What kind of logic is that? I can't figure it out either. Desert also shook his head. Although these robots are old, they don't have a single thing to do with antiques. I heard that a lot of people used the scrapped robots in their own hands, and knocked that boss hard. But that boss didn't care about it at all, just acquiring them at all costs, his money. It's just as if it's coming from the gale. How could such a person appear? Chang Bei frowned and wondered in his heart, isn't this Breaking Bean's path to upgrade? Originally, Chang Bei planned to upgrade his old buddy into a really cool and explosive robot, no matter whether it was to repay it for its former companionship or to add a strong assistant to his future path. This matter was listed as a must-do by Chang Bei, but now, it seems to have hit some minor snags. Next, I'll find a way to contact that mysterious boss, and I'll do whatever it takes to get everything on this list together. The man in the black suit straightened his spine, his gaze wide. Desert, never break faith. Chang Bei moved with a smile, reached out and picked up the list in Desert's hand, gently turned it over on one side and put it back in Desert's hand. Apathetic, he once again looked down at the list in his hands. The first time I got the list, Des conducted a careful review to make sure there was no content on the backside of the list. But at that moment, Desert's entire being just froze. But I saw that on the back of this list, in a corner, there were 7 words written as crookedly as a dog crawling Mujiguan. Tin bite? What the hell? Mo looked at Chang Bei with some shock. You wrote this? When did you write it? Hey. Chang Bei smiled. Before the battle with Organ Beastwake Deer, I wrote it on the spot during my busy schedule, utilizing my extreme speed. So the words were organ beasts, only the writing flew. Des grinned and brainstormed. The iron hooves of the organ beast Rua deer were about to step down, but Chang Bei put life and death at risk, utilizing his speed, his tongue flung out of his mouth, spit streaking through the air, bursting in front of himself, filling in an item on the back of the list in extreme haste, and then returning to the battlefield. And it happened so fast and it was so dark that he didn't even see it himself. Apollo said, "Where did you find the pen in that state?" However, he saw Chang Bei with tears in his eyes, stretching out his index finger, while at the tip of the finger, there was a wound that was about to heal, a book of blood. Desert's entire body was shocked. What's with the inexplicable feeling of being somewhat inspirational? Can say, obviously is a kind of brazen behavior, but can make people feel as if it is owed him something. Chang Bei, this operation is also absolute You want the organ beast? No problem. Imo took a long breath. I'll give you whatever you want. But I just have a small request. Now that organ beast Rua deer on the mountain, you leave it for me, and the organ beast that you want, I'll ask the Mosey schoolboys to remake it for you. Is that okay? Chang Bei nodded heavily. Of course. Okay, I'll set it up. Instead, he saw Desert turn directly around and walk toward the outside of the starship, efficiently, without a single delay. Inside the Spirit-type starship's cargo hold, Chang Bei was once again left alone. Cargo hatch closed. Chang Bei looked at the equipment in front of him and rubbed his hands slightly. The quantity was not much, but it was quite a lot, to see if he could combine the gloves and shoes, directly to the limit. On both hands and feet, there was a slight surge at this point, and the Type 1 biochemical battle armor revealed its original appearance, as if it were riding asphalt, slowly shrinking to reveal the jet turbine-powered shoes Chang Bei had been wearing, as well as the gravity-regulating field gloves. Take them off and arrange them neatly. Total 16 pairs of shoes and 14 pairs of gloves. And then Chang Bei summoned Iron Mother and took out the 50 precious metal detecting robots shaped like golden duck eggs that he had hacked from the hands of the mine owner, Mudhopper. Late at night in Tingzhou, the grass and trees sway with the breeze, and cicadas sing and frogs chirp. Inside the Spirit-style starship, backed by a tall, wide, technological white storage cargo bay, Chang Bei's legs were slightly apart, his spine straight, his blue scavenger cloak naturally drooping. He slowly erected his right arm, STC blooming with eye-catching blue beams of light. In this instant, he was like the second creator, releasing endless elegance and aura. GGG. 1 by 1. Chapter 166 Pioneer Technology 1. All old friends. I also have a beginning and an end. Let's see if we can get you to the altar. Chang Bei first placed his eyes on the 14 pairs of gravity field regulating gloves on the left side, his body slightly rotating, the STC's brilliant and mysterious beam of light, enveloping away. Similar technological artifacts detected. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Precision control type gravity field adjustment gloves, *7. Chang Bei's eyes moved slightly. It was pretty much what he expected. The previous gravity field regulating gloves had a certain probability of being cranky and uncontrollable, so the next stage of upgrading must be to improve the precision. But it's just the process that goes on. Similar technological artifacts detected. Successful synthesis. Infinity gravity field gloves, *3. Equipped with more advanced sensors and control systems, capable of precisely controlling the strength, range and direction of the gravity field, with a range of 1 to 150 meters, an item volume of 1 centimeter level 20 meter level, a direction of 0 to 360 degrees, infinitely adjustable, silky smooth operation. Even more precise, it has almost reached the level of mastering objects through space. Chang Bei's body paused slightly. It seemed that the evolutionary route of the gravity field glove was to quasi-seek the ultimate in the path of manipulating gravity. The heart can't help but look forward to it. Chang Bei secretly nodded. Continue. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Sorrows of the Herald Civilization -200, *1. Chang Bei's entire body froze. What is this that doesn't seem to have anything to do with gravity? Forerunner civilizations, humanoid civilizations living in a distant universe on a highly rotating planet with a turbulent and unpredictable gravity that varies from 1 to 120 times the value of the Earth's gravity. As technology developed, the Herald civilization evolved into a technological civilization dedicated to a single technology. They're obsessed with gravity. Having set the direction of science and technology, they have devoted all their efforts to unraveling the mysteries of cosmic gravity, but this ancient and ubiquitous concept is shrouded in a heavy veil. Forerunner civilizations have been raised to hope in one failure and then overwhelmed by one despair. In the 200th year of their desperate attempts, they still haven't made any breakthroughs. They named the latest generation of gravitational tech creations, uniformly, the sorrows of the Forerunner civilization, 200. In fact, it's an unusable failure. Failed product? The 200 isn't a model number, but a record of the year? Chang Bei was a bit stunned, and then he looked at the piece in front of him, which had just come out of the oven. It still had the appearance of a pair of gloves, made up of some sort of black metal, only the whole thing was dull and in a state of silence. Chang Bei tried to connect with it through the electronic resonance ability of the silicon base, and could see faint blue ribbons wafting from the glove, but that was all. The glove could not be activated at all, much less operated, as if it were a model with no inner workings. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. I actually stepped on a pit. Running out of gloves on hand, this is actually the last chance to synthesize. I didn't realize that the end result was a flop, or more like a souvenir. Any kind of scientific and technological artifacts on the road of research, there will inevitably be a variety of failures, which is a very normal thing. Not to be defeated by failure, and constantly spurring themselves on, is the most valuable quality. With such a spirit, it is a civilization to move forward the driving force. Look at the gloves that won't start. This one can't be sprayed. At the same time, Chang Bei's heart gave birth to a touch of understanding, as well as some respect. Hey! Chang Bei sked, but it's really a shame. In retrospect, the previous gravity field regulating glove was also a medical glove failure. It seems that STC's blueprints encompassed all stages of technological artifacts, and rightly so. Success and failure are both a form of growth. Just then, a prompt came from the Spirit-type starship. Chang Bei looked at the surveillance view and realized that outside the starship's cargo bay, large biotransport crates had once again appeared, like couriers, waiting for their owners to open the door and greet them. Chang Bei opened the starship's cargo bin, and the box slowly floated in, then unfolded the bin door. At this instant, Chang Bei revealed a smirk. Boss Desert, still so reliable. Inside the newly arrived shipping crate, neatly arranged were 35 pairs of the same turbo-powered shoes, as well as 37 pairs of gravity field adjusting gloves, adding up to 50 of each to the previous number, one no more, one no less. Regardless of the difficulties, Desert is strictly enforcing the criteria on the list. In that case, the gloves can continue to be synthesized. Chang Bei immediately started working, repeating the previous synthesis steps, and in a few moments, he obtained 5 pairs of Sorrow of the Forerunner Civilization -200. Similar technological artifacts detected. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Sorrows of the Herald Civilization -500, *2. 500? Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly as he looked towards the notes therein. The planet has completed 500 revolutions, turning another 500 years of exploration, but the pioneer civilizations still have not made a breakthrough. Their will is passed from generation to generation, but again, they all end with a grudge, and their leaders look up to the heavens and sigh, the great mother of the universe, why can't you give the persistent people a small one, which can be supported by the hope? Chang Bei was dumbfounded. The 2 pairs of gloves in front of him were still dull and unactivated. Gravity is, indeed, an ancient and mysterious unsolved mystery of the universe. Humans are similarly ignorant of it. People know it exists and know that by fighting against it, they can fly into the sky. But no one knows where it came from or what caused it to form. Some would say that the greater the mass of a celestial body, the greater the gravitational pull. But why? Various conjectures about gravity have been born. In general relativity, it is conjectured that gravity is created because of the curvature of space caused by massive objects, and so on, as well as the theory of energy radiation, and string theory, which suggests that it is the vibration of the strings that creates the gravitational force. There are many different opinions, but none of them can be argued. Anyway, it was the supermassive black hole, Sagittarius A, that gravitationally coalesced into the Milky Way. It's the Sun, which has coalesced into the solar system through gravity. It's the Earth that has light, it's the conditions of existence, it's the human race. I imagine that the Forerunner civilization came as a result of this. We all live in gravity and are all born because of gravity. And the study of gravity is, in a way, like exploring the abilities of the gods in a mortal body. Heralds. It's an apt name. They're really kind of fearless pioneers. Chang Bei took a slight breath. There is still one chance left to synthesize. Is it hard to believe that the next item will be the Herald 3000? That's not only sad for you guys, it's also going to kill me 3000. Inexplicably, Chang Bei very much hoped that the next creation would have a breakthrough. It's not just about your own harvest. At the same time, he hoped from the bottom of his heart that that lone Herald civilization would get a fair share of the harvest. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Herald Gravitational Weapon System, Kit 1, Gloves, *1. Chapter 167 Pioneer Technology 2. They did it! Chang Bei's eyes widened for an instant. He hadn't seen the Forerunner civilization, didn't know where they were or what they looked like. But at this instant, it was as if a resonance across time and space had appeared, and Chang Bei felt excited and honored for them. This time the creation is no longer the sadness of any year, but Gravitational Weapon System. The highest technological level of the Forerunner civilization is nothing more than a level 3. One technological civilization, but under that extreme paranoia, even unshakable faith, they succeeded. They unraveled one of the veils of the universe, and glimpsed the truth of gravity. In this instant, they were promoted to a god-level civilization, mastered the mysteries of gravity, opened the radiant doors of new physics, new energy, and new spatial science, and disappeared into the physical world to a mysterious space. Chang Bei's pupils fluttered as goosebumps rose on his body. It's a real late bloomer, a real bend in the road. The pioneer civilization threw itself at the problem, did its best, persevered, and was rewarded in the end. As the saying goes, a flower is a world, a leaf is a Bodhi. Chang Bei saw such a moving and inspiring story through the synthesis of a small piece of equipment. As for the god-level civilization, Chang Bei did not know its gold content for the time being, and STC was unable to describe it because of the lack of data. It was thought that in the time since then, the Forerunner civilization's technological level would blow up and reach some unimaginable point. God-level civilization might specifically refer to super-civilizations like level 11 and 12. Alternatively, after they have mastered some aspect of the mysteries of the universe, the attributes are then defined as god-level. Honor the pioneers. Chang Bei secretly nodded. The child is also the founder of a civilization, although now begging civilization wants nothing, but Chang Bei still cannot help but enjoy their own future. Is it possible for me, Chang Bei, to build a god-level civilization as well? Of course, that's an afterthought. Chang Bei looked at the equipment in front of him. The gloves were still black and soft to the touch, but it's even in delicate texture, and that magical, matte texture that seems to be able to slightly swallow the surrounding luster, in a silent indication of its extraordinary gravitational weapon systems. Kit. Chang Bei was still the first time he synthesized equipment with kit attributes. He slowly put the gloves on his hands, and the first thing he felt was that they were soft and fit very comfortably. The surface of the glove lit up with an icy blue beam of light that converged along the bones of the fingers towards the wrist, animated and full of sci-fi. With his 5 fingers slightly open, Chang Bei could feel a slight vibration coming from his fingertips, and then 5 slightly rotating ice blue force fields appeared on his fingertips, like miniature cosmic nebulae. The 5 fingers contracted slightly, and the 5 nebulae contracted slightly, coalescing into one larger nebula. A gravity field that exists at your fingertips. Chang Bei slowly raised his head, the light in his eyes flickered, looking towards the biological transportation crates strewn before him, stretching out his right hand towards the crates, his 5 fingers opened, and the crates were immediately wrapped in an icy blue luster and slowly floated into the air. 5 fingers opened again, 7 or 8 boxes broke through the air flight, each going in different directions. In the moment about to hit the wall, suddenly break stop, and in Chang Bei's control, violently aggregated in front, a moment stacked into a tall column, a moment and then arranged into a pyramid shape. Getting it right. Chang Bei looked again at the notes on the gloves. Herald Gravitational Weapon System, Kit 1, Gloves. 10 exclusive anti-gravity force fields can be released, with a maximum coverage of 500 meters, a maximum weight limit of 6. For tons of disposable items in accordance with the Earth's gravity standard, millimeter-level precision, and the intensity, range and direction of the gravity field and other indicators, all using infinite adjustment technology. Chang Bei cocked his head. Manipulating the gravity field is many times stronger than before, and it has become a 10-channel force field that can be operated in multiple lines with a great sense of control and practicality. But the Forerunner civilization is in existence that has cracked the mysteries of gravity. This piece of equipment, although it was a product before becoming a god, was also in existence like a knockout. It shouldn't be just that. So, Chang Bei narrowed his eyes, focusing on the word kit. The performance of the kit is only 1.2% of the Forerunner gravitational weapon system, which belongs to the category of daily assistance. With the increase of the kit, the linkage performance will be enhanced, and only when the kit is complete will the Forerunner civilization's core technology Graviton Mastery give full play to its performance. True enough. Graviton. Control technology? Could it be that the truth of gravity is a microscopic particle? Chang Bei pondered. Next, we should collect as much gravity control class related equipment as possible, and then synthesize a full set of Forerunner kits. This is the predecessor of a god-level civilization. It must be worth every penny. Immediately, Chang Bei looked to the 51 pairs of jet turbine-powered shoes. The nature of this piece of equipment, being thruster-driven and not a gravity field, is slightly unfortunate. But surely it is to be synthesized. The flight function must be essential for future adventures. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. One-man high-speed flight wing, *25. The mechanical shoe, transformed into a lightweight flying wing with a wingspan of about 2 meters, equipped with multiple sets of jet turbines, and flying at nearly double the previous speed, reaching Mach 0.8, was handsome, but also inconvenient. It was too big. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. K22321 anti-gravity flight shoes, *12. Chang Bei's eyes lit up. Anti-gravity? Surprisingly, it has also crossed into the realm of gravity field? Wouldn't that be? The brand new equipment, once again, becomes a shoe appearance, and the way of flight, using a small anti-gravity force field technology, the flight speed, flexibility, range, all have been essentially improved. But these were not Chang Bei's main concerns. The point is that this solo flight rig, which didn't escape fighting its gravitational hangover after all, managed to incorporate anti-gravity technology. breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Sorrows of the Herald Civilization -200, *6. Chengbei clenched his fists at once. Brother Sorrow, it's really you. The shoes had once again turned into dull, unbootable technological devices, and the civilization that had once been the forerunner had named all of the items in the 200-year node that had been used as a unifying name. Chengbei stabilized his mind. Next, it should be 500 years of sorrow, brother. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Sorrows of the Herald Civilization -500, *3. Chengbei slammed his hands together. Steady. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Herald Gravitational Weapon System, Kit 4, Shoes, *1. High-speed flight through anti-gravity field, maximum speed of Mach 1. 28, can achieve the ultimate attitude, angle, with X+1 mode. X refers to different planets with different gravity environments, and +1 is the timely adjustment. Even if it is located in a gravity environment 50 times higher than the standard, it can still achieve perfect flight. The X refers to the different gravity environments of different planets, and the +1 is a timely adjustment, so that even in gravity environments 50 times higher than the standard value, perfect flight can still be realized. It's also useful as an aid. A human-sized jet, and it's all-terrain. Chengbei's eyes sparkled. Kit 4. I wonder what kind of functions it will inspire when used in combination with the gloves. Without hesitation, Chengbei slowly put on the pair of technological shoes that emitted a matte black color. It automatically adjusts the elasticity and the break becomes soft, snug and very comfortable. This instant, the surface of the shoe, lit up with ice blue lines, is beautifully dreamy and full of technology. And, these icy blue technological beams of light, extending all the way from the shoes, like some kind of light shadow, fit onto Chengbei's thighs, slowly spreading upwards to his waist. The Kit 1 gloves that he had been wearing before had actually released the same icy blue lines that traveled along Chengbei's arms, reached his shoulders, and then extended downward, ultimately merging with the beams of light released from his shoes and converging at his waist. At the same time, a screen of light beams, released from the palm of the glove. It was a slightly rotating figure, with an icy blue sheen shimmering from the feet area and hands area. Herald Gravitational Weapon System, Kit 1, Kit 4, link complete. Energy interoperability, energy value increased by 2.3%. Kit 1 gloves, gravitational bomb function on. Kit 4 shoes, gravitational trap feature on. Energy value level reaches initial stage, suit function, microgravity lens on. Chapter 168, New Skills. Inside the wide cargo bay of the Spirit-type starship. In Chengbei's hand, he fiddled with a few steel balls, his eyes narrowed and his thumb flicked one out. At first, the steel ball flew normally in the air, but after flying for about 5 meters or so, a small icy blue spherical light shield suddenly flashed on the surface of the steel ball. Buzz dash! Boo! The tiny steel ball slammed into the floor of the Spirit-type starship with a very large weight. The materials of the Spirit-type starship were hard, and the collision caused the steel bead impact surface to severely collapse. Chengbei's eyes widened slightly as he directly scattered the steel beads in his hands towards the front. At the same time, he exerted his super speed and dashed forward, chasing after the flying steel balls, stretching out his right hand with black gloves to move the steel balls one by one, and then Cheng Killbreak stopped at a position 3 meters away and slowly turned back. Boom boom boom. The surfaces of those steel beads flashed with ice blue light, and then one by one, they violently smashed into the ground. Tiny steel balls that carry a lot of kinetic energy. Chengbei slightly moved his fingers. This was the Herald Gravitational Weapon System, Kit 1, gloves. The special function carried gravitational bomb. Multiple miniature gravitational fields can be applied to other objects, and then the object can be adjusted from 1 to 100 times gravity, with infinitely adjustable multiples. The maximum volume of the target object is 1 cubic meter. The force field burst time can be delayed time 1 to 10 seconds, and can exist for 3 minutes after the burst. Chengbei's setting for the steel ball was nothing more than 10 times gravity. It won't create a real explosion though. It is conceivable that if an object of sufficiently large weight is selected, 100 times gravity is applied, a delay of about 3 seconds is set, and then the object is thrown at the enemy, then the enemy, unguarded, will be greeted with the weight of life that cannot be borne. The moment. Chengbei looked again at the ground he had just stepped on, and backhandedly took out a tiny tin can. He half squatted on the ground and sent his arm forward. The tin can rolled forward with a clatter. Suddenly, on a piece of ground in front of them, an ice blue circular force field appeared at first glance, and when the tin can entered this range, it clicked and was directly flattened by the enormous gravity, turning into a discus. This is a function of the kit laces on the shoes, gravity traps. Up to 10 gravity traps can be left on the stepped ground, with a diameter of 2 meters, a maximum setup time of 20 minutes, and once the enemy steps in, the gravity can skyrocket by a maximum of 100 times, with the multiplier infinitely adjustable, and a presence time of 3 minutes. The string of gravity traps in front of you has a multiplier of just 10. One could imagine an enemy, with his own flesh and blood, happily and joyfully chasing after Chengbei. Naturally, he would not have thought that the originally good ground was hiding a 100 times gravity trap. 1 foot in, and the next second, he would turn into a juicy meat pie. Chengbei's eyes twinkled. These two features, unexpected and flexible, are very useful tricks. If you open your mind, there is much more to play than the two forms in front of you. And for Changbei, these two functions also got other bonuses. The first addition, the electronic resonance ability from the silicon-based genes. Changbei didn't need to activate the virtual adjustment panels of the gloves and shoes, and operated them directly and efficiently, and those relatively complex settings such as delayed bursts, gravity multipliers, and so on, could be accomplished through the thoughts, unknowingly, and could be matched with each other in a seamless way. The second bonus was Changbei's super extreme speed. Whether it was setting up a gravitational bomb for an item or laying out a gravitational trap, it could all be done in a split second. The same two pieces of equipment, placed in the hands of other people, could be utilized in a way that was far from being able to compare to what Changbei had done in terms of value and efficiency of use. The moment Changbei stood up straight, an ice blue light bloomed from his shoes and gloves, flickering slightly. The light around him suddenly produced a burst of distortion, as if steaming water vapor suddenly appeared around him, blurring in Xian and I. The next instant, Changbei's entire body disappeared into the cargo warehouse. The truth is, Changbei himself was actually still in the same place, with no change in his physical attributes. But he's invisible. This is the set feature that is enabled when the shoes are linked to the gloves' microgravity lens. By altering the gravitational field around the equipment, light and electromagnetic waves are bent to avoid observation by the human eye and electronic equipment. In other words, everything was there, but the light and electromagnetic waves targeting Changbei were either bent, avoiding Changbei himself, or the refracted trajectory was changed, preventing the interpretation of the real image. This is unlike any visual camouflage technology, anti-radar technology on the market. It's a hard gravity distortion. The nature is perverted, with a vestigial sense of might makes right and brute force pushes across everything. Changbei was also shocked. The previous gravity bombs and gravity traps had created separate stances that completely overrode the standard gravity of the planet beneath their feet, and the acceleration of gravity under the same locations had changed, and the physics teacher stormed out. And this gravitational lensing feat is even more exaggerated. According to human understanding, it is the enormous gravitational force of a celestial body with a mass at the level of a neutron star or a black hole that is capable of distorting light. At this moment, Changbei, but a small individual, wearing the gravitational weapon gloves and shoes, he himself did not feel anything strange, but the surrounding light was so incredibly distorted. The Forerunner civilization has harnessed gravity in a way that has completely exceeded human frameworks and definitions. Gravity has become a plaything in their palms. Perhaps the term graviton, which had flashed up earlier, was the key to mastering gravity. And it's possible that the so-called more mass, more gravity is an outright mistake. But the sad fact is that countless theories of mankind are based on this. I wonder how many scientists will go crazy and insane the day the truth is revealed. Changbei is clear. Those functions just now, placed in the definition of human civilization, have been divine. But it's also just a secondary function in the Herald gravitational weapon system. This weapon system, like a circuit board in series, can only witness its full functionality when the last piece is put together. It was only at that time that Changbei was able to witness the true reason why the Herald had become a god-level civilization. It's a good thing I didn't abandon you guys. Changbei glanced at the tech-filled gloves and shoes with a twinkling expression. The Type 1 biochemical battle armor activated, wrists and ankles gushed out writhing asphalt that wrapped the shoes and gloves, the appearance of the shoes turning into regular black scavenger leather shoes, and Changbei's palms, which were also covered by the battle armor, then simulated the color of his skin. The utility of the two pieces of equipment was so strong that Changbei would wear them all the time, but outsiders would not be able to notice. The harvest was so full that Changbei would just stand quietly, and an invisible sense of security would spring up in his heart. And after, Changbei slowly turned back and looked at the 50 golden duck eggs on the ground. Chapter 169 Golden Gods and Goddesses. Precious metal detecting robot for mudhoppers. Compact enough to be hidden in other people's starships or luggage, and once in the mines, it can probe the precious metal deposits underground. Changbei erected his right hand, and the STC bloomed into an azure beam of light. Similar technological artifacts detected. Successful synthesis. Precision precious metal detection robot, *25. Detectable metal type increased, detectable range increased. Go on. Successful synthesis. Precision precious metals plus energy detection robot, *12. Not only can it detect underground metals, but also 12 underground energy sources, including oil. Changbei shook his head. Continue. Successful synthesis. Underwater exploration robot, *6. Underwater navigation has been added to the previous one. It is quite necessary that many of the celestial bodies in the universe are covered with large areas of water, as was once the case with the Earth. But not enough. Successful synthesis. Territorial treasure hunting robot, *3. The ability to fly is there, too, and even the ability to travel short distances into space. Changbei narrowed his eyes. Continue. Successful synthesis. Mechanical deity, Odysseus, *1. The ancient Greek hero's long journey home, which was filled with the search for unknown riches and treasures, such as the chance to escape from the Cyclops cave and the wisdom and strength gained from his encounter with the sorceress Circe, symbolizes the spirit of courageously exploring the unknown in order to obtain treasures. Mechanical gods and goddesses? Chang Bei gave a slight lurch. This time, the equipment's attributes jumped a little bit, and he was also a bit surprised. And on the ground in front of Chang Bei, a golden sculpture stood silently. It was a male, with long curly hair cascading over his shoulders, shirtless, and a short animal skin skirt around his waist. Holding a round shield in his left hand and a long sword in his right, his exposed muscles were solid and tough, and the back of his head was lit up with a golden circle of light, so the whole person looked like he carried an aura of a god. Odysseus! The golden sculpture suddenly opened its mouth and shouted out this name, which contained some sort of ancient and powerful force, and also set off a strong battle intent in an instant. It suddenly raised its head and gazed at Chang Bei, a ball of golden light erupting from its eyes, invisible anger brewing, as if Chang Bei had disturbed him at slumber and summoned it here, and as it was originally an ancient deity, this was nothing short of blasphemy. Madaka! It struck the round shield with its long sword, making a crisp clashing sound. Odysseus! It didn't seem to be able to say any other words, but these 4 words contained the wrath of a deity, and in this instant, its muscles tightened, and the golden light behind its back was great as it violently charged towards Chang Bei. The golden long sword was extended forward, and the sharpness appeared amidst the golden light. It impacts alone, but has the power of 1,000 armies. Chang Bei was momentarily shocked by this powerful aura, and his entire body froze in place. Clank! Ding! Odysseus, the golden god, stabbed Chang Bei in the feet. The force of the huge recoil forced it to retreat, rolling continuously on the ground before stabilizing itself. Chang Bei's eyes were wide open and his expression was stunned as he stared at the golden villain on the ground that was less than 10 centimeters tall. What the hell is this? Odysseus! The golden deity, never to be defeated, once again gathered its aura and charged forward, but Chang Bei stretched out a finger and pressed it against its head, its feet grinding smoke, but it didn't advance even a centimeter. Chang Bei raised his finger. The great golden deity missed his footing for a moment and fell on his ass. As it was getting to its feet, it saw a small white mouse with a slightly wagging tail appear beside it. The golden deity gave a slight lurch. In his heart, he wondered what kind of place was this, where there was not only an ancient giant, but also a giant rat beast? But the golden gods would never complain about circumstances. It raised its long sword. Odysseus! Squeak looked at the milky, mean little guy and was a little confused. Squeak? Chang Bei squatted on the ground and watched with narrowed eyes. It was only then that he realized that this so-called mechanical god and goddess was a finely crafted robot, and the golden light on the back of its head was also some sort of light-emitting diode. Chang Bei found it very interesting. It also seemed to have some intelligence, even a personality, and the moment it was activated just now, it completely took on its own persona. The mechanical deity Odysseus, from a technological civilization with a high level of faith and a knack for making toys at the same time, is essentially a treasure-hunting robot, but incorporates the knowledge and experience of the ancient god Odysseus, and is not limited to any form of treasure that can be explored. Any object that causes Odysseus' divine sense to fluctuate will be recognized by Odysseus as a treasure, and it will embark on an inexhaustible and never-ending quest, in which Odysseus is not afraid of any difficulties or obstacles. This artifact, although from a 2 civilization, has irreplaceable advantages in the field of treasure hunting. After reading STC's notes, Chang Bei nodded slightly. This little robot actually belongs to the category of toys, so it's no wonder it possesses a certain amount of fun. However, it is functional in a very awesome point. Explorable treasures are not limited to any form. Those previous detecting robots could only detect precious metals or underground energy. To put it bluntly, they were releasing different detecting waves to complete a kind of advanced geological exploration. And this little guy, it seems, has its own judgment mechanism. Chang Bei didn't know what kind of detection method its so-called divine sense was, but roughly understood, it's a bit like the mongoose in traditional Chinese mythology, possessing a keen sense of smell and insight, and once it's close to the treasure, it can find the precise location. Odysseus! Squeak! At his feet, Squeak and the golden villain were at sword point and on the verge of drying out. Chang Bei lost some of his laughter, then summoned Z and returned to his shoulder. The golden god and goddess continuously jumped up high, but couldn't climb up Chang Bei's shoes, so he had to sulk alone. Suddenly, the golden villain's eyes flashed with essence, poking his longsword towards the ground and folding his hands on the hilt, while then slowly closing his eyes as if he was feeling something. Chang Bei gave a slight start. Could it be? Found a treasure? Odysseus! It was but a dozen seconds before the golden villain suddenly opened his eyes and pointed his longsword at the hatch of the spirit-type starship, roaring in constant fury. In the next moment, it rushed straight out, poking the hatch of the starship continuously with the longsword in its hand. Chang Bei came straight to the point of opening the hatch. Only the golden villain wailed, raised his longsword, and charged into the wild. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. It's safe to assume that it's really found something. Are there any treasures hidden above the Tingzhou of the desert? Putting aside the judgmental criteria of that golden god and goddess, Was this kind of treasure already in the collection, or was it some kind of hidden treasure that was not known to anyone? Chang Bei didn't hesitate and quickly followed. However, he saw that not far away, the golden god and goddess was struggling to swim forward in a drainage ditch that was less than a meter wide. Odysseus! The golden villain's eyes exploded with light. Though I faced the shocking waves, the word retreat was not in God's will. No one can stop my treasure-seeking heart that emanates divine power and burns like no other. Chapter 170, Secret Treasure 1. The Dark Moonlight. Chang Bei squatted on the ground and gently pushed the water. The waves propel Odysseus and it finally swims to shore. Tuliolu. The great golden deity shook himself off, shaking off the moisture, then raised his golden longsword, angled his undying will, and continued to run forward. Ahead was a brightly lit building, like a large schoolhouse, with a large crowd of people. Chang Bei drew nearer and realized that Mo was standing among them, and in front of him was a group of Mozi scholars. Odysseus also hesitates at the base of the wall, seemingly discerning his direction. Chang Bei saw Desert frowning, so he turned on the latest equipment function micro-gravitational lens. The surrounding area seemed to rise up as if it were steaming hot air, but it was only 2 to 3 seconds. Chang Bei's body was perfectly invisible. The kit shoes released an anti-gravity force field. Chang Bei levitated at a height of 10 centimeters from the ground, slowly moving without stepping on the ground. Without any sound, these two functions are simply a perfect match. God does not know what is going on. Close to the window, Chang Bei eavesdropped on the conversation between Des and the scholars. Young Master Desert, regarding the attainments in organ beasts, we are far from Mo Yuan. We can't even figure out the principles, shame on us. The man who spoke was Mo Shan. At this time he bowed his head and looked ashamed. Your needs, we can hardly reach them at once. Maybe it will take 3 to 5 years or more. I promised Chang Bei that I would gift him the Mo clan organ beasts. I can't break my promise. Desert's brow furrowed. Is the Manga organ technique that difficult? Don't you all study it together on weekdays? Mo Shan's face reddened with shame. What we have learned is all skin deep, but that fellow Mo Yuan is exceptionally gifted, and has secretly comprehended countless subtleties, whereas we, in the past, didn't even know that organ beasts could still have that kind of power. Mo Far deserved what he got, but with his death, much of the experience was lost along with it. Desert sighed long and hard, turning back to look in the direction of the garbage starship. What should I tell Chang Bei? Chang Bei was actually standing right in front of Desert. The cause and effect had also been understood. Besides Mo Yuan, surprisingly no one else could build that kind of handsome organ beast. It was completely unexpected that Mo Yuan had such an arrogant talent. It was said that paranoia was a prerequisite for genius, just like the Herald civilization, but Mo Yuan's paranoia was overdone, leading to the path of destruction. Chang Bei shook his head wordlessly. No hard feelings for Desert is all. At this point, Odysseus confirmed his forward direction and dove headfirst into the grass. Chang Bei followed slowly at the rear. Any small dirtbag is a towering mountain to Odysseus, and its journey is truly as inspirational and touching as that of a struggling walker in search of treasure. Although it was called Tingzhou, it was a planet with a vast area. The building occupies less than 1% of the site and the rest is all deep and unpopulated. It's also really a great place to hide treasure. After walking towards the deep mountains for a long time, Chang Bei heard a loud rumbling sound. In the hazy night, Chang Bei saw a white streak ahead, descending vertically from the towering peaks and merging into the deep pool below with a roaring vapor. It's a waterfall. As a matter of fact, Chang Bei was seeing a real waterfall for the first time, and with the poor environment on Trash Earth, this magnificent natural landscape had long since disappeared. Odysseus! The golden villain's long sword shook the sky as he plunged into the pool, but he didn't realize that just in time a large black fish rose up in the air, treating Odysseus like some kind of beetle and swallowing him right up. Chang Bei. But the next second, Odysseus' long sword pierced the black fish's stomach from the inside, and after opening it up, Odysseus burrowed out of the fish's belly. The great fish died and floated on the surface of the water, but was used as a raft by Odysseus, who stood over the body of the fish, drenched in blood, and swam in the direction of the falls, sliding the current with his long sword, with a determined and unshakable look. Chang Bei scanned and nodded as the warrior fought the evil dragon. With Odysseus rowing alone, he wouldn't be able to reach his destination in his next life. Chang Bei activated his gloves and created a small force field to propel it forward. Just as Chang Bei expected, the golden villain plunged headfirst into the waterfall. And behind the waterfall, just as Chang Bei had expected, there was a dark and deep cave hidden. The very bottom of the cave, however, was just jagged stone walls that looked exactly like a natural formation. Ta-da! Ta-da! In the darkness, the glittering Odysseus, with the golden longsword in his hand, kept poking at a small, insignificant stone in the corner, sparks flying everywhere. Rumble! However, the stone wall in front of him suddenly parted, revealing a huge dark and deep space. The treasure-hunting robot was really powerful, and that tiny stone was a hidden mechanism. The secret room. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly, his mind flickered with electricity and quickly made a judgment. He had previously probed the cave with his silicon-based electronic resonance, and there was no blue ribbon, and the principle of the gate was necessarily mechanical in operation. In other words, this secret room was related to the Manga organ technique. But the cave was dark, and it was a large interior, as could be judged by the echoes and the slight cool breeze. Suddenly, the sound of precision parts operating came from the side of the cave. A faint yellow glow suddenly lit up the sides. It wasn't any kind of electric light. Instead, inside one glass enclosure, a large date palm-shaped stone was erected, with precision gears turning underneath to drive a brass needle. The copper needle rotated around the stone, rubbing the surface slightly like a phonograph, and a circle of yellow light appeared on the trajectory where it had rubbed. The light became threaded, and as the copper needles rubbed together, it grew brighter and brighter, and the whole cave, too, became illuminated. It's some kind of strange ore. Chang Bei was filled with novelty as he looked at everything in front of him. At the innermost side of the cave, there towered a huge golden egg that was 2 meters high. The golden egg was a kind of machinery. It should be composed of brass. The surface was hollowed out, and inside were countless precision running gears. The number of gears was feared to be able to reach 1,000,000 levels, which was even more exaggerated than the organ's beast Ruadir. The golden egg shimmered brilliantly under the bizarre lighting system. The low-frequency operation of precision machinery filled his ears. The image is a strange beauty, retro, mechanical, sophisticated, and revealing an ineffable Chinese heritage. On either side of the golden egg, another row of illuminations came on. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly, and on both sides of the golden egg was a row of ancient and imposing organ beasts, all made of brass. The height of the single unit is about 5 meters. Through the hollowed-out position, you can clearly see the inside of the ridiculously precise mechanical structure. Zodiac? A cloud of cool air rose in Chang Bei's heart. No, there are only 11. The dragon is missing. Chapter 171, Secret Treasure 2. Fingers traced over a mechanical body carved with precision patterns. A light layer of dust clung to it. Chang Bei looked carefully and realized that these zodiac organ beasts, which hadn't been activated for a long time, looked like mysterious totems sleeping in a cave that no one knew about. Such an extraordinary creation would be a breathtaking existence if it could be activated, even if only for admiration. Chang Bei's eyes flickered, then he turned his head, looking towards a corner of the cave. Odysseus had jumped up onto a wooden floor table, before standing on the surface, raising his longsword and raising his arms. It was an ancient-style table, very long and narrow, with no chairs. The user needed to sit on a futon. It seems that there are others who know of the existence of this cave. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes and saw that on the table, there was a paper notebook of a modern creation, as well as a thermos cup, a piece of half-chewed dry food, and a pen ambling about. Chang Bei came close and picked up the notebook, but he saw a few words written on it. Mo Yuan's handwritten notes. Mo Far? It's that guy who discovered this hidden cave. Chang Bei turned his head sideways and looked at the constantly bouncing Odysseus, realizing that there was a square wooden box at its feet, and it seemed that the treasure that Odysseus had defined was in it. Chang Bei exhaled slightly and opened the box. Instead, it was a book made of brass, the spine of which was a delicate hinged structure, each page extremely thin, and when taken in the hand, only slightly heavier than an ordinary book. On the surface are 8 large engraved characters. Organs of heavenly work, the theory of creation is constant. Chang Bei slowly turned over the first page, which read a complete record of the organ techniques of the Mozi family. And then there was a small, delicately engraved character, and a complex illustration, flipping backwards, all of them, with a huge amount of information, elaborating in detail on the principles of the Majia's organ art, and the way it was made. This book has some parts oxidized because it is so light and has a long history. Chang Bei came to a realization. This was a secret room left behind by the ancestors of the Mo clan, and not even the Mo clan knew about it. However, Mo Yuan found this place by chance and discovered this full record of organ techniques that had become an orphan book, and then created the amazing organ beast Rulu. It wasn't that the other scholars were stupid, but rather that Mo Yuan had been given a unique advantage. Chang Bei couldn't help but look at the twittering Odysseus. You're really quite reliable. This kind of treasure, you can actually distinguish it. Odysseus! The golden goddess stabbed Chang Bei's thigh with its long sword as it thought in its heart, shameless, how could you pick up the treasure so naturally? That was clearly a precious item that I had searched so hard to find. The full record of the organ technique is thick and heavy, adopting the narrative of the ancient Chinese language, and is not an existence that can be understood and read overnight. However, Mo Yuan had obviously been practicing for a long time, and the meticulous notes did the work for Chang Bei, who could quickly understand the situation at hand through the notes. That huge golden egg, called the Heart of Organs, was like a kind of energy hub that could awaken the 11 zodiac signs left behind by the ancestors by vibrating at a specific frequency. However, it was not known that at some point in time, the heart of the organ had incurred damage, and although it was able to operate, it was no longer able to fulfill its original function. For the past 7 years, Mo Yuan had been bent on restoring the Heart of Organs, and had reproduced the parts 1-to-1 as recorded in the book, but no matter how many times he tried, he kept failing. During this process, he was even able to independently create the organ beast Ruadir, but he was never able to activate the Heart of the Organ. He made a conclusion in his notes, and his pen trembled, so I'm sure he must have been feeling a lot of emotion inside at that point. The ancestor of the Majia family is amazingly talented. No one before or after, the field of precision machinery, is the limit of mankind. from now on, no one can repair the heart of the organ. Chang Bei slowly closed his eyes and set a round-trip distance of 0. For meters, his body began to vibrate at high speed and his analog sonar ability was displayed. The upper limit of the frequency of the heart of organs is within 350 Hz, but it is not static, but rather a cyclical process that goes from low to high and back again. And in the process, Chang Bei found 170 obvious points of disorder, which also corresponded to 170 tiny parts of the heart of the organ. Chang Bei smiled faintly, then extended his right hand. The various repair parts that Mo Yuan had once built were wrapped in an ice blue force field and slowly floated in the air, each one distinct. The ancestor of the Mo family is indeed amazingly talented. But I have the right ability to see the essence of the heart of organs. Chang Bei slightly moved his fingers. Mo Yuan, what you can't do, I, Chang Bei, may not be unable to do. The night was silent and the breeze was light. Gradually, the east was already showing the white of the fish's belly. Chang Bei fully enjoyed the process of handmade repairs. The product of the Majia's organ art was like an exquisite work of art. Watching it being repaired little by himself was an experience of accomplishment. And all that power is the anticipation of the moment when the last accessory is in place and it roars to life and works perfectly. Chang Bei had once seen some scattered Legos on garbage earth, when he was struggling to survive, and was still somewhat unable to understand why people in the olden times would waste a great deal of time on such things. Now, Chang Bei understood. There are some things where the process is often more interesting than the outcome, and it allows one to enter a state of mindfulness and flow, where attention is highly focused and the spirit is so contented that one doesn't even feel the passage of time. Click. A very subtle sound of metal clashing came from Chang Bei, carefully pinching a gear with a diameter of less than 1 centimeter with his fingertips and returning it to its original position. In the next instant, the vibration frequency of the entire heart of organs was silky smooth, and there was no longer a trace of stagnation. Click, click. As if activating some kind of chain reaction, the shell of the heart of organs began to flip over layer by layer, and the magic of the Majia's organ art once again manifested itself, as the golden egg that was more than 2 meters high even shrank several times in a row, turning into an orb that was half a meter in diameter. The surface of the orb also began to rotate rapidly, with regular dislocations, and through the gaps, the incomparably precise purely mechanical structure of it could be seen. Buzz dash! Buzz dash! Within the body of the 11 zodiacs, strange vibrations suddenly emanated, and then these vibrations were evenly conducted, slowly transforming into the sound of precise mechanical operations. Buzz click click click. The 11 zodiacs opened their eyes one after another. Within their pupils were rapidly rotating gears. Their joints, which had been silent for a long time, made collision noises, and they turned their heads in unison, with an extraordinary aura, and looked towards Chang Bei. There was a great sense of the ancient gods, awakening from their sleep. Chang Bei's eyes were overwhelmed by the reception. For it was not just the 11 zodiacs that had awakened, but the wall behind these zodiacs had once again opened up to reveal an even wider cave within a cave. Chang Bei was stunned beyond measure. This Mo family ancestor, just how much has he hidden? Stabilized his mind. Chang Bei walked into the second huge cave. His pupils were like an earthquake as he looked at the scene around him. Behind them, both the 11 zodiacs and the heart of organs were running, emitting the sound of parts clashing with frequency. Somewhere in the cave there should exist cracks capable of ventilation, and a cool breeze poured in with a whimpering sound. It's all intertwined in a way that seems a little weird. In front of them, a latticework of brass cast machine man. But they were not majestic, not handsome, and the yellow light on their faces, reflecting a ghastly and waxy color, looked eerie and horrible. On the far left, was an organ baby, as if it had just been born, without even opening its eyes. And after that, it was a half-year-old organ baby, and after that it was a year-old, and after that it was almost a year and a half, and after that it was two and a half. Within this entire row of grids, all of them were dormant organs, all of them the same person, all ages of the same person to be exact. From just being born, all the way up to 100 years old. The last of the 100-year-old organists was already a drooping old man with a stooped back, and at 25, where a strapping organist should have been placed, but at this point, it was empty. Chang Bei sidled his head and realized that the grids were not only in rows, but also in columns. On the back side of each grid are 20 more identical grids, and in those grids are 20 more organists of the same age. That is to say, these organoids, by donning artificial skin and stepping out of the cave, can become human, and only need to come back every once in a while to replace their bodies to create the illusion to others that they are constantly growing up. If it breaks, then there are 20 more replacements for it here. Chang Bei's pupils trembled. No wonder you're not biological. Chapter 172, Desert's Life. 25 years ago. I'm inside the Tingzhong, in the ink-scented plaza, under the statue of that ancestor. Picked up a white, fat baby. Inside the main courtyard lobby. The great head of the Desert Clan, Desert Beishan, sat on the chair in the center, scanning the crowd of Desert Clan scions. Desert was still busy outside, with everyone but him. I don't know what schoolboy, or some traveling guest, abandoned him here. I saw that he was healthy and cried loudly, so I had Desert Peak adopt him. He, too, became my little grandson. Mo Beishan looked up into the void. I named him Little Seeker, meaning that in the future, when he grows up, he will one day go back to search for his real parents. Once, perhaps because of the lack of bloodline, I always unconsciously ignored him. But as it stands now, he's the best kid in the whole desert. I regret it. I don't want him to go looking for his parents. Whether you call me selfish or heartless, I'm going to make desert his home, his only home. A hint of sternness flowed from Mo Beishan's gaze, and his tone was irresistible as he said, "From now on, I demand that each and every one of you support him and assist him without fail, and no one is permitted to mention bloodline or anything else. My name is Mohori. It's the first assistant to the current giant son of the House of Mercury." After Chang Bei entered the cave within a cave, a pancake-type void projection that was placed flat on the ground suddenly activated. This device, no longer a Mahist organ art creation, but a real technological product, not only capable of void projection, but also the function of remote communication. At this moment, within the void projection, stood a long-haired man wearing a long black robe with the word ink embroidered on his chest. He had an elegant smile and was courteous. "I have been exploring the universe with the current giant for some years now. At this moment, we are located in the distant Triangulum Nebula. But I also have concerns about Tempe, the so-called change of whiplash. And yet it was thanks to your power to save the day that the desert was saved." With that, the long-haired man nodded slightly towards Chang Bei and said in a sincere tone, "On behalf of the current giant son, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to Shitsi Chang." With that, the long-haired man glanced at the 11 zodiac signs that had awakened in the outer cavern, as well as the complete record of organ techniques. "Those organ beasts were made by me. The books are also written by me, as I speculate on the wisdom of my ancestors." The long-haired man smiled warmly. "You like it, it's all yours." Chang Bei gave a slight lurch. This is meeting a real Mahist master. But it was said that the first assistant of the incumbent giant son was so inscrutable and broad-minded, and that the legendary incumbent giant son, MOU, would be a kind of what kind of existence? Desert is my friend, and I sure as hell can't stand by and do nothing. Chang Bei nodded his head in response, then frowned slightly as he looked towards the rows of organisms within the cave. "So, these. Your friend Des, is also my creation. I also just want to leave a stalwart of the desert behind after I'm far away. Of course, there is some experimentation and testing involved." The long-haired man turned back and looked towards the rows of organ men. "Inside the body of desert, there is also a heart of organs. That's my peak creation. Its interior is equipped with 6 million trembling needles. A trembling needle trembling once means 0, trembling twice is 1, 6 million trembling needles trembling continuously, week after week, will form an endless O1 code. In other words, in Mo's heart runs a set of binary codes that can think and produce autonomous judgment." The long-haired man's eyes flashed. "It is, in this world, the only, purely physical AI." Chang Begs only felt a cloud of cool air rising violently within the center of his feet. He knew that the Mahist organ art was like a ghostly, heavenly creation. But I didn't realize it had gotten this sophisticated. The trembling of metal, which falls within the realm of human perception, reaches heights unimaginable to mankind. Also this instant, Chang Bei recalled 2 details. One of them was that he had just arrived in Tingzhou, and at Mo's funeral, he had discovered Mo with his cloak through some kind of marvelous and vague feeling. And the reason for this turned out to be that within Mo's body, there was an arithmetic similar to that of an electronic being, but not quite electronic. The second was the amazing mathematical talent that Desert had shown when he cracked the Mosey tour. No wonder he had such strong mental arithmetic skills. He was actually a unique type of artificial intelligence. The long-haired man smiled slightly. "No need to be too surprised. This is nothing compared to the AI technology of a friend of mine." Chang Bei shook his head wordlessly. "How can this not be surprising? The surface of Desert's body is covered with an alien technology that you can interpret as a bioskin that can change size and face, capable of mimicking human physiology, tears, bleeding, sickness, and genetic appearances in the eyes of humans." The long-haired man slowly said, "Within its heart of mechanism, a timing mechanism is also set up. Every half a year, it will come here and transfer the biological skin and heart of mechanism to a new body, completing a small growth, while it itself is in a state of passive execution, and for these things is without memory, and the others within Tingzhou, too, do not know this truth." The corners of Chang Bei's eyes twitched slightly. Suddenly knowing that Desert is not a living person is a little hard to accept. "I treat it with 100% respect." The long-haired man looked at Chang Bei. "For with Chang Shitsi, it is your friend, your companion. It has its own thinking, its own emotions, its own goals, and its own code of conduct and behavior. So why should Chang Shitsi care about its form of life?" Chang Bei nodded slowly. "Yes, silicon-based life is also life. Desert is my friend." The long-haired man nodded and smiled. "The current giant son traveled far away, and I was worried about the future of Desert, and Desert, as I thought, grew up smoothly and gradually played an irreplaceable role while I prepared the other bodies for it." The long-haired man scanned the rows of older organics, like a ladder. "I set them up to be more powerful, with 45 being the peak, about equal to an S-rank gene in the human definition, and after that, his abilities will slowly diminish. It wasn't me who planned its life. Rather, the only way to harness greater power is to gain enough experience." Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly at his words. "S-class genes? Yes. The long-haired man nodded slightly. There's nothing else to ask. For one, I want him to have a fulfilling life, and for another, it's to help that irresponsible giant son of ours manage the desert clan. Cheng Bei's heart was mixed. You Mosey giants are too eccentric, creating organs to apportion your work. It's nothing more than a different way of coming into the world. The desert has its own personality, and if it wants to give up the mercury, I won't stand in its way. The long-haired man sighed slightly. I can't help it. Giant's son is a dilettante, and I'm racking my brain to help him clean up his mess. Cheng Bei had a somewhat unhappy face. This giant son of yours. It's a bit meticulous. Just then, the holographic projection trembled slightly, as if it had been disturbed in some way. Suddenly, a scream was heard coming from one of them. Jioli, save me. The long-haired man shook his head and sighed, helplessly. Here it comes. At the last moment, the long-haired man looked at Cheng Bei. Scholar Chang, can you help me keep the secret? Cheng Bei hesitated for a split second and finally nodded quietly. Thanks. Though the universe is vast, I look forward to meeting you. The long-haired man nodded, and the void projection slowly went out. Chapter 173, The Fatal Enemy. Within the secret cave, only Cheng Bei was left alone. After learning the story of Desert's life, his heart felt strange and difficult to understand. The maximum age of an organ man was 100 years old, indicating that this was an upper limit, and I'm afraid that by that time, the part of the organ in Desert's body would also run out of energy, and he would inevitably die of old age. 100 years old is no longer a limit age for human civilization, which is now enjoying rapid advances in genetic science. If one can take enough quality genetic potions, then this age is, pretty much, the equivalent of 60 years old in the olden days. Moreover, Desert itself was a mechanical body, and was treated surprisingly more harshly than humans, with a lifespan cap from the moment it was born. Cheng Bei sighed slowly. However, in the next instant, Cheng Bei suddenly raised his head, scanning the rows of organs in front of him, and a slightly crazy idea was born in his mind. He slowly raised his right arm, and a blue beam of light, full of technology, bloomed within the somewhat dimly lit cavern. Similar technological artifacts detected. Whether or not to start synthesizing. At this instant, Cheng Bei's eyes suddenly lit up. Desert stood on the mooring field in Tingzhou with a few of the Mahist scholars. Looking up at the sky, a strangely shaped starship, sort of like an old-time carpenter's tool inkwell with a full log-colored painted exterior, was slowly landing. Mu was a bit helpless. Why is he here at this time of the day? What a headache. The starship landed smoothly. The hatch opened slowly, extending a wooden ramp. A teenager in a wheelchair, dressed in earthy linen, slowly traveled down the wooden slope. There are two things that are odd about teenagers in today's day and age. First, his clothes were of a very rough kind of linen, the cuffs of which he had slightly pulled up, revealing a white lining, and on his feet were a pair of black cloth shoes, an attire that seemed out of place against the technological background of the entire era. He also had a white towel around his neck, as if for wiping away sweat, but thermostat systems were so basic to a starship that a sweat towel was of no use. The second weirdness is the wheelchair under him, that is surprisingly made of wood. There is no metal parts on the top and bottom of the body, all wooden mortise and tenon structure. The wheels are a piece of board carved, even the rubber tires used for cushioning are not assembled. In this day and age, metal wheelchairs are needless to say, delicate and flexible electric wheelchairs are low on the list, and even micromagnetic levitation wheelchairs have been mass-produced. But this teenager, using his right hand, turned the wooden wheel inch by inch, slowly coming to Desert. Behind him, there was a group of men also dressed in earth-colored linen clothes, each with oily skin and toned muscles. Desert adjusted his emotions and smiled. Brother Lulian, welcome. During the spring and autumn and warring states period, your ancestors and my ancestors, in the Stop Chuan attack zone, had an encounter. But there's never been a clear determination about winning or losing. The wheelchair boy slightly angled his head and looked towards Desert. So, there's no point in talking more, let's fight it out. Desert still maintained his smile. Brother Lulian, times have changed, our two family elders have befriended each other, and we even have trade dealings, so you should let go of your obsession as well. Which is stronger, the Mahist organ technique or the Luban wood technique? The wheelchair boy held his head high. No point in talking too much, let's fight it out. Desert sighed. I'm not hiding it from Brother Lulian, there have been some changes in my family, and I'm a bit burnt out right now, so I really don't have the energy. During the Warring States period, the 12 zodiac cultures did not take shape. Your ancestor thought that the dragon should be added to the Chinese zodiac, while my master ancestor thought it was ridiculous that the rest of the 11 zodiac signs were all real animals, so why compile the dragon? The wheelchair boy still held his head high, so, no point in talking too much, let's fight it out. Desert was even more helpless. What was asked was not answered was this guy's usual character. Brother Lulian, I know that you are trying to challenge my Mo clan's organ beasts with the Luban wood technique, but I'm not going to hide it from you. The Mo clan has a scholar named Mo Yuan. You Mo clan have deserted the orthodoxy, but it's not as if you've lost all the skills left by your old ancestors. The wheelchair boy still held his head high. There's no point in talking more, let's fight it out. The indifference collapsed somewhat. Brother Lulian, you came all the way here. Why don't you go inside first and have a cup of tea? We'll take our time. Mosey and Luban, born in the same era, history must also be superior. The wheelchair boy still held his head high. No point in talking too much, let's fight it out. Desert froze in place. IING. This one is called Lu Lian, a descendant of Lu Ban, and a rumored genius figure that is hard to come by in 100 years. It's just that the so-called thin line between genius and madness is reflected in his body. This guy doesn't know which string is wrong, so he has to fulfill his ancestors' mission, and has to compete with the descendants of the Mozi family. He did not have any overly aggressive behavior, just every other day, we'll have to come to Tingzhou. Ignore him seems a little rude, but if you ignore him, he opened and closed his mouth on those 4 words, a showdown. Brother Lulian, let me be honest. There is no one left in the Maggia family who can replicate the Maggia organ technique. Desert's expression was very serious, regarding this competition that has lasted for thousands of years, your Luban descendants. 1. After all? The wheelchair boy's eyes flickered, then since you admit defeat, there should be some punishment, not without a price. Imo nodded, what Brother Lulian wants, just ask. So much for talking. The wheelchair boy held his head slightly high, I want you to fight me. Desert collapsed to the extreme, Brother Lulian, do I look like a humanoid organ beast to you? If you really can't, just hit me. There are rumors that your Maggia organ beasts don't exist at all, because your ancestors' inventions stopped at the time of the flying wooden kite. But I don't believe it. Your Emo clan must be harboring an expert in organ techniques. Let him out. The wheelchair boy continued to hold his head high and said, word for word, I'm going to fight him. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. I'm going crazy. The indifferent face twitched. Mo Yuan was already dead, and the remaining scholars were not only unable to replicate the organ art, they couldn't even understand how the organ beast Ruadir was maneuvered. Where else in the Maggia family can he go toe-to-toe with him? Unless. Desert then shook his head, naturally having no right to lead this trouble onto Chang Bei's head. What's more, the organ beast was so complex and precise that Chang Bei would need a lot of time to learn and ponder even if he had the will to do so. And no one knew what tricks Lu Lian, the paranoid genius, was hiding. This was after all a competition of organ building. Once Chang Bei was thwarted, then the arrangement of the desert would seem too reckless and hasty. If I don't see the organ beast today, then I won't go. The wheelchair boy held his head infinitely high, until, someone fights me. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. The Hans behind him were supposed to be Lu family apprentices, and at this moment, they let out a low grunt in unison, and their feet felt as if they were rooted, ready to fight a protracted battle. The air lapsed into silence, the sound of leaves mousing and rustling. Suddenly, in the deep mountains of Tengzhou, a dragon's roar that resounded through the heavens and earth was heard. A tremor-like substance was instantly transmitted to everyone's ears, and everyone's scalp was numb, breaking out in a cold sweat. All of them, unanimously, looked towards the deep mountains in the east. Vaguely visible, on a large mountain in the distance, hung a white waterfall tens of meters high. Shocking sound waves emanated from within the waterfall, and the clear water stirred unceasingly, as if it was about to break. Snapped! A huge splash exploded in the center of the waterfall. A mechanical dragon cast in brass, with a body of tens of meters and an imposing presence, leapt out of the waterfall in a single bound. The dragon raised its head, and it was vaguely visible that all the scales on its body were trembling at an extremely high frequency, setting off huge air currents. Trees were askew, and the water in the pool was churning. Suddenly, the dragon floated into the air. It was just now dawn, a fiery red sunrise, rising from beneath the eastern horizon. And the dragon happened to fly to the front of the sunrise, and the light that shone on the earth gilded the dragon's body with a layer of brilliant gold. Apathy's expression froze a bit. That's. The wheelchair boy's eyes grew wide as well. The crowd clearly saw that on the head of the dragon with an appalling aura, there stood a juvenile figure, his hands holding the dragon's horns and the cape behind him fluttering vertically. Chang Bei's laughter was recklessly open. This feeling of flying on a giant dragon is 100 times more exhilarating than the first time you took to the skies via spray-painted turbo shoes. This mechanical dragon was not a product of his synthesis. Rather, it originated from the 11 beasts of the Chinese zodiac in the cave, which could also merge like the beasts of the mountains, and the final complete body was this organ beast, Wakatsu dragon, at his feet. The ancestors of the Mahist family reproduced animals with machine beasts, and the creatures resembled animals but were not real animals, so these creatures were named, such as Rovu, 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 and Ruvu. As well as this creature reproduced from mythology, the Wake Dragon. The full record of the machine art says that during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, the bamboo Wakazashi dragon was already soaring in the sky, and the civilians mistook it for a miracle, and from then on recognized the existence of such a creature, and thus the dragon in the 12 Chinese zodiac signs was thoroughly confirmed. The moment. Organ beast Wakaruga, looking back in mid-air. The body was sinuous, the aura was astounding, and through the gaps in the scales, one could see its astonishing internal structure, precise, extreme, and divine. The giant dragon slowly opened its mouth and let out another shocking dragon roar. Clearly visible in its mouth was a rapidly rotating, heart of organs, floating. Suddenly, Chang Beg manipulated the organ beast Ruolong towards where Desert was, swooping down, with the momentum of devouring heaven and earth. Lulian's mouth opened slightly, asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 174. Creatures like dragons. Born with a shocking aura and an invisible sense of oppression. Organ beast Wakanaji, it seems to come from the clouds, pointing diagonally at the ground. The moment he was close to the ground, the brass-colored dragon claw lent its strength on a tall house, and with a loud bang, half of the wooden roof was crushed by the dragon claw, and wood shavings flew. There happened to be a broken wooden beam that flew towards the crowd. The wooden beam was 3 meters long, with a bull-thick end, but because the center was split, the stubble at the tip was as slender as a needle. Unbiased, this wooden beam broke through the air and lodged itself in Lulian's left eye. The Hans behind Lulian stumbled at this sudden turn of events. The wooden beam flew at high speed, its tip aimed straight at the center of Lulian's pupil. In the next instant, the spikes would pierce through Lulian's cornea, sclera, iris, and ciliary body layer by layer, and his eyeball would burst open with a poof like a grape with its skin torn off. And then the massive wooden beam would be nailed into his eye sockets and through the back of his head. But, just at the moment when the sharp wooden spikes, less than 1 centimeter away from Lulian's pupils, an icy blue luster wrapped the entire wooden beam, which was instantly controlled and hovered in the air in the nick of time. A few of the Hans behind Lulian, 2 of them had already fallen down in a panic, with stunned faces. The organ beast Ruolong had already landed smoothly on the ground at this time, with its 5 dragon claws interlaced back and forth, its tail swinging slightly, and its head high. As for the blue-cloaked teenager on the dragon's head, he kept his right hand stretched forward with an apologetic look on his face. Friend, are you alright? The wooden beams were thick and stout, and lay across Rulian's face, just blocking his face. It seems that my information was indeed correct. Your MO clan, indeed, has someone signed up for the LBW Galactic Alliance Invention and Creation Competition. Lulian's face was calm, the whole person didn't move a single inch, and in the perspective, the sharp wooden thorns were infinitely close to the pupil, appearing huge and forming a white sheet of shadow in front of his eyes. With that, Rulian cocked his head slightly, his eyes skirting the wooden spikes. Chang Bei jumped down to the ground from the dragon's head and came to Desert's side, saying with a sideways glance, "What is this guy talking about?" Des rubbed his temples and said helplessly, "He's always been like this." Chang Bei glanced at the destroyed roof and grinned at him. "Oh, sorry, I just harnessed this guy for a few dozen seconds, slightly unskilled, and ruined your house." "Little things." Desert slowly exhaled and said with some awe, "I know very well how sophisticated the organ beasts of the MO clan are. They have to rely on complex vibrational frequencies in order to be manipulated. It's perverse to be able to reach this level the first time you harnessed it." Immediately, Desert tilted his head to look at the overbearing, organ beast Ruolong, and wondered, is this also something that Mo Yuan built? We'll talk about this later. Chang Bei took a step forward and looked at the teenager in the wheelchair who was dressed in rough linen. "My friend, I'm really sorry, However, Rulian's pupils contracted slightly as he gazed at the organ beast Wakelong. At this moment, the Wakadragon was resplendent under the morning light, even the fluttering dragon whiskers were lifelike, the heart of organs was still functioning, and the dragon whiskers were vibrating at a very high frequency, sometimes blurring, sometimes gazing. I knew that the Magia organ technique was skillful and ingenious, but when I saw it today, it was even more astonishing than I had imagined. Lulian's face reddened a bit from excitement, her gaze locking onto Chang Bei once again. "I'm going to fight you, one-on-one." Chang Bei was slightly stunned. "Brother, have you been injured?" "I, Lubanwood technique, am just as bright a pearl in the long river of human history, and I don't subscribe to the phrase, both born with the yu and the liang, meeting the right opponent is a blessing from heaven." Lulian looked at Chang Bei, the corners of her eyes twitching slightly. "I, for one, will fight you." "Is he sick?" Chang Bei looked sideways at Mo. "Is this one unable to communicate normally?" Desert sighed helplessly. "He hardly ever answers other people's questions, he only says what he wants to say, and at the end of it, he adds the words a showdown." "Oh?" Chang Bei's expression moved as he looked at Lulian. "Brother, I saw a scorpion crawling into your pants leg." Being able to harness a machine beast, there seems to be some sort of anti-gravity equipment on his body. "I don't care who you are. I'm going to fight you." Lulian scanned the organ beast and scanned Chang Bei. "But not now, you have such an ability, you must have signed up for the LBW Invention and Creation Competition. 7 days later, on the field, we'll have a duel, high and low." Immediately, Lurian held out his right hand and waved it. Several of the big men comprehended, propelled Lulian's wheelchair, reversed direction, and turned back toward their starship. But not more than a few steps away, only to hear Lulian's screams. Asterisk 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 asterisk, there really is a scorpion. "It doesn't matter, I'm going to fight it out." The big men were also flustered. "Eldest brother, there's no need, take control, it's just a scorpion." Chang Bei and Mo both had the corners of their mouths twitching. Inexplicably come, inexplicably go. Lulian's starship slowly lifted off, and in a few moments, it disappeared over Tingzhou's atmosphere. "This guy is not easy." Chang Bei stroked his chin. The scene just now was so dangerous, yet he remained unperturbed. Either he is extremely strong mentally, or he is hiding amazing cards. Of course he doesn't see simple, he is known as the existence of the strongest Luban's heir for the next 5,000 years. Desert gazed at the direction Lulian left. He suffered from a disease from birth, his body was paralyzed, only above the neck and one right hand could move. In today's medical conditions, it is not incurable, but he chose to maintain the status quo ante. He said that too many useless organs would only distract from the efficiency of the brain, leaving one hand and one brain would be enough. Speaking here, Mo suddenly looked at Cheng Bei and laughed, but say, that wooden thorn just now, was it really that coincidental that it impartially stabbed Lulian's eye? Cheng Bei smiled and made a reply with a non-answer. As a matter of fact, Cheng Bei noticed Lulian's presence as he rode the dragon and soared through the air. Because of the countless blue ribbons emanating from the ordinary-looking wooden wheelchair beneath him, so far, Cheng Bei had never seen such a complex signal transmission system, which, from a distance, looked similar to a blue sea urchin. So, Cheng Bei then controlled the wooden thorn through his glove. There was no malice, much less killing intent, just a desire to test the strange guest. But I didn't expect that the guy who looked like a good rash was not moving like a mountain. Chapter 175, Interesting Future. The morning sun is showing. The sun rises off the horizon, the sun shines, and nature slowly awakens from its slumber. Tengzhou is covered with a large amount of vegetation, and the scenery is already pleasant, but at this time, it is even more like a beautiful picture scroll unfolding. Cheng Bei and Desert climbed a small hill overlooking the street. On a morning like this, the air is so fresh, as if it has been filtered, that every breath is refreshing. It seems to be a pure world, far away from the hustle and bustle of the world. Mu reached up and brushed his dampened shoulder. Is there something you want to tell me? Cheng Bei suddenly turned his head to look at Desert, with a complex expression. I have witnessed the magic of the Majia's organ art, which is definitely worthy of the 4 words of skillful craftsmanship, and the creation of things is also true and false. It is difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. I have a friend. Mo frowned. Can you talk properly, and try to scare me? Ha ha ha. Okay. Cheng Bei laughed out loud, and with a lift of his hand, he threw in a yellow item. Mo caught it in the air and felt heavy. Fixed his eyes on it. It was a book made of brass. It was written a full account of the Majia organ technique. Mo's entire body froze, then he began to look through it, his eyes growing wider and wider. How did you get this book? The Majia organ technique is so marvelous, you should bring your scholars to study it in the future. Although, the current organ art creations are more ornamental than practical, but think about it, if based on this technology, add some modern technology, such as substituting higher strength materials, adding weapon systems, defense shield systems, interstellar navigation systems, and so on. Cheng Bei raised a finger and said excitedly, then the organ beast, it can be handsome and strong at the same time, properly amazing. Mo froze. This seems to be somewhat contrary to the original intent of the ancestors. The Majia advocate concurrent love and non-attack. Ancestors in the beginning? Perhaps the greatest original intention of the ancestors of the Mo family was to make the Mo family prosperous and long-lasting. Plus, Cheng Bei patted Desert's shoulder and said meaningfully, times have changed, and the organ creation. It's time to upgrade as well. After a moment of silence, Mo said, don't you want the organ beast? Why don't you put this book at your place for a while first? Boss Desert is overthinking it. Cheng Bei bared his teeth and smiled. I've long since reproduced this book. The corner of Desert's mouth twitched. You're quite self-conscious. And that, organ beast Wakelong, I'll take it away as well. Cheng Bei nodded to himself. This is what your ancestor personally promised. Desert obviously didn't believe it, but just shrugged his shoulders and said, fine, whatever you say. The two looked down the hill. One after another, the students of the Mozi family went out, ready to start their morning training. Cheng Bei suddenly said, for this world, each of us is our own protagonist, and what about some protagonists? They will form some protagonist corps. I can't say that I will have this need in the future. The name I've thought of, it's called, Beg Legion. What a middle-of-the-road name. Desert wrinkled his nose. In fact, you can still be a bit more middle-aged. There's no telling if you'll have a chance to build a civilization in the future. I've thought of the name for you. It'll be called, Beggar Civilization. Holy? Cheng Bei stared at Mo. You know a bit too much? I know more. Desert skimmed. When you have a house in the future, it'll be called Beggar's House. When you have a hover car, it'll be called Beggar's Car. And when you have a party, it'll be called Beggar's Pop. Good. Cheng Bei took a slow breath. If one day, you suddenly realize that you've become incredibly powerful, and you're the one I happen to need help from, will you come or not? I'm powerful? As the old saying goes, 100 nonos is a bookworm. Actually, you could put it another way, 100% is a businessman. How can I get stronger, when I'm in front of 2 armies and I'm counting people to death by counting? Desert smiled to himself, but then again, even if I'm not strong, if you need help, I'll be the first one there, and when all is said and done, Desert, never break a promise. Cheng Bei looked at the scenery below the mountain and nodded quietly. At this moment, Cheng Bei saw a pretty figure, walking out of the small courtyard full of peach blossoms. She seemed to be going to her morning training as well, but after a few steps, she seemed to sense something and suddenly turned back to look at the hillside. She saw Mo and Cheng Bei and revealed a gentle smile, waving her hand from afar. Desert's cheeks reddened at once, and he also stretched out his arm and greeted the woman across the room. Chang Bei looked at the two of them and exhaled quietly, trembling slightly. He wasn't going to say anything about Desert's life. Maybe someday Mu will learn the truth about his birth, but that's what's called someday after all. Now, his life is situated at a new starting point, having just taken on the challenge of running a family, something he's always aspired to and the best chance he's ever had to prove himself. He had also just felt the love of the one he adored, running in both directions, and I'm afraid it was one of life's greatest blessings, that wonderful love that had but just grown a sprout. If Desert knew he wasn't human, just a set of sophisticated metals, perhaps he could bear it, but about a vision of the future that was surely falling apart. Chang Bei wasn't trying to run away from it all. Having once lived on garbage earth for 18 years, he knew one thing very well. No matter how bad the environment, people have a certain degree of adaptability, but if there is no hope and expectation in the heart, then around the person, the invisible layer of defense shield, will be extinguished in no time. Any small change of heart could knock yourself out completely. This instant, Chang Bei fiercely inhaled another mouthful of fresh mountain air. The corners of his mouth rose, revealing a hopeful smile. Hey, Boss Desert, what's that MLB Galactic League invention and creation contest that Brother Edie is talking about? Just wait, Monlan hasn't gotten far yet. Desert was still red in the face, and kept snapping at the mountain. Chang Bei. Finally, Dreamland's figure disappeared around the corner of the street. It was only then that Desert lowered his arm and looked at Chang Bei, glaring. What MLB? That's called LBW. Limit, brain hole, waste utilization, 3 words and initials, meaning limit, brain hole, waste utilization. Invention and creation contest. Oh, Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. Sounds interesting. That's a tournament organized by the Human Galactic Alliance. Once a year, the officials will drop all kinds of spare parts in a huge labyrinth-like field. The contestants enter the field and invent for a limited period of time, and then, through their works, they will be judged for the winning place. Chang Bei's eyes brightened even more. That sounds even more interesting. The location of the tournament, in the large Magellanic system, within the starfield are 136A1, on an Earth-like planet called City of Light. Desert eyes twinkled. There's a real human space city there. Chang Bei's eyes lit up. That kind. The kind of residential city that human civilization built when it entered the Great Universe era? Des nodded. Yes. There was a light in Chang Bei's eyes. I haven't entered a city like that yet. +1 to interesting. Mo added, that Lulian fellow, there's also a very famous invention genius, seems to be named Mukan? All of them will be there, and the other contestants are all of a similar level, top-notch experts. Mukan. I think I've heard that name before. Oh, Shipwrecked Ruins, Mecha Rich. Chang Bei stroked his chin. Sounds more interesting. That mysterious owner I mentioned when I was searching for nannybots for you, the one who went on a buying spree for antique robots, remember? Desert narrowed his eyes. My people have poked around a bit, and it's possible that the mysterious boss will be traveling to the LBW tournament himself. Oh, Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. Then it's even more interesting. I've heard that the prize for the winner of this competition is a fragment of technology from a higher civilization. Mo frowned, but I don't know exactly what. Chang Bei gave a slight lurch and glanced at the STC on his wrist, his expression flickering. Things seem to be getting more interesting. But, Mo looked at Chang Bei. LBW has a strict registration mechanism, and the registration closed 25 days ago. Do you want to compete? But unfortunately, you don't have a spot. Chang Bei's entire body froze. Shinma? I found out earlier that Mo Yuan secretly signed up for this tournament, and Lulian should have known about this news before she came over to clamor for it. And after seeing you, Lulian mistakenly thought that it was you who signed up for the tournament. Mo suddenly smiled badly and took out a long, black device with his backhand. It was seized from Mo Yuan's room, the LBW contestant nameplate. It was prepared for you a long time ago. Mo added, Mo Yuan is applying under the identity of a Mo family scholar, so all that's needed is for us, Mo, to communicate with the competition officials and designate you as a participant, and there won't be any problems with the program. Chang Bei took the device, exhaled long and laughed. So you have long guessed that I would be interested in this match, the one who knows me. Desert Xiao Sun is also. Desert pursed his lips. Just call me Desert from now on. Ha ha. However, he saw Chang Bei standing on top of the hill, holding the LBW contestant nameplate and raising his hands high towards the sky, his eyes flashing with a blazing light, his heart tumbling with infinite longing and desire for the future. Everything is fine. So, cheer up. I, Chang Bei, will begin a new voyage on my path of cosmic exploration. Chapter 176 The Starting Line. I didn't expect Mr. Chang's starship to be so low-key. The garbage starship slowly lifted off. The Desert Clan's great patriarch, Desert Beishan, stood on the ground and tilted his head, his tone sighing. In addition to him, all the core members of the Desert Clan were present, and there were another dozen or so core disciples of the Mo Clan, as well as hundreds of senior disciples, Desert and Meng Lan, who also stood side by side at the front of the crowd. All of them watched Chang Bei depart. Life is a patchwork of unknown journeys, and I wish Chang Bei a bright and successful future. Chang Bei stood inside the bridge, looking at the crowd through the observation window. Separation was not the end. One's bond with Desert was just beginning, I'm afraid. Smiled. Chang Bei turned back to the endless starry sky. Destination, Greater Magellanic System, Starfield R136A1, City of Light. The appearance of the spirit, a 2-meter-tall fluorescent blue skeleton with 2 ghostly flames dancing in its eyes, was definitely an existence that would scare children to tears in a second. But it was sitting on a platform inside the bridge, elbows propped up on its knees, palms clenched in fists against its chin, eyes looking at the ground, in the standard state of a thinking man's sculpture, appearing sensible and deep. How is the knowledge left by the queen being digested? Chang Bei came to the spirit's front and, wanting to communicate with the spirit, he had to interrupt the spirit's thinking in a not-so-polite manner. The material science of the Society of Giants, a simple creation with unimaginable sturdiness, far beyond the knowledge of modern humans. Learned my head bald. With that said, the spirit anthropomorphized hair on his bare skull, which then fell in strands, and then transformed into blue light on the soles of his feet, converging within his body. But I must study deeply, think deeply, and integrate this knowledge. Spirit nodded her head seriously. That way, I can apply it to come to be flexible and efficient, and utilize the true value of that knowledge. Chang Bei nodded and took out a copy of the complete record of the Magio organ technique, handing it to Spirit. Would you like to learn more? Spirit took the replica and slowly flipped through it, the ghostly fire in his eyes growing brighter and brighter as if he had added gasoline to it. It's amazing that there are such subtle structures in the world. The way in which the components are made, the way they are linked, the spatial efficiency is almost polarized. Not only can this be used to build organ beasts, the essence of it can be used in every way. Spirit held the replica book as if it were a treasure. I will also integrate this knowledge, and in the future, by fusing it with the material science of the Giant Society, an even greater level of architectural technology and artifact creation will surely be born, and all of these will become beggar civilizations, overachievers. A 9-tiered platform rises from a tired earth. Honorable Lord Creator, I hope you'll give me some time. Spirit of the fighting spirit, a solid foundation is like the cornerstone of a building. Only by building a firm foundation can we carry the 10,000-foot-high building of a glorious future. Sure. Chang Bei looked at Spirit and revealed a smirk. This guy is like a sponge, thirsty for all knowledge, and is especially capable of sinking his teeth into it, striving to fully digest and absorb all of it to achieve what is known as integration. The so-called schoolboys are just that, will put in a lot of hard work in the time that people can't see, without a sound, is the best adjective for them. A civilization, by necessity, must have its own core technology, as well as its own settlements and cities. All this requires a person who is good at thinking, learning, and laying out a little bit of preparation. Spirit, as the first child of beggar civilization, just happened to meet all the conditions. Chang Bei felt lucky. By chance, he also acquired the 2 gems of knowledge, the material science of the Giant Society, and the Mahist organ art. Understood another way, they are materials and components, the 2 most central elements in the art of construction. In times past, surely no one has merged these 2 technologies into one. That's even luckier. Chang Bei's heart was filled with anticipation, and he couldn't imagine what kind of results would be born in the end. In short, Beggar's civilization was way ahead of the game at the starting line. Regarding the time, Chang Bei certainly will not urge the spirit, knowledge so complex, the consequences of swallowing in one gulp, most likely, is also a golden jade outside the defeat, unbearable. Energy. Chang Bei pondered, although my beggar civilization doesn't have anything right now, the most perfect state is all high-powered, if only I could get my hands on some top-notch energy technology. The spirit once again entered the thinker state. Chang Bei eased his footsteps and slowly left. In a corner of the bridge, Bean sat on the ground, leaning against a pillar, bored. It held an ancient robot toy in its hands, a very naive kind of shape, with faded metal paint on the surface, a square head, limbs with joints that could be wrenched, no circuitry, no movement, and not even a glowing light bulb. This toy was very old, and once when Chang Bei picked up Bean, it was placed inside the storage compartment on Bean's chest. The most valuable thing that Bean had to carry with him when he left from Trash Earth earlier, besides a bunch of flower robot magazines, was this robot toy. Chang Bei had once asked Bean what the robot was really worth. Bean stammered and never answered positively. Ugh. Bean tilted his metal head. Shao also shuttle up to go. Only I am left alone. Hard to have no fun. Oh, that big blue ghost, completely is a wooden brain. I really bored to suffer. Chang Bei came closer and also sat on the ground, leaning against the pillar. Joined Bean in looking up at the ceiling of the spirit starship. It's the same as when 2 people once looked up at the gray sky together on Garbage Earth, searching for hope in the midst of despair. Chang Bei said, next, I will definitely find more antique robots to upgrade you and give you a new body to juggle with, and then, I will get some female nanny robots and synthesize them into wasp-waisted, beautiful-legged, big-breasted beauty robots for you to use as girlfriends. What? Bean's eyes lit up. This is good tea. Hey. Chang Bei smiled, and there's more than one female robot. I'll combine 6 for you. Can it be 8? Bean danced around. I just love the number 8. It's lucky. Chang Bei laughed out loud. Small problem. At this very moment, the spirit-type starship sailed through an area of solitude and darkness, close to 36 million kilometers from the next Stargate. Originally, this voyage between Stargates was relatively boring and long. However, Chang Bei was suddenly squinting his eyes, his sight looking through the large observation glass into the vastness of the deep universe, only to see that above the starry sky in front of them, a black wall suddenly appeared, the wall with a slight internal arc, like some kind of metal, the thickness of 100 meters, was falling inch by inch. Chang Bei couldn't see the end of this wall, as it was flanked by two sides that extended beyond the viewpoint. What is it? Chang Bei got up and came to the very front of the bridge, probing forward slightly and looking upwards, which allowed him to see the wall in its entirety. It was as if a huge black pot, at least 200 kilometers away in diameter, was rapidly descending, carrying a huge shadow and oppressive feeling, holding the spirit-type starship, as well as hundreds of kilometers of nearby space, in its belly. Chapter 177, Cannibalism. Snort dash. Rumble. After the large black cauldron buckled the spirit-type starship, the bottom stretched out huge and thick steel plates that were incredibly thick, at least 50 meters away, and closed under Chang Bei's feet similar to the movement of the continental plates. Originally there was a faint light from distant stars within this star field, but in this instant, all sources of light were cut off, and the surrounding area was pitch black, unable to reach out. Swish! The top of the cauldron was suddenly illuminated with a wobbly light, making a sharp contrast in the dark space. Immediately afterward, the interior of the cauldron suddenly flipped nearly 100 huge helical electronic coils and activated them in an instant. The thick electric current visible to the naked eye burst open, quickly forming a fierce electromagnetic network, such as a giant wave sweeping and whistling over and over again, colliding and stirring back and forth within the cauldron. It's like a snare trap, but the target of capture isn't an animal, it's a starship. Chang Bei frowned. Under such a raging current, the electronic systems of a conventional starship would definitely malfunction or simply be burned out. But that's not all. In the next instant, the cauldron flipped over with a number of atomizing nozzles. And then, a burst of green smoke, gushing out from within those nozzles, bizarre green gas, suddenly filled the cauldron. The density was amazing, visibility was like a foggy day, became extremely low. So mean. Chang Bei cocked his head. No need to think, the green smoke must be some sort of toxin that either causes fainting or death. Bean covered his throat and ran back and forth across the bridge, balls to the wall. This toxin works on robots too. Bean, stop playing. Chang Bei shook his head helplessly. We are now, but behind the fourth wall. Hurrah! Bean shrugged and leaned against the wall and continued to stare. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes. This cauldron was a starship, huge in size and made of very good materials, but the technology was average. In the corner of view, sparse blue ribbons fluttered, and Chang Bei discerned them for a while, found the ship's voice system, reversed it on, and heard a conversation. The cabin at the top of the cauldron. When you get to Qingzhou, kill some people, and you, for that matter, will give me half of the desert's property. A strong man with protruding lower teeth, a severe groundhog, and a scarred face sat on a worn metal throne. In the somewhat dim light, his head was lowered, his eyes moving slightly upward as his sinister gaze looked ahead at a middle-aged man in a black suit. The middle-aged man's face was a bit complicated, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Still with a fierce glint in his eyes, Earthbolt gave a long, drawn-out "hm." With that, he pulled his right hand out of his shirt, which had been sliced off right from the elbow and replaced with a glinting alloy hook. Not far away, a hatch snicked open. Among them lay close to 80 people lying sideways, dressed differently, some wearing white coats, some also wearing high-grade suits, and others resembling security-like combat uniforms. They had inhaled the neurotoxin and their bodies were unable to move, but their consciousness was awake, and the only thing in their bodies were their eyeballs rolling back and forth, suffused with deep fear. The earthbound man stretched out his right hand, the metal hook suddenly shot out and pierced into the chest of a white coat with a poof. Blood immediately stained the lapel, his ribs were firmly hooked, and then the metal hook folded back, dragging the white coat in front of the earthbound man. The metal hook reset and the grounded man raised his arm toward the light, the metal hook shiny and completely untainted by blood. He flicked an iron hook across the chest of the man in the white coat, and the latter's chest blossomed like a flower. At this moment, the white coat was not dead enough to experience pain, his eyeballs were fluttering violently, the lowest level of his body's stress response appeared, and tears welled up in his eyes. The earthbender surveyed the white coat's dissected chest cavity and seemed to have some difficulty choosing. Eventually, with a gentle stroke, the metal hook sliced off a thin slice of liver, hooked it with the metal hook, dipped it into the saucer of soy sauce on one side, and then put it into his mouth, chewing it with his eyes closed, his face enjoying it, lingering on it. Liver is a good source of vitamins A, D, B and many other vitamins, especially vitamin A, which protects vision. And then, using a metal hook, the grounded man sliced off a thin slice of spleen and dipped the soy sauce dish again. It opens its mouth wide towards the sky and puts a slice of red meat into its mouth, chewing slowly. Spleen contains a certain amount of iron, which prevents anemia. The middle-aged man wearing a black suit looked at the squirming mouth of the earthbender. There was constantly crimson blood spilling out from the corners of his mouth, and a slight cackling sound came from the air, which represented the crisp texture of the spleen. Look, his eyes are still moving, just like that famous dish Eat Carp Alive. It's the freshest ingredients. Groundhog sliced off another small slice of heart and held it up in midair, looking to the middle-aged man in the black suit. Rich in protein and amino acids here, want a slice? Vomit. The middle-aged man in the black suit struggled against the food that came up to his throat, grimacing and waving his hands vigorously. Meh. Earthbound Tian glanced at him and sneered, "You're no good either. Your own family is in trouble and the elders have high hopes for you, while you packed up and ran away. Now that you've learned through your eyes that the family's catastrophe has subsided, you're ready to return to the family shamelessly and regain control. I dedicated the first half of my life to the family by bowing and scraping for them, and these are what I deserve." The middle-aged man put a handkerchief against his mouth, his gaze gloomy. "I'm afraid I've lost the family's trust no matter how much I disguise myself, but I don't care. Whoever doesn't support me, it's up to you guys to disguise yourselves as interstellar pirates and clear the way for me. And I've confirmed it with the eye. That high-level geneticist who saved the desert has already left Tingzhou 6 hours ago." A cunning cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Those kinds of characters are all very busy. What a vicious guy. Earthbender chewed on the fresh heart. "We are, in essence, all the same. We feed on human flesh and blood." The middle-aged man in the black suit revealed a look of disgust. "I'm doing this for the sake of the family. Ha ha ha. Self-deluded, faceless man." Earthbound Tian directly pulled out the heart of the white coat, placed it in front of his mouth and squeezed it, drinking the blood while saying, "If it wasn't for the fact that I accidentally captured your starship 2 days ago, we really wouldn't have been able to reach the next step in our cooperation. Once upon a time, there was a wise man with a good taste in heart who told me that I have the trapper, which captures everything for me. That includes food, that includes money, and that includes my destiny." It was also at this moment that the grounded man paused slightly, suddenly seeing a scene from the grapple through the monitor screen. The green neurotoxic fog gradually dissipated, and if anything, a garbage recycling starship appeared. And that starship hatch slowly opened, revealing a figure clad in a blue cloak. "A routine performance test, and I can't believe I caught a piece of crap, bad luck. The flesh and blood of such trashy people is dirty, and I'd rather go eat some freaks than something like that." Groundhog pressed the side communicator and said, somewhat impatiently, "Stir it up." And then he continued to squeeze the heart in his hand, drinking only a small amount, and more blood was bared, hideous and horrible. In the meantime, Chang Bei, who was standing at the hatch of the starship, heard a loud rumbling sound. Immediately saw the inside of the big bowl, suddenly flipped out a dozen huge metal wheels, the surface of the wheels welded with densely packed sharp cones. Accompanied by a vibration like the earth shaking, the metal wheels seemed to have locked onto their target long ago, squeezing towards themselves and the spirit-type starship from all directions. Chapter 178. Rumble Dash. The huge metal giant wheel rolled sharply on the ground, the cold light emanating from the metal tips on its surface being flung into an arc. In just an instant, hundreds of giant wheels were unleashed, forming a crisscrossing trajectory that was like plowing the ground, colliding with the metal ground and erupting a large amount of sparks. The moment it collides with the wall, the giant wheel will turn its direction and continue to crush indiscriminately. Inside the cauldron, it instantly turned into a meat grinder. The spirit-type starship once again entered the fourth wall, after getting away from the hustle and bustle. Chang Bei, on the other hand, stayed in the cauldron. The metal wheels were huge, and there would be gaps between the intersections. For ordinary people, although they could see these gaps, they couldn't take advantage of them, and the only thing waiting for them was to be reduced to puree. But for Chang Bei, it was enough. Using his super speed, he dodged within the gaps of the giant wheel with ease. After the loud noise gradually stopped and the metal giant wheel stopped crushing and returned to its original position, Chang Bei was still standing in place, as if he had never taken a step. Slowly scanning around, Chang Bei realized that within this cauldron, there were many metal fragments scattered about. There was also a lot of slightly larger wreckage near the corners. Barely discernible, it was an assortment of starship wrecks, many of which had been captured in the past, before being crushed to pieces under the giant wheel. A real life, or a bit of it. Inside the cabin, the earthbound man clicked and popped the eyeball in his mouth, the unbridled juices, enjoying himself immensely as he pressed the calm, "Go check it out." Chang Bei saw that on the ceiling in front of him, an entrance suddenly opened, and a large elevator quickly landed. And inside the elevator, there were a lot of weird big guys. Their skin was tanned, their muscles bulging and exploding, their faces fierce and ugly, and they all had one thing in common: all of them had protruding lower teeth and a uniform groundhog. These big men were vicious and ruthless, and before the elevator even landed, 4 or 5 of them pulled the triggers in their hands. They were clutching a strange weapon that looked like a pot-bellied shotgun, not very high-tech, like it had been struck by some sort of compressed gunpowder. The muzzle of the gun looked like a large trumpet, and the moment it erupted, it was clearly visible, a cloud of thousands of steel balls with a greenish glint, spraying forth. 4 or 5 men fired at once, the steel balls spreading into a huge area like a wall that was impossible to dodge. Chang Bei's eyes narrowed as he raised his right hand and violently opened it. Herald Gravitational Weapon System gloves, suddenly activated. Thousands of steel balls, suddenly levitated and separated. Clearly visible green sheen on its surface, that should be the same kind of neurotoxin. As long as you get hit with one, you will instantly lose control of your body. These groundhogs always have the same motivation, and that is to capture. Chang Bei raised his hand and waved it in the air, grasping a handful of steel beads in his hand, while the other steel beads, which had lost their confinement in that instant, clattered to the ground. At this point, The group of ugly groundhogs had already rushed out of the elevator, about 3 dozen of them, roaring angrily towards Chang Bei. Chang Bei unfolded his super speed, his body transforming into a residual shadow. In an instant, he passed through 3 dozen people and stood at the bottom of the elevator, tilting his head to watch. Those 3 dozen earthbound spirits didn't seem to be very intelligent. They were stunned and checked themselves, finding no damage. That stupid kid possessed such a terrifying speed, yet he didn't attack himself? He's a retard. Beat him to a pulp. 3 dozen groundhogs turned and raised the big-bellied shotguns in their hands. Boom boom boom. Click click click. In this instant, 10 icy blue circular force fields surfaced beneath their feet, and the gravity within the space instantly skyrocketed 100 times. Bursting and shattering sounds came from within the bones of the earthbenders' entire bodies, and their heads retracted into their chests for a split second. And then the calf shattered, the knee touched the ground straight away, and then the chest cavity collapsed completely, and the whole person instantly turned into a meat cake, and the blood couldn't be splattered, but instead, it clung to the ground and turned into a round pool of blood. It wasn't until the gravitational trap dissipated that a large amount of black and red blood, interspersed with flesh and broken bones, spewed out. The Herald gravitational weapon system shoes activated. Chang Bei didn't even look back, his body directly lifted into the air. As he made his way up the elevator shaft, he met a metal gate blocking the way, and a crisscross of asphalt surfaced on his arm, the enhanced muscle formed by the Type 1 bioarmor. 100,000 newtons of force erupted from the blast, and the metal gate twisted and deformed, flying backwards and embedding itself in the upper ceiling. Here, on the upper level of the cauldron, a huge cabin. Another dozens of earthbound ugly hulks, roaring with hideous fury, charged towards Chang Bei. Chang Bei raised his hand and spilled the steel ball from before. But this time, an ice blue force field was wrapped around each steel ball. The steel ball shot out, but suddenly braked sharply and hovered above the heads of each of the big men. These not-so-spiritual fellows, with their heads raised and their eyes formed into cockeyes, looked at the tiny steel beads in uncertainty. Buzz dash! The force field trembled, and the gravity bomb suddenly took effect. Pust, pust, pust. Those steel balls were suddenly subjected to a huge gravity, and plunged down, piercing through the brains of one and another earthbender, and out from under them, the tiny steel balls, with a loud bam sound, smashed into the metal floor without any bouncing, and didn't move at all. The dozens of earthbenders simply couldn't imagine that there was such an attack. At this time, one by one, their bodies staggered, blood oozed out of the small holes in their heads, and their eyes rolled over as if they were cutting wheat, falling to the ground in pieces. Chang Bei looked upwards. The elevator still had one more floor. Without hesitation, an icy blue luster bloomed beneath his feet and his body levitated once more, and with a loud boom, he struck through a layer of gates once more and landed within the command center at the very top. Also this instant, a huge metal hook that shimmered with cold light shot out, directly hitting Chang Bei's forehead. But this was nothing more than an illusion. The moment the metal hook was less than 1 centimeter away from Chang Bei's forehead, Chang Bei's body quickly flickered and moved across the room to a meter away. He turned his head slightly sideways, locking onto the ground where a piece of light steel had fallen as he shattered the gate. Chang Bei stretched out his right hand, an ice blue force field was released, and long strips of steel fell into his hand. He turned the glove's gravity field up to maximum, and the steel, compressed by 100 times the gravity, slowly curled, the burlap smoothing out as if it had been whacked, visible to the naked eye. Eventually, the long strip of steel was surprisingly compressed into an iron rod, shrinking in size and increasing in density. Phew! A breaking sound came from the air. The sharp metal hook that was previously withdrawn by its owner was now released once again, coming towards Chang Bei's face. Chang Bei's eyes narrowed, and the iron rod in his hand swung out abruptly from top to bottom. At the same time, he applied, on the iron rod, an instantaneous explosive gravitational bomb with the gravitational adjustment still 100 times. The force of Chang Bei's downward slash, coupled with the addition of 100 times gravity, the iron rod was attached with terrifying kinetic energy. Even though the iron rod was made of ordinary materials, at this point it had been transformed into a miracle, harboring an amazing destructive power. Boo! Click it! Chang Bei hit the alloy hook with the iron rod he had picked up casually. The kinetic energy conduction spread, and the hook was unexpectedly like an unbearable glass, directly in pieces. Chapter 179. What the hell are you? The earthbound man, with his huge frame, stepped back in fear. It all happened so fast, the guy rushed from the bottom to the top of the starship almost instantly, and he didn't even have time to react. But Chang Bei didn't answer at all. Just narrowing his eyes, he glanced at the body on the ground with its chest shaved open, and then at his surroundings, confirming that the guy in front of him was the leader of the starship. On the other hand, the earthbound man was a pure outlaw, and when he seized the opening, he stepped away and charged towards Chang Bei. Chang Bei's face was calm, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and his body instantly blurred and began to move at high speed. This command center was relatively small, and with the help of inertia, he spun around in an instant, his feet stepping over the ceiling, the walls, and eventually returning to his original position. At this point, the earthbound man had only rushed out a distance of 1 meter. But in the next instant, he felt the fear of being dominated by gravity. He had just taken a step, when the wall on his left side suddenly erupted with a gravitational trap, and his entire body suddenly flew across the room, and with a rumbling sound, he crashed into the metal wall on his left side, and the entire command center trembled. This guy's body, obviously tougher than those minions, under such a violent impact, only the left shoulder slightly collapsed. But in the next instant, the gravitational trap above his head erupted, and his entire body flew towards the ceiling, his large head colliding with the metal ceiling with a loud bang, and a large amount of blood flowed out along his hair, staining his face. Right, left, up, right, left, down. Boom boom boom. As each gravitational field erupted, the earthbound man was as if he had a malfunctioning rocket booster on his body being wildly battered and masochistically abused. In the end, he finally stood in front of Chang Bei, but his entire body was constantly thrashing around, his body bones broken in countless places and bleeding from all 5 holes. Poof! His feet went limp and he knelt in front of Chang Bei. But this guy did have a strong body, and in such a state, he still didn't die, and was still keeping an eye on Chang Bei's movements. And Chang Bei had already turned his head, looking to the side of the command bunker, where there was a separate hatch, visible through the observation window, in which dozens of comatose people lay strewn about. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the earthbound man, and he suddenly touched his waist. Under his clothes, there was a row of alloy potion tubes hidden. He pressed the button, and the unknown potion in it was injected into his body in a split second. In an instant, the muscles in his body underwent a surge, and his entire body instantly became 3 meters from his previous height of 2 meters, and the muscles on his arms, waistline, and thighs were a whole circle thicker than before, and under the constraints of the powerful muscles, his bones that were misplaced were instantly put back into place. And it was as if his mental state had been instantly injected with a large amount of adrenaline, and his entire being turned crazy. You trash, you mole. Earthbow Tian roared and stood up, a huge shadow that completely covered Chang Bei's body. Chang Bei's face was calm, and he only looked down, but he saw a delayed gravitational trap at the feet of the earthbending man, which erupted at that moment. Buzz dash. 100 times gravity at first glance. The earthbound man's body stiffened slightly, but in the next instant, with his powerful muscle strength, he stood up straight again, and he actually resisted the gravitational trap. Gravity traps have an upper limit after all, and naturally there are those that can resist that limit. After all, Chang Bei's current Herald gravitational weapon was an incomplete set. Ha ha, that's all you've got. But you, a litterbug, exceeded my expectations. You have my approval. I've decided to break the rules and promote you to food. I'm going to cut your kidneys into 82 thin slices and your heart into 24 small pieces, wrap them up and slow fry them over a low flame. And your liver, I'm going to use for sashimi, complemented by a sweet soy sauce. I'm going to scoop, spoon by spoon, your brains out for dessert. The earthbound man waved his gigantic arm, which was half a meter in diameter, and with a ferocious smile, he smashed down towards Chang Bei's ceiling. Just for a moment. The earthbound man heard a strange sound, a slight, very clear and pleasant sound, like the sound of many pieces of light crystal, clashing and rubbing together. But his movement was already like a stray arrow, unrecoverable. Boom! Click it! In the next instant, there was the tragic wail of Earthbow Tian, who used the enormous power that erupted to smash Chang Bei's forehead, but his life seemed to be a tragedy, a great joy followed by a great generation, only to see that the bones of his arm were broken by inches, and it had been completely twisted, with the central part turning into an intersection shape. Chang Bei, on the other hand, was still in the posture of holding his head slightly high, his face unusually calm. His skin, however, had turned into brilliant 7-colored diamonds, glittering with a magnificent luster, like the existence of a perfect god. Chang Bei has yet to develop other functions of the silicone-based body though. One thing, however, was confirmed, and that was that this silicon-based body was very hard, and extremely hard. Nothing could destroy this silicon-based body, not the tens of thousands of degrees Celsius particle-propelled flames of a Harrier starship, let alone a physical attack from the ground-packed, biological body in front of him. Chang Bei looked at the wailing Earthbow Tian in front of him and slowly raised his hand. The Type 1 biochemical battle armor instantly surged with twisted asphalt that polymerized into a black sharp spike at the front of his arm. Pust! The spikes instantly penetrated through Earthbender's throat, piercing his neck through and through. Groundhog tilted his head, his eyes widening momentarily. The moment Chang Bei withdrew the spikes from his hands, his entire body fell to the ground, and his body began to shrivel up rapidly, turning into a thin and ugly man, and from a living man to a dead man. The only thing that remained unchanged was his groundhog. He was right before he does capture his destiny, and it was his fate to die at the hands of Chang Bei. At this point, a dark shadow ran in the distance, but he wasn't trying to attack Chang Bei. Instead, he came close and held Chang Bei's palm, his eyes brimming with tears. This middle-aged man in a black suit was in tears. You are Mr. Chang Bei, right? Someone transmitted an image to me earlier, and I recognize you. Oh great, my name is Mo Lin, I'm Xiaosun's second uncle. I went out alone earlier to find help in order to save my family, but I didn't expect to be captured by this group of bandits. I am imprisoned here by them, to be used as food by them. I'm really screaming at the top of my lungs. The body of the middle-aged man in the black suit was still shivering, immersed in a kind of emotion of having survived a robbery, and the gaze that he looked at Chang Bei contained 1,000 words of gratitude, but he seemed to be too agitated, and he just held Chang Bei's hand tightly. In this moment, this frail middle-aged man showed the emotions of isolation and then the darkness. "Oh yes, look at this." Saying that, Mo Lin's trembling hand took out a badge from within his pocket with the word Mo engraved on it. "This is the identity nameplate of Mo's enterprise. Take a look at it." I was so excited that I forgot to prove my identity. Chung Beg took the nameplate and placed it in his hand to survey it, before quietly nodding. At this moment, Mo Lin revealed a smile as if he was relieved. "I really didn't expect that not only did you save the Mo family, but you also saved me once again. Great kindness, great kindness." His voice choked again at the end of his sentence. Chang Bei suddenly pinched Mo Lin's chin. The tremendous force forced Mo Lin's mouth to open, and then Chang Bei took the Mo badge and shoved it into his mouth. Mo Lin was terrified, but he was unable to break free from Chang Bei's iron clamp-like palm. With that, Chang Bei raised his hand and pushed Desert Forest into the distance. Pust! The insignia, from Desert Forest's throat, began to descend violently, slashing his esophagus, crushing and shattering his internal organs, and ultimately penetrating between his legs, slamming into the ground with a bang, carrying blood and dirt with it. Blood froth spilled from Desert Forest's mouth as he thumped backward. Looking at the badge that fell out of his body, his expression changed from incredulous, to shocked, and finally to indescribable. In the next instant, his entire body flopped to the ground, his eyes protruding, his mouth wide open, black blood flowing out of his mouth, his body tenaciously twitching for a few moments, completely dead. Chang Bei didn't say a word the entire time, because regardless of whether it was earthbending or desert forest, the attributes had already been determined long ago. There was no need to talk nonsense with them and destroy them directly, saving all the trouble. Chang Bei also didn't need to make Mo grateful to himself anymore because of these things. It's just a matter of passing by, all in the name of getting rid of some scourge. And in the process, Chang Bei tested some uses of the Forerunner gravitational weapon system in passing. Item compression. This comes from the basic function of the glove. Gravity can compress any item into a weapon as long as it is enough. Right now the kit is incomplete and can only be slightly shaped, but in the future after the strength reaches a certain level, a handful of sand can also be compressed into a quartzite dagger. Gravitational addition. By applying a gravitational bomb to a swung weapon or fist, the kinetic energy of the swing will be strengthened by a multiplier of the gravitational force, creating a more powerful destructive force, and similarly, the effect will be enhanced by the enhanced attributes of the future suit. Target control. This was the flexible way of using gravitational traps, just like when wrestling the ground, in a limited space, setting multiple gravitational traps, could form a kind of trajectory control on the target, up and down, being hard controlled by Chang Bei. In the same way, after the suit attributes were enhanced, and the number and strength of the gravitational traps were strengthened, this kind of control would be even more perverse. All of the above was the way Chang Bei himself envisioned and verified through experimentation, and the name was also his own. Gravity, like his super speed, can be derived from many ingenious uses if one summarizes and figures it out by heart. At this point, Chang Bei turned his head and looked to the hatch on one side. The door was open from the inside. Amongst the dozens of imprisoned people, a few of them awoke and stood in the doorway holding each other. They also saw the Chang Bei who was like a killing god just now. Their bodies subconsciously shivered. It was clear to Chang Bei that they should be the prey captured by the Earthbenders, the crew of a certain unlucky starship. At this moment, Chang Bei looked at them and finally said his first words after entering the field. "Can you walk by yourself?" One of the youths wearing a white lab coat and black framed glasses pursed his lips and nodded. "Our starship was destroyed, but there should be escape pods on this ship. We can do it ourselves." Chang Bei nodded. "I'll give you half an hour." Immediately, Chang Bei left himself and checked the ship's command center. A cloning silo was found in a secret room. In this era, cloning technology has matured, but it has been set as a taboo technology by the Galactic Alliance and is not allowed to be used by the general public, because cloning is a matter that seriously violates ethics and is very likely to cause social unrest. And this cloning silo in front of him, from a crude patchwork of technology, must also have its roots, and be similar to something like an interstellar black market. Moreover, the technology of this cloning barn is full of flaws, and there is a high probability that the product of the cloning will be mentally deficient, similar to the product of inbreeding. Chang Bei suddenly realized, no wonder those earthbound minions before didn't look very smart. They should all be clones of that metal hook. Everything on this ship was inferior and crude and smelled of blood. These goofy groundhogs were like a primitive tribe from some planet that got this crude capture ship from nowhere and set out to burn and pillage. The kind of marble-spewing muskets they had were also so inferior that they weren't even technological creations. There was a serious lack of other supplies, and by the looks of it, they were also in desperate need of the fat meat of desert. Chang Bei was a little disgusted with the cloning silo filled with yellow dirt, but after thinking about it, he ordered his steel mom to dismantle it and move it back to the spirit-type starship. Seeing that the unlucky group of arrested crew members had already left, Chang Bei once again returned to the command center to conduct a final search. Instead, they found something unexpected. He found two black encryption devices in the storage box next to the Earthbender's seat, which turned out to be two nameplates of the contestants of the LBW tournament. It looked like the group of groundhogs had also accidentally captured two contestants, but they mostly didn't recognize this kind of thing. Technological artifacts detected. Whether or not to start synthesizing, STC releases beams of light, two-player nameplates, belonging to encrypted information cards, technological artifacts that are surprisingly synthetic. However, this equipment is specialized and customized, and its only purpose is to identify the players. After putting the two nameplates away, Cheng Bei stepped onto the spirit-type starship and slowly detached himself from the big black cauldron. Cheng Bei has always had a habit of giving the dead souls of his men a proper placement as much as possible when conditions allow, just as he once did with the imposter Intergalactic Alliance team on the garbage planet, digging a pit and burying it. It wasn't really that great, he just wanted to destroy the body. Boom boom boom. The large black cauldron burst into heavy flames and exploded into a mass of debris. It was because Cheng Bei had turned on the starship's self-destruct system before he left. A little interlude. Cheng Bei gathered his thoughts and continued towards his goal of the LBW contest. Thousands of kilometers away in the starry sky, dozens of people were huddled on a dilapidated escape starship, and they watched the big black cauldron erupt into sky-high flames, and they all looked aghast. Magistrate, thanks to that teenager, or else we'd all be dead at the hands of that group of nameless bandits. A man in security attire said with some trepidation. The young man wearing a white coat and black-framed glasses nodded, but that teenager is obviously unwilling to reveal his identity to us. If I can see him again, I must express my gratitude to him. Chapter 180, Ho-Ha. Welcome to the City of Light. This is the large Magellanic Galaxy, and the City of Light is in an elliptical rotational orbit, 152. 1 million kilometers from star are 136A1 at its farthest point and 147. 1 million kilometers from its closest point. Here's a value that's very similar to humanity's home planet, Earth, with warm sunlight, comfortable temperatures, and romantic seasons. After a long period of tossing and turning, Cheng Bei's garbage recycling starship finally passed through the last directional stargate. Just as they approached the destination planet, the ship's onboard communication system resounded with an announcement in the public channel, a soft female voice with a slightly mechanical feel to it. Humanity enters the age of the great cosmos. Normally, people would use so-and-so city to name a planet. Because when the directional stargate technology was born, those planets in the universe became less distant. At least on a galactic scale, one could pick a suitable planet based on environmental conditions and later develop it into a space migrant city. And the first condition for selection is light. That is, whether there is a star nearby, and whether the distance is appropriate, not too close, not too cold, not too hot, able to meet the needs of human beings at the same time, without damaging the fragile flesh of human beings. Beyond that, go on to consider gravity factors, crustal stability factors, etc. However, it is often not as good as it could be. Rumor has it that mankind has found a planet with a strikingly similar environment to Earth within the constellation Cygnus, about 1,400 light-years from Earth, and its name is Kepler 452b. There was originally a high-value planet, but for some reason, the Galactic Alliance blocked the follow-up news, and as time washed away, this matter, slowly faded into oblivion, became unsettled. The City of Light has a resident population of 643,000, ranked 98 in the top 100 human space cities. There's no atmosphere and no liquid water here, though. But, here is the culmination of human technology. Accompanied by a public address, the slowly descending spirit-type starship pierced through a light white fog. Cheng Bei stood within the bridge, overlooking the huge planet, his eyes slightly open. It is overall yellowish, covered with a layer of yellow soil, like the Gobi Desert on Earth, with a poor natural environment and no vegetation. But the surface of the planet was built by mankind with huge semicircular glass enclosures, the smaller of which were about a dozen kilometers in diameter, and the larger, nearly 1,000 kilometers in diameter. Between them, cylindrical glass passages are connected. From a distance, it looked like some giant had left a beautifully oversized string of crystal necklaces on the planet. And in those circular glass enclosures loomed white buildings, paved with four-way roads and also dotted with tons of greenery. Vaguely visible were some white hovercraft, moving through them in an orderly and rapid fashion. Cheng Bei was a bit excited. It was the first time he had ever seen such a sight, and the first time he had ever been in a real space city. The previous landing spots, shipwreck ruins, was in fact an infrequently activated space station. The city of Jeans was a dilapidated commercial hub, and Tingzhou, although it was a city, it was a distinctive environment created by desert, and was a far cry from a real human space city. For Cheng Bei, being exposed to new things and exploring strange cities and planets was a great pleasure, and he felt joy and anticipation from the bottom of his heart. 18 years of living on garbage Earth had created an invisible depression in his mind. It made him desperately crave the outside world. In his mind, exploring the unknown and witnessing novelty was as precious a life treasure as getting stronger and collecting equipment. Indeed, it is the lifelong dream of many scavengers to be able to see what is in front of them. Cheng Bei's gaze was a bit of a catch. He selected the largest glass enclosure in his line of sight and ordered the Spirit-type starship to approach slowly. Spirit-type starships did not have access to the eco-shield and could only land on the outside. Although there was an identity verification process to go through, it only took 10 minutes to complete the full verification. Because Desert had already taken care of everything long ago, the current Chang Beg, but Desert's designated LBW participant, starship had completed the filing in advance. As for Chang Bei himself, he only needed to pass through a decontamination and balancing silo before he could enter the glass enclosure and really, truly step into the space city. Standing in the city, Chang Bei looked at the white pavement made up of unknown materials under his feet, solid and level. He felt the gravity again and breathed in the air around him. After the isolation of the glass enclosure, the place had developed the most adapted environment for human beings, comfortable and without any sense of alienation. The buildings around it were peculiar, all white and oval, like a duck egg, dreamy and futuristic. It is said that if the eco-shield breaks, this structure can be transformed into a hermetic seal to maximize resistance to the environmental pressures of outer space, adding some possibility of survival for humans. A lady in a tight white long dress with proud curves, holding a pet puppy and twisting her waist, passed in front of Chang Bei, living comfortably and calmly. In the distance, another office worker in a suit, clutching a briefcase, hurried to the hover train station. Chang Bei crooked and smiled quietly. It's a real human society. It feels familiar and strange, normal but out of place. Contestant 024, Mr. Chang Beg? Welcome, welcome. A young man in a white work uniform, with a face that still had a bit of youthfulness to it, trotted in. I am the official receptionist, specially here to greet you and others. Me? You and others? Chang Bei gave a slight lurch, feeling that this youth spoke so strangely, but seeing that he had a big smile and a warm attitude, he didn't pay much attention to it. Perhaps there were different customs here. Mr. Chang Beg, my name is Zhao Qingming. I can arrange everything for you before the race, and I can also answer questions about what is involved. But there is one thing I must tell thee at once. The youth was eager, as if he was afraid that Chang Bei would open his mouth to speak, and he hurriedly said, in the coming days, there is a special taboo here, which is that you must not say those 3 words. Chang Bei froze. Which 3 words? Never say ikaha. The ikaha in Zhao Qingming's mouth was the kind that shouted an ambiguous nasal sound, and Chang Bei was confused when he heard it. But Joe Haruaki said while flipping the tablet in his hand with 3 handwritten words on it, you, me, and him. Chang Bei was even more baffled. Ihoha equals you and me and him? Can't we say you and me? No wonder Zhao Qingming spoke so awkwardly. But say, what kind of strange rule is this? Am I just too uninformed? Is this how human space cities have always been? Zhao Qingming also looked helpless and shook his head. Teacher Chang, you don't know, 7 days ago, there was a grumpy demon king here in our area, with a temper as eccentric as the changeable weather, and that guy also happens to be powerful, an S-class geneticist with supernatural powers. That guy. Chang Beg listened to that, the corners of his eyes subconsciously twitching. Zhao Qingming was almost in a state of crying. That guy is in a bad mood every day, and will always set some strange rules. A few days ago he didn't allow people to open their eyes, which led to the traffic here in our area being paralyzed, and we can only walk touching the wall, and install a headbag. 2 days ago it was even more ruthless, not allowing people to go to the toilet. We are really hard to bear. Today is good, we can open our eyes and go to the bathroom. But not the words eek oha. We are really suffering from this. But that guy is not only super strong, but he's also an official figure and holds an important position in this LBW tournament as well. We can't afford to be offended. Zhao Qingming looked at Chang Bei and was filled with helplessness and guilt. Just work hard, Mr. Chang, and follow the rules of our place. Sorry. What's all this? That's ridiculous, isn't it? This too? Chang Bei had a face of incomprehensibility. What he saw and heard here simply broke through his brain. Then what would happen if that 3 words were said? Just then, the commuter in the distance appeared to have missed the final hover train, and in his haste, had a complete meltdown. He slammed the briefcase in his hand to the ground and pointed to the sky and cursed. What the hell kind of day is this? I can't take it anymore. What a demon king. I'll fight you one-on-one. Damn you. Chang Bei turned his head to look at the office worker. This guy looked but continuous fouls. But see the next instant. A loud voice suddenly came from the sky, as if from the heavens, resounding in every corner daring. Rumble. Click click click. Only to see that not far away, the clean white ground made of unknown materials suddenly appeared to crack. The originally solid ground, like a layer of toilet paper, was suddenly torn apart. Below the surface were the various pipes of the space city, basically a water system with clear water lines as well as sewage pipes. And one of the thick sewage pipe was also torn from the inside. A stench immediately filled the air. It should be a pipe specializing in discharging bathroom sewage, gushing out yellowish and viscous liquid. Oi oi. The office worker, who had just broken into a fit of panic, his body somehow floated in the air, as if someone had grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. In the next instant, the office worker's body was flung by the person and thrown directly towards the ruptured sewage pipe. Poof! Barf! The commuter's whole body fell into the yellow water, but luckily the pipe wasn't very deep, and he didn't risk drowning, and after a flutter, stood up. but was already covered in dirt and nauseated to the point of dry heaving there. This poor commuter has obviously learned his lesson and will never dare to talk nonsense again, tearing up the ground out of thin air and throwing people into a hole. I feel like I've heard this story before. Chang Bei's eyes widened as he looked at Zhao Qingming, that S-class geneticist. What's his name? That guy's name is Li Bolong. Zhao Qingming collapsed to the extreme, a big devil with a sick brain and a short temper. Chapter 181 Class S Psychosis. Li Bolong, the illegitimate son of the old master of the desert, an S-class geneticist with a ceiling of individual human combat power. He was found by Master Mo not long ago, but he has refused to return to Mo. Never in a million years would I have expected him to be in the City of Light. Just as Chang Beg had judged, he hadn't been to Tingzhou at all, much less stirred up in the events of the Desert Clan. Perhaps, he didn't even take Master Mo as a person, nor did he take Mo's business seriously, loving death. People are busy making strange rules here, busy throwing innocent people into the tur. This guy is too twisted, isn't he? Chang Beg looked at the unlucky man who had just crawled out of the pipe and was simply speechless. What's the point of doing this? I heard the guy had an unfortunate childhood that led to a distortion. Zhao Qingming said, Cheng teacher, you see, how I scold that guy just cannot say those 3 words. I curse Li Bolong this life to eat instant noodles without a fork. As long as you eat watermelon will be divided into the least sweet piece, eat fried chicken all deformed wings, drink milk tea can never poke open the plastic film. I'll be fine now. Zhao Qingming spread his hands. Li Bolong is a psychopath. Well. Chang Bei was silently analyzing. What exactly are Liberace's supernatural abilities? People don't even show up and just tear up the ground? Without any warning, that white collar was just remotely controlled? I have to say, this kind of ability is a bit spooky if you use it to fight. Mr. Chang, rest assured, the ecological isolation cover under our feet is only a small part of the City of Light, numbered Area C. Li Bolong's obscenity can only cover this place, and in a moment, I'll take you through the high-speed channel and head to the contestants' preparation area, so you won't have to be afraid of the Ikaha thing. Zhao Qingming led the way ahead. Teacher Chang can also take a short rest there and wait for the opening ceremony of the competition. Just then, the two passed a large, circular building. There were hundreds of people gathered in front of the door, dressed smartly and carrying packages of various sizes around them. Chang Bei stopped. So many people are gathered here, what's the buzz? Zhao Qingming grinned. That's Li Bolong's temporary residence. Chang Bei froze, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. These people are not afraid of being thrown into the cesspool? Mr. Chang, do you remember how I said before that Li Bolong was in charge of an important position in the LBW competition? Zhao Qingming slowly said, that guy is in charge of airdrops, and these people, they are all bribers sent by the contestants. Chang Bei's eyes flashed. What do you mean by airdrop? The LBW tournament, as has been the practice in the past, exiles the competitors to a barren area, vast in size, which harbors a small number of scrap technological items that the competitors need to utilize to win the final tournament. Zhao Qingming introduced, there are times when the competition officials also drop some supplies into the competition venue depending on the situation, such as tools, fuel, or fresh water food, etc. These are items that could very well be the key to winning the game. Liberin, on the other hand, has full control over the time, quantity, and location of the airdrops. Cheng Bei listened quietly, thinking that the race system was interesting but unreasonable, letting a psychopath like Li Bolong take control of such an important matter? That guy. Zhao Qingming slowly exhaled, a hint of recognition for Li Bolong finally appearing in his tone, an eccentric personality along with a lack of oil and salt. Mr. Cheng can watch the show, no one will be able to bribe Li Bolong. Just then, a roar resounded through the sky, get out. However, the white spherical building in front of him suddenly opened a huge skylight, and then a silhouette, along with the gift he was carrying, was thrown out at the same time. And just a moment before the silhouette hit the ground, the clean white ground was suddenly torn open, and the sewage pipes buried deep in the ground, never dreaming that they would gain so much exposure in recent times, cracked with joy. Poof! The briber's body arched gracefully and fell straight into the cesspool. The case he was carrying also fell aside, in which tumbled a large pile of colorful and brilliant gems. Those gems were worth a lot at a glance, but they were no different from trash in Li Bolong's eyes. Only then did Cheng Bei nod, understood. Zhao Qingming also raised a finger. This is the only good thing about the Great Demon King. You don't understand. Just then, a man with a big belly looked at the group of bribe payers with a smile. Lord Li Bolong only likes one particular thing. He then patted a coffin-sized rectangular shipping crate beside him and smiled with even more added intent. Only my gift can be delivered to the heart of Lord Liberin. This year's LBW contest champion is none other than my young master. The man straightened his suit and, confidently, ordered his men to lift the box and walk to the Liebherrung residence. Cheng Bei sidestepped his head. Make sure there aren't any electronic signals spilling out of that box. It shouldn't be any valuable equipment. But the box was inexplicably heavy again. But he saw the man with the big belly, who entered the building for a long time without coming out. The bribe takers on the outside began to whisper as well. Something's wrong with the situation. What the hell is in that box? Did Liebherrung really take it? So does Fatty have inside information? Chang Bei looked at Zhao Qingming with some confusion, while Zhao Qingming was also a bit confused and scratched his head. Buzz. The skylight of the building opens and the big-bellied fat man is thrown out with a whoosh, dropping with precision into the cesspool. The crowd felt better for a moment when they saw him eat. But I saw that fat stood up and cursed with a face full of, Li Bolong, you don't give me a job, but you still collect my things. And then the fat man was lifted up again and thrown into the cesspool once more. The crowd was honest all of a sudden, and their faces were more ugly than one another. Chang Bei laughed a bit before leaving Area C along with Zhao Qingming. It looks like no one can really bribe Li Bolong. As for those airdrops, it's lucky to get them, but if you can't, he, Chang Bei, didn't need them either. After Chang Bei left, inside the circular building, there was the sound of grumpy wrestling. One could only see a 2-meter-tall red-haired man with exploding muscles sitting on the sofa in a depressed manner, with the beautiful servant beside him shivering. Oops, this isn't the nanny robot I'm looking for. That group of guys, hard to not have any use, like a rake, Aslu ability not have. I want to love things which cannot be found. It pisses me off. If I knew where it was, I'd do anything to get it. This red-haired big man's eyes narrowed, and with a wave of his hand, a good coffee table in front of him shattered into pieces. City of Light A. An even more massive glass enclosure. Previously, Chung Beg had landed in the wrong spot, and this was the venue for the opening ceremony of the LBW tournament. Zhao Qingming was busy going to receive the other contestants and left after guiding Chang Bei to the contestant reception center. The Spirit-type starship also took off from Sector C and changed mooring ports. Bean also stepped out of the starship and met up with Chang Bei, strolling down the street. In this era, nanny robots still existed, and Bean, although it had been upgraded twice, was still an older model that was rarely seen on the market, and many pedestrians cast curious glances. Bean said that he was willing to leave Starfleet because this kind of city brought back some memories. Many years ago, Chang Bei picked up the Bean on garbage earth and restored it so that it could barely run, it just kept leaking oil. Now, Bean's body was brand new, and once when Chang Bei synthesized it, he chose to synthesize the subject, so Bean's memories weren't lost. Once upon a time, when Bean was a new model, he should have also lived in human society and been the right-hand man of a certain family. But as times change, Bean gets older and older, and finally one day its original owner abandons it, and it is transported to garbage earth, reduced to a discarded piece of junk. At this moment, Bean was still holding the humble robot toy and was somewhat silent. Chang Bei looked at this companion who had accompanied him for many years and suddenly said, Bean, it seems that you've never talked to me about your previous master. Chang Kilti. Bean's LED eyeballs flashed. It has rich emotions, at this time some size. I do not want you to think about it, the past left things well after all the past. Now, you are my only Lu master, and Bean will always accompany Chang Bei by his side T. Bean scratched his metal brain. Maybe one day, Bean's body is leaking oil everywhere, can't even be repaired. At that time, if you want to dump me into the garbage dump, Bean absolutely can't blame you. Chang Bei smiled and shook his head. What are you talking about? No matter how time changes, no matter what kind of achievements I have in the future, I will not leave you behind. Once on garbage earth, you were the one who accompanied me out, turning over dump after dump, stumbling through that kind of rubble and surviving. As I recall, you used the cooking skills in the chip to process energy blocks for me, cook an overcooked steak for me, peel an apple for me, and make me eat it again with the flesh and skin. I don't know why, but I can't remember too much of my childhood, and even the image of my grandfather is a little fuzzy. But I remember the time I inhaled a chemical toxin and almost died, and you were the one who found a diaper, soaked it, and then pasted it on my face, which almost made me stop on the spot. Bean's brass head turned slightly. Stop, I thought you were going to be a bit melodramatic, but I didn't realize you were spitting on me. Chang Bei laughed out loud and looked at the sci-fi-filled city in front of him, raising his hand on Bean's shoulder. The sun was setting in the western hammer at the moment, stretching the two men's completely different shadows. I don't know why, but I'm suddenly remembering bits and pieces of our past. Anyway, I never thought of you as an nanny-bot, and I never thought of myself as your master. We're partners forever. No matter what the future holds, Chang Bei will never leave Bean Boy behind. And of course, never allow anyone to take Bean away from me. Our future must be shoulder to shoulder. And ahead of me, there is only a path of glory that grows stronger and stronger, more and more handsome and explosive. Chapter 182, A Sudden Match. We are 12 hours away from the opening of the LBW Invention and Creation Contest. Chang Bei and Bean were wandering around the City of Light. And their target is the business district here. An entire planet within the City of Light planet was but 680,000 people. This was mainly due to the fact that after humanity entered the era of the Great Universe, they were scattered across various planets, turning into another sense of sparsely populated, so the business district here was but a handful of elliptical buildings. Pet incubators, which can ingest a pet's DNA directly and grow artificial embryos to produce customized pets, including hair color, body type, and even personality. Depth SVR glasses, watching movies or playing games, have an immersive feeling, high-definition picture, surround sound, and even a simple touch simulation, the sales staff introduced, with the use of watching porn, then, value for money. Chang Beg and Bean went in and out of a few stores. The goods were all products of entertainment. There was a feeling that entertainment was supreme and unlimited laying down. Other than that, Chang Bei saw a large number of tourists who seemed to have come because of the LBW competition and were all loitering around at this time. This place, as a human civilization top 98 space city, was not quite the same as what Chang Bei had imagined. Buy 10 pet incubators, 10 SVR glasses. The shopkeeper thoughtfully added an external storage box to Bean's back and stuffed Chang Bei's purchases one by one. These devices range in price from 30,000 to 50,000 credits. Chang Bei also sighed. He was really rich, unknowingly out of the poor class. Surprisingly, he felt that the price was not expensive at all. After paying the fee, his own deposit, just the last few numbers changed slightly, not even visible without looking carefully. Thinking of the days when he was once on the garbage earth, if he could accidentally have 30,000 to 50,000 credits, he could even have an illusion of old me finally stepped on the horse and changed his fate against the heavens. The all-abominable money, it inflates. Chang begged a small review, but the corners of the mouth cannot be suppressed somewhat. The feeling of being rich is really cool. Don't care at all about the price of the item, just care about being able to find the item you want to buy. At this moment, Chang Bei, holding the unlimited accumulation potion of the eternal race in his hand, gently squeezed it, and a crystal clear millet grain fell into his mouth. His tongue flipped the millet grain, and the taste of the sweet juice spread out in his mouth. It was delicious. 24 hours have passed. It's time for Chang Bei to take his medicine. He clearly felt that his dry sponge was once again moisturized by a sweet spring. Sure enough, under one's LV2 super metabolic rate, one could absorb the infinite accumulation potion 99 times every day, and each time, one could increase one's physical toughness by 0.1%. Although it wasn't an exponential increase, this 0.1% was based on one's original physical strength, which produced a one-time addition, but it was already heaven-defying enough. No one could have such a terrifying growth rate, doubling in 11 days. Even the inventor of the drug, the legendary immortal race of creatures, could not enjoy this effect. Hello! A sexy imperial lady in an OL professional outfit and wearing gold glasses, came to Chang Bei, staring at Bean, her eyes constantly flickering. I take the liberty of disturbing you. May I ask if you're selling this nanny robot? Bean sniffed and laughed. I and Chang begged that is a lifelong la partner tea. How can I sell it? This person is hard to get eyesight. Bean is my buddy, my hand to mouth. Chang Bei threw a small grain of rice into his mouth, his eyes flashing as he stared at the woman in the professional outfit with black stockings. It's got to be extra. Bean froze. What? However, she saw the sexy imperial sister rejoice, and said in a bottom voice, the price is not a problem, my friend, as long as you name a number, any number. The next second, the funds arrive. Chang Bei once again dropped a small grain of rice into his mouth, feeling the wonderful flavor in his mouth, and looking up and down at the sexy woman. His temptation had already been completed invisibly. Just one word from him, but I want to see the man behind you. It's... The sexy imperial sister suddenly became hesitant, biting her red lips with a very difficult face. This business is off the table if you can't meet the man behind the curtain. Chang Beg's tone was firm and emphasized once again that Desert had given himself information in advance, that the boss who had acquired the ancient robots at all costs was likely to have arrived at the City of Radiance as well, and with this sexy imperial sister in front of him being so bold, there was a high probability that it had something to do with him. Bean will definitely not sell it, and the verbal promise is just Chang Beg's way of luring the snake out of the hole, using it to find out the real situation of this mysterious boss and the motivation for this abnormal behavior of his. Just then, the entire city of Light Zona resounded with announcements that were spread across the entire field. The LBW Contest Organizing Committee has temporarily decided that the current LBW contest will be unfolded in 30 minutes. All contestants are requested to arrive at the opening ceremony venue within 20 minutes. If they cannot arrive on time, they will be considered to have given up their qualifications for the contest altogether. Chang Bei and that sexy imperial lady were both stunned. Is the organizing committee so capricious as to say early and directly ahead of the 12 hours, so that everyone is caught off guard? Panic is still a small matter, there should still be a lot of players on the way to come, so the operation, they will not even have no chance to play, directly eliminated? The sexy imperial lady was also a bit flustered. My friend, let's leave our contact IDs for now, and after the competition is over, we'll discuss this deal? Chang Bei nodded. Good. After exchanging contact information, Chang Bei and Bean headed towards the opening ceremony venue of the competition. They were located in Area A. The distance was close, the time was enough. And at this moment, the sexy imperial sister stood in the corner, looking at Chang Bei and Bean's back. A white chilling light reflected on the lenses of her golden glasses. She took out a portable filming device, aimed it at Chang Bei and Bean's backs, and snapped a picture. And then she zoomed in to focus on the ancient robot in Bean's hand and took another high-resolution photo. After clicking send in real time, she frowned and turned on a dime to disappear into the street. Also in Area A of the City of Light, a luxurious private hover car, flying noiselessly within the streets, was destined for the LBW competition venue as well. A teenager wearing a black leotard with a delicate parting, about 18 or 19 years old, was lying on a soft, zero-gravity seat, his eyes closed in a deep sleep. Beside him, an old man wearing a butler's costume and a white towel on his hand, with a straight back, stood quietly, ready to serve the young master. Instead, he saw the sleeping teenager, who seemed to be having a nightmare. Though his eyes were closed, his eyeballs rolled back and forth under his lids, his body trembled uneasily, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. "I'll get you." Suddenly, the teenager let out a terrified yell and sat up violently from his seat, his eyes wide with fear and his chest heaving violently. "Young Master Kitsune, please relax." The elderly attendant beside him rushed forward and gently wiped the sweat from the teenager's forehead with a towel on his arm while handing him another cup of warm water. "You're having the same nightmare again." "That nightmare has been haunting me for 10 days now." The teenager drank a mouthful of warm water, but his exhalation was still turbulent. Muken, as the most dazzling genius inventor within the B3Q4 Starfield Alliance, was just idly trying to go to the ruins of the shipwrecked ship, to test out a brand new mecha, but I never expected to suffer the greatest insult of my life. I had an encounter with that guy at the heart of the shipwreck ruins. Not only did he wound my M14 Black Spectre, but he also grabbed my M14 Black Spectre. "It's nothing." The teenager's facial muscles trembled violently. He also stood inside his starship and opened his mouth to curse. I remember it vividly. He called me NMLB. The aged attendant pursed his lips, not really knowing how to comfort his young master. But why is the guy the young master met so unqualified? Bearing in mind that they have some advanced technology, they are so arrogant and domineering that they utter dirty words with no quality like that. The poor young master of his own, who was originally an incomparably confident, radiant, and even a genius embraced by 10,000 people, did not expect to fall ill after returning from the shipwreck ruins. "Every day I have a nightmare. It's not right to say it's a nightmare. It should be a humiliating dream." He dreamed about that mysterious guy every day in his dreams, calling him NMLB. Including the aged attendant, the members of the family were almost tortured to madness, and were forced by the young master every day to search for that quality guy at all costs. The young master swore to wipe out the previous shame. No matter where that unqualified guy hid, the young master was considered to be at war with him for the rest of his life. "I'll get him." Muken's pupils trembled, his arms were shivering with anger, his mind flashed Process Beg's face over and over again, and his eyes glared so hard that the corners of his eyes were about to be torn apart. "Young master, you relax, a lot of anger hurts." The aged butler hurriedly consoled. "I purposely signed you up for this LBW tournament. We are all well aware that with your skills, you can definitely win the title with ease. You can just treat this as a recreation and casually win the title to regulate your recent tense mood." Kitsune was also trying to regulate himself, slowly relaxing his clenched fists. "Okay. You guys have to look for that unqualified guy moment by moment, and after the match is over, I have to get him killed." Chapter 183, Old Friend or Rival. The white dome in front of us is 10 kilometers in diameter. Huge, imposing, and even a little intimidating. Look up and go. And at the top of the huge one was the ecological isolation shield of the City of Radiance's Area A. The isolation shield was a transparent material similar to glass, and after the line of sight penetrated through it, one could see the white mist that wrapped around the entire planet. Those fogs slowly drifted like clouds. They were actually the planet's not fully formed atmosphere, and in the gaps of the fogs, the deep and dark universe could be seen. This is the LBW playing field. Chang Beg and Bean stood in the huge square in front of them and couldn't stop marveling. Magical, spectacular, fantastic. This is a strange sight that can only be seen in the vast universe. And all around the giant egg, there were more than 100 huge void screens floating around, which were black and only had LBW written in 3 huge white letters right in the center. And in the corner of each void screen, there were the words Camera Position 1, Camera Position 2 and so on. It looks like these screens will be broadcasting live once the game starts. And on a screen at the very front is a set of numbers, 123. 2 million online viewers of this year's LBW contest. 123. 3 million. 123. 5 million, and the numbers were bouncing around. Chang Bei nodded. This kind of fun tournament is hard entertainment, and with today's technology, large numbers of viewers will choose to watch it online. The organizing committee of the competition had just suddenly gone out of its way to advance the competition time by 12 hours, and within such a short period of time, the online viewers had already broken through 100 million, so it was certain that the number of viewers would reach a staggering number after a period of time of reaction. Never been to any games. Surprisingly, I'm looking forward to it. Chang Bei and Bean looked at each other. This was going to be a brand new journey and experience. Both of them were a bit excited. After entering the arena, Chang Bei then saw the personnel gathered in 2s and 3s. The first step is first to verify the identity of the player. This step, Desert likewise communicated in advance. Very smooth. Chang Bei's identity is legal and compliant, is for the Tingzhou Desert family representative. At this point, Chang Bei met Zhao Qingming, the previous receptionist. Mr. Chang, I wish you all the best of luck and success. Chang Bei nodded in response, definitely. Immediately afterward, Chang Bei and Bean stepped onto a ground levitation device, which resembled a smooth-moving floor, and carried Chang Bei and Bean, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, into the depths of the rounded dome. After passing through a darkened corridor, the road opens up ahead, the hovering floor under his feet, breaking slowly. In front of them was a huge and towering space, the size of 7 or 8 soccer fields. Where Chang Bei was, on the other hand, was a protruding platform with a number 024 lit up beneath it. On the other hand, on both sides of Chang Bei's right and left hands, there is a neat row of similar platforms with a spacing of about 5 meters, and the serial numbers are from 001-118. Directly in front of these platforms was a large stage backed by a huge void screen with a metallic texture. But the stage was empty at the moment, and neither were any of the other players' platforms. Chang Bei understood the situation in front of him. There are still close to 20 minutes before the start of the ratio, and these numbered platforms are the starting point for the players, just that he came earlier, and was actually the first player to enter. Thumbs up! A pneumatic sound suddenly sounded behind him, and then on the backside of platform 59, a suspended floor slowly drove out, above which stood 2 dark silhouettes, and when he took his place, the overhead chasing light suddenly came on. Chang Bei watched sideways and realized that one of the shadows was actually a dark-skinned, dry and thin Indo-African monk with his eyes closed and his hands clasped together in front of his chest, while the shadow beside him was not even a human being but a ceramic statue of Buddha with a hideous face. Bringing a statue of Buddha to the race? Chang Bei found it very interesting. Just then, there was also movement from the 007th competitor's platform, and after the suspended floor was in place, the chasing lights came on. Above stood a large blond man with camouflage underneath and a black undershirt on top with a scar at the corner of his eye, holding his bladder, his biceps like bulging mountains, solid and hard, as if they hid an explosion of power. Chang Bei watched quietly. This guy looked like a fierce special forces soldier. It was reasonable to appear in the barracks or on the battlefield, but at this time, appearing in the technological invention competition, it seemed a little bit out of place. The big blonde muscular man stared ahead, completely ignoring anyone. At this point, on Chang Bei's right-hand side, closer to the platform of the 30th contestant, there was also a ringing sound. Above them stood 2 figures as well, and when the chasing lights came on, it was a parted-headed teenager in tights who stood in the forward position, and behind him, an older man in waiter's garb with a white towel on his arm. Chang Bei took a sideways glance. Isn't this an acquaintance? That dirt-cheap mecha Mushin young master. For better or worse, there was a meeting, and Chang Bei raised his hand to greet Mukin. And at this moment, Mu Chen, with his lofty eyes, subconsciously swept Chang Bei's presence, and the whole person was suddenly just startled, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. It's him! Uncle Lee! It's that guy! Mukin jumped more than half a meter high. I'll get him on the horse. The aged attendant also instantly understood the situation and hurriedly tugged on his young master, as the duo was located on the protruding player's platform, with the height below being too deep to see the bottom. However, he saw Mukin punching and kicking with both hands and feet in the air, even though he was being dragged by the attendant. Genius Mukin no longer had a condescending demeanor and couldn't care less about image. His eyes seemed to be spewing out sparks of fire. Don't stop me. I'm going to fight him one-on-one. I can't wait any longer. I'm going to kill him. Chang Bei was a bit stunned. What's going on? I just picked up one of your mechs. You're so rich, why don't you just buy another one? I can understand if you don't like me, but what's with this making it sound like you've met your father's killer? Just then, the platform of contestant No. 12 on Chang Bei's left-hand side was also lit up with chasing lights. Instead, on the platform, a hand-built wooden wheelchair was seated with a teenager dressed in linen, his head tilted up, looking at the chasing lights at the top of the arena with a strange gleam in his eyes. The old saying goes, the narrow road is won by the brave, and the brave meet the wise. You and I, indeed, meet here. This battle is fated and cannot be avoided. The burlap boy suddenly turned his head and looked at Chang Bei, his eyes erupted with a brilliant light. Chang Bei Jr., I'm going to fight you. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. Chang Bei turned his head and squeezed out a smile. Hello Lulian. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to fight you. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to fight you. Don't stop me. I want to be with you. Next, Chang Bei's eardrums almost exploded, one on the left, one on the right, one trying to get himself killed, and one trying to fight him. At the moment, the Indian player, also annoyed, glanced faintly, guys with no faith in their hearts. And the big blonde soldier, snorted coldly, a bunch of weaklings. Chang Bei stretched out his 2 index fingers and plugged his ears. His irritation gradually dissolved, revealing a touch of a happy-go-lucky smile. Bean yells. This match, it should be interesting. Chapter 180 for the Magistrate. 3 minutes to go until the start of the LBW contest. A total of 118 seats were available, but only 15 were lit up and the lanes for competitors to enter were closed. Chang Bei surveyed the surroundings, his expression flickering. There are 2 unnatural places. Firstly, the venue, such as the player's access, such as the player's platform, is obviously set up for 118 people. Why did the organizer advance the game by 12 hours, resulting in most players not being able to arrive at the venue, making these well-designed equipment idle, and the spectacle of the whole game is greatly reduced? Secondly, this is a technological invention competition. The contestants are naturally not idle people. the interstellar road is far, arrive early to leave time margin, should be the basic operation, although the competition time is advanced, but not so large proportion of late personnel. Chang Bei slowly narrowed his eyes. Two possibilities. First, within the organizers, some sort of sudden accident really happened. Secondly, they knew ahead of time that for this game, there were and will be only 15 people who will be able to show up. The other players, too, were sizing each other up for their next opponents. This game is seared and concentrates all races. Now that humanity has entered the age of the great universe, the sense of national boundaries is not as pronounced as it used to be, but there are some races who still consider themselves to be noble and are unwilling to conceive offspring with other races. However, when they looked at Chang Bei, they had a look of disgust on their faces. Yellow, wearing some kind of raggedy clothes, carrying an assistant robot or an old-fashioned style. A genius from the slums? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. In this day and age, there will be no more of these brainless stories. This is a science and technology creation competition, not some marathon that can be won by physical strength and perseverance alone. It is impossible for a child to grow into a genius, let alone break through the class barrier, without advanced education, extensive access to knowledge, the leadership of highly cognizant people around him, and an excellent environment. Those at the bottom of the social ladder will never understand this. They only put their unrealistic dreams, which cannot be realized at all, in those compiled stories of teenagers making a comeback and leaping through the gate. As a matter of fact, looking at the entire room, the only ones who truly understood Chang Bei and saw him as an important opponent were the two guys who screamed the loudest. Lu Lian, the strongest heir of Lupin's wood skills, as well as the genius inventor of the B3Q4 Starfield Alliance, Mukin. Please welcome the chief judge of this year's LBW Technological Invention Competition, the chief mechanic of the Human Galactic Alliance, White River. The instrumental introductory tone suddenly rang out on the scene, and at the same time, LBW's All-Star Live channel was fully opened at that very moment. Hundreds of millions of LBW fans, scattered in all corners of the galaxy, were simultaneously signaling the scene within the holographic screens in their hands. On the outside of the white dome-like arena, the hundreds of floating virtual screens also lit up one after another. Just as in the old days of sports, nearly 10,000 spectators were gathered outside the arena at this time, and although the broadcast screen was convenient enough, they preferred to arrive at the scene and experience the grand and enthusiastic atmosphere at close quarters. The cheers spread out in waves. Within the virtual screen in mid-air, close-ups of one of the facial contestants kept appearing, and in the lower right corner of the screen, their information and numbers surfaced. And a screen in the very center focused on the center stage in the arena, only to see a man wearing a white coat and black-framed glasses, aged about 27 or 80 years old, with a kind of well-mannered and scholarly temperament, slowly walking to the center of the stage. Hello everyone, my name is White River. I will be responsible for the fairness and impartiality of this year's LBW contest, as well as the judging of the final winners, along with the 30-person panel of judges behind me. Off-site, many young girls cheered, mesmerized by Baiha. White River is not extremely handsome, but people like him because of his resume, because of one great contribution he has made to humanity. And there is another great advantage of Baiha: he is obsessed with research, not chasing fame and fortune, and treats money like dirt. Having him as the chief referee of the competition is not only a match in academic standing, but also an impeccable best candidate in terms of fairness and impartiality. Gentlemen, each and every one of you is a top genius among humans. In the future, an unimaginable achievement may be born from your hands. But in this tournament, I'm going to treat them all the same. I'm not going to lie to you all, but until I go on stage, I can't confirm which contestants will be able to arrive on the scene. White River's gaze formed a focal point, sweeping over the faces of one of the players. On behalf of LBW, I would like to welcome you all. The contestants kept quiet. No matter how arrogant and bossy they were inside, they still respected Bai He from the bottom of their hearts. Suddenly, Bai He's entire body gave a slight lurch at the face of Chang Bei that he saw. In the next instant, the floor under Bai He's feet suddenly levitated, carrying his body, crossing the gap between the stage and the players, and coming straight in front of Chang Bei, his eyes trembling as he suddenly gripped Chang Bei's hand. Welcome! Bai He's eyes widened slightly as he looked at Chang Bei, turned off the microphone, and whispered, "Seeing you here, my feelings are. It's complicated." The other players gave a slight lurch. The chief referee was down to earth and actually had to shake hands with the contestants one by one. At once a player straightened his shirt and straightened his back. However, he didn't expect that after Bai He shook hands with Chang Bei, the suspended floor activated noiselessly and returned to the stage again. What? What do you mean? A blatant distinction by the chief magistrate in full view of the public? What happened to the promise of equal treatment? Many players gritted their teeth slightly. It looks like the chief referee and the raggedly dressed number 24 have some personal connections. But so what? It would only be a small thing like a handshake, and White River's being too much of a person to be openly biased. When Mukin saw this scene, the anger in his heart increased. I must get him killed. Lulian tilted her head and sighed huskily. It must be 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Chang Bei smiled quietly. Life is so full of coincidences. but I didn't realize that a casual gesture had saved a big magistrate. Next, I present the prizes for this LBW contest. White River resumed his solemn demeanor. Please note that for this competition, there is only one prize, because, for this competition, there is only the first place and the others. Chapter 185 Prizes. In the center of the stage, a metal display table slowly rises. The width of the countertop was no more than the size of a palm, and at the top, a sealed, transparent box was placed. And in the case was a delicate crystal lotus-like base, on which rested a crystal shard of crystal. The shard possessed an extremely high degree of transparency and was irregular in shape, like the remnants of some huge crystal that had been created after it had shattered. All the players, as well as the hundreds of millions of spectators, stared at that crystal with wide eyes and dead eyes. I, and indeed the entire Galactic Science Alliance, am pretty sure. White River's voice slowly came out. This fragment comes from a high civilization technology in the universe, and the technology level is at least level 8 or above. This moment, the players held their breath. Although it was just a piece of debris, no one knew exactly what kind of civilization was associated behind it, and whether this small piece of debris could function as a key, through which to unveil or peek into the legendary technology of the level 8 civilization. That's right, just the words level 8 civilization are enough to make all the scientists go crazy. But, the reason why this piece of debris was turned into a prize for the LBW contest also sends another message. Yes. White River looked straight at all the players and said frankly, as of now, the Human Science Alliance has not unveiled a single secret about this piece of debris. It has been 23 months since we obtained this piece of debris. We have continuously researched and explored it, and the only thing we've gained is that we recognize more and more how backward and powerless the human race's science and technology, cognition, and knowledge are. And you, the rising stars of the future of technology. White River said word for word, perhaps the strongest among you will have the chance to uncover the true secrets of this fragment. Chang Bei's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the crystal remnant on the stage, and then at the STC on his wrist, which was also like a white crystal. Is that it? Is it an STC fragment? But why is there no response from STC? Chang Bei's movements were small, slightly raising his right wrist, causing the STC to align with the debris on the stage. Suddenly, inside the STC, a little faint blue light flickered out. At the same time, Chang Bei keenly noticed that within the metal display stand, a very faint blue light was also emitted, so faint that it flickered, so faint that it was mixed in with the reflection of the light, and no one even noticed it. Chang Bei's eyes widened. The blue glow on the stage did not come from the mysterious crystal. Rather, it comes from the base of its crystal, and is one of the tiny petals of that lotus-shaped base, which is very small and less than 3 centimeters long. So that's it? It dawned on Chang Bei that the bit of blue light was clearly an echo of the STC. So the thing that was really related to the STC was that tiny petal. Perhaps. That prize crystal is really a level 8 civilization creation, but it's not comparable to STC at all. STC is from a legendary peak civilization of the universe, a level 12 civilization or higher. It is really interesting to say that it is not that the Human Galactic Alliance is too stupid. With the human technology level, peeping into the technology of level 8 civilization is as difficult as heaven, let alone identify the real value of that small petal. Shards that can echo STC are used as pedestals by humanity's best scientists. Behind this is an unspeakable sadness, a huge gap between civilization and civilization. The moment the display slowly descended and retracted back to the ground, the tiered gates closing and the stage becoming flat once more. Many of the players secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It wasn't as if they didn't know the heights of heaven and knew that even if they obtained that crystal shard, they wouldn't necessarily be able to decipher its secrets. But even if you don't count the rewards, being able to achieve the sole champion of the LBW tournament is already a huge success. It's a very golden recognition of strength, and with this title, wealth, status, and power are at your fingertips. Of course, once one was lucky enough to crack the secret in that crystal fragment, TSK, that future life could only be described with the words against all odds. At that instant, an intense light erupted in the eyes of all the players. Magistrate White River is right. In this game, there's only first place and everyone else. I need to go all out. God stops God, Buddha stops Buddha. The title of the champion is not mine. Within the entire arena, an indescribable smell of gunpowder filled the air. Chang Bei slightly angled his head and slowly exhaled. Don't even think about it. The moment that azure beam of light shines, all of this, it has nothing to do with you. I don't care about prizes. A knife-like gaze shot from his right side, and Mukin gritted his teeth. I purely and simply want you to get you killed. I don't care about prizes either. Lulian was paralyzed and could only hold her head infinitely high. I just want to fight you, one-on-one. Good. Chang Bei pursed his lips. It's still the two of you, with great ambitions. Rule number 1, tools. But at this time, the White River on the stage looked serious. Here, it is not the competition venue. Later on, when the competition officially starts, you will go to the real venue. But before that, all players must meet the participation standard. And that standard is, each of you, can only carry the only piece of tools. White River looked at the crowd and said meticulously, I know that many of you have a variety of equipment integrated into your bodies, and I'm sorry to say that all of them have to be lifted. The players didn't have much of a reaction when they heard about this rule. Chang Bei also secretly nodded his head. It seemed that this was LBW's usual practice. The suspended floors under the contestants' feet suddenly activated, transporting them to each of the 5 technological scanning booths on the site. Contestant number 24, Mr. Ching Kill, you take my breath away with this costume. It should belong to some kind of biotechnology. And your shoes and gloves, they are beyond my knowledge as well. I can't even imagine what they can do. Inside the square box-like scanning room, the referee in charge of the test looked at the dazzling, never-before-seen feedback signals on the screen, suppressing the surprise in his heart and revealing a look of extreme awe. He had never encountered such a situation before. The scanning room used in the competition, sponsored from a mysterious organization, was like a demon-shining mirror, which could identify all the technology of human beings in a matter of seconds, and also provide detailed data. And when Chang Bei entered, the feedback made by the system could be summarized in one sentence, there's something, but I don't know what it is. Mr. Chang, I'm very, very sorry, but these are far beyond the realm of tools, and you are not allowed to carry them. Of course, your nanobot, which possesses a degree of intelligence, can't follow you into the field. In the mind of the testing referee, he had already treated Chang Bei as a black horse that was about to neigh up to the sky, and his tone was extremely respectful. Chang Bei, however, looked around the scanning room. Although I can't recognize the details, I can actually determine the items on my body. Is this the kind of technology humans should have? The referee paused. I'm sorry, that's official and confidential information, so I'm sorry I can't explain. Chang Bei frowned, but I only have these clothes, so I can't be naked. Just then, another young referee, holding a soft black dress and pants, came to Chang Bei and smiled. This is what our head referee ordered me to prepare for you. Chang Bei turned around and saw Bai He standing on the stage, smiling and nodding in his direction. Chang Bei also smiled and nodded. It seemed that this magistrate White River was grateful and was helping himself as much as possible. Then ask the referee in charge of the test. His tone became more respectful. What exactly are the tools you carry? Chang Bei looked around and held up a mechanical wrench left behind by the previous contestant, holding it up in front of the staff. I'll take it. The testing referee froze. Okay. Within Chang Bei's right sleeve was another crystal bracelet that was ordinary to the core. Unfortunately, at the moment, a scanning room of this level couldn't even detect its presence. Chapter 186 Race 1. When the suspended floor dries out of the testing room, Chang Bei changed into a clean and fresh black dress pants. The Type 1 Bio Battle Armor shrinks to look like an eye pendant, while the Herald Civilization shoes and gloves look flat and unimpressive, like dull, black leather. Chang Bei placed these into the storage compartment on Bean's torso. Bean, use the miniature Stargate of Old Mother Steel to return to the Spirit-type starship, and don't walk around freely until I finish the race. Got it. Bean nodded. I will definitely protect these treasures of yours well. Chang Bei laughed. I'm not talking about protecting the equipment, but you should take care of yourself. Bean nodded again. Don't worry T. Chang Bei noticed. Lulian chose her wooden wheelchair as her only tool, and Mukin surprisingly chose the payment terminal of credits as the only tool. The Indo-African player with the dry, thin frame chose his ceramic idol, and the big blonde guy in the black undershirt had given up carrying any tools. Other contestants, some opted for multifunctional welding guns, while others speculated on lifting arms with integrated functions, which, when used wisely, can replace 4 or 5 tools, but which are biased and able to be understood as one tool. The suspended floor, again, transported everyone back to the player's platform, standing in the same position, all facing the stage. The moment the holographic screen behind the stage slowly lit up, in which 3 delicately constructed metal blocks appeared, rotating slightly against a black background. Rule number 2, LBW medals. White River stood in the center of the stage. This LBW contest is divided into 3 parts, each of which takes place in a different contest location. The LBW medal has been split into 3 parts and placed in the 3 contest maps, and all you have to do is to find the medallion fragments and put it together to form the complete medallion, and then come back to the stage at my feet, and use the complete medallion to redeem the first place laurel. At this moment, the 3 metal blocks at the top of the screen slowly moved and fit together to form a full oval medallion with LBW written on it, which blossomed into an eye-catching luster under the special effects. Without dragging his feet, White River continued. Stage 1, the L medal is up for grabs. The moment inside the holographic screen behind them, the LBW medallion once again breaks down into 3 parts, transforming into 3 shooting stars, 2 of which disappear into the darkness, while the blocks with the letter L engraved on them land on a vast map. A map made up of blue lines unfolded, and a line appeared in the upper right corner, 93,200,000 square kilometers. And the L medallion slowly falls to the top of a huge tower in the center of the map. White River said in a deep voice, after 15 minutes, the competitors will arrive at the competition venue, and then they will randomly appear at different locations within the competition venue number 1, but these locations all have a common standard. Their straight line distance from the L medal is exactly the same. The players all flickered at the words. They have understood the format of this first game. It can be simply understood as a race. The yell medal is placed in the center of the map, the same distance from everyone. Whoever runs faster gets the first medal and wins the first stage. At this point, the hundreds of millions of viewers online, as well as the tens of thousands of viewers outside the arena, also boiled over. Did you guys notice that the area of the tournament map is 9,320,000 square kilometers? It's about as big as the Sahara Desert on Earth. It's not an easy race, no one can run that far on two legs. The key point in this game is who can produce fast and consistent transportation. It's fun. This is different from the previous race, but the point of it is the same, to use the technological scraps in the arena, to reassemble, repair, and build an entirely new creation. In fact, there is also a certain element of luck. The venue is so large, technological waste products are certainly limited. If the point is back, it is entirely possible that you cannot find the raw materials. The heavenly talent cannot be played out. Did you see that the contestants were relieved of their equipment and left with only a tool, just like wilderness survival? Inside the grounds, White River spoke again. Just as you thought, within the competition venue, raw materials are scarce and irregularly distributed. Different starting points will have different advantages and disadvantages. Next, the system will randomly match everyone's starting point. After all, luck is also part of strength. 118 blinking red dots appeared on the map and the holographic screen. At the same time, the numbers 1 to 118 began to flash rapidly under the feet of all the players present. Ding ding ding. There are constant sounds of dust settling. Mukin is number 003, Lulian is number 115, and everyone else gets a different departure point. And the number at Cheng Bei's feet, locked sub at 43. White River gazed at Cheng Bei's serial number, pressed his personal brain on his arm, checked it for a split second, and then suddenly frowned. I'm sorry, but there was a small error in our program. Player Cheng Bei's starting point of 43 has been discarded, and I need to move his starting point down the line and change it to 44. The players froze. This isn't supposed to be blatant favoritism, is it? Baiha has a personal relationship with Cheng Bei. Is it possible that the 43rd was under-resourced and the 44th departure point was purposely replaced for him? Don't worry everyone. Everything I do is done to preserve humanity's finest technological geniuses, and is in no way mixed with personal will. He held his head high and his tone was irresistible, only to see him wave his hand and say aloud, "The match begins." This moment, the suspended floors under the players' feet began to move in droves. A light blue force field lit up above the floor as well, protecting the competitors' bodies, and then the hovering floor suddenly accelerated and flew into a separate channel. The live feed of the LBW contest pulls up abruptly. It was only then that the audience could see that the hovering floor carried the contestants into the connecting passage between the different areas of the City of Light, from the glass enclosure where Area A was located, towards Area F in the distance. In just 10 minutes, the runners had crossed nearly 100 kilometers of passages. The audience was shocked to find that the large F section was all the LBW contest's number 1 venue. At this point, the runners passed through separate lanes and went their separate ways, heading for the corners of the F section. The hovering floor finally braked to a halt, and the blue force field slowly dissipated. Cheng Bei reached his starting point. A wave of heat hit his face, and Cheng Bei tilted his head back to look at the blinding and blazing artificial sun in the sky. One step off the suspended floor and the ground under your feet is loose and sinking. Looking around, there weren't any people or buildings. Yellow sand filled the sky, and the hot wind swirled up a gust of sand, making it a little hard to open your eyes. This sight one, not only is it the same size as the Sahara Desert, but the landforms are exactly the same. It's a huge, endless man-made desert. Cheng Bei looked around, the scenery was unchanged. It's a little difficult. Not to mention discarded tech items, there's nothing here but sand. At this very moment, close-up images of each player were dropped in real time within the online stream and virtual screens outside the arena. The audience was also amazed. It's really a desert. The heat, the lack of water, the soft ground and the difficulty of walking. The difficulty is unbelievable when regular transportation can't even travel, let alone when Metal L is 1,900 kilometers away from all the runners. What's that data in that screen? It's really sweet of the officials to make a ranking of the resources near the players' starting points. Holy, that player at the very end is so miserable. There are no resources within 200 kilometers of him. It seems we misunderstood Magistrate White River before. He didn't favor anyone. Chapter 187 Off-Track Betting. When there's a race, there's an unknown. With the unknown, comes betting. And where there's betting, there's me, Mr. Dice. An avatar suddenly popped up in the bottom right corner of the LBW online livestream. At the same time, on the outer plaza of the competition site, someone had also lit up a huge virtual imaging, in which a huge silhouette close to 10 meters tall was also projected. All the images, taken in real time from the same person, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with an 8-pointed beard, wearing a big red suit with colorful dice printed all over it, and the whole thing looking jumpy and jovial. LBW official gaming platform, run by your dear Mr. Civ. The The 8-bearded man stretched out his arms, enthusiastic and exuberant. My greatest wish, Mr. Dice, is for my clients to win big while I myself lose big. There was a moment of audience sputtering. It's this guy again. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. He talks that way, but in reality no one makes as much as he does. Mr. Dice scanned all the audience. Nonetheless, although I am the banker, but different players have different odds, dear customers. As long as you are discerning and bet on the biggest dark horse of the year, then I, Mr. Dice, will be lonely and widowed all of a sudden. Plus, without me, Mr. Dice, who will reveal the players to you? Without detailed player information, how can you keep track of the field? How are you going to place your bets if you can't get a handle on the race? How can you win a pot of money and make me lose my fortune if you can't place your bets? The audience went silent for a while and stopped spitting on the 8-bearded man. Because this guy did have a superiority, his information channels were almost pervasive, able to penetrate all the matches. The information that was officially public, he knew, and the information that was not officially public, he could also know. Having this guy speak really adds a touch of fun to the game. As for the betting he was talking about, it's really just placing naked money bets on the end of the race on the periphery of the arena, and many spectators don't mind a little entertainment if there's a very favorable player. Gentlemen, ladies, be ruthless with your hands and accurate with your eyes, before placing a bet. However, he saw this red suit and 8-bearded man, with his arm raised, pointing at the tournament's monitoring viewpoint in a bold manner. First, Mr. Dice will analyze a wave of the tournament's situation for you. The natural environment of the City of Light is not enough for humans to survive. So mankind has built one semicircular glass enclosure after another on this sand-covered planet, which is actually an ecological barrier made of polycarbonate panels. A quadrangle of sunlight reflected off the ecological containment cover of Area F. The viewpoint dropped, but saw endless yellow sand within the F area, just like a 100% restored man-made desert. And in the very center of this desert, there towered a 100-meter-tall black column. At the top of the cylinder, a metallic glow, flickering brightly and dimly. The desert, which represents endlessness, dryness, and despair. Mr. Dice's voice came out. The L-metal is located on a pillar in the middle of the desert, at the exact same distance of 1,966 kilometers from each of the contestants, a distance that, in today's era of the great universe, can be considered minuscule, but for the bare-handed contestants, it's really a huge chasm. The whole race without food and water supplies, the desert land is soft, every step makes your feet sink, walking the same distance, the physical strength consumed, is 3.8 times the ordinary road if you meet a huge sand slope, physical strength consumption, but also doubled. So there will never be a player foolish enough to start rushing with both feet. The first thing they're going to do has to be search for supplies. Gentlemen, please look toward surveillance view 078. Goro Ishii, the islander, can be called a Tenho opener, but see inside viewpoint 078. A man in an island samurai robe, barefoot and with a ferocious face, left a trail of footprints on the desert, but he only walked 20 meters forward from his starting point before he saw a huge object covered by a black tarp. Wow! He violently ripped off the tarp, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth after he got a good look at the object inside. It was a rusty SUV with cracked windows. After just 20 meters of walking, we encountered the supplies laid out in advance by the competition. Mr. Dice's voice came out. This kind of thing is called a car. It's really a very worn-out old thing. However, if the island contestant can restore him, then he can reach an average speed of at least 40 kilometers per hour in the desert. Now I would like to ask my dear patrons, has anyone placed any bets on the island nation's Garo Ishii to be the winner of this leg of the race? His odds are 1 to 8. 10,000 credits a bet. The audience was unmoved. But in the picture, Ishii Garo first tried to start the car, only to have the engine shudder for a while, the exhaust pipe spewing out a smudge of black smoke, and then the engine never moved again as if it had been completely scrapped. Unperturbed, he opened the hood of the car and observed it for a split second, then smiled confidently, choked, and drew his only tool, the katana at his waist. Just by shaking his arm, the blade of the katana suddenly broke off in layers towards a 9-section whip, forming a series of independent tools. Goro Ishii was full of energy, sticking his head into the hood at one point and burrowing under the car at another. Sweat gradually appeared on his head and his hands were covered with black motor oil, but it was only for about 10 minutes before he tried to start the car again, and with a roar, the engine started smoothly. Ha ha ha! Ishii Goro's grandfather and father, both top repairmen in the island emperor's fleet, in one lineage, and when it comes to him, repairing an antique automobile is a piece of cake. Mr. Dice's voice came again. Any bets on Garo Ishii now? The odds are 1 to 10. Do you think we're stupid? Does that antique automobile have enough fuel? No one knows exactly how far it can travel. But, Mr. Dice was not slow. As I said before, they are a Tianhu opening. But see, Ishii Goro in the picture is not in a hurry to set off, but to look at the backside of the SUV, a black box, that which, Hera 180% new compressed energy generator. As you can see, runner Goro Ishii has had the luck of the draw, and as long as he can solve the problem of converting energy between the generator and the car's internal combustion engine, then he'll be able to go a long way, not to mention 1,900 kilometers, but even 3,000 kilometers. By now, Ishii Goro had already hoofed it and started disassembling that compressed energy generator. His brow furrowed, it looked like it was going to be quite a challenge. But anyway, he's already in a unique position to do so. Excuse me, does anyone have any bets? Mr. Dice's tone was full of seduction, you can't miss the chance. Finally, some spectators couldn't resist the fluke and bet anywhere from 10,000 to 100,000 credits on Goro Ishii. Chapter 188, each showing her power. 1. Another departure point. The dark, dry and thin Indo-African contestant stands his ceramic Buddha statue by his side. The hands were joined together and the words were recited under his breath, during which he bowed repeatedly toward his Buddha image. The audience stared at the guy, somewhat bemused. He's kinda respectful of his Buddha statue, but, is this guy a godly man? In the face of such a situation, is it any wonder that he is praying for divine help? Akshay is no ordinary player. His Buddha statue, moreover, is not an ordinary Buddha statue. Mr. Dice's voice came out, the Buddha statue beside him, called Dashesha Bodhisattva, is mysteriously associated with craftsmen in some Buddhist interpretations. In other words, he believes in the Buddha of craftsmen. A gentle reminder that the rule of the LBW contest is that each contestant may enter with one and only one tool. And the so-called One Piece is somewhat inclusive, as long as the player's tools, to a certain degree of integration, in other words, are sufficiently precise, sufficiently condensed, sufficiently holistic, then they can also be called One Piece. Akshay obviously knows the criteria for the contest. So his Buddha statue is a tool that you all can't imagine. The audience sniffed. So the inside of the Buddha statue is a bunch of precision tools? This is much stronger than that katana just now. If he can fully utilize the performance of these tools, won't he win? But it was at this time. The Indian Fey player standing at the top of a sand dune suddenly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. He looked towards the statue of Dashesha Bodhisattva Buddha beside himself, and with a hee-haw under his breath, he suddenly lifted his dirty and smelly black feet and barfed, kicking the statue down. And then, the Buddha statue slid slowly downward along the top of the dune, and with increasing speed. Yahoo! Akshay leapt forward and jumped onto the Buddha statue, using it as a sandboard, his monk's robes bulging as he slid down the huge sandy slope. The audience's jaws dropped. A good Buddha statue, and you used it like this? Just outrageous. You don't say, it's pretty fast. Boo! Akshay slid to the bottom of the dune while the head of the Buddha statue slammed into a smaller dune, but with a metallic clash. Boom! Wow! A huge iron door collapsed to the ground, splattering steaming grains of sand. Akshay stepped on the Buddha statue with his feet and laughed. As I look at the terrain, this tiny sandbag is completely inconsistent with the flow pattern of the overall dune, and as expected, there is something inside. Instead, he saw a secret warehouse in front of Akshay. And among them, after all, was a huge pile of biplane propeller airplane parts, and to his right, a complete skeleton of an airplane, as well as a large number of fuel drums. And on the skeleton of that airplane were the 3 brand new letters LBW. This turned out to be a hidden supply point prepared by the competition. At this moment, Akshay slowly erected the statue of Buddha, folded his hands and bowed slowly towards it. With that, he looked towards the camera bearing in the sky and smiled, sorry, my repair process, which involves specialized technology, must be kept confidential. And then, with great effort, he lifted the iron gate on the floor, installed it back into place, and closed the gate with a bang. The viewers were also unable to see what was going on inside the hidden supply point, but it didn't take much to figure out that Akshay must have already begun assembling and repairing the plane. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Dice smiled sorrowfully. Indo-African player Akshay, 1 for 23. A chance to lose. On the line and on the floor, there was a commotion. There were actually tens of thousands of people who couldn't resist the impulse to place bets on Akshay, and the amount of money bet on him alone instantly soared to 50 million credits. The scene shifts. The European and American player, Cloth, appears within the main view. It was none other than the blonde man with camouflage pants underneath and a black tank top with exploding muscles. But the game had been going on for close to 20 minutes, and he was just standing still, hands on his bladders, eyes closed, seemingly in a deep sleep. The audience was incredibly curious. What amazing tricks is this guy hiding? He's not hiding anything. Mr. Dice paraphrased, he didn't even carry the only tool he had. The audience wondered, then why is he competing? To win the championship, of course. Mr. Dice smiled mysteriously, but his way of winning the championship is different from everyone else's, and I can only tell you that the tool he carries for the race is himself, and Mr. Dice concludes that he won't be making any moves during the first stage, or even the second stage of the event, and will just be standing around so quietly, recuperating his strength. The audience was even more puzzled. What kind of routine is he doing? Ha! Mr. Dice was still smiling mysteriously. Anyway, Mr. Dice won't open up his bets until the third stage of the tournament begins, and at this stage, everyone can skip him. The perspective changed again. A flat stretch of sand rolled with dried tumbleweeds, like a dry mass of grass, leaving a series of shallow scratches on the ground. And then, the tumbleweed crashed into a huge section of deadwood. This piece of deadwood came from a huge fallen tree, with a diameter of 3 meters and a length of almost 10 meters. In the desert, there obviously wouldn't be any trees like this, because at the base of the trees, the letters LBW are sprayed on, and under the shade created by the trees, quietly parked a finely carved wooden wheelchair. On the wheelchair a young man dressed in white linen clothes, sitting calmly like water. He had no other movement, only infinite tilt of the head. He is called Lulian, from the superpower China. The virtual image of Mr. Dice held his head slightly high, and a trace of respect actually appeared in his eyes. Have you all ever heard of the name Lu Ban, the giant craftsman that has been extolled for thousands of years in the land of Huaxia, whose skill is as exquisite as a bright star that shines in the river of history? Now, mankind has entered the era of the great cosmos, and the territory is vast and sparsely populated. Many ancient cultures that have faded like smoke. Few people have ever heard of Lupin, let alone know about his legendary life. But Mr. Dice, a guy who usually jumps up and down and doesn't have a straight line, was showing that kind of genuine respect. The audience was infected by him and gradually closed in. There are not many people who can adequately interpret an idiom, and the giant Lu Ban is one of them, and the words ghostly craftsmanship are tailor-made for him. Mr. Dice sighed, contestant Lu Lian, as the 2422nd generation heir to the giant master Lu Ban, is for the millennium the most outstanding one, bar none. At this point, an audience member couldn't help but ask, what exactly does Lupin have the power to do? Wood skills. Mr. Dice murmured, god-awful wood skills. However, he saw Lu Lian in the picture, stretching out his right hand to touch the huge wood in front of him, and muttering under his breath, no hurry, come your mind and wait for everything to be ready. Countless viewers questioned, what's he doing? Time is running out. Lu Lian seemed to be talking to the sky, I'm waiting for the wind to come. The audience froze. Wind? Where's the wind in a closed containment enclosure, in the middle of a barren desert? Chapter 189, each showing her power too. Just then, unbelievable. A wind suddenly picked up in the hot desert. Lu Lian turned her head sideways and watched the tumbleweeds tremble, their dry roots crunching, but one of the tumbleweed's branches was hooked to the massive tree and couldn't be detached. In the distance, yellow dust and smoke slowly appeared, the grains of sand that had been lifted into the sky. Suddenly, a strong wind came, and the tumbleweed violently detached from the huge tree and tumbled towards the distance, flying up into the sky again in a flash. It is now. Lu Lian's eyes widened slightly as he tilted his head to the sky, becoming incomparably solemn and serious. Please, ancestor master, return to his position. Between the words, the little thumb of his right hand, on the armrest of the wooden wheelchair, gave a light tap. Buzz dash. The spine of the wheelchair suddenly blossomed into a blinding blue beam of light. In the yellow dust and smoke, a huge 5-meter-tall blue silhouette slowly emerged. It was a stout and robust figure, also dressed in rough linen clothes, with hair tied up in a bun and calluses on his hands, holding a Lu Ban axe in his left hand and a Lu Ban saw in his right. In this instant, the lanky figure's eyes opened slightly, and they were filled with a light of wisdom and concentration. The crowd, both on and off the line, froze. What's that? A holographic silhouette? Why does it look so real? And say, this level of technology is also called a tool? At this time, Mr. Dice, his gaze was still full of awe. Times are different. Lu Lian, as a descendant of Lu Ban, naturally has to keep up with the times and innovate his tools. From his pious attitude, we can see that he hasn't thrown away the soul of Lu Ban's wood skills, and even more so, he hasn't thrown away his admiration for his ancestor. As for, what's that wheelchair underneath him? Mr. Dice's eyes flashed. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, it was called the Lu Ban Remnant Chair, a mobility tool for disabled soldiers. Nowadays, it's called the Holographic Energy Beam Remnant Chair, which uses extremely precise magnetic cage technology to control the energy beams, creating a near-physical substance of the do-it-yourself effect, and the Lu Ban void behind Lu Lian is, in fact, Lu Lian's hands. What? Isn't that against the rules? The audience was shocked. Mr. Dice shook his head. As has been said before, if it's precise enough, concentrated enough, and holistic enough, it can be called a piece of tool, and the contest scanning room, from a higher level of civilization's technology, determines results that are fair, impartial, and precise, and it's obvious that Lu Lian's technological wheelchair fully meets the entry criteria. But see the picture. The fingers of Lu Lian's right hand, the only one that could move, suddenly showed a complex and very regular rhythmic movement. And the huge Lu Ban silhouette behind him suddenly slowly floated into the air, holding the Lu Ban axe in his hand as he chopped down towards the huge timber. The wind and sand are getting stronger. The audience could no longer see the movements of the energy Lupin, and only saw a large amount of wood shavings mixed in with the wind and sand, like brilliant yellowish fireworks, flying into the sky in a flurry. After about 15 minutes, the wind and sand remained, but the wood chips had stopped. In a blur, the crowd saw a never-before-seen, yet breathtaking piece of transportation. No, it was more than a vehicle, it was a work of art. That is a shuttle-shaped wooden ship, the whole body is wood carving, the surface is silky smooth, energy Lu Ban net axe cutting, even comparable to the micron-level laser engraving, streamlined design, extremely low wind resistance coefficient. It seems to be a cast out of the exquisite artifacts, cannot see a trace of the knife work. And at the top of the wooden boat, surprisingly, were 9 wooden sails. And the material of those sails, surprisingly, was made of paper-thin pieces of wood, woven inch by inch, and conformed to the original grain of the wood, extremely tough. Beneath the sails are elaborate tillers, and cumbersome linkage mechanisms. At a glance, the 9 sails allow for precise rotation depending on the direction of the wind. A moderate wind swept by, and the wooden boat, which was close to 4 meters in length, fluttered slightly, as if it was about to take off into the air. The crowd was amazed that the mass of such a large ship was so light. However, Lu Lian smiled faintly, and Energy Lu Ban retracted into the back of his wheelchair in a flash as he said, "Thank you, Ancestor Master, for passing on the legacy." Spin. Lu Lian turned the wheelchair with one hand and slowly sailed into the cabin. The moment it stops, the wooden clasp snaps precisely onto the wooden wheels of the wheelchair. Lu Lian turned the rudder with his right hand, and a small wooden windmill at the bow veered to the left, and after determining the direction of the wind, 9 sails were linked to steer. It was also at this time that a gust of wind hit. Lu Ban's flying wooden boat, carrying Lu Lian, takes to the air. The cascading dunes were like ocean waves, while he was a flat boat, the sand and dust swirling and drifting with ease. The wind is getting faster and faster, and the kinetic energy is building up stronger and stronger. Lu Lian was far away in the sand and dust, having reached a staggering 150 kilometers per hour. Cheng Beg's youngest child, come and fight me quickly. Ha ha. Mr. Dice took a deep breath. Lu Lian, the strongest heir of Lu Ban, 1-2. The audience was abuzz. With odds this low, you're obviously favoring Lu Lian, who you think's going to win the title. But Lu Lian's tools are truly awesome, and the technology is unbelievable. Twice as much as a profit. I'll buy it. In a few moments, the bet on Lu Lian was already as high as 600 million credits. So, Mr. Dice laughed. So, let's see the other contestants. Screen switch. Instead, he saw a desert basin in which Mukin stood silently. Surprisingly, he was waiting as well, and emboldened, a faint smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. This player is called Mushin. Not too old, heck of a genius inventor. Mr. Dice slowly said, he was born in a civilian family, his parents are very ordinary mechanical workers, he also has a younger sister, out of the time with a genetic defect, his family spent a lot of money for his sister, but never succeeded in healing, which also led to his family's poverty, and once arrived at the edge of the life and death of the survival. At the age of 6, Mukin demonstrated an amazing talent for invention, going so far as to create an invention that was far ahead of the industry with the worn-out tools his father had outgrown. He took this invention and sold it to the maglev train industry. Acquired wealth that the family never dreamed of. Sister, too, received the best healing. But that's just the beginning. Since then, Mukin has been able to come up with a brand new invention almost every other week, and all of them are existences that can instantly disrupt an industry. He's a very purposeful person who creates things and will sell them directly. And the amount of money that goes into each patent deal is beyond staggering. Gradually, he amassed a staggering, never-to-be-spent fortune. Mushin, too, has become the young master Mushin that everyone talks about. Mr. Dice exuded a look of envy. He only brought one credit trading terminal with him this time into the arena, without any other tools in any meaningful sense. The audience froze again and again and again. In other words, this young master only brought money? What's the point? Mr. Dice shook his head and laughed. What's the use? There are great uses. Picture. Mukin had been waiting in silence with his eyes closed for close to an hour. At this moment, he finally opened his eyes and raised the palm-sized trading terminal in his hand high into the sky. After taking a deep breath, Mukin revealed a playboy young master-like smile and yelled, "Dogs come!" At this point, around the basin, the sound of roaring motors rang out. Only a silhouette, riding an ancient off-road motorcycle, leapt up, appeared in the air, and landed perfectly, heading towards Mukin. In the other direction, another figure, wearing tracked hiking boots and splashing a lot of yellow sand, rushed down the slope. 2 other figures, crookedly maneuvering a somewhat leaky-powered paraglider, rolled down another hillside. A moment. For silhouettes gathered around Mukin. The audience was wide-eyed. Wait, isn't that contestant number 19? And 63? And 91 and 7? What the hell? But see the picture. No. 19 was all smiles. Young Master Mukin, look, I got a motocross bike. Mukin smiled slightly. 200 million. No. 19 was overjoyed. Thank you, young Master Mukin, this is much more affordable than a prize. No. 63 stepped forward and said, Young Master Mukin, I got a pair of 80% new tracked hiking shoes, they function great, they're a 20-year-old model. Mukin smiled slightly. 300 million. No. 63 was overjoyed. Thank you, young Master Mu. Young Master. 91 was full of anticipation. I've got a powered paraglider, the engine works, it's just a bit worn out. Mukin shook the payment terminal in his hand. 300 million. Thank you, young Master Mukin. The moment the audience came to a realization. Shocked, he couldn't help but admire Mukin's tawdry maneuver. This guy outright bribed the other players to collect supplies for him. He's a real hoe, opening his mouth for hundreds of millions. And the picture of Mukin. Turning his head slightly at the moment, he looked at the number 7 who had been brought back by way of the power parachute, who was a bit coy and full of loss as the supplies he had gathered didn't seem to be of much use. Kitsune cocked his head. What did you bring? The 7th sighed and took out an old AK-47 from his back, along with 4 old grenades that he didn't know if they could still be detonated. He gave a bitter laugh. That's all I found. But obviously, it won't help you much. Mukin's eyes instantly widened. The phrase NMLB kept lingering in his mind, as if he saw the unqualified guy with bullet holes all over his body and a grenade in his mouth by himself. The emotions that had been suppressed for so long finally found a breakthrough at this point. Mukin's face trembled a bit with excitement, and he let out a low roar. $1 billion. Chapter 190. Place your bets. Hiss. Hiss. On the flat desert floor, a sand lizard with earthy stripes, spitting scarlet letters, crawled swiftly for a short distance, leaving a series of footprints that looked like tiny plum blossoms. I didn't realize that the official simulation of the desert environment was so realistic that they even transported the wildlife for a one-to-one recreation. Dressed in a black coat and pants, Chang-bei sat on the desert floor and looked up at the sky. And in the sky, surprisingly, another artificial sun appeared. The large bright fireball, so blinding that it was almost impossible to look directly at it, released one heat wave after another, and the temperature of the entire desert instantly rose by a large margin, and the sand turned hot, and with the passage of time, the temperature here was estimated to more than double. The artificial sun and even the entire eco-isolator was releasing short blue ribbons that steamed and twisted amidst the heat wave, and they seemed to be slightly deformed from the excessive heat as well. The officials are making the whole game harder and sicker. If it goes on much longer, even survival will be a problem, not to mention winning. This black clothing of Chang-bei's was more heat-absorbing than other items, and there were indeed no supplies within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Chang-bei was a little skeptical as to whether the magistrate called by he was helping himself or punking himself. Took a deep breath. Chang-bei slowly closed his eyes and stretched out his right hand, the palm of his hand pressed against the desert floor, his index finger raised and began to slowly and rhythmically tap the ground. The tiny sand lizard from before was very curious about Chang-bei, circling around him from time to time, but the sand was so hot that it was as if it was scalding its feet, its 4 feet shaking, and many times, it was 3 feet on the ground, standing still and immobile, like a sculpture. That's it? The 530 million viewers online, as well as close to 20,000 viewers outside the arena, watched Chang-bei's every move through a close-up view. The 2 previous Chinese players, Lulian and Mukin, had their own skills, each showing off their abilities. I thought this contestant named Chang-bei was hiding some extraordinary ability as well. Now it looks as if he's been knocked out by the heat and his hands are twitching. He doesn't have any supplies and he's not moving now. Is he giving up resistance? Mr. Daisuke, this contestant number 024, his name is Chang-bei. He comes from Trash Earth and has some friendship with the young master of the Desert Clan of the Great Retailer, so he obtained the qualification for the competition through the recommendation of the Desert Clan. But it has to be said that compared to the other contestants, contestant Chang-bei doesn't have any bit of resume, no historical achievements, no historical works, no famous teachers, and as for now, he doesn't have anything to look at either. Mr. Dice was a very rational person, all his judgments were based on data and information, and now Chang-bei was a blank sheet of paper, and he couldn't make a definitive conclusion. Ha! Mr. Dice suddenly tilted his head and laughed. Ladies and gentlemen, as the saying goes, you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the sea with a bucket of water. I can't say that this player, Chang-bei, will burst out with any amazing potential in the next match. Therefore, no. 024 Chang-bei, 1 to 100. I'll believe the hell out of you. Flower suit men are bad. With odds this high, you're outright extortion. You also think from the bottom of your heart that Chang-bei is hopeless. Buying him to win is the same as giving you money. Quickly switched the camera to explain the next contestant. Mr. Dice was not in a hurry, shrugged his shoulders and said, friends, according to the usual practice, each player's perspective will stay for at least 5 minutes, everyone stay calm. Perhaps there are certain customers who are willing to trust Chang-bei and are willing to take a small gamble on it, but if they win, this can be a 2,000 kilogram. Saying that, Mr. Dice opened his arms and said with bravado, as you all know, my biggest dream of Mr. Dice is for my clients to win a lot of money while I myself lose everything. Just for a moment. A bright and dazzling banner suddenly floated out of the LBW Outside Gaming livestream. The biggest single bet in this outside betting is born. Everyone, including Mr. Dice, was stunned. What's the situation? However, he saw the content of the dazzling banner change. Desert Clan's Desert Young Master, betting 10 billion credits on no. 024 Chang-bei to win alone. Mr. Dice's entire body just froze, subconsciously raising his hands and rubbing his eyes before confirming that he hadn't seen it wrong. The audience was also in an uproar. 10 billion? Holy, the sky is falling. That's an amount that's close to catching up with the total prize pool for a stage of the tournament, isn't it? Which one is the Desert Clan's Desert Young Master? By the way, he's the introducer of Chang-bei's contestant. At this time, in the online virtual broadcast room, huge fireworks tumbling and exploding, rows of lions roaring up to the sky, rows of salutes constantly fired. This is the emergence of large bets, triggered by the visual special effects, simply wild, cool and cool hanging sky. That's right, it's the same as the gift effects in the old days of live broadcasting. Times change, human nature remains the same. No matter when and where, the Big Brother's poker face has to be arranged in a decent and full manner. The corner of Mr. Dice's eye twitched. He had actually gathered more information that player Chang Beggar had once saved the life of the young master of the desert family, but only half understood it and did not know the details. Now, it seemed that the young master of the desert family was so grateful that he had taken such a large amount of money to support the Chang Beggar contestant and strengthen his voice. If Chang Bei loses, then 10 billion credits will be eaten by the banker, that is, fall into his Mr. Dice's pocket. The pot is full of money. If Chang Bei wins, then the banker has to pay out 100 times to the desert young master, tipping the scales. Mr. Dice winced. No way, no way. Mr. Dice had insider information and knew that Chang Bei had just chosen a very common mechanical wrench. Combining all the factors, compared to the other contestants, Chang Bei's probability of winning was slim, very slim. Right at this moment, within the online broadcast room, a banner special effect once again floated out, but compared to Desert Young Master, the banner was much smaller, and the cards were also much smaller. Mr. Valente, City of Jeans, bet 100 million credits on Ching kills player to win a stage alone. Message from Mr. Valente, I do not dare to exceed my authority and call for too much money, but suddenly I learned that Mr. Chang Bei was participating in the competition and I had to take action to express my support. Valente? He seems to be a very famous apothecary. He's rooting for number 24 too? 100 million credits, that's a big deal too. The audience looked at each other in disbelief. After this banner floated away, another one flew into the screen. Miss Red bet 100 million credits on Mr. Ching kill to win alone. Miss Red message, go for it. Cheer up. Mr. Cheng Beg starship is the most comfortable starship in the world. Support, support, support. The audience was even more confused. Another big hit. Who is MS Red? Is it some celebrity who apparently doesn't want to reveal their real name? What's the meaning of the most comfortable starship? Just then, another banner floats into the screen, but the cards are small and pass by in a flash. Owns 112 mineral planets. Gold quality is much higher than the market and cheap. Contact Star Lord Mudhopper with ID 234-8822 and bet 10 million credits on Chang Beggar's player to win solo. Mudhopper message, I am the most loyal supplier of Mr. Desmond, whoever Mr. Desmond supports, I will support. The audience was also watching roughly. This one's here to advertise, right? And the reason he supported Chang Bei was because he wanted to lick the young master of the desert family. Gradually, people realized that so many godly heroes were placing bets on Chang Bei's player to win alone, and although there was no basis for judgment and they didn't know the exact reason why, there were still some retail investors who couldn't hold back their luck and took out credits ranging from 10,000 to 30,000 and placed bets on Chang Bei. Watch as the amount of the bet becomes more and more exaggerated. Mr. Dice's face changed a bit. Why do you have a bad feeling about this? Chapter 191, Blue Radiance Shining. Chang Bei is playing with a lizard. To be precise, his eyes were closed and his right index finger was still tapping on the sand, while the fingers of his left hand were stroking the head of the little sand lizard that he had gotten to know so well. The little sand lizard crawled around between his fingers, and Chang Bei would sometimes put his fingers on resting on its little feet. He's double-crossing. For one thing, he was trying to recall how many turns he had made and how many times his direction had changed when he entered on the hovering floor, so as to distinguish between the north, south, east, and west, and at the same time, he was also recalling the map of the starting point that he had seen before he entered, and which direction the closest contestant was in and how far away it was from him. This, well done, is a clear judgment that many players can make, such as the lickspittles of Mukin. Secondly, he was feeling the frequency of the vibrations of the paws of this little sand lizard in his hand. Nature is amazing and fair, and will allow organisms in different environments to evolve different abilities to survive. The sand lizard's ability to run fast on the soft desert is due to the fact that its paws vibrate at a high frequency the moment it hits the ground. First, it also presses its belly against the sand to feel the vibration feedback and determine if there is food or natural predators around. Secondly, the high-frequency vibration of the foot can rearrange the friction and interaction between the sand particles, providing stronger support in a split second and preventing sinking. The fingers of Chang Bei's right hand, constantly pressing down on the sand, were actually accomplishing a kind of test. Through the observation of the small sand lizard, and then synthesizing the downward pressure generated by his own weight, what kind of frequency would allow him to walk as if he were walking on a flat surface in the soft desert, realizing the extreme effect of floating on water with lightness in the novel. He's actually playing with a lizard? In such a tight game, with such huge stakes, he's actually in the playing lizard. Lizard. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Is he waiting for the wind to come too? He doesn't have the wood skills that Lulian has, so what's the point of waiting? Because of the generation of huge bets, the audience was full of expectations for Chang Bei, no longer asking for a change of perspective, watching Chang Bei's every move with dead eyes, and those who had placed bets on Chang Bei had their hands pinched in cold sweat. Desert environment perception, only 132 to 156 Hz. Preventing foot drop only requires 90 to 105 Hz. Although I'm not wearing Type 1 biochemical battle armor, I've already taken 4 days of the Winged Race Unlimited accumulation potion, and my physical body can completely carry it. At this instant, Chang Bei opened his eyes. The big golden pancake that no one could read in his pupils was brilliantly alive, and all the data was already known. At the same time, the west side also really came to the wind and sand that helped Lulian to rise up in the air before, at this time has already formed a sandstorm that covers the sky and has the momentum of swallowing heaven and earth. The bright artificial sun was turning bright and dim, and there was a violent tornado hidden in the sandstorm. See you later, little lizard. Chang Bei slowly stood up and looked at the little lizard on the ground. Little lizard was the name he had given to this new friend. At this moment, the little lizard sensed the terror of the sandstorm, glanced at Chang Bei, twisted his head, his forelegs picking at the sand, his body constantly twisting, and in the blink of an eye drilled into the depths of the gravel. At this point, there were official beeps all around. Hello Chang Bei contestant, the Desert Clan's Desert Young Master has placed a huge bet on you. You are now becoming highly visible. Please finish the match carefully and wish you a smooth road ahead. Huge stakes? Desert is worthy of being a treacherous businessman, shameless, actually want to take this opportunity to make money. You have to give the old man his cut. Chang Bei shook his head and smiled. The huge sandstorm arrived in an instant, dimming the sky and darkening the earth, as if it were a prologue to hell, drawn out inch by inch. In an instant, Chang Bei's location was engulfed by a sandstorm, in which the giant tornado was also raging furiously, with a large amount of sand and soil being swept into the air, and the terrain changed drastically. The little lizard was also swept into the sky, but it suddenly felt, amidst the violent wind and sand, a large hand grabbing hold of itself and shoving itself back inside the deep sand. For a few moments, the storm moved toward the east, revealing the chaotic and wretched ground. Countless spectators stared in disbelief. Where is the shadow of Chang Bei left? Too good. Oh no, simply too unfortunate. Mr. Dice let out a sigh of relief and gloated a little. It looks like our player, Chang Bei, was caught in the sandstorm and is nowhere to be found. TSK, his life is in danger. In fact, he should have chosen to withdraw from the tournament before the storm hit. 40 kilometers away to the east, Chang Bei was like a residual shadow, moving at high speed on the sand ridge. The traces where he passed were slight. There were no footprints or sagging of sand in the conventional sense, only a shallow crescent shape. 145 kilometers per hour. The player tracking camera had lost him. No one could have imagined that he could explode with such incredible speed, that he had burst so far ahead in the short time that the storm had swept over him. But if anyone could have noticed the direction he was traveling at this point, they would have pounded their chest. He's going in the wrong direction. The bearing in which he advanced was not the center of the desert, not where the L medallion was located. Chang Bei ran toward the east side, running further and further away. Ha ha ha, bless the emperor. At this moment, the island nation's contestant, Goro Ishii, finally poked his head out of the SUV's engine compartment, a perfect fusion of a compressed energy machine and an automobile's internal combustion engine. At this time, his dilapidated SUV, the engine compartment grafted a silver-gray metal machine, green compressed energy, in the machine's pipeline can run rapidly, and real-time transfer to the car engine in the middle. It took close to an hour. This Tianhu opening contestant finally completed his own creation, not only solved the energy problem, the vehicle's driving mechanism has also been greatly strengthened by him. He predicted in his mind, in the flat ground, this car speed soared to 100 kilometers per hour is not a problem. Although he started a little late, his speed is phenomenal, as the saying goes. Ishii Goro revealed a smug smile. All the other contestants are garbage. Historically, my island nation, though small in size, has condensed a high degree of wisdom and the spirit of perseverance and godliness. The vehicle's engine roars, accompanied by the sound of high-frequency energy operations. It looked at its own work and was all smug, stepping on the gas pedal with an empty foot, excitement glittering in its green bean-like eyes, but probably due to its facial features, it looked lewd and sinister. What was that? Ishii Goro was just about to start when he saw a blur of black shadows forming a straight line on a distant sandy slope, charging toward him. Boom! Before he could do anything about it, the black shadow slammed right into his precious automobile. Wow dash! Click dash! The head of the car was in pieces, the compressed energy engine flying high into the sky, the connecting parts of it resembling the sky, and Goro Ishii still sitting in the driver's seat, his mouth widening in the slow-motion footage. Not far away, Chang Bei braked his body, plowing long furrows in his face, and unnoticed, the crystal skin on his fists faded in a flash. Chang Bei pursed his lips and said with an apologetic face, "Sorry, I did it on purpose. We have no grievances, but I noticed before that your name is called Ishii Goro, and the infamous head of Unit 731, Ishii Shiro, is too similar. I won't take things as they come, but I couldn't brake, so I bumped into you. Don't worry, I won't be held responsible. It's all what you should have done." Spin. Chang Bei made a quick turn around and disappeared into the distance in a puff of smoke. Without injustice, without hatred, things don't come together. But he did it on purpose? And it's all I'm supposed to do? What's wrong with me, Shiro Ishii? No, my name is Garo Ishii. This island player, who was in half a buggy, was confused by Chang Bei's words around both eyes and did not react for a moment. Suddenly, he realized the situation before him and looked at his car in pain. Baka. Ching Kil ran 10 kilometers away. Knowing that he would surely be tracked by the official cameras after passing through Garo Ishii's field of vision, he lowered the frequency of the vibrations of his feet and spun around wildly in place, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and causing the camera view to be obscured once again. This instant, Chang Bei stood in the middle of the storm he had formed and took out 2 items with his backhand. Those are 280 by 80 centimeters square metal floors. This floor is the same kind of transportation that all the competitors step on from the entrance, and which was relied upon to transport them into the testing room and to the desert starting point. Area A to Area F desert racecourse, at least hundreds of kilometers of tunnels in the middle, but the floor of the driving time, less than 10 minutes, can be said to be quiet and silent, fast and steady. And at high speeds, it also releases a miniature force field to ensure the safety of passengers. And why did Chang Bei, at this point, have 2 suspended floors in his hands? Because he noticed a detail. Earlier, after the hovering floor transported itself to the starting point, it did not return the same way, and the beam of light through the body went out, quietly hibernating in the desert, soon to be covered by the wind and sand again. It's like a tour bus. When tourists get off the bus, their eyes are drawn to the treacherous peaks they are about to climb in front of them, and few pay attention to the makeshift transportation behind them. Or, perhaps the players subconsciously defaulted to the floor as an official service prop that could only be used before the race, so they didn't hit it. Sure, someone may have noticed the block of suspended flooring, but it was also clear to everyone that this equipment was commanded to operate via a remote hub, and with the lack of on-site resources, it would be nearly impossible to hack into its systems and get it working again. And Chang Bei felt that this was most likely an official hidden egg. Unspecified and not prohibited. Use it if you can. Therefore, when Chang Bei was meditating earlier, he used his memory to lock onto Ishii Goro's location, to the northeast of himself, the closest competitor. Chang Bei didn't care about his supplies, but instead, he focused on the hovering floor that he was riding on. Sure enough, Chang Bei had just taken a turn around the SUV and dug out this silent suspended floor from the sandy soil, plus the one he was riding on, number *2. Similar technological artifacts detected. Whether or not to start synthesizing, KEF 2233 floating floor module, from the twin human civilizations, with integrated levitation system, extremely thin and lightweight, excellent performance, maximum speed of 580 km per hour, maximum range of 300 km, with scrambling defense force field, built-in 8-way gyroscope system. Chang Bei first frowned before slowly erecting his right wrist. Synthesis begins. SSA Surfer Hoverboard, *1. Vast universe, no wonder, there is such a pursuit of the pursuit of extreme sports technology civilization. They will be cosmic surfing set as a lifelong pursuit of the goal of the equipment of one of their portable sports equipment, ignoring gravity, ignoring the terrain, the maximum speed of 6,822 km per hour, under the different terrains, the range of 2 to 3 million kilometers, 30,000 kilometers. Equipped with SSA Eco-Stabilizing Force Field, which not only ensures the stability of the driver's posture, but also provides the best survival space according to the driver's life attributes, including but not limited to insulation from the low/high temperature in the universe and provision of aerobic environment, etc. Not only can it realize high-speed and stable navigation, but it can also perform 133 kinds of extreme sports operations, which is powerful and handsome. Amidst the steaming yellow sand, STC's light, like indelible star trails, is hidden and endlessly mysterious. The corners of Chang Bei's mouth rose. I told you long ago, the moment that azure beam of light shone, all of this, it has nothing to do with you. Chapter 192, The Final Sprint. A little quadrangle flashes. The L medallion reflects a sliver of sunlight on a tall black column in the very center of the desert. While it's only a one-stage honor in the LBW tournament, whoever wins it has certainly made a nice opening and given the rest of the field a head start. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's LBW contestants are stronger than ever, and with less than 3 hours to go in the contest, it looks like we're about to witness, with our own eyes, the creation of the Stage 1 champion. The main camera of the live broadcast, first focusing on the L medallion, and then pulling up. The towering black column under the medallion appeared first within the image, and then an inch of yellow sandy ground. The viewpoint rose higher and higher, like God looking down, seeing 10 kilometers of ground around them, and then expanding again, 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers, and finally, 100 kilometers of desert in the vicinity of the medallion in full view. At this time it was quiet and there was no half a person here. Waves of boiling hot air, twisting and spreading, as if water vapor was steaming on the ground. A brown patterned rattlesnake, spitting silently, stared at a dopey gerbil in front of him. The gerbil, on the other hand, was holding, with two front paws, a freshly caught desert beetle, which it was about to eat, when suddenly the little gerbil, as if sensing something, stood up humanly, tilting its head, its whiskers quivering. A large shadow that suddenly appeared on the ground. The speed at which the shadows were moving was already a dozen meters in a flash, and it was obvious how amazing the speed of the wooden sailing ship was above the 30-meter altitude. The wooden sailboat, as light as a leaf, with 9 sails drumming in the wind, had the appearance of a sailboat, but the manufacturing process was ingenious, and it was essentially a huge kite capable of carrying people in flight. The rock rises with the wind in one day and rises 90,000 miles. In the middle of the cabin, a young man in hemp clothes sat on a wooden wheelchair and proudly looked up. It looks like I'm already far ahead, but unfortunately, no one is competing with me. Mr. Dice shook his fist in excitement. Look! 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 China's Lulian, less than 100 kilometers from the L medal. All the spectators who had bet on Lulian were just as excited. Lulian is great, go Lulian! The rattlesnake chased the little gerbil to the east side. The snake's mouth was salivating, its mouth wide open, just about to take a bite. Boom! Who dash? Boom! Instead, a strange presence appeared on the desert to the east. Mukin surprisingly fused the motorcycle sent by the licking dog with track shoes, converted into a tracked motorcycle, throttle welded, without fear of tires into the sand. He drove sharply, violently on the huge sand slope, leaping up. The moment the motorcycle reaches its highest point, the back of the motorcycle suddenly unfolds a flying wing converted from a broken power parachute, and the power turbine on the lower side of the flying wing is activated, bursting with propulsive force and prompting the entire motorcycle to glide through the sky. After skidding for a distance of about 17 or 18 kilometers, the motorcycle hit the ground with a loud thud. But it was only the next moment that Mukin, gritting his teeth, once again drove his motorcycle up another sandy slope. Look! 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 Mr. Dice was thrilled, young Master Mukin, who turned waste into treasure. He also came to the range of 100 kilometers. He even took the previous equipment and modified it to function like that. A big brain, worthy of being the favorite of this competition. The rattlesnake chased the gerbil to the north side again. This time, its scarlet letter was a millimeter short of licking the back of the little gerbil's head. Suddenly, the snake paused, catching a whiff of a choking odor. Instead, they saw in the distant sky, a very old biplane propeller airplane, smoking heavily with black smoke, dropping parts every now and then, flying crookedly. But in the cockpit, surprisingly, there was no one but a ceramic Buddha statue standing. And that Indo-African player, surprisingly, put his hands together and stood on the nose of the airplane, like an immortal descending to the world. At this moment, he opened his eyes and wept against the wind. The great potentate blesses the pious knee, difficult to perform and able to perform, refined and valiant. With that said, the plane went up in black smoke and crashed. But the next moment, this Indo-African contestant, surprisingly, carried a worn-out jetpack on his back, his feet stepping on his Buddha statue, which he once again used as a sandboard, and charged out of the thick black smoke. The jetpack's energy source obviously insufficient, but sufficient to enable him to fasten through this last distance at a very high speed. Look! 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 Akshay has also come to the final scramble. Mr. Dice popped up high in place, and statistically, no matter which of the three won the title, he would make money from the bet. From my point of view, now that the wind is weakening, the Lulian player is lacking in speed, and young Master Mukin lacks the sandbags for continuous jumps and is slowing down. Instead, it's Akshay, who is the most promising. Mr. Dice raised his hands to the sky and did a 360-degree turn in place. Let's see if there's a fourth contestant to rush into the final round. Mr. Dice is clearly an on-screen avatar, but stands in place, building an awning with his hand in front of his eyes and squinting furtively to the northwest. Gee, that's too bad. The players didn't. Storm did have a big pile. However, he saw that in the northwest direction, the sandstorm that covered the sky steamed for hundreds of meters, as if it was a huge prologue, with an astonishing speed, coming from far and near. Gee, it looks like the other contestants are lost in the storm. Mr. Dice expresses his regret. Wait. I'm going? Mr. Dice's eyes suddenly widened as in just this instant, the storm surged tens of kilometers, and he finally saw the nature of the storm. It was indeed a sandstorm, but not a natural one. Only to see that at the forefront of that huge sandstorm was a figure dressed in black, his entire body 5 meters off the ground, his feet stepping on a skateboard with a shimmering silver light. Behind the skateboard, a spiral like a sonic wave of propulsion was released, lifting the sand behind him hundreds of meters high. He carried a terrifying aura, as well as several times the speed of sound, like a torrent, seeming to be the master of this desert, as well as resembling a god that ran rampant on this field. The rattlesnake also chased the little gerbil to the northwest. The rattlesnake's dark eyes, blinking horizontally, looked at the terrifying sandstorm, and the whole snake was bad. I won't eat, okay? Chapter 193, A Sudden Interception. This. Mr. Dice's entire body was like a clay statue, his lips turning white in a flash. Wasn't he swept away by the storm? Where did he get that kind of equipment? The moment Lulian, Mukun, Akshay, and Changbei, from 4 different directions, southeast, northwest, and north, charged toward the L medallion, seemingly evenly matched. But, the corner of Changbei's mouth, who had a black gauze scarf tied around his face, slowly hooked up. Buzz dash. Boom dash. The sandstorm behind him was like an explosion, splattering hundreds of meters in an instant. A large sand crater was created by the reaction force, and the SSA surfer hoverboard lifted steeply. In a flash, Changbei was riding high. The situation appears to change clearly in the aerial view. A sandstorm from the northwest instantly made up all the distance behind and gradually took the lead. Mr. Dice was on ice. It's over. It's over. I've lost all my money. Lulian, who was on the flying wooden ship, had her pupils trembling at this time. Changbei's onslaught set off a biting hurricane, and the wooden boat was adrift. I need to fight you. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. At this moment, Lulian pressed the mechanism button on the right-hand side, but he saw that the cabin of the wooden boat suddenly deformed, and even formed a wooden stone thrower used in ancient siege between flips, while the 9 wooden sails, bent and contracted, formed 9 huge elastic bowstrings. Without the erected sails, the entire wooden ship was plummeting. However, Lulian's eyes flashed with an extremely paranoid light. The significance of my life is to fight against the opponents that I hold in high regard. Boom 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 boom. 9 consecutive loud bowstring tremors. Lulian, along with the wheelchair underneath himself, was thrown out. The superposition of the 9 powers made his speed astonishing, and the whole person was like a human-sized cannonball, flying towards the location where the L medallion was located. He doesn't want to die? Isn't he paralyzed? Even if the distance is enough to get the medal, so what? How is he going to land safely? The audience gasped. While Mr. Dice's face showed a frantic look. Go Lulian, you're the strongest Lupin heir, you must get it. At this very moment, Changbei and Mukun were close to each other. They were both at the end of a line after all, so they would slowly draw closer. In the next instant, though, Mukun was left behind. In the midst of the wind and sand, Changbei stood on top of his surfboard, ripped off his sandproof scarf, and slowly turned back to Mukun. Don't steal my business. What? Amidst the wind and sand, Muchen, who was lagging behind at great speed, could only vaguely see Changbei mouthing, how dare you curse me? I'll be damned. I'm going to fight you to the death. However, he saw that Mukun on the motorcycle backhandedly pulled out the AK-47 behind his back and pulled the trigger directly towards Changbei. Bully, I'll take your life. Changbei? Audience? Ta-da! AK-47 fire snake spray. Watching the brass-colored slugs, densely shot, as if forming a sieve. The SSA eco-stabilizing force field that the skateboard was equipped with functioned to provide a survival environment, and Changbei didn't want to test its bulletproof function by putting his body on the line. At this instant, Changbei glanced down at his feet. His own feet were fixed to the surfer's skateboard by a beam of blue energy, solid and full of security. He smiled, his right hand spinning out of thin air as a blue control disc appeared floating in the air. Extreme sports mode. The next instant, SSA Surfrider hoverboard in the sudden speed at the same time, suddenly flipped up and down. Changbei the whole person in a flash to complete a number of 360-degree rotation, such as a drill general rapid progress, the whole process of thrilling and exciting, but also silky smooth. Dodged all the bullets while playing it cool. The audience watched with taut heartstrings. Many young girls were hibernated by Changbei's stature. This kid is a bit handsome, isn't he? I'm going to fight you. Instead, he saw Mukun backhandedly pull out 4 more grenades, and they were modified so that they could be grafted onto the AK-47 sawed-off barrel and could be fired like a howitzer. Boo! The first grenade flew at Changbei. But see Changbei vertical leap, feet off the skateboard, the whole person in the air to complete a front flip. Grenade was dodged by him at the same time. SSA surf skateboard violently accelerated, and again in front of Changbei stable catch, feet also instantly extended blue beam, again Changbei's feet fixed, again a set of silky smooth as running water, stable as a match. The audience watched wide-eyed. That skateboard is awesome. The Ching Kill contestant must have found an abundance of supplies and his skills are amazing. I can't believe it didn't explode. Again. Boo! Mukun was already far behind. Changbei had already flown out of his shooting distance, but his entire body was too mortified to care. As expected, the grenade sagged feebly and fell eerily at a distance of several hundred meters from Changbei. Boom! The grenade exploded, but it didn't affect Changbei one bit. But for some reason, as if it caused a chain reaction, the entire desert began to sift, and the ground rumbled and trembled. Changbei, who was flying at a high speed, frowned slightly, feeling like there was some kind of behemoth awakening underground. Who dash? The desert at his feet instantly exploded. A mouth diameter of 2 kilometers of huge sandworms suddenly scurried out of the ground. The body is long, not see the end of the cylinder. The mouth such as a crusher, layers of teeth flipped, saliva splash. Ouch! The giant sandworm swallowed Changbei in the air in one gulp. And then it headbutted and burrowed into the desert once more. Everyone was shocked, including Mukun, whose expression was frozen in a state of madness and insanity. Countless spectators stretched their necks at once, staring with their eyes protruding and their mouths wide open. Even the all-knowing Mr. Dice froze. The appearance of that giant sandworm was exactly the same as the shape in a well-known movie in the old days, huge and terrifying, haunting the desert and clearing out all invaders. It was the true lord of the desert. The moment the official broadcast system blared, the playing field in Area F, which is recreated one-to-one according to the desert environment, but it's not a desert on Earth. In the Cygnus E3842 desert planet, giant sandworms can be found everywhere. The sand grains on the racecourse were transported from there. Perhaps there is some kind of sandworm egg slowly hatching in it, causing today's scene. This is something that was not officially expected. We deeply apologize. The audience froze. And there can still be this kind of slip-up? Ching Kill contestant was already assured of victory. It was the accident that ruined him. Mr. Dice, however, was full of excitement. An accident is good. Suddenly, in the distant sand, as if a volcano had erupted, a large amount of green blood gushed out, splashing tens of meters high and wetting the ground in a 4 to 5 kilometer radius. Who dash? The giant sandworm leapt out of the ground once more, stained with green blood and roaring as if it were wailing. In the next moment, on the surface of the sandworm's body, a circle of spiral cutting marks suddenly surfaced, and a large amount of green blood erupted out. Pust! The giant sandworm's body burst open as if someone had performed a circumcision in its stomach, shredding its insides and cutting up its skin. Suddenly, Cheng Bei stomped on his SSA surfer skateboard and broke through the broken body of the sandworm. The green blood of sandworms was strewn about in his wake. The crowd also saw at the same time that the edges of the skateboards under Chang Bei's feet were flashing with a bright silver-colored sharp and cold aura. He shredded the sandworms with his surfboard. There were exclamations of surprise and excitement, and in an instant they were brought into Chang Bei's perspective, feeling the hero's desperate struggle to survive. And at this point, Chang Bei no longer stayed. SSA surfer skateboards instantly raced, sandstorms flew and covered the sky. He sprinted straight for the black pillar located in the center of the room, and his skateboard climbed abruptly, reaching the same height as the pillar. And then, Chang Bei leapt up and fished his right hand downward. The L medal was held in his hand. At the same time, his torso did a cartwheel and stood on the palm-sized black pillar, raising the L medallion in his hand high. Instead, the surfer skateboard, which had separated from him, turned a corner in the air and caught Lulian, who was falling. But Lulian's frame was inconvenient, and the inertia was too great for the wheelchair to stand still, and it slid off the skateboard again. It was also at this moment that the energy lupin behind him suddenly blossomed, and with the lupin axe in his hand, he hooked onto the edge of the skateboard, causing Lulian to dangle in the air, and although he was a bit of a mess, he was no longer in any danger of losing his life. The room was silent for 30 seconds. Suddenly a mountain of shouts and applause erupted. In the air, Lulian tilted her head, her eyes wide open. Kitsune stopped his motorcycle as well and watched from afar, the corners of his eyes twitching. And the Indo-African player Akshay, still confused, is charging sharply down the south side. The big man with the blonde undershirt, still standing at the starting point with a cold glint in his eyes, did not move a muscle. Mr. Dice's face went white and he fell to the ground with a plop. The official briefing also rang out at the right time. This year's LBW contest, Stage 1 champion, number 024 Ching Bei. And at this moment Chang Bei. Instead, he was staring at the huge sandworm corpse, narrowing his eyes slightly. This game, it seems, is not as simple as one might think. Chapter 194, Second Stage. See my family Chang Bei, was still get a brave and invincible, then I am relieved. Live screen front. Bean's metal palms, touching in small increments on his chest, made a slight metallic clanging sound. And in the picture was the scene of Chang Bei standing on the black column, holding up the medal. Bean's LED mouth grinned into a crescent moon. For so many years, it had always been, no matter what Chang Bei wanted to do, no matter how difficult it was, Bean would always support it without any hesitation. Like before, going on an expedition to the Kyoto Restoration, which was full of killer rats. Where did Bean know whether he would actually come back in one piece or not? But Chang Bei said he would go, so that Bean followed him. When Chang Bei fails, Bean encourages him and comforts him. When Chang Bei succeeded, like today, standing in the limelight, Bean was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. I'm a nanny robot no matter what, I have to take Chang Bei as the center T. That's a bit of a delay. To listen to Chang Bei, engage quickly back to the Starship T. Bean muttered to himself, it didn't run around, it had been in the LBW tournament hall all along, and because it was preoccupied with Chang Bei's match, it found a safe corner position and watched Chang Bei's situation through the broadcast screen. Bean spun his metal brain and surveyed the area, locking onto a darkened hallway. It was carrying Old Mother Steel's teleportation module, the miniature directional Stargate that Chang Bei spoke of, and needed to find an unobtrusive corner and unfold the Stargate, so that it could return to the Spirit-type starship in the next second. Whimper, whimper. With heavy feet, Bean Metal came into the dark corridor and just reached out to touch the storage compartment on his chest. A tall figure appeared behind Bean. Bean heard some movement and cocked his head, just about ready to turn back. A violent electric current spread out from its back, a ghostly blue electric snake, instantly compensating for Bean's entire body, Bean's body began to convulse violently in a split second. A large amount of snowflakes appeared in the visual system, and the auditory system shut down completely. But it was within a second that Bean's energy cell disconnected from the mechanical body. With a rumble, Bean's body fell to the ground. The LED mouth flickered, but no sound could be made. In the last moment when the visual system went out, its gaze was still focused on Chang Bei in the distant hall, in the virtual screen. Not far away, a security officer for the LBW contest heard the commotion. Come into the dark corridor and probe into the depths. He froze, but all he could see was a tiny brass robot toy scattered on the ground in the distance, its head falling off and rolling a long way. It was also at this time that a cleaning crew pushing a huge mechanical cleaning truck slowly walked out from the depths of the corridor. Sorry for the noise, I dropped the item. The hawk-nosed, somewhat grim-faced janitor smiled apologetically, casually picking up the robot toys on the floor and tossing them into the cleaning cart, which he then pushed further and further away, disappearing at the end of the corridor. The LBW contest, Stage 2, opens now. The contestants are invited to ride on the hovering floor with their numbers on it and travel 17,100 kilometers away to the City of Light, Area E. The voice of Chief Referee White River rang out over the arena's PA system. The audience's excitement just now hadn't faded, and they were even more stunned at this moment. The pace is so fast. Good, very good, exciting. White River's voice came again. Rule number 1 of the second stage, all contestants' creations within the first stage must be turned in as they are, and may not be brought into the second arena. Don't worry contestants, we will be sealing all the items in separate boxes under public scrutiny. No one will touch your creations for the rest of the tournament, and they will remain your property after the event is completed. For Stage 2, Rule 2, competitors are still limited to 1 tool per person and cannot reselect but can only carry the same tool used in Event 1. Rule number 3. Chief Referee by he suddenly paused, contestant no. 24 Chang Bei, the event organizing committee prohibits you from modifying as well as using the event transportation KEF 2233 suspended floor module during the second stage of the event. The audience sniffed and realized. Turns out that guy remodeled a suspended floor, ha ha ha, what a talent. At the same time, White River continued, because the 24th Chang Bei player, in the first stage of the event, won the championship, he will be assigned to the worst starting point when he enters the second stage of the event. What? When the audience heard this, they complained a bit. What the hell kind of rule is this? Is there such an allocation? Isn't this shady? However, the image of White River appeared in the virtual screen. He looked in Chang Bei's direction, paused slightly, and then said, Contestant Chang Bei, if you're not satisfied with our system, you can choose to withdraw from the competition now, and I'll guarantee on my own honor that I'll make sure that you'll leave in peace. Leave in peace. Chang Bei just quietly held his head high and looked at the huge silhouette of White River in midair. He said, word for word, the prize, for sure, is going to be mine. White River sniffed and let out a silent sigh, then waved his hand. LBW contest, Stage 2 begins. Once again, the contestants ride the suspended floor and enter the passageway between the zones. This time, the distance was a staggering 17,000 kilometers, and the group seemed to have entered some sort of particle acceleration channel, where the light was neon and psychedelic, multiplying the speed at which the suspended floor traveled. After about 30 minutes, the suspended floor entered Zone E of the City of Light, once again dispersing the competitors to different starting points. What do you mean by ice and fire? The player's situation is a perfect illustration of this. And the so-called E-zone. If I could describe this place in one word, it would be cold, and if it was 2 words, it would be extremely cold. The moment the players stepped into the place, it felt as if the world around him was a huge ice cellar, and every breath of wind was like an icy blade that seemed to slice the flesh raw as it cut across his cheeks. Appearing for no more than 10 seconds, it felt like I was being gripped tightly by a giant hand of cold, the kind of cold that penetrated deep into the marrow of the bones, and every breath felt like inhaling a million icy needles that stabbed straight into the throat and lungs. Chang Bei also stepped down from the suspended floor. This time the hovering floor didn't linger, it just folded back and disappeared without a trace. The clothes on Chang Bei's body were already thin, but even if they were cotton clothes, they were as useless as thin paper in front of this cold. Raise your eyes and look around. It was a world of ice and snow, surrounded by white snow-capped mountains, with the occasional tree visible, but the boughs of the trees were also covered with crystalline ice prisms that reflected a cold light. And the ground beneath your feet, you can't see the soil at all. It was actually a thick layer of cold ice, and as gusts of wind blew by, tiny snow particles were swirled around, forming a white furry wind on the ice. Here, it's cold and bone-chilling and lifeless. It makes the heart despair. Here, one of the 2 poles of the City of Light, the East Pole. In 12 hours, the second stage prize of the contest, the B medal, will appear on this icy land. And the first thing the players have to do is survive for 12 hours. Like the Stage 1 tournament, there are all sorts of supplies hidden here. White River's voice echoed in the air, a warm reminder to all of you, if you don't find a way to warm yourselves soon, your bodies, within 20 minutes, will lose temperature and turn into an ice sculpture here. Chapter 195 Higher Persons. Wow dash. The miscellaneous items on the table all fell into the suitcase with a panicked swipe of one palm. All of the holographic cameras in this dimly lit, holographic camera-filled room had been turned off. Mr. Dice, sweating profusely and long since in a state of disarray, stuffed a few more clothes haphazardly into his suitcase. Dump your family, dump your family. I've got to run, I've got to run. What a desert young master, it's just crazy, to place such a big bet. Where can I afford to lose money? If you want me to redeem the bet, you'll have to be able to find me. And what with Valente, Miss Red, and the gold miner, every one of them is nuts. You want me to pay for it, do it in your next life. The suitcase was stuffed in a mess, and when it was closed, there were still edges of clothes stuck in the gaps, and whatever socks and underwear and such fell to the ground as he walked. Wow! He jerked open the door to the room, but his whole body froze. Just outside the door, there stood a man in a black suit with sunglasses and a cold face. Who are you? Mr. Dice's pupils shrunk violently, and he subconsciously took several steps backward. How did you find this place? In this instant, Mr. Dice brainstormed various scenarios at breakneck speed. He himself ran away with the money, but was instantly punched in the face, directly blocked by the debtors at the door. All the cash was snatched, and was fatally beaten, stripped naked and hung in front of the city gate, continuously humiliated 180 times. Ooh-hoo. I'm sorry, I can't help it, I can't afford to pay for it. Mr. Dice brought the plot straight to him, crying out in pain and slowly kneeling on the ground. However, seeing the black suit without much expression, his right wrist flashed with a yellow sheen, and then he raised his arm and gently slid it in front of Mr. Dice. Ding, you have acquired the highest level of credit granted by the Human Galactic Alliance in the amount of 10 trillion credits. Mr. Dice's entire body stiffened, his eyes slowly widened, as if he was dreaming, as he confirmed several times in succession that this beep was coming from within his own carry-on payment system. The black suit remained expressionless. Keep opening your bets. This credit. Sent to me? Mr. Dice was full of incredulity. Who are you and why are you doing this? I am carrying out the orders of my masters. The black suit looked calmly at the dice, and my masters love to see you humans indulging in entertainment and playing with things. Addicted to entertainment. Playing with things. Mr. Dice's eyes widened. Your masters. Who is it? The black suit raised his head. They are very different from you, the higher ones. The corners of Mr. Dice's eyes quivered. The high one. Where's that Mr. Dice? He's not going to be able to afford to lose the money and then run away, is he? He ran away? What about my betting money? Who cares about your bets? We can't figure out the state of the game without the explanation of the dice. The situation is a bit confusing within the online and offline audience, filled with a lot of discussion. Ha ha ha. Run away? That's impossible. Suddenly, within the online broadcast room, as well as the offline holographic projection, the man wearing a red suit with a dice pattern printed all over it, accompanied by a golden light, made a magnificent appearance. My biggest dream for Mr. Dice is that the customers make a fortune and I myself lose my fortune. I'm back. Mr. Dice spreads his arms wide, a smile piled on his face, and I've cashed in all the bets from the last round 2 minutes ago. Those customers who are both lucky and strong, you can roll around while spreading your joy and go check your balances. Holy, this dice is pretty reliable. So, the Desert family's young master's huge wager has also been honored? Wouldn't he be a blast? Countless spectators, shedding tears of envy. Tengzhou, the main courtyard of the desert. 1 trillion credits arrived from the credit point payment system. Desert sat in the main hall, the first position to the left of Mount Desert, pursing his lips and rubbing the credit point payment system in his hand. The corners of the mouths of the group of Desert Clan executives present twitched. This guy made such an amazing amount in a couple hours. Catch up with 24 planetary divisions, a year's worth of sales. Mo awkwardly smiled. Elders, I know that such speculative behavior is somewhat disgraceful, so don't worry, I will definitely focus on most business next. Mount Desert nodded gratefully. This is positive thinking, very good. But he saw Desert at that moment, again manipulating the virtual screen in his hands. Mount Desert was a bit puzzled. What are you doing, little seeker? Leave 50x your principal while you pike and buy a solo win in the Ching Kilgore Stage 2 event. The corner of Mount Desert's eye twitched. Didn't you say that this behavior was somewhat disgraceful? Grandpa, you don't know. Desert seriously said, the dog beggar recognizes money and will definitely look for my share. So this money, I have to pick up more. Pick up. The crowd of Desert family executives were aghast. Is your boy trying to win back 10 years of my Desert sales through a bet? It looks like a whole bunch of us, like losers. Idle words. Mr. Dice is back on top and passionate. Let's see how the game goes. Who dash? Nukin let out a huff of air. And this massive gas with water vapor made a slight sound of ice crystals forming the moment it came into contact with the extremely cold environment outside, and then the gas turned into a handful of slim ice crystals, which were again blown away by the cold wind. It's too damn cold. There was a thick layer of ice on Mukin's eyebrows and eyelashes, making him look like a white-browed immortal. His body was covered with 7 or 8 coats, and his legs had turned into elephant legs, covered with 7 or 8 layers of pants, and his head was wrapped in a layer of fall coat, like a big dumpling. He was pacing, but with every step he took, he felt a killing cold wind burrowing into his clothes. and beside it, under a snowy slope, curled up were 7 or 8 players with only a pair of underwear on their bodies, holding their bladders, snot caked into ice slushies, and their bodies vibrating at a frequency that would have caught up with Chang Bei's supernatural powers. Young Master Mukin, why don't I refund you $500 million and how about you return one of my clothes? Shut up, this young master is thinking. Mukin glared at the man and began to mumble, how can we find supplies in this environment? The organizers are letting us stay up here for 12 hours, isn't this killing people? Are the organizers hiding some kind of ruse? Inexplicably, there were so many players near me this time that it felt like there was a designer helping me, but not much. Originally I was going to come here to relax and win a tournament easily, but I didn't realize this tournament was so sick. Live and let live. The bottom line is, letting that unqualified guy Chang Bei load up in the first round? Mukin shook his head, no, we can't think about that first. We need to find a way to solve the heating problem first, or else it's all empty talk. Young Master Mukin. Good news. Just then, a lickspittle contestant, the only one wearing clothes, came trudging through the deep snow from a distance. This person was a scout that Mukin had put out earlier, tasked with checking out the surrounding terrain, originally holding out little hope. Young Master Mukin, I found a diesel furnace. The contestant held up a palm-sized black circular stove in his hand, eyes full of excitement. There's still a full tank of diesel fuel in there, and flint. Mukin's eyes lit up. There was no need to mention the preciousness of a fire source in this environment, it was a life-saving weapon. However, he saw Mukin directly raise the credit point payment system in his hand, 500 million. Ha ha, young Master Mukin, my findings don't stop there. But the player shouted, I also found a cave not far away, with deep passages that are completely sheltered from the cold wind. Mukin was even more delighted, another 500 million. 10 minutes later. Beneath the snowy mountain, inside the dark opening, was a cave about 5 meters deep. The interior is not very spacious, 7 or 8 square meters at most. At this moment a small diesel furnace was lit inside this cave, and a bright yellow flame pulsed. It was only so much bigger than a candle flame, but coupled with a cave that sheltered them from the cold wind, the temperature around them was almost at -7 or 8 degrees Celsius, and the players huddled here with no risk of death. Mukin sat closest to the diesel stove, roasting his hands over the fire and letting out a slow breath. It's safe, comfortable. Getting through 12 hours shouldn't be a problem. Mukin suddenly tilted his head and raised his eyebrows. Suddenly I miss my unqualified opponent. Dear brother Chang Bei, have you frozen to death? Jia. Chapter 196, Extreme Cold One. Please, ancestor, return to the throne. A white-haired wind interspersed with ice and snow rushed back and forth on a cold, mirror-like sheet of ice. Lulian sat alone in her own wooden wheelchair, her face already green and purple. His linen clothes were equally thin and weak, with little resistance to the cold, and after only a few minutes of arriving here, he felt his body's tolerance, already pushing the limits. At this time, his right finger had also taken on a greenish-purple color, which was a precursor to frostbite, and the finger was shaking violently, but the moment he called out to his ancestor, he was inwardly sustained by a powerful spirit, which was the legendary artisanal spirit, an existence that could not be desecrated. Like a burst of potential, the fingers of Rulian's right hand stabilized. 5 meters tall, the blue pure energy Lupin hovered behind him with an extraordinary aura. The mastery of Ruben's woodcraft is in the carving. Lulian's eyes flashed, right now there is no wood, but there is endless cold ice, no one can compete with me in carving. At this instant, the fingers of his right hand began to tap extremely quickly and regularly. The energetic Luban behind his back, his left hand Luban saw, his right hand Luban axe rapidly changed, instantly turning into dozens of delicate carving tools, from large files to micron-sized crochet hooks. Ice flowers fly. A block of ice was cut out and then polished and shaped. In less than 10 minutes, a hemispherical igloo takes shape, with tight seams and a precisely matched ice door. This one igloo, which was 2 meters in diameter, seemed to reveal a chill as well. But it is the survival wisdom from the old days of mankind. Lulian imitated the model. It is the time of the earth, living in the extreme cold region of the Eskimo igloo. It is also cast from solid ice, but it effectively insulates against heat loss, and in its most extreme state, the indoor temperature can reach 0 degrees. It was through buildings like this that the Eskimos, at one time, endured from generation to generation in a harsh existence. Lulian turned the wheelchair with one hand and entered the igloo, closing the ice door. It was as if the world became quieter all of a sudden, the howling cold winds were cut off, and there was no more ice cracking in the face. It wasn't warm here, but that extremely harsh chill was waning. Willpower, I possess great willpower. Lulian's teeth were still chattering, but life, for the time being, is saved, and I still have a chance to compete with Chang Beck's little boy. The wooden wheelchair underneath him had a built-in energy source, but it could not be used for heating, as the energy Lupin was only a high-precision carving tool, which was precisely why it had been vetted for the competition. Is it really just a hard 12 hours? No, it shouldn't. Lulian's eyes flashed, and instead of extinguishing the stream of energy behind him, Ruben raised the saw and looked to the cold ice at his feet. Ka-ching! Wailing sounds rang out and blood erupted. The second course, although it is an extremely cold zone, simulates the corresponding ecosystem and some animals live there as well. Next to a hole in the ice that has been violently smashed, causing it to break. A huge seal was ripped apart hard by the blonde-vested man. The blonde-vested man, expressionless, tore off a piece of yellow grease from the seal's stomach and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing quickly. After swallowing 7 or 8 mouthfuls in a row, a full pound of seal blubber, he pinched off a section of the seal's windpipe and cleaned out the blood inside. With that, he brought his body up short and dug right into the bloodied seal's stomach. From the inside, he pinched and sealed the seal's stomach, with only the one seal trachea extending out and showing a small head. By devouring the grease, you can energize yourself against the cold. The seal's skin is thick and carries residual warmth in which to hide, providing quick relief from the body's cold and sustained survival. And the function of that air hose is for air exchange. The blonde undershirt man's strategy was the same as before. What happened in the outside world was none of his business. He just found a place that was safe enough and waited quietly for the second stage of the tournament to end. The snow gradually buried the seal's carcass in the harsh conditions, and it became one with nature. Ha ha ha, it's so cold. Luckily, I received inside information ahead of time that the venue for this second event was an extremely cold condition and that it would take a hard 12 hours to wait for the B medallion to show up. Akshay, the Indo-African player, stood in the middle of the snow and wind, snot running down his chin in strands and freezing into ice slush, forming a long ice beard. A lot of people are concerned about the nature of this ceramic Buddha statue of mine, and what it really is. All I can say is that this is my faith, a faith that I am incredibly religious and consider more important than my life. My Dashin. Hey ha. Akshay suddenly stretched out 2 dry, black and thin fingers and violently plunged them into the eyes of the great seer. Thumbs up. A pneumatic sound sounded, and a gap suddenly appeared on the side of the ceramic Buddha statue, and then the entire statue slowly opened like a mummy coffin. Inside, however, was a human-sized warming box filled with insulating material. Oh, the only reason it made it to the track for me is because it's just a simple warming tool. All my bets were on the second stage. My decision was wise. The other contestants even surviving was a problem. I was bound to win. Akshay calmly stepped into the warming box and tucked his nearly frozen body into the soft and cozy insulation as the pneumatic sound resounded again and the ceramic Buddha statue slowly closed. What? You asked me what tool I used to fix that airplane before? You don't know? Indo-Philippine Sango, all by hand rubbing. Hands aren't enough, I still have thighs that are comparable to crowbars, a spine that is like a jackhammer, a pelvis that is like a gravity hammer, teeth that are comparable to torque wrenches, and a combined fighting strength of 999. Akshay lay down in the cozy insulated bin. Geez, it's so comfortable, I'm even a little hot. Too bad I can only sleep for 12 hours? Chapter 197, Extreme Cold 2. Cluck, cluck. Chang Bei was wearing a thin black shirt and walking on the snow. Where he was, it looked like a basin, piled up with thick snow, and underneath the snow, it was still a kind of complicated terrain with uneven heights. Taking a step, his body flopped down, the snow burying him right up to his waist. Groping through the snow with both hands, he touched a boulder, and then slowly climbed onto it, his entire body then exposed to the snow. Hoo dash! He exhaled, and the gas instantly froze into slush. There were also strings of ice beads on his eyebrows and eyelashes, and his lips were a little white. There are big mountains in the distance though, but at a glance, it's at least 100 kilometers away. And within a radius of 100 kilometers, all of them are all snow-covered basins with uneven terrain, a pit in 3 steps and a ditch in 5. The snow is so much less compact than the desert that running at high frequencies doesn't work that way. A body trembling at high speeds would indeed generate heat, but Chang Bei's stomach was now rumbling, having consumed a large amount of energy in the first round of the tournament, and now it was even more deficient. Chang Bei had also hid within the snow and switched his silicon-based body, but he found a problem that could potentially be a weakness for silicon-based life. Within this low temperature of close to minus 50 degrees Celsius, switching the silicon-based body produced a slight crystal trembling sound within the body, as if it were a slight crack within a thick piece of glass. It's also like some unusually strong metals can become very brittle once inside a super cold environment. Of course, Chang Bei knew that his silicon-based body was not injured, but only showed signs of discomfort. It's no wonder that the previous introduction to silicon-based bodies clearly states that silicon-based organisms live in high-temperature and high-pressure environments, such as the surface of a hot planet or the core of a superhot planet. Their food is also heat, through which they power their crystals. At one time, silicon-based bodies would have been unharmed by the Harrier starship's tens of thousands of degrees Celsius flame thrusters, and would even have become incredibly strong. But right now, it's a low-temperature environment here, tinker silicon-based. Fortunately, the S-Class genes had strengthened Chang Bei's physical qualities to a certain extent, and Chang Bei had been taking the Winged Race Unlimited accumulation potion on time for the past few days, which had made his physical strength far higher than that of an ordinary person. With the body alone, it's not a problem to carry it hard for 1 to 2 hours. In the aerial view, Chang Bei is like a small, fragile, and lonely black dot in this extremely cold white world. He lifted his frozen, red, and stiff hand and placed it in front of his mouth, exhaling a harried breath while rubbing it over and over to ease the numbness as much as possible. Under the feet, a pair of thin shoes, covered with snow, almost without any obstruction, the coldness of the stone, a trace of the coldness to the heart of the feet have been numb, and cannot even feel the cold, but instead appeared like pins and needles like a tingling sensation. And in the next step, the brain could potentially experience the illusion of feeling as comfortable as if your feet were soaking in hot water. If it gets to this point, then congratulations, even if you are saved, your feet will only be amputated due to necrosis. No need to think. Being the worst possible starting point, there certainly aren't any supplies around here. Chang Bei squinted his eyes, and suddenly saw a large white fog appear on the distant hills, flowing very fast, and surprisingly drifting towards his own bearing. What is it? Chang Bei tilted his head and looked at this weird white mist above his head. But the next second, the white mist wasn't spooky anymore. Only to see that this white mist suddenly pattered and drifted out icy rain. These icy rains were boiling hot in midair, but after falling for a while, they became cold and biting, and after landing on Chang Bei, they quickly froze again. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. To be drenched in freezing rain in such a cold environment? It's really a heavenly fall. Ha ha ha. Mr. Dice, the most concerned player is Chang Bei. After all, he cost me over $1 trillion in the last round of the tournament. The man in the red dice suit, darkly refreshing, said, "Friends, do you know why it rains in the extreme cold? It's a reasonably natural environment. Oh. If there is a warm and humid airflow from a low latitude into a very cold region, and when the air has some lifting conditions, the water vapor may cool and condense to form rainfall." Mr. Dice sneered, "There are at least 3 conditions that can create such an environment, such as infinity on the snowy surface." Chang Bei, drenched in icy rain, tilted his head and looked at the direction where the white gas drifted from. Volcano. That direction, there is an active volcano. The ecology of the garbage planet is being destroyed in all kinds of ways. The Arctic has had a lot of volcanic activity, and the ripple effect of that is the kind of ice rain that falls in showers under the very cold zone. In the past 18 years of his life, although Chang Bei had never been to the North Pole, he had heard such rumors more than once. The icy rain is getting heavier. It wet Chang Bei's thin clothes, which then quickly froze, creating another thick shell of ice on Chang Bei's body. This icy cold direct contact with the skin, the degree of cold seems to have violently doubled a dozen times. Chang Bei body heat within the body was almost drained out, coupled with the binding of the ice shell, even lifting up the arm, had become unusually difficult. All in all, this opening of Chang Bei's player is a hell of a hell. Is there anyone else willing to bet on him? Mr. Dice looked at the crowd with expectant eyes and gritted his teeth. Odds. 1 to 10. Boom boom boom. The salute exploded, and the gods and goddesses descended. Ma Jia, young master, bet 500 billion on Chang Bei's player to win the second stage of the tournament alone. Valente bet 1 billion on Ching Kill's player to win the stage 2 event solo. Miss Red bet 1 billion for a solo win in the stage 2 event for the Ching Kill player. Mudhopper bet 100 million on Ching Kill player to win the stage 2 event alone. Mr. Dice, one eye wide and the other small, waited for the screen full of special effects. You're all sick, aren't you? You're still buying this? Taking my previous payout and continuing to set me up, huh? Mr. Dice hurriedly confirmed Chang Bei's condition. His body, already wrapped in a thick layer of ice, turned into a large ice sculpture, both alive and dead. Okay, I'll let you buy it. Mr. Dice also exploded with emotion and said excitedly, even if there is a volcano, Chang Bei simply can't walk through it, and his only hope right now is the airdrop supplies from the competition. But I'm also not prevented from telling you the truth. First, he's at the worst possible starting point, and even if there was an airdrop, it wouldn't fall on his head. Second, as far as I know, the big shot in charge of the airdrop didn't even step foot on the job. No. 024 Chang Bei, this time. Haha, powerless. Chapter 198, The Devil King's Gift. City of Light Sea. In front of the door of the residence of Li Barong. The place was always bustling with bribe payers, but many times they hesitated to come, and those rightful owners who really asked for Libaran would not come in person, but instead sent them, their subordinates or servants. After all, the character of the S-class geneticist, Li Bolong, was weird, violent, twisted, and anti-human. In front of him, the slightest carelessness, even without many people knowing exactly what they had done wrong, would be suddenly taken control of by Li Bolong, who would then be thrown directly into the cesspit. One can well imagine what it must be like to be thrown into a cesspool in public, to get up covered in dirt, and to leave in a state of ashes in full view of the crowd. Although it is not to death, this humiliation is bound to accompany the victim for the rest of his life and become an indelible shadow. At this moment, a man wearing a cleaner's outfit and pushing a large cleaning cart, with a hawkish nose and a somewhat hazy face, arrived in front of Li Bolong's residence. The various bribe payers' faces flinched as they made way for a pathway. Many knew the hawk-nosed man as an intergalactic mercenary, vicious, brutal, killing legally in the employ of the crown, and carrying, it was said, as many as hundreds of human lives on his back. The guy's arrival seemed to drop the temperature of the scene by a few degrees. No one dared to take a place in line with him. Without looking away, Hawk Hook Nose directly entered Lee Bolong's residence. Inside the narrow corridor, the hawk-nosed footsteps made a de sound as he pushed the cleaning cart and walked slowly. A palm-width light illuminated his eyes were like wild beasts, cold and bloodthirsty, without any temperature. An ordinary person could be scared and shivered when he looked at them. Tic-tac. A drop of sweat slid down his brow and dripped back onto the ground. Only then did he see that the guy's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat because he was too nervous, and his mouth was swallowing uneasily, and his palms, which were holding the handles of the cleaner car, were also covered with sweat inside the palms, and were even trembling slightly. Careful, careful, and careful. Don't ever piss off that psycho, or else my name as the cold-faced god of murder will be ruined. Inside, the guy was actually shivering into a ball. He was also just a bribe taker, hoping to get on the Lee Bolong bandwagon and reap some benefits. Liberin and the Human Galactic Alliance support a strategic partnership. In fact, everyone knows in their hearts that Lee Bolong is a superb fighter that the officials love and hate, but Lee Bolong, a person who is very lazy, the officials sent down the work, cannot do it, can touch the fish to touch the fish. But if he could win the favor of Lee Bolong, then Eagle Hook Nose would have the opportunity to share his worries for Lord Lee and contract some jobs from Lee Bolong, and the pay for those jobs, even the smallest one, would be astronomical. Moreover, Eagle Hook Nose had inquired many times before and finally learned of Liberin's true preferences. This time, he was throwing his hat into the ring, and as long as he was careful, he could definitely make some money. Thumbs up. The huge bedroom door in front of him slowly opened to either side. Hawkeye glanced up at the interior room, which was wide but dimly lit. A tall, strong figure, sitting on a luxurious sofa, legs crossed, arms propped up on the back of the chair. Behind him stood 4 enchanting maids. Hawk Hook Nose felt a fierce gaze lock onto him and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Hee, Lord Lee Bolong. Thou art well. Eagle Nose stepped forward, bending slightly. I have, this time, brought. But the strong figure on the sofa slowly reached out and stopped Hawk Nose's words, as the communicator in the hand of a sexy maid was flashing frequently. The maid pressed the answer button and a slightly authoritative male voice came through. Mr. Lee Bolong, I am Star Lord Lu Ju of the City of Light, and the LBW contest is very important to the City of Light. Now has entered the second stage of the tournament, and in this stage, the airdrop material for the field situation is particularly critical. I hope that Mr. Lee Bolong immediately came to the scene to start the tournament airdrop aspect of the work. On the other end of the communicator, it was obviously a big man with a thunderous reputation. The red-haired man on the couch inhaled slightly and spoke slowly, *********. Hawkeye's entire body just froze. Just saw the red-haired man and said, what the LBWO? I originally did not want to mix with the kind of, but also not the Galactic Alliance. Those old life some hard to shop me to go. I tell you, the old man shall not go. Love how to do what? You again more BB sentence. I will throw your son of A to the head of the cesspool to eat. Only to hear that the other end of the communicator was instantly a bit flustered. Lord Lee Bolong, I don't mean that. What I meant was, meaning you poop? Only to see the red-haired man waving his hand, the communicator suddenly went bang and shattered into pieces with a bang. Immediately, the red-haired man narrowed his eyes and looked at Hawk Nose. You, what have you brought? The Hawk Hook Nose, known as the cold-faced killing god, was even more flustered. The Star Lord of the City of Radiance, being scolded like this by Lee Bolong, didn't even dare to put out a fart? Gollum. Swallowing again, Hawkeye flicked the switch on the cleaning cart and the outer cover slowly opened to reveal the interior space. He hurriedly said, Lord Lee Bolong, look, if you are not satisfied, I can go searching again until your honor is satisfied. I don't mind. The red-haired man slowly got up. His body was like a black tower, a whole half a body taller than Hawk Hook Nose, and his aura was amazing. Where's the head? He narrowed his eyes slightly, the 6 circles of light in his pupils blossoming into an intimidating light. Where's its head? The hawkish nose panicked. This. I may have accidentally lost it during the carrying process. My lord, calm down, I can go find it. The red-haired man was seen bending down, grabbing the brass robot toy in the cleaning cart, which had lost its head, the tiny robot looking extremely pocket-sized in his bushy palms. The red-haired man lifted the robot up and held it in front of his eyes, meeting the weak illumination of the room and watching it carefully. Gradually, the red-haired man's arms began to tremble. The robot toy's age-corroded shell was covered in oxidation marks, but it was extremely well wiped, and the parts where it was often held were worn and somewhat shiny. This moment, a flash of yellow light reflected off the shell of the toy, shining just above Liberin's eyes. Only his eyes gradually flooded with tears. Chapter 199, A Past. What am I going to do with your little liability? A woman wearing a short black dress with big waves and red lips, who was born with a flirtatious aura, looked at a swaddled baby with eyes full of disgust. The baby was naturally skinny, with a wrinkled body and ugly looks, and carried a few sparse red hairs on the top of his head, like a malnourished ape. I seduced that rich businessman named Mo into bed just to blackmail him for a fortune. Now, the money is coming in, and it's more than I thought it would be. But, how come the old lady is so backward? That old desert guy isn't so young. How come he got a ING shot in the arm and gave birth to such a thing as you? The woman smelled a foul odor and frowned as she turned over the swaddling clothes to find that the little red-headed gorilla had pooped. What a pain in the ass. Just throw you away, I'm afraid I'll get my own comeuppance. Raise you? That's impossible. Looking at your ugly face, you won't be able to accomplish much in the future, let alone repay my old lady. The woman didn't deal with the baby's feces or urine, she just pushed the swaddling clothes aside and rubbed her breasts. Rising milk is killing me, what a little liability. Suddenly, the woman saw across the street a nanny bot store. The latest B343 nanny robot, hygiene, cooking, maintenance, baby care, it can take care of all the household chores for you, completely freeing you from yourself, so that you can get a lot of time to embrace this beautiful world. At this moment, the woman's eyes lit up. 10 minutes later, inside the robot store. Ma'am, thank you for purchasing the B343 nanny droid. The clerk had a smile on her face, but I see that you chose the Sichuan and Chongqing dialect for the language module in the initial setup step. You should have done it by mistake. You should know that this will form another language environment, which will have an impact on your child's accent in the future. Oh, oops, okay, it works. The woman waved her hand impatiently. Who cares about that language environment? Subsequently, the woman spent a small fortune and rented a small apartment. And then, 10,000 credits were transferred to the payment account of the naive-looking nanny robot, as the function of this nanny robot also included daily purchases. After that, the woman left the baby, and the nanny bot, in the dark and cramped rental house. I suddenly felt that I was a very caring and very responsible person. The woman nodded and smiled, turned and left the rental house, never to return. The world was dark, dim, cold, sticky, and with an unknown stench, like a cesspool. Babies don't have much knowledge of the world and can only have nightmares like this. Suddenly, he awoke from a deep sleep and opened his thin eyelids to see a small space, a low ceiling, a dim tungsten lamp, and a brass head reflecting the tungsten light. Hey, the little waif is awake tea. Don't be afraid, I'll take care of you from now on, haha. The brass robot stared with two bulbous eyes and stretched out his brass fingers, carefully picking up the baby and lifting him into the air. What a creation, stinking and covered in sticky feces and urine. Bear dash. The baby peed on the robot's face. Ha ha ha. The little master has a lot of strength. From that day forward, there is no one else in the baby's world but this nanny robot model B343. This robot strictly carries out the initial commands and takes care of all the baby's ups and downs, and the baby grows up day by day. The credits in the account are quickly running out. But taking care of this tiny master is the only core of the robot's life. It traveled to the docks and exchanged it for some broken scrap in the form of machine laborers, which it later sold for credits, a meager amount but enough for the two to survive. And when the dock master learns of the hidden agenda, he is surprised by the strange and heartwarming story and allows the robots to charge on the dock for free. As long as there is electricity, it has endless power. The days are like this, hard and uneventful, not to talk about cozy, only mutual. The baby grows bigger every day, surprisingly stronger and better able to eat. The robot knew that the hostess who bought it was surnamedly, so he told the child that he was also surnamedly, and because the child was too good at eating, he named him Bowl Cage, which in the Sichuan and Chongqing dialects means a container, like a rice bowl, and cage means steamer or something like that. It probably means that the name is full of cooking utensils and hopefully the child won't go hungry in the future. And the child is gradually able to speak. Gave this B343 nanny robot a name Baobao as well, which also means godfather in Sichuan and Chongqing dialects, e.g. My Baobao is very good to me, just like a dear old man's son. Time is running out. In a flash, the child is 13 years old. The child grew up healthy and strong like a calf, and he didn't care who his birth mother was or who his birth father was. It's enough to have Baobao. It was a Sunday. Baobao surprisingly sold a piece of unused alloy parts on his body to buy the first toy in his life for his little master, a small brass robot toy with no motorized function. The child was so honored that he ran around with this little toy every day. There are times when situations are different, conditions are different, but happiness and joy are the same. Suddenly one day, a team of black-clothed men found the child as three faint blue circles of light emerged from the child's pupils. They say that this child is a makeable talent and that he can be given the best environment to grow up in and the best material conditions. The child asks, what about Bobo tea? The men in black laughed and said that if they went with them, they would soon deliver Paul to him and would fix him up. The child felt that the trajectory of his life had, at last, changed for the better. He was taken to his lavish and spacious new home, and met lots of little children with circles of light in their eyes, all of whom were very friendly. But after waiting day after day, Baobao never came. They said it would take a lot of time to fix the Bobo. That wait was 2 years. Later, the child finally learns the truth, that the Baobao was a model from more than 10 years ago. It has long been worn out, the circuitry is damaged, the body is badly worn out, and most importantly, its memory chip has been badly corroded by the sea breeze, and it collapsed on the pier by the sea on the day the child left. Out of desperation, the men in black destroyed it humanely. The child's hidden genes instantly exploded and threw everyone into its least favorite childhood environment, the cesspool. But I don't know why. The child always felt that Baobao was not dead. It must be somewhere in this universe, functioning and surviving perfectly. After that, the child searched for the ancient nannybot moment by moment. As he became more and more powerful, his access to money became easier and easier, and he began to go on a rampage of acquiring every nannybot on the market, regardless of the cost. In a flash, 20 years have passed. He didn't get what he wanted. The kid's name is Lee Bowtie, and he's looking for Bowtie. The Human Galactic Alliance, however, felt that the name was too much child's play and not dominant enough. So the officials chose the harmonic word and renamed him. Therefore, the child's public identity became the ceiling of individual human combat power, the S-class geneticist Lee Bolong. Chapter 200 Bao Bao's Little Master. I ask you, where's its head? The red-haired man fumbled with the brass robot toy in his hand, a memory, like a violent sledgehammer, hitting the center of his head with tears. It's... Eagle Hook Nose was completely confused. My lord, this is not the gift I am going to give you, the real gift is on the next level. Said. Eagle Nose pressed the switch on the cleaning cart again, and for the second time the top panel slowly pulled away. The redhead's head snapped around, his eyes widening as he looked toward the cleaning truck. Under the dim light, a nanny robot body with a slightly dark silver color and a volume of 3 meters tall slowly emerged. The red-haired man bent down in a hurry, laying on the edge of the cleaning cart and carefully distinguishing it. Hook Nose swallowed nervously once again, completely unable to guess what reaction this demon king in front of him would make. The red-haired man's breathing was a bit rapid, but gradually, his expression changed from an excited look to one of calmness. At this moment, the red-haired man straightened up, sighed slowly, and waved his hand. I'll write you an e-check for a lot of money for you to personally fill out and crawl away. Hawk Nose was still a bit reluctant. My lord. This robot, are you not satisfied? The redhead frowned. This is an A24 environmentally adapted nanny droid, not the one I'm looking for. Hawkeye was greatly disappointed. What on earth is Lee Bolong, the great demon king, looking for? Just at this moment, the nanny robot inside the cleaning car, LED eyes, slowly flickered a light. Earlier, its program was shocked by the current, causing it to go down, and at this moment, the program began to start slowly and gradually reset. The robot's eyes finally lit up fully. Floating into its perspective was a dimly lit room, and a large red-haired man over 2 meters tall, while the named man frowned and watched himself with little expression. In that instant, the data that was hidden deep within the electronic chip transformed into a segment of image clips that surfaced in the robot's mind. The robot's body froze, and the little master who had been accidentally separated and missed by himself for years appeared in his mind, his shadow growing a little and gradually overlapping with the figure of the red-haired man in front of him. At this point the red-headed man cocked his head. Fear not, I will change you up with a brand new energy source and send you on your way. But the robot slowly sat up and spoke. Bride, sit in a sedan chair, fall off, become a hunchback. The red-haired man sniffed and suddenly his eyes widened. I only heard the robot add in a tone that was as cheerful as a children's song. Sit in rows, eat fruits and nuts, one for you, one for me, one for my sister when she goes to bed. The red-haired man's body suddenly trembled, and he also spoke, reporting to the commander, I have no pants to wear, and I've ripped 3 feet of cloth to make a forked trouser. The robot laughed, Melon boy, go drive the ducks, ducks quack 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 quack, crawling and paddling around. The red-haired man picked up. The waif was so anxious that he shouted for his mother, who scolded him for poking her. The hawk-nosed man on the side froze. It's a goddamn situation. How's that for a children's song? Robot, ducks run into the field and knock down the Lee family's big daddy. Red-haired man, Abba stomped his foot in anger, and Guava laughed and shivered. Finally, the redhead broke down in complete tears and threw his arms around the robot in a hug. Peo peo. The robot's LED eyes, too, simulated a vertical waterfall, small mantle cage. The hawk-nosed man's entire body was dumbfounded. Bow bow. Where have you been all these years? I've been looking for you. It's okay, I just got thrown in the garbage, and I've been thinking about you too. Woo woo, woo woo. The hawk-nosed man and the room full of beautiful servants all stared in disbelief. Just then, Lee Bolong saw the traces of electric current that remained on Bean's body, and many places were scorched black. Bobo, what's wrong with this? I don't know how it started, but suddenly someone headbutted me from behind, and then I was brought here. Lee Bolong frowned at once and turned his head to look at the hawk-nosed man. Didn't I say to use reasonable means to get the robot tea? The hawk-nosed man shuddered. My lord, I am doing this all for thee. Let's open the window and talk. Lee Bolong said, and with a glance of his eyes, the skylight in the room opened slowly. Hawkish Nose instantly realized what was going on and panicked. My lord, can't do that to me, I didn't say those 3 words. The rules have changed from now on, all hot men I see are going to fall in the tur. Lee Bolong's eyes narrowed, and the 6 apertures of light suddenly flickered, followed by a big wave of his hand. The eagle-nosed man's body suddenly rose into the air and flew directly out of the skylight, while outside the window, the sewage pipe, which had just been overhauled, once again cracked happily. Poof, poof. In full view of the public, the hawk-nosed man fell infinitely down the cesspool, fell in, then was grabbed by large invisible hands, then shoved in again, then grabbed again, 100 times, 100 times. By the end of the day, the hawk-nosed man was spewing blood plus feces from his mouth and nose, and he was dead or alive. And the room. The void projection TV was suddenly turned on, which showed real-time footage of the LBW tournament, featuring player after player who were frozen and numb. The Star Lord of the City of Radiance, who no longer dared to communicate directly with Li Bolong, remotely manipulated the television, wanting to invisibly remind Li Bolong that he still had an important mission on him. Li Bolong immediately frowned. Son of a, where does my old man have the time to bother with this crap? It's Chung Bei T. But Bean suddenly jumped up, pointing at a picture in the corner of the screen. Is he freezing to death? Bobo, who is Chung Bei? Lieberin asked with a sideways glance. He's the one who picked me up in the garbage globe, fixed me up, and got me a new body. Bean was anxious. In these past years, it was also me who took care of him and raised him. What? Li Bolong's eyes widened. Baba pulled me up and raised him, so isn't Cheng Bei my little old brother? My oldest brother is actually going to be frozen into an ice stick. At this instant, Li Bolong waved his hand out of thin air, and a brand new communicator flew in and fell into his palm. He immediately dialed a contact ID. Hey, is that whatchamacallit Star-Lord shagging? You're not yelling at me to go to work, my? You guys have a lot of airdrops now, oh? What's that? 27 wow. Got it. There's a player named Cheng Bei, don't you know him? All airdrops, immediately, right away, all to Cheng Bei, he's my little old brother. What's that? Out of order. Don't talk to me, do you want to eat? If my brother doesn't get an airdrop within a minute, I'll make your tournament organizing committee go into the tur. Chapter 201 Fire in Despair. The sunlight is gradually becoming dimmer. The land seems to be going into night. In the cave, Mukin huddled with 7 or 8 players. A constant cold wind mixed with white snow particles poured into the cave, and the tiny diesel stove flame wavered slightly in the cold wind, seeming to release a glimmer of hope, but not much more, because it seemed so small and fragile in such an extremely cold environment. There was very little room in the cave and no one moved around much or had enough room to move around. As time passed, everyone's bodies became more and more rigid. Icy cold piercing the bones seemed to have turned into a term that could describe the change of time. The cold air was like a steel needle. Little by little it pierced into the bones, and gradually passed through the bones and pierced into the internal organs. At the moment, it was as if the crowd saw their own entrails covered in ice. Young Master Mukin, there is still a great hope for us. A player with only a single piece of underwear left, his teeth chattered as he said, there is a very important setting in the competition, and that is the airdrop, and with such a harsh environment at the moment, the organizing committee will definitely enable the airdrop mechanism. This player clasped his hands on his shoulders, shivering, and scanned the cave, and the target of the airdrop is based on the player's location, and to a certain extent, to serve as a balance of strength. Now that there are 8 players gathered in this cave, we have a very, very high probability of obtaining the airdrop. The crowd's eyes glowed and even sprouted a green light at the words. You don't say, at this rate, we're bound to get an airdrop. I suddenly see hope. Quickly, keep an eye on the cave, the airdrops are coming, we need to get our hands on them first. What do you guys think will be in the airdrop? One of the electors held a piece of dead grass gouged from the cave and slowly lit it with the help of a diesel stove, and a second faint glow appeared inside the cave, illuminating the contestants' whitened cheeks. He stared at the fire and muttered, there's bound to be warmth in the airdrop, isn't there? But it was only after those words that the withered grass burned out. Wow! Another player also lit the dead grass in his hand, and a faint glow lit up the cavern again. Ice beads hung from his eye hairs, and in his eyes was an intense longing. There might even be portable houses, sealed extremely tight, with high-energy heating stoves inside, and there might even be hot water, to be able to soak your body in warm hot water, to be able to take a comfortable hot shower, and then change into a dry outfit. The light on his face faded and the dead grass went out again. Wow! Another player, lighting a dead blade of grass and holding the tiny flame in front of his eyes, licked his frozen lips and said, I'm so hungry. Will there be food in the airdrops? Soft, juicy steaks again. And bread. And steaming hot milk. The dead grass went out again. Wow! Another somewhat chubby player, with only a white undershirt on him, pinched the grass and stared at the fire, his eyes glazed over. Guys, I think I see my tits too. What are you guys up to? The little girl who sells matches, huh? Young or not? Fully wrapped 7 or 8 layers of clothing. Mu Chen, inhaled, disdainful. I tell you, a piece of airdrop 1 billion, all belong to me. Don't talk to me about life and death. Money, look down. A game is just a game. The official is not going to make a scene. The critical moment, there will be someone to save you, but the only one who can transfer money to you is me, young Master Mukin. Although the mental state of the crowd was a bit confused, what Mukin said was reasonable, and after glancing at each other, they all gritted their teeth and nodded. However, he saw Mukin suddenly take out a piece of withered grass, slowly light it, hold it up in front of him, and murmur, I wish for all their wishes to come true, and then they all belong to me. When the crowd saw this, they snorted, and then secretly raised their middle fingers towards Mukin. Regarding myself, I would like a super long-range beam sniper rifle. Other than that, I want an all-terrain scanner. Mukin stared dead on at the small flame, the light in his eyes flickering, because I think that this second match is definitely more than just staying still for 12 hours. Another departure point. Lulian shivered inside the igloo, feeling her body about to reach some sort of limit. But again, in this state of limbo, with perseverance, he completed his work. This is a fine creation carved from ice, the overall shape resembling a large wine jar, about 6 feet in diameter, with a beautifully decorated exterior. There are 8 dragon heads on the outside, corresponding to the 8 directions of east, south, west, north, southeast, northeast, southwest and northwest. The dragon's head has a lifelike carving of a tiny ice ball in its mouth, while below the ice ball, there are 8 toads with wide open mouths. This is an ancient Chinese seismograph invented by Zhang Heng, a scientist during the Eastern Han Dynasty, also called the waiting wind-earth motion instrument. Under the extremely precise workmanship, the seismograph can detect the slightest vibration of the ground, and after confirming the orientation, the small ball corresponding to the dragon's mouth will fall into the mouth of the toad below, which was used by the ancients to avoid seismic disasters. The moment. Lulian tilted her head, her eyes looking through the transparent roof of the igloo to the distant sky, where a cloud of white smoke floated in the southwest. That would be warm moist air. In this environment, there are no more than 3 causes. Lulian adjusted the seismograph in front of him, which had to be kept absolutely level before use. He had realized before that the ground under his feet was not horizontal, but tilted towards the east as a whole, and he could only manipulate the energy lupin to carve out a horizontal ice platform once again. After everything was in place, an extremely light vibration came from within the seismograph. As expected, to the southwest, the ice ball fell from the dragon's mouth. Lulian narrowed his eyes as the presumption was verified. The southwestern crust is shaking, plus the warm humid air. There's an active volcano there. Mist was constantly exhaling from his mouth, and it was still cold all around. Lulian's eyes flickered as his mind raced. Setting up an active volcano. Let the players go to the neighborhood to escape the cold? That's ridiculous. Dangerous and uncontrollable. Definitely not for this kind of use. And why is the ground sloping? All of this, surely anything in particular was intended. In short, it would be foolish to really believe that the second stage of the game is simply a 12-hour standstill. In the meantime, Akshay, the Indo-African runner hiding inside an insulated Buddha statue, so cozy, a bit hot, and hungry. It doesn't matter, I can carry on. I won't even eat for 3 days. In the second round of 12 hours, I won't go out even if I die. Blonde-vested man hiding inside a seal's corpse, bunch of clowns who can't figure out what's going on. I'm not only going to live through phase 1, I'm going to live through phase 2. Chapter 202 Airdrops. Icy rain and cold wind. On Cheng Bei's body, a thick layer of ice crusted. The entire person literally turned into an ice sculpture. He seems to be the worst of all the players. But in fact, Cheng Bei was not in any serious trouble. This was far from his physical limit. He could move and break the ice shell on his body at any time. But the reason why Cheng Bei didn't move, it was because of some marvelous situation that had occurred in the gene space in his own mind. The human subconscious mind harbors emergency avoidance and a strong desire to survive. In this extremely cold environment, because of the body's information feedback, Cheng Bei's subconscious mind seems to have activated some kind of emergency measures. Within the space of consciousness, between his carbon-based DNA and silicon-based DNA, a slightly spinning black vortex appeared, eerie and deep. Cheng Bei sensed that there was some kind of powerful ability hidden within, waiting to be explored and excavated. After breaking through the chain of inhibition that the Queen had spoken of, Cheng Bei had always felt that he hadn't fully utilized his genetic potential, but was unable to do so. Today it seems as if a strong sense of survival due to being in an extremely hostile environment has accidentally opened a mysterious door. A slight moment of thought. Cheng Bei made the decision to explore this mysterious phenomenon after finishing the race. After all, the current environment is too harsh and physically taxing. Ha ha, the so-called wind and water turn, the mountains don't turn nah. Mr. Dice laughed out loud. In my opinion, the state of player Cheng Bei right now is no different from withdrawing from the tournament. Clients, a new round of betting has begun. The Indo-African players and the European and American players, both of whom are solid as hell right now, don't seem like they're going to have much of a chance either, at 1 to 5. And young Master Mukin, it's highly likely that he'll get a large number of airdrops, 1 to 3. As for Lulian, I think he's very unpredictable, 1 to 2. There is also good news, the betting threshold here at Mr. Dice, down to 10 credits a bet, everyone can participate in it, small bets for fun and common entertainment. Words fell, a large number of viewers began to bet. 10 credits a bet threshold is extremely low, attracted more people eager to try to participate in its weighing. The so-called accumulation of less into more. The total number of participants instantly exceeded 1 billion people. The total prize pool amount is as high as 1.5 trillion. Mr. Dice is excited that there can only be one winner after all, and that the dealer is 14 times more likely to make money than the retailer. Ha! Mr. Dice stared at the data on the screen. How is it that there are still retailers buying Cheng Bei to win? Brains in the water. The moment. A spectator shouted, you don't understand, this is called riding the momentum. The young master of the Desert Clan as well as the Valentine Apothecary, who dared to place such a large bet on Chang Bei's win, must have a reason, or have insider information. For people of the upper echelons like them, they definitely won't place their bets hastily, even though we don't know the exact situation. It's right to keep up with it, as people eat the meat, and we drink the soup. Makes sense. I'll take Chang Bei too. Chang Beg, big brother, I'm optimistic about you. Whether I can double my personal money depends on you. Chang Beg, I placed a bet too. If you can win, my body will be yours to play with. If you think it's not enough, I can call my girlfriends. Watching the bets on Chang Bei accumulate more and more, it even increased by more than 2 billion once again. Mr. Dice cried out, bunch of fools. Huh, what's that? Look at that, something appeared on the head of Chang Bei's contestant. Mr. Dice froze at his words, squinted at the screen, and suddenly sucked in a breath of cool air. This guy's so lucky that he got an airdrop? But the next instant, Mr. Dice looked at Popsicle Chang Bei, his eyes full of mockery. So what? The airdrop landed in front of you and you don't even have the ability to open it. It's sad. Click, click. In the center of the boundless snow, fine cracks suddenly appeared on the human-sized ice sculpture. Chang Bei snapped his eyes open, and on the outside of the ice sculpture, his golden pancake-shaped pupils were reflected. In the next moment, his limbs moved slightly, and the high-frequency tremor of his body appeared for an instant, and then disappeared in an instant, and the ice shell on his body suddenly exploded into a roiling ice fog, which was then blown away by the wind. Mr. Dice's heart skipped a beat, asterisk 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 asterisk. At this moment, Li Bolong was also in front of the holographic TV, gazing at his little old brother's son. After seeing this scene, Li Bolong first narrowed his eyes, and then laughed out loud. So, my younger brother is not an ordinary person shivering, hard bashful bored simply too good tea. Ha ha ha. But by the looks of that one, the oldest brother isn't very good at using each of his genetic abilities yet. Moderately relevant. I'll teach him when all this mess comes back to one. Ha. Yay, there's still bets to shag. I'll hold out for my oldest brother too. Just see Li Bolong waved his hand, called a beautiful servant. Isla name is certainly not used. Choose a pseudonym to buy my brother to win. The amount of money, with my last month's prize money to calculate the Marty. Who's this? Sick? Mr. Dice looked at his backstage system and was dumbfounded. Potting cage? Who is it that's throwing $100 billion on Chang Bei's solo win? What a corny name. Dayu, why do I have a bad feeling again? Chang Bei tilted his head in the snow. Look at the sky within the ecological containment shield, emanating countless short blue ribbons. And in the background, a square, metal box about the size of a freezer, with a constant jet of balancing air at the bottom, drifted down in front of one's eyes. I thought there were no supplies within the worst departure point? Chang Bei was a bit puzzled, but since the supplies were here, they had to be gladly accepted. The moment his frozen, reddened palm touched the box, intense pneumatic sounds came from the box, but the box flipped over on all sides and opened like a gift box, and then there was a high-pressure inflating sound. In less than a minute, the supply crate was fully unfolded, forming a mobile house of 10 square meters, and although it was in inflatable mode, it used polymer insulation materials, and its heat preservation and warmth was very amazing. Chang Bei looked sideways at the room. The interior was surprisingly fitted with a high-efficiency heating furnace, which was activated at the moment, and gusts of heat passed through the house, and the temperature inside the mobile home, as shown by the thermometer it was in, reached a balmy 25 degrees in just a moment. And, in one corner of the house, there is a one-piece inflatable bathtub. At this point the heat steams up and the house draws in a large amount of snow and ice through an external collector and heats it to a precise 43 degrees Celsius, which is then injected into the tub. The tub also has a massage system at the bottom, with hot water gurgling and rolling. And on one side of the tub hangs a whole white duvet with built-in heating resistors. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly as he exhaled a large mass of white breath, which then formed into frost and fell. It should be the equipment that other players dream of, right? Mr. Dice's eyes glazed over. How can there be such a cool supply? It doesn't make sense. Chapter 203, The Real Match. Chang Bei can be hungry and cold. The mobile warm home in front of you is not a snow job. It's like hitting the jackpot. Chang Bei rubbed his stiff palms together and was just about to touch the doorknob of the warm house. Once again, there was a loud vibrating sound from the sky. He tilted his head to look at it, and even he, the person in question, was a bit incredulous and shocked. Just the sky, the scene was quite spectacular. The 24 or so supply crates fluttered about, as if there was a ripe dandelion nearby that was suddenly blown away by a breath of air, and the seeds swayed from left to right, toward Chang Bei's vicinity, slowly descending. Gah! Mr. Dice jerked on the spot, rushed to find a bottle of heart medicine, and swallowed half of it in one gulp. It's impossible, it's not fair. How did he get so many airdrops by himself? Mr. Dice immediately contacted his insider in the tournament's organizing committee, and the other party only replied to him with a single sentence: it was distributed according to strength. Thumbs up. A supply crate slowly opens. Among them were heck of a power grill, as well as 8 steaks, and a number of loaves of bread, as well as a number of bottles of milk, and 7 or 8 bottles of vodka. Chang Bei froze. Even the food? And that steak, it looks expensive? Thumbs up. Thumbs up. More supply crates that open automatically the moment you land. The flare gun. Medication first aid kit. Toolbox. Drowning prevention suspension belt. Unpowered kayaking. Even this. A long-range beam sniper rifle? A miniature address detector? Cheng Bei turned his head, checking out the equipment around him, feeling like a supermarket had descended upon him. Of course, many of the supplies here are duplicates, such as the flare guns, which add up to 10 in different supply crates. It felt strange that the supplies seemed to be for different players, but inexplicably, it all fell on his head. There's an airdrop. Ha ha ha. Inside the Mukin cave, a contestant rushed out wearing only a pair of underwear, laughing as he cupped the snow and ice on the ground and shoved it into his mouth as hard as he could. Ha ha, steak. Chicken legs. I can't believe there's even red wine. Wahaha, it's delicious. The corner of Kitsune's eye twitched. The guy's cold and hungry and already hallucinating. At this moment, Mukin poked his head out of the cave and glanced at the sky. The cold wind poured into the collar of his coat and he hastily retracted his neck again. Shouldn't I? There are so many of us in this group and there really isn't a single airdrop? What the hell is going on? At this point, Mukin, too, was on the verge of collapsing, cold and hungry, and without any tools in his hands. What kind of invention contest is this? This is clearly an abuse contest. I love to bathe and have good skin. Cheng Bei soaked in the bathtub, washing away the cold and stiffness. The heat in the water, from all directions to the body transfer, coupled with the massage function of the bathtub, as if countless pairs of warm little hands, constantly stroking their own, extremely fast relief of body fatigue, the Emperor general enjoyment. Not far inside the room. On the electric grill, the steaks were sizzling and dripping with grease, and the aroma was overflowing. Who can imagine? This was an extremely cold field of minus 50 degrees, but Cheng Bei enjoyed a comfortable environment that he had never enjoyed in his first 18 years. A moment of hell and a moment of heaven. But, do not indulge for too long. After driving away the chill from his body, Cheng Bei left the bathtub and changed into the dry, self-heating down jacket with its delicate, soft fabric and light, soothing weight. After eating 5 large steaks with his mouth full of oil, he gulped down a bottle of hot milk. Full. Explosive blood resurrection. Cheng Bei sat inside the warm house and looked at the room full of equipment. There's one little thing left. Winning the game. I see. Inside the igloo, Lulian's eyes suddenly widened. The vibrations of that active volcano have been intensifying. Within 5 hours, it will erupt. At that time, the extremely cold zone will turn into an extremely hot zone. All the ice and snow will melt. The racetrack, it's going to be an ocean. His pupils contracted into black dots again, and the ground of the entire racecourse, all tilted towards the east. When the time comes, all the water flow will converge towards the east, just converging, meaningless. There should be a drain in the east, draining all the water sources one after another. And at this very moment, the stage 2B medallion should be frozen under a block of cold ice somewhere. Searching aimlessly is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The only way to find the medallion is to wait at the drain, where there should be a safe high platform, and some sort of leaky net that will stop the medallion, and that's the only chance to find it. Lulian took a slow breath, her thoughts running through her mind. The so-called 12-hour wait is a scam. If you stay put you will be drowned by the water, and if you want to win you have to see through the truth and head to the drain ahead of time. Outside the cave the wind and snow were blowing. There was also a sparkle in Kitsune's eyes. The natural environment of this place should have been erected a long time ago, and with all the wind and snow, why wasn't this cave buried by the snow? I'm so brain frozen. I can't believe you've been riding the donkey all this time? He suddenly turned around, came straight to the deepest part of the cave, raised his foot, used all his strength, violently kicked the wall, over and over again, kicked a wall, and then changed another wall. Perseverance. The other players looked at each other in disbelief. Young Master Mukin is also hallucinating? He won't renege on his debt, will he? Boom! Wow! The wall on the north side of the cavern was surprisingly collapsed by Mukin's kick. What's that? The crowd stared wide-eyed at the dark hole, for snowmobiles, cold weather suits, and metal detectors. It's really what I thought. Mukin's eyes narrowed and he turned his head again to look at the increasingly bright sky outside the cave. I had a suspicion before the tournament. With all the colonized planets of mankind, why did they choose the City of Radiance as the venue for this LBW tournament? So I did the research. The City of Light doesn't get its name for nothing. First of all, the only reason people chose this place for colonization is the sunshine. Secondly, there is a very extreme situation with this planet where its axis of rotation is at an angle of nearly 90 degrees to the plane of rotation. After a specific amount of running time, its poles will be 100% square to the sun, and also because of the different angles of entrapment, the poles here are not called north and south poles, but east and west poles. Therefore, all corners of this planet will be blessed with sunshine. That's why it's called the City of Light. And what if the sun shines directly on the east pole beneath our feet? What happens? Kitsune's eyes widened. Because of the eco-isolator, this place will be like a car cockpit in the summer. Light can penetrate in, but the inner curved surface of the isolator bounces off the radiant heat so they can't diffuse out smoothly, resulting in a constant buildup of heat. which can top out at up to 70 degrees above zero. Mukin once again confirmed the brightness of the distant sky. If I remember correctly, tomorrow is the East Pole Day in the City of Light. It won't take 12 hours at all for the sun to shine directly on the East Pole, and after holding out for 5 hours at most, this place will turn into a sea of ocean. Got it. Mukin took a deep breath. The B medallion should have been sealed under the ice. The metal detector can help me pinpoint the medallion's location, and after the ice melts, it will surface, which isn't right either. The area here is so vast, that old detector has a limited range. Wouldn't it be like looking for a needle in a haystack? Who could do that? Just then, a player turned on the metal detector inside the hidden cavern, and the electronic level in it showed that the ground in the entire area E of the City of Light was sloping to the east and at a great angle. So it is. All the currents will converge on the lowest point on the east side, and that's where the probe will really come in handy. Of course, the competition should have a safe high platform there to make sure the contestants have a foothold. Mukin instantly realized, stage 2 turned out to be such a formality, waiting in place as sitting ducks, and only by reaching the end of the east side within 5 hours can you get a medal and win. However, he saw Mukin pointing out the 3 players with the strongest bodies, 1 person with a punching bag, 1 person with a snowmobile. Bring your equipment and set off with me. Don't freeze, 1 person $1 billion. And the others, I suggest you temporarily withdraw from the second stage of the tournament. So it is. Countless viewers saw Mukin and Lulian's moves and heard their analysis, and their hearts stumbled along with them. So the contest is playing as set up. I suddenly realized a terrible truth. Rulian's contestant discovered the truth about the eruption, and Mukin's contestant realized the truth about the East Pole Day, and they both thought that the temperature of the arena would climb in 5 hours, but their information wasn't interchangeable. They surely won't know that 5 hours from now, both heat phenomena will occur at the same time. The temperature will be much higher than they thought, and the solid ice will melt much faster than they thought. If the defense is not timely, they may be in danger or even die on the way. That's sick. Hey, what's the Changbei player I've been longing for doing? He opened the curtains. Wait, he's actually playing with lizards again? Where did he get that lizard? What the hell? Is this a distortion of human nature, or is it a moral degradation? Chapter 204, Hidden Trope. Cozy up in a warm room. Changbei quietly looked at the equipment in front of him. All of the airdrops were moved into the warming room and piled high. The supplies were obviously not for one person, but they should have been interfered with by someone who prompted them to land on their side. Perhaps it was the White River magistrate who was acting erratically. Changbei had saved his life, but this guy's position was unclear. One moment he helped himself, the other moment he pitched himself. Could it be that he had a clear conscience and secretly assisted? There is insufficient information to be conclusive. Changbei focused his attention on the supplies in front of him, translating their meaning. That's right, it's a translation. Since it was called an airdrop, logically, every piece of material had its significance, and Changbei was so uniquely advantaged to be able to look at the whole situation of the material, that he was bound to be able to deduce some information in reverse. Old-fashioned gunpowder strike flare gun. But in a crisis situation, a distress signal is sent out, which means that a crisis will follow. A medicated first aid kit with some common disinfectants, bandages, etc. Inside. The same represents an encounter with an accident. The toolbox, with its primitive interior of wrenches, screwdrivers, etc. And, most peculiarly, a goggle for resisting glare. For the inventor contestants, the tools are useful once they find other hidden equipment that needs to be launched for restoration or remodeling, which is self-evident. Unpowered kayak, now in retracted condition, inflated for use with folding paddle. The hint was all too clear that there would be heavy water to follow, water that could not be safely crossed by merely swimming on one's own, or by relying on a knot of dead stumps. Anti-drowning levitation belt. This equipment Changbei saw for the first time. It is a palm-width belt shape, is an advanced mechanical creation, can be tied on the waist, can also be tied on other important equipment. Once falling into the water, the inside of the belt can release special sound waves, cause the water surface vibration to form a reaction force, and ultimately transformed into buoyancy, support the user will not sink. In other words, it's a high-tech life preserver. It is a technological creation belonging to the current era, the most advanced equipment of all supplies. It was supposed to be scarce material, and there were 16 units in front of it. Of course, the belts come from different drop boxes. This should be an equipment that only the Sons of Destiny would get, and if the airdrops hadn't gathered around Changbei, there would have been 16 players who would have gotten the belt, and for this tournament, there were only a total of 15 players in attendance. In other words, the organizers want all the contestants to feel that they are the chosen one. And it goes without saying that the belt is still useful against heavy water. Miniature address detector. The detection range is small enough to give the player information about the terrain, but the range is very limited and very easy to create misdirection. A long-range beam sniper rifle? And there's only one. What's the point? Hunting wildlife to provide a food source? Changbei tilted his head slightly and slowly closed his eyes, tying all the information together. Water, big water. In such natural conditions, there is only one possibility, and that is the melting of the ice. And with such a large area of melting ice, it can only be an overall warming of zoning of the City of Light. And what is the reason for the warming? The eruption of that previously active volcano? Goggles. Or the sudden enhancement of sunlight? Just now, Changbei also casually turned on the miniature address detector. The range was pitifully small, and there was only one piece of information that was most eye-catching, and that was that the terrain of Area E was tilted to the east as a whole. In conjunction with the Stage 2 tournament rules, medals will appear after 12 hours. This would, invariably, lead the runners to the conclusion the medallion was frozen, the ice melted, the medallion appeared, and was carried by the current to the east side. So the organizing committee wants all runners to head east against the cold. And those other supplies, such as flare guns, medical kits, kayaks, and the Divine Order equipment water suspension belt, the biggest thing they do, in fact, is to give hope to the runners. You guys go boldly. If you are in danger, you can use the flare gun to call for help. You can use the medical kit to save yourself. Even if the big water comes, the kayak can protect your safety. And you were luckier than everyone else. You even got such an advanced levitation belt. If you don't carry the water, you're sorry for your good fortune. Thinking about the huge sandstorm that suddenly appeared in the last stage of the game, and the huge and ferocious desert worm. The sandstorm appeared in the confined space, which was obviously man-made, and was tentatively interpreted as a special setting by the officials to make the game more difficult. What about worms? If Changbei, who was not driving the SSA Surfrider skateboard at that time, had been any other contestant, with only their cobbled-together equipment, they would certainly have been killed in a sudden accident in the moment before they touched the medallion, in the giant mouth of the sandworms. Changbei only felt that there were little demons with pointed horns and black steel forks hidden everywhere in this LBW tournament. They were grinning in the dark, with two big words control written on their chests, and when they turned around, there were two other big words conspiracy written on their backs. Not sure what their purpose is, but they are evil, so evil that they don't care at all about the lives of the contestants. At this moment, Changbei slowly opened his eyes. If thinking is guided by officialdom and action is paid, one is bound to fall into the trap with dire consequences. But what is the setup? How serious should the consequences be? And how do I break the ice? At this moment, Changbei slightly sidestepped his head. Looking to the tiny sand lizard on his shoulder, it had a nick on its tail. It should have been an opponent such as a scorpion, and lost some of its scales. The features were obvious. It was the small lizard in the first stage of the tournament. Changbei was very puzzled. When I left the desert earlier, I had obviously put the little lizard back in the warm sand, so how could it have appeared in the second race at this time? With 17,000 kilometers between the two racecourses, one in the hinterland of the City of Light and the other at the eastern pole of the City of Light, there was no way it could have crawled such a long distance. Could it have been lying on the suspended floor of one of the players? Being transported here by accident? The probability is so small. Didn't the players notice? Didn't the tournament organizing committee notice? Just now, Changbei found the little lizard on the outside of the warm house. It had been frozen. Fortunately, the temperature difference between day and night in the desert was large. It had also evolved a certain resistance to the cold, and after gradually recovering in Changbei's arms, it was not in any serious trouble now. Changbei narrowed his eyes slightly. What exactly is going on here? Chapter 205, The Breach Brought by the Lizard. The high-speed rotating tracks splashed a large amount of snow and ice. With three contestants in tow, Mukin roared across the landscape on his snowmobile, making his way east. The snowmobiles have been tweaked by them to squeeze the most power out of them. The bitter wind whistled past their ears, but they couldn't shake off the cold, and it was fortunate that they had been given cold weather suits, or they wouldn't have been able to complete such a snowy shuttle. Still, inevitably, the body was becoming a little stiff, and the hand controlling the handlebars had shifted from numbness to tingling. Mukin gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. Having been pampered all these years, there had been very few things to stir him up. Nowadays, taking out that unqualified guy is part of his motivation. On top of that, since they are participating in a competition, who doesn't want to win, and since they want to win, they are bound to give it their all. What is this so-called genius? Talent is important, but it's not the whole story. Genius is the face of all the difficulties and obstacles, in the face of all the desperate plight, have never thought of giving up, and finally, stick to the last wave of people. Buzz! The snowmobile engine roared to life, and Kitsune leapt up with the aid of a snow mound, his figure disappearing into the brighter and brighter east. The cold was terrible, but the sun was about to rise. Lulian dug up sections of dead wood beneath the ice. Built myself a very low drag sled, and inexplicably the wind picked up here again, and from east to west. He made another windward bird, and by placing this lightweight wooden tool on the front of the sled, the bird could turn its beak, depending on the direction of the wind. Propping up the slim wooden sail once again, the energy lupin emerged from behind. It had some solid properties to shield it from the wind and cold, and at the moment it was holding Lulian in its arms from behind, shielding him from the wind and cold. The windward bird tilts its head and then takes advantage of the high west and low east topography of the entire E area. The sled began to slide, and the fingers of Lulian's right hand fought off the wind chill, working its way through the wooden structure, constantly adjusting the sails, skirting the uphill course and choosing the downhill route, as the acceleration built up and the inertia grew stronger and stronger as he went. I have great fortitude, and all this is but a trivial grind. Nothing can beat me, I'm only going to get stronger. The cold is terrible, but the volcano is also getting more active and the temperature will gradually rise. Lulian, unable to move her body, remained in a wheelchair on top of the sled. He faced the wind and snow, his perseverance was like a burning flame, providing him with inner heat. I will carry on the spirit of craftsmanship, and the way to do that is to compete with everyone. Similar technological artifacts detected. Miniature geological surveyor, *4. Synthesized or not. Cheng Bei got up and closed the curtains of the warm house. Because the interior came with a bathtub and the competition came with a live streaming function, the organizing committee wasn't that heartless. After the curtains were closed, the house became an independent and private space. When Cheng Bei turned around again, the azure beams of light on his wrists shone spiritually. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. High power address detector, *2. The detection range, from the previous 1 kilometer, grew to 10 kilometers in a circle, but this was not enough. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Ground forming like a shockwave, *1. Disposable detection equipment can instantly release high-power, high-precision detection wave if the use of the environment is not closed blockage, the maximum detection range of 3,000 kilometers in diameter, and instantly form a full geomorphic terrain map, accurately labeled conventional natural terrain. The equipment in front of Cheng Bei looked like a giant metal egg standing on the ground, more than a meter tall, with a rhythmic circle of red light emanating from the top. Without hesitation, his palm pressed directly onto the top of the giant egg. Mechanical noises came from inside the giant egg, a metal pillar that held up the eggshell at the top, like a hat suspended in the air. And inside the giant egg, a ball of blue energy continued to be released, converging along the metal pillars and into the hat at the top. In about 30 seconds, the energy seemed to build up to completion, constantly releasing a silver snake-like current that zipped. Buzz! A blue ripple visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out. Cheng Bei's bangs were all lifted by the substantial air currents, flipping and flying. In an instant, this blue ripple swept through the entire E-district of the City of Light, and then passed away in an instant, and even if someone noticed it, they only rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were blinking. The main body of the metal dome was extinguished, but on top of it, a blue hologram was projected. It was like a large bowl with a semicircular shape underneath, and the mountains and trees on the ground turned into miniature figures that were clear and distinct, while underneath the ground, there was a thick layer of ice, the deepest distance being 900 meters. Everything is normal. It's a frozen world. But, there is no active volcano here. The holographic map was clearly labeled, the peaks here were cold and dead rock, and there was no magma layer or plate movement below. So where did the warm humid air come from before? Cheng Bei squinted his eyes and looked to the direction where the warm and humid airflow had once appeared, realizing that it was the edge of the ecological isolation cover of Area E. There were 2 black pillars of indistinguishable material that towered under the snow and ice, and on these 2 pillars were built 2 pipes that went straight up to the sky. The upper end of the pipe, surprisingly, is directly connected to the vault of Area E, the ecological containment shield. It was obvious that the 2 black columns, which had been piped through, had slid down above the containment shield and landed in the middle of the E-zone. Cheng Bei snapped back to the thought that he had looked up at the sky more than once. It was found that this ecological isolation shield was filled with short blue ribbons, which were various electromagnetic signals, but because its own silicon-based gene level wasn't enough to link to such a long distance, it never knew the function of those blue ribbons. At this moment, Cheng Bei looked again at the small lizard lying on his arm, his expression constantly flickering. Truths that are hidden to the depths suddenly spring forth. Previously, Cheng Bei had felt that the tunnels experienced when leading from the desert-filled Area F to the glacier-filled Area E were weird, Xian and I fantasy, making one's brain dizzy. It turned out to create a kind of visual disorientation so that the players would lose their sense of direction in space. Because the players didn't go far at all. And the hover floors didn't travel 17,000 kilometers at all. They just went through a vertical descent because E is right below F. And the 2 black columns, once located in the desert in Sector F, landed in Sector E as the players moved through the pipes again. What they do should be some sort of effect that controls the weather or something like that. The little lizard originally lived in the desert, but accidentally climbed on top of that black column, so it followed the pipe, was brought to the E area, and was swept up into the sky by the warm and humid air currents, imitating the legendary sky-falling sea fish incident, and the little lizard landed incredibly close to itself. And the reason why the eco-isolator is full of electromagnetic signals is because the eco-isolator, as seen by the players, is just a visual camouflage. The tournament lied to everyone about the true location of the contestants, which was deep beneath the surface of the earth. So, there are no volcanoes here, and there will be no sunlight, much less big water. And all the runners rushing to the east will not be welcomed with warmth at all, but will instead freeze to death on the road. Chapter 206, High-End Game. Sporadic bets are no fun. It's only the high end of the game that's exciting. I'm truly honored to be given such an opportunity to host. In a somewhat dimly lit room, the man in the red suit with the dice pattern printed all over it showed a sinister smile. He raised his head and looked to the huge round table in front of him. And in different directions of the round table, there were 5 silhouettes sitting separately, vaguely visible. They were wearing straight suits, but above their shoulders, they were hiding within the shadows, unable to see their faces. And in front of each of them, stacked on top of each other, was a column of red chips, and next to the chips, stood serial numbered cards labeled 1 to 5. The bets of the High Lords are really interesting. The man in the red suit scat under his breath and clapped his hands lightly. Who would have thought that the entire organizing committee of the LBW tournament is just a puppet to be manipulated? It will buy all of your lords, and that the LBW tournament, which is in the limelight, is just a recreational activity for all of your lords? The 5 silhouettes just sat quietly, not saying a word. The man in the red suit couldn't stop nodding his head inside. It's like a cockfight, where each lord picks a contestant he favors and bets that he'll survive. And in the meantime, what about interfering in the game, through your own means, to kill the other big picks? What a tech competition, what a genius inventor, they're all just pawns. Gee, that's funny. Before the LBW tournament began, the game actually began for your lords. It was still Lord 1 who was skillful enough to install the malignant amplifier he developed on a group of interstellar pirates, which lived up to its name and killed 103 contestants in advance. Wow! The man in the red suit's hands scattered and threw out 101 pieces of player identification devices, many of which were still stained with dark red blood. That eliminates dozens of adults straight away. It should be noted here that some of the players were so bad that no adults looked favorably upon them. And so it is, and it is only you all who are left at the gambling table today. The red suit paced slowly. You, Lord No. 2, favored Kitsune, so you adjusted your starting point in 2 matches, allowing Kitsune to gather a lot of money-seeking players around him. TSK, brilliant. What about Lord 3, watch Lulian, know that he is actually a skillful carpenter, so every time, he will set up timber supplies around him. Think about it, how could such a big round log appear in the desert where there is not an inch of grass? And Lord 1, who seems to have taken a fancy to the Indo-African player Akshay, revealed to him, through all channels, that the second stage of the tournament was to be held in extremely cold conditions before the tournament, causing him to think of preparing his warm tools in advance. As for Lord 5, watch out for that blonde European and American competitor. As far as I know, you provided him with an over-the-top, potential stimulation potion, before the race, which he had already taken before entering the arena, and when the event enters the third stage, the potion will come into play, and he'll gain an amazing amount of fighting and destructive power, ready to kill the winners of the first and second stages, snatch up the badge shards, and just sit back and reap the fisherman's profit. The man in the red suit kept nodding his head, and the one I admire the most is actually Lord 4. His bet was different from all the lords. He didn't look at any of the players, he bet on all of them. All die. At the same time, the skill of this lord is most breathtaking to me. The man in the red suit looked towards the No. For position with respect, he set up a set of self-developed, weather control system, throughout the arena, releasing 2 artificial suns to scorch the earth within the first order tournament, while later creating a super sandstorm out of it. And the most ingenious part of this is that you set the starting point of this sandstorm at Lulian's side, allowing him to be the first to arrive at the L Medallion location with the help of the wind, and thus be devoured by the desert worms that Lord 1 had prepared, a perfect handful of borrowed knives to kill a man and remove a competitor in the process. Of course, the plan was ruined. The reason is that halfway through the tournament, that's the Changbei player who suddenly changed his registration information and joined the tournament temporarily. Moreover, he also seems to have some affinity with the tournament's organizing committee, causing those guys, who can't tell the difference, to secretly help him. This has also led to all the lords, who are now quite critical of Changbei. In my opinion, your lords need not be concerned about a jumped-up clown. The man in the red suit laughed. Precisely because of the organizing committee's favoritism, Changbei obtained a large amount of supplies. For so long, he has been greedy for enjoyment, stayed put, and did not continue to make trouble, just like what your lords think. Nowadays, human beings, don't think about progress. Walking corpses, a little bit of entertainment, can make them lose their souls. The 5 silhouettes, still not speaking, just sat quietly. So, what about the current situation on the field? The man in the red suit stretched his arms and introduced himself. Lord 4 is indeed a great conspirator. The setting of the ground tilting, the warm and humid air currents released by the weather control system, and the sky that was getting brighter and brighter despite the obvious lack of sun made more than one player believe that the earth was about to heat up and the flood was about to engulf everything, so they left the shelter in droves and headed to the eastward. Pity Mushin, who was favored by Lord 2, and Rulian, who was favored by Lord 3. They are deceived by their own judgment. Their willpower is just a complete joke. What they seek is the victory of nothingness. They will, in the end, exhaust their last ounce of strength and fall on the endless icy road, their bodies slowly covered by the wind and snow, and no one will be held accountable for their deaths because they died of their dreams. The man in the red suit spread his hands and smiled indifferently. So, now does any other adult think their player will survive and raise the stakes for him? Lord 1, who was watching Akshay, clasped his bladder and shrugged. I seem to have chosen the wrong person. That monkey is too stupid and will die sooner or later, but it doesn't matter. The game is fun, and while I can't win, I can be a spectator. The man with the dice stamped all over his suit nodded. Okay, no more raises from Lord 1. Number 5, who was looking at the blonde European and American players, snapped his fingers and a red chip landed in the center of the round table. No one knew how much wealth or anything else precious that one chip represented. The man in the red suit nodded. Lord 5 was confident in his potion, still convinced that his player would make a big kill at the last minute, and chose to raise a hand. And at this point, the most sinister of them all, Number 4, pushed a wave of chips in front of him into the center of the table, his voice low and chilling. Everyone dies. Worthy of my admiration, Lord 4. The man in the red suit's eyes lit up. You are so confident and wise. Chapter 207 Tools in Place. The skies of the City of Radiance's Zone E. In the background is a dark, deep universe with no sun, but the sky is clouded with a faint white light. It's like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning on Earth. The sun hasn't risen yet, but it's already scattered across the sky. In the warm house, Chungbei picked up the curtains with one hand by a slit, squinted his eyes and looked at the strange sky, his eyes flickering slightly. A crazy idea was born. But there are no suitable tools on hand at the moment. Putting down the curtains, Chungbei turned back and looked towards the airdrop supplies, a large pile of anti-drowning levitation belts. He slowly erected his right wrist, and the azure beam of light shone slowly. However, I have an artifact. Similar technological artifacts detected. Anti-drowning levitation belt, *16. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Anti-gravity levitation belt, *8. Upgrading the once acoustic vibration technology and optimizing it to gravity wave technology, which can create a perfect balance of gravity and buoyancy and provide strong support in fluid mediums similar to water, swamps, etc. Chungbei's expression gave a slight lurch. Anti-gravity belt. He suddenly saw a surprise. If the thought was correct, then the next synthesized item would be a sorrow. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Sorrows of the Herald Civilization -200, *4. Looking at the dull metal belt in front of him, it was clearly a piece of scrap that could not be activated, but Chungbei suddenly smiled. What a surprise to get another part in such a situation and in such a form. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Sorrows of the Herald Civilization -500, *2. Without needing to read the introduction, Chungbei also knew that this was a failure left behind by a god-level civilization on the path of pursuing the ultimate, but it was also undoubtedly a milestone, a great testimonial emanating an invisible light. Slightly licking his lips, Chungbei was somewhat excited. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Herald Gravitational Weapon System, Kit 3, Belt, *1. A belt that was 2 fingers wide and black overall, but with a line of ice blue energy flowing on its surface, floated in front of Chungbei. Top-notch technological creations are not necessarily complex, but they always give a sense of mystery and sci-fi. Chungbei's eyes widened slightly. Forerunner Gravitational Weapon System, Kit 3, Belt, another development application of graviton by the Forerunner civilization. The vast universe contains a large number of planets covered by liquid matter, and even the existence of pure fluid planets, and the Kit 3 Belt, which was created precisely for such an environment, is born, for the liquid environment and set the gravity field control force, so that it has a strong liquid navigation ability, to the Earth, for example, the vast ocean, will be its home ground. It's the dream equipment of countless underwater civilizations. Whereas for land flight it can only provide a straight line ascent, or a lateral straight line burst, which is relatively weak, but can be complementary to other kits. Chungbei secretly nodded. This is an underwater navigation artifact, the equivalent of special purpose equipment. The previous kit shoes allow for powerful flight, the kit gloves control items on the ground, and the belt focuses on underwater. Of course, it's a liquid, or fluid environment to be precise. The universe is full of wonders, and human perception is somewhat limited. In fact, the realm of the belt is not limited to water. The Herald civilization was conceived in a very comprehensive manner, which was to take full control of all 3 domains, sea, land, and air, one after the other. In the future, Chungbei's footsteps would go farther and farther, and it was inevitable that he would encounter liquid environments, or the so-called underwater civilization, so this equipment would have its moment of glory. Fills a gap and is very useful. Chungbei's eyes flickered, and he suddenly realized that a line of small words had once again appeared in the kit belt's notes. In view of the limitations of the environment in which the kit belt can be used, the Forerunner civilization has set up a separate enhanced energy source for it, so that it does not need to be combined with other kits in order to activate the separate characteristic function. Note, when the belt is combined with other parts, the extra set function will still be enabled. Herald Gravitational Weapon System Belt, Gravitational Spike. Through graviton aggregation, forming a spiky cone-like structure, it seems to be able to form a physical penetration effect, but in fact the destructive force of the spiky cone comes from the supergravity of the forefront, 22.37 billion graviton energy aggregation, in one moment to form the equivalent of the D-class black hole 90 millionths of the supergravity, and act on the equivalent of 100 atomic units of the ultra-micropoints, the formation of point to break the surface of the piercing effect, which can penetrate through the 4-level all-solid matter below civilization. Holy! Chungbei looked at the note, Although it was currently impossible to verify the true effect of this penetrating power, this set of data was absolutely exaggerated and amazing. The Forerunner civilization had finally stopped being subtle, and had equipped the kit belt with such a powerful aggressiveness. Vertical lift. Against all odds general penetration. These two functions are sufficient. But I also need a water carrier. At this moment Chang Bei looked at the drop boxes all over the ground again. These gears are also technological creations, and come with airborne attitude regulation, which should be able to be synthesized. Chang Bei's eyes moved. Since it's a package, it's a gift, and since it's a gift, it also belongs to me. Even Boss Desert recognizes this theory. What is the Chang Bei player up to? At the expense of me betting big on him. If you keep this up, I won't let you play with my body. It's even more impossible to call your girlfriends. Online and offline, all the ordinary people were complaining because of Chang Bei's closed door. The avatar of Mr. Dice smiled contemptuously. He glanced at the background data. After Chang Bei had gotten a large number of airdrops, the amount of bets on him had skyrocketed all the way up, and the large and small amounts added up had already exceeded 2 trillion, and was still really favored by the entire population. TSK. Pity. Mr. Dice shook his head. You don't hit the mark when you're given a chance. Inside the darkened room, 5 silhouettes sat quietly at the round table. The hologram in front of them also focused on Chang Bei's hut that glowed slightly in the ice and snow. How boring. Lord Four shook his head. He can't get any more tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 208, Hopeless Persistence. Nukin has been traveling through the cold wind for 40 minutes. The sky was faintly bright, but only faintly, and there was never any hope of a dawn. His entire face had been covered in icy slush, his body had long been frozen through, and his hands and feet were so completely numbed that he could no longer even feel them. I don't know if my fingers were frozen or my muscles had stiffened, but I just kept the throttle twisted all the way to the floor. The sled motorcycle's tracks, too, had built up thick ice within them, and it wasn't as fast as it used to be. 4 players, 2 have already dropped out. One of them had severe frostbite on his limbs and the other's motorboat was completely damaged. Nukin told to make a distress gesture and stay where they were and wait. The organizing committee would surely send someone to rescue them. I can't hold it much longer. Why isn't there sunlight yet? Nukin felt like he was in a race against death, but tragically, he never saw the end of the race or a glimmer of hope. Ahead, there was still a boundless, unending white world. The extreme cold was like a demon's call, and Nukin felt his eyelids getting heavier and his consciousness getting fuzzy. Even a little hope, just a tiny bit, would have held him up a little longer, but alas, not a shred. Click. In the tracks of the sled motorcycle, there was suddenly the sound of metal shattering, and the high-speed motorcycle, which was suddenly jammed, was thrown out by inertia, and Nukin was thrown out at once. He crashed within a pile of snow on the side of the road, but not coincidentally, there was a huge rock hidden underneath this snow. Click. A sharp pain that drilled through his heart came, and Nukin clearly felt that his shoulder blade, his right arm, and his ribs, all the contact surfaces with the rock, were simultaneously cracked, or severely fractured. He rolled around twice more in the snow, and his whole body collapsed to the ground, his eyes blackened, his mind blank, feeling like he had half a foot in hell. Young Master Nukin. The other contestant stopped his motorcycle and rushed forward, but didn't dare to touch Nukin's body easily for fear of causing secondary injuries. Are you alright? The corners of Nukin's mouth twitched, no longer able to speak. Another player's eyes reddened. I don't know if it was from being frozen or just too desperate. Let's quit too. Just then, Kitsune, who was lying on the ground, slightly widened his eyes as he saw a high black platform towering about 1 kilometer away to the east. He instantly regained a trace of his spirit. We seem to have reached a high platform. On the east side, the water is spreading. We can hide on that high platform. Despite the multiple fractures in his torso, Kitsune miraculously rose to his feet, stumbling across the snow towards the east, reaching out with his right hand, grasping forward. Here comes hope. We're here. The eyes of the player standing on the backside twitched. The distance was white, there were no high platforms at all. Young Master Mukin was hallucinating. The player gritted his teeth, took off his gloves, and made the SOS gesture to the sky. Click. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the player stepped on a thin ice surface, fell directly into the bottomless ice cave. Nukin was already so muddled and oiled up that he didn't even notice the scene. As he ran, he also exhausted himself, and plopped down on his knees on the snowy ground. Also at this moment, because of the injuries from the fall he had just suffered, red blood was oozing out, which was fatally steaming in the extremely cold environment, but it soon froze into ice as well. Nukin stretched his hand toward the east and murmured, you see, my persistence was worthwhile. Hope is there. Before one's death, the body will secrete a large amount of adrenaline, and the brain will have one last burst of function, and those images in the depths of memory, or those that have been forgotten, will flash in the mind as if they were going through the motions. Kitsune saw his younger self and his ordinary family. He grew up obsessed with science and technology, but did not have access to good education. All can only rely on their own research and groping. Really support him is the kind of perseverance in the bones, never give up the spirit. He sought his first invention, a magnetic levitation stereo modified through a radio station, which resembled an arc version of the shape, suspended in the air while being able to play beautiful music, and also able to be wirelessly recharged through a magnetic field. He saw the genetically defective sister, who said she wished she'd died sooner so mom and dad could spend all their paychecks on Mukin and support that dream of his of becoming an inventor. Later, Mukin's patents were sold for a fortune the family could never have imagined in their lifetime. My sister was cured and gradually grew into a big and exceptionally beautiful girl, and joined a very powerful organization. Ha! Kitsune gave a delirious smile, just hang in there, it'll pay off. In this instant, his eyes, too, were covered with frost, and his entire person had completely lost his blood color, his face became iron blue, he stopped moving, and turned into an ice sculpture kneeling on the ground with his fingers to the east. Young master! Young master! In the LBW tournament hall, Mukin's personal butler, Uncle Lee, looked at the situation in the screen and was overwhelmed with grief and old tears. Organizer, we're withdrawing from the tournament. We're withdrawing from the tournament. Mukin player is withdrawing from the tournament. Quickly go save him. A man in a black suit pushed aside a group of staff members and said grimly, I'm sorry, but only player Mukin has the right to withdraw from the tournament, but as of this moment, he has not issued such a request. Uncle Lee's liver and guts cracked. What kind of match are you guys having? You guys are killing people, we're withdrawing from the race. With a look from the black suit, Uncle Lee was instantly under control. It's amazing that the temperature hasn't risen at all. Why hasn't the volcano moved? Again, in the bitterly cold wind, Lulian was on the south side of the field, his sled sliding sharply, but he himself was at the end of his tether. Energy Lupin only blocks wind chill, it does not provide temperature. I don't know if it's a blessing or a tragedy that Lulian is paralyzed, over 80% of her body is unconscious, and likewise can't feel the cold. The fingers of his right hand, which were used to manipulate the energy Lupin, had become black and purple, and his precision had greatly decreased. Even if we stopped now, we wouldn't have the ability to build another igloo. Click! The wooden sled was overwhelmed and finally broke. Lulian also fell and flew out, a fall that was even less kind to him, as he detached himself from his wheelchair and his body rolled continuously, falling 7 or 8 meters away. Luckily, he wasn't hurt. In the next instant, he opened his eyes with his own perseverance. The wooden wheelchair stands in the distance, the energy Lupin and the wheelchair are one, it still exists, standing in the cold wind, staring into the distance. However, because of the rules of the contest, the energy Lupin does not have remote control and cannot act independently. Lulian has to manipulate the panel on the armrests of the wheelchair with her fingers if she wants to get help from the energy Lupin. Wow! Lulian stretched out her only movable right arm and gouged at the snow in front of her, before using all her strength to drag her body forward by less than 10 centimeters, moving 1 point closer to the wooden wheelchair. In the cold, biting wind, he gritted his teeth and repeated the action over and over again. But the force was getting weaker and weaker, and it was getting harder and harder to breathe. Hundreds of millions of viewers couldn't help but clench their fists and tear up their eyes when they saw this scene. Lulian's pupils reflected the great figure of energy Lupin. Over the past years, he had constantly dueled with Luban's disciples and won again, ultimately laying claim to the title of the strongest Luban's heir for the next 1,000 years. But this is just the beginning, but it's just a matter of winning all the Lupin heirs. He knows that there is a wider world out there, and that there are people out there. For example, this LBW contest is a great opportunity. He wanted to keep challenging, and he might not be able to win all the time, but he knew that every competition would bring rewards, and it was the little bits and pieces of rewards that would eventually add up to a metamorphosis. Only then will people re-emphasize the ancient art of Luban woodcraft. Luban's legacy is an eye-catching and splendid treasure that should not be drowned out by the long river of history and should be known by all. Even if wood techniques are far behind today's material science and not as practical, but the spirit of craftsmanship hidden in it is an indispensable and valuable asset for mankind, no matter what period of time or what level of development it has reached. I have fortitude. I'm going to carry forward the Luban wood skills, and the spirit of craftsmanship. I'm not going to fall down here. I'm going to fight everyone. What material science, mechanics, or the Mahist organ art, I'll have a go at it. Lulian crawled forward, but the strength in her hands was diminishing and she was becoming more and more unconscious. Energy Lupin stands just ahead. Lulian looked back and realized that he had only crawled a distance of less than 1 meter. He suffered a huge blow. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the distance between himself and Lupin was so far away. The heavens and the earth were growing dimmer, not the light had changed. Rather, Lulian finally couldn't resist and closed her eyes. Countless spectators were infected by this tragic scene, and their hearts kept crying out, Lulian, don't sleep. Chapter 209, Operation Against the Heavens. What is the Changbeg player doing? He actually ascended. Heaven. He's gone. A sudden gasp came from the audience as they stared wide-eyed at the unbelievable scene on the screen. Just over that little warm house, Changbei's hands were naturally hanging down, his head was slightly raised, his waist emitted a gust of ice blue light, and his body, in a vertical stance, was rising straight up into the air. What the hell? Mr. Dice's eyes widened at once, staring dead at the screen. What kind of equipment is that? Inside the dark room, number 4 also suddenly peeked forward, revealing a young, hazy face. He frowned, surprisingly unable to see through the equipment on Chang Bei as well. Ha ha, so the Chang Bei contestant has been in the house tinkering with his equipment. He actually managed to create that effect with those airdrops. He's definitely a master. The crowd went ballistic, but what the hell is he trying to do flying up into the sky? However, he saw Chang Bei's body straighten up and fly higher and higher, constantly approaching the ecological isolation cover of the entire E area. The crowd was confused. There's nothing in the sky. Is it to observe the terrain? But naked eye observation is so inefficient, isn't it? At this moment, Chang Bei finally got close to the ecological isolation shield, something that looked like a glass cover of amazingly huge thickness up close, with the dark cosmic stars behind it. Chang Bei snorted coldly. The Forerunner gravitational weapon belt around his waist suddenly released an icy blue aperture as if it was substantial, and the aperture continued to converge along Chang Bei's torso towards the top of his head, and the higher up he went, the smaller the diameter of the aperture became. Gradually, those icy blue circles of light, around Chang Bei's body, formed an icy blue spike with the tip facing upwards, which wasn't that huge, but it was incomparably shining. The crowd watched in disbelief. What the hell kind of gear is that? It looks so powerful. It's amazing that he can improvise something of this magnitude. Number 4's eyes narrowed sharply. That bad feeling in Mr. Dice's heart grew stronger, and he subconsciously covered his chest. Buzz dash. The ice blue spike trembled. Chang Bei's body once again drew up several meters, directly colliding with that huge glass dome. The moment it made contact, the entire dome sent out a boom-like tremor. In Chang Bei's ears, the sound of a solid object shattering and then being instantly crushed into powder was heard. Click it. With Chang Bei as the center, fine cracks hundreds of meters in diameter appeared on the ecological isolation cover of Area E. The audience was shocked. Mr. Dice was shocked. Number 4 was also shocked. The audience was even a little confused and psychotic. He's crazy. He actually tried to break through the ecological barrier. It's the universe out there. A universe with no atmosphere to fulfill the conditions of human existence. Is he trying to ruin everything? There will be a horrific air pressure catharsis, everything will be sucked into the universe and the oxygen will be drained out in minutes. No one will survive in Zone E. Chang Bei, he's crazy. Click it. Boom. The isolation shield that was strewn with cracks collapsed with a loud bang, and huge shards of glass fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground with a rumble. And even though it was only a few hundred meters in a circle above Chang Bei's head, the gap was already big enough to destroy everything. A wow in the hearts of all the spectators. It's over. He really ed through it. City of Light F. It is also the desert site of the previous phase. By now all the personnel here had been withdrawn and the place was empty. But the natural creatures are still around. It was the same rattlesnake that had finally jammed the fat little gerbil into a knot of deadwood bark, its mouth wide open, two fangs popping out, its slightly greenish venom reflecting the sunlight. Rumble. At this moment, a dull vibrating sound came from within a sandy area not far away. Immediately afterward, that piece of sand began to sink, as if a large hole had been poked underneath, and a large amount of sand and soil was lost, gradually forming a sand vortex, which grew bigger and bigger, and a cold air emerged from it. The rattlesnake also gradually saw the huge gap in the ground, and a nasty human, floating in the very center of it. Rattlesnake froze as well. You found out about this? Can you give a damn? In the meantime, hundreds of millions of viewers also froze once again. How did the sand fall inside the gap? Why not outer space? In this instant, high above the sky, a yellow sand waterfall had formed, as written in the ancient poem, flying down 3,000 feet, suspected to be the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens. The situation, however, is one of flying streams falling 3,000 feet, and rootless yellow sand falling to the mortal world. In the huge flow of sand, Chang Bei's body drew up once again, unexpectedly drilling directly into the broken hole in the dome. Wait, I think I got it. The Stage 2 field we've been watching isn't in F. That would be a sort of underground space, and above its head is the Stage 1E arena. A member of the audience shouted out, waking up the rest of the audience with a sudden realization. Officially this is some kind of conspiracy setup that fools everyone. Darkness in the room. Number 4's eyes narrowed to slits. How did he find out about all this? And by now the audience was in a state of near insanity. Before their eyes was a scene they could not have imagined at all. This sudden reversal and the revelation of a shocking secret made their dopamine explode, and they had to say that this LBW was one of the most exciting matches they had ever seen. It turns out that player Chang Bei has long since discovered the truth and has been preparing the corresponding equipment. It looks like he's trying to melt the hard ice in the lower layer through the temperature of the upper layer. It's a little slow, but it's certainly the most impressive maneuver in the house. However, the next scene made everyone in the audience's mouths open wide and their eyes fly out. Only an extremely dazzling mass of light emerged from the shattered dome, and 10,000 rays of light pierced through the falling sand and shone universally on the earth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's an artificial sun in F. The audience instantly felt like they didn't have enough brain capacity, their brains buzzed and went all numb. Why do I see a figure in that sun? It's like he reached out and yanked that artificial sun down. That can't be the Changbei player. How can he resist that super high temperature in a human body? It's true that carbon-based bodies can't, but silicon-based can, and it's even very soothing. Tick-tack, tick-tack. The frost on Mukin's fingers was melting a little bit, the ice shells covering his eyeballs also melted a little bit, his body appeared to be warm, and his vision recovered a little bit in a blur. I must be hallucinating. He remained in his kneeling position with one hand pointing to the east. And in the east, a silhouette wrapped in blinding light, holding up a small artificial sun in its hands, blooming with blazing beams of light, descended slowly from the sky. How can this be reality? They say that people who are frozen to death feel a strange warmth before they die, and I should be in that condition now. Kitsun's eyes narrowed in resignation. Suddenly, the figure under the sun spoke slowly, but his face was all filled with such intense light that it was somewhat indistinguishable. Live well, but don't steal my business. NMLGB? Kitsun's eyes suddenly widened. It's him, it's that unqualified guy. An even sicker scene came next. The figure placed the artificial in midair, rose vertically again, flew into the ecological containment gap, and a few minutes later, yanked out another artificial sun. No. For had used the weather control system to drop 2 artificial suns in order to create a hostile environment and kill more contestants in the last act of the match, and now Changbei had used them all without missing a beat. At this moment, in the darkroom, the corner of Lord Four's eye twitched uncontrollably. Lulian, who was lying on the ground, also felt the warmth and slightly opened her eyes. He saw the energy lupin a few meters away grow brighter and brighter, releasing a bright yellow glow. Has the ancestor come to summon me? But the next moment, he saw a blazing sun, waning from behind energy lupin. Descending. The warmth of the sun was like the savior's big hand, holding everything and saving everything, bringing everything back from extinction. And underneath that sun, there was another figure that was like a god. Lulian narrowed her eyes, carefully distinguishing the figure. Finally, his eyes widened slightly as he recognized the other party. After a long time, Lulian actually released a smile, perhaps, being able to compete with you. It is my good fortune. Chapter 210, 3 stages. 2 blazing suns floated in the air. The heat wave was like substance, a burst of translucent heat sweeping across the land. The snow and ice melted into water at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the earth was wet and soon became an ocean. Mukin and Lulian's bodies also gradually revived. Kitsune relied on himself in trying to tread water, constantly poking his head out of the water for fresh air. Lulian was half submerged in the water, his right hand holding on to an ever smaller chunk of ice, while the wooden wheelchair floated a dozen meters away from him. Warmth arrives, but also big water fills the air. People don't have the tools to be able to survive on the water. There was a loud bang. A rectangular water arc, breaking the surface of the water, leaps out from underwater, leaps several meters, and slaps heavily on the water again, its jet system activated, sailing on the wind and waves. The metal arc, a modular unit, suddenly disintegrated and dispersed into multiple single rectangular arcs, which quickly sailed to the location of Mukin, Lulian, and a number of other contestants, extending their mechanical arms to salvage them. And then the monolithic arc quickly closed and formed a hole again. The wet runners were all stunned, while at the same time looking in disbelief at the flexible and versatile life-saving arc underneath them, which could vaguely be seen to have some affinity with some sort of drop box. Changbei landed straight from the sky and stood at the bow of the arc, scanning the crowd. Even if a distress signal was sent out, the race organizing committee did not take action, and the runners were almost always present. Place the little lizard on the bow. The herald weapon belt around Changbei's waist blossomed with icy blue beams of light as he took a sharp breath and leapt into the ocean. The liquid environment, the home of the kit belt. The moment he entered the water, Graviton quickly adjusted the force field around him, forming a drainage membrane on the surface of Changbei's torso 3 centimeters, resisting the impact of the water current, and then the ice blue force field spread out like a lotus flower, with the speed instantly reaching 320 knots. That's twice as fast as the most advanced underwater-powered submarines available today. At this moment, Changbei was as if he was a natural marine creature, like a barracuda that crossed like lightning. His speed was not only amazing, but his body was flexible to the extreme, with all kinds of difficult steering that was easy to maneuver. The crowd only saw the shadow underwater, with fine white bubbles rising behind it, disappearing in an instant. Underwater. Changbei unfolded the sonar simulation system that his S-class genes had to have, and a blue grid spread out in his viewpoint, and then he hurriedly traveled through it, transforming his entire body into a high-speed large-scale underwater scanner. Unsurprisingly, the B medallion should be sealed in a chunk of cold ice somewhere. Though the organizers had no intention of letting the contestants find it, there was still a superficiality that needed to be done. After all, they needed to give the audience an explanation after the second stage of the tournament was over. You guys watch. The medals are there, it's just that the contestants died unexpectedly. The water is vast, but after all, it is within an enclosed environment, so there is no wind or waves. Boom! 30 kilometers away, the water exploded. A column of water, straight up, splashed tens of meters, while Changbei's body, wrapped in an ice blue force field, slowly rose into the air. High above, he stopped and scanned the ground. While his left hand raised the L metal, his right hand was also slowly raised, and then his right hand opened, and within his palm, a black metal with the letter B appeared in his palm. Click! The sound of crisp metal clashing resounded through the sky. The metals carried a magnetic force between them, and the two metals violently merged together in the heart of Chang-Bei's left hand. Whether it's inside the water arc, dripping wet and tilting their heads, or off the field online and offline, with close to 600 million viewers, still within the darkened room, the adults 1 to 5 who had shrunk their bodies back into the shadows again. Everyone was silent, and underneath the silence lay the violent churning of everyone's heart. Area C of the City of Radiance, inside a luxurious residence. With a soothing smile on his face, Lieberin rested his hands on the spine of the couch, leaning slightly backward and relying on his back. Bean, on the other hand, was dancing around and spinning in place. Chang-Bei did a total of 3 things. First, see through the hidden rules that everyone missed. Second, the rules were utilized. Third, an amazing amount of creativity and skill was utilized to build a range of gear to find the B medallion. Suddenly, a loud cheer erupted from the audience. This game was exciting, addictive, and over the top. It was clearly Chang-Bei's victory, but it was as if it had set off a national frenzy. People didn't notice that Mr. Dice pursed his whitened lips, his eyes rolled, scanned the surroundings, and quietly turned off his holographic imaging device, and his holographic silhouette, which was getting fainter and fainter, disappeared into all the screens. The image of the chief referee, White River, appeared over the arena. As you can see, we did put a little thought into the setup of the arena, which has led to everyone seeing an exciting and thrilling match. Now, let's congratulate No. 24, Chang-Bei, winner of this year's LBW contest, Stage 2. The cheering intensified again, like a mountainous wave. In all sports competitions, spectators usually set the anchor point in their mind, on a certain player, expecting him to perform, anticipating his outburst, and once he wins, the joy doubles, which directly determines the excitement of the game. At some point, Chang-Bei had become an anchor point in the hearts of hundreds of millions of viewers. Being in the limelight and having high expectations, we don't have to delay. He swept his eyes over the contestants on the scene. The final leg of this competition, the 3-stage match, begins immediately. The enthusiasm and anticipation of the audience was instantly pulled back up. Gradually the cheering waned, and that was because everyone was waiting for the final stage of the rules. 3 stages of Rule 1. However, he saw White River's eyes flashing. The competition allows you to acquire outside equipment. As the words fell, a gasp came from the audience. The next instant, White River raised his right hand again. In his hand was a clock made up of blue virtual projections. The hovering floor will also return you to the ground, but, including the road, each of you will only have 5 minutes to do so, and as much equipment as you can fetch in that time. Then in the 3rd stage, you'll be able to use as much of that equipment as you want. And the type of equipment. There are no restrictions, food and water, probes, weapons, all of it if you can bring it to the site. But if you can't return to the suspended floor within 5 minutes, you will be completely disqualified from the competition. As for the other rules of the 3-stage tournament, I will continue to announce them only after you have successfully returned. Now, the clock starts. However, he suddenly pressed the virtual clock on his hand, and the 5 minutes countdown instantly kicked in, turning into 4 minutes and 59 seconds. White River's palm flung out and the virtual clock flew out, transforming into a countdown of hundreds of meters over the arena. His voice was low. Good luck. Chapter 211, Change of Play. Gentlemen, how about a change in play? We put all our means at Chang-Bei's disposal. Just bet on who can be the first to kill Chang-Bei. Inside the darkened room, caught in the shadows, number 4's eyes flashed with an eerie cold light. A few other people murmured slightly for a split second before low laughter suddenly came out. Yeah. In front of the round table, the man in the red dice suit laughed out loud at the words, "This is even more fun, so my lords, would you like to place some chips? How about winner takes all? But I have to make it clear in advance that I, as the host, need to deduct 10% commission." Oh. The man in the red suit stared greedily at the chips on the table. "I desperately need my money back yet." Wow. Number 4 pushed all the chips on the table down. Stud. The suspended floor sends all the competitors back to the ground. Anyway, it has been poked and prodded, and the organizers are no longer hiding the fact that the so-called extreme cold area, which is 2,500 meters below the ground level of the main arena, is instantly accessible for the suspended floor. Outside the arena, there are still tens of thousands of spectators. He saw the contestants appear in the doorway and got even more frantic. It's a strange feeling, to be a contestant on TV 1 second and then meet a living person the next. They cheered and screamed, and there was a swarming, crowded scene that went right out of control. But where the players cared to interact with them, running at breakneck speeds, going their separate ways. Muken's butler, Uncle Lee, had already been waiting quietly on the right side of the main venue. With his back lined with a huge black box and a white towel still resting on his wrist, he watched with a smile on his face as his young master came running. This time, the young master would finally be able to show off his skills. What greeted Lu Lian, on the other hand, were hundreds of Lu Ban's heirs, behind whom similarly loomed a huge object, but it was not known exactly what it was, for on that large object, a bright red and huge red satin was covering it. Of course, there were also players who were extremely rushed and not prepared at all, as if they were headless. The most subdued, on the other hand, was the Indo-African player Akshay, who fell asleep inside his insulated Buddha statue and never woke up from his rescue, completely unaware of the new rules and in a state of tranquility. And our protagonist, Changbei. The moment he appeared at the entrance of the arena, like a celestial superstar, countless spectators charged like zombies. Among them was also a Lolita-voiced girl with a body as strong as an ox and a face like Kueli, who held up her bosom friend and was as fit as a fiddle. The corner of Changbei's eye twitched. His body flashed, and his entire body transformed into a residual shadow as he rushed towards the backside of the arena building. The zombie army and the lowly girl also immediately reversed their direction and rushed towards the backside of the building, but were shocked to find that Changbei made a turn as if he had disappeared in place, and the backside of the building was empty. Because the spirit-type starship and has been waiting here for a long time. After the fourth wall, inside the spirit-type starship. Ah, Changbei T. Oops, I found my last little master. Now I'm at his point, he's the one who quietly asked for the drop for you. Time is too tight, I did not have the first time to go back to the cut to find you. I'm very good T. You go ha. The first time he entered the starship, Changbei saw Bean's hologram message. I could hear that Bean sounded very happy. Changbei cocked his head slightly. Bean's last little master? Airdrop. Could it be? Changbei's eyes widened slightly, but in the next moment, he revealed a smirk. As a matter of fact, Changbei has long been aware of the fact that Bean is always thinking of his last master, and Bean is naive and kind by nature, and the person it misses will naturally not be a great traitor or a great evil person. Changbei was slightly worried. Will Bean, in the future, choose to stay with his previous owner? Slowly, he exhaled. Bean has life and intelligence. If it makes a choice, Changbei decides to respect it. No matter what, I hope it is happy and joyful. Immediately, Changbei took out a series of devices. 2 LBW player nameplates, 10 pet incubators, 10 depth SVR glasses. The 2 name tags were obtained from Changbei's storage chest after defeating the Iron Hook pirate on his way here. The interstellar pirate, supposedly, had coincidentally killed 2 LBW contestants during the previous burnout. The pet cultivator and SVR glasses, on the other hand, were the interesting equipment that Changbei had purchased during his pre-game time, when he had wandered around the stores of the City of Radiance. Similar technological artifacts detected. Pet cultivator, *10. It is possible to ingest a pet's DNA directly and grow artificial embryos to produce customized pets, wrapped in hair color, body type, and even personality. Changbei's gaze flickered, and without delay, his right hand flashed with azure light. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Pet cloner, *5. The original cultivation function will be directly upgraded and evolved into the pet cloning function, which will seamlessly connect the beloved pets and accompany the owner forever. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Human cloning silo, *2. Changbei's expression paused. The cloning object went straight from a pet to a human, but because of Star League laws and regulations restrictions, the internal code of this device has been deleted and cannot be used. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Creature puppet maker, *1. The device comes from a level 3, 6 civilization, with alien slime mold organisms cultivated inside. When the device records human DNA, it can create a humanoid puppet that is 100% similar to the original owner, who can contact the puppet through the bioneurological connector to remotely command and manipulate it, but because of the physiological characteristics of the slime mold organisms, the puppet will die after 24 hours and be turned into a puddle of black liquid. In front of him was a cylindrical cloning silo scattered with a black glow. Clearly visible, at the bottom of the cloning bin, was a massive writhing liquid resembling black asphalt, which reached out in a silken web of tentacles and climbed over the glass viewing window of the cloning bin. Changbei's eyes narrowed. If used properly, this would be a ghostly tool. Immediately, Changbei looked to the other side again. Similar technological artifacts detected. Depth SVR glasses, *10. Advanced SVR, watch movies, play games, have an immersive feeling, high-definition picture, surround sound, and equipped with a simple touch simulation. Changbei took a slight breath, and the STC blossomed once again. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Large SVR immersive simulation silo, *5. Changbei stared for a split second. In simple terms, the glasses turned into an analog warehouse. Whether it was the visual, auditory, or tactile effects, they had all been drastically enhanced. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Starfield Combat Federation Training Simulator, *2. Changbei nodded. The civilian version is upgraded to a military version. All the performance is enhanced in all aspects, and it is mostly used for the training simulation of combat troops. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Small world simulation matrix, *1. Level 3. 5 Technological civilization artifact, codename Brain Kidnapper, can hijack the brain bioelectricity of all humanoid creatures within a range of 10 kilometers, and will be tampered with, simulated, or even customized scenarios, completely implanted in the brain. Hearing, touch, smell, and even physiological responses will be 100% simulated for the abducted creatures, both subjective and subconscious consciousness, completely unable to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Cheng Bei quietly smiled. Divine artifact. Finally, Cheng Bei looked towards the 2 palm-sized black nameplates. LBW player nameplate, *2. An encrypted signal releaser that internally compiles the information of the contestants of the human LBW invention and creation contest, and completes the function of uniquely identifying the information by means of an exclusive authentication device. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. Real LBW player nameplate, number 6, *1. The same encrypted signal releaser, but the encryption code is higher than the sequence of human technology, also stores a large amount of information, can use the unique authentication device to complete the identity verification, commonly used in high-end private parties. Looking at the black device in his hand, which looked almost exactly like a normal player's nameplate, Cheng Bei's eyes widened slightly. At this moment, he finally understood the most central set of this LBW contest. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Midnight. On the field, the giant countdown cleared completely. White River's avatar scanned the field, 10 returned, 5 eliminated. His eyes swept over the remaining contestants one by one. The one who always stayed put was none other than the sleeping Indo-African runner Akshay. There was also the blonde European player wearing a black undershirt. At the moment his eyes became a little bloodshot and his breath was a little heavy, but his expression was becoming more and more confident and emboldened. Behind the Mukan player was a huge black box that was a full 30 meters tall. The item behind Lulian's back was also as huge as a small hill in size, but masked with a huge red silk. As for the rest of the contestants, only a few individuals had a hodgepodge of tools with them, which should be all they could get their hands on in their haste. Eventually, his gaze went to Cheng Bei, whose hands were empty, and he said with some suspicion, "Contestant No. 24, what did you bring?" Cheng Bei held his head slightly high. "I have brought something you cannot see." Inside the black house, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A figure wearing a black cloak and a creature mask slowly walked into the house. He pulled back an empty chair next to the round table and slowly settled into it as the crowd watched in dismay. Number 4 in the shadows frowned. "Who are you?" "Me? Sorry, I'm late." The cloaked figure reached out, writing the number plate in front of him. "I am a true contestant in the tournament, just like all of you, and my serial number is number 6. Chapter 212, The Weird Third Race. Gentlemen, the rules for the final stage of this year's LBW contest are just 2 words. That's control. Those 2 words, too, were the sole theme of the final stage. The players in front of White River slowly said, "You can interpret these 2 words as you see fit. It can be control of other people, control of the environment, or even control of the entire tournament. Anyway, after one of you has achieved true control, naturally, you'll be able to earn the Stage 3 W medal. That's all I can announce, no explanations, no questions answered." As White River's words fell, the players frowned. Another unexplained rule that needs to be figured out and understood on its own. Now then, the players are about to head to the final stage of the competition. There, we will decide the ultimate champion of this year's LBW contest. White River's voice rose abruptly. "Good luck, everyone." Boom! Boom! The players went out to gather supplies and return, and were now standing on a raised platform in the Stage 2 arena, surrounded by endless water. On the distant horizon, there was suddenly a huge explosion, as if someone had detonated a bomb hidden under the water, and with the continuous explosions, the water rumbled loudly and burst into huge columns of water. The columns of water joined together in a closed envelope that seemed to blast a circular gap in the floor. The ground beneath his feet began to sink slightly. The crowd then realized that there was actually hidden space directly below. The venue of this LBW competition was actually like an 18-layer hell, one layer after another, constantly extending towards the ground. A strong sense of weightlessness came over him. The platform beneath the contestants' feet violently began to fall. Lurian gripped the arms of the wooden wheelchair. Kitsune slowly took a step back, holding onto the huge metal box behind himself. All the other players also stood on both feet, struggling to control their form. The acceleration was increasing and the feeling of unease was growing. The crowd just felt like they had been falling for a good 10 minutes. In this case, one's mind automatically builds a picture, the momentum won't stop, and one will barrel to the ground like a tomato, skin cracking and soup flowing all over the place. But the contestants were already in a state of jousting, their bodies taut, and they would not reveal their cards until the last moment. A reverse air current suddenly erupted. The floor beneath his feet suddenly decelerated, and the moment he hit the ground, he suddenly hovered. The players' hearts, already in their throats, slowly returned to their original positions. They have come to a new world. It's a huge, out-of-sight space. Nukin looked around. It was a wild environment. Fine green grass, like a green carpet, a few hundred meters away. There is a raised hill, on which grows a leafy apple tree, a red apple hangs on the branch, the color is bright, mouth-watering. Lulian also looked at her surroundings, which were a deserted area. The soil was dark brown, not an inch of grass grew, and in the distance there was a small hill, a dead apple tree that had completely lost all its leaves, silently towering above it like a demonic palm reaching out from hell, and a rotting, moldy apple hanging from a branch, with maggots crawling amongst the mold. The black-vested European and American players, holding their bladders, also looked around. It was a Gobi beach. In the distance there was a muddy puddle. Many antelope-like animals were drinking by the puddle. In the distance suddenly a fierce male lion sprang out. It pounced out and bit the skin off the thigh of an antelope. The antelope ran desperately but blood spilled all the way and limped at the same time. The male lion salivated from his mouth and chased after it. He would soon get his hands on it. Akshay, the Indo-African player, woke up from his dream and realized that he had reached the third stage of the tournament. But with some horror in his heart that he had not heard the corresponding rules, he stepped out of the ceramic Buddha statue and began to take stock of his surroundings. He saw a Gobi beach, but extremely arid. Once not far away there seemed to be a puddle of water, but it had completely dried up, dripping water, the ground cracked, the puddle surrounded by animal skeletons, not only antelopes, but also the skeletons of male lions. It looks like they could not find water, and ultimately all of them died of thirst in here. Chang Bei also looked around, his eyes narrowing slightly. Darkness in the room. Number 6 peeked forward slightly to the center of the round table. Interesting, it's amazing that you can get a full view of the field from here. In the center of the round table was a hemispherical surface that shimmered with blue light. Among them was a slim holographic terrain map, and it was a real-time monitoring state, and it was able to clearly see that the players of the LBW contest, who were located in the very center of the map at this time, had just landed, and they were all standing in place, cautiously observing their surroundings. And this terrain, a circular area 100 kilometers in diameter, in which there is only one single environment, that of gray soil and rock, is full of traces of artificial excavation, because this is the very underground space of the planet of the City of Light. After the organizers had finished excavating the place, they did not set up the environment, but instead installed countless deadly traps, such as a poisonous swamp, a spiked ground pit, and a crusher cave capable of completely churning people to pieces. Haven't you ever been in a LBW contest before? In the shadows, number 4 looked slightly sideways at number 6, his gaze as if penetrating the substance of the shadows. No. 6 shrugged. This is my first time to participate in such an interesting event, a newcomer. I hope that all of you seniors can take me along during the next process, and if I don't understand anything, I'd also like to trouble you all to help explain some of it. Number 4's body remained trapped in the shadows, his face unreadable, only vaguely visible, and he slowly frowned. At that moment, number 4 looked sideways, to the man in the red suit in the room. The man in the red suit with the dice pattern imprinted on his body hurriedly smiled. Don't worry, Lord 4, the identity information card has been verified. No human can imitate our encryption technology. Lord 6 is as good as a fake. He is a higher human just like all of you. Number 4 exhaled slowly and nodded slightly, then tilted his head again, as if pointing his chin at the holographic map in the center of the table. None of them could see the full extent of the playing field in this inning. The only chance is for them to unite as one and then share information. If each fights on their own, without even needing us to intervene, they will also step by step towards death. Chapter 213 Uncertainty. The players didn't expect it either. With 3 stages of competition, it's amazing that the players aren't spread out and are so close to each other that it's almost as if they can raise their hands and put them on each other's shoulders. However, the eyes of the players looking at each other were full of defense and even some hostility. Nukin walked eastward, the huge black box on his backside turned on its levitation function and followed noiselessly. Lulian walked westward, and the huge object covered with silk behind him, as if by magic, levitated as well, as if it weighed nothing, and walked with him. Various players with twinkling eyes gradually began to disperse as well. Only Chang Bei was still standing in place, and suddenly opened his mouth. Everyone, make an alliance? Everyone's footsteps lurched as a certain subtle silence was broken by Chang Bei's words, and Chang Bei wasn't just anyone else, it was none other than the favorite who had made a big splash in the first 2 stages of the tournament. Some of the fresh-faced players turned around. Brother Chang Bei, thank you for saving me in the water just now, but this is a competition after all, we still wish to fight individually. Chang Bei nodded without saying anything. Akshay, the Indo-African contestant, once again opened the ceramic Buddha statue and dug in. I'm sorry, I no longer want to be involved in this dangerous contest. I'm not going to work with anyone. I'm going to continue to hide until the contest is over. The black-vested European big man glared with scarlet eyes. Confused guy, I won't be in the company of a weakling like you, but I wish you, with all my heart, to find the 3rd badge as soon as possible. After saying that, the black undershirt walked to the distance on its own. Chang Bei looked at his back and shook his head with a smile. Gradually, the group dispersed. There were only 2 silhouettes that remained where they were, looking at Chang Bei. An alliance means full trust? I propose, then, that the L&B medals, which you have in your possession, be placed in my custody for the time being. Nukin tilted his head. Do you give? Chang Bei laughed. How can that be? Nukin then sneered, then what's the point of tying the knot? Lulian sat in her wheelchair and slowly turned back. The match is small, my purpose is to fight you. An alliance? Wouldn't that go against my original intention? Cheng begged Jr., remember, I can't possibly ally with you in this lifetime. Immediately, the two men went their separate ways in righteousness. Cheng Bei stayed where he was and sighed helplessly. That Cheng Bei, why does it feel like he's seen through my design? But, in the darkened room, number 4 gave a low chuckle. He doesn't understand human nature at all. Immediately, he then looked to position 6, new friend, which player do you favor? No. 6 had a biomask on his face, and only one of his eyes could be seen, which was flickering slightly. I, for one, watched Cheng Bei. No. 4's eyes narrowed once again, and he suddenly laughed out loud. New friend, you seem to have a bit of a special vision and mindset. Take control. Take control. What kind of effect is called control? Nukin looked back at the leafy apple tree, Lulian looked at the withered and corrupt apple tree, and all the players' brains were racing, analyzing the generalized proposition, but looking at the pale earth around them, their eyes were filled with confusion. The player's proposition is, control. In the darkroom, player number 6 scratched his head. I seem to be out of condition, I don't get it at all. What exactly does this, control, mean? What should I do, in order to get the W medal? My new friend, where else does the word, control, need to mean anything? Number 4 in the shadows crossed his legs. It is a defining word in itself, and a supreme rule, and isn't everything each of us does about being in control of something? Players want to take control of the supplies on the field and get more favorable tools. And favorable tools that can help them take control of the game and win championships. In reality, they're just pawns in our hands, turned into a variable and interesting element in this high-end game. LBW is indeed a contest of inventions, but not theirs, but one that belongs to a few of us here. The theme is similarly extreme, cerebral, and wasteful. We also take some of our own little inventions and creations and put them into the competition to achieve something that the audience doesn't know about, the competitors don't know about, but we have fun with it. No. For smiled, first of all, let's make a concept clear, from the beginning to the end, the one, in control, of everything can only be us. Number 6 sniffed and clapped his hands together, wonderful. No. For laughed again, and for this third stage competition venue, I've put in a lot of blood. Not long ago, I happened to get a piece of high civilization equipment fragment, and I speculate that its corresponding civilization level is at least 12 or above, or maybe even the legendary 13, or 14 level civilization. No. 6 suddenly turned his head, coming down with interest. Number 4 in the shadows tilted his head slightly. Frankly speaking, it was impossible for me to peek into the true power of this fragment, but I was able to activate one of its functions under millions of tests. Perhaps, this function is only 100,000th of its original power, but it is already an unfathomable existence for the current human civilization. Number 6 narrowed his eyes slightly. What exactly is the function? After filling it with enough energy, it can turn the world within 100 kilometers into a superposition state. Number 4's eyes widened slightly. Matter no longer possesses certainty, like Schrödinger's cat, and macroscopic objects can be in a superposition of multiple states. For example, an apple may be both whole and rotten at the same time, and a door is open and closed at the same time. Time possesses ambiguity, no longer flowing linearly, but in a superposition of multiple temporal states. Space becomes discontinuous and is no longer smooth and continuous, but exhibits discrete quantized features. Different spatial locations may be superimposed on each other, and objects can move instantaneously between seemingly discontinuous points in space without having to travel through intervening spatial paths. The concept of distance also becomes blurred, with two locations that may be distant or overlapping. This will be stabilized with the presence of observers. But once the perspective of the one observing moves away, it will all become fraught with uncertainty once again. Of course, that's just an uncertainty on a subjective level of consciousness, kind of like a brain hallucination. The real landscape doesn't change, the deadly traps are still there, and it's a different story as to what the players can see. Perhaps the complete body of this fragment can actually change the physical properties of the item, and can realize a superposition state world in the true sense of the word. This fragment has given me a glimpse into the mysterious and magical corner of higher civilization, but I also only got the tip of the iceberg of it. As it happens, this year's LBW competition has begun, so on a whim I built the Stage 3 arena out of this shard, hoping that it would bring me an unexpected amount of joy. Number 6's eyes widened slightly. Unheard of technology, unheard of shards. The rule for the third leg is called control. And who can achieve mastery within a world of uncertainty? Number 4 looked at number 6 with a smile. Don't you think it's funny? It's like the old days of monkeying around? No. 6 nodded relinquishingly. Interesting. Number 4 added, that's what I meant when I said earlier that those monkeys would never discover the characteristics of a three-stage field if they didn't stick together. If they could aggregate their subjective information, they might be able to find some uncertainty, but alas. Oh, a world of superposition states. Cheng Bei was still standing at the initial position of the three-stage arena, his eyes slightly open. His eyes were a world of gray and no sky or earth. With that, he tapped the button-like communicator in his ear. Rulian, Mukin, what did you see? 3 minutes ago. Cheng Bei activated the small world simulation matrix to create a visual illusion for the competition's monitoring perspective. And the truth is, an alliance means full trust? I propose, then, that the L&B medals, which you have in your possession, be placed in my custody for the time being. In the distance, Kitsune tilted his head. Do you give? Cheng Bei laughed and spread out his palms, in which were the 2 medals from the last stage. If you want, feel free to take them away. But, do you think this medallion, is it important? Kitsune frowned, making no move to take the medallion. On the other side, Lulian sat in her wheelchair and slowly turned back. Although my aim is to fight you, there is obviously something odd about this competition. The medallion is just a bait. If we only think about biting the bait, what we will lose, I'm afraid, is our little lives. I told you so. You guys are definitely smarter than the other players. Cheng Bei laughed. None of you have withdrawn from the race. By the looks of it, you want to find out the truth of it all. 3 gazes met in the air, and all 3 narrowed their eyes at the same time. A temporary alliance, then. Chapter 214 Mutual Trust. The players went their separate ways, unaware of each other. Only Cheng Bei, Mukin and Lulian remained in contact. Mukin, stand still at once. Any further and you will fall into a deadly trap. Ah, there's nothing in front of me. It's a flat field. Since we are allied, we must have full trust. I can now see what you cannot. You change direction and follow the right side. It's strange, we're all located on the same playing field. Why can you see anything else? I have a hunch. Well, although you have no qualities, trust is a prerequisite for cooperation. Lulian, whatever is in front of you, immediately move laterally to the left, and after 200 meters, continue straight ahead. But there's a river across in front of me, the only bridge, right in front of me, going sideways, there's no way. Then we'll trip the river, and in any case we can't take the bridge. It's a bit inexplicable that you're commanding like this, but since you've chosen to make an alliance, you can only have full trust, but after all is said and done, I'll have to fight you to the death. Inside the dark room. No. Six propped up his chin with one hand, his eyes flickered as he looked at the hologram on the tabletop. To the players, the traps were unobservable, but to him, it was like a god's perspective, with everything at his fingertips. Now that we've found out the competition is not reliable. As he walked, Mukin said, then if we continue searching like this, it's highly likely that we won't be able to find the W medallion at all, or that the W medallion isn't here at all. Lulian said, but we must act as if we know nothing about it, only then will the contest organizers slowly reveal themselves. Cheng Bei's voice came out. In fact, I'm really looking for something that should have the appearance of some sort of shard, similar to glass or crystal, but it's not the final prize of the contest that we saw. Oh, Lulian and Mukin gave a puzzled cry at the same time. I have a request. Cheng Bei continued, if among you, someone has found this thing, then hand it over to me at the first time. I have the necessary reasons. As for what this thing is, you should not pursue it first. Can this agreement be reached? Can we trust each other? The two were silent for an instant. Mukin said, the alliance has just been formed. If it falls apart directly because of a fight over something, that would be too low end. I agree to this pact and trust you. Lulian said, my purpose is to compete with you, but before that, we need to solve the difficult problem before us, so even from my own purpose, I will choose to trust you. Cheng Bei smiled, the two of you are actually not bad. After everything is over, we should be able to become friends. You're overthinking it. The two men spoke in unison. Mukin said, I won't be friends with someone with no qualities like you. Lulian said, I just want to fight you. Words. Once again the two men spoke in unison. We were busy helping you find something while you boys were doing something. Cheng Bei remained standing in place, his eyes flashing with essence. I'm very busy, multitasking, and one of the most taxing things is figuring out the origin of the mastermind behind this competition. In the dark room. No. Sixth Sked, it's surprisingly strange to think of our noble status, and our glorious history, and now, to come amongst this group of ordinary people and play a game with them. No. For laughed, yes, what an honorable status we have. To them, we are the people, the higher people. We have riches they can't imagine, scientific and technological achievements they can't imagine. It's indeed a bit condescending to hang out with them all day long. Ha! It suddenly occurred to me that I haven't introduced myself. That was a bit rude. No. Six nodded slightly. My name is Rocklin, from the Rock family. I had to wear a mask when I came here because of my strict family's teachings. I haven't yet asked your names and where you're from. Number 4 turns his head. The Rourkes? Don't seem to have heard of them. No. Six waved his hand. It's just a small family. It's normal that you all haven't heard of it. Number 4's form, still mired in shadow, nodded. I, for some reason, am not at liberty to reveal my name, but I can introduce you to the other two lords. With that, number 4 reaches out, pointing to number 2 and number 3 on the side. Cheng Bei, I found a crystal shard emitting a blue glow in a canyon. I can't believe I can't get close to that piece of debris with just my powers alone, because there's some kind of ultra-high voltage electromagnetic field filling the neighborhood. Mukin's voice suddenly came out. I approached rashly without defense, and all the electronic devices on my body were burned out in an instant. The communicator won't last long either. I'll send you the location, so hurry over, but be careful, and be sure to remove all your equipment before approaching here. Unload all your gear? Chang Bei narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you sure? Mukin's voice was a bit anxious, and the communicator was filled with the sound of rustling currents. Of course I'm sure. Trust is the basis of cooperation, so hurry up and get moving. Chang Bei, what you're looking for might not be a piece. At the same time, Lulian's voice also came out. I've also found a crystal shard glittering with blue light in another direction, and this place is similarly filled with some kind of unknown magnetic field, so hurry up and decide whether you'll come to me first or go to Mukin first. Chang Bei was very puzzled. Lulian and Mukin are in the east and west. Where to go, or neither? He needs more information. Inside the black room. No. For's gaze swept over a black stud in No. X's ear. He laughed. I wouldn't want things to leak out within this room, so before I do that, I'm going to activate a small piece of equipment, so I hope you don't mind. Said. No. For placed a very delicate black rectangle on the tabletop in front of No. 6, and slowly pressed the top. The top of the rectangle suddenly unfolded, forming a small circular umbrella bubble, and immediately afterward, No. 6 felt the hairs of his sweat, due to static electricity, stand up slightly, and an invisible and untouchable transparent force field formed around his torso. It's a little invention of mine. Number 4 smiled. It's simple and brutal. It's capable of disrupting all outgoing signals on your body, such as communication systems, remote command systems and whatnot, will be disabled. Number 6's brow furrowed slightly. No. For said, never mind that each of us carries this equipment on us, in order to preserve our common interests. Number 6's frown gradually loosened, or you thought of that. Now, the environment is safe. Number 4 grinned and spread his hands in the darkness. Let me introduce my new friends to the true identities of Lords 2 and 3. At this very moment, the figure located at number 2, his torso left the back of the chair, his upper body moving from the shadows into the light, and when the full extent of his face was revealed he slowly turned his head sideways and smiled in a gesture toward number 6. The figure, however, was a teenager in a double-breasted, upscale suit, with a delicate vertical parting and bright eyes. X's pupils shrunk and he exclaimed in shock, how could it be you? In the meantime, number 3 also slowly peeked out of the shadows, elbows on the tabletop, hands folded in front of him, and likewise turned his head to look at number 6. This silhouette, also an 18 or 19-year-old teenager with a somewhat simple face, was wearing a white linen dress. The corner of number 6's eye twitched violently. You too? Surprise? No. For laughed out loud, his arm pointing straight at the two figures. I am now being introduced by none other than my new friends, Lord No. 2, Higher Human Kitsune, and Lord No. 3, Higher Human Rulian. Chapter 215 The Trap. Surprised by your new friend? Didn't I say that before? We are the higher people. We have wealth that no one else can imagine, technological inventions that no one else can imagine. In the shadows, No. 4 revealed a row of white teeth and laughed. Is No. 6 Sama thinking that Mukin and Lulian are not a good match? The rich and talented inventor. The strongest heir to Lupin in 1,000 years. No. X's eyes widened slightly as he pointed to the holographic projection in the center of the round table, but they were clearly there. Wait, I seem to understand. The Stage 3 arena is an uncertainty space where time is non-continuous. No. 4 shrugged. The two lords are interesting then. Before, No. 2 Lord favored Kitsune, while No. 3 Lord favored Lulian. The SIXS felt even more outrageous. You guys watch yourselves? And then get off the field by yourselves? We're in control, so why can't we get off the field and play ourselves? No. 4 smiled even more playfully, and after entering the stowage stage, we shifted our goals. All of us pointed our spears at Chang Bei, betting on who could be the first to kill Chang Bei, and now, the two lords are going to make their personal entrance once again. Only number 2 and number 3 slowly got up, smiled at number 6, and turned to walk into the darkness. Number SAX's pupils suddenly narrowed and he immediately turned his head to look at the holographic projection in the center of the round table. Among them, the blue villain that represented Chang Bei had begun to move at a high speed, and his target was none other than the positioning sent by Lulian. No. 4 smiled grimly. It seems that Lord No. 3 has a chance to win. Inside the room, the eyes of the man in the red suit with the dice pattern printed on his shirt glistened. Lord 4, I need to remind you that you just had a poker hand and bet on yourself to win. Number 4 didn't care at all. I know, less commission for you. The world, as Lulian saw it, was a barren zone. The earth is gray, the trees are withered, and the sky is accumulating thick clouds. Cheng Kilsha stopped his footsteps and looked up to the distant hillside, where there was also a withered tree, and at this moment, the last of the withered yellow leaves, detached from the top of the tree, swayed from side to side in the air, and fell to the ground. Cheng Bei, come closer, there's an amazing discovery here. I'm just ahead of you on the hillside. Has the equipment been unloaded yet? The magnetic field here is horribly strong. Lulian's voice came from within the communicator, urgent, as if what he had found would grow legs and run away in the next moment. Cluck, cluck. Cheng Bei stepped on the dead leaves and walked up the black hillside. I really didn't expect that you actually found something before me. You've always been inferior to me. Lulian said, what do you and I have to divide now? getting the stuff is the most crucial. Climb up to the top of the mountain quickly, I'll wait for you right here. And yes, trust is the basis of cooperation. Clicking his feet, Chang Bei stepped on a section of dead branches and suddenly stood still, looking up at the top of the mountain. But, you're not Lu Lian. What are you babbling about? Lu Lian's voice came out. I haven't even seen my people yet. Never mind, you're really nervous, come on up and see something. The corner of Chang Bei's mouth tugged. When Lu Lian speaks, especially after I irritate him, there must be a duel in the sentence. The moment. The dark clouds on the hillside suddenly burst and surged, as if a great hand that turned the heavens and the earth was hidden within. And indeed, in the next second, there was indeed a large, dark hand, as if it were the wrath of a god, slapping down from the sky. Boom! The mountain was slapped a full 7 or 8 meters shorter. But it was because Chang Bei stood still in time that the big hand lined up at a distance of 1 meter in front of him and did not hurt him in the slightest. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes and looked at the large hand in front of him. It was surprisingly a wooden carved creation. The never-before-seen wood was covered in black lines. Rumble! A huge wooden golem, 70 meters tall, stepped out from the backside of the mountain peak. It bent over slightly before its head was exposed from the black cloud. The head was similarly carved out of wood, like a black skeleton, and in its mouth sat a juvenile figure dressed in white linen, with a face identical to Lu Lian's, but with a shimmering blue dot dotting its brow. Lowly people, to use such ridiculous means to identify me. But since you've fallen into my trap, it's all meaningless. Boom! The black wooden palm slapped down again, directly covering a dozen meters in a circle. Chang Bei's body wasn't as flexible as it once was, and he wasn't carrying any equipment, so he could only roll on the ground toward the bottom of the hill to avoid the blow, which was a bit of a mess. He knelt on one knee, his chest heaving as he stared at the huge wooden golem, his expression slowly becoming grim. A huge red silk floated across the sky. But in the other direction, Lu Lian sat in his wheelchair, a huge wooden platform suspended behind him, and the energy Lupin lifted a huge wooden finger and spliced it onto a wooden golem that was 30 meters tall. Lu Lian narrowed his eyes and tilted his head to look at the huge wooden golem across from him. You actually look like me, and master the same wooden technique. I don't know who you are, or where you came from, but I have to compete with you. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, today. The moment. Lurian tapped the wooden wheelchair armrests. The suspended wooden platform under the feet of its wooden puppet suddenly flipped and contracted, closing under the feet of the wooden puppet shaped like a god of war, and then this wooden puppet with a body of wood, as if it had installed an anti-gravity system, suddenly rose up in the air. Lu Lian said, the wood of levitation from the EQ-202 starfield can levitate silently in 50 standard gravity. Tai. In the hand of that war god golem of Lu Lian, the wooden structure reversed and suddenly flipped out a long wooden carved blade, which was held in its hand, while a white flame ignited with a prancing sound. Lu Lian narrowed her eyes and said, the alien plant from the 2WQ4 starfield, Calamity Firewood, will instantly ignite a flame of 3000 degrees Celsius as long as it is exposed to an oxygenated environment within its borders. Whoosh! A cracking sound rang out. In the chest of Lu Lian's war god puppet, a piece of black wood suddenly grew a thick vine that directly wrapped around the other puppet's neck, and it kept tightening up, emitting creaking and squeezing sounds. Lu Lian said in a deep voice, this is also an alien species, living wood, even if it has been cut down for hundreds of years, it can always grow vines as hard as steel. The moment. Lu Lian commanded the war god wood puppet, raised the long flaming blade, and slashed down towards the head of the other puppet. Chung begged Jr., leave this place to me. I shall fight him. Lu Lian's eyes glowed and she gritted her teeth, because, he infringed. Chang Bei stood at the foot of the mountain, inwardly aghast. It turns out that Lu Lian carries a wide variety of alien wood with magical properties. It was the same Lupin wood technique, but getting the boost of these special woods increased the combat power by dozens or even hundreds of times. Chapter 216, Twin Earths. Another valley strewn with grass and wildflowers. Boom! A giant metal foot stomped down, and countless mountain birds flew in fright. Cheng Beg in front of him, towering a pure black mech, it is 50 meters tall, weighing at least 1,000 tons away, all over the body of unknown alloys, in the sunlight flashing bin more light. This mech was amazingly imposing, and the construction techniques and technology level, too, were far ahead of its time. It was like a metal demon god. Cheng Bei here didn't seem to have much of a fight in him either as he tilted his head. You're not Mukin. Of course he isn't. A teenager wearing a high-grade black suit with a delicate parting appeared behind Cheng Bei. This young master is here. Immediately. Mukin also tilted his head to look at the mecha demon god in front of him. His technique, how come it's so similar to mine? The pilot of this mecha, what kind of person is he? Cheng Bei narrowed his eyes. The secret behind this seems even more interesting. Instead, he saw Kitsune moving his neck and fingers, and his toes were up and pointing at the ground, moving his ankles. Whatever. I have to this guy over myself. Mukin stared at the black mech in the distance, slightly sideways. Cheng Bei said, don't you steal my business. At this point, the opposite demon god mecha's chest covering flipped over, and after the layers faded away, a translucent cockpit was revealed, in which was a teenager identical to Mukin, only with a glowing blue dot dotting his brow. Instead, the teenager gritted his teeth and said through the megaphone, "You unqualified guy, how dare you call me NMLGB?" Chang Bei's entire body gave a start. This guy across the street has something in common with Mukin, his ears don't work well. He doesn't know how to translate from his lips. What a mess. Dare to imitate my young master Mukin's technology, are you worthy? However, when he saw Mukin by his side, his entire body suddenly ran forward, and after running out a dozen meters, he leaped into the air, his limbs stretched out. Boom! The huge black metal box, 50 meters in height, 20 meters in width, and 30 meters in thickness, swooped down from the sky and landed right in front of Mukin with a shake of the ground. There was a loud pneumatic sound, and the sound of a mechanical snap breaking. The top lid of the black box tan flew off, and the four walls of the box unfolded like a flower, smashing into the ground and spilling a great deal of dust. Vaguely visible amidst the hustle and bustle, a mech whose body was also made of black metal, with a domineering shape and sharp edges, stood under the sunlight. The cockpit door in the back of the mech opened in layers. A blue gravity wave beam was released, directly articulating with Kishin, whose body was floating in the air. Mukin also flew into the cockpit of the mech under a gravity wave transmission. The moment he entered the interior of the mech, he stretched his hands forward and his mechanical arms turned, transporting motion-sensing gloves that were placed over his hands, the bolts at his wrists tightening automatically. At the same time, his feet stepped into the mech's lower sensory leg guards, and dozens of bolts tightened in a flash. He angled his head slightly, a light holographic helmet that was placed over his head. The Azure visual synchronization screen in front of both eyes, and the complex virtual control panel, suddenly lit up. Kitsune moved his neck again and his hands clenched violently. In the meantime, his overbearing black mech also slightly moved its head, and the sound of metal clashing was emitted from within his hands, which also suddenly clenched. The cockpit door at the back center of the mech also closed layer after layer. Finally, the matte black outer armor resets completely and becomes airtight. Buzz dash. The moment the Mukin mecha's palm was completely open, a giant blade of red light beams with a length of 50 meters appeared at first glance in the palm of his hand, as dazzling as a giant sword in the clear sky. No matter who you are, I must show you the gap between us. The Mukin mech was launched with a roar, and the huge body was as flexible and ghostly as a bleached and uncertain shadow, rushing forward. I only heard Mukin roar, M14 Black Ghost Phantom Dance. The two mechs clashed instantly. The Mukin mecha swung the beam giant blade in its hand, and between swings, it directly cut down one side of the mountain peak. Chung Beg stood in place, secretly nodding his head. This kid, Mukin, has always been good at mecha combat. There is such a theory. In the darkened house, number 4 crosses his legs, when a very, very tiny probability is taken and placed in a space that is infinite and producing countless variations every microsecond, then no matter how low any probability is, it will be repeated many times. Tens of billions of years ago, the first single-celled organism was born on Earth, and it evolved and changed countless times to form the human race that today is spread throughout the universe. So, since the universe is so vast, is it possible that somewhere in the universe there is also a planet that embraces much like Earth, with an atmosphere, water, and suitable light? And it just so happens that the first single-celled organism was born there, also many years ago. After that, all the evolutionary paths, which are strikingly similar, also led to the formation of primates like humans over hundreds of millions of years of evolution. The only difference is that the single-celled organisms on that planet were born 1,400 years before the one on Earth. It also created a chain reaction where everything on that planet was 1,400 years ahead of Earth. And the ultimate conclusion is that their level of technology, too, is 1,400 years ahead of human Earth. By human definition, they have reached a level 2.5 civilization. If compared to Earth humans, they are ahead everywhere, and with all their means, they are able to easily crush Earth humans. So, to call them higher people is nothing short of deserving. Number 4 smiled, 1400 light-years away in the constellation Cygnus, Kepler 452b, that beautiful azure planet, is my home. Hundreds of years ago, my forefathers stumbled upon the realization that a group of species exactly like ours were living on a planet called Earth in our solar system, only, they were so lowly, so backward. Our forefathers, soundlessly integrated into the Earth. At first, the ancestors were patiently observing the way of life of these backward human beings. The universe is really wonderful, between two kinds of creatures, physiological structure, behavioral faculty habits, language, and so on and so forth. Everything is so similar, we are the twin Earth of each other. In fact, it's a parallel universe, in a different sense. We found backward, parallel universes, and isotopes, like molehills. Gradually, the pioneers lost the desire to observe. Because there's no real point, they've been repeating the same path we did 1,400 years ago, they're inferior humans. Since then, we have used the lower human societies as a playground to which we occasionally visit, and with the advanced technology in our hands, we are not bound by the rules here. Of course, there is still a small role for lower human societies. Sometimes, when we want to test some kind of potion, toxin, or weapon of mass destruction, we choose some lowly human colonized planet to complete some small experiment. The low-end human Northfall Division City A, with 440,000 people vaporized overnight, was an experiment for us. Then the neighboring city of B3050, where 120,000 people were bitten to death by unknown creatures, was also our test. And then there's that planet called Gene City or whatever it's called, where thousands of people turned into defective genes because we put a little extra ingredient in their medication. No. Furtsked, I would think that my weaponsmith, beast tamer, and apothecary clansmen, who are not technically capable, should not come out to conduct any experiments, or else once this is known to the lowly ones, they will think that our technology is no match for theirs. Said. Number 4 waved his hand, and 2 views were zoomed in individually in the hologram in the center of the roundtable. Perspective 1. Lulian's wooden golem had been sliced into pieces of wood, and the wooden golem, which was as huge as a black skeleton, only had a few more white marks on its body. At this moment, the black skeleton wood puppet stepped down with 1 foot. Lu Lian, who had already fallen to the ground with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, was pale and clicked his head. Perspective 2. Muken's mech was riddled with holes and thick black smoke. The cockpit, which had been ejected in an emergency, was now also hitting a cliff wall, creating a breach and preventing further flight. A great shadow loomed. The huge fist of the demon mech slammed into the cockpit. Kitsune's body was stuck in the cockpit, unable to escape, only his eyes growing wider and wider. Boom! The cockpit was smashed into thin sheets of iron, and a great deal of crimson blood extruded from the metal seams. Chapter 217, a setup that has been pierced. 1. What a shame! Lords number 2 and number 3 originally looked favorably upon their own siblings, the lowly Mushin and Lulian. After all, they had the same face and similar personalities, like looking in a mirror, more or less, they would be somewhat close. As a result, I didn't expect that I would clash with my homunculus when I was clearly trying to bait Chengbei, and I had no choice but to kill my own homunculus. Gee, that's some fate. Number 4 had a playful look on his face. He was an avid theatergoer on his home planet. Favorite part of the show is the sadness and the sharp turns. Of course, he loves dramas with suspense, enjoys reasoning the truth along with the plot, envies the masterminds who manipulate everything in the dark, and looks forward to the sudden extreme reversal. And after watching more, it's hard not to jump at the chance to be a part of it, to become a character in the show, to be in the shoes of the exciting drama. He had once signed up for his home planet's theater institution, only to be kicked out of the drama club not even 10 days later. Because he's so bad at acting and so expressive, and he's so self-important that he's mouthing off about playing villain number 1, and he's vegetable and fun-loving. On the home planet, number 4 is a perfectly ordinary civilian. But when you come to the lower human society, everything is different. Using the technology he brought from his home planet, he coerced the organizers to take control of the LBW tournament, formed the high-end bureau, and controlled the tournament into a hunting ground full of intrigue and deception. This is going to be so much fun. A superbly written, acted, and directed play. Let's review. Number 4 rubbed his hands together in front of his body and licked his lips, like a food lover, facing a plate of delicious delicacies about to start. There were 2 oddities in the play we just witnessed. The first, how is it that the lowly men, Muken and Lulian, were able to perfectly avoid all the traps while out searching for the medallion? Are those traps I set really for killing people? No, the players already carry their own takedown gear, and it's hard to hurt them with traps that low end. So the real purpose of those traps is to identify one thing. That is, will someone, by some unexpected means, see through the venue? And the second weirdness. Chengbei was lured by Lords 2 and 3 and ventured into danger alone, which would have had the effect of a sheep in a tiger's mouth. But why were the lowly men, Muken and Lulian, able to rush to Chengbei's side so quickly? Knowing that the scene seen in each of their eyes is a state of uncertainty, it is a difficult thing to find a certain coordinate point accurately in an area of 100 kilometers. Number 4 chuckled lowly, this reasoning process giving him a dopamine surge, unless, of course, someone can see the entire field of play in a god's eye view of the real terrain. The scene suddenly became quiet. Because one could think with one's toes that the only thing that could make out the landscape of the field was the holographic projection in the center of the roundtable. Gentlemen, take it easy and listen to my slow review. Steady as a rock, Number 4 swept his gaze over the several adults in the room, his tone calm, assuming such a person does exist. Who is he? Why did he tip off the lowly human player? And what are his motives? And how did he do all this? No. For slowly turned his head to look at the No. 1 position. Before the opening game, I talked to Lord No. 1, and he manipulated a group of interstellar pirates in order to reduce the number of competitors, intercepting the lowly human contestants halfway through the game, but one of the pirate teams had a problem, and was wiped out. Losing 2 low-level player validators is minor. That pirate group was unique in that the leader had cloned an intellectually inferior team of groundhog daredevils by way of cloning, and that wasn't the point either. But the key point is that the human cloning bin inside that pirate ship was lost. I suspect that the person who exterminated that interstellar pirate was one of the lowly human contestants in this tournament. No. For once again smiled meaningfully, you guys, is there such a possibility that this lowly human player, using the cloning bin, cloned another self, and then blended into our high-end game, in which case there would be 2 he's present, both in the open tournament and the secret high-end game. And then through some compact communication device, he'll be able to share information perfectly. Assuming the above inferences are correct, which player is he? Number 4 stroked his chin in the dark and laughed. Actually, he was exposed a long time ago. The people in the room all narrowed their eyes, only to hear no. For continue, it's the same star pirate ship from before. Their mission is not only to intercept and kill some of the contestants, but they also have another mission, which is to kill the referee panel of this competition. After all, those lowly fellows are not willing to be controlled by us, and we're worried they'll get in the way. Yes, everything is not a coincidence, but an elaborate design. Though there was a bit of a mishap and that magisterial group escaped. But the good thing is, they were too cowardly by nature to go public with the truth, and the race went off without a hitch. But that head referee called White River, after all, has a backbone in his heart, and although he doesn't dare to be blatant about it, he's still secretly favoring one of the contestants, providing him with clothing, and imploring that player, if at all, to withdraw from the race and leave this dangerous place. The most exaggerated of all, is the amount of airdrops provided to him in the extreme environment of the second stage. Why did White River help this player? Because of the rescue, of course. Number 4 smiled once again, so this player is Chang Bei. As the words fell, everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. No. 4's gaze was glowing with coldness as he swept over the several people in the room one by one. Assuming that the above deduction is correct, then at this very moment, Chang Bei is within this room. In this instant, the atmosphere within the darkroom, all of a sudden, produced a change, and everyone's eyes were in shock, sizing up the people around them with each other. Instead, number 4's eyes stopped rolling and just stared intently at the seat directly across from him. Number 6, my new friend. Number 4 Sked, you said your name was Rocklin, and that you came from the Rock family. In fact, I don't need to ask anyone to know that the adults here have never even heard of the family, and with all due respect, it's such a ridiculous name. It's like something some author with a high fever typed on a face-rolling keyboard, but of course, it's more like you made it up in a hurry and in a slip of the tongue. No. 6 pursed her lips, a little agitated. What are you babbling about? My name is really Rocklin. This is all your wild guess. There's no proof. Che. No. 4 smiled disdainfully. I'm also in the process of adding a wagering item to increase the interest of this high-end game. Therefore, each of us brought red chips, and I'd like to ask you, where are your chips? Yes. The man in the red suit, whose body was emblazoned with dice patterns, also suddenly frowned, stepped forward, and said in a pressing tone, Lord Rocklin, why don't you have any chips? It's... No. 6 looked flustered. I'm a newcomer. I haven't participated in a similar game before. I didn't know I still needed to prepare chips. You don't, I'm afraid, even know what this chip represents. No. 4 shook his head and laughed. I have to say, you were very lucky. You should have met the Real Lord 6 before the match and snatched the identity card from his hand. And it's also true that we haven't seen the real Lord 6, which gave you the chance to fish in troubled waters. I can tell you now, this red chip is the 100 million denomination Kepler 452b universal currency, and your lowly human credits are two very different things. You, an imposter, of course you can't get it out. Number 4 slowly rose to his feet and stepped out of the shadows into the light, closing in on number 6. Cloning your other self to blend in with the team behind the curtain? Turn on God's perspective and take control? And watch yourself like other adults? Achieving the ultimate reversal and punching the villain in the face? Do you really think that I haven't read similar stories? You're ridiculous. At that moment, no. 4 stood in front of no. 6, with a smile on his face, looking down, I'll give you 4 words, self, 2. Chapter 218, The Ruse of Being Punctured 2. No. 4's true colors were also revealed at this moment. If this is a big scene, then he's a minor character who has appeared before, with little presence and easily forgotten by the audience. His name is Haruaki Cho and he is the receptionist for the LBW contest. Chang Bei had just entered the City of Radiance, and it was this youth who had rushed here in a dusty manner to take charge of the reception. He was humble and formal, and scornful of Lee Harung's punishment, and opened his mouth to Ioha. Honorable Mr. Chang Bei, thou art well. No. 4 stood in front of no. 6, looking straight ahead with a faint smile, those guys in the drama club who have no eyes say that I'm not a good actor, that I'm too expressive and pompous. I'd like to ask you, what do you think of my performance of Zhao Qingming? How was it? Next. No. 4 pretended to hug the folder and tightened his shoulders, his expression of trepidation. Look, how well did I portray this humble little man? Isn't it very vivid and evocative? Can you imagine that such a hit-and-miss character is the boss behind this big drama? Moreover, the original plan was that after we killed the referee corps, this meticulous Cho Haruaki will be forced to take over the mission of the referee corps and be in charge of hosting the LBW contest. Oh, I've designed it all to drip. The role of Zhao Qingming would have been a lot of drama. You're the one who ruined his acting career. Oh. Ha ha ha. It's okay. Number 4 suddenly smiled broadly and straightened his spine, his finger wiped across his forehead and a small blue glowing dot appeared on his brow. This, then, is called the higher point, and it is the only physical difference between us, the inhabitants of Kepler 452b, and you, the lowly ones. The moment. No. 4's smile faded and stared at no. 6. Saying in a low voice, you've been wearing a biomask since your entrance, and it's a good thing that you've thought this through. I'd like to see if you've predicted this high point in advance now. Said. Number 4 reached out his palm and grabbed it towards the biomask on number 6's face. It was also at this instant that no. 6's eyes suddenly narrowed. Lord 4, look out. However, it was the man in the red suit with the dice pattern printed all over his body who suddenly shouted, Cheng Beg's own strength is not bad, be careful of being killed by him back. Number 4's palm suddenly froze in mid-air, the corner of his eye twitching slightly. Yeah, and while I'm exposing his true colors, I'm also leading the wolf into the house. Wouldn't it be a big joke if he wiped out our group here? No. 4's forehead, a drop of cold sweat suddenly trickled down, and within his throat, a hard swallowing sound came. Ha 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 ha, but in the next second, no. 4 suddenly burst out laughing, pointing to the drops of sweat on his forehead, unable to catch his breath. How about this? Is this tension of mine real? Isn't it particularly strong? It's just acting. I can handle it in a minute. The corner of the red suit's eye twitched. Lord 4, you're. Ha ha. No. 4 waved his hand. In the previous 2 clips, it was already evident that Cheng Bei in the tournament arena had no combat ability when facing the higher human Lulian and Mukin, and could only roll around on the ground to avoid attacks. This shows that his kind of cloning technology is not comprehensive. The created split clones are futile and can only be used to deceive people, and do not possess combat power themselves. And Cheng Bei, who considers himself to be resourceful, will surely not be personally involved in the danger. So this guy in front of us is bound to be nothing more than a clone with no combat power. Snap! Number 4 raised his hand and slapped it directly into number 6's cheek, and the biomask flew out in response. And underneath the mask was a teenager oaf about 15 years old with a fair complexion. Everyone at the scene froze. This isn't Cheng Bei either? Blood flowed from the corners of the white boy's mouth, tears welled up in his eyes, and his pupils quivered. My name is truly Roque Lin. No way. Number 4 was a bit confused, his pupils shaking. There's no way my deduction could be wrong. Suddenly. No. 4 looked as if he had discovered something and said with immense surprise, look guys, his forehead doesn't have a high spot, he's not one of our clan. Ha, Cheng Bei intentionally made a different kind of human face, or perhaps, his cloning technology is so backward that he could only form such an effect in haste. The moment. The teenager who called himself Rocklin had a red dot slowly emerge from his brow. Number 4's eyes narrowed. You're cloning, with some sort of biotech? Isn't it a little late for a disguise, and the color is off? The true high points of our people are not only superficial, but also form a slender blue crystal within the brain which is full of mystery and possesses a special texture and strange construction that no one can imitate. My deduction cannot be wrong. With that, number 4's eyes went crimson and his arms flipped, a pair of mechanical gloves with sharp claws at the tips flipping out of his wrists. He directly pressed down on the teenager's eye sockets, ignoring the teenager's struggles and screams, and his sharp claws directly poked through his eyes, penetrating deep into the eye sockets, and breaking the teenager's skull open with a hard click. And then, he sliced open the teenager's brain on the spot, and after a bit of rummaging around on the inside, he was surprised to find a red, sharp needle-like crystal. It's... Number 4's eyes widened slightly as he froze completely. He has crystals in his brain, but why are they red? Wait. At this moment, no. One, who was located in the shadows, suddenly reacted, the Rourke family. It's also known as the LK family, one of the 4 top families in the home planet. It's said that their family head who is super powerful has a miraculous genetic mutation, so the color of the offspring's high points are different from ordinary people, and even such a top family has headaches. No. One suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I heard that their LK family has a young master who was spoiled and disobedient from a young age, always sneaking out to participate in some trippy activities, and the head of the LK family has both a headache and is at his wit's end. What? Number 4's hands began to shake as he held the blood-stained red crystal. The moment. The teenager who was lying in a pool of blood, his head brutally thrown open, still had the last vestige of consciousness left. His lips trembled as he said intermittently, my father won't let you go. Say it. The teenager's pupils dilated and he died. On the racecourse, Cheng Bei hid under the small world matrix simulator, slightly rubbing that true LBW player nameplate, number 6, in his hand. Who says you have to pretend to be a contestant if you get a number plate? That would be too much of a bust. First, one is unfamiliar with the rules, the environment, not to mention the other people. Secondly, what about once the real 6 arrives? After all, the STC only synthesizes the 6, and the 6 that originally existed is not destroyed as a result. Chapter 219, The Ruse of Being Punctured 3. Rocklin died here. Everyone is responsible. On the same rope. No. 4's forehead was literally sweating. If the LK family wants to sanction, no one can escape, but luckily, I used a signal isolation device earlier to isolate Rocklin, so no one knows the truth. And Rocklin didn't even have an entourage, so he must have snuck out without the family's knowledge. Number 4 glared at the few people in the room. As long as we all keep our mouths shut, we'll be sure to save ourselves. There was a full minute of silence. Everyone's eyes were trembling and twinkling with fear and worry. Eventually, everyone clenched their teeth and nodded in unison. Number 4 let out a long breath. Just then, the door to the black room was opened from the outside, and beyond it were none other than Lords 2 and 3, who had returned after going off the field. That is, Higher Mukin and Higher Rulian. The only thing that could be seen was Mukin pushing Lulian, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and slowly moving towards the house. I really didn't expect that Mukin's mecha skills to be that bad. That Lulian's wood technique is also unbearable. Yeah, it's amazing how much it burns your face to learn that your homunculus is so trashy. After all, seeing them is like seeing another self. And I stomped his head off. Just then, the two men suddenly saw the corpse of No. 6 on the ground, and their faces changed. What is this situation? Number 4 turned back grimly, seeing is believing, and you, too, are now on the same rope. Subsequently, No. 4 explains the ins and outs of what happened during the time they were off the field. The faces of number 2 and number 3 were white. No. 2 said in hindsight, but the LK family's young master, after all, is dead, and as the time of his disappearance grows longer and longer, the head of the LK family will find out the end of the story sooner or later. In No. 4's eyes, a sinister light flickered as he slowly tilted his head sideways, looking at the holographic projection on the desktop. That's right, his death will be discovered sooner or later, but I've already thought of a plan to deal with it, and that's framing Changbei. A gray, cloudy field of play. Changbei pondered. Since it's a competition, and since you're participating, the best ending is surely to win a title along the way while exposing the organizers' conspiracy. As before, there were so many viewers watching anyway. Even if it was for the ultimate performance, the organizers made sure to hide the W medal inside the venue. Changbei tilted his head and spoke slowly. So, W medallion, where exactly is it hidden? Hello players. Right at this moment, the voice of Chief Referee White River suddenly resounded from the scene. After a period of time, I'm sure you guys already have a preliminary understanding of the 3-stage terrain, already. Inside the organizing committee's office, he looked at the rules of the tournament that had just been sent to him in his handheld device. It was clear in his mind that this must have been formulated on the fly by those bottomless fellows, not knowing what kind of unconscionable plot was hidden in it. But if he didn't do as he was told, not only would the tournament's organizing committee not survive, but even the entire City of Light would not survive. Players, the real fight is about to begin. In 10 seconds, inside the Stage 3 arena, 10 ruler robots will appear, brutal, vicious, powerful, and ruling the roost. All the second players have to do is destroy them. Take back control from the brutal ruler robot and fulfill the theme, control, of the 3-stage competition. And hidden within the chests of these ruler robots are 10 keys, and by collecting any 3 of them, you can unlock the passageway on the northernmost side of the grounds. In the passageway, not only are the W medals stored, but the back side of the passageway connects to the main venue of this competition. As long as you return to the initial stage with your 3 medals, then you are the overall winner of this year's LBW tournament. White River here, good luck to you all. The countdown to the debut of the ruler bots begins at 10, 9, 8. My previous reasoning was wrong. Changbei did not place eyes within this house, so now he's ignorant of everything. No. 4's body ducked into the shadows once more as he narrowed his eyes. Now that he has collected both medals, success is close at hand, and with so much temptation, he will surely put in his actions to seize this victory that is within his grasp. Boom! A dark, 5-meter-tall robot descended from the sky, its eyes bloodshot, a rapidly spinning chainsaw in its left hand, and a flame-throwing gun in its right, ugly and abhorrent. And it landed just 10 meters away from Changbei. But what no one knew was that the body of young Master Rockland was hidden inside the chest cavity of this robot, and his already shattered head was purposely embedded in the center of the robot's head. With the robot's teeth and claws, the dead body of young Master Rockland was still quivering in it. As long as Changbei makes a move to destroy this robot, then it creates the illusion that Rockland was too playful and came down to manipulate the robot himself, only to be accidentally killed by a player. Too powerful to fight. Let's just say someone managed to get the key. Bye. Changbei glanced at the distant ruler robot, revealing a look of scorn, turned around, and ran away in a puff of smoke. Inside the dark room, number 4 looked puzzled. What's the situation? Only the red-suited host could be heard adding, in the previous 2 stages of the tournament, the routines were too deep, not to mention Changbei, all the players were very cautious, and now that the rules of these 3 stages were so shallow, they instead didn't dare to act rashly. Yeah, I was a little too eager. No. 4's eyes flickered repeatedly as he looked towards No. 1 and No. 5 in the shadows. Both of you, since we are all on the same rope, you shouldn't be idle, so I'll trouble you to get off the field and make a demonstration for Changbei to lure him into the bait. This instant. No. 1 and No. 5, at the same time, left the back of their chairs and their bodies gradually emerged into the light. No. 1 Hurricane Ishii Garo, a homunculus of the Island Nations player. Number 5, on the other hand, is a homozygote of the Indo-African player Akshay. At this point, Goro Ishii, the low man in the ring, has fallen into a crusher quagmire and is dead. Indo-African Akshay, not to mention, vowed to hide in a ceramic Buddha statue until the end of the race. The live feed of the event, in the eyes of the viewers, seems to be having some problems as well. So, 1 in 5 are perfectly capable of beavering away and just replacing the 2. The tournament is showing progress. White River's voice resounded throughout the room. Goro Ishii managed to destroy 1 ruler robot and obtain 1 key. And the Indo-African contestant, Akshay, surprisingly hid his strength. He is even stronger and has mastered the art of destroying the heads of 2 ruler robots, obtaining 2 keys. Chang Bei tilted his head and looked at the sky. The race echoed in his ears, over and over again. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from the front. He fixed his eyes on it, but he saw that 100 meters away, a ruler robot had mistakenly touched a trap in the grounds, and had its legs broken by a huge rat trap-like object. At this time, this ruler robot lost its mobility and was spinning on the ground. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chang Bei's eyes lit up as he walked forward and came to the front of the robot, watching the chainsaw in the robot's hand buzzing and spinning, slicing the surrounding boulders to pieces, and the flamethrower waving haphazardly, releasing a large cloud of bright yellow hot flames. Its face was also extremely ugly and vicious, with its mouth wide open, revealing metal fangs and a piercing howl. I for one am a Madonna. You see how weak and helpless this robot is. Chang Bei revealed a look of pity. I would never take advantage of someone's danger. Say it. He turned and ran off in a huff. Nope. Totally wrong. The corner of no. For's eye twitched. Chang Bei's acting is too pompous. He knows the inside story. As a matter of fact, the 2 ruler robots that Chang Bei met by chance were always the same one, and young Master Rockland's body was hidden in one of them. I see. I got it. I finally realized Chang Bei's scheme. Number 4 suddenly sucked in a breath, feeling a bolt of lightning strike his mind. Chang Bei is in possession of some kind of visual distortion, or some kind of environmental simulation device. He's tampered with some truth. No wonder, he had clearly broken with the duo of Lulian and Mukin before, but at the moment of crisis, these 2 suddenly appeared and righteously assisted Chang Bei. Because what I saw was an illusion. Good for you, Chang Bei, using an unconventional routine. It's a pity you met me. My mind, filled with all sorts of stories, always has that one story that anticipates your entire operation. To name a few, I've seen more than one falsehood, for sure. For example, Lowly Man Kitsune and Lowly Man Rulian. They didn't die. At this moment, no. For suddenly turned around and looked at the no. 2 and no. 3 positions and laughed lowly. What I deduced before wasn't wrong. Within this room, there are indeed Chang Bei's eyes, but not since the beginning of the 3rd stage, and not no. 6, but rather, you guys who entered halfway through. I don't know what means Chang Bei used to kill or control number 2 and number 3. And then the trick will be to return to this house with you replacing them, the lowers replacing the highers. From that moment on, this place literally had his eyes. Therefore, the Chang Bei on the racecourse will never be caught in a trap, no matter how I arrange it. It's really wonderful. It's wonderful. Too bad your opponent is me. Wow. Buzz dash. The upper half of no. For's body was suddenly shattered by the mechanical armor, revealing the W metal that he had been hanging around his neck, and at the same time, 2 thick and sharp mechanical arms suddenly reached out, 1 in each hand, and directly pinched the necks of no. 2 and no. 3. Number 4, you're crazy. We are residents of Kepler 452b, just like you. We really did kill Mukin and Lulian. The 2 panicked, their voices shrill from being pinched, but one of them was a master of woodcraft and the other was a master of mecha, but alas, they had no equipment around them and were not in a position to resist. Ha! No. For's smile was a bit crazy. When the guess in my mind, I really found a suspicion. Higher Lulian is not disabled, but when she just entered the door, why did she take a wheelchair? This. No. 3 hurriedly explained, when I fought with Lulian before, I was accidentally hit by him in the lumbar vertebrae, and my feet are a bit numb, that's why I'm in a wheelchair. Heh, flawed lies. I won't believe every word that comes out of your mouths. Number 4 stared at the foreheads of the duo and smiled playfully. You guys have a reference this time, so you faked a high spot on your foreheads as well? Then I'd like to see if there's a Siamese crystal in your brains, or not. Click it. Click it. Blood interspersed with brain matter spurted out. Number 4 piloted a robotic arm and ripped the skulls of the 2 men alive, breaking open their brains. Yet the next second, Number 4's entire body froze, and his eyes had glazed over to the extreme. For he had found in each of the 2 men's brains a crystal as slender as a needle, blue in color, with a unique texture and strange construction. However, it was too late. No. 2 and no. 3 had turned into 2 corpses, their limbs shriveled up like noodles, both dead. This. What is this for? Are you, indeed, my people? Number 4 felt a splitting headache, his eyes blackened, and his body was in a fit of weakness as he unconsciously fell to his knees on the ground. The black room was already small inside. At this point 3 walls were splattered with brains and blood, and the bodies of number 2 and number 3 lay on the floor. There was also a large puddle of blood where young Master Rockland had fallen earlier, and in the center of the blood, there was a clear drag mark. And the only thing in the room, which smelled of blood, was a single dim light in the center of the ceiling. Just now number 4 collided with the chandelier while manipulating the robotic arm. The light shook dramatically at that moment, and the bloodstains all over the walls were scarlet and blinding one moment, and then plunged into darkness the next. It's like a scaled-down version of hell. What the hell is going on here? What the hell is going on? Number 4 stared at the ground with wide eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably, his pupils narrowing to a single black spot, the whites of his eyes largely bare. Inside, he was more gray than outside, because he felt a fear of being dominated. No. To be precise, it's a fear of being completely in control. Chapter 220 Ultimate Control 1. Could it be the consequences of all this? Is it all due to my suspicious nature? An earthquake was still occurring within Number 4's pupils. He couldn't take in what was happening in front of him anymore, and simply couldn't handle the consequences of the counterpart, but alas, it was just the real deal. He slowly turned his head to the holographic projection on the tabletop. Picture. Chang Bei was still walking on the darkened earth. The referee's announcements echoed constantly around the arena. Akshay, the Indo-African contestant, has successfully obtained 3 keys and is on his way to the final passage. The island's player, Goro Ishii, has also managed to obtain 3 keys, so who's the winner? And Chang Bei was completely unmoved when he heard all this. The damaged ruler robot, its chainsaw revving slower and slower, and its flame-spewing fuel nearly exhausted, crawled across the ground, hideously twisting and turning, ever closer to Chang Bei. At first glance, it appeared that the robot had an internal command set to attack the player, so no matter how broken it was, as long as it could move, it would try to attack Chang Bei. The robot's neck was broken, chips and wiring exposed to the air. Chang Bei only needed to bend down and rip off the robot's wiring and chips to completely kill the robot. But Chang Bei just wouldn't make a move. It was even natural for him to step around the robot. He must know something. No. For unfolded the virtual control panel on his wrist and mobilized a hidden kill move directly in front of Chang Bei, 500 meters away. But not before Number 4 pressed the execute button. Chang Bei in the picture suddenly stood still, his body directly turning 180 degrees. Number 4's pupils, in a flash, contracted. I'm definitely not paranoid. That's the truth. He, that is, can see all my maneuvers. He did guide the lowly Kitsune in Lulian. But it doesn't make sense. Number 4's mind was almost broken, but the room was deserted. Number 6 is dead, as are numbers 2 and 3. Numbers 1 and 5 are already off the field. This instant. However, Chang Bei, who was in the venue, stood in place with his head slightly raised, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He wasn't pretending to be a melancholy handsome man, but he seemed to have discovered No. 4's surveillance view, and a pair of black and white eyes released a gaze that seemed to travel through time and space, directly seeing No. 4, who was hiding in the darkroom. No. 4's body, at that moment, just trembled. Again, he saw Chang Bei looking straight at him, revealing a disdainful smirk. Spin. Chang Bei in the picture made a strange movement. He seemed to take out a non-existent candy jar from his bosom, and then pressed the jar and squeezed out a tiny candy, then dropped it in his mouth and chewed it slowly. The process was as if it was a performance without physical objects. There was a moment of mental disorientation and uncertainty in Number 4. But the next second, Number 4 suddenly heard behind him a click sound, subtle and clear. It was as if someone was chewing on crisp candy the size of a grain of rice, and one could even visualize the teeth crunching the candy into powdered sugar and slowly melting it again in the mouth. Number 4's body suddenly stiffened, turning back an inch. When he saw the figure behind himself, his eyes gradually glared to the extreme, and his face even spasmed. It's you. Huh, how come I didn't hear Mr. Dice's passionate commentary for such an intense tournament? Did this guy just run away because he couldn't afford to pay the bet? This goddamned guy. Countless spectators were attracted by the unbelievable event, which reminded them of the man in the red suit with the high on dreams. Compensate your grandma. Tens of billions of dollars. Where can I afford to lose it? Neurotic desert young master, neurotic bowl cage, want me to redeem my bets, in your next life. In the starship harbor of the City of Light, a man with a mask, clutching a suitcase with sock underwear caught in the seams of the suitcase, and a furtive look, sneaks aboard his starship. Holy. What the hell are you? The moment he entered the cab, he was suddenly taken aback as a half-naked man with his outer pants stripped, hands and feet bound, and a black sack over his head appeared in the cab. Mr. Dice swallowed and cautiously stepped forward, ripping off the man's hood as he did so. Holy, you actually look like me? Mr. Dice's eyes widened in amazement at the scene before him. Mr. Dice slowly raised his hand and pulled out the sock from his opponent's mouth. I'm Mr. Hi-Man Dice. I'm here to host a higher gambit. Between matches, I don't know what that knocked me out, stripped me, and left me here again. You must be my synesthesia, let go of me, I must inform Lord 4. However, Mr. Dice, a commoner half squatting on the ground, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Higher beings. Homunculus. I think you're mostly a psychopath, but I suddenly thought of a brilliant plan, only to see the half-naked man roar. What bull ***** plan, you're just a lowly human, I order you to let go of me. Okay, I'm going to save you. Boo! Mr. Dice takes a mulligan and knocks the half-naked man right out. and then nimbly took off his own red suit with the dice pattern printed all over it and put it over the half-naked man. Hey, hey, hey! The only difference between us is that you have a blue dot on your head, but nobody cares about that. When you wake up, you'll be Mr. Dice. Work hard for the rest of your life and take on that huge debt for me. Farewell to you, blah 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 higher body. In the dark room, the man in the red suit emblazoned with the dice pattern stood in the intersection of light and darkness, his figure half virtuous. He held a glass candy jar in his hand and kept squeezing out a blue candy the size of a grain of rice, placing it in his mouth and chewing it slowly. Seeing this scene, No. For had understood everything, his eyes were wide open and his entire body was like a wooden sculpture made of clay. So my lords, would you like to place some chips? How about winner takes all? But I have to make it clear in advance that I, as the host, need to deduct 10% commission. Oh, I desperately need my money back. My lord, be careful. Chang Bei's own strength is not bad. Be careful of being killed by him back. Yes, Lord Rokalin, why don't you have a chip on your shoulder? In the previous 2 stages of the tournament, the routines were too deep, not to mention Chang Bei. All the players were very cautious. Right now, the rules of these 3 stages are so shallow, they rather dare not act rashly. A segment of the voice that kept echoing in number 4's head. His look grew more and more horrified and shocked. You're not Mr. Dice. You are. Finally, no. 4's whitened lips began to tremble violently. You've been secretly, subliminally guiding me. Chapter 221 Ultimate Control 2. Starting with a 3-stage tournament. The man in the red suit had been inside the dark room the whole time. 4 gleefully explains the stacked state arena when he's in. 4 was confidently poking number 6 when he was in. 4 attempted to frame Chang Bei when he was in. 4 was there when he killed number 2 and number 3 because he was overconfident. This sidekick in general, the facilitator who served the adults, always stood inside the room, like a black panther hibernating in the dark, quietly observing everything, including the holographic map on the table, including the origin of the adults, and also every step of their plans and conspiracies. At this point, inside the room, the light junction, the figure in the red suit stood straight, and with the slight swaying of the light, it appeared and disappeared, like an elusive ghost. He flicked his fingers and swallowed a candy again, speaking slowly. From the very beginning, you were alerted, but you subconsciously targeted your suspicions on the other adults, and after that, you used all your energy and thinking on them as well. This phenomenon, in our case, is called self-limitation. The figure in the red suit angled his head slightly. I'm curious to know, is that what you call it in your world of so-called higher beings? The look on No. 4's face had turned into an indescribable state as he raised his arm, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the figure not far away. You, Chang Bei. Congratulations, you finally guessed it. But there are no prizes. The man in the red suit with the dice pattern emblazoned all over his body slowly took a step forward, stepping completely into the light. He reached out his hand and tapped the left side of his jaw, and this middle-aged man's face began to squirm irregularly, finally turning into an ever-shrinking mass of asphalt that shrunk in his hand. And this face that was revealed was that of an 18-year-old with a faint smile. Lord 4, you've seen so much drama. Are you satisfied with this reversal today? Number 4 maintained his posture of pointing at the other man, his fingers shaking even more violently. If a bowl of freshly cracked eggs were placed at his fingertips, he could scramble them in minutes. His mouth was trembling as well, no longer able to say much more than that one word, you. Chang Bei sidled his head. Through number plate 6, I learned about the LBW tournament, and a high-end game hidden behind the curtain, and again, while preparing supplies for the 3rd stage, I saw the image of Mr. Dice in the void screen. I wondered at the time if the so-called high-end bureau would have a gambling component and a host as well. Afterwards, I contacted a friend who works for the tournament organizing committee and verified the conjecture, and teamed up with him to set up what you saw. Do you have some doubts as to how I was able to do so much in just 5 minutes of preparation time? Chang Bei smiled, because not only am I fast, but I can also split. Number 4's throat clogged. You. Chang Bei once again popped a candy into his mouth, the wonderful fruity flavor spreading in his mouth. Contestant number 6 is the true and genuine higher human, young Master Rocklin, just a bit of a dude, often late. I, as Mr. Hi Dice, clearly saw the map of the grounds, and then passed on the message for Rulian and Mukin to make you think, mistakenly, that I was the one pretending to be number 6. Then lead with some words like he has no leverage to convince you of your reasoning. Chang Bei looked at the puddle of blood on the ground with traces of dragging, and after that, TSK. Number 4's face turned a little purple, still with that one word, you. When number 2 and number 3 entered, they didn't even see Mukin and Rulian, because I activated a small simulator to create an extremely realistic illusion for them, in which they saw me and killed the lowly Mukin and Rulian again. And the god-awful part of this is that I set up a realistic detail for the higher human Rulian, who was hit in the lumbar spine by the lower Rulian in the middle of a fight, numbing his legs and requiring the temporary use of a wheelchair. My simulation, from a technology that you can't imagine can even trick a person's consciousness, the higher Rulian was so convinced of the whole he needs a wheelchair thing that he literally developed numbness even physically, so he literally sought out a wheelchair. After the simulation is complete, they return to the Black Lodge with a big win. And then the wheelchair setting works and you're so confident you think you can do it again. Chang Bei looked at the brains on the wall and the two corpses on the ground. The result? TSK. In the spirit-type starship, Chang Bei is a real pervert. Lulian and Nukan looked at the image in front of them, in which was exactly the course of Chang Bei's conversation with No. 4. Then, they looked around at the clean white color, the interior of the cabin made up of some unknown material, and not far away, the giant blue skeleton that was waving its hand slightly at them. Lulian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Now it seems that Chang Bei's level of technology is at what level? Nukan narrowed his eyes. He was standing in this starship, destroying my mech and calling me NMLGB. Ugh. Lulian sighed. Let's not be too stubborn. We are not on the same level as him. We are not qualified to compete with him. Furthermore, he saw through those people's conspiracy and protected us well. He has already saved our lives more than once. He is not a bad person. Kitsune also sighed and nodded meaningfully. Higher beings? I hated those words so much when I was on Garbage Earth. To be precise, I hated when people categorize the world into 3, 6, or 9 classes. I did and did not expect that after leaving Trash Earth and entering human civilization, I would still encounter a group of higher and higher beings who consider themselves above the entire human race, in comparison to the scavengers. You guys are using this place as a playground, aren't you? The rules here can't bind you, can they? Northfall Division A City, 440,000 people vaporized overnight. You did this. Then the neighboring city of B3050, 120,000 people were bitten to death by unknown creatures, also by you. Cheng Beg's voice suddenly lowered a few points. Thousands of people in the city of genes were backfired by the drug and turned into defectives. Was it also your doing? Number 4 pursed his whitened and trembling lips. Cheng Bei continued, then I'll tell you my plan. I'm going to make all the grown-ups in the high-end bureau, all of them lose their lives here. I guessed that, you vicious bastard. No. 4's pupils shrunk, and suddenly the corners of his mouth twitched, but no. 1 and no. 5 have already left this place, and I've let them enter the grounds, so soon they'll find out the end of the story and escape at the first opportunity. Your plan is imperfect. Ha ha, it's as hard as a thorn in the flesh. Yes? However, he saw Cheng Beg's eyes narrow slightly as a cold light appeared. Are you sure you're the one who made them go down? Number 4's face went white again. Suddenly, he thought of the words that Cheng Beg had uttered to the sky after discovering the ruler robot when he was in the arena earlier. Too powerful to fight, someone managed to get the key. In conjunction with the words of Mr. Hyman Dice, the players dare not make a move. Number 4's eyes snapped wide open. You're a demon. You baited me from multiple angles to make me make the decision to send them down. Chapter 222 Ultimate Control 3. Akshay, the Indo-African contestant, has successfully obtained 3 keys and is on his way to the final passage. The island's player, Goro Ishii, has also managed to obtain 3 keys, so who's the winner? On the field, the latest briefing was repeated over and over again. And at this moment, the European and American blonde undershirt player hidden near the final passage suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his entire eyeballs had become blood red, and he couldn't even distinguish between his pupils and the whites of his eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched violently as he drooled in all directions. Crackling bones burst from inside his body. In the blink of an eye his body began to grow, his skin turned black, his muscles bulged and exploded, his body grew from the once 2 meters to 5 meters high, his entire face had been twisted and distorted, transforming into a humanoid monster. I could see that European and American players plan a long time ago. It's nothing more than exploding in strength at the last moment, grabbing all the medals from the other contestants, and sitting back to reap the benefits of the final championship. Cheng Beg's tone was light, and each of you adults, who are secretly supporting a lowly human contestant, can clearly see that the blonde-vested contestant, who has taken some kind of strengthening potion, has been restraining the effects of the potion for the first 2 stages. And that potion, I happen to have seen it. It was on the very same Iron Hook pirate who flew the Black Cauldron ship and captured the other contestants in space. He injected a similar potion into his body when he fought me. And that guy, who was really a backstabbing character, has a potion on him that you guys supplied. Unsurprisingly, the potion on the blonde undershirt and the black pot man should be of the same type, but the blonde undershirt is more powerful. That potion, it makes people lose their minds. So in the end, it won't be as simple as grabbing the medallion. Rather, it was an indiscriminate slaughter. Speaking of this, Cheng Bei once again dropped a grain of candy into his mouth. But to number 4's ears, it was no longer the sound of chewing candy, but the sound of eating bones and chewing meat. You're a demon. We've already grabbed 3 keys and we're almost at the final entrance. Lord One frowned. Has that Cheng Bei taken the bait or not? I'm still waiting to see him being torn apart by the LK family. Number 5 didn't know either. That should be about it. Let's act like we're there again, and when we get to the final passage, we'll pretend we can't find the entrance and be forced to slow down. Who dash? A deafening roar of the beast came. Both men were shocked. Number 5 narrowed his eyes and saw a black monster in the distance, running ferociously like a locomotive, charging. Crap! It's the player I favor. His potion took effect. That potion is horrible. It's at the cost of overdrawing your life. No. 5 was alarmed and yelled, don't come over. I'm the one who gave you the potion. Don't come over. Ah ha ah. There were endless screams, sounds of blood and flesh being torn and bones being broken. The two men, who were also not carrying too much equipment in order to play the role of lowly human players, were completely unable to fight off the beast that had lost its mind, and in less than 2 minutes, they were torn apart and reduced to pieces of meat. And the beastly blonde-vested man, with his sharp claws holding a pile of bloodstained keys, rushed into the final passage. Scarlet Eyes looked at the dead end in front of them, and the empty surroundings, and roared with the last shred of sanity. Where's the medallion? And where is the passage? The theme of the third stage of the competition is called Control. The original meaning was that you who hide in the shadows are secretly cool and incredibly in control. And I, player number 024 Ching Beg, without touching any of you, letting you behind the scenes bosses kill each other and end up all dead. Cheng Beg bent down slightly, looked at the figure kneeling on the ground, and said in a low voice, Lord no. For, do you think that, the strength of my, control, is it enough? You. Number 4's mind was completely destroyed, tears were actually flowing from his eyes, he was shaking like a sieve and shouted hysterically, You're the devil, you don't follow the script. You're not in control of anything, you can't get anything. Sorry, your word doesn't count. However, Cheng Bei suddenly reached out his hand and ripped off the W medal from No. 4's chest, while holding it in his hand, merging it with the other 2 medals and slowly raising it to the sky. Also at this time, boom boom boom, the 4 walls of the dark room suddenly fell down. Instead, the dark room was located in a huge and spacious room, while 180 degrees around, a thermal imaging holographic camera was set up, and not far away. Instead, the entire panel of judges for the LBW tournament, led by Chief Referee White River, stood with their arms folded. I'm what Cheng Beg said, the friend who works in the tournament's organizing committee. Bai He's eyes flashed, after being encouraged by Process Beggar, I decided to stand up and defy you. Number 4's entire body had gone numb, staring at Bai He with eyes that spewed fire, you mole cricket. White River's face didn't change, I was the one who revealed to him the exact location of the black room, as well as the information of Mr. Higher Dice, and I was also the one who, silently, set up cameras all around this area, and since the beginning of the 3-stage tournament, all of your words and actions have been exposed to the eyes of millions of viewers. Number 4's heart, once again, suffered a heavy blow. What? Just then, a mountain of pop-ups suddenly erupted within the LBW contest online broadcast room. Cheng Beg is awesome. Cheng Beg is awesome. Broken sound. I've decided, my body is back for you to play with. This maneuver of Cheng Bei's is complete, control. What, control? He has exceeded the scope of control, he is the master. And a well-deserved championship. Never thought, that we'd be surrounded by so-called twin humans. They are so dark and cruel. Don't treat us like human beings. I'm going to go to school and check every single one of my classmates who has a blue dot on their head and I'm going to bleed them one by one. If it weren't for Cheng Bei, we wouldn't have known this truth. The Galactic Alliance can't just sit back and do nothing. They can't be allowed to do what they want. In the meantime, Lulian and Mukin, who were located in the Spirit-type starship, were also illuminated by the exploding pop-ups in the screen, and their faces turned blue. Naturally, they didn't have much of a surveillance view and watched the whole thing live. Including this such an intense tournament that the audience was talking about earlier was also a reference to the scene where Cheng Bei lured No. 4 and told all the truth. For being caught up in the atmosphere, Lulian and Mukin looked at each other and also typed the words Cheng Beg is awesome on the screen. You will pay, all the lowlifes, will pay. No. 4's gaze suddenly turned morose and cold, and he suddenly pressed the control panel on his wrist, and in a flash, a blue miniature Stargate appeared behind him, and his entire body tilted up and fell into it, and the Stargate closed in a flash. The next instant, the No. 4 figure, who appeared in the 3rd stage of the race. The directional Stargate he carries seems to have a certain transmission distance limitation, but showing up on the field was one of his best options, as it was some sort of stack state that was very conducive to his hiding, and all he had to do was stall for time, and he would be met by someone who would pick him up and leave. At this moment, No. 4 looked back and his scalp went numb. Cheng Bei's body was like a residual shadow, which was actually able to compete with short-range Stargates, and also appeared on the far side of the arena. Number 4 raised his wrist and shouted angrily, help! Call for help! My stupid bodyguards, come and get me while I preheat the obliterating mega cannon. And Cheng Bei had already burst in sharply, coming to a distance of about 200 meters behind No. 4. Number 4 was chilled all over and kept yelling, help, help! Just then, a black silhouette appeared in the sky, not knowing where he came from, landing directly in the flesh at a height of nearly 100 meters. Cheng Bei narrowed his eyes and stared at the figure in the sky. The S-class genes brought about some kind of nebulous induction. The opponent was strong, very strong, the strongest human Cheng Bei had seen so far. Boom! The silhouette fell, the earth trembled, and dust clamored in all directions. An extremely strong figure, 3 meters tall, was visible, puffing out its chest in the dust. Cheng Bei stabilized his footsteps and adjusted his stance, frowning slightly as he stood at attention. Number 4 rejoiced at the sight, great, you're finally here, help, help, help you, mother *********. But see a comb with short red hair, body muscle explosion of the man, slowly out of the dust, Ulyssum turtle bodyguard, all by the old man dry over the ball. The redhead stood on the ground and looked at the confused four. Do you really think I'm here to shag those Ball Hall of Fame judges? The Galactic Alliance has long been aware of the existence of your group of tortoises, and specifically sent me to investigate. If it weren't for Chang Bei, I wouldn't have been able to see through your ghostly appearance so quickly. Saying that, the red-haired man turned his head to look at the equally dumbfounded Chang Bei, and grinned a big smile. Hello old brother. Chapter 223, Responsible to the End. Chang Bei's eyes. The Stage 3 course is a dark and barren strip of land with no sunlight and a ground covered in gray rocks and gray sand. Number 4 fell to the side as he panicked. 100 meters ahead, the red-haired man with a body as strong as a terror and a chest as broad as a city wall looked at himself with a smile. The man, however, had a Sichuan and Chongqing accent that Chang Bei was exceptionally familiar with. The eyes widened slightly. Chang Bei asked tentatively, "You are Bean's former young master?" "Ha ha, yes." The red-haired man knocked on his chest, making a war drum-like sound. "I am Li Bolong, your old brother." Chang Bei froze. This fate thing is pretty strange. The stray bastard son of the desert clan was actually the young master that Bean had brought up. It's no wonder that, being illegitimate, they must have lacked parental companionship, and it makes sense that they would be brought up by nannybots. Looking at the heartfelt smile on Li Bolong's face, one could clearly feel the warmth and enthusiasm that came from his heart. Then that meant that the one who had forcefully assigned all the airdrops to himself before was also this old brother, Li Bolong. At this instant, Chang Bei smiled, not knowing why, just happy. Perhaps Chang Bei's heart also felt that peculiar blood relationship that could only be created in this current technological era. I'm sure that my own naive metal companion would be dancing and very happy to see that his little master has grown to such an extent as he is now. Just then, a dark gray beam of light suddenly shot straight down from the sky. This beam of light was only as thick as a fingertip, its color was gray and full of depression and death. It did not have the power to kill, but instead penetrated the layers of obstruction above the arena and shone on the ground between Chang Bei and Li Bolong. Chang Bei frowned slightly. The words that number 4 had just said came back to his mind. "Come and get me while you preheat the obliteration mega cannon." The gray beam in front of him should be the targeting system of the obliteration giant cannon, which could also be interpreted as a precursor to the destruction of the sky. I don't know the exact power of the obliterating giant cannon, but I can guess a rough idea by listening to the name. I'm afraid that the planet under my feet won't be spared, and that's the meaning of no. For his previous sentence, "You'll get nothing. Everyone will pay the price." When he had previously convinced Chief Magistrate White River to rise up against the High Ones, White River had voiced his inner concerns. And within Chang Bei's heart, he was ready for the challenge that he had to face. "Older brother, stand back, I'll do it." "Stand back, old man, I got this." The two voices sounded almost simultaneously, and then the two of them looked at each other, froze for a second, and then laughed out loud. This devastating blow should have come from an outer space starship. A human body and a starship are two things on different levels. Li Bolong is a human individual combat ceiling against such large destructive weapons, completely mismatched. If there is a loss, it is not a matter of strength or weakness, but a strategic error. Chang Bei smiled. "I brought my equipment, let me." Li Bolong didn't say anything more, but looked at Chang Bei. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. "Older brother, be careful T." The spirit-type starship had been hovering over the Stage 3 arena. Before the match started, he asked Chang Bei, "What equipment did you bring?" And at that time Chang Bei's reply was, "I have brought something you cannot see." No one knew that at that time, the huge spirit-type starship was hovering behind Chang Bei. At this very moment, Kitsune and Lulian, in the spirit-type starship, squinted at the gray light on the ground. That would be a weapon of antimatter energy or something. Nukin said, "It's those high ones who left it behind. I just don't know exactly what kind of power and what tech level it is." Lulian also looked cautious. Chang Bei is definitely responsible to the end. It depends on how he faces it. Just then, the spirit-type starship moved, slowly levitating and coming directly in front of the inverted gray light, like a miracle, exiting the fourth wall voyage, and turning into a solid body. Buzz dash! Around the spirit-type starship, dozens of brain neural net sky shields spread out, and the blue light was incomparably dazzling. Li Bolong looked up at the sky. This is my old brother's starship T, handsome very Lu. The faces of Nukin and Lulian, on the other hand, turned green in a flash. Even more coincidentally, the gray ray of light, which passed right through the center of Kitsune's head, pointed diagonally at the ground. Hey! How? I just realized that Chang Bei is going to use the starship to resist that antimatter attack? If we can't handle it, we'll be cannon fodder. Nukin's eyes widened. This unqualified guy doesn't consider our feelings at all. Lulian also twitched the corners of his mouth. I've changed my mind. If I don't die this time, I have to compete with him. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. Honorable Lord Creator. Spirit's voice rang in Chang Bei's ears, combining the starship's cerebral nerve heavenly shield as well as the innocence defense array that you left inside the ship. The probability that we will successfully defend ourselves against an antimatter beam attack is 23%. Chang Bei's eyes narrowed slightly. The probability is more than half, but the risk is too great. The moment Li Bolong slightly touched the right ear, whispered, "Captain, you good life ready ha? If in case there is any unforeseen situation, then the trouble is that you ought to get what all done. I am a little bit don't want to see the old brother children injured, even if it is injured and nail shells are not allowed to tea." Got it, nag. The incomparably arrogant and domineering Li Bolong, who flouted all rules, only hemmed and hawed when he heard the reply from the communicator. Buzz dash. A tremor suddenly flashed between heaven and earth. It was slight, but it seemed to vibrate in everyone's heart. An invisible sense of oppression spread out, as if even the atmospheric pressure had dropped by several orders of magnitude. The gray light suddenly spread a burst of heat waves, the temperature was getting higher and higher, a storm was coming. Asshole. I'm not outta here yet. No. Four's eyes were covered in blood, but I've resigned myself to my fate. No one will leave here, no one will live. The mendacity giant cannon, but it's an existence that even we higher ones are afraid of. You lower ones, you can only suffer death. Ha ha ha. Just then, in the distant sky, there was a yellowish shadow that tumbled from a high place and fell down as if it had lost its balance. Li Bolong squinted his eyes slightly and was suddenly startled. Bao bao. Why are you still jumping down from the starship, hey? However, he saw Bean rolling in the air, his hands scrambling. Chang Beg, hey, I'm sending you equipment ha. In the midst of tumbling, the storage box on Bean's chest opened, and it took out the items in it and threw them towards Chang Bei with force. It was none other than an eye pendant, along with a pair of black shoes and a pair of black gloves. These were the equipment that Chang Bei had lifted off his body before the competition, according to the rules of the competition, and had been kept by Bean. Chang Bei's eyes narrowed, instantly recognizing his equipment. Bean had sent these equipments over without regard for his own safety, and although they weren't enough to counter the obliterating cannons, they were bound to increase the chances of winning by a hair. Li Bolong pointed with one hand, his enigmatic supernatural ability was released, and Bean stopped his descent and floated in the air on all fours. Seeing that Bean was safe, Chang Bei had no more worries, his body instantly exploded with a loud bang, a huge reaction force acted on the ground, and his entire body leapt up, bouncing a dozen meters. The eye pendant collided against Chang Bei's chest. Smack-roo! The bizarre alien eyes instantly spread out like asphalt, covering Chang Bei's entire body in an instant. That asphalt wriggled and changed, forming intricate black muscles in a flash, and changing appearance and form in another flash, forming Chang Bei's scavenger leather jacket and scavenger cloak. On Chang Bei's body, the black clothing gifted by Magistrate White River was also torn into pieces the size of fingernail caps by the bio-battle armor, like a bunch of bursting black bouquets of flowers that floated behind Chang Bei. In the meantime, the shoes and gloves also instantly returned to their places, and the icy blue stripes lit up, and were wrapped and fused by the Type 1 biochemical battle armor, all in one. Li Bolong hugged his bladder, older brother's handsome. Mukan and Lulian also watched the scene with their own eyes, their mouths slightly open in unison. He actually has a bottom card. In the distance, Chief Referee Bai He, finally panting, arrived inside the venue, staring blankly at the sky, his eyes flickering violently. Number 4 was also a bit surprised. Is this a technique that a lowly human should have? Chapter 224, All Mine. Herald Gravitational Weapon System, Kit 1 Gloves, activate. Herald Gravitational Weapon System, Kit 4 Shoes, activate. Herald Gravitational Weapon System, Kit 3 Belt, activate. Connection complete. Energy interoperability, energy value increased by 1%. Energy value level has reached the initial stage. Suit function, 2, gravitational channel function is on. Graviton creates a supergravity environment and is approaching the critical value of gravity in three-dimensional space, and with the help of the gravitational spike function of the Kit 3 belt, it can be realized to shatter a certain area of three-dimensional space and briefly open an unstable space passage. The principle overlaps with the human civilization's Einstein-Rosen bridge, and is also similar to the principle of the cosmic wormhole, which theoretically allows for energy transfer, item transfer, and other functions, but given the tunnel's instability, there is a high probability of loss of the items and energy that enter it, and the lost item or energy will be free from the bonds of time and space, wandering unchecked through endless multidimensional space. As the number of kits increases, the stability and accuracy of the function will continue to improve, and the user will be able to fully master the multi-layer space shuttle technology. Chang Bei gave a slight lurch. With the Kit 3 belt together, the Herald Gravitational Weapon System once again activates a new set of features. And this function, seemingly similar to the human-directed Stargate, but the scope of action breaks through the human imagination, multi-dimensional space. At this point, the suit has only 1/10 of its energy, and the channel is unstable and much less useful. But Chang Bei keenly noticed a keyword: energy transfer. Electricity flashed in his head. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. It can be understood that the gravitational tunneling does not create a confrontation with the energy, no matter how much energy it is facing, but simply sends the energy away. It is just like the Tai Chi Kung Fu Wajin in Chinese civilization. The heat released by the gray light was getting stronger and stronger, the preheating was nearing its end, and at any moment, there would be a wave of destructive energy that would shoot along the gray light. But Chang Bei's heart was happy. Doesn't that just match the flavor? The stress and anxiety in his mind dissipated. Li Bolong frowned and stared at the sky. Captain, my old brother, 1 in 10,000, excellent, handsome explosion of the logging. The equipment is also suitable for the board, but Lu, rely on these or cannot withstand the plate impact Thaya. You should also be on the field of work. I'm already here, nag. Boom. The heavens trembled, and it seemed that even the entire radiant return planet trembled. A gray energy light pillar with a diameter of 100 meters shot from the deep space of the universe with unknown routes, arriving in an instant. Soundless ablated the ecological isolation shield of area E of the City of Light, and then soundless ablated the Earth to create a round hole with a diameter of 100 meters, and then shot into the ground immediately after to the Stage 1 desert competition ground. The rattlesnake had swallowed the baby gerbil in its mouth and spat it out again after seeing this. As for that, I'm really not eating this time. The desert field was also silently ablated out of a 100-meter diameter circular hole, and the unstoppable beam of light shot through the second stage of the extremely cold field again, once again ablating the ground out of a 100-meter circular hole, appearing in front of Chang Bei. If this energy was shot into the core of the City of Light, I'm afraid that the end would not be a silent penetration, but the detonation of the entire planet. Like number 4 said, the shot, it was meant to bury everyone with it. Mukan and Lulian stared at the pouncing obliterating energy, already as if their hearts were dead, cursing Chang Bei countless times in their hearts, their vocabularies already severely lacking. This moment, Chang Bei's figure appeared right in front of the spirit-style starship. Then a flash of icy blue light appeared, and with Chang Bei's body as the center, a huge icy blue thread with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly bloomed. He dazzled as if he were a deity in control of some mysterious power. Within the space covered by the huge threads, there was a sound like glass breaking, and it was vaguely seen that above the space, some kind of fine cracks appeared. It was also at this moment that another set of smaller icy blue threads appeared in front of Chang Bei once again, the threads spreading forward like a sound wave, but the diameter of the tip was getting smaller and smaller, forming a kind of spike-like shape in a flash. With the penetration of the Kit 3 belt separate function gravitational spike, the space in front of Chang Bei shattered with a click. And inside, it was actually some sort of multicolored colored pattern, like a paint tray had been spilled and then stirred together counterclockwise. Mukan and Lulian's jaws dropped. They had never seen such a sight, not with their own eyes, nor could they imagine such a sight. Buzz dash. The obliterating energy arrives. It shot straight into the broken space in front of Chang Bei. But unluckily, a trace of obliterating energy leaked and spread out, and more than 60% of the substance of the three-stage arena disappeared, the entire dome collapsed, and the people's lives and deaths were unknown. That's impossible. All of this was just footage recorded from the tournament organizing committee's monitoring viewpoint, from Chang Bei's small world simulator. And true to form, the people present saw a silent but spectacular scene. The mysterious spatial entrance, like a rainbow sucking in water, lasted for about 20 seconds, absorbing all the obliterating energy without a single leak. During that time, the seven-colored light reflected the entire heaven and earth in a bright and varied manner, as if it were a miracle. Phew dash. A sharp, like the sound of some tiny object crossing the air at high speed came. The spatial entrance in front of Chang Bei suddenly shrunk, turning into a grain of starlight that suddenly went out. And that brings a huge sense of oppression, can destroy the sky and earth's obliterating energy, as if it never appeared. The whole sky is empty, only Chang Bei one person quietly suspended, worn out scavenger cloak, hunting sound. All of this, it's unbelievable. No. 4 was like a wooden sculpture made of clay, his mouth slightly open. Where's my obliterating energy, where's the promised death of the same person? Ha ha. Li Bolong hold bladder, looking at his little brother, laughing more happy, bashful very. Older brother the stronger, the happier I am, Captain Thaya, old brother child rely on that equipment, you can get out with you the same Lu effect yo, you can collect work from work. I can see, nag. Captain, I hear you busy. Lieberin tilted his head slightly. What are you working on, yo? Wipe your old man's ass, nag. And at this moment, Chang Bei narrowed his eyes slightly. The view penetrated the layers of gaps above the field to the planet's surface, where the pressure was disturbed and the air currents were violent. The outermost ecological barrier, however, was being repaired at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, as if someone had taken a repair gel and filled in the gaps inch by inch, but at an alarming rate. Click. A screenshot of the viewpoint was captured with the help of the Type 1 Bio Battle Armor's visual aid function. And in the screenshot, Chang Bei saw nearly 100 of the same figures in the same instant, appearing in various locations at the same time while using the repair gel in their hands to repair the barrier gap. Chang Bei's eyes widened. It was the same person, unarmored and so fast that it was as if he existed in nearly 100 locations at once. Faster than me? Who is he? Almost instantly, the gap in the ecological barrier was repaired and the environmental crisis lifted. And the silhouette, leaving the field at an incredible speed, was infinitely close to disappearing in place. Buzz dash. Buzz dash. One thing leads to another. However, they saw that around the field, thousands of ruler robots emerged, their eyes red, their left hands chainsawing, their right hands spraying fire guns, and they surrounded Changbei. At the same time, there were thousands more ruler robots in the Stage 2 arena above their heads, constantly falling, and in the blink of an eye, the number of ruler robots doubled again. Ha ha ha. Number 4 stood in the distance, the control panel on his wrist releasing a blue glow. I can't believe I forgot in my panic that I had also planted a final kill move on the spot, aimed at clearing out all of the lowly human players and winning the bet. At this point, number 4 had gone completely insane, his eyes covered in blood. I know they can't necessarily kill you, but all the ruler robots have turned on their self-destruct programs, and this place is close enough to the center of the Earth to detonate the entire planet. Haha. Changbei just smiled faintly. Before, the reason for creating an illusion with the small world simulator. It was to make the outside audience, as well as the Human Galactic Alliance, create a false judgment inside the arena. The higher human technology was all obliterated and disappeared, and no one had to think about it. And these are things that Changbei has long been eyeing. For example, the weather controllers shaped like two black columns inside the Stage 2 arena, and the two artificial suns that were part of the weather controllers, as well as the mysterious piece of higher civilization in No. 4's mouth that was capable of causing the effect of a superimposed state, as well as the thousands of ruler robots in front of them. As for how to disable the self-destruct command for these robots, Changbei was also prepared. Go back 3 hours. Changbei, who appeared to be wandering around the third stage arena, applied a layer of simulation to himself and returned to the second stage arena alone. After all, the location of the weather controllers had been previously known through the little lizard. Being a great scavenger, how could one miss such a great opportunity to pick up the pieces? 250-meter-high black columns loomed silently in the fringe of an ocean. Similar technological artifacts detected. Twin Human Civilization Artifact, E43 Weather Control Terminal, interferes with ambient reality plus or minus 50 degrees Celsius temperature variations, incorporates an artificial sun that creates natural phenomena such as Category 6 storms, small cumulonimbus clouds, and warm and humid air currents over an area of 1,200 kilometers. STC Azure Beam flashes. Synthesis begins. Breaking up into raw matter. Grant you a dream of innocence, *1. The super weather controller of a level 4. 0 civilization can make spring winds, rain and sunshine shine within a radius of 50,000 kilometers, and it can also create/control supernatural disasters of level 17 or higher, such as extreme high temperatures, extreme cold, raging storms, thunderous thunderstorms, tornadoes engulfing the sky, and volcanic earthquakes. At this very moment, Changbei slightly angled his head, only to see that in the sky, a device with a white body, made up of unknown materials and shaped like a giant umbrella, floated out and slowly rose to the highest point of the three-stage arena. Suddenly, the clean white umbrella opened. Its umbrella was only 10 meters in diameter, but it released a pure white force field of nearly 100 kilometers in a flash, enveloping the entire three-stage arena. For a while, the air pressure plummeted, the wind changed color, and heavy black clouds covered the sky. A sound of muffled thunder abruptly resounded in the ears of the crowd, vaguely visible, a blue current like an electric snake splitting in the black clouds. Boom! Click! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, right in the head of a ruler robot. The powerful and violent instantaneous current directly burned the robot's core control terminal into a piece of black charcoal. Black smoke rose from the head of that ruler robot, its eyes suddenly went out, its body staggered, and it fell to the ground with a plop. This is just the beginning. In the next second, thousands of heavenly thunderbolts, like raindrops, fell from the sky, forming a rain of thunderbolts. Just like the apocalyptic Holocaust, God like a great power ascended, causing the heavenly might to appear at first glance, laying down the divine punishment of life and death. Intense thunder. The faces of the people were illuminated by the lightning, and those ruler robots, struck precisely by a heavenly thunderbolt, fell in pieces like cut wheat. The horror of the sight. No. For ran frantically, slipped on a knee, and knelt in front of Changbei, his body shaking and crying. Lord Changbei, I'm just an ordinary resident of Kepler 452b, nothing more than a little bit of money, bought some equipment to come to your place to pretend. People like you who have mastered advanced technology and supernatural powers are the true higher beings. You're a generous man. Don't ever take offense to a fart like me. Just think of it as lifting your foot, sparing an ant, and sparing my life. Woo woo. Chapter 225, A Promising Future 1. Let go of you, how can I? The Human League is going to have to work hard on you to figure out the twin humanless situation. Li Bolong came closer and looked at No. 4, who was kneeling on the ground, and raised his palm, pointing at No. 4's torso. Number 4's body suddenly floated, half a meter off the ground. Immediately afterward, crackling sounds of bones popping came from within his body, and a burst of tiny rhythms appeared underneath his skin one after another, and all of his bones shifted as if they were under the control of Li Bolong. In a normal human body, there are about 78 joints. The 4 should now be one and the same, with all the joints dislocated. His limbs instantly went limp like noodles, his jaw was dislocated, and even his teeth left his frontal bone, his mouth was full of blood, but he couldn't make a sound, he could only stare with his eyes wide open, and even screaming in misery was a luxury, and only the sound of gulps similar to boiling water could come from within his throat. Liberan's maneuver, which was clearly intended to take him alive but at the same time rendered number 4 100% defenseless, was more violent and direct than any kind of handcuffs under the POTUS. Because the spine was also dislocated with it, the nerves were bound to be damaged, and even if the bones were reset, number 4 would be a wreck for the rest of his life. Chang Bei is clear. Liberan had come with a mission, and no. 4 was bound to face a harsh interrogation next. It looked like the Galactic Human Alliance, not wanting to be subjected to the so-called higher people, had launched a relevant investigation. Lao dear. However, he saw that Li Belong's face was full of smiles, he opened his arm span was the same as his height, a full 3 meters, and directly embraced with Chang Bei, while Chang Bei directly left the ground with both feet, swaying from side to side in the air, and feeling that his joints were about to be dislocated as well. Lao dear. In the vast universe, I can have you this a dear brother, this is my life is the most comfortable, the happiest thing. Lao dear. From now on, I'll cover you, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Lao dear. As long as I'm here, I'm not going to let you hurt a fingernail. Older brother's son. My old boy. Ha 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 ha. Li Bolong has been abandoned by his relatives since he was a child, although he has Bean's unfailing care and joins a collective organization at a later stage. But deep down, he desperately wanted to have family. The moment he learned of Chang Bei's existence, his emotions were instantly released and found an outlet. Moreover, he possessed an incomparably deep emotion towards Bean. Chang Bei was the master recognized by Bean, and it was also Bean who took care of Chang Bei as he grew up. And Li Bolong was also very sure of Chang Bei's character, and that he must have no problems. And because of his love for Bean, when he hadn't seen Chang Bei before, Li Bolong had put on a circle after circle of favorable aura towards Chang Bei. Liberace is so in love with his oldest brother. He was just so happy. Regardless of whether his oldest brother's son possessed super strength or unbelievable technological equipment, he was the best oldest brother in the world. I hard have so much to tell you yo. Li Bolong put Chang Bei on the ground and said excitedly, older brother, do you have enough money to spend? Have you ever slept with a girl? Ha! Chang Bei froze, and suddenly saw in the distance, Li Belong's group of assistants slowly walking towards him. Clearly beautiful women of all styles, all kinds of styles, professional dress royalty, cat-eared maids, biker girls, shark pan coaches, and JK schoolgirls. It suddenly occurred to Chang Bei that Bean was also very fond of reading the Flower Robot magazine. Case solved. Li Bolong grew up deeply indoctrinated by Bean. Well. Bean, don't stare at me, it's his personal skills, the blue is better than the blue, and I don't have anything to do with it. Chang Bei smiled awkwardly, older brother, we'll talk about these things later, I'm rather curious as to what exactly your supernatural abilities are. Ha ha ha, my ability is, expansion. Li Bolong to his own old brother child without hiding, expansion liquid, expansion gas ha, can be precise local expansion, can also be a wide range of Lu expansion, are engaged. Swell. Chang Bei's eyes flickered, the rupture of the sewer is due to the expansion of the liquid inside, the levitation of the human body is due to the expansion of the gas below, and the dislocation of No. 4's bones is due to the expansion of the joint fluid. Right on. Li Bolong still laughs, S-class gene people have a certain probability to get supernatural ability, these abilities at first glance, seem to be very single, in fact, they have a rule force La features, as long as the depth of the development of a good life you can change out of a variety of forms Lu, like my brother me well, can be performed 6 forms, the use is more than 40 kinds of yo I'm just like me, I can perform 6 forms, the usage is more than 40 kinds of yo. Chang Bei's expression flickered, yes, I have that feeling too, it's a lot of work to rely on personal fumbling t. Li Bolong stared at his own brother, the more he looked at the more eyes, old brother son, do not see, old brother I have a number in mind, you genes that is also quite extraordinary yo, rest assured that, explore the ability to these things, have old brother I help you get appropriate, I'm wrapped up in my body. Spin. Li Bolong touched the hidden communicator within the ear, Captain, my oldest brother's la strength you have seen up t, that power is simply invincible, on the sky and to the ground will have the ability to have, the potential of a great yo, you see he has no qualifications to cut our baseland. I said no, do you listen, nag? Ha ha, that's comforting. Li Bolong tilted his head and said, the old brother child Lu ability with you still a little similar La Placio, I have not asked you for anything in my life Lu, then count on you to personally go to teach him, have to do it? That depends on whether he's good enough, nag. Ha ha. Li Bolong looked to Chang Bei, the captain are this said is agreed, with his Lu guidance, the old brother's son less than 10 years of detours yo, hard to be comfortable to board. Chang Bei, however, his eyes twinkled, the base. What is that place? I grew up these years La place, can have hundreds of years La history, from the old times, it Lu name called Chinese Human Body Science Research Association. Li Bolong shrugged, but this name sounds hard too outdated, now many know the inside La people, have given it a play called, Temple of the Gods. The Pantheon of Gods? Chang Bei inhaled slightly, in that case, there will be many higher geneticists, S-class, A-class, and a series of supernatural power controllers? Li Bolong laughed. S-class can be counted on one's fingers, but there are quite a few A-class B-classes, huh? Chang Bei nodded with awe. Older brother, what is that captain you just contacted? Is he stronger than you? Li Bolong nodded. He is indeed that much stronger than even me. Chang Bei's eyes widened slightly. Aren't you a human individual combat ceiling, old brother? Ordinary people do not know the real situation. Li Bolong hand a stall. Besides, the ceiling on the head in beams, beams on the head in tarpaulin Luel, tarpaulin high head in tiles, yo. Chang Bei also smiled playfully. Is that captain a tarp or a tile? He well. Li Bolong looked up at the distant sky and let out a long breath. Turtle is the atmosphere. Chapter 226, A Promising Future 2. Liberin left first. He needed to escort number 4 back to the Human Galactic Alliance at the first opportunity. However, he left Chang Bei a coordinate, as well as a starship pass, and agreed with Chang Bei to meet him 3 days later at the Hall of Gods. At that time, he would introduce Chang Bei to his own captain of the atmosphere and mobilize the resources of the Hall of Gods to fully help Chang Bei develop his S-class genetic abilities. And Chang Bei had also asked Li Bolong where he had placed the countless antique robots he had previously acquired. Li Bolong told Chang Bei that they were also in the Hall of Gods. Chang Bei was looking forward to all of this. And once again, I feel that I am a very, very lucky man. S-class genostealers were so rare that naturally there wouldn't be any experience or secret books or anything like that floating around. Although the old brother, Li Bolong, simply communicated with his captain for 3 or 2 sentences. But Li Herung's status and position speak for themselves. Chang Bei knew clearly that since it was known as the Temple of the Gods, no matter whether it was a playful name or a flirtation, it was definitely not a place that could be entered casually, and 99% of ordinary people, I'm afraid, didn't even have the right to know about it. Being able to obtain the help of the Hall of Gods was definitely a blessing with a very small probability but a huge gain. Thank you, old man. I hope I have a chance to repay you later. Chang Bei eyed Li Bolong's starship. Before Li Bolong left, he also helped Chang Bei with something. That was to threaten Chief Referee Bai He, first, to deliver the championship prizes immediately, and second, that his own oldest brother was clearly interested in the equipment on the field, and demanded that the officials withdraw and Chang Bei make his own selection, or else they would be thrown into the cesspool and mass to eat. White River's face was green and purple. In fact, even if Li Bolong didn't open his mouth, Bai He wouldn't stop Chang Bei. After all, Chang Bei's credit this time had far exceeded the significance of the LBW contest champion. As for the much-anticipated award ceremony, Chang Bei didn't really want to participate. To be too flashy is to be too exposed, a mere formality with no real meaning. Just keep the ultimate prize in your pocket. And there is about Mr. Dice. Mr. Commoner Dice has completely run off and is nowhere to be found. Guessing that the guy wouldn't cash in on the bet easily, Desert came all the way to block Mr. Highman Dice in the starship. The guy yelled hysterically, I'm not Mr. Dice you're looking for, I'm the higher power. You mole crickets. But at Chang Bei's behest, Desert chose not to understand what he was saying. Because this guy actually had a low man account as well, and the deposit was staggering, enough to cover all the bets. Mr. Highman Dice was sent to a mental hospital after his savings were divided up, and was then taken away silently by Li Herung's men, the worst in the room. While communicating with Desert, Chang Bei suddenly thought of something interesting. Young Master Desert, Li Bolong is your grandfather's illegitimate son, so what should you call him? Why are you suddenly asking this? According to the ranking, Li Bolong should be my 7th uncle. Oh. Then I'll tell you the good news, I'm actually Li Bolong's oldest brother's son, so I'm not talented, I'm exactly your 8th uncle. Dog beggar, are you sick? How dare you, how do you talk to your 8th uncle? You kid didn't win a lot of money through me, and you still don't honor your 8th uncle with 30%? The bells of destiny ring from afar. It seemed that at another point in time, within another space, there was also a radiant protagonist who had a similar elder-later relationship with another boy with the surname Mo. At this very moment, Chang Bei stood alone in the 3rd stage. White River went off to pack prizes for Chang Bei, and the 2 guys, Lulian and Mukin, were sent back to the surface by the spirit-type starship, too late to say goodbye. Chang Bei gently sniffed the air around him. No flavor. To be precise, it was missing a bit of flavor, as everything here was a dull gray. The land was barren and full of broken ruler robots, very similar to the junk earth that was once there, except for a bit of putrid smell and chemicals that were missing. Hey, I don't know why, somehow it feels like coming to the home stretch. It's full of treasure. Chang Bei's eyes were thievingly bright. Visually, the number of ruler robots can reach 4,000, and after synthesizing, it will definitely be a top-notch robot army. Wait a little while for the spirit-type starship to return, and Old Mother Steel will be ready to harvest. Chang Bei's eyes still searched, for within the Stage 3 venue, there was another very mysterious and powerful treasure hidden, the very same fragment of higher civilization that No. 4 had obtained earlier, which possessed an ability to change everything into a quantum superposition state. The Stage 3 field has obviously been stacked, so that shard should be in the ground beneath your feet. Where are you? Chang Bei narrowed his eyes, his body floating in the air, flying at high speeds, his gaze skimming over a patch of gray earth. Just then, about 5 kilometers away on the ground, there was suddenly a little white light that flickered. Chang Bei's pupils shrunk, and the Kitshu suddenly accelerated, arriving at the white light flash in an instant. Condescending. Chang Bei found a peculiar item floating on the ground, which seemed to be 2 lotus flowers carved out of white ceramics. They were close together and possessed the same rhizome, which was sinuous, like the tail of a piglet, and inserted into the ground. It's actually in the shape of 2 flowers. Chang Bei recalled some of the miscellaneous readings he had once read on Garbage Earth, in which there was an introduction that this plant was called the juxtaposition lotus, also known as the twin flower. It is a relatively rare phenomenon in which 2 flowers grow on a single stalk, as if they were twins living side by side. They share nutrients and are interdependent in their growth. In a sense, the 2 flowers are superimposed in their life states. They both have their own growth processes and influence each other in many ways. And at that moment, a soft glow emanated from the twin flowers, illuminating a small patch of gray ground. Upon closer inspection, there were also very fine particles of clean white in the sheen, spreading out in all directions. This texture, this feeling, is definitely not made by human civilization. Chang Bei was elated. That's it. I just don't know why, but it rose to the ground, and according to logic, no. For must have hidden it before. Chang Bei was in awe and remained cautious as he inched closer to the twin flowers. Suddenly, Chang Bei sensed something was wrong. He noticed that there were blue currents constantly flickering on the roots of the twin flowers that were rooted into the ground like a piglet's tail. To be precise, there was a constant flow of electricity from the ground, which converged on the flower along the rhizome. It's those thunderbolts I released earlier. Chang Bei's body gave a slight lurch. It's absorbing the residual energy of the thunderbolt, or, perhaps, all the energy of the thunderbolt? It was also at this moment that Chang Bei recalled, from earlier, no. Force introduction within the dark room. As long as a large enough amount of energy is injected into this fragment, it can form a superpositional state world around it. To create a stage 3 course, no. 4 has definitely energized it. And now, it's accidentally absorbed lightning from the weather controller, which is a huge form of energy released by a level 4.0 civilized artifact. Chang Bei frowned. That means it has too much energy now? Just then, the tiny twin flowers suddenly erupted with a white light like looking directly at the sun. Chang Bei's world was suddenly brushed white. Immediately afterward, Chang Bei felt a strange something, kind of like a static current that could give people goosebumps, sweeping through his entire body for a split second without causing any real damage. Chang Bei's body went numb and there was a buzzing sound in his brain. Chang Bei slowly opened his subconsciously closed eyes, gradually adjusting to the surrounding light. First, he confirmed himself that he had indeed not suffered any damage. The Kitshu's had been activated, and the ice blue beam of light was slowly released, causing his body to float in midair. Chang Bei looked around and realized that he was located in a pitch-black space that was so large that it could be hundreds of kilometers in size, and at the end of his line of sight were black walls with curves. The heart was in a state of shock. The twin flower took an unexpected turn, activating the stacked state function before throwing itself into some mysterious stacked state space? Isn't that the end of it? How do I get back? Wait. Not quite right. Chang Bei tilted his head and looked above his head. About 1,000 meters away, there was a huge gap with a diameter of 100 meters, and one layer after another, and on the edge of the upper layer, yellow sand kept falling. A rattlesnake poked its head out of the yellow sand, still peeking out. Why haven't you left yet? I just want to have dinner. Chang Bei's eyes suddenly widened in response. I'm still here, but the stage 3 field disappeared. The twin flowers, the thousands of ruler robots, and the super weather controller synthesized not long ago have all disappeared. They all went into some kind of superpositional state space and were nowhere to be seen. My day. It was as if a pot of cold water had been poured over his head, and the child's insides were suddenly chilled to the bone. Isn't this a lost cause? Postscript. A number of hours later, when the chief referee, returned to the 3-stage arena to check on the situation, he couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the empty spherical space. Chang Bei, he deserves to be a top scavenger, he cleans up so well. Chapter 227, A Promising Future 3. Ooh-hoo. My robot. My super weather controller. The spirit-type starship finished escorting Lulian and Mukin. Picking up the drooping Chang Bei, the child stepped inside the cabin, his body hunched over, his arms swinging back and forth in front of him like noodles. Chang Bei T. Bean patted Chang Bei's shoulder. Don't be sad, we have many chances to explore the treasure and find something good behind us. Bean will accompany you all the way. Chang Bei smiled. Bean didn't leave with Li Bolong, but stayed in the spirit-style starship. It's right, there's plenty of opportunity to get gear and get treasures later, just as there once was on Trash Earth, where you get what you get and lose what you lose. No matter what, the partners have been there. Honorable Lord Creator, I have good news for you. The tall blue skeleton stepped out from the bridge to greet Chang Bei. Oh, Chang Bei's eyes flashed. What good news? I spent a great deal of time and energy, constantly thinking, learning, and digesting, and finally mastered the construction techniques and material science skills in the Giant Society, as well as integrating the Mahest organ techniques. In the blue skeleton's eye sockets, ghostly flames pulsed violently. I fused all this knowledge together, took the best from the best, refined the essence, and eventually created a brand new, top-notch set of building construction technology that I thought could at least reach a civilization of level 6 or above, and I overstepped my bounds by naming this technology, beggar civilization technology, construction. Chang Bei's eyes widened. A construction technique comparable to a level 6 civilization? That's an existence I can't imagine, and you've actually fully mastered it. Instead, he saw Spirit hold up a finger. There's just one small problem. Chang Bei looked at Spirit. The unpleasantness within him had been dissolved by a large part of this good news. What's the problem? Do you need a large amount of materials? The Spirit slowly said, perhaps because of the nature of my life, my brain circuits are a bit strange, and the things I construct can only be built behind the fourth wall, and only there do the buildings have a corresponding caliber. It's as if they were made for that world. Chang Bei's eyes blinked. That's not much of a problem. You can build it after the fourth wall, and then we'll transport the creation out in a Spirit-type starship. Which begs another question. The Spirit continued, items behind the fourth wall are a superimposed state for the real world, and once transported, they dissipate as they lose their physical structure. Chang Bei paused. This is indeed a problem, but you can try to build things out first, and I'll slowly look for a way to open the fourth wall later. Which leads to another question. Spirit looked at Chang Bei. We can't transport the materials from the real world, behind the fourth wall, and the backside of the fourth wall, there is nothing, not even a piece of the so-called land, not to mention any construction machinery, construction workers, etc. You are aware of this. These two worlds are completely unable to interfere with each other. So isn't this a dead end? Chang Bei's eyes gradually widened. Spirit, I don't mean to disrespect you. I'm curious to know, what is the point of all the thinking and studying you've been doing for so many days? Honorable Lord Creator, of course it makes sense. The Spirit said seriously, I have conceived building technology comparable to that of a level 6 civilization, and our Beg civilization will thus stand out from the rest, starting with 0 frames and directly surpassing 98.5% of all other civilizations in the universe. Chang Bei's eyes continued to widen, and then, Spirit's skeletal mouth grew open. There's only that one little problem at the beginning so far. A muffled thunderclap resounded in Chang Bei's head. All he felt was that he was now on the outside looking in. Spirit's a little problem, put death all around. The two worlds inside and outside of the fourth wall are void of each other. Honorable Lord Creator. The Spirit said slowly, there is another unexpected event to tell you about. Chang Bei's entire body went numb, and accidents. Yes. The Spirit raised his head and released the unique undead embodied field, a green sheen covering a 500-kilometer area around him. The moment. Chang Bei saw a twin flower that resembled a ceramic creation, quietly floating 1 meter away in midair. The child's eyes snapped wide open. Honorable Lord Creator. 3 minutes and 24 seconds ago, this flower suddenly appeared in my world. I don't know where it came from, but it seems to have some kind of quantum superposition state property, similar to the fourth wall principle. It brought us a 100-kilometer continent, and a field of broken robots, and a white umbrella floating in midair. It came along and broke that insoluble problem. The Spirit's voice continued to echo. Not only did it allow entities to appear after the fourth wall, but I can also interfere with those entities at will. It has no physical space limitations, it can be at our disposal, and arrive anywhere with us. It's like a portable space. No, a small world on the go. Most importantly, I, as well as the Honorable Lord Creator, can enter the small world at any time. The Spirit continued again, I can also unfold my Beg civilization technology, construction, on this continent, only, I'm afraid I'll have to start with smelting. Chang Bei looked through the observation window of the Spirit-type starship. Looking at the distant continent floating silently behind a pale green filter, it resembled a bowl with a spherical shape below and a flat surface above. Chang Bei's entire body froze. The area of the LBW Stage 3 course is exactly 100 kilometers square. The twin flowers that had just disappeared brought everything behind the fourth wall. Because it was all quantum superposition state properties, it had unexpectedly entered the Spirit's realm by accident, and it was still under the Spirit's complete control. All of it, as is there. It is said that one of the greatest joys in life is to be lost and found. At this time, Chang Bei, his mood is like a roller coaster, a moment back to the peak, he lost and found. Also, these objects seem to make more sense when placed behind the fourth wall. I can get into it, right? Chang Bei looked at the thousands of ruler robots on the continent, his eyes flickering. If he could enter them, then so could STC. Yes. Spirit returned, but we aren't able to bring items from within that continent into reality, nor can we add new things to the interior. That's okay. There was a light in Chang Bei's eyes. Since the twin flowers can bring matter behind the fourth wall, it must also be able to act like a descent to bring the interior back to reality, and I will surely find a way to control it as well. But before that happens, I, Beg civilization, will definitely have to openly cultivate my ins and darken my bows. If it doesn't strike, it will strike. Ghostly flames jumped in the Spirit's eyes. I can perfectly imagine the scene described by the Lord Creator, and even though I don't have any blood, my blood boils. Chang Bei pondered. Unfortunately, as the birthplace of my Beg civilization, this continent is a bit small. The moment Chang Bei's words fell, the continent in the distance suddenly split into two, and then changed from two to three. The three silent floating continents were the earth filled with gray rocks at the very beginning, as well as a meadow filled with greenery and trees, and an extremely arid earth covered with animal bones. Oh! Ghostly flames danced in the spirit's eyes. A previous observer left the imprint of the quantum state in it, and now that the observer has reappeared, all of those imprints have materialized again. Honorable Lord Maker, we now have 3 times as much land. Chang Bei was once again stunned. The remaining fragments of a higher civilization are so far beyond the inherent knowledge of mankind that it is unimaginable. He had once exchanged words with Lulian and Mukin, and these 3 landforms were exactly the different sites that the 3 of them had seen within the 3rd stage of the tournament. As of now, quantum physics remains an unsolved mystery to man. Some say that the world is supposed to be in a quantum superposition state, it's just that humans don't have the ability to peer into it. Schrödinger's cat exists between life and death, and the so-called life and death are always 2 real worlds, and human technology level can only ever see one of them. Chang Beg took another look at the corner of Beg's civilized future. It will be a super civilization that will emerge from the quantum world, shining through. There are trees within the 2nd continent. The spirit suddenly pulled out a tattered ancient book and carefully turned it over in his hands. In that case, I can also practice this midwood technique. Chang Bei looked sideways and saw that the ancient book read, Complete Book of Lu Ban's Wood Techniques, 1 door is missing. Isn't this Lulian's family? Chang Bei froze. Where did that come from? The spirit scratched its skeletal head and pointed to the ground. I'm sorry, Lord Creator, for my disgraceful behavior. This book, and a hard disk containing 540 patented technologies of mankind, I snatched it from that little guy. Chang Bei looked down. Seeing the treasure-seeking robot, the golden god, Odysseus, keeps bouncing higher and higher at Spirit's feet, determined to crush Spirit's knees. Chang Bei instantly understood and looked at Odysseus. I just let Lulian and Mukin take temporary shelter within the starship, and you stole from others? Odysseus! The golden villain held up his little sword and roared in anger, expressing his strong dissatisfaction. What stealing? I, Odysseus, am a born treasure hunter. You, on the other hand, are a bunch of despicable robbers. Honorable Lord Builder, all of this knowledge, too, is a precious essence that will help us in the construction of our Beg civilization. Spirit blushed. Are you going to give them back? Still? Chang Bei hemmed and hawed. I saved those 2 guys more than once, so whatever I got, it's well deserved. Mukin and Rulian were placed on the ground in the City of Light, looking in the direction where the spirit-type starship had disappeared. Lulian sat on the wheelchair, looking despondent. Between us and Chang Beg, there is a huge gap, but before that, we repeatedly went toe-to-toe with him, but I didn't realize that people's minds were so broad, and now that we're separated and he's gone to chase after higher achievements, I inexplicably feel as if I've lost something. Kitsune nodded. You're a slow responder. It's not as if we've lost something, but we've really lost a lot. We didn't really get into a fight with the high ones. And the M14 Black Ghost mech I brought into the scene is still inside the spirit-type starship, and he didn't drop it off for me. And your pile of alien wood, he didn't unload it either. Ugh. Where's the data hard disk I'm carrying? That's where I patented my lifelong research. Why is it gone? Lulian's spirit also tightened as he touched his chest with one hand. Oh no, the copy of the missing gate that I had with me. It's gone too. This unqualified Chang Bei. We just stayed inside his starship for a while and he stole our entire belongings. MLGB. I synthesized the world, Volume 2, Beginning of the Universe, End. Chapter 228. One step forward. The gray stones underfoot squished and made a slight scuffing sound. Chang Bei stepped into the world brought about by the twin flowers, and this place was also renamed by him as the Beg Civilization Continent. He was now located on one of the 3 continents, the dark gray continent formed by his own subjective consciousness and covered in rubble. No wind, no sense of temperature, no light. But looking around, everything is so real. In the distance, beyond the 100-kilometer diameter continent was a black space, like a universe without stars. Here, it is a piece of existence between something and nothing, like a dream. Spirit has counted all the scrapped ruler droids, totaling 4,016. Chang Bei pondered for a split second and first took out a fraction of them, 16 units, and observed them quietly. These robots were huge and ugly, made of an inferior metal, even using an outdated welding process with rough welds. With such a huge purchase, I'm sure the 4 at the time couldn't afford to spend too much money on these robots, which should have come from some sort of small workshop. Chang Bei slowly erected his right wrist, palm facing inwards, and the STC, which was like a crystal wrist guard, blossomed into an azure beam of light. Similar artifacts detected. Ruler robot, *16. Inferior attack robots from twin civilizations, outdated lithium energy, outdated physical chainsaws, outdated methane flamethrowers, 1522 maximum horsepower. Breaking up into raw matter. Synthesis begins. Giant civilization small escort robot, *8. As the white light dispersed, a figure that looked like a mountain slowly emerged with an astonishing aura. Chang Bei tilted his head and looked at the huge robot in front of him that was about 150 meters tall, small. It is an all-around defense robot, made of titanium alloy, equipped with 4 kinds of 3.0-level civilization defense weapons, and has many functions, such as survival in extreme environment, construction, etc. In the wartime, it is an individual defense robot of the giant civilization, and in the time of war, it is one of the best construction robots of the giant civilization, with the maximum horsepower of 11,203 horsepower. Note, the mega civilization is extinct, and this artifact is unique in the universe. These robots were upright humanoid structures with thick limbs that resembled metal pipes, and a head that resembled an inverted iron pot, with only the center of the pot showing a slit that glittered with a reddish aura. Chang Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, and his silicon-based genetic electronic resonance ability was released to harness the huge machinery in front of him. The robot's thick, cylindrical right arm flipped over in layers, and inside, all kinds of huge beam weapons, sniper cannons, and rows of embedded mines surfaced, steel and ghastly, like an arsenal of weapons. Its left arm also flips over in layers, revealing all sorts of giant construction tools, drills, digging buckets, slings, and demolition hammers. Very good. Chang Bei nodded, and the 8 giant robots synthesized once again. Skywing Robot, *4. The robot in front of him had shrunk a lot, about 7 meters tall, with a body covered in cyan armor that appeared light, and 4 huge metal feathers spread out behind it, with a whole 40 gimbal adjustable particle turbine thrusters mounted on them. Its head resembled a bronze helmet, but the front and back of the helmet surrounded a full 88 yellow eyes. Chang Bei squinted, and it wasn't a biological eye, but 88 higher detectors, with a yellow detection core in the center that had been adjusting the detection range by some tiny margin. It was obviously a technological creation made of metal, but it gave people a sense of holiness. It was like a mechanical angel from heaven. The ultimate probe robot from a 3.2-level Sky Patrol civilization, known as the Skymaster, the god of insight, under normal gravity conditions, the ultimate speed of 2,000ths of the speed of light, the fixed detection range of 3,000 kilometers in diameter. Note, the Ranger civilization is extinct, and this artifact is the only one in the universe. Are they all orphaned? Could it have something to do with the fact that it is now located in the undead realm? Chang Bei was unable to detect the truth, and then he slightly raised his head, and the aperture in his pupil, like a 7-colored glaze, flickered once again as he manipulated the angel wing robot. For green streams of light flashed, the angel robot rose up in the air, flew to the Beg civilization continent conveniently in a flash, and returned in a flash, falling into the ground without a sound. Their chest armor turned on and together they projected a holographic projection. The whole time was only about 5 seconds. They drew a holographic map of the continent of Beg civilization. Chang Bei nodded. The land is too small, not enough for you to play at all, but the performance is strong. Breaking up into raw matter. Successful synthesis. A white light flashed, and the 4 handsome angel wing robots transformed into 2 clean white-colored, about the size of a human, with skinny bodies. The surface of the 2 robotic bodies was smooth, like ceramic, with only extremely narrow gaps where the joints connected. The special ones looked like mannequins. There was no hair on top of their bare heads, but they had the same features as humans, and their eyes were no longer some kind of visual detector, but like some kind of anti-skin silicone material, and at this point, with their eyes closed, they could still see a crease in their white eyelids. Chang Bei frowned. The 2 robots look like they have no hands. They stand there, unable to even straighten their knees. Suddenly, the eyelids of the 2 robots moved, and it could be clearly seen that the eyeballs underneath their eyelids were turning back and forth. They opened their eyes, the interior of which were imitation human eyeballs with black and white pupils, and in the very center of the pupil, surrounded by a ring of crystal-like structures. Chang Bei's eyes narrowed. He saw the 2 robots open their eyes and look around, glancing at each other before turning their heads in unison to look at Chang Bei. Chang Bei actually felt emotions in their eyes. That's kind of confusing. It was a very real, anthropomorphic confusion, as if it were a newborn child with intelligence, just descending into the world, unknown and puzzled by everything. The 2 robots cocked their heads slightly, their eyes slightly dull. Chang Bei could even guess the question in their minds. That's where. You are who you are. And who are we? Chapter 229. Codename Spark, Intelligent Lifeform Prototype, *2. From 4.0-level Creator Civilization, body made of carbon nanotubes, lightweight, extremely wear-resistant, internal skeleton and power structure, all extremely simplified processing, can be replenished by light energy, no weapon system. The design of the artifact is centered around 2 definitions, wisdom and growth, and everything else is secondary. Inside the creature's skull is installed the core technology of the creator's civilization, the artificial brain neural harness, a rare technology in the universe that achieves the effects of artificial intelligence by simulating the brain structure of living organisms. The creator civilization has always believed that although the artificial brain neural harness, which cannot be compared with the algorithmic artificial intelligence, is backward and sluggish, the organism brain possesses unique creativity, jump thinking, and abstract thinking ability, which is an effect that cannot be achieved by algorithms. The creation's artificial head is fitted with 258 billion artificial neurons, 3 to 8 times the size of a standard intelligent creature, allowing for a trillion-fold increase in the combination of cerebral nerve strings and parallel connections, which can also be interpreted as a trillion entirely new ways of thinking. In the initial stage, the creature's brain neural harness is disconnected, no information exists, only the only initial concept, and the creator civilization presupposes the power of faith for them, so that once they have established their beliefs, they will never betray them. With the acquisition of information, the number of neural links in their brains will gradually increase, and their fiber bodies will become stronger and stronger. The greatest advantage of that creation, the more they learn, the smarter they get, and no limitations will be manifested, and given enough time, they will answer all the questions in the universe with a boundless and diffuse thinking, answering all the questions in the universe. The creator civilization gathered all of its technological essence into the creature, and had high hopes that a god would be born among them to solve all of the troubles the civilization faced. But alas, they didn't wait for that day, and a sudden, large-scale cosmic war led to the destruction of the entire creator civilization. Note, this creation is now a cosmic monument. This is the longest paragraph of commentary that Chang Bei has ever seen. In simple terms, they are a kind of artificial intelligent beings that don't have efficient arithmetic power but have infinitely large divergent minds. And divergent thinking is, at least in the history of human AI development, one of the most difficult mountains to overcome. Chang Bei looked at the two white robots in front of him, a 4.0-level civilization creation that had merged to the top, but currently could not comprehend how powerful it was. Chang Bei asked, "Do you guys talk?" Tick, tick, coo, tick, tick. The white robot looked at Chang Bei, and a monotonous electronic sound came out of its mouth, raw and childish. At the same time, a faint blue luster emerged from the inside of its white brain shell, while countless blue fluorescent lines larger than hair strands emerged from the back of its head. And at the front of the line, it looked like a micron-sized blue jellyfish was attached, its tentacles still wiggling slightly. Of the countless strands of hair, thousands suddenly grew sinuously, their tips coming closer and closer together, and the small fluorescent blue jellyfish, too, came into full contact with the jellyfish on another strand of hair, their tentacles entwining and locking onto each other. As the little jellyfish kept docking, as if the energy was coming through, the lower left rear of the robot's head, where the language area of the human brain was also located, suddenly lit up with a blue glow, like a mass of glowing hair. The robot's mouth moved rustily. "Speak. Speak." Chang Bei's eyes widened. "That's how you learn a language?" The notes make it clear that in their minds, no information is stored. Based on Chang Bei's observations, the white robot seems to need more language samples. I created you. Chang Bei spoke word for word, as slowly as he could, pointing to himself and then to the white robot. Hundreds of thousands more tiny jellyfish successfully docked in the robot's head. It's opening its mouth a little more fluently, and its facial expressions are there. One of the robot's eyes widened. "You created me," while the other one's eyes blinked. "We were created by you." Chang Bei already knew how terrifying the creation in front of him was. It takes an average of 24 months of growth and learning time for a newborn human baby to express a word phrase completely and clearly. And the robot in front of me, it took about 2 seconds. And the two robots, which had produced different movements and sequences of speech, had given birth to independent minds. The creator civilizations are betting on the right thing. Give them time and sooner or later an omniscient god will emerge from among them. Regarding the first inhabitants of the big civilized continent, Chang Bei already had an answer in his mind, and it far exceeded expectations. At this moment, he turned back to the remaining 4,000 ruler robots. Similar technological artifacts detected. Synthesis begins. Giant civilization small escort robot, *2000. Chang Bei ordered 200 of them to become independent and continue to synthesize the remaining 1,800 units. Successful synthesis. Angel wing robot, *900. As usual, 100 of them were ordered to stand alone and continue synthesizing the remaining 800 angel wings. Successful synthesis. Codename Spark, intelligent lifeform prototype, *400. At this very moment, the Earth, covered with black and gray rocks, stood in a fan-like formation of tears. On the outermost layer, there were 200 giant-bodied civilization-guarding robots that towered like mountains. One level inward, there are 100 dark cyan angel-winged robots with handsome feathered wings spread out. One level further inward, there were 402 codename Sparks, intelligent lifeform prototypes with white bodies, but with a blue sheen flickering within their brains. And in the very center, there was Chang Bei and the blue skeleton spirit with a tall body. Spirit, guard robots and angel wing robots that act as construction tools. And the fire lifeforms, the first inhabitants of our big civilization. Chang Bei's gaze flickered. "You have full authority to replace me and use what you have learned to work hard to build this continent. You must be ready at all times. There will come a day when I will have control over the operation of the twin flowers. As you wish, my Lord Maker." The ghostly flames in the spirit's eye sockets danced madly as he scanned the 402 units of fire lifeforms with white bodies. The nerve bundles in their heads have been forming new connections. They seem to have mastered a more advanced form of communication and are communicating with each other in a language that we can't hear, and I don't know if I can control them. It won't. Cheng Bek's eyes flickered as he slowly walked forward and stepped onto a huge rock. His eyes swept, and the moment he opened his mouth, a loud voice resounded in every corner. Here, it's the Beg Civilization continent. And I, your creator. Now, I'm going to issue the first order. Never hide your thoughts and speak to hear the thoughts that are in your mind at this very moment. The words fell. All of the fire intelligence lifeforms, their eyes widened and a flash of enthusiasm emerged. With the brain neural links increasing again, the 402 fire seed intelligent lifeforms suddenly knelt down on one knee towards Chang Bei, an incomparably pious look appearing on their faces, their eyes trembling from excitement. In the meantime, all of them opened their mouths to speak, and for a moment they overlapped, confused and buzzing. He is our creator. He is the Most High God. It is He who gives us life. It is the honor of my life that I should have seen Him with my own eyes and heard the commands He issued. This chaotic sound of language seemed to have created a kind of low air pressure that came crashing down in waves, as if countless believers, who had personally met the God they had believed in for 1,000 years, were somewhat incoherent because they were too excited. But this condition lasted but 2 minutes before they realized the confusion. They closed their voices in unison, and keeping their position on one knee again, they lowered their heads in unison, 402 in unison. We will trust in you and follow you forever, my God. Very good. Cheng Bei smiled and pointed to the spirit beside him. Its name is Spirit. From now on, you will follow its orders and gradually build our own home, and amongst you, I will prioritize the selection of 2 leaders to specifically assist the spirit. Immediately, Cheng Bei looked towards the first and second fire seed intelligent lifeforms that he had synthesized as a test subject. The 2 fire lifeforms felt Cheng Bei's gaze and immediately threw themselves on the ground in fear. They buried their heads deep and said, "Please, great God of creation, give us names." Cheng Bei looked at them, pondered for a while, and slowly spoke, Adam and Eve. The 2 fire lifeforms' bodies trembled for a while, feeling an incomparably great honor, and in their eyes, they actually flooded with artificial tears. Adam and Eve, possessing a unique symbolism. Cheng Bei swept his eyes over all the fire lifeforms and said in a deep voice, "But remember, all of you have a common name, Beg Civilization children." At this instant, all the fire seed lifeforms burst into hot tears, and their brain neural links increased by hundreds of millions more in an instant. They are born, meet the God they want to believe in, and learn who they are, and even more so, find a goal to strive for and a reputation to uphold forever even if it consumes their lives. Adam and Eve looked up, tears streaming down their faces, and cried out in a grandiose voice. The first year of the first era of Beg Civilization. The great creator God has come down with a messenger named Spirit. They recited, and the 400 sons of the people on the backside also began to follow in unison, their voices loud and resonant, their expressions of unparalleled devotion. He traveled through endless darkness to bring the fire of hope. Leads us to awaken in confusion. He pointed to the mountains, and the mountains were transformed into 200 giant gods. He looked into the sky, and the sky descended 100 four-winged angels. They will all be fearless guardians. O great God of creation, we will defy the storm and the plague. Set sail for eternal splendor. The glory of a new civilization, forever blossoming. Cheng Bei exhaled slightly as he listened to the waves of singing and praising. These fire lifeforms reacted the way they did because of their only preconceived notion, the power of faith. It must be said that creating religions and making beliefs for the people has been the most effective management tool for the higher powers. The moment the singing ceased, and Adam and Eve looked at each other in unison. Great God of creation, I implore you to customize a soul creed for us to live by. Cheng Bei pondered for a split second and smiled. Then it's the same as my creed. No matter where I am, always be hopeful and be happy. The 402 fire beings were suddenly silent, their pupils trembling. He is so loving, so generous. At this point, Cheng Bei suddenly thought of a detail in the notes, that fire lifeforms could replenish their energy through light energy to increase their range. So he nodded and whispered, let there be light. The next instant, floating in midair, the super weather controller like a white umbrella unfolded. A dazzling artificial sun emerged from under the umbrella, and then slowly rose into the sky, illuminating the gray earth. The 402 life sparks' eyes widened and their bodies trembled. The devotional praise resounded again. The first year of the first era of Beg Civilization. The great creator God has come down with a messenger named Spirit. He traveled through endless darkness to bring the fire of hope.